flowing backward to 2004. The summer of his 18th year, Chen Lichuan could have everything. Yet the youth he once walked through, when touched by the breeze, now brought unexpected pain. Chapter 1. Dad, please act your age. Has anyone ever heard of parents throwing a grand celebration banquet just because their kid barely scraped past the cutoff score for a third-year university? Well, Chen Lichuan's father is exactly that kind of parent. Early that morning, he was already pacing back and forth in the living room, booming voice echoing through the house as he made call after call. He even invited friends he hadn't spoken to in decades as anyone remotely connected to come celebrate his son's achievement. Ha ha, don't forget to come. Furuwei Long Hotel, noon sharp. Old Qin, you've got to join me for a few drinks. I especially ordered fresh seafood from the provincial capital. Director Liu, you absolutely must show up today. My son came through clear the undergraduate line, brought real honor to our old Chen family. Chen Zishan's laughter grew louder and more boastful by the minute, as if his son had just been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. Don't forget to invite Director Qi, chimed in Qi Siyao, Chen Lichuan's mother, lounging on the couch, cracking sunflower seeds with smug satisfaction as though hosting this banquet were proof of their elite status. Look how rich we are. Damn on you guys. Chen Lichuan stood frozen in the bedroom doorway, stunned anew by the sheer absurdity of it all. Having lived through this once before, he now saw with painful clarity just how flamboyant and foolish his family truly was. You barely passed the third-tier cutoff, and you're throwing a parade? Aren't you just inviting ridicule? And all this wasteful spending, don't you realize this is exactly how the appliance store goes bankrupt later? He frowned deeply, sounding like a scolding adult. He remembered it clearly. Not long after starting college, the family business collapsed due to cash flow issues and his parents even ended up in jail. But while his parents were certainly bad at management, Chen Lichuan firmly believed they'd never sold counterfeit goods. They weren't that kind of people. Hearing their son speak so seriously, Chen Lichuan and Qi Siyao exchanged glances, then burst out laughing in perfect sync. Son, just 2 days ago, you were thanking us nonstop, overjoyed. What got into you now? Qi Siyao pouted, utterly dismissive. She had never taken her son's words seriously. It's a happy occasion, of course we celebrate. Nothing to be shy about. Chen Lichuan added with a dry chuckle, launching into another round of wildly impractical life advice. When you go out into society, you've got to be bold and generous like your old Manonli, then will your business thrive. In his past life, Chen Lichuan would have soaked up every word, slowly becoming just like his father. Outwardly generous, but in reality, a laughingstock. Sigh. Chen Lichuan sighed heavily. Over the past few days since his rebirth, had tried relentlessly to instill a sense of crisis in his parents, but with the appliance store booming, could believe a teenage boy warning of imminent collapse. And in their eyes, he was unreliable. The only thing he had going for him was barely squeaking into a third-tier college. Fine. If they wouldn't listen, he'd investigate the store himself. But in his previous life, had never paid attention to the family business. Now he had no leads, no clues. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, snapping him from his thoughts. Annoyed, assuming it was one of his dad's useless cronies, shuffled to the door. Who is it? You Qi Siyao? A faint smile tugged at Chen Lichuan's lips. Of course, he recognized her, the undisputed campus beauty of No. 1 high school. Back then, she had been every student's dream. He was no exception. In university, they'd even ended up in the same city-perfect conditions for something to blossom. But after his family's downfall, had abandoned all hope. His path afterward had been grueling, though he eventually found modest success years later. Those youthful feelings and the people tied to them had long grown distant. Come in, please. You must have something to discuss. His tone was polite, but calm, devoid of the teenage infatuation he once felt. Only a quiet, mature classmate's regard remained. Yet the scene felt eerily familiar. In his past life, hadn't Qi Siyao also come to his house around this time? And his parents had. He turned his head and, sure enough, 2 beaming faces rushed forward. Oh my, Siyao's here. Quick, quick, come in. Before Qi Siyao could speak, Qi Siyao darted over and pulled her inside. Sweetheart, sit down and rest. It's so hot out you'll get heat stroke. Auntie'll cut you some watermelon. She shot Chen Lichuan a meaningful wink. This is Director Qi's daughter. Beyond mere hospitality, she clearly hoped to nudge the 2 teens closer. Siyao, watch some TV while you wait, Chen Lichuan added cheerfully. He'll drive you both to the hotel. Later your dad's coming too. He even turned on the TV for her. I actually have other things to do, Qi Siyao murmured, trying to decline. But their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Qi Siyao was already returning with a plate of sliced watermelon. Chen Lichuan could see Qi Siyao's discomfort plain as day. In his past life, had mistaken it for shyness, thinking she liked him. After all, his family owned the biggest appliance store in town, and their Honda Accord was the height of luxury in this county. Andy, really, I don't need any. But the watermelon was already thrust into her arms. Mom, Chen Lichuan interrupted bluntly, switching off the TV. Even though we've graduated, the class monitor still has to help classmates with retaking exams. She doesn't have time to lounge here. He turned to Qi Siyao. Class rep, you came to talk to me about retaking the Gaokao, right? Yes, Qi Siyao nodded quickly. Her delicate face framed by bangs was smaller than a palm. When she looked at someone, she always unconsciously bit her lower lip. Given your foundation, if you retake for a year, you've got a strong chance of hitting the first-tier cutoff. That's why our homeroom teacher suggested it. Retake? Chen Lichuan shook his head without hesitation. With a second chance at life, wasting a whole year was unthinkable. But before he could explain further, an overly eager voice cut in. Xiao, don't worry, Lichuan won't retake. He's going straight to undergrad. The appliance store's growing Faza needs to come back soon and take over. Chen Lichuan gave his son a sly nudge, clearly hinting, if these two end up together in college, ITLL be a blessing for our family. Chen Lichuan, Dad, do you have no shame mentioning that pathetic little store? Internally, he groaned. For the first time, he felt genuinely embarrassed by his father's lack of decorum. Qi Siyao, thanks for coming all this way, but I'm definitely not retaking, he said firmly. In that case, I'll take my leave. Qi Siyao politely nodded to the adults and stood to leave. She had wanted to persuade him further, but their obvious matchmaking had only made her uncomfortable. Once alone, Chen Lichuan immediately launched into a lecture. You're practically a college student now. Stop being so awkward. Be mature. Seize happiness with your own hands. It seemed his generation loved indulging in fantasies. Outside, a song drifted through the window. Chen Lichuan finally stopped nagging and started humming along. If you only knew how many drinks ID had that night, you'd understand just how beautiful you are. ID never have believed that at first sight. ID fall for you so completely. As his dad belted out fall for you so completely, spittle flying onto Chen Lichuan's face, the young man stood dazed in the melody. Dad, please, for heaven's sake, act your age. Our family's about to go bankrupt. After a lit wasn't 2022 anymore. It was 2004. Chapter 2. Old streets, old scenes. Going to the store so early? Try to sneak money again? Just get to the restaurant on time at noon. Don't lose track, playing at the internet CAF. Amid Jean Keiling's complaints, Chen Lichuan hurried out the door only to hear his father add casually. He's a college student now, why micromanage? Let him take money if he wants. He's got friends, doesn't he? Besides, your husband earns plenty well by another Passat by year-end. Chen Lichuan couldn't deny it. Words like these could easily make a young man arrogant. No wonder in his past life had turned out so foolish his father had raised him that way. Mental note, dedicate the song My Old Father to Chen Lichuan. Morning light spilled across the potholed red brick courtyard. Old Wang, in bright red long johns, was just coming downstairs with his chamber pot. Little Zhao was wailing again, probably got caught misbehaving. These faded memories washed over Chen Lichuan, making reality feel unreal. Especially when he reached Xiao River Alley. Students bobbing to Walkmans, girls with half-face iron perm haircuts. It was all his youth. Replayed. Hey, it's Chen Lichuan. Su Wantong yanked Qi Siyao's arm, mischief sparkling in her eyes like a child about to prank someone. Did you hear? They're throwing a huge celebration banquet. Even called my dad this morning. I don't know, Qi Siyao muttered, turning away to avoid Chen Lichuan's gaze. I read what Chen Lichuan wrote in your yearbook. They'll always be your steadfast shield. They'll become rich enough to protect you. Anyone who dares hurt you will slice them into 1,000 pieces. Hee. Su Wantong exaggerated her expression, her laugh shrill as a bird's. I already tore it up. Qi Siyao snapped coldly, glaring at her friend. She deeply disliked the entire Chen family, especially after this morning's cringeworthy display. Morning, everyone, Chen Lichuan greeted cheerfully as he approached. Spotting Qi Siyao again, he asked without thinking, weren't you supposed to visit other retakers? What are you doing wandering the streets? Qi Siyao, still young and flustered, simply turned her back. How about some photo booth pics? He added, glancing at Su Wantang, the only one actually looking at him. The third classmate, probably named Lu Weiwei, mimicked Qi Siyao and kept his head down. Su Wantong gave a tiny nod, her only reply, then fell silent, clearly uninterested. All right, I'm off, Chen Lichuan said, striding away. He saw their cold dismay, even disdain, but so what? They were just kids. And honestly, his past self hadn't been very likable either. He barely remembered these classmates. They'd likely amount to nothing. But Qi Siyao's father had heard impressive rumors. Wait, that girl is Su Wantong, right? He glanced back, but couldn't recall anything specific, though a vague sense of foreboding lingered. TSK Xiao, your icy attitude must shattered Chen Lichuan's heart. I almost feel sorry for him. Su Wantong teased, sidling closer. If you keep this up, I'm going home. Qi Siyao snapped, wrenching her arm free. Su Wantong pouted, quiet for a moment, then chirped again. I have to go to Chen Lichuan's place with my dad at noon. Should be fun, can't wait to see what ridiculous thing that family does next. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, full of anticipation. I'd rather die than go, Qi Siyao said flatly, dragging Su Wantong toward the photo booth. It was their turn. Lu Weiwei followed closely behind, buoyed by Qi Siyao's coldness toward Chen Lichuan. He wore a secret smiley as sweet as honey. In the photo, he carefully leaned his shoulder against hers. She didn't pull away. They all smiled, capturing a fleeting moment of youth exclusively theirs. Ha ha! After hanging up from calling director Qi, Chen Lichuan roared with laughter loud enough for the neighbors to hear. Friendships are built over a few rounds of drinks. Today's the perfect chance to bond with director Kai, and don't forget, Lichuan and Xiao are classmates. He sprawled on the sofa, full of confidence. Jean Chaoling grinned beside him. If they secured this connection, the appliance store's future would be limitless. Best if they marry, she blurted excitedly. Meanwhile, in the county's only high-rise residential complex. This Chen Lichuan has no sense of propriety at all, inviting our whole family to his son's banquet. We've only shared one drink at a dinner months ago. After ending the call, Qi Hongji fumed, but reasonably so. In his circle, attending random banquets was taboo. It could easily be twisted into political leverage. Chen Lichuan was simply delusional. They weren't that close. It's ridiculous how he keeps dragging Xiao into this dreaming bigger than his fantasies. Let's just refuse. What can he do if we don't show? Bai Tsuyun waved her finger indignantly. Qi Hongji fell silent for a moment. But as a man who navigated relationships with precision, he knew better than to outright offend someone offering goodwill. I can't go, he said, gazing steadily at his wife. But you should with Xiao. That way, it's just a normal classmates' graduation banquet. To Chen Lichuan, even without his presence, their attendance would signal ample goodwill while subtly maintaining distance. The real test would come later. I see, all right, Bai Tsuyu nodded slowly. On major decisions, she always deferred to her husband. Scritch. The front door opened. Qi Siyao had returned. No internet CAF today, I've got store duties. You guys go ahead. Outside the appliance shop, a group of Chen Lichuan's friends waited. His refusal was starkly different from his usual eagerness. Pathetic, really, how in his past life had prided himself on knowing these street youths. It's morning. What duties? Come on, CS, top server, yelled Biaozi, a loud-mouthed youth, yanking Chen Lichuan's arm. Seriously, I can't. Frowning, Chen Lichuan brushed past them and strode into the store, slamming the rolling shutter shut with a deafening clang. The message was clear: go away. Biaozi's face darkened. Since when did Chen Lichuan dare disrespect me? After standing there awkwardly, he left without a word. Head wanted to ask about a certain girl. Head deal with Chen Lichuan later. Once alone, Chen Lichuan reopened for business and headed straight to his father's office to examine financial records. The shop grew stiflingly hot. Sweat trickled down his temples, but he didn't move. On his youthful face rested a gravity far beyond his years. Yet the books showed nothing suspicious. If the collapse happened later that year, shouldn't signs have appeared already? A chill rose from his feet. Unless, were we deliberately framed? Otherwise, why would everything blow up so suddenly? Chapter 3. The prominent family in the quaintest of towns stood the grandest establishment, the Firu Long Hotel. At this moment, Chen Lichuan's memories came flooding back. His father had adorned the entrance with an archway more magnificent than those typically seen at weddings. Boldly inscribed with the words "Congratulations to Chen Lichuan for achieving academic success" in gleaming golden characters. Academic success? From a third-tier university? How had he never noticed such an ostentatious display before? Chen Lichuan stood there, expressionless, gradually losing focus as the wind tousled his hair. Ah, Laozhang, you've arrived. Come in, come in. Bossly, if you don't show up, I'll be quite disappointed with the seafood I brought from the provincial capital. The most disheartening sight was Chen Lichuan and Jean Xiaoling making a grand entrance at the restaurant, welcoming guests with great fanfare. Was it really necessary? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Chen Lichuan, prompting him to lower his head and hasten into the hotel. However, with keen eyes, Chen Lichuan spotted him in the crowd and called out loudly, "Lichuan, come greet the guests with your father." These friends of his will be your connections in the future. Why is your mouth practically glued to my ear, and why are you shouting? Chen Lichuan thought, feeling utterly mortified. I really need to use the restroom. He quickly fabricated an excuse. He couldn't afford to lose face, especially in this small town. Hold it. Jean Xiaoling snapped angrily, her demeanor shifting as she chastised him. I told you to come early. Look at the time, and you're still dawdling. Indeed, heed your mother's words. Just endure for a while. You are the star of the day and cannot falter, Chen Lichuan advised gently, positioned between his son and wife, gripping Chen Lichuan tightly. Fearful that his son might foolishly slip away into the hotel. No, I really need to. Stand straight. Smile. Jean Xiaoling glared fiercely, her expression brightening as she caught sight of an acquaintance, instantly transforming into a radiant smile. Oh, Brother Gu is here. Thus, Chen Lichuan found himself stationed at the hotel entrance, beneath the archway, with his father's hand clutched firmly in his grasp, refusing to let go. Chuan Gu, impressive. A loud and disheartening voice rang out from the crowd. It was Ma Xiaoqiao, his ever-enthusiastic best friend, who had supported him through thick and thin after his family fell into ruin. Never would I have guessed you would get into university, Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed as he leaned in closer. By the way, do you know what I wrote in the message book for Su Wantong? Brother. Chen Lichuan frowned, pushing aside the bangs that obscured Ma Xiaoqiao's face, revealing his chubby cheeks. I'm right next to you. Can you keep your voice down? Sure. Ma Xiaoqiao grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I heard the seafood served at lunch is a rare delicacy brought from the provincial capital? Indeed. Chen Lichuan abruptly turned around, enthusiastically introducing the seafood to Ma Xiaoqiao in a loud voice, showcasing it proudly. Caught between the two, Chen Lichuan endured as the spittle from their conversation splattered across his face, while onlookers perceived it as a triumphant display of the seafood brought from the provincial city. Oh, it hardly mattered anymore. This small town, I shall never return to. Why does my father insist I go to Chen Lichuan? We are hardly acquainted. Throughout the journey, Qi Siyao incessantly complained. The girl clad in denim and a white t-shirt must have been quite reluctant. Well, your father is also in a difficult position. So when you arrive, do not show any displeasure, Bai Ziyun advised. Suddenly, playful laughter echoed behind Qi Siyao, and as she turned, it was indeed Su Wantong. Didn't you say you'd rather die than go? The two adults exchanged knowing smiles as they proceeded towards the hotel together. All right, let us not dwell on that. How about we chat about something more pleasant? Shall we go to the movies this afternoon? Let us invite Lu Weiwei as well. Upon hearing the mention of the boy's name, a faint smile finally broke through Qi Siyao's previously sullen demeanor. I'm not going, it's dull. Su Wantong shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. I want to go to the internet cafe to play games. Can't you play at home? Why must you go to the internet cafe, where it reeks of smoke? Qi Siyao expressed her disappointment. I'm running dungeons with a few friends. It's easier to communicate together, and it feels much better. Hey, look, what does that sign say above the archway? Su Wantong exclaimed, pulling Qi Siyao towards it. The 4 characters golden list of successful candidates made Qi Siyao reveal a bright smile, her bangs fluttering in the gentle breeze. This family is truly hard to describe, Bai Ziyun sighed, shaking her head in resignation. She was quite close to Su Benjiang, thus spoke without much hesitation. Indeed, to invite so many people without considering whether Qi Ju might have someone he wishes to avoid, bringing the children along as classmates is undoubtedly the most suitable. Su Benjiang murmured. Oh, Qi Ju's partner has arrived. Once again, it had to be mentioned. Chen Lichuan's keen eyes spotted them from afar, swiftly approaching with Chen Lichuan in tow, followed closely by Ma Xiaoqiao and Jean Xiaoling. In a previous life, Chen Lichuan had been quite proud, boasting about how impressive his father was and how many prominent figures he knew. Now, however, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. Lichuan's parents, my spouse has an unexpected matter to attend to and cannot spare the time, so it's just me and my daughter here to congratulate Lichuan. Bai Ziyun explained with a smile, being very cautious with her address, her gaze landing on Chen Lichuan, kindly patting the young man's shoulder, commending his performance while encouraging him to keep striving. I understand. Qi Ju is busy with work. I'm just thrilled you could come with your daughter. Chen Lichuan nodded repeatedly, feeling satisfied as it showed that Qi Ju valued their friendship. Xiao, Wantong, will be having seafood brought back from the provincial city. Lichuan mentioned that today's lunch is quite sumptuous, certainly not cheap. Someone stepped forward to express, as Ma Xiaoqiao playfully pushed Chen Lichuan, understanding the intentions of his good brother. At that moment, Qi Siyao's cheeks twitched, indicating she was grinding her teeth, while Su Wantong laughed heartily without a care. I, Chen Lichuan, am really about to cry. He turned to glare at Ma Xiaoqiao. When did I ever say that? However, Ma Xiaoqiao raised his hand to pound his chest and pointed at Chen Lichuan, a celebratory gesture they often shared, grinning broadly, exuding a confident expression of brotherly support. Ha ha ha. You must come in. How could we be stingy with the meal? Please, do enter. Chen Lichuan was elated, casting a meaningful glance at Ma Xiaoqiao. Thinking to himself how this young man was quite astute, his words indeed pleasing to the ear, surely destined for a prosperous future. However, Chen's words should not be taken lightly. Our family cannot afford such lavish meals, nor do we hold such expectations. Yet, Bai Ziyun grew displeased. A wave of disdain washing over her. This person, so thoughtless and unrestrained, seemed to orchestrate such grand displays solely for Qi Hongji. If that were the case, she would certainly not attend. Chen Lichuan widened his eyes at the displeasure evident on Bai Ziyun's face, momentarily at a loss for words. Jin Xiaoling's smile became rigid. Though the couple often chattered freely, they fell silent when it mattered most. The once joyful atmosphere froze instantly, and Bai Ziyun's demeanor suggested she might turn to leave. Dad, could you please stop boasting? You just told Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, and Uncle Gu that the preparations were for them, Chen Lichuan remarked, pursing his lips and exposing his father's fib. Some nearby individuals began to chuckle at this revelation. A simple statement added a touch of levity. That's exactly what Chen boss conveyed to me over the phone. He certainly knows how to navigate social situations. Su Binjiang offered a way out. Though he held little respect for Chen Lichuan, he acknowledged his decent character. Yes, ha ha ha. Then let us proceed. Please come in, Chen Lichuan beamed, swiftly returning to his nonchalant demeanor as he led everyone into the restaurant. Chen Lichuan cast a sidelong glance at his father, thinking, please, spare me the trouble. Chapter 4. What does it mean to be perceptive? The hotel lobby was already teeming with people. Chen Lichuan's acquaintances were a mixed bag, all caught up in the ostentation of the occasion. The crowd was a chaotic blend, enveloped in swirling smoke. Although Bai Ziyun wore a smile, her brow remained furrowed. Even as they laughed and entered the hotel, her impression of Chen Lichuan's family had soured to the point of aversion. No, I must return and clarify matters with old Qi. I need to distance myself from Chen Lichuan. Bai Ziyun resolved silently. Qi Siyao kept her head down, remaining silent with her fellow classmates, yet her mother's admonitions lingered in her mind, and she displayed no signs of irritation. Su Wantong, however, listened with keen interest as Ma Xiaoqiao playfully boasted while draping an arm around Chen Lichuan's shoulders. Brother Chuan, once we both pass the driving test, let us take a ride in the Acura. As he spoke, Ma Xiaoqiao's gaze unmistakably landed on Qi Siyao, clearly addressing her. People from small towns often flaunted their simplicity, particularly fresh high school graduates. Chen Lichuan nodded slightly, half-heartedly engaging, having surrendered to the inevitability of Ma's character. The more one conversed with him, the more boisterous he became, likely to spray saliva with his enthusiasm. Wantong, does your gang still need members? I'll switch to your district, Tianzhu country. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoqiao's previous topic abruptly ceased as he turned to Su Wantong, his gaze softening like dust caught in a sunbeam, his eyes slowly drifting. Not interested. Su Wantong replied without a hint of hesitation, resolutely declining the offer. Ma Xiaoqiao's radiant smile vanished in an instant, leaving him momentarily dazed before he pursed his lips in bewilderment. Chen Lichuan gently patted Ma Xiaoqiao's back, empathizing with the boy's feelings of solitude at this moment. Yet, girls like Su Wantong and Qi Siyao had caused countless boys like Ma Xiaoqiao to feel the pangs of longing, akin to an unattainable dream. Su Wantong had always regarded Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaoqiao's group as mere jesters seeking attention, so it was inconceivable that they could stir any ripples in her life. For instance, when she teased that Chen Lichuan had a crush on Qi Siyao, it was merely a source of amusement for her, fueled by youthful ignorance. Su Wantong never concealed her disdain for them. I tore out the page you wrote in my message book. You are truly disgusting. What nonsense is this? A single frown from Su Wantong plunged Ma Xiaoqiao's heart into an icy abyss. Chen Lichuan opened his mouth slightly, but the words he wished to express were swallowed back down. He had no desire to engage in a quarrel with these children. What was the point of bravado? Mr. Chen, Suyun, please, have a seat. Chen Lichuan's cheerful voice masked Ma Xiaoqiao's embarrassment as he pulled out several chairs, gesturing for everyone to sit down. However, this immediately darkened Bai Ziyun's expression. She had always emphasized the title of classmates' parents, yet Chen Lichuan's arrangement had her seated alongside unfamiliar faces adorned in gold and silver. Chen Lichuan naively believed he was showcasing his influence at Qi's place by seating his capable friends together. Bai Ziyun's forced smile finally dissipated as she exchanged a look with Su Binjiang, who shook his head helplessly. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ziyun reluctantly took her seat. Although they were not familiar, the small town was not vast, and a few connections would suffice to recognize one another. However, if she were to leave directly, it would appear as if she looked down on these people. What? The director's wife is unwilling to sit with us? Laughter erupted as Chen Lichuan, oblivious to the undercurrents, jovially introduced Bai Ziyun's identity, his display exaggerated. This is Director Qi Hongji's wife, and we are all here to bask in the joy of our children. Let us have the kids take their seats first. Bai Ziyun interrupted Chen Lichuan, her seemingly polite words actually delineating boundaries. Clarifying the reason for her presence today and her relationship with him, there was nothing special about it. Indeed. Yet, Qi Xiaoling happily nestled beside Bai Ziyun, affectionately linking her arm with hers. Lichuan and Siyao must be attending the same university. Our families are growing closer. Chen Lichuan stood frozen, taken aback by his mother's sudden remark. Had she not grasped the implication of her words? How could she be so oblivious? Ha, these two kids are quite close. This morning, Siyao even came to our house looking for Lichuan. To his surprise, Chen Lichuan immediately chimed in, cheerfully seated nearby. Bai Ziyun's face darkened. What kind of family was this, so shameless? Who was growing closer to you? Couldn't they comprehend the meaning behind her earlier words? It goes without saying that Qi Siyao, with her youthful visage, bore the wrinkles of an 80-year-old, her expression marred by displeasure. Lichuan, in this sweltering heat, quickly pour some water for your Aunt Bai, and for our Siyao as well. Chen Lichuan, dissatisfied with his son's ineptitude, shot a glare at Chen Lichuan. However, Ma Xiaoqiao, perceptive as ever, nudged his dear friend with his elbow. Our Siyao? Truly, one cannot expect harmony from those who are not of the same blood. With parents as ethereal as his, Chen Lichuan found himself paralyzed before the fervent and expectant gazes of his family. No need. Boss Chen is too kind. Do attend to the other guests. My Siyao is the class monitor and gets along splendidly with her classmates. Bai Ziyun waved her hand dismissively. The Lichuan family dared not address her as aunt lest it spark unwarranted hopes. Such delusions were utterly absurd. Chen Lichuan, appearing somewhat dazed, sat down without offering to pour water, enduring his parents' disapproving glances. Perhaps it was best to remain understated in such a scenario. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoqiao, seated nearby, exchanged mischievous glances with Qi Siyao, eagerly signaling as if to suggest that the adults were favorably inclined towards one another. Although his own romantic endeavors had faltered, he felt compelled to wish his friend well in finding happiness. With all other matters settled, Chen Lichuan audaciously remarked that nothing was more important than family. The comment nearly choked Bai Ziyun. Subsequently, Bai Ziyun fell silent, feigning busyness with her Nokia phone, while Chen Lichuan and his wife continued to extol their fondness for Siyao. They suggested how Chen Lichuan should look after Qi Siyao once she entered university. Oh dear, if Siyao were to become my daughter-in-law, I would have to buy a house and a car. My entire life would be devoted to earning for her, said Qi Xiaoling, uttering the most fantastical statement, which elicited peals of laughter. The classmates began to play matchmaker, speculating that the two might quietly develop a relationship in college. What a handsome young man. And a beautiful young lady, truly a match made in heaven. Enough. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out, startling everyone. Qi Siyao could no longer tolerate the crude remarks and shouted angrily at Qi Xiaoling. What nonsense are you spouting? If I were blind, I wouldn't even consider your son. The once joyous atmosphere instantly froze. No one anticipated such a fiery outburst from the lovely girl. The nearby tables heard her loud and clear. A child addressing adults in such a manner was truly shocking. Qi Xiaoling's expression soured. She stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words, utterly humiliated. Chen Lichuan found himself equally flustered. Bai Ziyun, who typically enforced strict decorum upon her daughter, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and refrained from chastising Qi Siyao for her rudeness, her lips curling in a smirk. Mom, let me pour you a glass of water. Chen Lichuan stood up, avoiding even a glance at Qi Siyao. You must be joking, Aunt Bai. You cannot be upset over such trivialities. He approached Qi Xiaoling, wearing a gentle smile as he regarded Bai Ziyun, his demeanor exuding maturity in stark contrast to Qi Siyao's perceived lack of upbringing. Indeed, a jest or two. My daughter has been spoiled beyond measure. Bai Ziyun could only shake her head, reproaching Qi Siyao. Father, where is our seafood? Everyone is famished. And you still haven't urged them. Chen Lichuan once again prompted Chen Lichuan, skillfully shifting the topic. Lost in conversation, you all continue to eat and chat. I shall go and hurry them along. Chen Lichuan promptly stood up and left, eager to avoid any further awkwardness, while Chen Lichuan returned to his seat. Once a semblance of quiet settled over the dining table, Others began to discuss different topics, yet the earlier incident lingered in their minds. Previously, Chen Lichuan had neglected to pour water for Bai Ziyun and the others, and now, he poured a glass for Qi Siyao, a move laden with implications. If Chen Lichuan were to hurl a few sharp words at Qi Siyao, it would surely result in a grand embarrassment. Amidst these minor disruptions, Chen Lichuan's graduation banquet proceeded in such a comical atmosphere. Of course, he was not spared the duty of delivering a speech, expressing gratitude to friends and family for their presence. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. After all, in this small county town, there were no individuals he particularly cherished, and his primary concern was to bring joy to his parents, even if they were somewhat unrefined. After all, they were his dearest. He could disregard many matters, but he must ensure his parents avoided the pitfalls of the electronics market crisis. The secret of his rebirth hidden within Chen Lichuan's heart promised boundless possibilities for the future, allowing him to view once significant matters with a sense of detachment. Chen Lichuan's boastful remarks about the seafood from the provincial capital did not pique Bai Ziyun's interest. After receiving a phone call midway, she took her leave with Qi Siyao, a liberating moment for the young lady. Chen Lichuan and Qi Siyao naturally rose to see them off, yet Chen Lichuan remained unfazed, devouring the seafood with gusto. "Brother Chuan, are you not going to send them off?" Ma Xiaoqiao urged with animated gestures. "Fear not. In this brief moment, you might consume all the seafood. Some are disinterested, so we should indulge a bit more." Chen Lichuan nonchalantly replied, continuing to savor the dishes with his chopsticks. "Humph. A toad wishes to feast upon swan meat. When rebuffed, they grow anxious and sarcastic." Su Wantong defended her dear friend. "What do you mean by someone disinterested? Do you think Xiao's family values your presence?" Such a person as Chen Lichuan was truly held in low regard by her. Ma Xiaoqiao hesitated, yet he dared not challenge Su Wantong. Casting a troubled glance at Chen Lichuan, who appeared blissfully oblivious and relaxed. "Let her speak as she wishes," Chen Lichuan thought, nudging Ma Xiaoqiao. "You, my friend, eat quickly, lest you miss out." "All right then." As for Su Benjiang, he did not rush to depart, engaging in conversation and drinks with several friends at the table. Chapter 5. Danger looms above. The profits from franchise stores remain assured. Currently, major brands are fiercely competing in a market battle, often selling at a loss. Yet, with the implementation of the 3-package policy, dealers face numerous complications. In our county, only Brother Chen can successfully expand his business. The man conversing at the table was a middle-aged individual, and his remarks regarding the electronics market caught Chen Lichuan's attention. His gaze shifted slightly, but he found the man unfamiliar, with no recollection of him whatsoever. However, the gold ring adorning that man's finger and the 2 brand-new Nokia phones on display were indeed eye-catching, unmistakably indicating his affluence. "I am not well versed in your line of work, but it seems that televisions are becoming increasingly affordable. I recall purchasing a small color television for 4,000 back in the 1990s. Recently, I acquired a plasma TV from Boss Chun for just over 3,000. Su Benjiang chuckled in response, casting a knowing glance at Chen Lichuan. Even though the latter was merely a child, Su Benjiang possessed an uncanny ability to consider every detail when discussing the affairs of others. This trait is what allows Su Benjiang to connect deeply with Chief Qi, a quality that Chen Lichuan lacks. Chen Lichuan offered a faint smile before lowering his head to eat, exhibiting little reaction. "That was quite generous of Brother Chen, offering you such a favorable price. In our county, who doesn't seek him out for appliance purchases? His after-sales service and pricing are impeccable." Suddenly, the middle-aged man's voice rose dramatically, his gestures becoming exaggerated. Chen Lichuan found this display rather pretentious, but when he glanced towards the entrance of the hall, he saw his father and mother striding in confidently. "Ha ha ha, indeed," Su Benjiang murmured in agreement, a stark contrast to the earlier man's demeanor. "Li Limin, what are you saying about me?" "I heard you at the door," Chen Lichuan said with a smile as he approached. "Brother Chen," the previously animated middle-aged man exclaimed, rising to grasp Chen Lichuan's arm tightly. "You must acknowledge this. I shall henceforth be your younger brother. Everyone, please take note. Li Limin is indeed Chen Lichuan's true brother." Li Limin's serious expression, with his eyebrows raised, appeared quite comical. "Ha ha, old Li, don't worry. We all know about this brotherhood now," came the laughter in response. "Why are you being so polite, Lidman?" Chen Lichuan said, patting the man's arm and signaling him to take a seat. Yet, Li Limin remained standing, resolutely lifting the wine vessel. "Brother, I will never forget your kindness to me as your younger brother. We shall see each other in future endeavors," Li Limin declared, raising his head and downing a few cups of liquor in quick succession. "What are you doing? We are all friends and brothers. There's no need for such formality." Besides, your matters are hardly significant to me. Chen Lichuan, he chided, pulling Li Liming down to sit beside him. Old Chen, come, let us drink a toast. At that moment, Su Binjiang also raised his glass, feeling it necessary to express gratitude now that the television purchase had been brought up. Come, let us toast with Boss Su. Chen Lichuan quickly echoed, and soon the table erupted into a cacophony of laughter and clinking glasses. The presence of three young men, merely eating without participating, became increasingly awkward. Given the nature of some jokes that couldn't be openly shared, Chen Lichuan decided it was time to usher people out. Lichuan, take 200 yuan and take Wantong and Xiaoqiao shopping. Buy plenty and don't be stingy. The impetuous father spoke with an unusually arrogant tone, reminiscent of a character from a gangster film, asserting dominance with a casual, "Kid, I've got your back here. If anything comes up, just mention my name." In that moment, Ma Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Uncle Chen's image loomed larger than life in his mind. When would he be able to exude such charisma? Chen Lichuan was momentarily taken aback before swiftly accepting the money, reasoning that keeping the household funds with him would be safer, given that his parents had no financial prudence and spent recklessly. As he forcefully swallowed the seafood in his mouth, he pouted and remarked, "Dad, I'm still hungry." Eager for the money yet feeling aggrieved over his meal, Chen Lichuan appeared as an innocent child, reluctant to leave, wishing instead to learn more about his father's so-called friends. "Go on, if you're still hungry, eat outside," Chen Lichuan said dismissively, wondering why his son was so oblivious. "Lichuan, let us go?" Ma Xiaoqiao urged, pulling at Chen Lichuan, thinking his brother was quite lacking in awareness today. All right. Faced with his father's irritated expression, Chen Lichuan reluctantly nodded and exited the hotel alongside Ma Xiaoqiao and Su Wantong. Anyone seeking to purchase electronics would undoubtedly turn to Chen Lichuan, yet this thought brought no joy to Chen Lichuan. The prevalence of envy was overwhelming, especially in small towns. Such a stellar reputation, how could a business like theirs possibly falter? Unfortunately, during his previous college years away from home, he had been oblivious to his family's affairs. And now a looming prison sentence threatened his parents. "Lichuan, Wantong has already left." A sudden scream pierced through his thoughts. It was Ma Xiaoqiao, pointing at Su Wantong's retreating figure, his face marred with disappointment. "Let her go. Why are you so worked up?" Chen Lichuan frowned in discontent, remarking on Ma Xiaoqiao's lack of maturity in response to her earlier demeanor. "But Uncle Chen just gave you 200 yuan to go shopping together." Ma Xiaoqiao quickly defended. "Wasn't it clear what he meant at the table? He wants us to go shopping together. What are you thinking? Come on. Let us head to the electronics market, and I'll buy you a pair of Antas sports shoes along the way." Chen Lichuan glanced down at Ma Xiaoqiao's battered shoes. Yet, in a sudden moment of vulnerability, Ma Xiaoqiao expressed, "I can't accept this, even if I must face the truth. I need to know if there's a chance. Su Wantong is likely at the internet cafe this afternoon, helping her gang with a dungeon run. I saw the announcement. There's no chance. It's all in vain. What do you expect to achieve?" Chen Lichuan pressed, recalling how he had been rejected earlier and still feeling the sting. Ma Xiaoqiao stubbornly clung to his arm, his resolve unwavering. "I truly cannot accept defeat." A gust of wind tousled Ma Xiaoqiao's hair, revealing a face etched with sorrow. "Here's the deal. Follow me, and I'll help you find something better," Chen Lichuan said, patting Ma Xiaoqiao on the shoulder with a look of exasperation. "In this small town, there are few opportunities. We need to think long-term. Lichuan, are we brothers? Accompany me to the internet cafe," Ma Xiaoqiao insisted resolutely. A gentle breeze wafted through the alley, as willow branches swayed gracefully. Beneath the tree, two young men engaged in a playful tug-of-war, their camaraderie perhaps hinting at deeper affections. "I'll give you the money. You go by yourself," one insisted. "Lichuan, I dare not," the other replied. "Come on, I truly have matters to attend to this afternoon. I must go to the electronics market." "Nonsense. What could possibly be so urgent? There's someone watching the shop. I really want to go. Lichuan, you are my best buddy. Wan Tang is my entire world, and I do not wish to let her go." 10 minutes later, under the scorching sun, a stout fellow pulled along a taller companion, striding down the street while occasionally glancing back with a gleeful grin. "I'll accompany you for just an hour. Afterward, you can sit with Su Wantong by yourself." Chen Lichuan lamented, thinking to himself how strong the grip of this hefty companion was, making it difficult to break free. "All right, but remember to give me 20 yuan later, in case Wan Tang agrees to dine with me." Ma Xiaoqiao beamed with a radiant and blissful smile. "I'd rather you cover the cost of a hotel stay," Chen Lichuan quipped, though Ma Xiaoqiao failed to grasp the underlying implication. In this era, youth remained relatively innocent, with memories largely defined by the games played in internet cafes. Chapter 6: I must learn to control myself. ensuring that no one witnesses my tears. The song Starry Wishes had been incessantly played on loop by the internet cafe's manager for several days. Whenever a young patron unfamiliar with the cafe came to use a computer, the manager would exhibit an impatient demeanor, as if his own displeasure demanded that everyone around him share in it. At that moment, the role of an internet cafe manager held considerable authority. "Hey, can you start 2 machines?" Chen Lichuan inquired again, raising his voice. "All right, which 2?" The manager finally lifted his head, asking with evident annoyance. "Xiao Qiao," Chen Lichuan called out into the interior. The cafe's corridor was packed with people. Those watching others play games vastly outnumbered those paying to use the internet. And the air was thick with the scent of low-quality cigarettes. "Hurry up," the manager urged, frowning. "Machines 36 and 37, please." Soon, amidst the throng, Ma Xiaoqiao's excited voice rang out. He had finally located Su Wantong. The girl's small feet, clad in plastic sandals, swayed gently, causing his heart to flutter in response. 1 hour each for machines 36 and 37, Chen Lichuan said as he fished out the money. 8 yuan. For yuan an hour? Yes. Are you playing or not? I will. Chen Lichuan felt a pang of regret. In a small county where the average monthly salary was merely 400 yuan. The cost of 4 yuan for an hour of internet usage was undeniably steep, yet this was the only internet cafe in town. After purchasing 3 bottles of a sports drink, Chen Lichuan clutched the internet receipt and maneuvered through the dense crowd, as Ma Xiaoqiao had pleaded earnestly, anxious that Su Wantong might be thirsty. 18, 19, 20, Chen Lichuan counted the machine numbers, but before reaching Ma Xiaoqiao, a familiar figure brushed past him. Wait, is that Su Wantong? Chen Lichuan quickly turned to look. It was unmistakably her, as he watched her exit the cafe. What is happening? She just left? Has she so decisively rejected Xiaogo? Chen Lichuan hurriedly pushed further inside, soon discovering Ma Xiaoqiao seated in silence, his head bowed. Why did Su Wantong leave? What did you say to her? Did you confess? Chen Lichuan sat nearby, placing 2 bottles of Jianlibo on Ma Xiaoqiao's table. Does she truly despise me so much? As Ma Xiaoqiao lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I had barely taken my seat and had no chance to greet her before Su Wantong stood up and walked away. Well, how should I put it? You are still young and perhaps lack the ability to navigate matters of the heart. However, heed my advice. There are better prospects beyond what is immediately in front of you. Chen Lichuan patted Ma Xiaoqiao's sturdy back, feigning comfort. As he pondered that at this age, leaving would mean losing the exhilarating emotions of the world, and he truly lacked the inclination to understand further. Never mind. Since the game is already on, let us play for an hour. Afterward, I have some matters to discuss with you at the electronics market. Chen Lichuan donned his headphones, intending to reminisce about his lost youth. However, to his right, seated near where Su Wantong had vacated, was a familiar face, Biaozi, who was fixated on him. Though he remained oblivious to this scrutiny, did he not claim he had matters at the electronics market and no time for the internet cafe today? A yellow-haired individual standing behind Biaozi muttered in a low voice, his expression unfriendly. Ignore him, Biaozi replied coldly, continuing to focus on the screen, vigorously clicking the mouse as if to vent his pent-up frustration. 10 minutes later, no, Xiao, why did you rush to the mid lane? I'm guarding it. And there's no one in the bot lane. Chen Lichuan shouted in haste. The Chaohai 3C map released this February was unexpectedly playable in this small-town internet cafe. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage against the computer. Just one game could be so aggravating. Ma Xiaoqiao responded weakly. The Sword Saint has entered the tower. Defend the tower. You must defend the tower. Whom should I defend? Ma Xiaoqiao inquired. The tower. Chen Lichuan gritted his teeth. Lichuan, what did you say? Ma Xiaoqiao turned to look at him, her hands leaving the mouse and keyboard as she sighed deeply, realizing that the heart can indeed feel pain. Defend the tower. Chen Lichuan enunciated each word distinctly. Stop saying that. I can't let go. Ma Xiaoqiao slammed her fist on the table, and the tears she had been holding back finally streamed down her cheeks, accompanying her as she softly hummed along with the music. Watching you helplessly as you fade into the world's end. This game, I shall never play again, Chen Lichuan resolved with a surge of anger. Striding out of the internet cafe with Ma Xiaoqiao trailing behind him. Undoubtedly, that was a game where one was mercilessly slaughtered by the AI. Chen Lichuan, wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. It was Biaozi, who rushed after them and grasped Chen Lichuan's arm. Biaozi, what is the matter? Chen Lichuan frowned, feeling an instinctive aversion to this type of person. Let us have a word over there, Biaozi said, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Xiaoqiao, his implication clear. All right. Chen Lichuan nodded, recognizing that it would be unwise to refuse him at this moment. They valued face above all else. and there was no need to invite trouble into his life by offending such individuals. Thus, Chen Lichuan followed Biaozi to a secluded spot. "Are you classmates with Su Wantong?" Biaozi offered him a cigarette. "Our relationship is not good. Besides, we've graduated, and we probably wouldn't even greet each other if we met. Why do you ask about her?" Chen Lichuan lit a cigarette, appearing indifferent, yet a profound sense of disdain surged within him. What filthy thoughts this ruffian must possess, one could scarcely imagine. Does that woman have a partner? What does her family do? The ruffian inquired once more. "I truly have no idea. We barely spoke during school." Chen Lichuan promptly shook his head in response. "Then please help me find out." The ruffian insisted with an air of seriousness, evidently invested in the matter. "All right, I'll make some inquiries." Chen Lichuan feigned compliance. "Make sure to ask quickly. By the way, if you mention my name when you come online, you'll get a discount. I'll come looking for you tomorrow." The ruffian smiled with satisfaction before heading towards the internet cafe. However, as Chen Lichuan observed his retreating figure, a chill ran down his spine as he finally recalled the heinous incident. Indeed, the victim was Su Wantong. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the alley, prompting Chen Lichuan to instinctively squint. The perm of Ma Xiaoqiao swayed in the wind, and the cicadas beneath the willow trees, seemingly startled, chirped in a frantic and uneasy manner. Time rewound to 1 or 2 hours earlier. Su Wantong was initially enjoying herself with a friend when an individual suddenly arrived, forcibly dragging away the male companion, claiming he was accustomed to that particular machine. Thus, the ruffian brazenly settled beside Su Wantong. However, after a brief pause, he began to ask her a barrage of questions, incessantly scrolling through his phone, intentionally showing off. Gradually, his movements became increasingly intrusive until he leaned his knee against hers. Su Wantong could no longer endure it. Yet her domineering nature only found expression with Ma Xiaoqiao. She dared not provoke this apparent troublemaker, so she left with a scowl on her face. Coincidentally, Ma Xiaoqiao then took a seat, passing by Chen Lichuan. Chapter 7. The first glimmers of clarity at the Blue Flower Electronic City. As Chen Lichuan arrived at the store, he overheard the high-pitched voices emanating from the office, which sounded quite familiar. The newly constructed commercial center had a standardized configuration, and for the large central air conditioning system, Manager Zhao insisted that the goods must be sourced from Boss Chen. "Ask around about the reputation in Ning County. No one will say a word against it." Li Limin himself assured me that they would certainly prioritize Boss Chen's Blue Flower Electronic City. Immediately, another voice chimed in, identifiable as that of someone from another province. "Without a doubt, I can guarantee you the after-sales service here, Manager Zhao. However, let us be honest, when it comes to these major brands, the quality is largely comparable. It ultimately depends on who provides better service." Following this was the voice of Chen Lichuan, bending over to serve tea to Manager Zhao Zhong. The newly constructed shopping mall was a grand project developed by outsiders, and in this small county, it was truly imposing. As the completion date approached, the interior, adorned with soft furnishings, resembled a delectable platter of tender meat, all under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes. Ravenous for success, the prospect of directly contacting the project leader thrilled Chen Lichuan. Having never ventured into large central air conditioning projects before, if this deal came to fruition, it would be a windfall. Could the facade at the end of the year still be a concern? However, Brother Chen, let us speak plainly. It is imperative that we execute our business impeccably, so that Manager Zhao can recommend you for the air conditioning soft package in the new shopping mall being developed by the city. Li Limin added. Upon hearing this, Chen Lichuan's eyes widened in excitement as he stared at Li Limin for a moment. If he could secure the city's business, the profits would be unimaginable. It seems that Li Min's assistance was indeed invaluable. Rest assured, Manager Zhao, I have over 20 years of experience as a technical worker, and I will undoubtedly perform splendidly. Chen Lichuan declared, his fist clenched in determination. I believe in you. Zhao Zhong nodded in agreement. Then we shall be comrades in the same trench from now on. Li Limin concluded, fostering camaraderie among them. Ha ha ha, come, let us enjoy some tea. Chen Lichuan laughed heartily. Chen Lichuan sat quietly in a chair, listening to the conversation in the office, smoking in a manner that belied his novice status. In just a short while, 2 wall-mounted air conditioners had been sold, and the cost for the workers' drilling and materials meant that each unit could yield at least 200 yuan in profit. With several hundred yuan air conditioning units flooding the market, manufacturers were vying for dominance. The goal of popularizing air conditioning in ordinary households often culminated in economically underdeveloped regions. Chen Lichuan pondered the trends in the appliance market. In his past life, after facing family calamities, he had managed to carve out a proud career despite being burdened with crippling debts, an experience that most would find insurmountable. Thus, He was confident he could help his parents navigate this difficult period. He did not wish to, nor could he bear to recall the hardships they had endured. Every era presents a lucrative opportunity for a particular industry. Chen Lichuan had seized this fast-moving opportunity. Although the market for televisions and washing machines from 2003 to 2004 was not as favorable as it had been in the 1990s, the air conditioning trade in small counties was thriving. Suddenly connecting with a project manager from outside the area represented a significant opportunity for Chen Lichuan. But was it truly a chance? Chen Lichuan's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on the figures moving within the office. Let us go? Go wash our feet and get a massage. Afterwards, we'll head to the disco, and I'll arrange things with Manager Zhao, Chen Lichuan declared, his tone still brash and loud as he pushed the door open. Upon noticing his son sitting at the entrance, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and pursed his lips. Cough, cough. Don't go back and tell your mother anything, lest it lead to chaos. Then take me with you. Chen Lichuan stood up earnestly, clearly eager to join, a cigarette dangling from his lips, with a casual demeanor. He was wary of the middle-aged man named Li Limin, wanting to approach and understand the situation better, but without the context of his previous life, he might have been more inclined to flatter the man. The allure of the profits from the new commercial trade center was overwhelming. People in small towns had seldom seen such wealth. Chen Lichuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his son to suggest accompanying him for foot therapy and massage, while Zhao Zhong and Li Limin stifled their laughter behind him. Yet, it was characteristic of Chen Lichuan's son. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't make me hit you. You're smoking too. I'll tell your mother about this. Chen Lichuan stepped forward and slapped the cigarette from Chen Lichuan's hand, causing the flab on his belly to quiver slightly. I am on the verge of entering university, and it was you who encouraged me to smoke, claiming it would help me make friends. This very cigarette was provided by you. Just look at how my mother scolds others. She will certainly take me along, or I shall report her. Chen Lichuan retorted indignantly. This display fell upon Li Limin's eyes, who deemed the young man utterly uncouth and lacking in intellect, deserving of a lesson. Enough. Today's matters are important. Cease your antics. Chen Lichuan's expression darkened as he produced 50 yuan, tossing it to Chen Lichuan before striding out with the other two. Understanding his father's temperament, Chen Lichuan refrained from pursuing them, adhering to the principle of his father and mother's impulsiveness, and promptly pocketed the money. However, the crisis at the electronics market undoubtedly warranted further investigation. On a breezy night, as soon as Chen Lichuan returned home, Qi Siyao rushed to him in tears. Having been forcibly held back by Ma Xiaoqiao, mourning his lost love, caught in the middle, he found himself listening to his mother lament. That Qi Siyao is truly rude. What she said was utterly disrespectful. She looks down on our family, my son. I tell you, have some pride and do not seek her out. I cannot even consider her as a daughter-in-law at this moment. All right, mother, I shall heed your words, Chen Lichuan replied absent-mindedly. In truth, the incident at the dinner table had been a joke taken too far, and he recognized that it had been inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Such a state of mind in a woman required gentle persuasion. By the way, the person I referred to as my father's brother earlier, Li Limin, correct? What does he do? Chen Lichuan shifted the topic. Oh, Li Limin is also involved in electronics distribution. Previously, he encountered issues with his merchandise, and it was your father who assisted him with the after-sales service. It was quite a significant matter, Qi Siyao explained, still appearing aggrieved as she clutched her son's arm. What kind of electronics does he distribute? Chen Lichuan inquired eagerly. A small brand. What was it called? I've forgotten. It's a small assembly brand. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Why are you so curious about this? Son, Qi Siyao has far too much disdain for our family, given our circumstances. What kind of daughter-in-law could we not find? Qi Siyao continued to vent her frustrations. And where is his shop located? Is it in the county? Chen Lichuan pressed further, his tone rising with excitement. Why are you so worked up? I'm not entirely sure. I've only heard your father mention it a few times. By the way, where has your father gone? Qi Siyao glanced at her watch. It was already 9 p.m., and old Chun had yet to return, his phone perpetually unreachable. I saw him enter a bathhouse, Chen Lichuan replied candidly. Qi Siao's expression shifted instantly, and without a word, she walked towards the door. At that moment, Chen Lichuan, reeking of alcohol, stumbled in, exclaiming, "Ah, my fellow commoners, today is a day of great joy." Ouch! The two collided in a flurry. Where have you been? Qi Siao's sharp cry illuminated the corridor's motion sensor lights, instantly rousing Chen Lichuan from his stupor. Ah, I was dining with a major client. If it means you two can lead a better life, all my struggles and fatigue are worth it. As they spoke, Chen Lichuan discreetly exchanged glances with Lichuan, signaling him. Ringing, We are about to strike gold. Do you know which connection Li Min has provided for me? Where have you been? Do not attempt to deceive me. Jin Xiaoling, gritting her teeth, seized Chen Lichuan by the ear, and chaos ensued. You have frequented that bathhouse as well, haven't you? Did I not instruct you not to return? I am ready to confront you. Meanwhile, at Qi Siyao's home, Qi Hongji arrived home quite late, leaning against the sofa, utterly fatigued. Bai Ziyun approached with a bowl of rice soup, initially intending to allow Qi Hongji some rest, yet after a few idle remarks, she could not restrain herself from mentioning the events of that afternoon. Yao Yao lost her temper today. You know her character. She has never raised her voice at anyone. It was truly excessive, and I believe it is their family that should be reprimanded. Bai Ziyun's face contorted with disdain, expressing her strong aversion towards Chen Lichuan's family. He is simply seeking favorable circumstances. Chen Lichuan has no sense of propriety at all. What an absurdity to have thoughts of pursuing my daughter. Akin to a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. Qi Hongji slammed his hand on the table, cursing vehemently. He could not tolerate any grievances directed at his daughter. Vividly imagining the expressions on that family's faces at the time. We must never engage with that family again. We need to draw a clear line. Furthermore, the assigned seating was filled with unfamiliar people, and some were even inconvenient to meet. Do you not think it was intentional? Bai Ziyun continued to embellish the narrative. This person lacks intellect and sensibility. Dealing with such individuals is most perilous. You are right. We cannot maintain any ties. Qi Hongji resolved firmly. And as for our Yao Yao, we must advise her to avoid any interaction with Chen Lichuan. He is frivolous and will amount to nothing in the future. Bai Ziyun fervently added. Some classmates are merely acquaintances, while others do not even qualify as that. We certainly cannot maintain connections. However, since graduation is upon us, there is no need for concern about this matter. Qi Hongji nodded, his expression remaining serious. Very well, let us cease this discussion. You should rest early. Bai Ziyun, holding the bowl, stood up, watching Qi Hongji's weary form with deep sympathy. Why have you been drinking so heavily every day? Do take care of your health. The new commercial center requires my presence to support the out-of-province investors I have painstakingly secured, ensuring they increase their investments and subsequently construct more factories. Qi Hongji closed his eyes, rubbing his temples forcefully, the furrow between his brows deepening. In Ning County, you are the only one managing the work. Bai Ziyun complained, then proceeded to prepare warm water for Qi Hongji's feet. Throughout their conversation, Qi Siyao had been listening intently, rising afterward to open the message book, finding the page written by Chen Lichuan and tearing it out with force. This time, it was truly torn. She also tore out the note written by Ma Xiaoqiao, for they were cut from the same cloth, and he would forever remain a bothersome presence. The night was illuminated with an immaculate glow. Chapter 8. Is everything thriving? The following morning, Chen Lichuan sat on a small stool, staring blankly at the vividly distinct couple as they laughed heartily. Old Chen, people are clamoring about how wealthy this developer from out of town is. If we manage to forge a connection this time, will we ever have to worry about money again? Who knows how regretful Bai Ziyun might feel. We wouldn't even consider his family. Ha ha ha. It truly was worthwhile to assist Liming. When his goods encountered issues, I led a team to help him resolve the after-sales problems. And I was the one who facilitated the channels. Look at this, building connections has proven its worth now. Chen Lichuan, brimming with pride, could hardly contain his delight. Oh, perhaps I could soon be driving a BMW. Jin Xiaoling leaned back on the sofa, basking in her own satisfaction, already envisioning a life of luxury after earning a fortune. Of course, you must consider my husband's capabilities. Who knows whom this earned money might be left for? Those ungrateful wretches? Chen Lichuan cast a disapproving glance at his son, rubbing the imprint of a slap on his face. Don't get your hopes up. Suddenly, Chen Lichuan stood up, forcefully tapping the coffee table, unable to tolerate such unreliable parents any longer. What is that fellow Li Liming doing, also in the electrical industry? Given his connections, why doesn't he the new mall directly procure the air conditioners he represents? Chen Lichuan queried in a deep voice. What do you know, you little brat? Chen Lichuan stood up, displeased, thinking his son was sulking over yesterday's incident. You should go there yourself in the future. Do you think the developers have no requirements? Who would dare to approve the assembly machines represented by Li Liming? Thus, this deal is merely a favor he owes me. And he stands to earn a commission as well. Chen Lichuan paused, unable to find a rebuttal, aware of his parents' stubbornness, once they made up their minds. It was challenging to alter their views. Dad, even so, we must exercise utmost caution. Given that our family's business is thriving, which competitor wouldn't he feel envious? Other brand agents have been squeezed out by us. As electrical goods become cheaper, good currency drives out bad. The most anxious are counterfeit agents like Li Liming. Chen Lichuan softened his tone, pulling his father to sit on the sofa. Therefore, we must be even more vigilant. What if he tries to monopolize the air conditioning business in the county and sets a trap? Since we possess advantages, we must leverage them. After all, no one can match our after-sales service. I am concerned about Zhao Zhong. Is he truly the head of the new mall? Thus, we should conduct a thorough investigation ourselves. If he is, it will be a win-win situation, and this project will undoubtedly belong to us. If not, Chen Lichuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Then we will fight for it. Who can rival us in the county's electrical industry? I believe my son is correct. For such a significant project, it's best to visit in person and secure the deal promptly. Jean Xiaoling immediately concurred, her insight merely aimed at adding an extra layer of assurance. Speaking of counterfeit currency and such, rushing in without due consideration might not be appropriate. I should call to inform them first. Qi Siyao casually remarked, reclining on the sofa. Dismissing Chen Lichuan's concerns. Having just entertained guests last night, there was no need to rush over this morning. Besides, he has been around the county. How could he not be aware of Zhao Zhong's identity? It is rather perplexing to discern the recent fervor exhibited by this young lad concerning the electronics market. Just prior to the college entrance examinations, he was fervently pleading for a vacation, and now, suddenly, he has abandoned that notion. What harm could it possibly bring to meet face to face? It is prudent to finalize arrangements and gain insights into the construction of the new shopping center, which would undoubtedly reflect a sense of responsibility. Father, I shall accompany you. I wish to learn the art of engaging with others as you do. Reluctantly, Chen Lichuan could only utter a disingenuous remark. The electronics market has recently encountered a severe financial upheaval, and this incident may very well serve as the catalyst, necessitating a thorough understanding of the circumstances at play, particularly concerning the dealings of his unreliable father. This sentiment resonated deeply within him, feeding his vanity. Very well. Father shall take you along. You may observe your father's skills, he replied. Unsurprisingly, Chen Lichuan, who is easily swayed by flattery, acquiesced. Before long, the father and son duo were prepared to embark, deliberately bringing along 2 bottles of fine wine and a pack of cigarettes. With a grave tone, his father remarked, "This connection is of utmost importance. We must not be stingy. We should never approach negotiations empty-handed. It is essential to cultivate this habit so that others are not apprehensive about the potential returns we may offer in the future." An accord glided through the bustling streets. And Chen Lichuan, adhering to his usual practice, rolled down all 4 windows and cranked the music to its maximum volume. After his attempts at persuasion fell on deaf ears, Chen Lichuan could only bow his head in silence, reflecting on how childish his father remained at such an advanced age. Lichuan, the moment he spotted the accord, Ma Xiaoqiao shouted excitedly and raced after it, drawing the attention of passers-by. Chen Lichuan, ever observant, screeched to a halt in the middle of the road, waiting for the eager young man to hop in, while admonishing Chen Lichuan for not being more cordial to Ma Xiaoqiao. Sighing deeply, Chen Lichuan realized that any protest was futile. He had no choice but to yield to the situation. The 6-story shopping center, quite impressive for a small county, had already attracted prospective vendors who were keen to secure prime locations, networking to avoid losing out to competitors. When Chen Lichuan and his companions arrived, the throng outside was so dense that it was nearly impenetrable. However, upon mentioning their intention to seek out Zhao Zhong, the expression of the doorman transformed to one of utmost respect, ushering the trio inside. "Look at your father's connections," Chen Lichuan couldn't resist boasting. As they ascended to the 6th floor, they were met with an unexpected sight. Upon reaching the landing, the door to the conference room swung open, and a group of impeccably dressed individuals emerged. Their formal attire, a rarity in the small county, deviated from the stereotypical insurance or sales representatives, exuding an air of sophistication and prestige. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly formal, rendering the trio's presence awkward as people passed by, casting curious glances before hastily departing. Ma Xiaoqiao was too intimidated to utter a word, hunched over and visibly anxious, while Chen Lichuan forced a smile, which appeared somewhat strained. Ignoring the crowd, Chen Lichuan raised himself on his toes to peer into the conference room, where, facing the podium, he spotted none other than Zhao Zhong, the very individual he had encountered in the store yesterday. Could he truly be the overall supervisor here? This revelation suggested that, regardless of perspective, the situation was indeed reliable, as they had directly connected with the head of the operation. Chen Lichuan experienced a brief moment of distraction, and upon noticing Chen Lichuan's arrival, Zhao Zhong immediately greeted him with enthusiasm, leaving him little time to heed the ensuing pleasantries. What transpired? What event led to the rapid downfall of the Blue Flower Electric City, resulting in his parents' imprisonment? Why does it now appear to be flourishing? On the brink of reaching new heights in its endeavors? By noon, Chen Lichuan excused himself from Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaozhao to attend to General Manager Zhao. Following their discussions earlier that morning, only a contract remained to solidify their partnership. Ma Xiaozhao expressed a desire to visit an internet cafe, vowing to diligently guard the tower. But Chen Lichuan promptly declined and proceeded alone to the store. However, upon arriving at Blue Flower Electric City, he encountered a group waiting for him, led by Biaozi. Lichuan, have you found out where Su Wantong lives? Can you help me get to know her? Biaozi inquired impatiently. After extensive questioning, Chen Lichuan found himself at a loss. In his previous life, following the graduation banquet, he had taken his money and traveled, neglecting the affairs at the store. Upon returning, he had heard whispers of Su Wantong being bullied. Memories began to resurface, confirming that these were indeed the very individuals before him. Biaozi could clearly perceive Chen Lichuan's evasiveness and shouted, "You don't even know where she lives? Biaozi, please don't be angry with me. Her father works in the public bureau. I've been keeping this under wraps to avoid trouble. My father runs a business. How could I dare offend anyone?" Chen Lichuan grasped Biaozi's arm, his lips pressed tightly together, his demeanor awkward as if he were struggling to relieve himself. In the public bureau? Biaozi's expression shifted noticeably. "Yes, that is all I can say. Brother, I understand your intentions. It's for your own good. So let us leave it at that." Chen Lichuan lowered his voice. "I just want to pursue a girl. What do you mean by that?" Biaozi retorted, dissatisfied. "No ulterior motives." "Well, Biaozi, I must go inside. I have matters to attend to," Chen Lichuan declared hastily before entering the store. Biaozi, feeling irritated, mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the internet cafe. Wary of Chen Lichuan's words, reluctant to provoke someone of that stature. Chapter 9. What kind of interests are at play? On a scorching afternoon, the small town's pace became increasingly languid, the cicadas chirping like a gentle lullaby, soothing those indulging in midday slumber. People meandered leisurely down the streets. "Oh dear, Dad. Why is there no internet again? Is our broadband service even reliable? It cuts out several times a day. It's driving me insane." Su Wantong pouted, cradling a large watermelon as she stepped barefoot onto the floor, abandoning her previously crossed legs atop the computer desk. "Just a moment. It should be fixed soon. WeVE already had the service checked multiple times. It's been acting up." Su Binjiang chuckled lightly, unable to muster any anger towards his beloved daughter, who was soon to depart for university in another province, a thought that filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. Why does the internet cafe have to be so unreliable? Su Wantong banged on the keyboard in frustration, but when no response came, she exited with a forlorn expression. "All right, you've been playing for the entire morning. Why not take a break and lie down for a bit?" Su Binjiang tenderly caressed Su Wantong's plump cheeks while changing into his leather shoes. "Dad, where are you going?" Su Wantong whimpered, clutching the hem of his shirt. "I'm going to find Xiao's father. Now, you should rest for a while." With a nonchalant remark, Su Binjiang hastily exited the door. At that moment, the crisp ring of Su Wantong's newly acquired Nokia phone echoed through the room. Answering the call, she was met with a disgruntled male voice. "What is wrong with you? Just when it mattered, you disconnected, causing the entire team to fail. I want to be bringing you along for the next dungeon." "I'm sorry, Xiaotang," Su Wantong murmured apologetically. However, the sight of her in such a vulnerable state was unprecedented for Ma Xiaochao and Chen Lichuan, who were accustomed to her typically assertive demeanor. "If your home internet is so terrible, just go play at an internet cafe. It's infuriating." "All right, I'll head to the internet cafe now to grind through the next dungeon. Make it quick." After the call ended, Su Wantong hurriedly changed her clothes and dashed out, her mind consumed by thoughts of the game, leaving behind any unpleasant experiences from the previous day at the internet cafe. Meanwhile, in the same cafe, Biaozi rose from his seat as he spotted the girl in the floral dress reappear. Ignoring Chen Lichuan's earlier warning, he approached her, thinking it was merely a pursuit. "Something feels amiss." Chen Lichuan suddenly sat up from his lounge chair, his expression grave. The aunt working in the shop nearby was startled, shaking her head in dismay. He seemed like a different person these past few days. Initially, he had come to the shop just to earn a little money. After returning to the electronics market at noon, Chen Lichuan pondered the interests of Zhao Zhong, the new head of the shopping center, from his perspective. To thrive in a small county, one must possess strong connections. The waters here ran deeper than in larger cities. Chen Lichuan lacked such connections and only had a small amount of money at his disposal. If Li Limin truly had those strong ties, why not directly represent major appliance brands and profit alongside Zhao Zhong, rather than dealing with small brand assembly machines? Did he not realize how challenging the home appliance market had become? Now, Li Limin acted as a middleman skimming off a layer of profit. But why would Zhao Zhong include him especially in a chief position, if he had his own channels. What was the nature of the relationship between them? Returning to the essence of the matter, why would Zhao Zhong care about Chen Lichuan's reputation? It was merely a matter of transporting goods from the provincial city in a day. What was the motive behind, including Chen Lichuan? A sense of unease washed over Chen Lichuan as he felt the muscles in his cheeks twitch slightly. Unless there were intolerable clauses in the contract that deterred other agents from wading into this murky water? Yet, although his father was not particularly prudent and struggled with interpersonal relations, he was not foolish. After years in this industry, wouldn't he be able to recognize issues when it came time to sign a contract? What could have caused the rapid closure of the electronics market? Lichuan. A heart-wrenching cry interrupted Chen Lichuan's thoughts. Turning around, he saw Ma Xiaoqiao approaching with a sorrowful expression on his face. I encountered Su Wantong at the internet cafe, engaged in lively conversation with that boisterous fellow, yet she refused to cast even a glance in my direction. The mention of this ruffian rendered Chen Lichuan oblivious to Ma Xiaoqiao's subsequent remarks. He did not dwell on the disdainful attitudes of Qi Siyao and Su Wantong towards him. After all, why should he be perturbed by the trivial musings of youth, mere expressions of arrogance and ignorance? Furthermore, it was likely that even seeing her again would become a rare occurrence. However, had he foreseen the impending tragedy, it would have inflicted profound harm upon his former classmates. And remaining an outsider would leave Chen Lichuan with a lifelong burden of guilt. Truly, one matter followed another. He sighed deeply. By the way, Xiaoqiao, do you have the phone numbers of Qi Siyao and Su Wantong? Chen Lichuan inquired. Yes, I do. Ma Xiaoqiao nodded, promptly retrieving a small black address book from his pocket. Lichuan, there's no need to mention me to Su Wantong. I have already relinquished my feelings and will not love her again, Ma Xiaoqiao said earnestly. Additionally, I discovered that Qi Siyao has been getting quite close to Lu Weiwei. You've gone through quite a bit for me, even while nursing a broken heart, Chen Lichuan remarked lightly, accepting the address book. It was difficult enough to feel a spark, only to suffer such a complete defeat. Ha ha ha. Ma Xiaoqiao was deeply immersed in his emotions, which prompted Chen Lichuan to stand and exit, unable to endure such exaggerated expressions. Nevertheless, the stillness of the cafe was often pierced by a chill. Could it be that the air conditioning was set too low? Ha ha ha. It seems our daughters are destined to study in the same place. Alas, I would prefer they not venture so far. It's a constant worry. They are so disobedient, insisting on seeing the big city, and there's little I can do. Qi Hongji chuckled as he poured a cup of tea for Su Benjiang. Despite his words, the pride radiating from his face was undeniable. Su Wantong had indeed excelled, barely reaching the threshold of 211. Naturally, Su Benjiang sought out topics that resonated with Qi Hongji. My daughter can only attend a third-tier university. She cannot be compared to yours. If not for her friendship with Yao Yao, I fear she wouldn't even qualify for that, he expressed with sincerity. Is it not unkind to disparage your own daughter? I find that young lady Wantong quite clever and full of spirit. Who can predict the paths ahead? Qi Hongji countered with a smile, their interaction resembling that of friends, devoid of pretense or wariness. To be in the same place as Yao Yao. That headstrong girl will undoubtedly thrive, Su Benjiang said, taking a sip of tea before transitioning to more serious matters. Director Qi, I've heard that the new commercial complex is set to begin soft packaging. My construction company can certainly handle that business, he stated. Old Su, to speak frankly, I prefer not to be overly involved with this new investment in the shopping mall. I do not wish to give them the impression that our small locality is burdensome and demanding. The new dormitory building will also require their investment, Qi Hongji replied straightforwardly. His meaning unmistakable. He was reluctant to assist Su Benjiang in making this request. Understanding the nuances of the conversation, Qi Ju expressed a desire to ascertain whether foreign investors had an interest in this domain, considering that partnerships with local businesses are generally more reassuring. Su Benjiang replied with a smile, subtly implying that since Qi Ju had openly acknowledged the prospect of further investments, it would naturally be prudent to engage a domestic construction firm, ensuring a sense of security at the very least. Qi Hongji chuckled heartily, and the discussion soon shifted back to the topic of their children attending university. Chapter 10. The Ramblings of Self-Identity. In the evening, Chen Lichuan returned home, his inebriated state evident as he collapsed onto the sofa. With a grand gesture, he boasted about securing a lucrative deal. This transaction is officially in the bag. My relationship with General Zhao is exceptionally strong now. Tomorrow, I will place an order for central air conditioning. Jean Xiaoling, beaming with joy, took it upon herself to cater to old Chen, preparing porridge and massaging his shoulders. Are you really ordering the central air conditioning tomorrow? Shouldn't we wait for the contract to be finalized? What if there are restrictions? Chen Lichuan anxiously inquired. patting old Chen's shoulder while rambling on about his past efforts to assist Li Limin. After a fruitless round of questioning, Chen Lichuan decided to wait for old Chen to sober up, quietly exiting the house and subsequently dialing Zhang Tao. In his previous life, Chen Lichuan had maintained a decent rapport with Zhang Tao, who was well known for his sociability and had connections with nearly everyone in their grade. However, after his family went bankrupt, their communication ceased. The reason lay with Chen Lichuan, who had not returned to the small county for many years, with only Ma Xiaoqiao possessing his contact details. Nonetheless, Zhang Tao left a reliable impression on him. Brother, I captured your brilliant speech at the graduation banquet in photographs. By the way, where are you traveling to now? If you find anything interesting, do remember to bring it back for me. Zhang Tao's words flowed rapidly, leaving Chen Lichuan little room to interject. I'm still in the county. I haven't traveled anywhere, Chen Lichuan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao continued, Not traveling? Why didn't you call me? What have you been doing these days? I haven't seen you online on OICQ. How about we arrange a basketball game tomorrow? The 9th class is still feeling competitive since we graduated. Actually, let me speak first. I need your help, Chen Lichuan stated earnestly. What help? Don't be formal with me. Just get to the point. Can you help me arrange a meeting with Qi Siyao? Upon mentioning the class flower's name, Chen Lichuan anticipated Zhang Tao's curiosity. However, no one knew more about the specifics of the new commercial center than Qiju. Many sought his assistance to establish this connection, and his father had also mentioned it at home. Thus, the most expedient approach was to leverage his relationship with Qi Siyao to inquire about the true circumstances surrounding the new commercial center, including the cooperation terms and whether there were any unreasonable stipulations. It was merely a matter of a simple request. Surely, it would not be too difficult. Why don't you just ask her yourself? Is it that Qi Siyao is ignoring you now? By the way, I heard from other classmates that you two had a disagreement at the dinner table. Don't overthink it. There is another matter. Lu Weiwei and Qi Siyao have grown quite close, both being exceptional students. My friend believes your chances are rather slim. As expected, the conversation flowed abundantly from that side, and Zhang Tao assumed that Chen Lichuan wanted his assistance in pursuing Qi Siyao. However, that was not the case. I have already given up, my friend. Chen Lichuan, unable to defend himself, could only respond, This time, I want you to invite Qi Siyao out for another matter. If I ask her, she might not agree. Reflecting on the earlier conflict at the dining table, Chen Lichuan certainly lacked confidence. Other matters? What matters? I will explain in detail later. You must assist me in getting Qi Siyao out, ideally without mentioning my name to avoid her refusal, Chen Lichuan instructed. As for Qi Siyao, there was not much of a conflict to begin with. In Chen Lichuan's view, a few kind words spoken face-to-face, portraying oneself as the more pitiable party, should suffice to resolve the situation. Sure, I will help you with this. By the way, my mother is looking to purchase a refrigerator, so you must give her a discount, Chen Lichuan proclaimed with great generosity. All right, I will call Qi Siyao now. Zhang Tao's voice was particularly cheerful. After they hung up, Chen Lichuan promptly called Su Wantong, needing to inform her about the situation with Biaozi. Weiwei, are you also going to the Magic City? That's wonderful. It means we will be together again, Su Wantong said joyfully, her hands clasped behind her floral dress as she gently swayed, reminiscent of flowers dancing in a breeze, evoking a sense of pure innocence. At that moment, Qi Siyao and Lu Weiwei were at her home. A large photo of the three of them displayed on the coffee table. As Chen Lichuan listened to the ringtone of When I Was a Naive Girl, humming along softly, he was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on how the song The Girl with Wings had just become popular and contemplating the vast opportunities that lay before him. Whose number is this? Su Wantong hesitated briefly upon seeing the unfamiliar number on her phone, but quickly answered. Lu Weiwei, seated nearby, was entirely focused on her phone, Nokia 7610, priced over 3,000, complete with MP3 ringtones. Su Wantong. Who is this? Su Wantong furrowed her brow slightly, having an inkling of who was calling. I am Chen Lichuan. I need to discuss something with you. What is it that you want to say? Su Wantong's tone instantly chilled, filled with hostility as she thought of her close friend's grievances. There is someone nicknamed Biaozi who has been inquiring about you. He is not a good person, and you must be cautious around him, Chen Lichuan warned gravely. Huh, did Ma Xiaoqiao tell you to say that? Su Wantong retorted with a dismissive laugh. This afternoon, she had encountered Ma Xiaoqiao at the internet cafe, and her brief interaction with Biaozi was not as repulsive as it had been during their first meeting. I apologize for yesterday. I was feeling cramped and accidentally touched your leg. I genuinely apologize. I might have spoken too much at the time. I hope you don't take it to heart. I merely wanted to befriend you. Perhaps mindful of the other's status, Biaozi had surprisingly been quite amiable. even offering Su Wantong a 10% discount membership at the internet cafe under that pretext. In Su Wantong's eyes, the person known as Biaozi had a reputation that suggested he was doing quite well for himself. Now that she had entered society, becoming acquainted with such a figure was not necessarily a detriment. This had nothing to do with Xiao Qiao. Rather, due to her previous closeness to Biaozi, she felt compelled to caution you to keep your distance from him. Enough of this. I saw Ma Xiao Qiao today. Why do you keep bothering me? I have no desire to maintain any relationship with you, nor do I require your guidance on whom to befriend. Su Wantong's petulance surfaced, rendering her words rather harsh, as she perceived it simply as jealousy on Ma Xiao Qiao's part. Chen Lichuan furrowed his brow, realizing that this young lady was quite unpleasant, perpetually adopting an aggressive demeanor and speaking unkindly. As classmates, both he and Ma Xiao Qiao simply aimed to enjoy each other's company, often engaging in playful antics, yet also sought to entertain their peers in their own manner. Su Wantong, I shall not dwell on your unkind remarks. The purpose of this call was merely as a fellow student, to alert you to Biaozi's character. I've made my point, so I shall end this conversation. Chen Lichuan's somber tone left Su Wantong momentarily speechless. Before she could utter another word, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed in her ears. It was utterly baffling. Su Wantong tossed her phone onto the sofa, feeling irked by Chen Lichuan, as if he were some self-important figure dispensing unsolicited wisdom. Chapter 11. You fool. You lack reason. Was that Ma Xiao Qiao just now? Why were you so angry? Qi Siyao inquired with curiosity. No, it was Chen Lichuan, Su Wantong replied, her tone still tinged with lingering anger. What did he call you for? Qi Siyao's brow furrowed in concern, recalling the girl with the bun who had laughed heartily at the photo booth moments earlier. Who knows? He was merely speaking on behalf of Ma Xiao Qiao. In that sarcastic manner, I absolutely refuse to associate with individuals like Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiao Qiao in the future, Qi Siyao asserted resolutely. The conversation she had overheard between her parents in the living room lingered in her mind, emphasizing the need to steer clear of those lacking propriety, especially her father's words, which resonated deeply. Some classmates simply cannot be regarded as human beings. Wantong, you must also distance yourself from Chen Lichuan and his ilk. Under no circumstances should you engage with them, for those without boundaries and selfish individuals will only ensnare our lives in turmoil. Qi Siyao continued, her tone grave, concerned about Su Wantong's potential closeness to Chen Lichuan. Yes, I understand. I never intended to pay attention to such people, akin to clowns, utterly unserious. Their conversations are nothing but noise. Su Wantong nodded in agreement. During school, Chen Lichuan was always the one instigating the ruckus, disrupting evening study sessions to the point where earnest students could hardly concentrate. This was a veiled detriment to others' interests. Those selfish individuals remain oblivious to such consequences, focused solely on their own amusement. Lu Weiwei also voiced his dissatisfaction, his indignation evident, reflecting just how much he loathed Chen Lichuan. I find Weiwei's words to be profoundly accurate. Selfish individuals never consider the feelings of others, much like the distasteful remarks made by that family during Chen Lichuan's graduation banquet. Qi Siyao gritted her teeth. The events of the banquet inflicted significant psychological distress upon her, particularly due to Chen Lichuan's audacity in claiming, "My mother loves to joke." It is clear that you are selfish and self-serving, yet you have forced me into the role of an uncultured, inconsiderate person. Humph, after you left, I did not grant Chen Lichuan a pleasant demeanor either. Su Wantong clenched her fist, advocating for her dear friend. Lu Weiwei pressed his lips together, contemplating his words, hesitating to speak, when suddenly the ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at Qi Siyao, who was retrieving her phone, a brand new Nokia. At this age, one cannot help but feel inferior. Lu Weiwei did not even possess a landline at home, relying on the contact information of a neighbor for college applications. Zhang Tao. What is up? Qi Siyao smiled faintly, shaking off her earlier gloom. During their school days, she and Zhang Tao were both members of the student council, sharing a close bond. Old classmate, would you like to join me for a meal tomorrow? Surely, we won't forget our camaraderie after graduation, Zhang Tao inquired cheerfully. Dining together sounds good, Qi Siyao replied, casting a shy glance at Lu Weiwei, wondering who else might join them. For now, it's just the two of us. Zhang Tao refrained from mentioning Chen Lichuan's name. The gossip surrounding the banquet had been quite exaggerated among their peers, and he had been rather subtle during their conversation. Invite whoever you wish. The more, the merrier. We must seize the moment to gather, as once we enter university, we may not have another chance to meet until the new year, Zhang Tao added hastily, fearing Qi Siyao might decline, given that they had yet to share a meal alone together. All right, then it's settled. I will treat, Qi Siyao affirmed, including Wantong and Weiwei in their plans. Sounds good. Zhang Tao responded, feeling uneasy at the mention of Lu Weiwei's name. He found that individual to be rather pretentious and exhausting to deal with. Moreover, he worried that Chen Lichuan's confession the next day was uncertain. Lichuan lacks the capability. He is wasting the opportunity at Dayage Pavilion. However, it would be inappropriate to exclude Lu Weiwei, as they were all classmates, and he feared Qi Siyao might withdraw as a result. Zhang Tao suspected that Chen Lichuan had some secretive motive for seeking Qi Siyao's company, undoubtedly pursuing her. As long as they could gather her, the rest would depend on Chen Lichuan's performance. Let us meet at the Xin Yuan restaurant near No. 1 High School at 6 in the evening. Let us not miss each other. Agreed, we shall not miss each other. After hanging up, Zhang Tao immediately returned a call to Chen Lichuan. Lichuan, Qi Siyao's friends are coming, but Lu Weiwei and Su Wantong will also attend. They might be together now, making it difficult for you to approach her, especially since they are bringing their companions. Thank you. The mere presence of Qi Siyao is sufficient. Please refrain from causing a ruckus. I genuinely require Qi Siyao's assistance. Additionally, I must forewarn you about certain matters. When we meet tomorrow, please convey it this way. Chen Lichuan's expression was grave as he vanished into the alley, leaving Ma Xiaoqiao, who sought him, in disappointment. What is going on? Why has my good friend not been spending time with me lately? Early in the morning, Chen Lichuan's loud commotion was as ordinary as the combination of old tofu and fried dough sticks to Lao Chun and Lingling. Prior to the formal signing of the contract, it is imperative not to pre-order large commercial central air conditioning units, should our collaboration undergo any changes. The transportation costs and the 30% deposit for the machinery would result in significant losses. Chen Lichuan emphasized, utterly fatigued. Chen Shishuan and Jin Xiaoling were comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Only after Chen Lichuan vented his frustrations did Lao Chen leisurely commend him. Son, well done. You've been frequenting the store these past few days and now understand the deposit for commercial units. Could you not be so reckless? This is a serious matter. It is not akin to household appliances. Even if there is stock, we can only reduce prices to minimize losses within a controllable range. Chen Lichuan tapped the table repeatedly, his voice nearly hoarse, yet Lao Chun remained nonchalant and amused. As for Jin Xiaoling, she was well aware of her son's nature and deemed his outburst mere noise that interrupted her television viewing. Lichuan, you are still quite young, Chen Shishuan remarked, rubbing his hands together, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression tinged with disdain. Once the soft decoration of the new commercial city is determined, we cannot afford to delay any task. General Manager Zhao made it abundantly clear at the dinner table yesterday. I must place orders in advance. If I dawdle and transportation is delayed, our first collaboration would falter, and that would jeopardize our own prospects. In our line of work, establishing connections with influential figures is essential for earning a profit. With a heavy sigh, Chen Shishuan rose and patted his son's shoulder, embodying a father's aspirations for his son's success. How can you lack such foresight? You should learn a thing or two from that, Ma Xiaoqiao. Ma Xiaoqiao, you have an uncanny ability to assess people, Chen Lichuan thought, filled with despair. How much more time can be squandered? For projects of this magnitude, the timeline must be meticulously planned. Nobody is precise to the day. Once the timeline is established, we can commence measurements in advance. Chen Lichuan stood as well, desperately attempting to persuade. But Lao Chun waved his hand, clearly unwilling to listen any further. The contract must be signed in a unified meeting, and the other collaborators have already prepared in advance. I do not understand why you're fretting over trivial matters. You could use this time to learn to drive, as you plan to purchase a car by year-end. Exactly. Jin Xiaoling chimed in with a smile, her excitement palpable at the mention of a car. This woman reveled in showing off even more than Lao Chun. Where are you heading? To the store? Chen Lichuan followed Chen Shishuan to the door, noticing Lao Chen changing his shoes. He rushed forward, gripping his father's arm. We absolutely cannot order the central air conditioning today. Can you delay it for a few days? This plea erupted from him like a roar. Enough. What madness has overtaken you? Why should you worry about the store's affairs? Chen Shishuan finally lost his patience, and Jin Xiaoling, with a scowl, admonished him, do not meddle in your father's affairs. Hurry up and eat your meal. The deadline for signing the contract at the unified meeting. Surely you can at least grasp that? Yet, Chen Lichuan persisted, following Chen Shishuan into the corridor, his hands firmly gripping his arm. General Manager Zhao stated that once all the partners are confirmed, a meeting will be convened immediately, perhaps tomorrow. And don't create a fuss. You'd better not provoke me to slap you. Chen Shishuan glared, raising his palm threateningly. Since it's set for tomorrow, we are not pressed for time today. Why don't we first gather all the details from Zhu? Isn't he responsible for the approval of the new commercial city project? Chen Lichuan hurriedly suggested. Let us forget about Qi Hongji. I've tried to reach him multiple times, and he hasn't shown any interest in responding. However, it doesn't matter now. Let us directly connect with the chief person in charge. Now, come inside quickly. I wouldn't want the neighbors to think I'm fighting with your mother. Chen Lichuan urged gently, but Chen Lichuan remained obstinate, tugging fiercely at Chen Lichuan's arm, only to have a button pop off his collar in the process. Chapter 12. The crisis approaches. What on earth has gotten into you? Jean Xiaoling exclaimed, her eyes wide, suppressing the urge to strike. If it weren't for your commendable performance this time, I would have already slapped you across the face for this morning's madness. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan's expression darkened considerably. Were it not for the neighbor emerging from their door, he would have forced a smile that was more sorrowful than laughter, offering a strained greeting. Fearing that the wrinkles on his face might multiply, Dad, I am your son, we are family, and I desire nothing more than for you to prosper. Chen Lichuan's eyes glistened with tears, knowing full well that his parents responded better to heartfelt appeals than to forceful arguments. But we have never dealt in commercial central air conditioning before. Given the substantial investment, shouldn't we proceed with caution? Our connection to Manager Zhao is merely circumstantial. We cannot hastily funnel money based solely on his words and jeopardize our retreat. Finally, tears streamed down Chen Lichuan's face, a testament to his maturation, prompting his parents to feel a sense of pride as they realized the wisdom in his words, urging them to be more prudent. Moreover, my right eye has been twitching these past few days. It portends disaster, he exclaimed in a state of panic. In the next moment, damn it, my shirt costs hundreds. Chen Lichuan snarled, turning angrily back into the house. What do you know? Look in the mirror and see who you truly are. Jean Xiaoling shot a glare at her son, her words harsh, stemming from his thoughtless comment about disaster, before retreating to fetch another shirt. Chen Lichuan stood frozen, his gaze lost. Brother Chuan, I came looking for you last night. Where were you? Ma Xiaoqiao, a stout figure with long bangs obscuring half his face, suddenly appeared in the corridor, entirely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Why are you silent? Ma Xiaoqiao leaned in closer, inquiring further. At this moment, Chen Lichuan and his wife emerged, with old Chen pointing at Chen Lichuan and berating him. Get out of my way, you insolent brat. What madness has possessed you? Why are you meddling in the shop's affairs? Step aside and don't obstruct your father's path. Jean Xiaoling chimed in, forcefully pushing Chen Lichuan aside. Uncle, what is wrong with Lichuan? Ma Xiaoqiao instinctively pressed against the wall, timidly inquiring. What is the matter? Making a ruckus so early in the morning. He knows nothing about business and only adds chaos. Damn it, if he had time, he should have gone to get a driver's license. Otherwise, who will drive the car we're selling at home? Upon seeing Xiaoli walk out, Chen Lichuan's scolding tone swiftly transformed into one of ostentation. Xiaoli, good morning. Going out. He greeted her with a chuckle. Ma Xiaoqiao shook his head and sighed, glaring at Chen Lichuan with disappointment, and earnestly said, I've told you long ago to get a driver's license. Why haven't you gone yet? Your uncle is such a big boss. Everyone in the county knows him. Does he really need you to fret over things? These words struck a chord with Chen Lichuan, who pursed his lips and glanced at Xiaoli, realizing how sensible Xiaoqiao was. Chen Lichuan remained silent, knowing that further words would only exacerbate the conflict and perhaps earn him a few slaps from his mother. Watching Chen Lichuan's departing figure, he felt an immense burden. Ahead lay a veritable pit of fire. The imminent bankruptcy of the electronic city, coupled with the looming crisis of the new commercial city, was a significant threat. After a brief pause, Chen Lichuan followed suit and descended the stairs, riding his electric scooter towards the shop, with Ma Pengzi nimbly hopping onto the back seat. Brother Chuan, don't blame me for selling you out just now. I had to perform well in front of your dad. Who knows, I might follow him in the future. Chen Lichuan, disinterested in further conversation, twisted the throttle to the maximum. The father and son arrived at the shop almost simultaneously, with Chen Lichuan heading straight into the office to call the provincial office. Chen Lichuan followed him inside. The model of the commercial central air conditioning system ordered was of a high specification, presumably requested by Manager Zhao, which also meant higher profits. Chen Lichuan clearly communicated the required quantity. For this batch of machines, the deposit must be 70%. 70. Chen Lichuan repeated loudly, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why 70? Isn't it's supposed to be 30%? The specifications you requested need to be sourced from another province, so the deposit must be increased. Mr. Chen, your specifications are identical to those of the large shopping center in the provincial capital. Such a large order must have come from somewhere. The staff member explained. Oh, I see. Fine, 70 it is. When should I make the remittance? When will the machines arrive? With a simple clarification, Chen Lichuan readily agreed to the 70% deposit requirement, as his primary concern was ensuring the goods reached Nian County. Of course, the details regarding this batch of goods had already been thoroughly discussed with Zhao Zhong. These were investments from outside the province, not a small county development project. With no funds in their pockets, they were merely required to report within the set regulations. Seizing this opportunity meant maximizing profits, and Zhao Zhong could also reap additional benefits from it, making Chen Lichuan's bold demeanor a source of collective joy. A total of 4 sets of machines were required. For sets? Upon hearing Chen Lichuan's order quantity, not only Chen Lichuan, but also the staff present gasped in astonishment. Indeed, for sets, Chen Lichuan affirmed. Watching Chen Lichuan approach, he muttered about the necessity of 4 sets and, overwhelmed by the volume, waved his hand in annoyance, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Zhao Zhong's intention was clear. It wasn't just about the new commercial city in Ningxian, but also the 3 completed office buildings and shopping centers in the regional city of Liang. He held the authority to dispatch goods simultaneously to these locations. Zhao Zhong had made it abundantly clear. If you, Boss Chen, could meet this target and secure the goods ahead of time, then proceed. Otherwise, I will seek other partners. We should seize this opportunity to profit together. The underlying message was that only if Chen Lichuan could meet this target would he be deemed worthy to accompany Zhao Zhong, who needed to be well fed in the process. In the context of 2004, during a flourishing real estate boom with substantial profits, Chen Lichuan, even if he did not partake in the spoils, had witnessed others thriving. Notably Su Benjiang, who had amassed wealth through this avenue. Having finally secured an opportunity, Chen Lichuan was determined to step into the limelight, willingly taking on financial risks and serving Zhao Zhong's interests. After all, in the pursuit of profit, one cannot avoid risk. As for sabotage, who would even entertain such thoughts without cause? Everyone had their roles to play in this mutual pursuit of wealth. If not for Chen Lichuan's rebirth and prior knowledge of the impending changes at the electrical city, he would have been unable to discern this situation. When will the payment be made? And how soon can the goods be prepared? Chen Lichuan inquired repeatedly. Father, why 4 machines? What is the origin of the order? And have you reviewed the contract? Chen Lichuan urgently questioned, attempting to snatch the phone from Chen Lichuan's grasp. Step aside. Chen Lichuan retaliated with a swift punch to Chen Lichuan's shoulder, glaring at him in frustration, never having been this irate before. Could he not recognize the gravity of the situation regarding the upper-level orders? Perhaps you should wait. I will arrange the goods on my end and call you once I calculate the amounts. The finance department also needs to process the accounts, which will take at least 3 to 4 days. The response came. All right, please expedite the process as much as possible, Chen Lichuan urged. Hearing the reassurance of 3 to 4 days, Chen Lichuan felt a sense of relief and sank weakly onto the sofa. Certainly, Boss Chen, we are old friends. You can rest assured, came the reply. Good, let's stay in touch. With a smile, Chen Lichuan hung up, feeling a weight lifted from his heart regarding the machinery. You little rascal need a good talking to, he chided Chen Lichuan, but after considering the situation, he felt a pang of guilt for reprimanding his son in front of his peers. Thus, he tossed 100 yuan onto the table. Go, go, go. Head to the internet cafe, don't linger here and annoy me. Chen Lichuan waved him off. There was no need to forego dignity over money. Chen Lichuan promptly pocketed the cash, recognizing further dialogue as futile, and turned to leave. Chapter 13. Planning to play the victim. Lichuan, uncle is right. We do not understand business matters, so we should refrain from meddling. How about we, head to the internet cafe now. Ma Xiaoqiao followed closely beside Chen Lichuan, maintaining a serious demeanor until they stepped outside, whereupon he instantly adopted a playful grin. Chen Lichuan's expression was grave, and he remained silent for a long time. Observing his despondent demeanor, Ma Xiaoqiao quickly offered words of comfort. Lichuan, your uncle merely landed a single punch. There's no need for embarrassment in front of me. Have you forgotten how my mother used to discipline me in your presence? With a faint smile, Chen Lichuan recalled the time at Ma Xiaoqiao's home when his mother had given him a thorough beating while he cried and wondered if he had eaten enough. At that moment, he could still manage to catch an early show. Ma Xiaoqiao, understanding the situation, took a seat behind Chen Lichuan. Where does Qi Siyao live? He inquired. You don't even know where she lives? It's in Binlu community. Are you planning to visit her? Her mother should be home now. Aren't you worried about being chased away? Chen Lichuan further pressed, confirming with a nod from Ma Xiaoqiao before the electric scooter sped off. Ma Xiaoqiao, feeling anxious, peppered Chen Lichuan with questions. He felt a bit intimidated by Qi Siyao's parents. Let's south scout the place first, then find an opportunity, Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly, which finally put Ma Xiaoqiao at ease as they raced along. At midday, Chen Lichuan dropped Ma Xiaoqiao off at the internet cafe, declining his persistent pleas to join him online, and headed to the supermarket alone. He intended to buy some snacks for Qi Siyao. After all, young girls often have a penchant for such treats. A little sincerity could go a long way, especially since they were classmates. He reasoned that adopting a humble posture shouldn't pose any issues. In his previous life, Chen Lichuan had often compromised his dignity, even being coerced into drinking an entire bottle of red wine just to secure a nod from a certain boss for a signature on a contract. Now, he merely needed to play the pitiful card in front of a young girl. It hardly seemed significant. He had swallowed countless grievances, too many to recall. But as long as he achieved his goals, enduring a bit of hardship would only broaden his perspective. In no time, Chen Lichuan had filled his shopping cart to the brim and couldn't help but comment on the exorbitant prices of snacks. Once he had gathered everything, he called Zhang Tao. "Don't worry, I spoke to Qi Siyao this morning about dinner. We'll arrive first, and then you can come. But Lu Weiwei will be there too. I'm afraid this might complicate things," Zhang Tao analyzed. "Let us make a good impression first, apologize sincerely at the graduation banquet, and leave room for opportunities." At that moment, Chen Lichuan felt utterly drained of energy to argue. No matter what he said, his friends were convinced that he still harbored feelings for Qi Siyao and wished to pursue her further, so he simply went along with their assumptions to avoid complications. "Wow, I never realized you were so sentimental," Zhang Tao exclaimed. "Just make sure not to bring up any other matters tonight. The focus is on resolving conflicts. Let us leave it at that." After their brief conversation concluded, Chen Lichuan rode his bike to the store. Upon returning, he found that Chen Lichuan had already left, presumably to discuss matters with Li Limin, as he seemed entirely preoccupied with the new commercial complex, neglecting the store's business. The simplicity and modesty of the small county town appeared unworthy of the breathtaking beauty of the peach blossoms in full bloom or the vibrant sunset over the Yinshan Lake. Yet it was also the most relaxing and pleasant time of the day. As passers-by meander leisurely down the street, they defined the beauty of the sunset dusk, not merely the grandeur of the setting sun, but also the bittersweet melancholy that accompanies twilight. "Oh, how I sometimes wish for this holiday to conclude swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to embark on my university journey." Su Wantong skips ahead, sunlight dancing upon her white dress, her melodious laughter painting an idyllic portrait of youthful innocence that many yearn for. "I too yearn to rush towards a brighter future." Qi Siyao gazes steadfastly at Lu Weiwei, who coincidentally turns his head. Their eyes meet, and a knowing smile is exchanged. The city of Shanghai is truly a vibrant metropolis, a place I dream of visiting. Are you familiar with the Oriental Pearl Tower? It is said that the view from its heights, overlooking the river, is an unforgettable sight, breathtaking in its splendor. Su Wantong continues to express her excitement, the hem of her dress swaying with joy and happiness. When she first entered high school, Su Benjiang took her to Shanghai, but sadly they did not visit the observation deck. It was merely a straightforward trip. Yet for a girl raised in a county with but a small cinema, the allure and shock of that city are unimaginable. "We must explore all the beautiful sights of Shanghai together in the future." Qi Siyao shares her aspirations, linking arms with Su Wantong, their youthful beauty attracting the gaze of passers-by. "Where are you headed, Wantong?" inquires Biaozi, halting his steps with a smile. "I'm going to have dinner with friends." Su Wantong replies nonchalantly. "I've joined your group too. Don't forget about the battle tonight." "See you then," Biaozi adds before waving goodbye and departing. However, just a few steps away, someone remarks, "That girl must come from a wealthy family. Her father is a contractor." "Do you know her?" "A contractor? Isn't he from the Public Security Bureau?" "What public bureau?" "A contractor, living near my home. She was quite the belle in school." "A contractor?" Biaozi stretches his voice, glancing back in disbelief. "Chen Lichuan, how dare you deceive me?" Yet, time has blurred his memory. He cannot recall that Su Wantong also attended a third-tier university, majoring in business at a university in Shanghai. They should have been classmates, but after that incident, she never reported for enrollment. "Oh, as expected of the belle from our school, she is truly a sight to behold. Treating you all to dinner must elevate my standing." Zhang Tao greets enthusiastically upon their arrival. He glances at Lu Weiwei, whose expression remains stern and silent. Zhang Tao inwardly curses, coming here for a free meal and acting aloof. "Zhang Tao, you haven't changed a bit. You'll surely thrive in our class. So I'll treat this time to win your favor." Qi Siyao laughs, though it was merely a jest. Still, Lu Weiwei, ever sensitive and adjusting his glasses, clearly cares about such remarks, being the top student in their class, a sign of his deep-seated insecurities. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter who treats. Let us head to the private room." Zhang Tao points to room 888, and as for the bill, Someone will surely rush to pay. Do we really need to go to a private room? Qi Siyao questions, feeling it unnecessary. A table in the hall would suffice. No worries. I've made all the arrangements. And there are no additional charges. It's better to keep things quiet. Let us go, let us go. Zhang Tao hurriedly walked ahead, pushing open the door and stepping inside, followed by Qi Siyao and the others. After placing the order, Zhang Tao discreetly sent a message to Chen Lichuan. I'm in position now. Let me warm up the atmosphere first. I'll let you know when it's the right time for you to join. Also, I truly dislike Lu Weiwei. Qi Siyao's judgment is lacking. It's better to keep you dangling, spending your family's money, and then ditch you when something better comes along. Chen Lichuan replied, thank you. But please don't say anything reckless. Remember, I'm selling you the fridge at a loss. Zhang Tao responded, okay. Before long, the private room resonated with laughter and cheer. Chapter 14. I've prepared the ground for you, ha. Even until graduation, my old teacher was still oblivious, unaware that what was confiscated was merely a model phone. Zhang Tao animated the atmosphere, placing a Nokia 1100 on the table. Though its functions were rudimentary and it was a modest intra-level device, possessing one's own mobile phone was indeed a matter of pride. Su Wantong also had plenty to discuss, recounting mischievous tales from school, while Qi Siyao listened with keen interest. The 3 mobile phones on the table stood out like exquisite decorations, and Lu Weiwei seemed utterly out of place. We ought to hold our teacher in reverence and recognize his good intentions. If we genuinely heed his teachings, our grades will undoubtedly improve. Even gaining an extra point could lead to a different life. We must take responsibility for our own lives rather than indulging in the distractions of our phones. In my view, this is a path that leads to losing ambition. Suddenly, Lu Weiwei, who had been silent until now, began to criticize. His expression filled with a shared sense of grievance, seemingly the only way to alleviate his embarrassment over not having a phone. I never said we should disrespect our old teacher, did I? Is it impossible to joke around? Lu Weiwei, don't you find your daily existence exhausting? Zhang Tao glared at Lu Weiwei, his previously cheerful demeanor instantly freezing the atmosphere. Hey, Zhang Tao, I remember you applied to a university in the provincial capital? Qi Siyao quickly intervened, while Zhang Tao's expression shifted rapidly, breaking into a smile as he replied, yes, Jin Yuan Vocational Technical School, a broken 3-year program. I really don't know how that Chen Lichuan managed to get into a bachelor's program. You must try his fish. It's truly delicious. Zhang Tao gestured towards the dishes on the table, opting not to continue sparring with Lu Weiwei. If it weren't for Chen Lichuan's instructions, he surely would have retorted, if you want to eat here, then eat. If not, just leave. You're so talkative. I'm attending the International Economic and Trade University in Magic City. Isn't it impressive just by its name? Su Wantong proudly spoke of her chosen university, her eyes seemingly sparkling. However, the flow of information was slow, especially for those from smaller towns. How could they know which majors are favored by the wealthy? Without a family business, what use is studying business management? Whose company would need your management? At most, you'd just be earning a degree. Weiwei and I are both at Magic City University of Finance, but I was close. My major had to be adjusted, whereas Weiwei is in a finance-related field, which is among the best in the country. I barely made it into the 211 category. Qi Siyao smiled as he expressed concern that Lu Weiwei might still be sulking over Zhang Tao. Lu was a person who took everything seriously, including emotions, and thus was always considerate in his words. As expected of a top student, it seems we only have you 2 from 211 in our class. Zhang Tao remarked in agreement. Alas, many stumbled in this exam. Otherwise, our overall scores could have been higher. It's unfortunate that I am the only one who reached the 985 threshold, Lu Weiwei sighed, wearing a face that conveyed disappointment despite his role as the class representative. Zhang Tao silently cursed him for his pretentiousness but maintained a smile, deeming it unnecessary to escalate the conflict, especially since they had serious matters to discuss soon. However, since my major isn't ideal, I plan to study finance in the bustling metropolis. Given the rapid economic growth, my field holds great promise, Lu Weiwei added, taking a hearty bite of fish with his chopsticks. You're impressive. You can't even get into the capital's transportation program, Zhang Tao thought bitterly. Then looked at Qi Siyao with a smile, saying, when you get to the metropolis, you must treat me to a meal. Absolutely, Qi Siyao replied. By the way, it's not just you 3 going to the metropolis. What about Lichuan? Zhang Tao tentatively mentioned Chen Lichuan's name. But Qi Siyao and Su Wantong immediately furrowed their brows. Why bring him up? Su Wantong exclaimed in frustration. Why can't we mention him? I've heard about the celebration banquet for Chen Lichuan, but we're all classmates. There's no deep-seated enmity, is there? Zhang Tao chuckled, trying to diffuse the tension. Humph, You have no idea how outrageous Chen Lichuan's family is. It's like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. And they act so presumptuously. Su Wantong suddenly became agitated, raising her voice indignantly. Perhaps he just enjoys making jokes. Zhang Tao attempted to clarify. This isn't a joke. How do you explain what Chen Lichuan wrote in the message book? Su Wantong slammed her hand on the table. At the tender age of 18 or 19. In this era of youth, emotions were handled with extreme fervor and seldom with compromise. There's no need for such intensity, Zhang Tao replied calmly, discreetly placing his phone beneath the table. Though there may not be any deep-seated hatred, I simply do not wish to engage with Chen Lichuan or have any dealings with him. Qi Siyao finally spoke, his demeanor cold, creating an impenetrable barrier. Such a person lacks discretion, as do his parents. Their so-called jokes have crossed the line, and when pushed, he nonchalantly claims it was all in jest. Therefore, I wish to sever all ties with such a character and disregard any notions of camaraderie. Following this statement, a brief silence enveloped the private room. Childish behavior. At that moment, Chen Lichuan was squatting outside the restaurant, smoking, reminiscing about school days to the point of embarrassment. Indeed, I have no intention of entangling myself with Chen Lichuan. I'll keep my distance. Zhang Tao, convey our sentiments to him. When we meet in the future, let us act as if we are strangers. A sharp voice pierced the air once more, as Su Wantong spoke directly, aligning herself with her close friend. Pouting her lips and adopting a commanding demeanor, she seemed to suggest that Chen Lichuan had committed some grave transgression. Hee. Zhang Tao chuckled awkwardly, realizing that this situation had gone awry. Initially, he had intended to flaunt his ability to assist Chen Lichuan in resolving this matter, hoping to accrue a favor in return. However, his confidence quickly waned in light of the unfolding chaos. How could he possibly pursue someone under such circumstances? Beneath the table, his fingers began to tap swiftly on his phone. Ding ding ding. Chen Lichuan's phone buzzed, prompting him to leap to his feet. Upon reading the message, a smile crept across his lips. Brother, I've laid the groundwork for you. Now it's time to see how you perform. Come in quickly. You've got this, brother. After sending a brief reply, Chen Lichuan entered the restaurant, a large bag of snacks in hand. Hey, CEO, we're classmates. There's no need to make things so tense. Sure, Chen Lichuan can be a bit annoying and lacks decorum, but he possesses a kind heart and is generous. Zhang Tao offered, standing up slowly, feeling somewhat guilty for his friend. Qi Siyao maintained a stiff expression, coldly retorting, don't mention him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Who could that be? Zhang Tao hurriedly opened the door to reveal a cheerful boy with a radiant smile, entering with enthusiasm. Hello, classmates. Chapter 15. Standing up for a good brother. Zhang Tao, did you bring him here? Before Chen Lichuan could steady himself, Su Wantong pointed at him and shouted, her anger directed at her friend's frustrations. Indeed, Chen Lichuan replied, draping his arm casually over Zhang Tao's shoulder, chuckling amicably. He felt somewhat reassured, knowing that his friend had set the stage, as indicated in their earlier exchange. He is here, so we should leave. Yet Su Wantong, fueled by indignation, pulled Qi Siyao along with her, while Lu Weiwei, sensing the tension, promptly rose from his seat. The atmosphere grew palpably charged, catching Chen Lichuan off guard. What was happening? This was not the setup he had anticipated. Looking to Zhang Tao for clarity, his previously confident expression shifted to one of concern. Su Wantong, are you out of your mind? Lichuan is pursuing Siyao. What does this have to do with you? Besides, my brother hasn't wronged you, has he? Why are you so upset? It's like the emperor is calm, while the eunuch is in a tizzy. Zhang Tao shouted back at Su Wantong. What? Zhang Tao. You little. Chen Lichuan cursed internally, utterly bewildered. He had repeatedly instructed his friend to avoid discussing Qi Siyao, yet here he was, inadvertently stirring conflict. At their age, they were all impulsive youth. He regretted ever allowing Zhang Tao to orchestrate this meeting, wishing instead that he had simply waited downstairs for Qi Siyao. What do you mean it doesn't concern me? Siyao is my best friend. Her affairs are my affairs. Upon hearing this, Su Wantong's anger intensified. She stepped forward, positioning herself squarely between Chen Lichuan and Zhang Tao, hands on her hips, her chest heaving, her face flushed with indignation. Chen Lichuan, how shameless can you be? Persistently clinging to my Yao Yao. Su Wantong turned to Chen Lichuan, unleashing a torrent of invective. The raucous commotion in the private room was audible throughout the restaurant, occasionally punctuated by teasing laughter, accustomed as they were to the brash antics of these youngsters, seemingly unashamed. Little did Chen Lichuan anticipate such a scenario upon entering, finding himself ensnared in this childish romantic entanglement. Originally, he had planned to feign vulnerability, hoping to evoke sympathy from Qi Siyao, ultimately seeking a favor from her father. In truth, I came here today. Chen Lichuan gazed at the furious Su Wantong, his tone soft, carefully choosing his words, contemplating how to resolve the current conflict. Look at these snacks. A resounding voice broke through, as Zhang Tao snatched the bag of snacks from Chen Lichuan's hands and slammed it onto the table. Zhang Tao's temper flared, unable to contain himself. After all, they were locals from the city, and his brethren had never endured such indignities. Damn it. He could not bear it any longer. Xiao, take a good look at these snacks. They were all bought for you by Lichuan. He didn't know your favorite flavors. So he purchased a variety. Can you not see his genuine affection for you? Are you unaware of his OICQ signature? Waiting for Yao for a lifetime. Zhang Tao scolded Qi Siyao fiercely, standing up for his good friend's heartfelt intentions. I swear I could die, Chen Lichuan thought, overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events. Realizing it was all his fault for trusting these young kids. Say less, Chen Lichuan hissed through clenched teeth, leaning closer to Zhang Tao. Rest assured, Lichuan. I'm here for you. Zhang Tao nodded resolutely at Chen Lichuan, even patting his arm. Brotherhood required expressing one's true feelings. Or else how could one shamelessly claim the spoils of another's loss? Thus, Zhang Tao raised his voice to Qi Siyao. What more do you want from Lichuan? Should he tattoo your name on his arm? Write you a blood pledge? He would go to great lengths for you. Would Lu Weiwei dare to do the same? The wind rattled the windows, and Zhang Tao's impassioned speech cast a spell over the room, plunging everyone into a brief silence. Chen Lichuan nearly lost his footing, staring despondently at the breathless Zhang Tao, seeing a reflection of Ma Xiaoqiao in him. Just a bunch of kids, unworthy of admiration. Chen Lichuan, I am telling you very clearly now, I despise you, and I loathe your family even more. So could you please refrain from bothering me in the future? Let us not even pretend to be friends. We will not even be classmates anymore. Qi Siyao stepped forward, erupting in a hysterical roar. Her hair tumbling down from a dislodged bun, as she fixed her piercing gaze on Chen Lichuan, her delicate features contorted with palpable hatred. Never had anyone seen the sweet-faced Qi Siyao display such a countenance. I truly did not mean what Zhang Tao implied. Chen Lichuan wished to defend himself. But in the next moment, Qi Siyao pushed Zhang Tao aside and strode out of the private room. Su Wantong shot Chen Lichuan a fierce glare and muttered a few ungracious words before following closely behind. Lu Weiwei, with his head bowed, said little and also exited. Soon, a loud bang echoed as the door slammed shut. It was Qi Siyao and the others leaving the restaurant, and any attempt to follow and say something would likely only exacerbate the conflict. Chen Lichuan had not anticipated that what he thought would be a straightforward matter would devolve into such chaos. How could he possibly ask for a favor now? Sighing deeply, he slumped into his chair. I've said all I can for you, my friend, yet it seems you fell short, and that Su Wantong has been insufferable all along. Zhang Tao sat down beside Chen Lichuan, shaking his head in disappointment. Chen Lichuan cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Tao, intending to utter a few choice curses. But the youthfulness of Zhang's face made him reconsider. It seemed unnecessary, as they were merely inexperienced youngsters. If I were you, I would no longer concern myself with Qi Siyao. There are plenty of beauties in college. You shouldn't demean yourself like this, Zhang Tao added casually. I'm heading back, Chen Lichuan declared, rising to walk toward the exit. Hey, why leave so soon? There's so much food. At least have a bite before you go. Remember to settle the bill at the door. Do you want any snacks? Zhang Tao hurried after him. Chen Lichuan said nothing more, settling the bill with the owner before departing on his scooter. Not even a ride home for your friend? Ungrateful wretch. I stood up to them for you. Zhang Tao stood at the entrance, shaking his head before returning to the private room, his grin growing more audacious. Wow, there are so many snacks. I wonder which girl I should gift them to. Chen Lichuan was a selfish individual, with his blood letters and name carvings. I genuinely worry he harbors extreme thoughts towards you. Such a person must be avoided. Lu Weiwei, now more talkative, followed Qi Siyao and Su Wantong, passionately voicing his opinions all the way. And that Zhang Tao? I believe it's best to sever ties with him as well. He and Chen Lichuan are of the same ilk, Lu Weiwei added. Relentless in their pursuit, just like Ma Xiaoqiao. It's utterly repulsive. Su Wantong's tone remained laced with anger. Enough of them. I'm feeling upset. We won't be seeing them again anyway, Qi Siyao remarked. And the trio's figures then vanished at the intersection. Chen Lichuan rode his scooter with great speed, his expression solemn. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to pay a visit to Director Qi. It seemed prudent to steer clear of Qi Siyao and the others to avoid any harsh exchanges. Nonetheless, it must be said that every era of youth possesses its own unique characteristics, and the non-mainstream wave is about to take hold. As he passed beneath a dim streetlight, suddenly, someone called out Chen Lichuan's name. A nearby car flashed its high beams, the blinding light rendering Chen Lichuan unable to open his eyes. "Chen Lichuan, come here," a voice from the vehicle shouted. Chen Lichuan halted his scooter, discerning that it was a Santana filled with 6 or 7 individuals, all exhibiting an unusually strange exuberance. "Brother Biao? Nice car." Chen Lichuan leaned against the car window, offering a cigarette to Biao, taking in the sight of the others inside, all nodding and swaying in an oddly euphoric manner. "Enough of your nonsense. Why did you deceive me regarding Su Wantong?" Biaozi's expression was menacing as he refused to accept the cigarette from Chen Lichuan. "Su Wantong, what have I deceived you about? I am not even acquainted with her." Chen Lichuan's eyes widened in innocence. "Her father is merely a contractor. You told me she is the daughter of a public official. What does that mean? Trying to intimidate me? Her father is a contractor? I truly had no knowledge of that," Chen Lichuan protested, shaking his head. "Get lost. What nonsense is this? You better be more cautious in the future." Biaozi delivered a heavy punch to Chen Lichuan's chest, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Observing Chen Lichuan's silent and cowardly demeanor, Huang Mao in the car let out a piercing laugh, and the Santana sped past them. Humph! Under the dim streetlight, Chen Lichuan stared intently at the Santana until it disappeared at the intersection. What were Biaozi and the others doing here? Was it merely to throw a punch at me? Surely, that was unnecessary. Su Wantong seems to live quite close to my home. Perhaps these ruffians were lying in wait. Chen Lichuan pondered these thoughts while inhaling deeply on his cigarette, his face etched with hostility. Suddenly, the flickering streetlight finally extinguished, enveloping Chen Lichuan in darkness. "When I was still an innocent girl, encountering love, unaware of its essence, from the past to the present," a melodious voice rang out at the intersection. Reminiscent of a bird's call, though lacking in vocal prowess, the voice exuded a playful charm characteristic of a young woman. It was Su Wantong. Upon spotting the tall figure smoking by the roadside, her voice instinctively softened, and she hunched her shoulders, hastening her steps. As their distance diminished, Su Wantong recognized the towering figure as Chen Lichuan and immediately straightened her posture, approaching him confidently. "Chen Lichuan, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to take revenge because you find me displeasing? Let me tell you, I am not afraid of you. My father is at home right now. You should head home early." Su Wantong threatened Chen Lichuan, brandishing her hands menacingly. However, Chen Lichuan quietly muttered something before pushing off the pedal and silently departing, leaving Su Wantong bewildered. "Head home early? Was that directed at me?" Su Wantong stood momentarily in confusion before continuing her song homeward. Yet the impression Chen Lichuan left her with was both unfamiliar and surprisingly mature. "Oh well, I can't be bothered to think about him anymore. I do not wish to disturb you. The supplier is pressing for updates. Please assist me in determining the earliest possible shipping date." As soon as Chen Lichuan arrived home, he received a call from Chen Shishuan urging him about the shipment. It seemed he had made numerous calls to the provincial office today. "Oh, I appreciate it. Please provide me with a definitive answer by tomorrow at the latest. It would be best if the payment could be processed by then." Chen Shishuan paced back and forth in excitement, expressing his gratitude profusely before hanging up. "Lingling, they will ship to us as early as tomorrow." "Really?" "Yes. I told you. You need to call and remind them. Otherwise, if the goods are ready, they prioritize others." Jean Xiaoling jumped for joy, but her expression soured the moment she saw the frowning Chen Lichuan at the door. "Chen Lichuan, I warn you. Do not meddle in your father's business without understanding your own capabilities, or I will be forced to teach you a lesson. You've been acting strangely these past few days." Chen Shishuan's countenance was equally grim as he uttered a harsh remark to his son. However, when he and his wife exchanged glances, their expressions transformed into smiles, and they chatted merrily as they returned to their room, casually extinguishing the lights in the living room. Chen Lichuan sat alone, the silvery moonlight casting a serene glow upon his face. The matter could no longer be delayed. The time for action had arrived under the cloak of midnight. Old Chen's snores filled the air in rhythmic intervals, while Lingling, even in slumber, wore a smile at the corners of her mouth, likely dreaming of old Chen's newfound wealth. Suddenly, a shadow flitted through the darkness, prompting Chen Lichuan to swiftly crouch beneath the bed, his tool of mischief glinting in his grasp. In his previous life, he had clawed his way up from the bottom, mastering various skills to make a living, such as lockpicking for a mere 200 yuan. If one wished to transfer a deposit, he would seize their household registration book, bank card, and ID card, leaving them helpless to conduct any transactions. Fortunately, at that moment, mobile applications for payment were non-existent. Moreover, in smaller locales, who would even bother to enable such services? Large transactions were typically processed at the counter. Chen Lichuan stealthily approached the nightstand, wielding a slender iron hook, which he inserted into the lock, gently twisting it until, with a satisfying click, The drawer opened. Meanwhile, Lingling and old Chun remained in deep slumber, their hearts seemingly untroubled, as if they could sleep soundly even if the sky were to fall. After retrieving the necessary items, Chen Lichuan locked the drawer once more and quietly exited the room. Early the next morning, he received a phone call from Zhang Tao. "Brother, I'll be heading to your store shortly to buy a refrigerator. Will you be there? You have to give me a discount. I really want to raise the price on you," Chen Lichuan muttered, rubbing his bleary eyes. "Go ahead, I'll inform you later." "Thanks. Your loyalty to Qi Siyao is commendable. I've thought about it all night." With that, Chen Lichuan abruptly hung up the phone and stepped into the living room, where old Chun and Lingling were already enjoying breakfast. "Dad, Zhang Tao is coming to buy a refrigerator. Sell it to him at cost. Our relationship is solid." With that brief remark, Chen Lichuan headed to the washroom. "Are you not going to the store today?" Chen Lichuan called out, stretching his neck. "I'm not going. I don't want to cause you any trouble." "Huh, that's more like it. Hurry up and get your driver's license. I'll buy a car at the end of the year, and you can drive it then." This brought a smile to Chen Lichuan's face, while Jean Xiaoling gently urged her son, "Come eat breakfast. I'll fry you an egg." "No need. I'm meeting a classmate," Chen Lichuan replied. After acknowledging his mother, he quickly finished his grooming and hurried out the door. Concealing the household registration and other items in his room, he intended to purchase a shopping cart at the supermarket before heading to Qi Hongji's place. However, as soon as he descended the stairs, he encountered Ma Xiaoqiao, whose opening words nearly left Chen Lichuan choking. "Did you really tattoo Qi Siyao's name on your arm? Have you written her a blood oath? Who told you such nonsense?" Chen Lichuan felt as if he might spit blood in frustration. "Brother Tao, the OICQ class group is buzzing with discussions about you. Brother Chuan, did you really enroll in that university in Modu just for Qi Siyao?" The teacher said. "With your intellect, you could easily prepare for the 985 in a year. You've given up everything just for her. Damn it." Chen Lichuan trembled with rage. Entirely devoid of any intentions towards Qi Siyao, how could things have escalated to this point? "Brother Chuan, you always claim that girls from small towns are unimpressive and that there are plenty of beauties in big cities. Yet, look at what you've done, chasing after Qi Siyao with a heap of snacks, only to be rejected," Ma Xiaoqiao retorted indignantly. "I can't believe this," Chen Lichuan muttered, closing his eyes in frustration. After a lengthy pause, he mounted his scooter and sped away. "Brother, where are you going? Don't leave me behind." He heard his companion call after him. "Just let me be for a moment. I'm truly at a loss with you all," he replied. Chapter 17. Unable to win her over at the entrance of the business bureau, the guard inquired, "Are you looking for Director Qi?" "Haha, young man. Are you a relative of Director Qi?" "I am a classmate of Director Qi's daughter and need to discuss something with him," Chen Lichuan replied with a nod. "What is your name?" "I'll notify him," the guard inquired kindly. "Chen Lichuan," he stated. Feeling uncertain, but knowing that fabricating details just to meet Qi Hongji would only exacerbate the situation. "Very well, Lichuan, please wait a moment." With that, the guard returned inside, leaving Chen Lichuan to wait. The call soon reached Qi Hongji, who felt a wave of disdain wash over him upon hearing Chen Lichuan's name. "What could a mere child want with me?" he mused, harboring no fondness for that family. "It appears they are all a bunch of insufferable individuals. What is this place? And during work hours, no less. Do you think it's appropriate to disturb me over this?" Qi Hongji questioned the caller. "It is my negligence. I apologize," the guard replied, hanging up the phone with a grimace, having endured an undeserved reprimand due to Chen Lichuan. "Uncle," Chen Lichuan stepped forward as the guard emerged. "Hurry. Let us not cause any more trouble here." The guard waved him off irritably, shouting, "Get lost," before slamming the door shut. Without hesitation, Chen Lichuan turned and left the entrance, anticipating Qi Hongji's attitude. He feared that lingering there to plead would only invite further scorn. Thus, he found solace beneath a tree in the shade, waiting for Director Qi. In the sweltering heat, standing idly was all too familiar for Chen Lichuan. In his previous life, he had often spent an entire day promoting company products. Today he was determined to meet Qi Hongji, come what may. The phone in Qi Hongji's office rang once more. Initially furrowed in concern, his expression softened into a tender smile upon hearing the voice on the other end. "Dad, are you busy with work right now? Am I interrupting you?" Qi Siyao asked lazily from her bed, her petite legs basking in the sunlight, radiantly fair. "I'm not busy at all. What is it?" Qi Hongji stood, leaning against his office chair while casually gazing out at the street below. "This evening, I would like to invite Wei Wei and Wantong over for dinner. We all got into the same school in Shanghai, and Wei Wei is even in the same class as me." Qi Siyao pouted playfully. "All right, that sounds good. I will definitely make time to impress you all tonight. By the way, that Wei Wei, is he the top student in your class?" Qi Hongji spoke softly, his gaze gradually shifting, when suddenly he froze, standing upright, fixated on the figure beneath the tree. Chen Lichuan. Of course, he recognized the young man. But what was he doing there? Was he waiting for me? What could he possibly want? Dad, Wei Wei came in first. His grades are good enough for a spot at a prestigious university, but considering future prospects, he chose to study finance at a university in the Magic City. What do you think? Qi Siyao wore a shy smile, eagerly awaiting her father's praise. Dad, what are you doing? Are you even listening? But silence lingered on the other end, prompting Qi Siyao to raise her voice. Yes, I'm listening. Excellent results, a remarkable child, boundless potential. Qi Hongji replied perfunctorily, his attention still glued to Chen Lichuan. Dad, make sure to come home early tonight. I won't disturb you any longer. Qi Siyao hung up the phone. Humming a tune on her bed, her spirits high. Shortly after, she received a call from Su Wantong. Yao, check the class group on QACQ. Su Wantong's voice was urgent. What is going on? Qi Siyao slowly sat up. Oh, just look. People are spreading rumors, saying Chen Lichuan has done so much for you. What? Qi Siyao quickly opened her computer and logged onto OICQ. Upon entering the class group, she was bombarded with unsightly messages. Chen Lichuan bought all the snacks at the supermarket for Qi Siyao. The Blue Flower Electronic City is a territory conquered by Chen Lichuan for Qi Siyao. Everyone is liking Chen Lichuan's signature. Furious, Qi Siyao trembled with rage. Clearly, it was Chen Lichuan spreading these rumors, trying to use such tactics to prove how great he was or how much he loved someone. What a despicable person. Why couldn't he leave her alone? How could he be so inconsiderate and selfish? Her father's judgment was spot on. Some classmates simply should not be regarded as peers. Each provocative remark pierced Qi Siao's heart like a dagger. She despised such jokes, especially when the subject was Chen Lichuan. Hovering her mouse over Chen Lichuan's profile in the class group, she saw his signature. I will only wait for Yao in this lifetime. Why don't you just go die? Qi Siyao yelled, her eyes gradually reddening. She had never held such intense disdain and loathing for anyone before. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tao exhaled a puff of smoke and turned off his computer. Brother, I've got your back. I'll help you win Qi Siao's heart. Let us present her with heartfelt gestures. I refuse to believe we can't win her over. With that, he stood up and headed to the computer market to buy a refrigerator. An hour passed, then two, and by noon, Chen Lichuan was still waiting at the foot of the building, the scorching sun beating down from above, the roadside having long lost its shade. How intriguing. This young man remained steadfast. What could he possibly want from me? Qi Hongji found himself intrigued, deciding to forego lunch to watch Chen Lichuan and see how long he could wait. Surely, he would need to come out for lunch at some point. Chen Lichuan was deep in thought, scanning the comings and goings of people in search of Qi Hongji's silhouette, the supermarket card tightly clutched in his hand. He intended to slip the card into Qi Hongji's pocket. However, as no one else appeared at the entrance, the desolate iron gate creaked, and Qi Hongji remained elusive. Yet, Chen Lichuan lingered, anxious that in a fleeting moment of distraction, someone else might depart. That rascal, Qi Hongji, chuckled, his fan continuously fluttering in his hand, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The oppressive heat of midsummer was extraordinary, and he grew increasingly curious about the urgency behind Chen Lichuan's visit. At 2 o'clock, then 3, even as the workday concluded, Chen Lichuan steadfastly awaited him. Qi Hongji, intrigued, typically walked home after work, but this time, he had the driver take him back, deliberately denying Chen an opportunity. As the car exited the premises, Qi Hongji intentionally rolled down the window, passing by Chen Lichuan. Upon seeing Qi Hongji, Chen remained silent, refraining from calling out, wary of any potential witnesses in the vehicle. Riding his scooter, Chen pursued the car through the winding streets of the county. Indeed, the automobile lacked the swiftness of an electric bike. Amusingly, Qi Hongji noted in the rearview mirror how Chen Lichuan trailed him all the way home. Xiao Lu, accompany me upstairs, he instructed, intentionally beckoning Xiao Lu to follow. After disembarking, they ascended to the building, while Chen feigned departure, turning to enter a nearby tobacco shop. It would be inappropriate to bring a supermarket card if he were indeed visiting Qi's home. Dressed in a white shirt, wearing glasses, and sporting brown leather shoes, Chen Lichuan meticulously memorized the driver's appearance, planning to visit Qi Hongji's residence after the man left. His original intention to avoid the younger associates of Qi Siyao now seemed futile. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan finally received the account number for the funds transfer. Once the payment was confirmed, he would dispatch the goods without delay. Chapter 18. Humble and pitiful. Oh no. Where's my bank card? A panicked voice echoed through the room, belonging to Jean Xiaoling. Chen Lichuan, lounging on the sofa, was too accustomed to his wife's frequent outbursts to inquire further. Old Chen, where's the bank card? Jean Xiaoling called out, her anxiety palpable. My ID and household registration are missing too. I distinctly placed them in the drawer. Search again carefully. Chen Lichuan replied dismissively, reclining back on the sofa. Get up. It's genuinely gone. I distinctly remember placing it in the drawer. Could it have been stolen? Jean Xiaoling tugged at Chen Lichuan. How could it possibly be stolen? Nothing else is missing from the house. You must have misplaced it, Chen Lichuan said irritably. Yet he was pulled to his feet by Jean Xiaoling, who led him back into the room. It's impossible. I remember clearly putting it in the drawer. How could it be gone? Have you searched thoroughly? Chen Lichuan opened the drawer, pulling out items one by one, yet the household registration remained elusive. Where on earth did you put it? How could this happen at such a critical moment? Chen Lichuan felt a wave of frustration as the couple began rummaging through every corner of their home, but their efforts yielded no results. The payment is due tomorrow. Chen Lichuan slammed the table, his eyes wide with fury. It had been many years since he had directed his anger towards Jean Xiaoling. I can understand. Jean Xiaoling's voice, filled with grievance, resonated even louder than Chen's. After a moment's reflection, she hastily added, could it be that Lichuan took it? Just a couple of days ago. He was clamoring not to release the funds. Besides, the identification card, household registration book, and bank card. Those couldn't have gone missing, right? Ah, that's possible. We must find him quickly. We cannot afford to delay the transfer. With that, Chen Lichuan and Jean Xiaoling stormed out, hastily driving towards the internet cafe. Wantang. Weiwei, you've arrived. Upon returning home, Qi Hongji found Su Wantong and Lu Weiwei already there. He approached the two children with a friendly smile, exuding warmth and approachability. Uncle Qi, Su Wantong greeted as she settled comfortably on the sofa, casually munching on sunflower seeds, having visited frequently. In contrast, Lu Weiwei stood awkwardly, casting shy glances at Qi Hongji, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Weiwei, please sit and watch television as if you were at home, Qi Hongji encouraged politely. All right, thank you. Uncle Qi, Lu Weiwei replied, nodding earnestly. After taking a deep breath, he cautiously took a seat, though instead of watching television, he opened a book. Young boys like Lu Weiwei, raised in poverty, often felt a peculiar submissiveness in the presence of someone like Qi Hongji, a rather lamentable trait. Yao, what troubles you? You appear quite glum, Qi Hongji inquired as he noticed his daughter's sullen expression. Earlier that morning, she had been quite cheerful during their phone conversation. It's just that Chen Lichuan Qi Siyao pushed Su Wantong away with urgency, imploring her to be silent. Such matters of the heart were too embarrassing to share with parents. Chen Lichuan, Qi Hongji's interest piqued as he sat beside Qi Siyao. Could it be that the lad is involved in these affairs? If that is indeed the case, he must be out of his mind. What is his issue with you? Qi Hongji's expression darkened with displeasure. Yet, Su Wantong remained silent, concerned that Qi Siyao might become upset. Lu Weiwei, closing his book and adjusting his glasses, spoke earnestly. Uncle Qi, the situation is as follows. Last night, after Siyao rejected Chen Lichuan, he began to spout nonsense in the class group, claiming how well he treated Siyao. Although they have graduated, he has caused her considerable distress. Oh, Qi Hongji nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He stood up, deciding that understanding the situation sufficed. Becoming embroiled in it would only lead to complications. His disdain for Chen Lichuan deepened. That boy was no better than his father, utterly lacking in decorum. Xiao Lu, could you please make another trip with these documents? I want to keep you from your meal. After handing a stack of files to the driver, Qi Hongji retreated into the kitchen as Xiao Lu hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, at the base of the building, upon spotting a man in a white shirt descending, Chen Lichuan swiftly ascended the stairs, clutching a selection of fine cigarettes and liquor. Ding ding ding. Shortly after, he rang the doorbell, standing upright at the entrance, nervously licking his parched lips, secretly hoping that Qi Siyao was not at home. Let us see who has arrived, he thought. Qi Hongji surmised that it was Chen Lichuan, but still instructed Bai Ziyun to open the door, aware of his lover's temperament and intent on causing the young man some embarrassment. Remember to add more salt. Your taste is too bland. Bai Ziyun reminded him as she wiped her hands on her apron and exited the kitchen, initially thinking that Xiao Lu had forgotten something. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Chen Lichuan standing there. What brings you here? Bai Ziyun's voice was melodic yet filled with surprise as she blocked the entrance, showing no intention of allowing him inside. What? Chen Lichuan, Su Wantong, seated in a position that afforded a clear view of the door, immediately called out sharply upon recognizing him. What is he doing here? Qi Siyao quickly turned to see that, indeed, Chen Lichuan was at the threshold. Having already endured considerable distress, she was incredulous that he would dare come to their home, lingering like a specter. Chen Lichuan, what do you want at my house? Who allowed you to spout nonsense in the class group? Qi Siyao shouted angrily as she strode towards him, followed closely by Su Wantong and Lu Weiwei. You truly have no shame, daring to come here. Su Wantong spat, standing defiantly before Chen Lichuan, determined to avenge her friend's grievances. You should leave this instant. Chen Lichuan, caught off guard by the presence of all three, had never anticipated such an encounter. Yet, he was plagued by the rumors circulating in the class group. Thanks to Zhang Tao's meddling, which had led to this unfortunate situation. Never return to my home. As Bai Zuiyun prepared to slam the door shut, Chen Lichuan swiftly wedged his body into the gap, blocking the entrance. Aunt Bai, I came to seek Uncle Qi. I have something to discuss with him. And I went to the business bureau today. He is aware of it, Chen Lichuan hastily explained, wearing a conciliatory smile. Enduring the barrage of insults without revealing any sign of discontent. Why didn't you bring your parents? What are you doing here? Bai Zuiyun retorted, pushing him out with no mercy. Seeing this, Su Wantong joined in, straining to shove Chen Lichuan. Her teeth gritted as she relentlessly urged him to leave. Aunt Bai, the situation at home is special, so it's just me. I know Uncle Qi is home. Chen Lichuan clung to the door, maintaining a forced smile, contorting his body in a most awkward manner. You must be eating right now. Let me just speak to Uncle Qi for a moment. I won't disturb you. He is not here. Bai Zuiyun frowned, exerting her strength alongside Su Wantong to push Chen Lichuan outside, causing the cigarettes and alcohol in his hands to fall to the ground. Just as Bai Zuiyun let out a sigh of relief and forcefully shut the door, Chen Lichuan happened to reach for the doorframe. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Chen Lichuan as he crouched in agony, startling Bai Zuiyun into retreating a considerable distance. Acutely aware of the force she had just employed, Su Wantong and Qi Siyao were equally startled, witnessing Chen Lichuan's face contort in distress. Are you all right, Chen Lichuan? Qi Siyao's voice was barely above a whisper, laced with concern. What are you doing, you reckless child? After a moment's hesitation, Bai Zuiyun squatted down to gently pat Chen Lichuan's back. The commotion outside finally drew Qi Hongji from the kitchen. It's nothing serious. It's my fault for being so careless. I've always had this clumsiness since school. With fingers intertwined, Chen Lichuan felt a piercing pain. The nail of his ring finger had turned dark and he was drenched in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he managed a faint smile and slowly rose to retrieve the items scattered on the floor. Uncle Qi, I apologize for the trouble I've caused. I hope you won't hold it against me. As he spoke, Chen Lichuan stepped inside, casually placing the cigarettes and alcohol aside in one fluid motion. His demeanor astonished everyone present, particularly Su Wantong and Qi Siyao, as the former Chen Lichuan had been loud and overly concerned about his image. What had prompted this sudden humility? There was even an air of pity for him. For Chen Lichuan himself, however, such grievances were inconsequential. The end justified the means. At that moment, it was indeed unwise to expel him, as Bai Zuiyun glanced nervously at Qi Hongji, noting his displeased expression. What brings you here? Qi Hongji inquired, removing his apron and stepping into the living room, with Chen Lichuan promptly following. Qi Siyao hurried to fetch a first aid kit, while Su Wantong stood frozen, finally ceasing her piercing squawking. Regarding the new commercial city, Uncle Qi, I understand my limits. I merely wish to gain insight into certain business aspects through you. I will not pose any difficulties, such as asking you to introduce me to clients. Chen Lichuan quickly clarified his intentions, positioning himself before Qi Hongji. The new commercial city? Qi Hongji expressed curiosity, wondering what this young man knew about such ventures. Yes, the new commercial city, Chen Lichuan affirmed. Please, have a seat. Qi Hongji's tone was nonchalant. Chen Lichuan, exhibiting no hesitation, promptly took a seat beside him and fell silent, awaiting Qi's response. Qi Hongji remained unhurried, filling the teapot with water and preparing the tea leaves at a leisurely pace. To his surprise, the young man before him displayed remarkable composure. Despite being drenched in sweat and enduring pain in his fingers, his demeanor suggested he was genuinely intent on discussing a serious matter, thoroughly contemplated rather than impulsively rushed. Soon, Qi Siyao emerged with the medicine box, yet hesitated to approach Chen Lichuan upon seeing his pained expression, feeling inexplicably unsettled. After a moment, the tea was finally brewed. Meanwhile, Chen Shishuan and Jin Xiaoling were in a state of panic, having failed to locate Chen Lichuan at the internet cafe. Chapter 19. Chen Lichuan's speculation. Before Chen Lichuan sat a teacup, overflowing with tea, spilling onto the table and dripping onto his shoes. The overflowing cup might have been lost on Qi Siyao and Su Wantong, but Qi Hongji certainly understood the implication. Yet, he poured the tea for Chen Lichuan nonetheless. Speaking in a calm tone, speak your mind. What is the matter? The setting sun cast a warm glow upon Chen Lichuan, accentuating the sweat stains at his temples, while his trembling right hand conveyed an indescribable sense of sorrow. Director Qi, if you intend to convey my position and stance through this manner, I too can express my position. Having spoken, Chen Lichuan lifted his teacup and used his other hand to wipe the water stains from the tea table, inadvertently smearing the tea all over his trousers. Chen Lichuan, please refrain from such behavior. This scene only deepened Qi Siyao's discomfort. She clutched the medicine box tightly, yet lacked the courage to step forward. Her words of concern seemed to have vanished, leaving only her internal monologue. As for Su Wantang, she too felt an inexplicable unease, unable to bear the sight of his grimy face. Their resentment towards Chen Lichuan stemmed not from hatred, but rather from his incessant pestering. Were he to be bullied on the street, they would not revel in his misfortune but would seek to assist him. Yet now, they found themselves as the aggressors against Chen Lichuan. The earlier moment had equally shocked Qi Hongji, who could hardly fathom that Chen Lichuan would utter such words. He had forgotten to set down the teapot, gazing at the young man with a sense of unfamiliarity that sparked discomfort within him. Director Qi, Chen Lichuan called again, shifting the conversation towards the new commercial center. He elaborated on the partnership between Li Limin, Zhao Zhong, and his father, and Chen Lichuan's expression grew increasingly grave. The new commercial center project is substantial. With my father's connections, I truly cannot believe that such a fortunate opportunity would come to our family. My parents may lack cunning, but there must be ulterior motives behind this matter. After listening intently, Qi Hongji formed a preliminary judgment. Though he had not participated in the business concerning the new commercial center, he had been tasked with introducing Zhao Zhong to supposedly reliable partners, such as Su Binjiang. However, every project operates under its own rules. Those responsible for its management essentially dictate who receives the profits, a truth understood yet seldom articulated within their circles. The Fenggu developer assigned Zhao Zhong to manage the county's project, providing him an opportunity to profit, an opportunity he was destined to seize. Thus, even if a senior executive from Fenggu had a close relationship with Qi Hongji, he would refrain from intervening and obstructing Zhao Zhong's financial avenues. As for the nature of their collaboration, it was understood that maximizing profit while ensuring quality was paramount. Zhao Zhong's current demands from Chen Lichuan, such as procuring 4 sets of high-spec commercial central air conditioning units, were entirely reasonable. After all, lucrative opportunities are rare. And Chen Lichuan was compelled to adhere to the stipulations laid out by Zhao Zhong. Regarding Chen Lichuan's victimization scenario, Qi Hongji considered it unrealistic. Why would anyone seek to harm him? They all had their own profits to pursue. Lichuan, Qi Hongji called gently, his tone softened from before. When it comes to business, you may lack experience. Your father is relying on manager Zhao to generate income, so you must comply with his requests. If he asks for 4 sets of high-spec commercial air conditioning units, it is merely an attempt to maximize profits, as such opportunities are few and far between. Moreover, manager Zhao has no need to undermine your father. The funds your family provides go to the manufacturers, not into Zhao Zhong's hands, and as you mentioned, he stands to gain nothing from this. Qi Hongji offered his perspective. Uncle Qi, you have pointed out that Zhao Zhong wishes to profit more, Chen Lichuan asserted. Yet his address towards Qi Hongji had also shifted. Why did Zhao Zhong include Li Limin, allowing him to arbitrarily take a portion of the profits? Numerous distributors eager to collaborate with Zhao Zhong are nearly bursting their heads in search of opportunities. Why is there a need for Li Limin as an intermediary? There are plenty of alternatives. Qi Hongji paused, his expression no longer as composed as before. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What assistance do you seek from me?" Uncle Qi, I suspect that a certain financial relationship exists between Li Limin and Zhao Zhong. Otherwise, there would be no reason to share the profits. Perhaps Zhao Zhong has invested in the appliance brand represented by Li Limin. Chen Lichuan began to speculate boldly. With 70% of the deposit tied up in 4 large central air conditioning units, if this batch of goods returns, my family's position will become even more precarious. Should Zhao Zhong refuse the goods, we would incur a loss of 300,000, all hinging on his word. But what if he changes his demands and insists that my father invest in the small brand represented by Li Limin? At that point, to recoup the funds or fulfill some of Zhao's commitments regarding regional projects, my father may have no choice but to acquiesce to the other party's requirements. Chen Lichuan straightened his back and continued after a brief pause. The entire appliance industry is currently languishing. Major appliances have reached historical highs in both production and sales, while acquisitions, mergers, and diversification are the prevailing trends. Once the initiative to promote home appliances in rural areas is implemented, it will signal the demise of small brands. Thus, Li Limin and Zhao Zhong aim to pass this hot potato onto my father's shoulders, promoting home appliances in rural areas? Upon hearing this term, Qi Hongji could not help but interrupt Chen Lichuan, noting how astutely the young man had analyzed the situation. Although the initiative began in 2008, prior to that, various counties and towns had already engaged with distributors to discuss the execution of related plans. In essence, it is precisely as Chen Lichuan described, stimulating the final segment of consumption. Yet, how does this young man possess such knowledge, articulating it so aptly? Uncle Qi, my family has been in the appliance industry for many years, and I've gained considerable insight from my experiences. Now, I seek your assistance with two matters. Chen Lichuan, aware of Qi Hongji's doubts, provided a general explanation. Speak. Qi Hongji, without hesitation, immediately prompted him. First, regarding the small appliances represented by Li Limin, did Zhao Zhong indeed invest in them? This should be recorded at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Could you assist me in checking? Second, could you investigate whether provincial developers have any specifications or limitations concerning commercial air conditioning units? Is it possible that Li Limin's representation of small appliance brands is aimed at leveraging his relationship with Zhao Zhong to maximize profits, only to find that restrictions thwart this plan, leading him to seek my father as a fallback? Chen Lichuan further elaborated. Those two matters. Qi Hongji elongated his words, gazing meaningfully at Chen Lichuan. From the moment he entered to their conversation, one would never guess he and his daughter were of the same age. I will consider a solution for you. Qi Hongji nodded, leaving his response deliberately open-ended. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. I will trouble you, Uncle Qi. Upon hearing this, Chen Lichuan promptly stood up and bowed in gratitude to Qi Hongji, who immediately followed suit. His earlier disdain for the man seemingly vanished. Apologies for interrupting your meal, Bai Yi, Chen Lichuan added, nodding respectfully towards Bai Ziyun, who had just moments before pushed him out, nearly injuring his fingers. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps you should stay for dinner, Bai Ziyun replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. No, I wouldn't want to impose. I shall take my leave, Chen Lichuan said, quickly making his way to the door. Take your belongings with you. I won't allow you to leave without them, Qi Hongji insisted, rushing forward. Qi Siyao, holding a medicine box, followed suit. With a hearty laugh, Chen Lichuan dashed out of the house, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing shortly after. Chapter 20. Hard to believe, is your hand all right? Let me apply some iodine, Qi Siyao called out as she saw Chen Lichuan racing down the stairs. But the young man had already reached the bottom and could not hear her. Qi Hongji glanced back at the visibly disturbed group and said, Come, let us eat. However, the atmosphere was far from the lively gathering they had anticipated. Qi Hongji engaged in conversation with the children, albeit distractedly, while Bai Ziyun seemed preoccupied, her thoughts lingering on Chen Lichuan's injured hand. That was quite a forceful push, she remarked. Come, let us eat, Qi Hongji said. Noticing Lu Weiwei merely pushing rice around his plate, he served him some meat, but the boy jumped up as if shocked, nearly toppling the dish. Thank you, Uncle Qi, Lu Weiwei exclaimed eagerly. You needn't be so formal, Qi Hongji attempted to say, but the words caught in his throat, though he did not dislike the boy. He felt no particular affection for him either. His mind wandered back to the moment when Chen Lichuan wiped the tea off his arm, particularly his words, leading him to believe that the young man was quite extraordinary. As dinner concluded, darkness enveloped the sky, and Su Wantong departed with Lu Weiwei. In the house, the three of them remained. Bai Ziyun washed the dishes in the kitchen, while Qi Hongji leaned closer to his daughter, intrigued. Yao Yao, what kind of person is Chen Lichuan in your class? He seems quite mature. The term calculating lingered on Qi Hongji's lips, but he refrained from voicing it, knowing his sheltered daughter would not comprehend. He can be quite boisterous, leading the noise in class, lacking any decorum. Yet, today I saw a different side of Chen Lichuan. Qi Siyao replied, biting her lip as she reflected on the events following Chen Lichuan's visit. Oh really? Qi Hongji leaned back on the sofa, only to sit up again, curious. How did Chen Lichuan manage to get into university? Although it's a third-tier institution, the educational standards in our small county in 2004 posed significant challenges. By all accounts, a student like him shouldn't have qualified. He may not study much and often dozes off, yet he performs admirably in exams. His group, including Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao, are all in vocational programs, while Chen Lichuan secured a place in a degree program, which is why the old teacher wanted him to repeat a year, Qi Siyao explained. Qi Hongji nodded slightly, then leaned back against the sofa, exuding an air of languor. Dad, Qi Siyao suddenly turned around, grasping his father's arm. Please, you must assist Chen Lichuan with his request, provided it's not too burdensome. My mother accidentally bruised his fingers. He has endured considerable humiliation in our home, and it weighs heavily on my heart, especially when he wiped the coffee table with his arm. You must find a way. The father was aware that he had already promised to help. Qin Hongji affectionately pinched the puffed cheeks of his daughter. Yet he refrained from disclosing the reasons behind the humiliation inflicted upon Chen. Subsequently, he retreated to his bedroom and called his classmate, Chu Hua, who was the head of the business department at Fenggu Developers. Old classmate, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest by calling you at this late hour. Qin Hongji feigned politeness, a smile playing on his lips. Old Qi, why the formalities? Speak your mind, Chu Hua replied with a chuckle. It concerns the Ning County Commercial City Project. Do you have specific specifications for the commercial central air conditioning units? Qin Hongji inquired directly, feeling at ease with his longtime friend. Is there an unavoidable connection involved? Chu Hua asked, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. I'm merely inquiring on behalf of a friend. It's nothing too intricate. Please share the particulars with me, Qin Hongji urged. There have been significant disputes regarding the procurement of large commercial central air conditioning units for new projects in your entire city. Zhao Zhong has caused quite a stir on this matter, Chu Hua elaborated. He wanted to procure air conditioners from a lesser-known brand, but I refused. The uproar was quite intense, and he was extraordinarily agitated to the point of severing ties with me. While Fenggu may have offered Zhao Zhong a profitable opportunity, I turned a blind eye, provided there were minimum standards to adhere to. My side cannot accept it. At the very least, it must be a reputable brand, ensuring a certain quality. I suspect that Zhao Zhong has a stake in that small brand. Upon hearing this, Qin Hongji's eyes widened and his mouth fell agape, rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. How could this align perfectly with Chen Lichuan's speculation? How did he sense the impending crisis? Was Zhao Zhong and Li Limin's intention truly to pin the blame on Chen Lichuan? If that were the case, then Chen Lichuan was far more astute than one might assume, especially considering his youth, yet to reach 19. Hello? Old Qi, are you listening? If you're silent, I'll hang up. Chu Hua's tone grew increasingly impatient. Ah, yes, I'm here, Chu Hua. Do you recall what brand of small appliances Zhao Zhong intended to procure? Qin Hongji queried once more. Jiming, a no-name brand from a small area, likely lacking a core production line and merely assembled, Chu Hua responded with disdain. While the mention of Jiming weighed heavily on Qin Hongji's heart, this was precisely the brand Chen Lichuan had mentioned, which he intended to investigate with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. All right, I understand now, Chu Hua. I won't keep you from your rest any longer. Qin Hongji replied in a subdued tone. Is everything all right? You seem burdened, Chu Hua inquired urgently. It's nothing. My wife is calling me. I must hang up. Qi Hongji chuckled lightly, his tone returning to its usual calmness. Yet, after hanging up the phone, his expression turned gravely serious, as if facing an imminent threat. Just as Chen Lichuan had remarked, was there indeed a problem? How could a young man, no older than his daughter, discern such complexities? It was utterly baffling. The night wind suddenly intensified, the willow trees desperately bowed, seemingly on the verge of snapping in half, howling incessantly as if they were intent on devouring something. Chen Lichuan and Jin Xiaoling drove through the streets, searching for their son. Eventually, at the mouth of an alley, they spotted a young man riding a scooter towards them. With keen eyes, Chen Lichuan instantly recognized his son, and the couple rushed out. Simultaneously, a black Santana parked on the streetlight having been out since yesterday, casting a thick blanket of darkness that obscured everything around. Inside the vehicle, a group of rowdy youths swayed in a frenzy of excitement. Su Wantong and Lu Weiwei strolled leisurely, inevitably broaching the subject of Chen Lichuan. However, this time, the girl no longer exhibited her previous disdain. She had also dismissed Chen Lichuan earlier, unable to utter a word of malice. Chapter 21. Trouble has arisen. The howling wind whipped through the air, rendering Chen Lichuan incapable of opening his eyes. His cigarette whisked away as though he were enveloped in the roar of the tempest. Yet, amidst the cacophony, a thunderous voice resonated, shaking him to his core. Chen Lichuan, stop right there. Where have you been today? Where's the bank card? Jin Xiaoling leaped from the passenger seat and slapped at Chen Lichuan's head. Quick as lightning, he seized her wrist, preventing the slap from landing. Yet he could still feel the sting of her fingers, a sharp pain piercing through him. Mom, please calm down. Don't be impulsive. I was just at Chiju's place. Do you have any idea how much trouble this could cause me? Chen Lichuan rushed over, demanding, where's the bank card? Hand it over now. The manufacturers in the provincial city are waiting for the transfer. Chen Lichuan squinted, recalling the discussions held at Qi Hongji's residence. It was clear that his parents were not comprehending the situation. On one hand, they relied on Qiju, and on the other, he could never relinquish something as crucial as a bank card. What bank card? Dad, why are you hitting me? What are you two talking about? I don't understand. Chen Lichuan feigned innocence, playing the part of the bewildered son. Don't force me to slap you in the street. Where's the bank card hidden? Why are you causing such a ruckus when you clearly have no understanding of the situation? Hurry and produce it. Chen Lichuan was genuinely frantic, his desperate roar drawing the attention of passers-by. If they were to reapply for their household registration, identification, and then the bank card, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic delays. This opportunity for a turnaround might only come once. Dad, please control your emotions. My classmates are here. Have some respect for me, Chen Lichuan pleaded softly. Just then, Lu Weiwei and Su Wantong happened to pass by. They were far more concerned about finding an opportunity to slip away than about maintaining appearances. Returning home was not an option at that moment. Hand it over. Chen Lichuan gritted his teeth, his fury reaching its peak. And he delivered a resounding slap to Chen Lichuan's face. The sudden slap startled Su Wantong, leaving her tense and standing aside, utterly astonished by Uncle Chen's violent reprimand of Chen Lichuan, something she had never witnessed before. In the brief moment when Chen Lichuan was writhing in pain, Chen Lichuan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. After a few blows, Chen Lichuan found himself seated on the ground, an image that, to onlookers, appeared merely as a disobedient son receiving a lesson from his father. Oh dear, that was rather harsh, Jin Xiaoling lamented, swiftly intervening to pull old Chen away and crouching beside her son. Stop this nonsense, you know nothing about business. Just look at the state you've put your father in. Where's your bank card? Can you please hand it over? Jin Xiaoling gently coaxed, her hand stroking Chen Lichuan's head, a mix of compassion and indignation swirling within her. All right, I'll get it for you. Just place it on the pedal. Finally relenting, Chen Lichuan rose, and as Jin Xiaoling rushed to support him, he stubbornly shrugged off her hand. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan stood panting, waiting for his son to retrieve the card, internally calculating that perhaps he would give him 200 later. He never intended to inflict such punishment. As Chen Lichuan bent down to pretend to search for something, in the blink of an eye, he revved the throttle and dashed forward, leaping onto the seat and bolting down an alley. He has gone. At that moment, Chen Lichuan felt the sting of his father's wrath. You ungrateful wretch, how could I have raised such a creature? Chen Lichuan exploded in anger, chasing after him and nearly tripping, drawing laughter from the spectators. Once Chen Lichuan and Jin Xiaoling departed in their vehicle, the crowd dispersed. What on earth has happened to Chen Lichuan? Upon visiting Uncle Qi's home, his words seemed so peculiar, Su Wantong mused. It was merely an act of pain. Just look at how he has upset his parents, only to arrive at Uncle Qi's with a pitiful facade, truly a sign of a troubled mind. Lu Weiwei spoke of Chen Lichuan with unending disdain, enraged by his foolish pursuit of Qi Siyao. Su Wantong opened her mouth slightly, yet remained silent. In the past, she would have eagerly mocked Chen Lichuan, laughing at his misfortunes, but now, after having pushed him at Uncle Qi's house, she felt a twinge of empathy, recalling how painful it must have been when he winced and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Inevitably, Su Wantong tightened her fingers. Lu Weiwei, you needn't see me home. You should head back. She halted at the fork in the road. It's all right, it's quite late. And I worry about you being alone. Moreover, Xiao would be upset if she knew I didn't accompany you. Lu Weiwei gently insisted, determined to escort Su Wantong back. You are so kind to Xiao, Su Wantong replied with a sweet smile. Lu Weiwei was handsome and academically gifted. How wonderful it would be if Xiao could walk alongside him from now through university and into the sanctity of marriage. The unrelenting wind made Su Wantong feel as though the journey home stretched endlessly before her. Surely, she could not be lost, could she? Chen Lichuan concealed himself in a nearby alley, fortuitously shielded by a malfunctioning streetlight, maintaining silence to evade detection. At this moment, he dared not venture to the internet cafe, fully aware that his parents would surely search for him there. Ma Xiaoqiao, that unreliable scoundrel, was nothing but a sycophant to Chen Lichuan, eager to showcase his loyalty. Reluctantly, he decided to reach out to Zhang Tao, planning to spend the night at his place, though he too was rather untrustworthy. Chen Lichuan inwardly lamented as he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Tao's number. Suddenly, two beams of light illuminated the surroundings as several figures emerged from a vehicle, dashing towards a particular direction. It was Biaozi, reeking of alcohol, accompanied by four raucous youths exuding an air of reckless exuberance. Let us hit the internet cafe for an all-nighter. I can't, my dad insisted I return home, Su Wantong replied, head bowed. As she attempted to flee, Biaozi seized her arm with a vice-like grip. What are you doing? Let go. I want to go home, Su Wantong screamed, an overwhelming fear surging within her as she cast a desperate glance at Lu Weiwei, who stood frozen, too stunned to react. Get in the car, Biaozi growled. his demeanor menacing as he forcefully pulled Su Wantong towards the vehicle. "I want to go home, Daddy," Su Wantong cried, tears streaming down her face, but in an instant, she was yanked into the car. "Look what you made me do." One of the assailants, with bleached hair, slapped Lu Weiwei across the face, causing him to collapse to the ground, eyes closed, appearing unconscious. Moments later, the Santana sped away. "Taozi, something's wrong. Call the police," Chen Lichuan shouted into the phone, racing on his scooter towards the scene. By the time he arrived, the Santana had already vanished, the events transpiring far too swiftly for him to comprehend. A chilling dread enveloped him as he pondered the torment Su Wantong had endured in his previous life. He twisted the throttle with fervor, chasing after the vehicle with reckless abandon. "Hurry, hurry." Chapter 22. A moment of crisis. What happened? Zhang Tao inquired, his voice laced with urgency. Sensing the gravity in Chen Lichuan's tone, "Inform your parents to call the police immediately. Do you have Su Binjiang's number? Notify him that Su Wantong is in danger." Chen Lichuan bellowed. Grains of sand stung his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks as he squinted towards the fleeing Santana. His fingers throbbed painfully around the phone as he hit a pothole, jolting him on the scooter. Yet he pressed on, disregarding all else, determined to catch up to the Santana. What is wrong with Su Wantong? Zhang Tao had emerged from his bedroom, calling for his parents. She was taken by Biaozi. "The license plate is 6748, and I'm in pursuit. It seems they're heading towards the back mountains. This is serious. Notify everyone." The road through the county was treacherous, and Chen Lichuan nearly lost his balance, gripping the handlebars tightly, inadvertently disconnecting the call. "Lichuan," Zhang Tao shouted. But there was no reply. "Dad, Mom, hurry and call the police. My classmate is in trouble. Quickly." The urgency in the young man's voice resonated. As the Santana sped away, Lu Weiwei rose from the ground and dashed towards the Xiaoshui Eco alley, where there was bound to be someone who could help. In a flurry, Lu Weiwei rushed to the phone booth and called Qi Siyao. "Siyao, something has happened to Wantong. She has been taken away by a group of delinquents." Lu Weiwei gasped, panic-stricken. "What? Wantong has been taken away?" Upon hearing this, Qi Siyao hastily exited her bedroom and hurried to her parents' room. "Yes. We must think of a way, Uncle Qi. I had a confrontation with those people, and they knocked me unconscious," Lu Weiwei explained in a hurried manner. "Dad, Wantong is in trouble." Tears, as large as beans, streamed down Qi Siyao's cheeks as she handed the phone to Qi Hongji, who immediately sprang from his bed. "Weiwei, do not panic. Please describe the events in detail," Qi Hongji urged, and Lu Weiwei began recounting the incident, but soon drifted back to how he had been knocked out. "What car was it? Did you see the license plate? Which direction did they head?" Qi Hongji interrupted Lu Weiwei's rambling, his expression grave. At that moment, the public order in the small county was far from reassuring. A recent tragic incident involving a girl had left Qi Hongji's heart racing. Although she was not his daughter, she was a girl he had watched grow up. I don't know. I was knocked out, and my head is still spinning." Lu Weiwei's voice trembled, tinged with tears, though he felt no pain in his head, instinctively touching his forehead with a pained expression. "Let's leave it at that for now." Upon hearing this, Qi Hongji immediately hung up, quickly changing his clothes and dialing the head of the security bureau, Min Wudong. "My daughter is in trouble, Bureau Chief Min. I urgently need you to mobilize the police for an investigation." "Is it Siyao?" Min Wudong inquired hastily, as his team was already preparing to respond. "No, it's Su Wantong. But she is just like my daughter." Qi Hongji clarified the serious connection. "That's the same case. Someone has just reported it, providing specific directions and the license plate number. We need to pursue them." Min Wudong's authoritative voice instilled a strong sense of security. "Where is the general direction?" Qi Hongji asked again. "Towards the back mountain." Upon hearing this, Qi Hongji inhaled sharply. "Bureau Chief, you must hurry and capture them. We cannot allow my daughter to come to any harm. I won't delay your work any longer. Goodbye." Qi Hongji hung up, drenched in cold sweat. "Dad, what has happened to Wantong?" Qi Siyao collapsed on the floor, clutching her father's shirt, sobbing uncontrollably. "She will be fine. She will definitely be fine." Qi Hongji's mind was in turmoil as he held the phone, uncertain how to communicate this situation to Su Binjiang. After a long, deep breath, he finally dialed Su Binjiang's number, only to find that the line was busy. Meanwhile, in an apartment building, the corridor lights suddenly flickered on, accompanied by the sounds of chaos as two individuals scrambled down the stairs, particularly the woman at the rear, who was in utter despair, wailing loudly. Every household turned on their lights, anxious to uncover the cause of the commotion. "Uncle Su, my parents have already reported it to the police. Right now, Lichuan is pursuing them, so try not to worry too much," Zhang Tao consoled, having changed his clothes, prepared to head towards the back mountain. I understood and began to walk towards that direction. Su Binjiang's voice trembled, unable to articulate a complete sentence. As he got into the car, he accidentally slammed the accelerator against the wall. There was no time to dwell on such matters. He turned the steering wheel and sped away, his body shaking uncontrollably. Father, I don't care, I want to go too. Qi Siyao followed Qi Hongji and Baizian out the door. Concerned about potential misfortune and not wanting their daughter to witness it, yet the couple could not refuse and allowed her to accompany them. Soon, Qi Hongji drove the car towards the back mountain, and when he called Su Binjiang again, this time the call connected. Hongji, something has happened to Wantong. Su Binjiang's desperate voice echoed from the other end of the line. You already know? I've contacted the bureau chief. The police have been dispatched. Wantong will be fine. Do not worry, Qi Hongji reassured, accelerating the car, aware that the back mountain was a frequently perilous area. Hongji, I can barely breathe. Su Binjiang's voice faltered. And then his wife, Niu Li, seized the phone, wailing, Hongji, if anything happens to Wantong, I want to live anymore. I want to live. I want to. Cursing. Qi Hongji expressed his frustration, having never shown such panic in front of his family. Moments ago, he nearly crashed into the curb and suddenly felt the distance to the back mountain was insurmountable. Beneath the dim streetlights, everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. Don't touch me. Please don't touch me. I have money and a phone. Take them. Su Wantong pleaded desperately, offering her phone and money to the two men beside her, her floral dress torn to shreds. You'll feel better soon. Biaozi glanced at Su Wantong, licking his lips in a grotesquely lewd manner. Please let me go, I beg you. Su Wantong sobbed, clutching herself, paralyzed by fear, her body trembling. Outside the car, Chen Lichuan's vehicle trailed closely behind, his expression darkening upon seeing the small bridge ahead. The bridge led into the back mountain, representing their last chance. Once the car reached the back mountain, it would be nearly impossible to locate or pursue. In that moment, Chen Lichuan felt an intense urgency, clenching his teeth. Indeed, at the small bridge, the Santana slowed down, but Chen Lichuan did not reduce his speed. He surged ahead and rammed into it. I'm going straight in. Chapter 23. To save him, I don't care anymore. Chen Lichuan's face contorted with rage. Just as the Santana decelerated, he rapidly overtook it, twisting the accelerator in a half-turn and violently crashing into the driver's side door. With a deafening crash, the sound shattered the urgency of the rushing waters beneath the bridge, drowning out all other noises, leaving only the blaring alarm of the vehicle filling the air. Chen Lichuan sat on the ground, and at the moment of impact, he leaped down, tightly gripping a brick. Not, in fact, a brick, but a Nokia. His gaze fierce and predatory, akin to that of a black panther, fixated on the vehicle. Finally, it came to a halt. Overwhelmed with tension, Chen Lichuan felt no pain in his body at that instant. Damn it, I've been hit. The burly man inside the car shouted angrily, turning to the few people in the back seat. Help! Su Wantong cried out hoarsely, her throat already raw as she clung to the seat, yearning to escape, only to be met with a sharp slap from the man with yellow hair beside her. Slut, do you want to die? He snarled, raising his leg to deliver another heavy kick. Su Wantong, like a frightened child, curled up on the seat, weeping uncontrollably, surrounded by terror, her heart desperately wishing for her father's arrival. Be good, and I won't hurt you. The burly man spoke softly, his hand gently resting on Su Wantong's back. But she recoiled in shock as if struck by lightning, instinctively shrinking away, her hope fading with each passing moment. You'll have to compensate me thousands. The yellow-haired man yelled, demanding to get out of the car, his agitation evident, eager to display his bravado in such a moment. The burly man kept insisting that they just needed to extort money from the person involved, as there were more pressing matters at hand. All the while leering at Su Wantong from head to toe, blind as a bat. The yellow-haired man exited the car and unleashed a torrent of curses at the figure sitting on the ground. At that moment, a fierce wind erupted, swirling dust and debris. A roar that seemed foreign to Chen Lichuan erupted from his throat. I'll be damned. Die. Chen Lichuan leaped high, swinging his arms, and the Nokia came crashing down on the yellow-haired man's eye, sending him sprawling to the ground. What the hell? The burly man and his companions widened their eyes, preparing to exit the vehicle. Chen Lichuan placed his feet firmly on the yellow-haired man's head, immediately yanking open one of the car doors, reaching in to grasp Su Wantong's arm. Let us go, Chen Lichuan shouted with fervor. Su Wantong gazed blankly at the familiar face before her, instinctively reaching for his collar, tightly clutching his large hand, which radiated an unprecedented warmth. Lichuan, save me, please. Damn it, Chen Lichuan. The burly man recognized him too, stepping forward to grab Su Wantong by her hair, But she, like a frightened fawn, had already leapt into Chen Lichuan's embrace. Ah! Chen Lichuan gritted his teeth. The Nokia clenched tightly in his hand, striking down upon the burly man's head with force. Let go! Let go! Release her! Each blow was accompanied by a roar. The other two men in the car immediately retaliated, one seizing Chen Lichuan by the hair and pummeling him mercilessly. Chaos erupted within the vehicle as the three men engaged in a fierce struggle, with Chen Lichuan being the most reckless, plunging into the car and grappling with them fiercely. Let us go! Go! Hurry! Chen Lichuan shouted urgently, pushing Su Wantong out of the car. Chen Lichuan! Su Wantong called out anxiously. But as she caught sight of the yellow-haired man slowly rising from the ground, the fawn finally took flight. Chen Lichuan! Chen Lichuan! Chen Lichuan! Su Wantong called his name, running with all her might, never daring to glance back, fearful of the face of the blonde, who was certainly in pursuit. Yet the blonde had already lunged into the car, pressing against Chen Lichuan's back, delivering a flurry of punches. You dare strike me? I'll make you pay? What should she do? Who would come to rescue Chen Lichuan? Help! Help! Su Wantong began to shout, exerting every ounce of strength, running and crying out. The stones cutting into her small feet, but she had long forgotten the pain. Chen Lichuan, you must be safe. Su Wantong never paused, running desperately. Finally, several beams of light dispelled the darkness ahead, illuminating Su Wantong's surroundings, followed by the voices of her parents. At that moment, Su Wantong could run no more and collapsed heavily onto the ground, the fierce wind suddenly ceasing as if in recognition. It was Su Binjiang, Qi Hongji, and the police from the Woman Dong team, all arriving simultaneously. Wantong, my Wantong. Niu Li rushed over, kneeling on the ground, tightly embracing Su Wantong. Su Binjiang swiftly followed, wrapping his arms around the two of them from behind. Wantong, are you all right? Qi Siyao cried as he approached, anxiously inquiring. Qi Hongji, Bai Ziyun, and others stood nearby, expressing their concern. Hurry, hurry. You must go save Chen Lichuan at the small bridge. Please, go now. Su Wantong did not weep. Instead, she called out loudly to the officers in uniform. Go. Dong Wuming dared not hesitate for a moment, promptly leading the team to drive towards the small bridge. Dad, we must also go to the small bridge, quickly. Su Wantong tugged at Su Binjiang's arm, urging him. Wantong, I'll take you to the hospital first. There's an office there to handle things. Don't worry, are you hurt? Tell Dad where. Su Binjiang attempted to lift his daughter, but Su Wantong forcefully pushed him away. Take me to the small bridge. I want to see Chen Lichuan. I'm not injured. Hurry. Su Wantong's emotions spiraled out of control as she struggled to stand. All right. I'll take you to the small bridge first. Concerned for his daughter's state, Su Binjiang acquiesced, and the two cars sped towards the small bridge. Qi Siyao sat in the car driven by Su Binjiang, gripping Su Wantong's hand tightly. Yet she remained fixated on the road ahead. As the blonde charged in to strike him, Chen Lichuan's anxious heart finally found relief. At least Su Wantong was running, preventing the tragic events of his previous life. The three men held Chen Lichuan down, pummeling him, but he no longer cared. Going all out to seize the opportunity to strike Biaozi, wielding his Nokia phone like a weapon, recklessly smashing it against Biaozi's head. With a crack, the battery flew out, and Chen Lichuan lost all strength, fainting in the car seat, allowing them to continue their assault. Surely, they wouldn't kill me, would they? This wasn't a matter of life and death in my past life. How could Lao Chun and Lingling survive without me? After all, I have been reborn. My ambitions remain unfulfilled. As his consciousness faded, Chen Lichuan succumbed to darkness. Don't move. Suddenly, a powerful voice reverberated through the hearts of Biaozi and his companions, sending shivers down their spines. But it was all over. Chapter 24, The Chasm Under the Sun. The bright sunlight streamed into the hospital ward, infusing the air with the comforting scent of sun-warmed blankets. Chen Lichuan, still in a daze, heard a cacophony of voices, some belonging to old Chun, others to Lingling. However, when he slowly opened his eyes, the sight that greeted him was Su Wantong, her lips pressed tightly together, wearing a look of distress that suggested she might burst into tears at any moment. Chen Lichuan discreetly closed his eyes again, as if merely blinking, not fully awakening. Since Su Wantong's situation had safely passed, he genuinely wished to avoid excessive interaction with them, such as the overly sentimental expressions of gratitude that he found unbearable. As long as he could appease his conscience, that sufficed. Focusing on making money was the true path. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air, followed by Zhang Tao's voice. What is wrong with you, Ma Xiaoqiao? Lichuan has been severely injured. And where the hell are you? Sleeping soundly at home, are you? What help can you provide? Fortunately, Chen Lichuan was not gravely harmed, aside from numerous bruises and a few stitches on his head, secured under a thick bandage. He was otherwise unharmed. Don't just stand there in the room. He fine. Step outside and let the patient rest properly. You're not the only family here. A nurse urged as she entered, her voice impatient, before irritably closing the door behind her. Chen Lichuan and Qi Siyao stood awkwardly to the side, their faces etched with worry. On one hand, they were anxious about their son's serious injuries. On the other, they had yet to locate essential items like the household registration book and bank cards. Without the deposit in place, the manufacturer would not dispatch the goods. And Zhao Zhong had specifically mentioned this earlier that morning. The couple was in a state of urgency. Old Chen, once Lichuan recovers, I must treat you both to a proper meal. If it weren't for Lichuan, the consequences would be unimaginable. He truly saved my life. Su Binjiang whispered to Chen Lichuan, his voice heavy with gratitude. The fear still lingered from a comment made by a police officer the previous night, which had left Niu Li in a state of shock. Thankfully, Chen Lichuan had intervened. Otherwise, the aftermath would have been dire. Old Jiang, you needn't be so formal with me. Wantong is like a daughter to me. And besides, Lichuan and Wantong are classmates. It's only natural, Chen Lichuan replied. Su Binjiang patted Chen Lichuan's shoulder, choosing not to say more. For now, Chen Lichuan required rest, but this debt of gratitude would forever be remembered. Wantong, let us leave for now and allow Lichuan to rest well, Su Binjiang said, moving beside Su Wantong and affectionately stroking her dark hair. I want to leave. I want to wait for Chen Lichuan to awaken, Su Wantong insisted, shaking her head with resolute determination, unconsciously touching her left arm, where Chen Lichuan's large hand had firmly grasped her. Last night, upon witnessing Chen Lichuan being dragged out, covered in blood, she could no longer contain her emotions and cried uncontrollably, the strength she had shown upon meeting the police officers completely evaporating, leaving her vulnerable and fragile. She had demanded to stay by Chen Lichuan's side, and only after hearing the doctor's reassuring words did she gradually calm down. Later, Su Binjiang took her home. But after a quick shower, she hurried back to the hospital. No one could dissuade her. She wished to express her gratitude to Chen Lichuan in person and to see him awaken. Thus, Su Wantong would find solace in her heart. Many thoughts echoed in her mind, particularly those concerning Yao Yao's home. After pushing him out, once the dust had settled, Qi Hongji's family returned home, though they were restless until 3 in the morning. As for Zhang Tao, he hurried to the hospital on his scooter last night, following the ambulance. And after ensuring that Chen Lichuan was settled by the doctor, he returned home briefly, only to come back early in the morning. The nurse had just mentioned that our presence might disturb Lichuan's rest. Su Binjiang spoke softly. Then I shall remain silent. Father, you should leave quickly, Su Wantong said, pushing Su Binjiang's hand away in irritation. Wait for Yao Yao and her friends to arrive, then you will accompany her home. Su Binjiang had no choice but to acquiesce, as Qi Siyao and her classmates would soon arrive. The commotion from last night had been quite significant. At that moment, Qi Hongji entered the room in a hurry, casting a deep glance at Chen Lichuan before addressing Chen Lichuan. Old Chen, step outside for a moment. I need to discuss matters regarding the commercial city with you. There are substantial issues at hand. Qi Hongji intentionally let Chen Lichuan overhear this, for reasons unknown. He preferred to foster a connection with the young man rather than rely solely on Chen Lichuan's goodwill. Through investigations conducted by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Qi Hongji discovered that Li Limin's agency for the generic home appliances indeed included Zhao Zhong as a stakeholder, holding a staggering 70% share, exactly as Chen Lichuan had surmised. This was utterly perplexing. How could this young man be so meticulous and possess such profound reasoning? The new commercial city? Chen Lichuan murmured, hastily following Qi Hongji out of the hospital room, with Lingling eagerly trailing behind. Once Su Binjiang and his wife departed, only Su Wantong and Zhang Tao remained to keep vigil over Chen Lichuan. The ward was a mixed one, with other families occupying nearby beds. Zhang Tao sat at the foot of Chen Lichuan's bed, rummaging through clothes. What do you want my cigarettes for? Chen Lichuan, inheriting his father's keen eyesight, furrowed his brow and sat up. I knew you were awake. You can't smoke now, so let me help you, Zhang Tao said, already stashing the cigarettes in his pocket. Put them down. That's the last half pack I have. I'll go smoke in the corridor, Chen Lichuan protested, but Zhang Tao walked out without turning back. Grandson. Chen Lichuan sighed helplessly, lying back on the bed. When Chen Lichuan suddenly spoke, Su Wantong stood up in nervous anticipation, her heart brimming with unspoken gratitude. Yet the words lodged in her throat, refusing to emerge. An inexplicable tension filled the air. Previously, Su Wantong had harbored disdain for Chen Lichuan and his gang. With their crude manner of interaction, yet now she found no such aversion. Just as Chen Lichuan had once told her over the phone. He merely interacted with his classmates in his own way, always considering their feelings, exemplified by his actions this time. Sunlight illuminated Chen Lichuan's face, while Su Wantong's dark hair danced in the gentle breeze as she stood cautiously beside him. "Would you like me to close the window for you?" she asked softly. However, Chen Lichuan kept his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to hear any sentimental expressions of gratitude. "Are you thirsty? Shall I pour you some water?" Su Wantong inquired once more, advancing to the bedside to retrieve the thermos. "Su Wantong," Chen Lichuan called out, finally breaking his silence, though a slight frown creased his forehead. "You need not concern yourself with such matters. As you can see, I am quite well. My father and yours have been friends for many years. So please do not overthink this. You should return to rest. I too am in need of slumber. I am a light sleeper, and having someone watch over me makes it all the more difficult to find peace. I appreciate your understanding." After this exchange, Chen Lichuan turned onto his side, feigning sleep, yet his courteous tone left Su Wantong with an insurmountable chasm between them. Chapter 25. I want to smash his windows. Does your finger still ache? Su Wantong gazed vacantly towards the door, where Ma Xiaoqiao and other classmates, all friends of Chen Lichuan, had arrived. They seemed to be of one ilk, their boisterous voices drowning out hers. "Lichuan, are you all right? Why didn't you call me? You only told Taozi, and I was right there, ready to stand up for you," Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed, rushing to Chen Lichuan's bedside, excitement evident in his voice. "Fatima, do you have your phone?" Zhang Tao jested. "I've been using my mom's small pager to keep in touch with Lichuan," Ma Xiaoqiao quickly clarified, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Su Wantong's gaze. Yet he chose to disregard her presence altogether. That incident at the internet cafe left Ma Xiaoqiao disheartened. "That scoundrel Biaozi, he'll be locked up for years, won't he? When he gets out, we'll pay him back. Yes, let's show that scoundrel what for." In an instant, the ward erupted into chaos, reminiscent of a bustling morning market. As this group gathered around Chen Lichuan's bed, playfully bantering while bringing an assortment of gifts, fruits, milk, and more, creating quite a pile. Chen Lichuan, however, could only respond with weary tolerance. Before long, Qi Siyao and Lu Weiwei arrived at the ward, though only Qi Siyao carried items, while Lu Weiwei's appearance was somewhat exaggerated. His left arm bandaged and slung across his chest, as if he had genuinely sustained an injury. "Wantong, are you hurt?" Lu Weiwei rushed to Su Wantong's side, eager to explain. Su Wantong rolled her eyes and turned away, uninterested in his words, recalling how he had said nothing when she was pulled away. Qi Siyao placed the items she carried aside, attempting to speak with Chen Lichuan, yet found herself unable to interject amidst the crowd. "You all should leave." Suddenly, the head nurse entered, her expression stern as she began to shoo them away. "Out, out. This is a hospital, and other patients need their rest. Zhang Tao, please usher everyone out. My friend needs to sleep for a bit. His head is still spinning." Chen Lichuan quickly chimed in, though it was merely an excuse. However, the word struck Su Wantong's heart sharply. This prompted Zhang Tao and the others to begin moving towards the exit, yet Qi Siyao remained, wishing to exchange a few words with Chen Lichuan, while Su Wantong hesitated, reluctant to depart, despite having said nothing to him. "Are you not leaving?" Lu Weiwei turned to Qi Siyao, who gently shook her head. "You all should hurry along. Don't let the security chase you out." The head nurse promptly urged Qi Siyao, gesturing emphatically. If this disturbance continued, their department's wages would be at stake. I remained silent, choosing to observe quietly. Su Wantong's eager expression, with her lips pressed together, evoked sympathy. "Hurry, move along." The head nurse, devoid of compassion, took it upon herself to guide them out forcefully. Reluctantly, Qi Siyao and Su Wantong followed her out of the ward. The nurse then stationed herself at the doorway, watching as the group descended the stairs. "I heard that Biaozi's father is quite the character. Who wants to join me in smashing his windows this afternoon?" Ma Xiaoqiao vented his frustration as they walked. "Me." Zhang Tao was the first to volunteer. "I want to go too. Count me in." The enthusiasm was contagious, and soon, a chorus of voices echoed in agreement. Consequently, Ma Xiaoqiao and his companions hastily exited the hospital, leaving behind the three who moved at a slower pace. In that moment, Su Wantong yearned to dash forward and follow them, desperately wishing to join their ranks. Yet, she had once scorned them vehemently, especially Chen Lichuan. The absurdity of her own obsession dawned on her. Who was she to categorize them? "Wantong, last night a punk knocked me out with a single punch. I wanted to come to your rescue, but enough." Su Wantong interrupted Lu Weiwei sharply, striding ahead alone. "Is it wrong to be frail? Due to family circumstances. I have long suffered from malnutrition. Just because I was knocked out doesn't mean I didn't want to save you." I informed Uncle Qi immediately. Lu Weiwei stepped forward, his voice tinged with hurt, his eyes glistening with tears. Yet, Su Wantong did not glance back, continuing her solitary path. All right, Weiwei, let it be. Wantong is in no state to talk. I'll stay with her. You should return and recuperate, Qi Siyao said, firmly grasping Lu Weiwei's arm before hastening to catch up with Su Wantong. I understand your feelings, but Chen Lichuan is fine now. Let us go home and rest. Yu Haven Tea slept a wink since last night. Qi Siyao gently encircled Su Wantong's arm with hers. But I really want to smash Biaozi's windows. I was at your house last night, and even pushed Chen Lichuan, causing him to get his hand caught. You have no idea how it was when he held onto me here. Su Wantong clutched her left arm. Her voice choked as she looked at Qi Siyao. Right here, he held on so tightly, blocking the car all by himself. Qi Siyao embraced the trembling Su Wantong tightly as they stood in the bustling hospital corridor, lingering for what felt like an eternity. Once the stitches are removed, will everything be all right? Chen Lichuan inquired of the head nurse. There's nothing to worry about. As long as you don't feel dizzy, the nurse reassured him. All right, I understand. Chen Lichuan smiled faintly. Once the nurse departed, he quickly changed his clothes. Eager to leave the hospital, time spent here felt like a waste. The ground was littered with opportunities, waiting for him to seize. Furthermore, Qi Hongji's visit that morning, with his deliberate remarks by Chen's bedside, was enough to signify his newfound control over the developments surrounding the new business district. Nevertheless, Chen Lichuan has no intention of relinquishing his household registration book or bank cards, as he currently feels insecure keeping them at home and plans to find a new place. Meanwhile, in a certain corridor of the hospital, Qi Hongji spoke candidly. Old Chen, do you think Fenggu developers would choose to build a shopping mall in this dilapidated area? How many years would it take for them to recoup their rent? Wouldn't it be better placed in a prefecture-level city? The reason lies in the fact that the general manager of the Ministry of Commerce is my classmate. Zhao Zhong is also working under him. After Qi Hongji made this point clear, he finally gained the trust of Chen Lichuan and Jin Xiaoling. What should we do now? That scoundrel Li Limin has deceived me. Chen Lichuan exclaimed angrily. Lower your voice. Qi Hongji quickly cautioned, regretting his previous words, realizing that this person was not one to comprehend subtlety. All right. Chen Lichuan and Jin Xiaoling nodded emphatically, swallowing hard. I never intended to take your goods, Qi Hongji stated directly. Having discovered the most effective means of communication with Chen Lichuan, this person only heeds those who demonstrate strength and capability. Knowing that Chu Hua would not acquiesce, Qi Hongji asserted that they were now urging Chen to buy back the goods, after which conditions would be imposed. To secure the contract, they would have to represent Li Limin's inferior merchandise, thereby allowing them to offload the burdensome goods. This discourse was based on Chen Lichuan's suspicions. Chen Lichuan tightly grasped Qi Hongji's arm, his gaze filled with gratitude. Chapter 26. Returning to the old profession. Qi Hongji is quite a prominent figure in Ningxian County. To many, he is regarded as an effective leader whose words carry significant weight. The glass factory he attracted in '99, the construction projects from 01 to 03, and his support for numerous cement, brick, and gravel factories have alleviated a considerable portion of employment issues. Now, with the new commercial city emerging, the impoverished town is gradually stepping towards prosperity. Yet, only Qi Hongji knows the true ambitions that lie within him. What would it feel like for such a person? Standing by a window in a hospital corridor, enduring the onslaught of heat, while earnestly advising you on how to proceed? Old Qi, still valuing our friendship from school. We are family, Chen Lichuan urged, gripping Qi Hongji's arm excitedly. Are you free this afternoon? Let us take Siyao and Suiyun and dine at Furalong. Old Qi, I will call to reserve seafood right now, Jin Xiaoling declared as she pulled out her phone to dial. No. Qi Hongji quickly interjected. I have matters to attend to this afternoon and cannot spare the time. We will have many opportunities in the future. After a brief pause, Qi Hongji chuckled, surprised at how invested he had become in Chen Lichuan's affairs, all due to that young rascal Chen Lichuan. The image of the arm brushing against the table continually replayed in his mind, especially the impactful words exchanged. Indeed, we will have plenty of opportunities ahead. Chen Lichuan nodded in agreement, feeling immense satisfaction from Qi's amicable remarks. Qi, let us proceed according to your guidance in this matter. Jin Xiaoling expressed her concerns once more. Yes, we shall follow my lead, Qi Hongji assured, having clarified everything that needed to be said. After a moment of hesitation, he added, let us go check on that young lad Chen Lichuan. All right. Chen Lichuan hastily led the way, contemplating that no matter what, the bond between classmates remained paramount. The minor misunderstandings of the past were trivial and warranted no further mention. It was imperative to advise Lichuan to maintain a cordial relationship with Qi Siyao. Regarding the new commercial complex, after repeatedly confirming with his classmates, Qi Hongji learned from Chu Hua that the air conditioning bid for the district had long been submitted, indicating that procuring goods from Chen Lichuan's side was utterly implausible. Thus, the ostentatious antics of Zhao Zhong and Li Limin were clearly a trap aimed at ensnaring Chen Lichuan. Given the situation with Su Wantong's daughter, it was time to extend a helping hand to Chen Lichuan. Before long, the trio arrived at the hospital room, only to find that Chen Lichuan had already made a swift exit. What? He left to change clothes? Will there be any lingering aftereffects? Upon returning to the ward, Jean Xiaoling anxiously inquired of the head nurse, having learned that her son had departed. He should be fine, just ensure he rests. If you're truly concerned, he can stay in the hospital a few more days. By the time you return to change his dressing, your son will have vanished without a trace. The head nurse replied, harboring a belly full of grievances. Observing this, Qi Hongji hastily took his leave, while the couple rushed home in search of their son. Yao Yao. When I was forcibly dragged into the car, Lu Weiwei didn't intervene at all. He just stood there. Su Wantong scoffed as she recounted Lu Weiwei's actions to Qi Siyao on their way back. Well, Wantong, Weiwei mentioned that he didn't react in time. By the time he prepared to rescue you, you had already been pulled into the car and ended up fighting with a fellow with yellow hair, resulting in him being knocked unconscious. Qi Siyao relayed Lu Weiwei's explanation faithfully. She believed it. Compared to the towering Chen Lichuan, Weiwei was indeed not adept at fighting. Yet he had given it his all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. How could Chen Lichuan manage to react so quickly? Su Wantong pouted, her expression agitated, as the rift between her and Lu Weiwei began to form. Qi Siyao chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Fortunately, last night's ordeal had ended without catastrophe. Serving as a lesson for Wantong, her circle of friends was far too eclectic, particularly those she had met through gaming. As they ambled along, their conversation dwindled. Upon reaching the bustling vegetable market in Erdeo Alley, they encountered the familiar throngs. In this small county, easily traversable by electric scooter, one was bound to meet acquaintances. Not far away stood a fellow, his head wrapped in thick gauze, none other than Chen Lichuan, energetically haggling with a vendor. For wholesale, a bag of flour is 23 yuan. 22 yuan, since I live nearby. We're neighbors, he insisted, embodying the guise of a commoner seeking bargains. With his head swathed in bandages, he navigated through the crowded masses, attracting many glances. I won't charge you a single cent more. How many bags do you want? I'll deliver them to you. The noodle shop owner appeared disgruntled, pulling out a cart to load the goods. Let us start with 6 bags. You only want 6 bags? And you dare ask for wholesale prices? The noodle shop owner, incensed, slammed the cart down. This isn't bulk purchasing. The concept is the same. Chen Lichuan reached into his pocket, intending to offer the owner a cigarette, only to remember that the mischievous Zhang Tao had swiped them. It's certainly not the same. The boss, visibly irate, shouted at Chen Lichuan. Did you consume those 6 bags of flour yourself? When it comes to wholesale, others are purchasing 10 bags every fortnight. I might just need 6 bags in 2 or 3 days. Chen Lichuan remained unperturbed, producing 4 yuan and purchasing a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes from a nearby vendor. Here you go, brother, smoke up. This is just the beginning of our dealings. Chen Lichuan promptly offered him a cigarette. I truly cannot afford your cigarettes. The boss hesitated over the price. Come on, come on. As he spoke, Chen Lichuan deftly slipped the cigarette into the boss's pocket. A smooth maneuver indicative of a seasoned market trader. After muttering a few words about his own misfortunes, the boss finally delivered the goods. After which, Chen Lichuan hurriedly moved on to other vendors. He needed sweet bean sauce, yellow soybean paste, and the delectable sesame paste that northern cuisine favors, all of which had to be slightly salty. He was confident in his ability to prepare the finest sauce for egg pancakes, balancing light and dark soy sauce perfectly. In his previous life, he had spent thousands on tuition to learn locksmithing, only to earn little after obtaining his certification. He never anticipated the fierce competition, and by the time he changed careers, he had yet to recoup his tuition fees. It was only upon entering the egg pancake business that Chen Lichuan struck gold, earning a monthly income of 60,000 from a modest stall. Regardless of grand ambitions, one must first possess some capital, lest all aspirations remain mere fantasies. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Su Wantong and Qi Siyao, quickly averting his gaze and departing, having no time to waste on trivial matters. Chen Lichuan, why are you out? Is everything all right now? Does your head still hurt? And your hand? Su Wantong left Qi Siyao behind and hurried to catch up, hesitating momentarily before grasping Chen Lichuan's sleeve. A faint sigh escaped Chen Lichuan's throat, but when he turned, he wore a polite smile. At that moment, Qi Siyao also approached. Su Wantong. I already told you this morning that I'm fine. Don't take it too seriously, Chen Lichuan replied calmly, yet his indifferent tone radiated a sense of distance. Su Wantong looked up at his tall figure, suddenly feeling a strange unfamiliarity. After a brief pause, she murmured in acknowledgement. But you must take extra care to rest these next few days. Avoid any lingering effects, Qi Siyao advised. Chen Lichuan nodded. Under the scorching sun, the three stood awkwardly in silence. Previously, Chen Lichuan would engage in playful antics to garner their attention and spark conversation. Now, however, he found it bothersome. His silence rendered any shared past irrelevant, and they seemed bereft of topics to discuss. Everyone says the wound is fine now. It's healed, Chen Lichuan said with a smile, to which Qi Siyao politely responded. Soon, the heavily bandaged fellow vanished into the crowd, perhaps marking their best method of greeting, simple yet courteous. Why has Chen Lichuan suddenly become so reticent with you? In the past, he would always have endless words to share upon seeing you, Su Wantong inquired, casting a glance at Qi Siyao. During his celebration banquet, as well as during that dinner with Zhang Tao, and again at my home, where numerous conflicts arose, Chen Lichuan should have realized that a relationship between us is implausible. Nevertheless, he is quite a decent person. We can all be friends moving forward, Qi Siyao remarked lightly. Initially, he harbored a dislike for Chen Lichuan due to the issues at his home, which stirred feelings of guilt. However, because of Wantong, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Yet, in the class group chat, the rumors circulating, along with Chen Lichuan's persistent online presence, left a lingering sense of melancholy on Su Wantong's delicate face, hidden beneath her flowing black hair, swaying gently in the breeze. As dusk approached, Chen Lichuan returned home, weary and without a proper means of transport, which made his tasks quite inconvenient. Son, where have you been? Why aren't you staying at the hospital? Why did you buy so much flour? What's in that bag? Jean Xiaoling rushed to Chen Lichuan, her inquiries swift. Having already pushed the bag of flour into the kitchen, seeing her son drenched in sweat, she hurriedly wiped his forehead, anxious about any potential infections from his wounds. I'm planning to start a small food stall to earn money for university, Chen Lichuan explained as he sat across from old Chen. Dad, has Uncle Qi clarified the matters regarding the new business district with you? Why are you making such a fuss? Is our family truly worried about your tuition? Buying so much food, are you afraid it will go to waste? Chen Lichuan responded, sidestepping the question. After having beaten Chen Lichuan the previous night, he felt a sense of guilt and pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket, tossing it towards him with a dismissive remark. You're not short of what you spend. All right, Dad, I won't hold a grudge about that incident. Just give me the travel money, 2,000 yuan, as promised. Also, regarding the household registration, I wouldn't have hidden it if Uncle Qi hadn't mentioned it to me. Chen Lichuan tucked the 200 into his pocket, requesting funds from old Chen to purchase a cart for making egg pancakes. Is this even an issue? Chen Lichuan exclaimed, looking at Chen Lichuan with a boastful expression. Within moments, he broke into a grin. Son, why didn't you tell your mother and me earlier about the new business district? I intended to, but encountering both of you on the street was quite overwhelming, Chen Lichuan replied, a look of grievance on his face as he sat beside old Chen. Dad, could you please give me the 2,000 for the travel expenses we discussed? Fine, Chen Lichuan said generously, not to mention his previous misdeeds, as he promptly retrieved his wallet and counted out 2,000 yuan before handing it to Chen Lichuan. In this day and age, business people truly do not lack money. Chen Lichuan quickly accepted the money, his fingers deftly counting it, embodying the demeanor of a street vendor. In his previous life, he had risen from the bottom, dealing with all sorts of people. Dad, has Uncle Qi settled everything regarding the new business district with you? Chen Lichuan inquired further. Yes, Qi Hongji is exceptionally capable. It turns out Chu Hua is his classmate, and also from our county. I've heard of him, Chen Lichuan said, placing an arm around Chen Lichuan's shoulder, his smile growing increasingly lecherous. Son, you should learn from your father. Don't be stingy with the young ladies. Sweet talk them a little more. What is there that you can't achieve? Seek out Qi Siyao more often and generously bestow gifts upon her. Do not be stingy. Did Qi Siyao not come to visit you early today at the hospital? Jean Xiaolian interjected with a smile, having already forgotten their previous discord. However, both of them are forthright individuals, harboring no grudges overnight. In this moment, Chen Lichuan merely wished to indulge in a cigarette, keeping his grievances to himself, unwilling to cause his parents distress. Suddenly, Chen Lichuan's phone rang. At this hour, it was indeed time for social engagements. It was a call from Li Limin. Chen Lichuan scoffed lightly and answered the phone. Brother Chen, Manager Zhao is available tonight. Let us entertain him, Li Limin stated. Ever since Qin Shishuan was involved in the new commercial city project, he had been tasked with hosting Zhao Zhong almost daily. Ha ha, little brother. I was just about to call you for a favor, Qin Shishuan replied cheerfully. I made the payment to the manufacturer this morning. We need to reconcile tonight. So you'll help entertain manager Zhao. Already made the payment? Li Limin's voice brimmed with joy. Is it for the 4 sets of machines? Indeed, 4 sets. Oh, this time I'll finally get to enjoy a taste of the soup with Brother Chen. Li Limin could hardly contain his excitement, referring to the benefits of building connections. I must thank you for introducing me to Manager Zhao. Rest assured, as long as Manager Zhao can provide me with business, your share will not be meager. Qin Shishuan remained as generous as ever. All right, Brother Chen, I'll take care of Manager Zhao then. After hanging up, Li Limin turned to the individual seated on the sofa, Zhao Zhong. Has the deposit been paid? Zhao Zhong inquired. Yes, 70%. According to the false contract's profits, on paper, Qin Shishuan is not making any profits. However, he will undoubtedly purchase our agency rights. If he cannot stock the goods, his supply line will also be cut off. It's a losing game, Li Limin remarked with a mocking tone, after which both men erupted in laughter. The business of Ning County's new commercial city involved 4 shopping centers in the region, a project that Li Limin and Zhao Zhong had been preparing for years, intending to introduce inexpensive models into the market. However, Fenggu's developers and the head of the Ministry of Commerce, Chu Hua, unafraid of offending anyone, rejected Zhao Zhong, resulting in substantial losses for the agency of unbranded products. In today's electronics market, with manufacturers driving prices down, who would purchase your unbranded goods? Ultimately, the two plotted to pass this hot potato to Qin Shishuan, of course ensuring that he would not be able to stock the machines. Otherwise, they would earn nothing, as all profits would be absorbed by transfer fees. This opportunity was meant to benefit both sides. In his previous life, Qin Shishuan had collapsed rapidly under similar circumstances, ultimately being deceived by Li Limin with counterfeit branded goods. Now, Li Limin and Zhao Zhong awaited Qin Shishuan to fall into their trap. Chapter 28. Egg-filled pancakes. Humph. Look at the state of the world now. After all the help I gave Li Limin, what do I have to show for it? If it weren't for old Qi assisting us this time, we could have faced significant losses, Qin Shishuan grumbled as he changed into a fine outfit, preparing to go out dancing in the square with Lingling. Humph, let them wait for good things. I shall see what tricks they will play. This is Ningxian, after all, and I am not afraid of them, Jin Xiaoling declared resolutely. Her brothers from her maternal family were certainly no pushovers. Lichuan, make sure to save the money your father gave you, or perhaps take Qi Siyao out to spend it. Don't waste it on frivolous things, she advised with a furrowed brow before stepping out with Qin Shishuan. One cannot help but commend the couple's remarkable mindset. Having narrowly escaped a deep abyss and faced with such significant matters, they seemed unfazed, as if they had learned nothing from their ordeal. As for the concealed household registration book and bank cards, Chen Lichuan refrained from revealing them, driven by a lack of trust in his parents. Only after the dust settles on this matter would he return them. He believed that one must hold their cards close to their chest. Later, alone at home, Chen Lichuan began to prepare the sauce for his egg pancakes. Though he had not made them in years, the moment he began, the old sensations returned. He was well acquainted with the culinary preferences of the Ningxian locals. 500 grams of yellow soybean paste, 50 grams of ketchup, 20 grams of peanut butter, and finally, 30 grams of sesame paste, with additional seasonings such as sugar and oyster sauce measured meticulously. Once the oil reached the right temperature, he cooked and stirred the sauce until it was evenly blended, then set it aside to rest overnight for optimal flavor. As for the pancake dough, it was comparatively simple, requiring only attention to the ratio of flour to hot oil, ideally 1:15 for the best texture. The mixture should be stirred gently with chopsticks until evenly incorporated, ensuring the oil is not too thin but achieves a desirable paste-like consistency. Once these preparations were complete, a sprinkle of chopped scallions, a few spicy strips, and eggs would suffice before selling the pancakes. Anyone could manage that. Chen Lichuan busied himself in the kitchen, and before he knew it, it was past 9 o'clock. Besides a small amount of sauce, he had prepared about 20 pancakes. Had it not been for his injured finger, he could have finished even quicker. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Interrupting his work, he walked over to open the door, revealing Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao. You're out of the hospital so soon? Is your head all right? What are you rushing back for? You could have asked for more from Su Wantong's family. After all, you were injured because of her. Have you forgotten how she treated you? Zhang Tao spoke rapidly upon entering, noticing that Chen's parents were absent, and he immediately made his way into the kitchen. I smashed all the glass at Biaozi's house this afternoon. Damn it. Ma Xiaoqiao still could not swallow that grievance. You two arrived just in time. Have you eaten yet? Chen Lichuan joined them in the kitchen, eager to let them sample his creations. However, the three spoke over one another. "What is this?" Zhang Tao leaned in to inquire. "Egg pancake. Wait outside. I'll show you a trick," Chen Lichuan replied, tying on an apron and cracking 2 eggs, performing the task with flair. "Wow, Lichuan. You're impressive. This is quite novel. Make me one," Zhang Tao exclaimed in surprise, never having expected Chen to be capable of cooking. "Make one for me too," Ma Xiaoqiao shouted from the sofa, eager to watch television. In a brief span of time, Chen Lichuan laid out 4 pancakes, 2 of which had a higher proportion of sesame seeds and a pronounced saltiness, while the other 2 were crafted to cater to southern palates, leaning towards a sweeter flavor. He decided to first serve the sweeter ones, presenting them to the 2 guests, filled solely with crisp lettuce. Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao took generous bites, their eyes widening in astonishment, and as they chewed, they exclaimed in praise, "Lichuan, this is remarkable. Truly delicious. Fragrant. So fragrant." Once they had finished a few bites, Chen Lichuan presented the more savory pancakes, laden with sesame sauce, to them. Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao eagerly seized their plates, devouring the food as if they hadn't eaten in days. "Which one is better?" Chen Lichuan inquired impatiently, eager to discern which flavor the tasters preferred. "They're both delightful," Zhang Tao affirmed with a nod. "Huh, what do you mean? Are the 2 pancakes different? Did you serve me the wrong one? They taste the same to me." Ma Xiaoqiao responded earnestly. "Damn it, can't I have a serious conversation with these guys?" Chen Lichuan thought, feeling exasperated. "What brings you here?" he asked, sitting on a small stool. "Lichuan, make us 2 more lettuce pancakes," Zhang Tao said with a beaming smile as he handed over his plate. "Brother Chuan, I want 2 as well, with extra lettuce, and please add some chili," Ma Xiaoqiao chimed in, grinning amiably. "When will we ever be on the same wavelength? What do you 2 want from me?" Chen Lichuan sighed, shaking his head, yet he rose to prepare the pancakes. "Taozi, do you want chili?" Chen Lichuan called out from the kitchen. Yes. Zhang Tao hurried over and stood at the kitchen door. "Are you still pursuing Qi Siyao? I've helped set the mood, and our class group is quite lively. Don't complicate things for me. It's finally calmed down. And I have no romantic inclinations towards her whatsoever," Chen Lichuan replied seriously. "What are you pretending for?" Zhang Tao scoffed, thinking to himself, "I know you well enough. How could you not have feelings for Qi Siyao? Then why does your OICQ status say you only wait for her? I'll change it as soon as I can. Taozi, if you spread rumors again, this pancake won't be yours. Going to the internet cafe? Great. Let us have an all-nighter. I'll buy you drinks." Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed excitedly as soon as Chen Lichuan finished speaking. "I just got hit on the head, and now you want to pull an all-nighter? Can we please stay on the same topic?" Chen Lichuan felt utterly exasperated and suddenly recalled a pressing issue, asking urgently, "By the way, do you know my QICQ password?" "Who knows that? You never told me." Zhang Tao shook his head. Chen Lichuan turned his hopeful gaze toward Ma Xiaoqiao, who was closer to him. "He ought to know. Brother Chuan, remember to slather on more chili for me." Ma Xiaoqiao fixated on the pancakes sizzling in the oil, swallowing hard in anticipation. Get out. Quickly take the pancakes and leave." Chen Lichuan felt truly exhausted. At Su Wantong's home, the girl had lost her desire to indulge in the game Journey to the West, and instead opened the OICQ class group, fixating on the wildly circulating messages, her mouse hovering repeatedly over Chen Lichuan's avatar. He will be the first to display his latest thoughts, waiting a lifetime for just one person. Chapter 29, A Flicker of Hope. You should avoid those internet cafes in the future. They nearly cost your mother and me our lives. Just play at home. As soon as Su Benjiang returned, he collapsed onto the sofa, rambling on, and after a few drinks, he inevitably became chatty. "You can't indulge too much. It's time to focus," he continued. "Spend more time researching information about universities instead of wasting your days on those tedious games." Su Wantong pouted, visibly dissatisfied. She had felt inexplicably dejected after reading the messages in the group chat, and now she was receiving a lecture. Rising to close her bedroom door, Su Wantong was momentarily halted by another remark from Su Benjiang, prompting her to emerge from her room with a playful grin. "When old Chen has time, we must treat his family to a proper meal. I am immensely grateful to that Chen Lichuan lad. I initially thought he was unreliable, but he turned out to be quite capable. Dad, when are we inviting them over?" Su Wantong inquired eagerly. "In a couple of days." "Oh," Su Wantong elongated her response, placing her foot on the coffee table, feigning nonchalance. Yet, a moment later, a subtle smile crept onto her face, revealing a hint of delight. In the following days, Chen Lichuan remained at home, concocting the sauce for his egg pancakes, not anticipating that old Chen and Lingling would offer constructive feedback. These two were accustomed to indulgence, having traveled extensively and sampled a myriad of exotic delicacies. Surprisingly, This seemingly simple pancake, with a smear of sauce and a few slices of lettuce and spicy strips, proved to be quite enjoyable. Sometimes, when lunch was unappealing, a simple pancake sufficed. After graduation, Chen Lichuan seemed to vanish, aside from Ma Xiaoqiao and Zhang Tao. Classmates rarely encountered him. He had once been the most enthusiastic in class, rallying everyone for all-nighters at the internet cafe, yet now he was nowhere to be found. Hey, Ma Peng, what has Lichuan been up to lately? I haven't seen him at the shop. Will he be able to join us for a CS team match in a few days? In the internet cafe, Cui Zibing nudged Ma Xiaoqiao's arm, posing the question. He's making pancakes at home, Ma Xiaoqiao replied, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Ha ha ha, he's making pancakes? Cui Zibing chuckled, thinking how absurd it was. This group had come to regard Chen Lichuan as someone who could only handle a small amount of his father's business, lacking any grander ambitions. It was still 2004. A time when the sight of egg pancakes sweeping across street stalls nationwide was yet to be imagined, along with the rise of various pancake delicacies. Cui Zibing observed Ma Xiaoqiao's face half hidden beneath his bangs and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Did Su Wanhong not take a liking to you? If you don't pursue her, I might just make my move. Don't say I didn't warn you. Do as you wish. Ma Xiaoqiao replied coldly, though he knew there was no possibility with Su Wanhong. A sudden discomfort gripped him nonetheless. Will Chen Lichuan come to the CS match? We still need a few more players. Cui Zibing inquired, feeling pleased at the prospect of having a better chance with Su Wanhong than Ma Xiaoqiao. I'll call him. He should be able to come, Ma Xiaoqiao responded. He chuckled lightly and said no more, thinking that someone was treating them, then returned to his computer, sending messages on OICQ. Cui Zibing had transferred to Chen Lichuan's class during the second year of high school, and although they often mingled, his relationship with them was not as close as the steadfast trio of Chen Lichuan, Zhang Tao, and Ma Xiaoqiao, who had been together since the beginning. In truth, all the boys in the class wished to befriend Chen Lichuan, who was generous and loved to treat others. Who wouldn't he appreciate that? Cui Zibing, being academically inclined, also kept a close distance to Chen Lichuan. However, due to Qi Siyao, Lu Weiwei harbored animosity towards Chen Lichuan. Want to join the CS battle? We need one more player, Cui Zibing messaged. After a moment, Su Wanhong sluggishly replied, I don't think I can go, my dad's been strict lately. For the past few days, Su Wanhong had been obediently staying at home, but her father mentioned inviting Chen Lichuan over for dinner, and since then, she hadn't heard anything more. Feeling embarrassed to ask, she had sent a friend request to Chen Lichuan on OICQ, which remained unapproved. Yet, when she had initially removed him from her friend list, she had done so without hesitation, even tearing up the graduation message he had written for her. Come on. Many classmates will be there. I'll treat you then. Cui Zibing quickly responded, unable to help but recall Su Wanhong's delicate face and her dainty toes, which he found quite enchanting. Su Wanhong straightened her back, suddenly filled with anticipation, and asked, who else is coming? So far, we have Zhang Tao, me, Chen Lichuan, and Ma Xiaoqiao. Cui Zibing added another message. If you don't like it, we can exclude Ma Xiaoqiao. No, it's fine. Don't worry about him. Her slender fingers typed rapidly on the keyboard. Su Wanhong was also concerned that if Ma Xiaoqiao didn't attend, Chen Lichuan might not come either. She couldn't quite understand why she suddenly found Chen Lichuan and his friends so intriguing and yearned to be part of their circle. Then add me to the list. AK is really strong. Great. So that settles our number. Let us not miss each other. After sending that message, Cui Zibing felt as though he had tasted honey, humming a little tune as he reached for the cigarettes on Zhang Tao's desk, who didn't even glance at him. He thought he had gained something, but upon checking, he found the pack empty, and with a hint of disappointment, he tossed it aside. At least in the matter of cigarettes, Taozi had never been at a loss. Tralala. Su Wanhong walked around her bedroom with her hands behind her back, planning to buy some clothes in the afternoon to wear in a couple of days. Son, this flavor is delightful, far better than before. I assure you, people from our county love this taste. Her mother exclaimed with enthusiasm after having another bite of the egg-filled pancake Chen Lichuan had made. Yes, this flavor is even better. Remember the ratio of the seasonings, son? Chen Lichuan affirmed after taking a big bite. Really? Chen Lichuan hurried into the kitchen, scooping a taste of the sauce with a spoon and jotting down the ratio in his notebook. Look at my son. He is bound to be successful in the future. Jean Shaoling wore an air of pride, astonished at how diligently her son engaged in a task. The key question lingered. Who imparted such knowledge to him? My son possesses an exceptional intellect. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for studying, he managed to secure admission to a third-tier university. Ha ha ha. He clearly takes after me. Chen Lichuan, unabashed, chuckled when suddenly his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression darkened instantly. It was a call from Li Limin. For the past few days, Zhao Zhong had been pressing for the delivery, promising that once the quality of the 4 sets of goods was verified, the procurement contract would be signed immediately. Calculating the time, the goods were nearly due for arrival. My brother and the others are coming to the city tonight. Let us see how Li Limin will manage then. Jin Xiaoling gritted her teeth, and Chen Lichuan answered the call. Chapter 30. The present is life. Hey, Limin. The 4 sets of goods have arrived at the warehouse. When can we sign the contract? The soft furnishings for the new commercial city have already commenced. We need to measure the machine openings and reserve the dimensions. Chen Lichuan urged loudly as soon as he picked up the phone. Brother, the goods are in the warehouse. But Manager Zhao insists we must follow the necessary procedures. A unified bidding process is required as per the developers at Fenggu, Li Limin explained. Nonsense. Chen Lichuan interrupted sharply. Didn't we agree that once the machines were inspected, we would sign the procurement contract directly? Why do we still need to go through a unified bidding process? Brother, the unified bidding is merely a formality. You mentioned that the overall responsibility lies with Manager Zhao. What do we have to fear? Li Limin's tone had shifted drastically from his previous assurances. This is absurd. The highest specification machines require a 70% deposit. I have substantial funds tied up. Do we still need to follow the process? Furthermore, this isn't just for the new commercial city. The machines for the regional market are included as well. Are we to wait for the unified bidding for those too? Chen Lichuan shouted in fury. Although he hadn't been trapped, the audacity of the other party truly infuriated him. It was clear how Li Limin had played him. Brother, I'm anxious too. Li Limin is equally impatient. But Zhao Zhong has suddenly changed his stance, and there's little I can do. His intentions seemed to hint at additional conditions. The matter was laid bare. With Chen Lichuan's machines returned, it became imperative to heed his demands, or risk losing 70% of the deposit. Previously, there was concern about delaying the schedule, necessitating the early ordering of machines. Now, what nonsense was this? Chen Lichuan shouted in rage. Brother, yelling at me won't help. It's evident that Zhao Zhong has other motives. Let us arrange a gathering tonight to see if we can finalize the procurement contract. All right, Limin. You must take this seriously. I have invested a significant amount. This is no trivial matter. Rest assured. After hanging up, Chen Lichuan pointed at the phone. His face flushed with anger. Had it not been for old Qi, we would have truly fallen into this trap. In this world, one can trust no one. That Li Limin, I must tear him apart for his insolence. Jin Xiaoling seethed in fury. After a lengthy exchange in the living room, Chen Lichuan remained silent, quietly preparing the sauce as if he were oblivious to the commotion outside. Dust particles floated gently in the beams of light, and he gazed at them for an extended period. At this moment, having averted the tragic fate of his parents from their previous life, they were destined to enjoy a splendid existence. Su Wantong, though her quarrels resembled the cacophony of birdsong, would still continue to laugh, play, and find joy just as she always had. Perhaps due to his influence, the destinies of many would shift, including those of Ma Xiaoqiao and Zhang Tao. Yet everything would unfold naturally, unnoticed by others. What lay ahead was the true essence of life. Suddenly, Chen Lichuan erupted into laughter, an exhilarating sensation coursing through him, an insatiable desire for immense wealth. That evening, Chen Lichuan and Jin Xiaoling were invited to the Furlong Grand Hotel, accompanied by Chen Lichuan's 2 burly uncles, making for quite a significant affair. Before this, Chen Lichuan had made a point to call Qi Hongji to clarify the situation, prompting Qi to reflect on Chen Lichuan's astute deductions. Xiun, can you believe that Chen Lichuan had the audacity to come to me, imploring me to investigate the new business trade city, not a single complaint escaping his lips? What depth of cunning he possesses. After hanging up, Qi Hongji mused in the living room, with Qi Siyao listening intently. When I served him tea, I intentionally filled the cup to the brim, only to discover that he was wise to my ploy. Of course, a child raised in the world of commerce possesses greater insight. However, his actions, particularly that comment he made while wiping the table with his arm, were truly remarkable. The crux of Zhao Zhong's matter was a trap set for Chen Lichuan. Chu Hua made it clear that the bidding for the district's air conditioning had concluded, and the new business trade city was deliberately holding back, waiting for Chen Lichuan to leap into the fire. Just as Chen Lichuan surmised, his meticulous thoughts are indeed impressive. Were he to work under me, I would undoubtedly employ him. You've been mentioning Chen Lichuan incessantly these past few days. It's becoming quite tiresome. Do you not realize how excessive your focus is? Bai Cuiyun remarked with a slight pout, prompting laughter from the family of 3. Over the past few weeks, Chen Lichuan and Jin Xiaoling had frequently visited their home, gradually dissipating the woman's initial reservations. It seemed that, aside from a few quirks, they were genuinely good people. As for Qi Siyao, Any animosity towards Chen Lichuan had long since faded. Though he was perplexed as to why Chen had yet to update his OICQ status, could it be he still harbored feelings for me? I had made my intentions clear to him. He truly is quite foolish. Later that night, at the Furelong Grand Hotel, upon entering the private room, Li Limin sprang to his feet, casting frantic glances as if he had suffered a great injustice. Manager Zhao, when will the contract be signed? Chen Lichuan demanded directly, standing and banging on the table without a hint of courtesy. What was there to fear? His two hefty uncles were just outside. He knew well that they wouldn't dare raise their voices to Ling Ling due to this very reason. Signing the contract is straightforward. We can finalize it tonight. Please, have a seat and let us discuss this properly. Zhao Zhong's eyes narrowed ominously. Manager Zhao, it is not my intention to rush you, but I have already invested several $100,000, and the goods are languishing in the warehouse. We had previously agreed to procure the merchandise while reserving dimensions for the soft packages. Chen Lichuan, sitting beside Zhao Zhong, shouted animatedly, with spittle flying, while Jin Xiaoling sat down with a dark expression. Brother, sister-in-law, let us first have a drink. Manager Zhao has assured us that the contract can be signed tonight. Li Limin attempted to mediate, rising to pour drinks for the others, pondering why Chen Lichuan was in such a foul mood today. Get up and clarify the contract matter. Jin Xiaoling abruptly knocked over the wine glass in front of Li Limin, displaying no regard for propriety. Chen Lichuan, with that attitude, don't even think about collaborating. Zhao Zhong, also incensed, stood up, ready to leave. Ling Ling, what chaos are you causing? Chen Lichuan scolded, raising his glass for a drink. Manager Zhao, I am genuinely anxious. Given our familiarity, I hope you can understand my predicament. Without your assurance, I would certainly have left, Zhao Zhong replied coldly, pausing momentarily before slowly sitting back down, only to produce a procurement contract. Chapter 31. Breaking the impasse. This is the procurement contract between the new commercial city and the regional market, encompassing 4 sets of large commercial central air conditioners, with specific models clearly approved, precisely the type you have procured. As he spoke, Zhao Zhong slapped a copy of the contract onto the table. Chen Lichuan hastily picked up the contract and began to scrutinize it, his brows furrowing deeper with each passing moment. What is going on? The contract clearly delineated the machine models and the purchasing entity, complete with the project department seal. Could it be that Qi Hongji made an error? Just as Chen Lichuan was in doubt, Zhao Zhong continued, Old Chen, to speak frankly, earning money alongside me is not difficult, but I cannot simply fill your pockets with cash. For this collaboration, according to the rules, you are not eligible to profit. What do you mean? Chen Lichuan closed the contract, his gaze turning sharp. At this moment, Zhao Zhong was in no rush to elaborate. Leaning back in his chair while retrieving the contract to place it into his briefcase, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of others. He then glanced at Li Limin, who nodded and stood up, leaning over to refill Chen Lichuan's glass. Brother, let me lay it out plainly. The small brand of home appliances I represent has Manager Zhao as a major shareholder. Initially, we intended to procure that brand for the market, but new regulations have set a minimum standard. Li Limin began to explain, his words laced with ambiguity. This is why you were included. We initially had no qualification to enter this deal. However, brother, you must calculate this account clearly. As he spoke, Li Limin produced a contract for the transfer of shares in an obscure brand and placed it before Chen Lichuan. Currently, Manager Zhao is offering you a substantial order of 4 machines, and the profits are more than sufficient for you to acquire shares in that small brand from Manager Zhao. You would not incur losses, and by tapping into rural channels, you would still profit. But if, suddenly, Li Limin's tone shifted, his expression turning menacing. If you do not purchase the shares, then the order for those 4 machines will be off the table. Any losses will be your own concern. They have nothing to do with us. The danger was starkly evident. Should Chen Lichuan procure those machines, one could easily imagine the precariousness and peril of his situation. At this moment, the couple felt an even deeper gratitude towards Qi Hongji. Limin, we are friends with old Chen now. We shouldn't speak in such a manner. Zhao Zhong continued, his tone amicable, with one person wearing a dark expression and the other a rosy one. I can assure you, greater orders will be forthcoming. To be frank, I prefer dealing with someone like you, old Chen. As his words settled, Li Limin and Zhao Zhong laid their traps, and Chen Lichuan and Jin Xiaoling grasped the situation. In a previous life, Chen Lichuan, forced by circumstances, had no choice but to purchase a brand of unknown reputation as an agent, while the so-called 4 sets of orders were entirely fabricated contracts devised by Zhao Zhong, complete with counterfeit seals. Let me think. Chen Lichuan appeared troubled, while Jin Xiaoling clenched her fists, seething with rage, wishing to hurl the equity agency contract at Li Limin's face. Naturally, the couple had prepared thoroughly beforehand. Hidden within Qi Xiaoling's handbag was a recording device, intended to gather evidence for their eventual confrontation with the Fenggu developers and the head of the Ministry of Commerce, Chu Hua. Utilizing the company's name to forge false seals would land Zhao Zhong and Li Limin in prison. Chen Lichuan let out a long sigh. Brother, don't hesitate. When you tally it up, you've essentially earned the agency rights for free. If we don't cooperate, you'll be losing hundreds of thousands. Li Limin further urged. Manager Zhao, may I see that purchase contract once more? Chen Lichuan spoke in a subdued tone. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhong retrieved the contract and handed it back to Chen Lichuan, who now held it firmly. This was irrefutable evidence. Suddenly, Chen Lichuan stood, a cold smirk on his face as he retreated toward the door, gripping the contract tightly. Chen Lichuan, what do you mean? Hand over the contract. Zhao Zhong exclaimed, panic-stricken, pointing at him. Give it to you? In your dreams. Chen Lichuan glared furiously. Li Min, you've put me in a dire situation. Have you lost your mind? This is Ningxian. I know everyone here. Brother, come in. Qi Xiaoling shouted with authority, immediately pushing the door open to let in two burly middle-aged men. Zhao Zhong's face turned pale with urgency as he rushed to snatch the contract from Chen Lichuan's grasp. One of the men swiftly slapped Zhao Zhong across the face, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, clutching his face in shock. I'm still standing here. How dare you? Qi Xiaoling declared with fervor. And you, Li Limin? She pointed accusingly. Her brother immediately leaped forward, raining down a pair of punches that sent Li Limin crashing beneath the table, cries of despair echoing through the room. Chen Lichuan watched in horror. Realizing he could never provoke Xiaoling again, perhaps he should avoid glancing at Xiaoli downstairs. Brother, it's enough. Someone will deal with them. Qi Xiaoling, maintaining her composure, spoke briefly before the four hastily exited. However, Zhao Zhong, gripped by fear and ignoring his pain, rose to pursue them. Old Chen, let us talk this over. Just give me the contract. There's no need for such anger. I assure you, I will procure your machines right away. Zhao Zhong grasped Chen Lichuan's arm, pleading desperately. I never planned to reorder. Let us see how you fare this time. Chen Lichuan forcefully kicked Zhao Zhong aside, and then several individuals entered the accord and drove away. Chen Lichuan headed straight for Qi Hongji's residence, knocking on the door. The family of three was having dinner. Old Qi, you have come at an inopportune time. I just finished a meal with Zhao Zhong. Look at this contract. It bears the official seal of Fenggu developers. Could it be a forgery? Lingling has recorded the conversation. Chen Lichuan said urgently. An official seal? Qi Hongji invited the two into the house. Upon examining the contract, he confirmed that it indeed bore the clear imprint of Fenggu developer's seal. I need to call Chu Hua. Qi Hongji realized the gravity of the situation and quickly dialed Chu Hua. After briefly explaining the circumstances, Chu Hua's emotional response was particularly intense. Zhao Zhong does not have the authority to seal this. All reviews are conducted here. Furthermore, the Ministry of Commerce has never issued such a contract. It is a forgery by Zhao Zhong. Xiaoling, do you have the recording? Qi Hongji inquired. Qi Xiaoling promptly produced the recording device. Let me hear it. Chu Hua urged from the other end of the line. After pressing play, both sides listened attentively to the dialogue from the private room. Once finished, Chu Hua stated seriously. Hongji, I need to have these materials in my possession. Understood, Qi Hongji affirmed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Lichuan and his wife, they ended the call. Old Qi, if it weren't for you this time, I would have truly fallen into that scoundrel Li Limin's trap. We must find time for our families to dine together. I owe you my gratitude, Chen Lichuan expressed, shaking Qi Hongji's hand gratefully. Old Chen, you are too courteous. See, you and Lichuan are classmates. We are all in this together. Qi Hongji responded. Ha ha, Qi Xiaoling chuckled, delighted to have such a connection with Director Qi. Glancing at Qi Siyao, she thought how lovely the girl was, and any previous unpleasantness was long forgotten. Lichuan was also attending university in the capital, and she hoped the two children would look after each other. Qi Xiaoling's expression was considerably more reserved this time. Indeed, in the same place, we must support one another. That child Lichuan is quite brave, Bai Zuyun remarked as she approached. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Lichuan and Qi Xiaoling took their leave, mindful that the family was dining and it would be inappropriate to linger. Before departing, Old Chen reiterated the importance of their future meal together. Once they had left, Qi Hongji immediately called Chu Hua again. The latter's words carried profound significance. Hongji, you have done me a tremendous favor this time. Zhao Zhong and I have never gotten along. The entire company knows this. Now, with this opportunity, I can rightfully expel him. I am determined to see him finished. Chapter 32. The Choice of Human Nature. That night, Zhao Zhong and Li Limin arrived at Chen Lichuan's home, intent on reclaiming the procurement contract bearing the forged seal. However, Chen Lichuan and Qi Siyao were far from accommodating, summoning two large brothers-in-law, causing quite a commotion. "Brother, you must hand the contract to Manager Zhao. This is a confidentiality agreement, and you are acting unlawfully," Li Limin threatened. "To hell with you." Chen Lichuan kicked back, emboldened by the presence of his two brothers-in-law. "Li Limin, don't come at me with your nonsense. Do you think I'm an easy target? You will be the one to suffer the consequences." As the commotion grew increasingly tumultuous, a well-meaning neighbor alerted the authorities. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan vehemently denied ever seeing the agreement, while Zhao Zhong, vague and hesitant, dared not elaborate too much. Otherwise, forging the group's seal would be akin to leaping into a fiery pit. "If all else fails, Manager Zhao, you could draft a new contract. I can facilitate notarization for both parties. The previously lost document lacks legal validity." Min Wudong proposed a conciliatory approach. "Very well, let us proceed as Director Min suggests." Chen Lichuan promptly replied, showing considerable cooperation. "Old Chen, since you have not placed an order, let us downplay the matter. I will ensure you receive the compensation you are owed. I certainly would not let your efforts go unrewarded." Zhao Zhong finally relented, speaking sweetly, coaxing, and deceiving. Fearful that any evidence might fall into the hands of his superior, Chu Hua, who would undoubtedly make his life difficult. "Brother, we have shared many years of camaraderie. Grant me a reprieve." Li Limin also stepped forward, pleading for mercy, nearly on his knees. At this moment, Min Wudong discerned the underlying tension. "Let us not engage in such theatrics. I truly have not seen anything," Chen Lichuan asserted resolutely, turning to Min Wudong. "Director Min, I am amenable to mediation. Look at them. It is already late, and I must rest. Cooperation in this matter." Min Wudong bellowed, and after one final attempt at reconciliation, Zhao Zhong and Li Limin could only depart, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Meanwhile, Chu Hua was already drafting a written report. In the dead of night, only the three members of the Chen family remained in the house. Chen Lichuan had been in the kitchen preparing sauces and pancakes. Despite the earlier uproar in the living room, he had not ventured out to witness it, believing that there was no need to flaunt matters that would not harm them. Having endured numerous experiences in his previous life, he instinctively concealed his brilliance, opting for humility. Old Chen and Lingling conversed in the living room about the new commercial center, their hearts still tinged with apprehension, aware of the lessons learned. Their dialogue frequently mentioned Qi Hongji, as they grew weary and prepared to retire. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. "Son, are you not yet asleep?" Qi Siyao inquired with concern as she approached the kitchen door. The couple was pleasantly surprised and gratified by their son's earnest dedication to this task over the past few days. They had not anticipated his patience and willingness to endure such labor, spending the sweltering days in the kitchen, meticulously adjusting the sauce. The heat from the frying pan causing Chen Lichuan to frequently break into a sweat. "You both go to bed. I am preparing to sell the day after tomorrow. And I need to make more sauces and pancakes," Chen Lichuan stated calmly, turning to smile at his parents. If this had been in the past, he would have resented doing any household chores. Their son had matured remarkably. Chen Lichuan felt a swell of joy, washing his hands and preparing to assist his son in making pancakes. "I shall help you as well." Qi Siyao went to wash her hands, and soon the three of them were together in the small kitchen, creating the ingredients. 5 minutes later, Chen Lichuan exclaimed, "Oh dear, age is catching up with me. Standing for a while makes my back uncomfortable. Tomorrow, I must go and install several air conditioners. I will return to my room now." He rubbed his back, wincing as he exited the room, then lay on his bed, fiddling with his phone. Qi Siyao muttered a few disparaging remarks about old Chen, but she too was feeling weary, stifling yawns. "Mother, you should go to bed now." Chen Lichuan took the rolling pin from Lingling's hands, along with the household registration book and bank cards, which were tucked beneath his writing desk in his bedroom. "We are family. Any matter must be discussed together." Qi Siyao stared at her son, momentarily stunned, her eyes gradually reddening. The child had truly grown up. "What a wonderful son. Whatever you desire, just tell your mother." "All right. Mom, you should go to bed now." Chen Lichuan interrupted Qi Siyao, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the emotional moment. "Son, make sure to rest early and don't tire yourself too much. Your mother will ensure you lack nothing." Qi Siyao gently stroked her son's head before returning to her room. After all, in a small town, people's perspectives are limited. They often believe that what they earn is sufficient. Ironically, a lifetime of savings may not even be enough to purchase a home in a city like Shanghai. Chen Lichuan continued to prepare the sauce and dough, engaging in the simple, repetitive task without displaying any signs of agitation, patiently adjusting the proportions of the spices. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe, The keyboard clattered incessantly as people squandered their youth. Ma Peng, remember to find Lichuan. We have an all-nighter planned for the CS match tomorrow night. No one can drop the ball. It's already been agreed upon, Cui Zibing remarked, glancing at Ma Xiaoqiao. He'll definitely come. How could a CS match be complete without him? Ma Xiaoqiao replied confidently. Chen Lichuan was quite enamored with CS. He couldn't recall why he suddenly shifted to playing Warcraft 3 last time. As long as he can make it. Cui Zibing nodded and promptly messaged Su Wantong. Wantong. It's settled. We will pull an all-nighter for CS. 8 versus 8. No problem. I'll be there on time. Su Wantong smiled while typing on the keyboard. Then opened CS to practice her shooting skills, not wanting to lag behind tomorrow. She hadn't played much of Journey to the West lately. By the following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Lichuan was still in the kitchen preparing the sauce, knowing that the flavor is best after sitting overnight. Son, you didn't sleep all night? Jean Xiaoling, upon rising, saw her son still busy in the kitchen and felt a pang of sympathy as she approached him. I need to make more. The flavor is best after sitting overnight. I often pull all-nighters at the internet cafe. I don't feel tired. It's nothing. Chen Lichuan smiled, genuinely feeling that at his age, after a night without sleep, he could still play basketball for hours the next day. All right, we must have lunch together, huh? You bring the drinks, and we'll have a good time. Chen Lichuan, after ending a call, entered the kitchen. Old Su just called. He is treating us to lunch. I want to be going. I need to finish the sauce before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Lichuan immediately declined. He was genuinely exhausted and didn't feel like going, and he had no desire to socialize with the Su family. He didn't need them. As for the matter with Su Wantong, it was merely a question of conscience. Moreover, the skies are high and birds are free. However, if it were Qi Hongji, Chen Lichuan would certainly go. It is only natural that human emotions often stem from the most pragmatic judgments. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Let our son rest well. We can go together, Jean Xiaoling said, concerned for her son. All right then. Chen Lichuan nodded and then stepped out the door. At that moment, Su Wantong heard that she would be dining at Chen Lichuan's home this afternoon. She retreated to her room to apply makeup, inexplicably smiling to herself. In Chapter 33, Unfathomable Thoughts, she blended her foundation and expertly applied eyeliner. Satisfied, Su Wantong stood beside the mirror, turning this way and that. Beneath her newly purchased black skirt flowed a pair of white thigh-high socks. Her long black hair subtly exuded the fragrance of perfume, though faint. It provided a refreshing allure to boys her age when they drew near. Unlike Qi Siyao, who flaunted his youth with a bare face, Su Wantong relished the art of embellishment. Her exquisite makeup rendered her stunning, a beauty not typical for her age. For instance, beside a boy dressed plainly with a rather outdated hairstyle, she appeared as a girl from a vibrant city, creating a stark contrast. Dad, my classmates invited me to stay out all night. I want to be coming back, Su Wantong announced as she emerged from her bedroom. What? No way. Su Binjiang's expression darkened instantly. Hadn't the last incident taught her enough? The internet cafe was filled with unsavory characters. She was forbidden to go. Oh, come on. Dad, so many classmates are going. We've already made plans, and Chen Lichuan is going too. At the mention of his name, Su Wantong's head instinctively lowered, her heart inexplicably racing. In recent days, thoughts of Chen Lichuan had frequently occupied her mind, leaving her with a silly grin. The simplicity of youthful affection often led to prolonged infatuation, perhaps even spanning her entire adolescence, sparked merely by a few exchanged words. Yet, Su Wantong remained oblivious to the true nature of her feelings for Chen Lichuan. Perhaps she simply found him intriguing and yearned to be part of his circle. That's out of the question. Su Binjiang's tone was resolute. I'm going. I don't care, Su Wantong retorted, turning back to her room and slamming the door shut. Ha ha ha, Niu Li, seated on the sofa, chuckled, knowing that Su Binjiang was merely putting on a tough front. Ultimately, he would acquiesce to his daughter, as he always had. Meanwhile, in her room, Su Wantong lay on her bed, singing joyfully, her spirits lifted. When I was still an innocent girl, encountering love yet not understanding it, from the past to the present many had pursued Su Wantong, which filled her with pride. It seemed that the kindness of others was her due. At noon, both families arrived at the restaurant almost simultaneously, yet Chen Lichuan was nowhere to be seen. Old Chen, where's Lichuan? Su Binjiang inquired with a smile, while Su Wantong anxiously scanned for him. That boy has been preoccupied with making pancakes, lost in his own world. He didn't sleep a wink last night. We can't keep tabs on him. He is probably catching up on sleep now. So let us eat without worrying about him, Chen Lichuan admonished with a laugh. Upon hearing that Chen Lichuan wouldn't be attending, a pang of disappointment struck Su Wantong. As if a piece of her was missing. That boy, Well then, let us eat. I wanted to thank him in person. Su Binjiang shook his head, not dwelling on it further. Never mind. Let us go eat. Chen Lichuan waved his hand, leading them into the private dining room. Su Wantong sat in her chair, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Fortunately, there was still something that brought her joy, the prospect of spending the night playing games with Chen Lichuan. The thought of sitting beside him made a sweet smile bloom on her petite face. Are you seriously not going to the CS match? Everyone's already gathered. Your absence would be quite the oversight. In the afternoon, Ma Xiaoqiao arrived at Chen Lichuan's home, excitedly discussing the overnight gaming session, only to be met with disbelief when he learned that Chen would not attend. Come on, if it were any other day, I would join you to enjoy the fun. But right now, I need to prepare more sauces and dough, fearing that I won't have enough to sell tomorrow. Besides, I didn't sleep a wink last night. Another all-nighter would surely be the death of me. Chen Lichuan shook his head, resolutely turning down Ma Xiaoqiao. Is this really you? You're passing up such a grand event, a match against the class across the hall no less, and if you lose, you'll have to pay for cigarettes and internet fees. Ma Xiaoqiao persisted, trailing closely beside Chen Lichuan. Enough already, I truly cannot go. Chen Lichuan maintained his firm stance, his hands never ceasing their work in the kitchen. Lichuan, are you really planning to sell pancakes on the street? Zhang Tao approached, glancing skeptically at the bucket of dough. Incredulous at the thought of Chen Lichuan, a man who valued his pride, stooping to such a level. What is wrong with that? It's about making money. There's no shame in it, Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly. Is your family in dire need of money? Zhang Tao exclaimed, struggling to fathom such words coming from Chen Lichuan, who used to exude confidence and pride. Excess money is never burdensome, Chen Lichuan said, pausing his work to address the two. If business goes well, you both can come help me. I'll pay you fairly. I'm not going, Zhang Tao declared immediately. In his previous life, he had worked extra hours as a chauffeur after his regular job, sacrificing sleep and ultimately falling ill from exhaustion. Come on, Lichuan, let us head to the internet cafe. Ma Xiaoqiao pleaded from the side. All right, you two go ahead. There are drinks in the fridge, feel free to take some. I definitely want to be joining you. So stop sulking around me. Chen Lichuan waved his hand dismissively, choosing to ignore them. However, Ma Xiaoqiao was relentless, continuing to plead from the afternoon until nightfall. His persistence unyielding. Go on, Lichuan, just play the first half and come back for the second. As the two prepared to leave, they once again found themselves at the door, begging him. I want to be going. Chen Lichuan shook his head, finally pushing them out and shutting the door with a firm thud. He needed to focus on making money, or to sell the egg-filled pancakes. The entrance of the internet cafe was the perfect spot. Those who had just completed an all-nighter were undoubtedly cold and hungry, and most who came for the early session hadn't eaten. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Lichuan began to pack the ingredients into the bucket. After accounting for costs, including the ingredients and the small vehicle he purchased for 1,200, he found that he was left with merely over 300 yuan. That night, Chen Lichuan went to bed early, while two dejected figures retreated down the corridor. At this hour, the internet cafe was particularly lively, filled with people coming and going, while loudspeakers blared music unabashedly. Cui Zibing had already secured a gaming station, naturally having collected the overnight fees from Ma Xiaoqiao, Zhang Tao, and the others. But he was the only one to cover Su Wantong's internet charges. When Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao arrived at the internet cafe, they found Su Wantong standing at the entrance, engaged in animated conversation with Cui Zibing, her knee-high white socks adorning her legs with an endearing charm. What is this? Is Cui Zibing harboring feelings for Su Wantong? Zhang Tao inquired with a hint of displeasure. It's none of my concern, Ma Xiaoqiao replied, shaking his head nonchalantly, though turmoil brewed within him. This rascal shows no restraint, leaving no room for decency. TSK, what a disgrace. You're just like Lichuan, incapable of winning over a girl. Zhang Tao teased the pair, yet despite his jesting, he himself lacked the courage to pursue Qi Siyao and Su Wantong, feeling the disparity was too great. Where's Chen Lichuan? Upon noticing only Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao approaching, Cui Zibing furrowed his brow and called out, without him, how can we discuss the internet fees? He couldn't make it due to some matters. We could easily win with anyone else added to our team, Ma Xiaoqiao declared, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, flipping his bangs, and gazing skyward from a 45-degree angle, his plump face betraying the weight of experience. If we lose, we'll have to cover the cost of cigarettes and internet fees. We can't proceed without him. I'll call Chen Lichuan again. With that, Cui Zibing pulled out his phone and attempted to reach Chen Lichuan, but there was no answer. By this time, Chen Lichuan was likely in a deep slumber. Chen Lichuan being rather inconsiderate? Cui Zibing grumbled, trying once more to no avail. Su Wantong stood nearby, lost in thought. No longer the playful girl who had been peering into the distance with her hands behind her back. Do you need someone? Yang Hong approached, inquiring of the group. After spending a year at the first high school, Yang Hong transferred to an art school, where she later gained considerable fame. It was rumored she had once shared a class with Zhang Tao and Su Wantong, but their connection had faded over time. We're short one. Are you planning to stay up all night too? Zhang Tao replied with a smile. Yes, let us join forces then, Yang Hong agreed, generously producing cigarettes to share among them, exuding a strong sense of social confidence. Standing in front of her, Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao appeared somewhat juvenile. Perfect. That makes just enough of us to play together, Cui Zibing said with a smile. Although he didn't know Yang Hong personally, he had heard of her reputation and was currently very amiable. Yang Hong returned his smile, casting a glance towards Su Wantong, yet she refrained from engaging in conversation. During that year they shared a class, they hardly spoke, and rumors about Biao had circulated, leading to resentment from several individuals toward her. The group then entered the internet cafe, diving into an intense CS battle. To put it in contemporary parlance, Su Wantong was indeed an avid gamer. After several rounds, she forgot her disappointment over Chen Lichuan's absence, fully immersing herself in the competition. It must be said, her prowess with the AK was formidable. Ma Xiaoqiao intentionally avoided sitting beside Su Wantong, yet he couldn't help but steal glances at her, seeing how Cui Zibing was joking and laughing with her. Even purchasing instant noodles for her, which she accepted while bowing her head to eat, causing a pang of heartache that felt like a knife's edge. It was one thing to be surrounded by others, but this was a close friend. Thanks. Including the internet fees, how much is it altogether? Su Wantong asked, taking a bite of her noodles. I don't want to pay. Cui Zibing shook his head in refusal, and upon noticing Su Wantong's gesture of reaching for her wallet, he promptly grasped her arm, causing his heart to race in that fleeting moment. How could her skin be so delicately smooth, akin to water? What is our relationship? I truly do not wish to take your money. Cui Zibing frowned and shook his head, seemingly vexed. Goodness, they are already holding hands. Zhang Tao observed with an exaggerated expression, glancing at Ma Xiaoqiao. At that moment, Ma Xiaoqiao found it difficult to breathe, after pursuing her for so long. He had never even touched Su Wantong's hand, yet now, Cui Zibing was already holding hers. Alas, you and Chen Lichuan are indeed a pair of good brothers. Each more inept than the other, Zhang Tao teased playfully. Everyone take a break for a moment. Prepare for the third round. I will switch to the map with the white rooftops, someone from the opposing team called out. Wantong, you are studying at university in Magic City as well, right? Cui Zibing seized the opportunity to engage Su Wantong in conversation. However, Su Wantong did not hear him. She took the chance to open OICQ, pouting in disappointment. As the friend request she sent to Chen Lichuan had yet to be accepted. Wantong, you are also studying in Magic City, aren't you? Cui Zibing inquired once more. Yes, I am majoring in economics and trade. Are you also in Magic City? Su Wantong casually asked, switching the screen to the CS game. I am in Magic City as well. Let us go to school together sometime. Cui Zibing replied with a smile. The people from Ning County have a particular yearning for the major cities like Magic City and Beijing. Zhang Tao, why hasn't Chen Lichuan come? Yang Hong asked Zhang Tao before the game commenced. He has been extremely busy lately and rarely visits the internet cafe, Zhang Tao replied while putting on his headphones. Yang Hong nodded and did not mention Chen Lichuan again. It turned out that Yang Hong had borrowed over 300 from Chen Lichuan, which he had yet to repay. Considering his family's wealth, with a Honda Accord to boot, it seemed that he was doing quite well in his romantic endeavors. At 5 a.m, Chen Lichuan rose quietly, tiptoeing down to move things, deliberately telling his parents that he would leave at 8 to avoid waking them. After numerous trips back and forth for half an hour, he finally loaded the ingredients into a small cart downstairs. He then pushed the cart towards the internet cafe, which was quite a distance away. Climbing uphill, Chen Lichuan hunched over, appearing like a man toiling for a living, seemingly capable of enduring all hardships. The once crowded street now appeared exceptionally spacious as Chen Lichuan strode purposefully with his cart. A car approached, stopping beside him. Chen Lichuan, Qi Hongji exclaimed, stepping out of the vehicle, surprised to see him. What are you doing? Uncle Qi, I am preparing to sell some snacks at the internet cafe. Chen Lichuan replied candidly. You are selling snacks? What are these? Did your parents make them? Qi Hongji inquired curiously. Egg-filled pancakes. I saw them online and decided to try making some since I still have time before university, Chen Lichuan explained. You made these? Qi Hongji was even more astonished and lifted the cloth covering the bucket to take a glance, thinking to himself that there was quite a bit. Uncle Qi, where are you headed? Chen Lichuan asked, deliberately glancing at his phone to appear hurried. I'm going to the provincial capital. All right, then, Lichuan, see you later. Qi Hongji bid a simple farewell, boarded his vehicle, and departed. This time, Zhao Zhong also set off overnight to deliver evidence to Chuhua, likely seeking connections to plead his case. In the rearview mirror, Chen Lichuan's silhouette gradually receded, leaving Qi Hongji increasingly perplexed by him. Finally, shortly after 6 o'clock, Chen Lichuan arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe. Without a moment's respite, he hurriedly commenced his preparations, as patrons were already beginning to leave in dribs and drabs. Soon, a distinctive aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of a discarded loudspeaker inside the cafe, which began to loop its announcement. The renowned delicacy of the Magic City, egg-filled pancakes, 3 yuan each, a family platter, 5 yuan each. 1 bite, and utter satisfaction is guaranteed. Simultaneously, within the cafe, excitement erupted. We won! We won! Pay for the internet fee, hurry, and buy cigarettes. Cui Zibing exclaimed, rising with exhilaration as he shouted across to the opposing class. Su Wantong stretched lazily, a cheerful smile gracing her face. That doesn't count. You called for reinforcements, retorted the opposing team, attempting to evade defeat. Don't be sore losers. Zhang Tao interjected, his expression displeased. Yang Hong was originally in our class. What? You don't intend to share? What is your name? Yang Hong stood up, lifting her chair. The opposing team fell silent, heads bowed, as they came forward to pay the internet fee and purchased several packs of cigarettes, which they handed over. Come on, let us go have breakfast. Cui Zibing exclaimed joyfully. Clutching the winnings from the internet fee, everyone felt a sense of ease. Happiness could be so simple. As the group exited the cafe, a chill breeze swept over them, reminding them of their hunger and the cold. Is that Chen Lichuan? It is indeed Chen Lichuan, exclaimed Cui Zibing, who was at the forefront and spotted Chen Lichuan first. From shock, his voice gradually morphed into mockery, his gestures exaggerated as if something monumental had occurred. At this stage, they were particularly concerned about appearances, especially since Chen Lichuan had always maintained a high profile among his classmates, coming from a wealthy family. It seemed improbable that he would set up a stall on the roadside. Curious gazes turned towards him, including those from the neighboring class, all of whom recognized Chen Lichuan. Su Wantong, originally standing at the back of the crowd, hurried forward, her carefully curated appearance hoping to catch Chen Lichuan's eye, lest she feel out of place for too long. Finally, he was not far from her, but oh, he appeared quite different from her expectations, evoking a sense of a street vendor rather than the affluent young man she envisioned. Chen Lichuan skillfully prepared egg pancakes, cheerfully conversing with customers purchasing his goods. I only use the largest eggs for you. If you add ham and spicy strips, the flavor becomes truly delightful. All right, let us add those, replied a young man in front of the cart, shivering in his short sleeves, his hands wrapped around himself against the morning chill. Speaking, he swallowed hard, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. All right, Chen Lichuan announced with enthusiasm, exuding vitality. Before long, he wrapped the egg pancake and handed it to the young man, who eagerly took a big bite, emitting a satisfied in praise. 5 yuan earned. Lichuan, you really showed up. Zhang Tao strode over, utterly astonished to discover that Chen Lichuan was not jesting. He had indeed set up a stall, and right in front of the internet cafe, surrounded by familiar faces. Brother Chuan, Ma Xiaoqiao called out as he approached, standing beside Chen Lichuan. Soon after, Cui Zibing and his group arrived, with Su Wantong among them. Standing quite close to Chen Lichuan, Yang Hong gazed at Chen Lichuan with an expression of disbelief, a sentiment shared by all the classmates present. Brother Chuan here? Have a smoke. Is your family in need of money, that you resort to this? Cui Zibing offered him a cigarette. Chen Lichuan glanced at him, still busy preparing egg pancakes for others. I can't smoke. I'm making food. What if Ash gets in? His response was met with amusement from the customers buying the pancakes. Quite professional, aren't you? But why have you set up a stall? Did something go awry with the family business? Cui Zibing pressed on, the eager crowd of classmates hanging on Chen Lichuan's every word. Selling electronics is a modest venture, and with business becoming increasingly difficult, I had to come out to help my family earn some money. Chen Lichuan replied with a smile, handing a pancake to a customer. Now, only his former classmates remained. He spoke in a manner that appealed to their interests to avoid the inevitable question, Brother Chuan, now that you're in the food business, won't you treat us to a taste of your culinary skills? Cui Zibing's suggestion, perhaps habitual by now, elicited a chuckle from Chen Lichuan, who continued making pancakes with deftness. Cui Zibing exchanged knowing glances with their classmates, the implication unmistakable. With a single flat pan for 3 pancakes, Chen Lichuan prepared the first one and turned to Ma Xiaoqiao, asking, Fatty, do you want an egg and some spicy strips? Yes. Hee hee. Ma Xiaoqiao replied with a mischievous grin, oblivious to the fact that Chen Lichuan might actually treat them. Does Uncle Chen's family really need money? All right. Chen Lichuan nodded, adding spicy strips and ham, wrapping it up before handing it to Ma Xiaoqiao. That'll be $5, just a small business. His words were directed at Ma Xiaoqiao, but intended for everyone to hear. What? Ma Xiaoqiao was taken aback. Brother Chuan's family has always fed us pancakes without us paying. Besides, I only have 50 cents on me. I'll have ham and spicy strips too, just like Fatty. That's $10 total, Zhang Tao chimed in, pulling out a $10 bill and handing it to Chen Lichuan. Great. Chen Lichuan accepted the money and prepared another pancake, handing it to the two of them as they squatted nearby, devouring their food. Zibing, what about you? Do you want ham and spicy strips? Chen Lichuan inquired, looking at Cui Zibing. Brother Chuan, you're being rather stingy. You want to even treat your classmates to something worth $5? Cui Zibing exclaimed dramatically, inadvertently branding Chen Lichuan as the miser. When have I ever been stingy? Now I'm reduced to setting up a roadside stall. And you all can't even look out for me? Chen Lichuan's seemingly submissive tone was, in fact, a subtle challenge to Cui Zibing, suggesting, look, I've fallen on hard times. Since I've treated you well before, don't you owe me some support? Cui Zibing was momentarily taken aback. Yet a hint of arrogance lingered within him. Of course, we must take care of that, he proclaimed. Thus, Cui Zibing took the initiative to pay, covering the breakfast expenses for the opposing team, treating them to egg pancakes. At this moment, no one dared to suggest that Chen Lichuan should foot the bill. I want spicy strips. I can't handle ham, Su Wantong said softly, standing in front of Chen Lichuan, eager to distinguish herself from the others, despite her hunger. Breakfast should be hearty, and paired with sauce, it tastes delightful. Let's add the ham, Chen Lichuan replied courteously, maintaining a pleasant demeanor towards Su Wantong, akin to his treatment of the other patrons, although his intention was merely to increase his profits. Very well, I'll defer to your judgment, Su Wantong nodded obediently, mistakenly believing Chen Lichuan was genuinely concerned for her. She took her egg pancake and stood aside, happily indulging in it. Su Wantong chewed enthusiastically, then stared at Chen Lichuan in disbelief, astonished by how delicious it was, utterly captivating. The next to order was Yang Hong. I don't want ham either. I'm feeling queasy this morning. Where have you been lately? Have you secretly learned a new skill? Yang Hong remarked, discarding her cigarette but on the ground and crushing it underfoot. This sauce was sent back from the magical city, crafted by the masters of a century-old establishment. Chen Lichuan boasted, promoting his egg pancakes, reiterating, breakfast should be hearty, and paired with sauce. It tastes delightful, and it warms the stomach. Let's add the ham. All right then. Yang Hong nodded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Wantong's mood soured, and she shot a resentful glance at Yang Hong. Heh, Yang Hong chuckled, catching Su Wantong's gaze but choosing not to respond. She was aware that a few of Biaozi's former friends were planning to confront her, and she refrained from warning them. During their time in the same class, Yang Hong could hardly tolerate Su Wantong's haughty demeanor, as if her privileged background entitled her to special treatment. Coincidentally, a few individuals rushed in, their expressions unfriendly. Hey, come here. A man suddenly grasped Su Wantong's arm and began to drag her toward the alley. Who are you? Su Wantong screamed, her egg pancake slipping from her grasp and tumbling to the ground as she instinctively crouched and glanced back at Chen Lichuan. In that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned, eyes wide in shock, while Chen Lichuan continued to prepare pancakes at his stall. It was Zhang Haiji, a notorious figure known for his unscrupulous behavior, having bullied many in the past. Upon seeing him, the classmates felt a wave of fear wash over them. Compared to Biaozi, this man had an even worse reputation. What do you want? Let's talk this out, Cui Zibing exclaimed, the most agitated among them. He approached cautiously, casting wary glances at Zhang Haiji, forcing a smile as he hastily offered him a cigarette. What the hell do you have to do with this? Get lost, Zhang Haiji barked, pointing menacingly at Cui Zibing, instantly intimidating him into a state of paralysis, his body trembling slightly. Zhang Haiji then surveyed the others with a venomous glare, gritting his teeth as he declared, let me make it clear, I have a grudge against her, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't come over here and provoke me. You might end up getting hurt. I don't even know you. Su Wantong cried out in terror, crouching on the ground and desperately clutching her arms, yearning to escape. You know Biaozi, right? He is my brother. Upon hearing the name Biaozi, Su Wantong collapsed in fear, her face paling to a ghostly white. Get the hell away from me. Zhang Haiji glared menacingly at the crowd surrounding him. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to approach, which only heightened Su Wantong's sense of suffocation. Observing the multitude around her, who were too terrified to make a sound, Zhang Haiji grew increasingly arrogant, yanking Su Wantong forcefully. Don't you dare look! Are you seeking death? He bellowed. Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Chen Lichuan charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Zhang Haiji's eye, causing him to double over in agony. How dare you bully us in front of our classmates? Teach him a lesson. Chen Lichuan roared, lifting his foot to kick Zhang Haiji while pulling Su Wantong behind him. Ma Xiaoqiao surged forward without hesitation, tackling another assailant to the ground. Zhang Tao was equally unfazed, ready to join the fray. When he noticed someone attempting to ambush Chen Lichuan from behind, he swiftly kicked out, engaging in a struggle with that individual. With a leader to rally behind, Cui Zibing and others cast aside their reservations and rushed in, attacking anyone they could catch. Zhang Haiji and his 3 companions found themselves overwhelmed, pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten by over a dozen classmates, and within moments, they lay motionless. Stop! Zhang Haiji, sitting on the ground with his hands over his head, shouted in desperation, unable to endure any longer. However, they were merely fresh graduates, their hearts not hardened. Witnessing their foes laid low, they gradually ceased their assault. Chen Lichuan, having struck Zhang Haiji with measured force, chose not to overexert himself for such a worthless opponent. Unlike that night with Biaozi, when he had unleashed his full strength. Meanwhile, Su Wantong quickly hid behind Chen Lichuan, clinging tightly to him. Chen Lichuan, do you want to die? How dare you hit me? Zhang Haiji shouted furiously, still attempting to intimidate him. As a large crowd gathered in the internet cafe to witness the spectacle. You'd better speak to me properly. Chen Lichuan responded with a kick, sending Zhang Haiji sprawling on the ground. Taozi, call the police. Don't let them escape. Chen Lichuan yelled again. All right. Zhang Tao promptly retrieved his phone to report the incident. The group of classmates encircled Zhang Haiji and his companions, ensuring they could not flee. The scene had devolved into a tense stalemate, with no one willing to make a move, awaiting the arrival of the police to intervene. Fine. As if no one has connections, Zhang Haiji spat defiantly. Chen Lichuan, I'll remember you this time. Even as he tried to intimidate Chen Lichuan while attempting to rise, he was met with a resounding slap that echoed sharply in the air. Men Wudong is my uncle. Go ask around. Stop pretending to be tough in front of your father. Chen Lichuan retorted, knowing how to handle such individuals. Either avoid provoking them or instill fear through force. Upon hearing the name Men Wudong, Zhang Haiji's lips twitched, clearly shaken. After Biaozi's incarceration, that director had swiftly apprehended a number of individuals with ruthless efficiency. Tachikawa, you mentioned that we were once acquaintances. Just now, when so many of you attacked the 4 of us, we suffered losses. And there seems to be no need to escalate the matter. After all, it hardly qualifies as a significant issue, does it? Zhang Haiji, feeling intimidated, softened his tone and glanced at Su Wantong, offering a friendly smile. Yet, at the moment their eyes met, Su Wantong instinctively retreated behind Chun Tachikawa, fear gripping her heart. All eyes were on Chun Tachikawa, awaiting his words to see how this situation would be resolved. How dare you? Grabbing my classmate, where do you think you're going? Bullying my classmate is hardly a trivial matter. I assure you, I will stand my ground. Chun Tachikawa exclaimed with fervor, his declaration emboldening his classmates. Those who had previously hesitated to confront him now found courage in his presence. You scoundrel, I will let you off this time. But should you dare to bully Wantong again, you shall face my wrath. Cui Zibing shouted, raising his fist and stepping forward to stand alongside Chen Tachikawa. It was time to make a stand. How dare you bully my classmate, and yet you think you can get away with it? Zhang Tao joined in, stepping forward to kick Zhang Haiji, a move he hadn't dared to make moments before. Indeed, you are courting death. There will be no mercy. Came the chorus of voices from their classmates, reverberating loudly, creating a protective barrier around Su Wantong. The trepidation that had lingered in her heart began to dissipate at this moment. Stealing glances at Chun Tachikawa's silhouette, her gaze turned tender and warm. Yang Hong, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Since transferring schools, when had she ever felt such warmth, being shielded by her classmates? She found herself gazing intently at Chun Tachikawa's profile, unable to look away. Tachikawa, how did I perform just now? Did I put that scoundrel in his place? Ma Xiaoqiao leaned in to whisper in Chun Tachikawa's ear, eagerly anticipating his praise. Aside from being handsome, there's little to commend. Chen Tachikawa replied promptly. In response, Ma Xiaoqiao playfully flicked his signature bangs. He. Su Wantong unexpectedly let out a laugh, her voice reminiscent of cheerful birds, though high-pitched, it was endearing. The sunlight enveloped her, exuding warmth, and she suddenly found Chun Tachikawa and Ma Xiaoqiao fascinating. How infuriating. You've delayed my earnings. Chun Tachikawa glared fiercely at Zhang Haiji and his companions, his teeth gritted as if he were ready to devour them. Su Wantong noticed the look on his face, and a sweetness blossomed in her heart. Surely, he couldn't bear to see her bullied. Chapter 37. Mind your own business, don't run. Sensing the tide turning against him, Zhang Haiji attempted to flee, but Chun Tachikawa swiftly seized him by the nape of his neck, forcing him down to kneel on the ground. Cui Zibing rushed in, delivering 2 swift kicks. Su Wantong stood behind, determined to display her strength. Don't let them escape, Cui Zibing commanded, directing his voice towards Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao. Don't let them get away. Look over there. And that one, pull him up from the ground. The classmates rallied in unison, their spirits inexplicably heightened, as they hoisted Zhang Haiji and his companions off the ground. Don't let them escape, Su Wantong shouted loudly, raising her fist and delivering several powerful blows to Zhang Haiji's back. She had never felt such exhilaration before, compensating for her regret of not smashing any windows. Shortly thereafter, Min Wudong and his team arrived at the internet cafe. Upon seeing his stern visage, Zhang Haiji could hardly maintain his footing, with other matters hidden beneath him, including previous thefts. This individual likely harbored additional issues. One comrade discreetly alerted Min Wudong. Meanwhile, on Chen Lichuan's side, after a spirited exchange among classmates detailing the events, Zhang Qiji and his group were taken away for investigation. Oh, how delightful! A student from the neighboring class exclaimed. Indeed, uniting to accomplish such a task brought an indescribable sense of relief. Lichuan, in the future, feel free to speak up. I will certainly be there. Another from the adjacent class added. Hee, before graduation, our class 11 was the most united. We faced everything together, one excitedly declared, slinging an arm around Chen Lichuan's shoulder. I heard Zhang Haiji wasn't doing well. Did you not see how I dealt with him? Cui Zibing's tone was unexpectedly arrogant, casting a lingering glance at Su Wantong. Dare to touch Wantong, and I will take his life. I was not gentle earlier. Did you not witness my ferocity? The classmates began boasting, while Chen Lichuan, concerned about the impact on his business, cranked the loudspeaker to maximum volume. Attention, classmates. Those who have not yet purchased egg pancakes, hurry over to line up. I will select the largest eggs for you. Chen Lichuan called out, bustling at his cart. Gradually, the onlookers dispersed, and students, clutching their egg pancakes, returned home in small groups. Business was thriving, coinciding with breakfast hours, and a considerable queue formed in front of his stall. Ma Pang, Taozi, you two go home and rest for a bit. Come back around noon to help me deliver, Chen Lichuan instructed before diving back into making egg pancakes. While Su Wantong quietly noted his words. Are we really expected to help? How embarrassing, Zhang Tao murmured, glancing at Ma Xiaoqiao. Brother Chuan has said it. I'm going regardless. Ma Xiaoqiao replied. Fine, then I'll go too. Let us hurry back for a quick nap. Zhang Tao shook his head and followed Ma Xiaoqiao away. At that moment, Su Wantong and Cui Zibing remained together, yet to depart. Ma Xiaoqiao glanced over, exclaiming, wow, such a complete defeat. Wantong, are you not leaving? I can give you a ride. Cui Zibing said softly, pressing the car key, and a nearby Passat flashed momentarily. His family circumstances were quite comfortable, yet he was accustomed to taking advantage of Chen Lichuan. I just dropped my egg pancake. I need to buy another from Chen Lichuan. As she spoke, Su Wantong looked towards Chen Lichuan, now feeling free to gaze at him, though it was not merely for the pancake, but to express her gratitude when the crowd thinned. You wait, I'll go ask him for one. Cui Zibing quickly approached the stall. Lichuan, make me one first. Queue up, Chen Lichuan shouted, not even lifting his head. Damn it, I'm the one asking you, Cui Zibing. Everyone must line up. You can go home first. I prefer to walk alone for a while. Su Wantong tugged at Cui Zibing's arm, displaying a hint of impatience. I was just worried about you, Cui Zibing insisted. They've already taken the person away. It's fine now. You should head back. Su Wantong turned her head away, choosing not to look at Cui Zibing any longer. She had always been proud and felt entitled to the favors bestowed upon her by the boys. Perhaps Biaozi's affection for her stemmed from this very reason. All right then. Take care on your way back. If anything happens, call me immediately, and I will rush over, Cui Zibing advised, but after casting a glance at Chen Lichuan, he quietly departed, becoming somewhat humble like Ma Xiaoqiao. Huh, Yang Hong scoffed, glaring at Su Wantong, disliking her demeanor and guessing her thoughts, filled with animosity. Soon, it was Yang Hong's turn, and she ordered 2 servings of egg pancakes. Take it and eat, she said, tossing one wrapped in plastic towards Su Wantong. After taking a puff of her cigarette, she coldly remarked, it's not that I'm hungry. I'm treating you, so take it. I don't need it. Su Wantong glanced at Yang Hong, then quickly lowered her head, extending her hand to offer the pancake. What do you want to keep it for? Are you hoping to flirt with Qi Siyao's partner? Yang Hong's words were blunt. She was aware of the rumors circulating in their class about Chen Lichuan pursuing Qi Siyao, and knew Su Wanhong was close to Qi Siyao, thus deliberately provoking her. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Wanhong panicked, a wave of guilt surging within her. Although Qi Siyao had not been involved with Chen Lichuan, it still felt inappropriate, akin to stealing her partner. Then why aren't you leaving? Yang Hong's face turned stern. Fine, I won't eat your food then. After shoving the egg pancake towards Yang Hong, Su Wanhong lowered her head and fled. Yang Hong, not wishing to linger there, thought that pursuing Chen Lichuan would be easy. He was rather naive and lacked cunning, merely needing a little temptation. After wrapping up the morning's activities, Chen Lichuan had already made 325 yuan. Having counted the money, he pushed his cart towards Xiaoshui Ko Alley, which was bustling with people, just in time for lunch before heading to the internet cafe. Upon returning home, Su Wantong sat in her bedroom, frowning and breathing heavily. Daughter, what's wrong? Su Benjiang approached with a smile. Mind your own business. Su Wantong snapped back, causing her father to retreat in defeat, realizing he had spoiled her. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Yang Hong, who do you think you are? Su Wantong raged alone in her room. By 11 o'clock, Su Wantong began to apply her makeup again. The outfit she had worn the day before was to be replaced with a new one, as she desired to appear in different clothing when she met Chen Lichuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao awoke, still drowsy, preparing to find Chen Lichuan. Chapter 38. In full swing. Come to Xiaoshui Ko Alley to find me. Remember to ride your bicycle, Chen Lichuan hastily said before hanging up the phone, leaving Zhang Tao bewildered. Wait, aren't we going to the internet cafe? At that moment, the phone emitted a series of beeps. What did Brother Chuan say? Ma Xiaoqiao gritted his teeth as he pedaled furiously on his bicycle and turned to ask, aren't we headed to the internet cafe? Zhang Tao shook his head, and the two continued in the direction of Xiaoshui Alley. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around Chen Lichuan's stall at the entrance of the alley. Completely unexpected for such a thriving business. He had been tirelessly attending to customers. I'm sorry, but we've run out of spicy strips and ham. All I can offer now are the 3 yuan pancakes, Chen Lichuan called out, his waist pouch bulging with cash, while he glanced at the nearly empty lettuce bucket. Fortunately, Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao arrived just in time. Taozi, Ma Pang, take my keys. There's lettuce, sauce, and ham in the kitchen. Hurry and bring them back. Oh, and don't forget to grab another waist pouch. Chen Lichuan tossed the keys into the crowd, quickly getting lost among the throng. Even with his once impressive speed of earning 60,000 a month, he struggled to keep up with the relentless demand as people clamored to buy. The scene mirrored the craze for egg pancakes that had swept through campuses. The initial taste was simply intoxicating. However, the more one earned, the more invigorated one felt. How did Lichuan learn this skill? He never mentioned it before, Zhang Tao thought, sitting on the back of the bicycle and gazing toward Chen Lichuan, his heart racing with excitement. The two moved with impressive efficiency, returning within about 5 minutes with the ingredients. Lichuan, let me help you with the money. Zhang Tao slung the waist pouch over his shoulder, beginning to collect and give change. What do you need me to do? Ma Xiaoqiao, drenched in sweat, inquired, having been the one pedaling the entire way. Help me tear the ham and lend a hand. Remember to wear gloves, Chen Lichuan reminded him. And Ma Xiaoqiao quickly donned disposable plastic gloves and got to work. Before long, the trio was drenched in sweat, working fervently. Zhang Tao had initially thought that selling on the street would be beneath him, especially with how familiar everyone in their small town was. But once he took that step, it became irrelevant. After all, it was money filling his pockets, albeit not his own. As noon approached, the crowd finally began to dissipate. Ma Xiaoqiao and Zhang Tao settled in a shady spot, sipping soda and enjoying their egg pancakes. Typically, it was Chen Lichuan who footed the bill. And since they were there to help, it was only natural to indulge without cost. Yet, Chen Lichuan continued to make pancakes, never pausing. Lichuan, come take a break. There's hardly anyone around. Who are you making these for? Zhang Tao asked in confusion. Chen Lichuan shook his head, saying little, his voice hoarse from shouting. Yet he persisted in his work. Before long, he handed a bag of packed pancakes to Zhang Tao. Taozi, take these to the internet cafe and sell them. It's not mealtime there, and they'll likely be hungry soon. At this hour, gamers probably won't have time to grab a bite elsewhere. So they should sell well, Chen Lichuan suggested. What? You want me to take them to the internet cafe to sell? Zhang Tao hesitated, his face contorted in reluctance, clearly unwilling to comply. There were a total of 20 pancakes, all family portraits. For each one sold, a piece would be yours. They were all sold at the internet cafe, amounting to 20. Of course, the two of you helping out is calculated separately. Chen Lichuan shook the bag in his hand. Zhang Tao hesitated. Earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. My family is wealthier than yours. I am out here setting up a stall. So what is holding you back? Chen Lichuan provoked. All right, I will go. Fatty, I'll take the bicycle with me. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and took the bag from Chen Lichuan's hand. His mindset resembled that of a university student distributing flyers for the first time, driven by vanity. Fatty, go back home once more and bring me a bucket of noodles, Chen Lichuan added. Ma Xiaoqiao nodded, without any complaint, and immediately got up to head back. Chen Lichuan then manned the small stall, selling sporadically. Before noon, Su Wantong arrived at the internet cafe, but Chen Lichuan was already gone. A sense of inexplicable loss washed over her, and her newly donned attractive attire felt lonely. She couldn't help but recall Yang Hong's words, which lingered in her mind. Want to flirt with Qi Siyao's boyfriend. Indeed, Chen Lichuan had been pursuing Qi Siyao relentlessly, despite her clear rejection. In the eyes of their classmates, they appeared to be a couple, not like Lu Weiwei. Chen Lichuan's pursuit was both open and grandiose, fueled by the rumors circulating in the class group. As Su Wantong pondered these matters, she squatted in a shady spot for quite some time. Upon Zhang Tao's arrival at the internet cafe, his expression was one of distress. He still could not let go. His gaze shifted and fortuitously met Su Wantong's. Both of their faces displayed a moment of astonishment, as if they had unspoken words for each other. Never mind, I'll approach a familiar face, Zhang Tao thought, and boldly initiated. Su Wantong, have you had lunch? How about a pancake with an egg? Everything is well, but where is Chen Lichuan? Su Wantong nodded, though Zhang Tao likely did not catch her latter question. 5 yuan. Zhang Tao handed over a family portrait pancake, and Su Wantong gave him 10 yuan. One is hardly enough. Look at you, so thin. Eat more. Zhang Tao, not wishing to bother with change, figured selling one more would yield him an extra yuan. He tossed another pancake to Su Wantong and made a hasty exit. You person. Su Wantong stood there stunned, each hand holding a pancake. But because of Yang Hong's words, she no longer had the courage to seek out Chen Lichuan. Upon entering the internet cafe, Zhang Tao shouted at the top of his lungs, who wants pancakes with eggs? 5 yuan each, with ham and spicy strips, absolutely delicious. There's a mad rush at Xiao Shui Alley. Here, give me one. Immediately, someone responded. Word had it that there was a pancake stall this morning that was quite tasty, but afterward, no one knew where it went. With delivery to your doorstep, of course. One must try it. Coming. Zhang Tao felt a surge of confidence and walked briskly. After collecting the money, his voice grew even louder. Pancakes with eggs, made with special sauce and ingredients from a century-old shop in the city. 5 yuan each. Not many left. They'll be gone soon. One here. Number 26 needs one. I want this too. In no time, the internet cafe erupted into a scramble, and before Zhang Tao even reached the back rows, all 20 pancakes had been snatched away. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Zhang Tao exclaimed as he dashed out of the internet cafe, pedaling his bicycle like an arrow released from a bow. The cool breeze that swept past him felt exhilarating, evoking a sense of triumph akin to that of a thief who had successfully stolen a bike. Chapter 39. The night dispelled the sweltering heat of the small town. By 8 o'clock, the prepared ingredients had finally sold out. Chen Lichuan and his companions trudged home, their waist packs bulging, their bodies weary from the day's exertions. I'll be sleeping at your place tonight, Zhang Tao said weakly, harboring additional thoughts about discussing payment with Chen Lichuan. I'm coming to your house too, Ma Xiaoqiao replied, equally fatigued, having given little thought to the matter. Simply too lazy to walk further now that they were near Lichuan's home. By the way, this 32 yuan is my commission from selling pancakes at the internet cafe. I didn't put it in my waist pack, Zhang Tao said, pulling out a crumpled pile of coins, shaking it briefly before returning it to his pocket. Chen Lichuan nodded, too exhausted to engage in conversation. The trio's pace was sluggish, their silhouettes elongated by the moonlight, leaving only the sound of the bicycle's tires against the pavement. As they strolled down the inner street, the previously broken streetlight had finally been repaired. Their gazes were unfocused. Yet as they approached the alley, they suddenly turned their heads in unison. What is that person doing there? Chen Lichuan wondered aloud, squinting to see more clearly. It turned out to be Su Wantong. What are you doing here? Chen Lichuan inquired, while Ma Xiaoqiao immediately averted his gaze, unwilling to look at her. I locked my keys inside, Su Wantong replied in a low voice, her tone laced with a hint of tears. She hadn't anticipated encountering Chen Lichuan in this manner, having just removed her makeup after a sleepless night. Are your parents not home? Chen Lichuan asked again. They went back to my mom's village, she answered. Why not call them? My phone is locked inside too, Su Wantong said, her face contorted with grievance, pausing before adding. And it takes over 4 hours to drive from the village to the county. Upon hearing this, Chen Lichuan put his phone back into his pocket. You could go sleep at Qi Siyao's house for the night, he suggested, preparing to leave. No way, Su Wantong suddenly exclaimed, then lowered her voice. I'm only wearing shorts and a camisole. The wind blew the door shut while I was doing my hair on the balcony. It turned out this was the reason Su Wantong had been loitering here, planning to wait until dark when the streets would be deserted before heading to Qi Siyao's house, only to be frightened after lingering for a while. Moreover, going to a neighbor's house felt inappropriate, especially with young men living nearby. One could never be sure who might answer the door. Oh, Chen Lichuan thought, recalling how he had yet to earn back the tuition for his lock-picking course before being forced to change careers. Put on this coat, he said, tossing his jacket over to Su Wantong, who hurriedly donned it and slowly approached the three, her head bowed. Ma Xiaoqiao couldn't resist glancing back. Her damp hair clung to her fair face, rendering her irresistibly charming, particularly her dainty feet, which were quite lovely. Involuntarily, Ma Xiaoqiao lowered his gaze to her toes. Noticing she was only wearing flip-flops, I can help you unlock it. We're all classmates, so I'll give you a discount. Usually, it's 30, but I'll charge you 20. How does that sound? Indeed, the going rate was 30, so Chen Lichuan was being generous. You can unlock doors too? Su Wantong asked, surprised. Su Wantong was taken aback. Not due to the matter of money, but rather by the revelation that Chen Lichuan could indeed pick locks. How incredibly cool. I assure you, I can unlock it without damaging the lock cylinder, Chen Lichuan promptly declared, his demeanor affable, for he was in the presence of a customer. I believe in you. Su Wantong nodded, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. All right. Chen Lichuan nodded and turned to Ma Xiaoqiao, Brother Ma. Could you fetch the small box from under my bed? I'll give you $5 in return. At that moment, none of the three wished to take another step. Understood. Ma Xiaoqiao nodded, always obedient to Chen Lichuan's words, aspiring to follow in his footsteps, before riding off on his bicycle. In a mere 10 minutes, Ma Xiaoqiao returned with the toolbox, and Su Wantong led Chen Lichuan upstairs. Zhang Tao sat slumped, not inclined to move, while Ma Peng feigned aloofness, deliberately avoiding engagement. Right here. Su Wantong pointed to her door, her lips ever so slightly curled in a smile as she looked at Chen Lichuan. Chen Lichuan opened the toolbox, first removing the peephole, then deftly inserting a slender cloth through the opening, pulling it upwards, and with a click, the door swung open in less than 30 seconds. That was so fast, Su Wantong exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Lichuan had heard such expressions of surprise countless times. Why should I charge you so much for just a few seconds of work? Greedy merchants. It's a small business, and on-site service isn't easy to master. The cost of learning hardly recoups itself. $20, thank you. He extended his hand. Su Wantong chuckled, finding Chen Lichuan and his companions quite amusing. I'll go grab it from home. As she entered the house, she glanced back at Chen Lichuan and suddenly felt shy, her voice barely above a whisper. Would you like to come in for a while? I have plenty of drinks at home. She wished for him to experience the delightful fragrance of her room. No, dear lady, it's getting late. Just pay the boy and let him leave. Chen Lichuan thought, oblivious to her hesitation, only noticing Su Wantong suddenly bowing her head in silence. Everything is fine. Su Wantong's breathing quickened, akin to a child caught in a misdeed. Her earlier thoughts having wandered astray, a consequence of her youthful hormones. Flustered, she hurried into the house and obediently retrieved $20. Taking the money, Chen Lichuan glanced at Su Wantong and suggested, why not lend me a jacket, so I won't freeze while setting up tomorrow morning? A jacket? Oh, ha 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 ha, Chen Lichuan. You have such an amusing way of speaking. Su Wantong instinctively began to remove her coat, leaving Chen Lichuan momentarily stunned as she unexpectedly revealed her undergarment. Staring at her in disbelief for several seconds, Chen Lichuan slowly turned away, lighting a cigarette. Ah! A piercing scream rang out as the hallway lights illuminated instantly. Su Wantong, realizing the situation, dashed back into her bedroom, her outer garment slipping to the floor. Chen Lichuan hurriedly picked up the discarded clothing, firmly closed the door, and swiftly descended the stairs, his heart racing from the unexpected thrill of unlocking a door. In the provincial capital, at a high-end hotel, Qi Hongji arrived at Chuhua's location after enduring the usual traffic congestion on the national road, and the two had been conversing for half an hour. Zhao Zhong and Li Limin are also in the provincial capital, now attempting to leverage connections to plead for me, but it is futile. They are certainly destined for ruin. Chuhua said in a low tone, his gaze slowly settling on Qi Hongji as he raised the recording device. Hongji, your assistance has been invaluable. Driving Zhao Zhong away allows me greater authority within Fenggu developers. I stumbled upon Zhao Zhong's scheme, surprisingly revealed by a mere child not yet 19, named Chen Lichuan. He possesses an extraordinary presence. I am convinced he is destined for greatness. Qi Hongji could not help but express his admiration, his fondness for Chen Lichuan abundantly clear. Chapter 40. The payment. I truly believe that child will achieve remarkable things in the future. I have encountered many exceptional youths in the workplace, yet none have impressed me quite like him. Qi Hongji spoke eloquently, the night deepening around them until Chu Hua interjected. Some individuals possess a depth of character that belies their age, thus concluding the discussion about Chen Lichuan. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Hua broached the subject once more. Hongji, regarding Fenggu developers, just the performance report from the first half of the year anticipates profits reaching 12 billion. My personal bonus will also meet the million threshold. With the rapid advancement of the real estate sector, you can no longer afford to hesitate. Opportunities, once missed, may never return. Chu Hua had extended multiple olive branches to entice Qi Hongji to join Fenggu developers, yet he had consistently declined. Qi Hongji's tea-drinking paused noticeably before he took a slow sip. This time, his demeanor was markedly different. He did not immediately shake his head or offer excuses to refuse. Their vehicles were parked side by side at the hotel, one a modest Xiaoli worth 20 to 30,000, the other a luxury Mercedes-Benz valued at over $1 million. A stark contrast. Among his peers, Qi Hongji had always been the top student, having entered a prestigious university with a county rank in the top 10. Yet as time passed, the chasm between him and Chu Hua widened. The construction of the new commercial center had turned into a task for which he had to plead. In Ning County, Qi Hongji appeared respectable, garnering respect and enjoying ample work accolades. However, few were aware of his underlying struggles and frustrations. What you have invested may ultimately contribute to someone else's success, Chu Hua stated solemnly, his words striking Qi Hongji like a bolt from the blue. He was acutely aware of who advanced in the workplace, yet such inequity left him feeling powerless, forced to remain stagnant. Hongji, after you return, I await your response. With simultaneous developments in both northern and southern markets, Fenggu requires talents like you. Whether in official negotiations or business planning, you excel. Do not allow your choices to tarnish the boundless future that awaits you. Chu Hua emphasized. Very well, I understand. Qi Hongji finally acquiesced. Upon returning home, Chen Lichuan found Qi Xiaoling and Chen Lichuan busy in the kitchen making pancakes. The egg-filled pancakes were in high demand, and the couple, anticipating their son's return, had been working since the afternoon, concerned he might be too tired to continue. Lingling had even skipped her usual mahjong game, while old Chen had refrained from sneaking off for a bath or massage. You both should go to bed. I can manage on my own, Chen Lichuan insisted, firmly pulling his parents from the kitchen and refusing to let them assist. Often, when an individual embarks on the journey of entrepreneurship, they tend to involve their entire family. However, Chen Lichuan was determined to avoid such a scenario. He wished to keep his family from undue toil, operating solely within his capabilities. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan and Qi Xiaoling were unceremoniously ushered back into the room. Uncle, allow me to assist Lichuan. This was the countenance of Ma Xiaoqiao at the time. Zhang Tao, you handle the finances. Fatty, come with me to the kitchen, and I'll teach you how to cook. Chen Lichuan's arrangements were undoubtedly strategic. Ma Xiaoqiao's parents worked odd jobs without formal employment. Before heading to the bustling metropolis, he intended to provide the ingredients to his parents. Although this line of work was arduous, it could yield considerable earnings over the years. Hence, Chen Lichuan deliberately assigned Ma Xiaoqiao some of the more laborious tasks to foster a certain equilibrium within their small team. Ma Xiaoqiao was quite obedient, especially with Uncle Chen present, and he eagerly plunged into the kitchen, learning from Chen Lichuan how to prepare pancakes and sauces. I'll count the money. Zhang Tao plopped down on the sofa, diligently beginning his task. After more than half an hour, he finally finished the count and exuberantly rushed into the kitchen, exclaiming, Can you guess how much we made? We sold 800 in a day. So much. Ma Xiaoqiao's eyes widened. It was worth noting that his parents together earned just over 1,000 in a month. Come to the living room. I have something to discuss with you too. Chen Lichuan set aside his work and stepped out of the kitchen, causing the eyes of the two to light up as they promptly followed. The three settled on the sofa, and after a brief pause, Chen Lichuan inquired, Are you planning to join me this summer? They both nodded vigorously. All right, let us clarify the matter of remuneration. Chen Lichuan paused before continuing. Excluding costs, I will offer you both a total of 10% of the profits. For instance, if today's profit is 800, I will give each of you 90. If we manage to sell 2000 tomorrow, each of you will receive 100. Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao's mouths twitched. And its daily settlement, Chen Lichuan added. Instantly, Ma Xiaoqiao could no longer contain his excitement. He reached over to the coffee table and withdrew 90 yuan, grinning. Thank you, Brother Chuan. At his age, receiving even a small allowance from home was a rarity. What a failure! Zhang Tao disparagingly shot a glance at Ma Xiaoqiao, then turned to Chen Lichuan with a fawning expression. Brother, thanks. Collaborating in a team to generate profits would undoubtedly facilitate better coordination, and although there were only 3 of them, Chen Lichuan was committed to managing the operation diligently. The daily settlement approach would further incentivize both of them, as none of them had ample finances. Since we've established this, starting tomorrow, Taozi, the deliveries from the internet cafe will also count towards the team. Chen Lichuan continued. No problem. Zhang Tao nodded vigorously in response. This period will be quite challenging. You both must be mentally prepared. However, as our reputation for the egg-filled pancakes spreads, business will only flourish, and earning 100 daily will be well within reach. Chen Lichuan encouraged, painting a hopeful picture. As for others who might envy their success and attempt to replicate the egg-filled pancakes, it was improbable that they could concoct a sauce that suited the local palate in such a short time, given Chen Lichuan's years of experience. Thus, their advantage was evident. And seizing this opportunity could yield a swift financial gain. I can endure any hardship. So can I. Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao immediately expressed their agreement. Well then, let us hasten our preparations. Zhang Tao, you should rest first. Rise early tomorrow. Fatty, you will assist in making the pancakes, ensuring the sauce is sealed to ferment overnight. Chen Lichuan stood up and commanded. The 3 were utterly exhausted and could fall asleep at a moment's notice, yet Ma Xiaoqiao held no grievances. He thought simply of aiding his good friends. Zhang Tao, unable to bear it any longer, collapsed onto his bed, and soon his snoring echoed. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaoqiao toiled from 9 in the evening to 2 in the morning, preparing the dough before finally retreating to sleep. The genesis of wealth accumulation is invariably rooted in hard work. Few can bypass this step in hopes of shortcuts. At 5:30 in the early morning, Zhang Tao was the first to rise, loading ingredients into the cart. Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaoqiao enjoyed an extra half-hour of slumber, and at 6:15, the trio descended to set off, arriving at the internet cafe before 7. The dawn's sun was blinding, radiating with pride. Chapter 41. Progressing further in contrast to the previous day, Zhang Tao had become quite adept. As Chen Lichuan began to grease the pan for the pancakes, he dashed into the cafe, calling out loudly, egg-filled pancakes are here. Hurry out to buy? Hey buddy, do you need me to bring you a portion? The family pack is 5 yuan, a bargain for 5. What brand of ham? Jinlua's, absolutely delicious. Soon, a crowd gathered around Chen Lichuan. With Ma Xiaoqiao assisting and managing the transactions, their efficiency markedly improved from the day before. Those returning home after a night out, eager for a cheap breakfast, flocked to the novelty of this sudden culinary delight, which also promised to satisfy their hunger. In no time, they sold over 30 pancakes. Let us head to Chaoshuikou Alley. After this point, the cafe became sparsely populated, prompting Chen Lichuan and his companions to push their cart toward the alley bustling with the most people. In a narrow alley stretching 400 or 500 meters, there were 4 barbershops, mobile phone repair shops, internet cafes, stationery stores, and more than 30 other establishments, not counting the street vendors. Residents of the town, whenever they ventured out, would stroll through Chaoshuikou Alley. After 8:30, the area became particularly lively. Chen Lichuan and his team set up their stall in the same spot as yesterday, at the mouth of the street, avoiding overcrowding with other vendors to prevent conflicts over location. All were suffering souls, yet no one could bear to see another thrive. Although their position was not ideal, the foot traffic was undeniable. As soon as they parked, a child from a nearby barbershop rushed over, eager to purchase an egg-filled pancake. During peak hours, one person could hardly keep up, so Ma Xiaoqiao took on the role of assistant while Zhang Tao ran errands, fetching lettuce, pancakes, sauces, and other ingredients, and later delivering takeout to the cafe at noon. In this small county town, people often exaggerated their words. They boasted about how delectable the egg pancakes were, and word of mouth quickly spread. Today's business proved to be far better than yesterday's. Truly, it was thanks to Chen Lichuan and his companions. As Qi Siyao strolled through the streets, she was pleasantly surprised to encounter Chen Lichuan and Zhang Tao selling pancakes. A smile graced her lips as she approached them, recalling the disbelief she felt during the class group's discussion the previous day. Where are you headed? Lu Weiwei called out, but his voice was lost amidst the bustling crowd. Unlike her usual habit, Qi Siyao did not turn to respond. Instead, she stood beside Chen Lichuan. You truly came out to sell snacks? I couldn't believe it when we discussed you in the group yesterday, she remarked with a smile, finding it rather impressive that her classmates could engage in such entrepreneurial endeavors. Qi Siyao's attitude towards Chen Lichuan had significantly shifted following the incident involving Wonton. She was acutely aware of how harsh and even excessive Wantong had been towards him. Yet his willingness to risk his own safety to save her spoke volumes of his generosity and kindness. Thus, Qi Siyao chose to overlook Chen Lichuan's previous indiscretions and the impolite remarks made in the chat, not as an acceptance of his advances, but rather as a means to approach him differently than before. She believed that as they transitioned into university life, Chen Lichuan's feelings would gradually wane. "Here comes my sister-in-law," Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed, though this was a title Chen Lichuan had insisted upon, declaring that Yao Yao is my wife, and you must address her as sister-in-law. In private, individuals like Cui Zibing and Zhang Tao would also refer to Qi Siyao as sister-in-law in Chen Lichuan's presence. Whenever Chen Lichuan's group spotted Qi Siyao on the street, Ma Xiaoqiao would call out to her with that title, which she found particularly irksome. With a cheeky grin, Ma Xiaoqiao hinted at Chen Lichuan, adopting a teasing expression. "Fatima, could you refrain from such nonsense? She and I are merely classmates," Chen Lichuan coldly reminded him, his brow furrowed. "These people enjoy making wild claims. I apologize for that." "Understood. Love is about restraint, while affection is unrestrained. I cannot bear to see her suffer any slight. But rest assured, I shall carve out a vast empire for you and personally adorn you with a phoenix crown." Ma Xiaoqiao, understanding his close friend's sentiments, felt compelled to voice what Chen Lichuan couldn't. "Fatima, after being dumped by Su Wantong, have you lost your senses? What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Lichuan gritted his teeth, frustrated that despite repeatedly advising these fools, they remained unchanged. "Ah, sister-in-law is here." Zhang Tao happened to ride by, halting his bicycle to greet Su Wantong naturally, while also waving to Chen Lichuan. "I need 15 orders. Are they ready?" Chen Lichuan exhaled deeply, pausing for a moment before bowing his head to package the egg-filled pancakes. It was futile to reason with these fellows. After Zhang Tao rode away with the takeout, Chen Lichuan glanced at Qi Siyao, contemplating the need to support an old classmate's small business. Despite the awkwardness of the moment, earning money was essential. "All right, then give me 2 portions." Qi Siyao nodded. Even though she had already had breakfast, she felt it was important to support her classmates. "Sure." Chen Lichuan quickly prepared the order, and with 10 yuan in hand, as Qi Siyao turned to leave, Ma Xiaoqiao cheekily called out, "Sister-in-law, take care." As Qi Siyao handed the egg-filled pancake to Lu Weiwei, the latter shook his head in refusal, declining to accept it. "You've already had breakfast. Why did you go by this? And why did you speak so much with Chen Lichuan?" Lu Weiwei remarked. Although the two had not formally entered into a romantic relationship, there was an understanding between them, a shared commitment to pursue a bright future together once they reached university. "Weiwei, Wantan is my dearest friend, so I shouldn't harbor any resentment towards Chen Lichuan. And remember our agreement," Qi Siyao said earnestly. Lu Weiwei nodded gently, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yet he still did not take the pancake. Eventually, Qi Siyao indulged in 2 of them, exclaiming, "They're delicious. I must get more." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ma Xiaoqiao returned home early to prepare the dough, a significant undertaking that was far more laborious than making the sauce. Zhang Tao tidied up the remaining mess before heading home as well, while Chen Lichuan was the last to leave after selling the remaining half bucket of noodles. By 7, all the dough prepared the previous day had been sold out. As night gradually descended, Chen Lichuan pushed his cart homeward. "What will you think of me? It wasn't intentional, but my legs do look quite appealing." He pondered. Would he feel something? He had certainly gazed for quite some time. Su Wantan lay on her bed, raising one leg to admire it, murmuring to herself, her cheeks flushed countless times. She had refrained from seeking out Chen Lichuan today due to her embarrassment over the events of last night. He must be heading back now, she thought. Suddenly, Su Wantan sprang up from her bed, quickly changed into a charming outfit, and hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, Yang Hong was also waiting nearby, Chen Lichuan's home. Chapter 42. Such affection, isn't that a bit familiar? Who is that? Chen Lichuan halted his cart, gazing at the girl ahead who had been smiling at him. It was Yang Hong. Why is she looking at me like that? Yang Hong twirled, showcasing her figure, and then sauntered over. Her voice soft and her dance training granting her a subtly alluring grace. During their time at the art school, the girls had always competed over who was more beautiful and fashionable. Now, with her hair styled in glamorous waves, vibrant red lipstick, snug-fitting jeans, and a white half-sleeve shirt, she bore little resemblance to a girl under 19. She appeared mature, as if in her late 20s. Moreover, the meticulously styled Yang Hong was a stark contrast to how she had looked when she emerged from the internet cafe 2 nights prior. In his previous life, ever since Chen Lichuan entered university in the bustling metropolis, he had not encountered Yang Hong again, leaving his memories of her rather hazy, especially with her now heavily made-up appearance. It's not good to be seen around here by the neighbors, Chen Lichuan calculated. As Yang Hong approached, he lowered his voice and inquired, what is the price? The service is satisfactory, right? What are you talking about? Yang Hong replied, puzzled. Wow, she knows my name. She must be someone I know. Chen Lichuan cleared his throat. The price for my egg-filled pancakes is quite reasonable, and the service is impeccable. I always select the largest eggs for my customers and ensure generous portions of lettuce. Chen Lichuan murmured to himself, pausing for a moment before addressing her. I was just contemplating the matter of egg pancakes. What troubles you? He chuckled, observing her silly expression. What made you think of selling egg pancakes? Though they are quite delicious. Yang Hong let out a light laugh and began to adjust Chen Lichuan's collar. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you at the internet cafe lately. It seems you've been busy making money. Business must be thriving. And you must have quite a bit now. Chen Lichuan could detect a strong scent of perfume emanating from Yang Hong. Her fingers had just lightly grazed his face. Yet he struggled to recall who she was. He casually remarked, seemingly quite familiar, what brings you here? I'm waiting for you. Yang Hong replied with a flirtatious smile as the sky darkened, perfect for couples to wander off to less crowded places. This scene was witnessed by Su Wantong, who hid in an alley, hesitant to emerge, yet capable of recognizing the woman. Is there something you need? Chen Lichuan asked nonchalantly. I want to be in a relationship with you. To his surprise, Yang Hong boldly declared her intentions. In contrast to Su Wantong, Ma Xiaoqiao, Zhang Tao, and others, Yang Hong was far more emotionally mature, exuding confidence that made it easy for her to engage with Chen Lichuan. Currently, Yang Hong was in need of money, and Chen Lichuan was generous and financially stable, which motivated her to pursue him. Chen Lichuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never experienced such bold advances in his previous life. It must have been during a trip when he was too engrossed in having fun. Returning to Ning County just as school was about to commence. However, after just a few seconds of hesitation, Yang Hong suddenly leaped into Chen Lichuan's embrace. Her perfume enveloping him as she shyly spoke. Chen Lichuan, I've actually liked you for a long time. Will you be with me? You can't refuse, or I might cry. In the darkness, two figures seemed to embrace. Su Wantong witnessed this, a pain unlike any other piercing her heart, prompting her to exclaim, it hurts. Yet Yang Hong did not release her hold, indifferent to the presence of others, turning her head to rest against Chen Lichuan's chest while gazing toward the alley. Su Wantong felt like a thief caught in the act, hastily turning to flee. 5 minutes later, while watching television in the living room, Su Binjiang was startled by a violent knocking at the door. Who is it? Su Binjiang frowned as he opened the door, surprised to find his daughter standing there. And without changing his shoes, he walked back to his room. What happened? Su Binjiang called out. Just moments ago, she had appeared elated, as if celebrating with a large red envelope during the new year, and now she seemed dejected and furious. Don't ask. Su Wantong huffed irritably, taking her frustrations out on Su Binjiang. What a bother. Su Binjiang muttered, returning to the sofa. Yang Hong, you have no shame, throwing yourself into Chen Lichuan's arms. In her bedroom, Su Wantong whispered angrily, pouting and then singing with a sense of loss, as if she had lost everything. When I was a naive girl, encountering love yet not understanding it, from the past to the present, Su Wantong, tone-deaf and singing entirely out of key, sounded as if she were merely shouting. Her voice sharp like that of a bird. Fortunately, there was a certain charm to her voice, reminiscent of a child's. Su Binjiang turned the television volume to its maximum. Yet he could not endure it. Stop singing, it's unbearable. I will sing. In the room, Su Wantong shouted, her voice growing louder, overwhelmed by her father's scorn. The grievances she had bottled up could no longer be contained, and she burst into tears. You once told me to be a brave girl. I want to be lonely because you are all here. That beauty, could you step aside? Chen Lichuan took a step back, pushing Yang Hong away. Having no recollection of the girl before him, finding such actions utterly absurd. Faced with Chen Lichuan's reaction, Yang Hong felt frustrated. It was not what she had envisioned. Was he not supposed to tremble and be at a loss? You must be Yang Hong, Chen Lichuan said, focusing on her features, finally recalling her somewhat. What are you pretending for? Yang Hong replied, displeased. Indeed, it was Yang Hong, but in their previous life, their interactions had been rather superficial. What's happening all of a sudden? Let us both calm down for now. I have matters to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave, Chen Lichuan stated, emphasizing the need for composure in light of such unexpected circumstances. Even after graduation, matters among classmates should be handled with care. If one is not interested, one should not lead the other on, nor should they lack their own principles. Still hoping for Qi Siyao? She doesn't even like you. What is wrong with you? Yang Hong's expression darkened at Chen Lichuan's rejection, which left her quite displeased. It has nothing to do with Qi Siyao. I simply feel we are not at that stage yet, so let us remain calm. Unrequited love 1T do. Yang Hong was unashamed. I'm leaving. Chen Lichuan pushed his cart forward, intending to inquire about Yang Hong with Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao. Yang Hong's sudden confession struck Chen Lichuan as an inexplicable sentiment from a stranger, quite abrupt, especially since they were once classmates. It warranted serious consideration. Yang Hong stood still, watching until Chen Lichuan's figure disappeared, confirming he would not return. Humph, what are you pretending for? Yet he is so deeply infatuated with Qi Siyao. Yang Hong turned and left as well. Chapter 43. Curiosity. Wow, we sold 533 today. Under the dim yellow light of the kitchen, Zhang Tao burst in, shouting with excitement. As if in that moment, the three men forgot their fatigue. With a 10% cut, Fatty and I each get 130. I'm taking a few extra bucks from you. Zhang Tao continued without hesitation, first mentioning his earnings, then stuffing Ma Xiaoqiao's share into his pocket. In just these 2 days, we've made over 200. How can we not be thrilled? No matter how tiring it is, it's worth it. Xiaoqiao. From tomorrow onward, skip the trip to the internet cafe. Set up a stall on the street corner. Don't let other vendors take our spot, Chen Lichuan instructed. It shouldn't take long before other crepe vendors show up, making food isn't particularly difficult, especially since we have an advantage in taste. Chen Lichuan had not been in business for long. Those who sought his crepes recognized the spot rather than the vendor, and it was paramount that no one else encroached upon his territory. Very well, I shall set out at 5 tomorrow. Ma Xiaoqiao nodded emphatically. No need to rush. We can leave at our usual time. After all, we are in Ning County, and we fear nothing as long as we are not the ones pushing the cart. As long as we are present, it will suffice, Chen Lichuan remarked. However, among street vendors, there existed an unspoken rule. If a particular stall had been occupied for an extended period, others would not deliberately create difficulties by usurping the spot. Yawning, Zhang Tao prepared to retire for the night, when Chen Lichuan hastily called him back, inquiring about Yang Hong. Do you know Yang Hong? The one who left recently? Of course, we were up all night just a couple of days ago. What is up? Has she come to borrow money from you again? Zhang Tao asked with a curious expression. Yang Hong's reputation was far from stellar. She had borrowed from many without repaying, and given the current situation, it seemed foolish for Chen Lichuan to lend her money. How much did she borrow? Chen Lichuan pressed urgently. How would I know? You're such a soft touch. Qi Siyao probably looks down on you for this lack of discernment, Zhang Tao replied with a tone of admonishment. At least 300, Ma Xiaoqiao affirmed. Recalling that when Chen Lichuan lent money, he was present, 300 in bills, not counting the smaller change. I see, Chen Lichuan nodded thoughtfully. Then after a few more casual exchanges, Zhang Tao retreated to his room to sleep. They were not well acquainted with Yang Hong, merely passing along the rumors they had heard. In the early hours of the morning, Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaoqiao, their bodies weary, finally returned to their bedroom. The next day, for reasons unknown, Chen Lichuan's business was unexpectedly bustling at noon, with crowds swarming inside and out. Zhang Tao was too preoccupied to deliver takeout at the internet cafe, assisting instead with collecting and giving change. As a Xiaoli car approached the alleyway, it slowed down amidst the throng of people who were recklessly crossing the street. Qi Hongji, ever cautious when driving, particularly after a long journey back from the provincial capital, was perplexed by the crowd at the alley's entrance. Upon glancing over, he was astonished to see Chen Lichuan amidst the throng. Isn't that the kid Chen Lichuan? I saw him preparing to set up a stall before I left. Is business really that good? Coincidentally, Chen Lichuan spotted Qi Hongji in the crowd and swiftly placed a freshly made crepe into a bag, whispering to Ma Xiaoqiao. The person in the car is Qi Siyao's father. Go over and give him the crepe, and remember, be sweet with your words, it will benefit you. In that fleeting moment, Chen Lichuan's mind raced with thoughts of the potential repercussions if Ma Xiaoqiao's parents were to take over the stall and face harassment. He realized that Ma Xiaoqiao could leverage his connection with Qi Siyao to seek Qi Hongji's assistance. It was essential to maintain relationships in advance. One could not simply reconnect after a long silence and expect help. I understand, brother. I get you, Ma Xiaoqiao thought, though perhaps he was overthinking it. Yet, given Qi Hongji's stature, he dared not speak out of turn. Holding a bag, Ma Xiaoqiao dashed over. Uncle Qi, I am Ma Xiaoqiao, a classmate of Ciyu. Would you like to try our egg-filled pancakes? Ma Xiaoqiao wore an innocent expression. Oh, very well, Qi Hongji replied, taking the bag with eagerness to taste it. He then inquired, did you all set up this little stall together? No, I work for Lichuan. This stall belongs solely to him, Ma Xiaoqiao answered candidly. Qi Hongji nodded, glancing towards Chen Lichuan, who was being assisted by another boy nearby. Uncle Qi, I must get back to work. Go ahead, Qi Hongji said, gripping the bag tightly. He then drove off, but quickly turned into an empty area to savor the pancake. After a long drive, he was quite hungry, and upon taking a large bite, he found the pancake surprisingly delicious. After finishing one, he craved another. This is truly delightful, Qi Hongji couldn't help but exclaim. Intrigued by where Chen Lichuan had learned such a recipe, he then drove home. Upon arriving, he barely acknowledged his wife and daughter before immediately calling Chen Lichuan. Old Chen, I've returned to Ning County. By the way, Zhang Zhong and Li Limin's case has been sued by the Fenggu developer, Qi Hongji informed him. Really? Oh, Director Qi, I can't thank you enough. You must let me treat you to a meal, Chen Lichuan replied gratefully. Without Qi, they would have been in serious trouble. Tonight sounds good, but I wouldn't call it a treat. Just our two families sitting down for a meal. We should invite Chen Lichuan as well. Qi Hongji specifically mentioned Chen Lichuan, primarily wanting to dine with him. All right, then we must bring Yao Yao too. Chen Lichuan responded joyfully, thrilled about the newfound camaraderie with Qi Hongji. After hanging up, Chen Lichuan hurried to his son's stall, relieved to find it relatively empty, allowing for a few words. I warn you, boy, you must go this time. Yao Yao will be there. You need to get closer to her. Chen Lichuan scolded, his expression one of exasperation. Casting a glance at Ma Xiaoqiao, Chen Lichuan nodded. Dad, I understand, but I might be a bit late, around 7. He refrained from suggesting that Ma Xiaoqiao join them, knowing it would upset his father since it was a gathering of two families. However, maintaining a good relationship with Qi Hongji was essential for paving the way for Ma Xiaoqiao. Remember, don't mess this up. After several reminders, Chen Lichuan left with a smile. At that moment, Qi Siyao was pouting. Wantang, I can't go out with you all tonight. My dad insists I join him for dinner with Chen Lichuan's family. I have to go, Qi Siyao said with a sense of resignation, sitting beside her computer and glancing sadly at the messages in their group chat. Cui Zibing was still messaging, informing that several classmates living in the village were planning to gather in the city, making it the most attended reunion before leaving for university. All right then, let us go ahead with our gathering, she finally conceded. Su Wantong smiled lightly as she set her phone down, the gentle breeze caressing her long black hair. In the past, during gatherings, she would eagerly rush to dress up and choose her attire. Yet now, she sat quietly with her head bowed for quite some time. Brother Chuan, I'll head back to make the pancakes. You need not worry about the sauce. I can prepare it now, and the flavor will be just the same. By 6 o'clock, the prepared pancake batter was nearly depleted. Ma Xiaoqiao rode home first, while Zhang Tao and Chen Lichuan remained at the stall, where a few scattered customers continued to arrive for the stuffed pancakes. The supply of ingredients posed a significant challenge. If they could hire a few individuals to assist, the business would surely flourish. Zhang Tao squatted nearby, engaging in brief conversations with Chen Lichuan whenever there were no customers. If we could hire a few people, they could learn how to prepare the sauce today and start selling at their own stalls tomorrow. This low-cost venture has almost no barriers to entry. Anyone can partake. Chen Lichuan chuckled, glancing down at Zhang Tao, willing to share some of his business insights. After all, being a snack vendor meant there was a limited number of patrons each day, which capped their profit potential. For instance, they were currently at 2,300, and the maximum they could reach was 2,500. There was no need to recklessly increase costs for a few extra hundred. Once sold out, they were done, and any remaining funds did not belong to them. Zhang Tao, remember, this is the hard-earned money we are making. As Zhang Tao listened to Chen Lichuan's words, he looked up, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliarity of the man before him. While he could still find time to rest, Chen Lichuan had to stand by the stall all day, save for bathroom breaks. Wow, Brother Chuan, I hardly recognize you now, Zhang Tao exclaimed with a laugh, immediately springing to attention as a customer approached for a stuffed pancake. By around 6:30, the ingredients were nearly sold out. Chen Lichuan quickly pushed the cart back, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the Furu Long Hotel, the lingering scent of pancake oil still on him. At that moment, Qi Hongji, Bai Xiun, Jin Xiaoling, and others were already in the private room. In the 10-minute journey, Chen Lichuan had called his son no less than 3 times, urging him to hurry over. Uncle Qi, Aunt Bai, I apologize for my tardiness, Chen Lichuan said as he pushed the door open, repeatedly expressing his apologies. He exchanged a brief nod with Qi Siyao, acknowledging each other, while the 4 adults were seated closely together, leaving a spot for him right next to Qi Siyao. It's all right, we just arrived not long ago. Please, take a seat, Qi Hongji said with a gentle smile, waving his hand. How many times have I told you to come earlier? You made Uncle Qi and the others wait for you. You truly have no sense of time, Chen Lichuan reprimanded with a stern face. It's fine. The child is working hard to earn money, which is commendable, Bai Xian praised, her gaze briefly scanning Chen Lichuan's hand. Noticing a nail had broken and a new bit had grown, she swallowed her concern, mindful of his parents' presence. Ha ha, that's indeed something I would do. Always pondering ways to earn, Chen Lichuan exaggeratedly laughed, then turned to call out, "Waiter, please serve the dishes, starting with the seafood." Chen Lichuan lowered his head silently, thinking how he had almost fallen into a trap, yet he still dared to show off. A glance at Qi Siyao revealed she was stifling a laugh. "I beg your pardon, my father has a rather boisterous demeanor, and I hope you can bear with it." Chen Lichuan whispered softly into Qi Siyao's ear. Suddenly, Qi Siyao burst into laughter, finding an unexpectedly endearing side to Chen Lichuan, his words quite amusing. "Well, Uncle Chen is rather interesting," she said as she leaned closer to him, engaging in conversation. This was, to her recollection, the first time they had chatted in such a manner. "I seem to have inherited some of that fine tradition. How could I have been so detestable to you before? No preferential treatment shall be allowed." Chen Lichuan's humorous remarks gradually dissolved the tension between them. He possessed an innate understanding of how to foster relationships, especially when it came to a young lady. In due course, he hoped to encourage Qi Siyao to speak directly with her father concerning the care of Ma Xiaochao's parents. "Yet you used to spread baseless rumors," Qi Siyao remarked, averting her gaze from Chen Lichuan, the topic making her feel somewhat embarrassed. "You cannot place the blame on me. At that time, our group was merely discussing who was the prettiest in our class, and I spoke the truth. Who would have thought that those rascals would start fabricating stories?" Chen Lichuan feigned innocence, yet in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to flattering remarks while seeking favors. "You even wrote that in the message book," intentionally inciting the class to make a ruckus. Qi Siyao pretended to pout in annoyance, but deep down, she felt a sense of pride. Chen Lichuan's earlier words were too sweet, and she was too shy to mention the QQ space incident. "Living amidst their flattery daily led me to fantasize about a possible connection with you, hence my foolishness in writing it." At this juncture, Chen Lichuan's gaze turned melancholic, and he shook his head in resignation, seemingly surrendering to some unspoken reality, his expression one of profound disappointment. However, after graduation and the ensuing separation, the inability to see her daily in class gradually bestowed upon him a sense of self-awareness regarding the insurmountable chasm between them. Truthfully, the gathering organized by Zhang Tao was meant as an apology. "I caused you too much distress. I never anticipated it would escalate to such a scene." Su Wantong was overly agitated, as was Zhang Tao. "Here, I sincerely apologize, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Rest assured, I shall maintain my distance henceforth." "Oh, please do not say that. We are classmates, and there is no disparity between us. We shall always remain friends." Qi Siyao suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Lichuan, who had become so humble merely due to his unrequited affection for her. When a woman's compassion is stirred, her emotions can become exceedingly tender. Should Lu Weiwei speak ill of Chen Lichuan now, she would surely defend him. "Well, I shall remember those words. We will always be friends," Chen Lichuan reiterated, pondering that perhaps in time, he might still seek her assistance. Observing the two children sharing laughter, old Chen and Lingling felt a surge of happiness. This young man finally had a glimmer of hope. Before long, the waiter entered the private room with platters of seafood, evidently the result of considerable effort on Chen Lichuan's part, as the table was lavishly adorned with dishes. "Old Chen, you are far too generous. A simple meal would suffice," Qi Hongji remarked, perceiving the extravagance as wasteful. However, Chen Lichuan, accustomed to generosity, waved his hand grandly and exclaimed, "Hongji, you have rendered me such a tremendous favor. If I do not set up a grand feast, I shall find no rest in my slumber." His demeanor and gestures elicited laughter from Baizun and Qi Siyao, fostering an increasingly harmonious atmosphere between the two families. "Lichuan, I had the pleasure of tasting your pancake today. The flavor was truly delightful. Where did you acquire such culinary skills?" Qi Hongji inquired, taking a sip of his drink and gradually broaching the subject of Chen Lichuan's street vending endeavors. "I learned it online." Chen Lichuan promptly set down his chopsticks, directing his gaze towards Qi Hongji, displaying an unusual seriousness as he addressed the inquiry. "After graduation, I contemplated ways to earn some tuition during the holidays, and thus began my search for street food recipes online. Initially, the sauces I learned were overly sweet, not suited to the palate of our Ningxian people. So I made some adjustments. Remarkable indeed. This child, Lichuan, possesses quite a clever mind." Qi Hongji nodded in praise, appreciating Chen Lichuan's articulate manner of speaking. "This child, though intelligent, does not apply himself diligently. Otherwise, he would not have settled for a third-tier university." Jean Xiaoling appeared to reproach her son, yet her words subtly complimented his intelligence. Our homeroom teacher was genuinely regretful that Lichuan chose not to repeat a year had he devoted himself to his studies. He could undoubtedly gain admission to a prestigious university, Qi Siyao remarked candidly. However, what is truly commendable is Lichuan's ability to sell on the street. As many of today's youth prioritize so-called face and dignity, Qi Hongji added. Chen Lichuan paused, noticing the silence from the others, and then leisurely expressed his perspective. I resonate deeply with what Uncle Qi has said. Initially, I felt reluctant to lower my pride, but once I began, I found it no longer mattered. Selling on the street is not a disgraceful endeavor. However, it is often perceived as such due to the perceived limitations on income. Conversely, professions that appear promising have an exceedingly low ratio of exceptional individuals, yet they are deemed respectable. People tend to judge the quality of an industry based on income potential. They dismiss the earnings of a street vendor, while ironically, this seemingly embarrassing trade can yield more than what many others earn. His words undoubtedly piqued Qi Hongji's curiosity regarding how much Chen Lichuan could earn in a single day, and he found the young man's logical articulation reminiscent of an engaging discussion with a seasoned expert. Lichuan, how much do you earn from your little stall each day? Qi Hongji casually inquired. Around 2,000 to 3,000, perhaps, Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly. This revelation astonished not only Qi Hongji, but also Bai Ziyun and Qi Siyao, who were equally taken aback by the significant daily earnings. Such subtle boasting, Chen Lichuan mused, would earn him respect. He cast a sidelong glance at his father, who was grinning foolishly, recognizing his lack of composure. You seek dignity. Allow your son to help you regain it. What is your profit margin? Qi Hongji asked eagerly. At least 60%, Chen Lichuan responded. The conversation then shifted away from the topic of egg pancakes, yet Qi Hongji remained in a state of astonishment, realizing that this child was indeed extraordinary. With an impassive turn of his head, Qi Hongji directed his gaze towards Chen Lichuan, then glanced at his daughter. Chapter 45. A match made in heaven. Zhang Tao, once the social butterfly of the class, maintained amicable relationships with his peers. Whenever a classmate managed to visit from the village, despite his own exhaustion, he would always make an effort to join them for a meal. Upon arriving at the Xinyuan restaurant near the first high school, he found that Shui Zibing and others had already begun their feast, seemingly indifferent to his late arrival. He settled down and engaged in conversation with a few familiar faces, partaking in a few rounds of beer. Zhang Tao must be doing well in business. After all, he has kept us waiting for quite some time. It appears he has struck it rich and looks down upon us, his less affluent classmates, Shui Zibing jested, his phone prominently displaying a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Rumor had it that his father had secured a lucrative contract for a portion of the soft pack project at the new commercial city. You're mocking me, are you? I've heard your family is raking in the cash as well. Given our tight bond, surely it's no trouble for me to snag a pack from you. Zhang Tao responded, dismissing the banter. The past few days spent with Chen Lichuan had tempered his temperament. What he truly valued was what he discreetly pocketed. Shui Zibing, taken aback, had no time to react as the pack of cigarettes found its way into Zhang Tao's pocket. Zhang Tao had never suffered a loss when it came to cigarettes. In a crowd, discreetly taking one was a skill he had mastered. Haha, take it and smoke it. What is a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes between friends? Shui Zibing generously offered, casting a glance at Su Wantong, who, at that moment, was lifting her head. Before Zhang Tao's arrival, Su Wantong had kept her head down, appearing disengaged as classmates spoke to her. However, she had not disclosed to her peers the details of Qi Siyao and Chen Lichuan dining together. She had been specifically cautioned by Yao Yao, concerned that Lu Weiwei might misconstrue the situation. Since the incident involving Biao, Su Wantong had ceased all communication with Lu Weiwei. At this moment, Su Wantong raised her gaze to Zhang Tao, intrigued by his daily companionship with Chen Lichuan, eager to glean any news about him. Zhang Tao smiled and heartily indulged in several bites of food, having grown weary of the egg pancakes he had been consuming for days. Are you all planning to eat nothing but egg pancakes? Lu Weiwei suddenly inquired. Yes, and what of it? Zhang Tao retorted sharply, harboring little fondness for Lu Weiwei. A forced smile crept across Lu Weiwei's lips, laced with derision. In his estimation, Zhang Tao and his peers, having only graduated from a vocational school, were destined for a life of menial labor, lacking any promising future. Thus, Lu Weiwei held himself in high regard. Don't speak in riddles. What do you mean by that? Zhang Tao shouted again, this time with greater fervor. Unlike the previous encounter with Chen Lichuan, he was determined to heed the warning he had been given to avoid conflict. Why should he tolerate Lu Weiwei's mockery? I haven't said anything at all. Why are you so worked up? If you're dissatisfied with your own circumstances, why didn't you study harder back then? It's truly amusing how you project your frustrations onto me. Lu Weiwei retorted with conviction, adjusting his glasses and regarding Zhang Tao with unabashed contempt. You were the one who initiated the sarcasm towards Zhang Tao, and now you blame him for your own outburst. You brought this upon yourself. Su Wantong called out to Lu Weiwei, leaving the other students, including Zhang Tao, momentarily bewildered. What was happening? It turned out that Su Wantong, Lu Weiwei, and Qi Siyao shared a very close bond. I have nothing to say to you. Lu Weiwei turned away, refusing to glance at the two. All right, let us pick a song. After we finish our meal, I'll treat everyone to karaoke, Cui Zibing interjected to ease the tension, prompting the others to mediate until the three quieted down. As they chatted and ate, when the time was right, the group exited the restaurant, ready to sing. Lichuan, you're responsible for escorting Yao Yao home while I have a chat with your parents, Qi Hongji remarked in the private room. Only his wife, Bai Ziyun. Perceiving his intentions, he wished for their daughter to spend more time with Chen Lichuan. In fact, her opinion of the boy had undergone a significant transformation. Make sure you see her home safely and watch her go upstairs. Chen Lichuan issued a stern warning. Hurry up, Jean Shaoling urged, tugging at her son's arm. Eager for him to rise, her face beaming with a smile. Uncle Qi, rest assured, I will definitely see Qi Siyao home. Chen Lichuan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Qi's request, although Qi Siyao felt somewhat shy, she said nothing as she followed Chen Lichuan out of the room. The two walked side by side down the street. Chen Lichuan was quite tall, while Qi Siyao, at 1.6 meters, only reached his chin, which made her appear particularly petite and charming. You don't need to see me home. You've worked hard all day. You should hurry back and rest. Qi Siyao said softly. I was just worrying about that. I still have to make pancakes and sauce when I get back. My pedal broke last time and hasn't been fixed yet. If we reach the alley by Qiaoshui, I might just slip away, Chen Lichuan admitted, genuinely fatigued, with a long list of tasks awaiting him at home. Moreover, if he insisted on accompanying her, it would only make Qi Siyao uncomfortable. All right. Qi Siyao chuckled softly, her smile under the moonlight exuding a gentle warmth. It seemed she had always been an exceptionally tender person, only previously provoked by her own limits. Chen Lichuan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times before averting his gaze. She was truly the recognized belle of the school. Yet, he merely admired her from afar, as the allure of the vibrant city was too overwhelming. As they walked, their conversation flowed naturally, embodying the freshness of newfound friendship. Zhang Tao, trailing behind the crowd, suddenly spotted Chen Lichuan and Qi Siyao walking on the opposite side of the street. He exchanged a glance with Lu Weiwei, a wave of exhilaration washing over him, then raised his fist and shouted, Chen Lichuan, are you out shopping with your sister-in-law? All the students turned to look in the direction Zhang Tao had indicated, and sure enough, Chen Lichuan and Qi Siyao were walking side by side, engaged in laughter and conversation. Sister-in-law, Zhang Tao shouted again, then mischievously stared at Lu Weiwei. When did they become a couple? This was the question on everyone's mind. And they secretly glanced at Lu Weiwei, who was aware of their relationship. Wow, Chen Lichuan is impressive. He really has won Qi Siyao's heart, Cui Zibing remarked, expressing his surprise. At present, Qi Siyao stood frozen in place, anxiously glancing at Lu Weiwei, yet under the dim glow of the streetlights, his features remained obscured. Oh, what a matchless pair they make, destined to wait for each other throughout their lives, Zhang Tao mused aloud to his classmates, sharing the fabrications he had spun in the class group chat. But all was for the sake of camaraderie. After all, it was worth it. Su Wantong cast a glance at them before lowering her head. Chapter 46. Conflict. Zhang Tao, what are you rambling about? Chen Lichuan strode over and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Tao's rear, then, with a grave expression, pulled him into an embrace. Why are you so agitated after just a brief chat with Qi Siyao on the street? We've graduated, yet you're still making such foolish jokes. This admonition was directed at Qi Siyao, while Chen Lichuan was indifferent to whether his classmates misunderstood. After all, once they reached the bustling metropolis, encounters would be rare. Have you all finished eating? Where are you headed now? I had some matters at home that delayed me. Qi Siyao approached and greeted her classmates with a smile. We're off to karaoke. Siyao, care to join us? Cui Zibing cheerfully suggested. Absolutely. Qi Siyao readily agreed. Lichuan, you should come along too. You sing so well. Show us what you've got. Cui Zibing turned to Chen Lichuan, though he was reluctant, knowing he wouldn't blend well with the group, yet felt it would be impolite to leave him behind. Forget it. If I go, you won't enjoy yourselves. Besides, I have to set up my stall tomorrow. Taozi, you ought to head home and get some rest. Otherwise, you won't wake up in the morning. Chen Lichuan replied, lacking the energy for such festivities. Upon hearing this, Cui Zibing felt relieved, as did the other classmates, thinking Chen Lichuan was at least self-aware. Yawn. Zhang Tao took the opportunity to stifle a yawn. He had little desire to go either, utterly fatigued. He had hesitated to leave earlier, but now he had a valid excuse. I'll head back first. We can gather again another time. When I'm in the metropolis, I'll trouble you to show me around. Zhang Tao waved his hand, preparing to take his leave. Classmates, feel free to contact me when you come to the city. I'll treat you to a meal. As he departed, Chen Lichuan extended a polite farewell. Feeling that despite their past differences, there was no need to harbor grudges, for they were classmates after all. Why would we contact you? However, amidst the crowd, Tian Hao suddenly interjected, as he maintained a close friendship with Lu Weiwei and shared a common disdain for Chen Lichuan. Zhang Tao's expression changed instantly, but Chen Lichuan remained unfazed, waving goodbye to his classmates as he pulled Zhang Tao away. In that moment, Qi Siyao felt an unexpected admiration for Chen Lichuan's magnanimity, realizing that her own small circle was behaving rather poorly, being petty and overbearing. Su Wantong, observing Chen Lichuan's retreating figure, felt a similar sense of reflection akin to Qi Siyao's. Xiao, was that Chen Lichuan you ran into on the road? Lu Weiwei couldn't help but inquire as they made their way to the karaoke venue. Indeed, Qi Siyao affirmed with a nod. The first time she had lied to Lu Weiwei, and Su Wantong heard every word clearly. Each day unfolds in a monotonous cycle of toil for Chen Lichuan, Zhang Tao, and Ma Xiaoqiao, the concept of time having long since faded from their awareness. Over the span of more than half a month, they have scarcely felt the passage of time. When they first began working for Chen Lichuan, Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao fantasized about how they would spend their earnings. But after enduring the rigors of labor, they found themselves reluctant to part with their hard-earned money. Both opened bank accounts to save their funds. During this period, they encountered classmates like Qi Siyao, but those interactions were fleeting, limited to hurried exchanges while purchasing pancakes. As for Yang Hong, ever since that inexplicable confession one night, she had vanished from their lives, and Chen Lichuan gradually let the matter slip from his mind. On yet another morning, Chen Lichuan and Zhang Tao, having sold their wares outside the internet cafe, pushed their cart towards Qiaoshuikou Alley. However, they soon crossed paths with classmates Cui Zibing, Lu Weiwei, Qi Siyao, and Su Wantong, who joined them on their journey. Are you all going hiking? Chen Lichuan casually inquired, glancing at Qi Siyao. Yes, Qi Siyao replied with a smile, eyeing the cart curiously. Do you come to the internet cafe every morning to sell for a bit before heading to Qiaoshuikou Alley? Yes. This way we can sell more, Chen Lichuan answered succinctly. Lichuan, once we reach Qiaoshuikou, could you prepare some pancakes for us? We haven't had breakfast yet. Cui Zibing suggested, giving Chen Lichuan's cart a playful pat that echoed in the air. Thank you for looking after our business, Chen Lichuan remarked, hoping to avoid any insistence from Cui Zibing about treating them later. Don't worry, we'll definitely pay you. Cui Zibing chuckled. The two groups continued down the road in silence, each lost in their thoughts, though Su Wantong stole glances at Chen Lichuan. What are you doing? This is my stall. Upon reaching Qiaoshuikou Alley, they spotted Ma Xiaoqiao engaged in a heated argument with a middle-aged couple. The woman was aggressively pushing her cart towards Ma Xiaoqiao, clearly attempting to usurp his spot. Seeing Ma Xiaoqiao being bullied, Zhang Tao rushed forward without hesitation, with Chen Lichuan closely behind, forcefully colliding their cart with the woman's. The crash shattered the morning tranquility, followed by the woman's anguished screams. Help! They've assaulted me. Someone please, she cried, collapsing theatrically on the ground, wailing in distress. This altercation transpired so swiftly that Cui Zibing and Qi Siyao stood frozen, unable to react. Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao were momentarily taken aback, having never witnessed such a scene. Just then, the tall figure behind them also fell to the ground, lamenting, "They are bullying a child. Seeing our business thriving. They want to steal our stall. This is an injustice." Ignoring the onlookers, Chen Lichuan, unbothered by the spectacle, rolled on the ground alongside the woman, fully immersed in the chaos. In the previous life, Chen Lichuan had struggled at the very bottom, well acquainted with the ways of the world. There was no need to speak of principles. It all boiled down to who could be more unscrupulous. After all, everyone was driven by life's relentless pressures. So, what need was there for dignity? One must not blame them for their lack of integrity or manners. They were merely forced by circumstances. For who wouldn't desire to live a life of glamour? Take, for instance, those classmates preparing for a mountain excursion. In a moment of confusion, the middle-aged couple failed to react, only to witness a towering figure approaching and viciously kicking their small cart. His expression twisted in fury. If one wished to sell pancakes, they should do so elsewhere. To encroach upon my stall was an utter impossibility. Why are you kicking my cart? The middle-aged man, flustered and feeling at fault, sought another way to retaliate. He grabbed a bucket of noodles from Chen Lichuan's cart and, with a resounding thud, hurled it to the ground. The noodles scattered across the pavement, and the man glared at Chen Lichuan with a face full of malice, seething with resentment, believing that they could easily bully the children. If they took over his stall, surely business would flourish. Then let no one sell anything. Chen Lichuan sprang to his feet, seizing the food bucket from the opposite cart and smashing it down with great force. "Oh no, you've damaged my cart. This is robbery." The woman, witnessing the destruction of their cart, immediately took on the role of the victim, wailing and lamenting, "You dare smash my food bucket? I will not let this go." Such bullying. The middle-aged man lunged at Chen Lichuan, intending to intimidate the children, and the moment was perfect for him. Chen Lichuan tightly grasped the man's neck, and they promptly tumbled to the ground. As Ma Xiaoqiao and Zhang Tao prepared to intervene, he quickly shouted, "Stay out of this. You two just stand back." In this scenario, it was vital not to strike first. If Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao became involved, the nature of the conflict would change entirely. It was a matter of outdoing each other in unscrupulousness, a necessary skill for street vendors to survive. "Oh no, violence." The middle-aged man cried out from Chen Lichuan's grasp. "Oh no, bullying children." Chen Lichuan mimicked his tone, raising his voice to wail even louder. The two of them rolling about in the dirt. Bystanders began to gather, intrigued by the spectacle. "Let go." After a while on the ground, the man attempted to rise. Realizing that no advantage was to be gained, and that he was wasting time he could use to set up his stall elsewhere. Yet, Chen Lichuan continued to hold him firmly, determined to instill fear in him. Moreover, this incident needed to spread. The more commotion it caused, the better it would serve to secure his own stall. Anyone daring to bully him would think twice, especially the vendor surnamed Qian from the nearby street. Who would dare encroach? "Why are you bullying me? Why did you smash my food bucket? You owe me compensation." Suddenly, Chen Lichuan appeared to go mad, clinging tightly to the man and shaking him vigorously. The crowd watching grew larger, and even those from the barber shop came over to mediate. The man struggled desperately to stand and escape, but it took considerable effort to separate the two, both covered in mud as they finally stood up. "Try bullying me again, and no one will sell anything here. This is my territory." Chen Lichuan shouted at the man, who now remained silent, turning his head away in disdain. Subsequently, the man picked up the food bucket from the ground and left with the woman pushing the cart. Chen Lichuan, panting heavily, took out his water bottle to wash his hands and hurriedly set up his stall to make pancakes. He called out to Cui Zhibing and the others who were not far away, "Please wait a moment. I will have it ready shortly, and will add extra lettuce and spicy strips for you." Cui Zhibing and the others were momentarily taken aback. The Chen Lichuan before them felt unfamiliar. The man who had just thrown a tantrum on the ground, disregarding his image, was now able to speak calmly again. Was this truly Chen Lichuan? He seemed like a completely different person. "Taozi, take these over first, and ask them how many they want in total. Collect the money first." Noticing that the group remained silent, Chen Lichuan packed 3 pancakes into a bag and handed it to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao appeared somewhat dazed. After a moment, he responded with a soft "oh," took the bag, and walked towards Cui Zhibing. "How many do you all want in total?" Zhang Tao asked as he handed the bag to Cui Zhibing. "One for each person," Cui Zhibing stammered, still recovering from the shock of the recent events. "I'm not eating." Lu Weiwei immediately shook his head in protest. "Then that makes 7, Cui Zhibing added. "That totals 35, Zhang Tao extended his hand. "I will go over to give it to him." Cui Zhibing walked towards Chen Lichuan, pulling out a cigarette, while Qi Siyao and Su Wantong followed suit. "Lichuan, are you alright just now?" Cui Zhibing offered him a cigarette. "I'm fine," Chen Lichuan replied with a smile. "I can't smoke. Otherwise, the ashes would fall into the pancakes." "That person was too excessive. Clearly, you have always sold here," Su Wantong pouted, defending Chen Lichuan. "Haha, it's quite normal really. It's all for a few pieces of silver, and there's no name written on this spot," Chen Lichuan said nonchalantly, turning to glance at Ma Xiaoqiao, who was standing nearby. "You should hurry back and make another bucket of noodles while there are still few people around." "Okay," Ma Xiaoqiao nodded and rode back. Chen Lichuan then focused on making pancakes, refraining from engaging with Qi Siyao and the others, ultimately collecting 35 yuan from them. The morning's incident quickly spread through Chaoshui Alley, with everyone discussing it animatedly. It was truly unexpected, looking at the several young children. They were indeed not so easily bullied. The classmates who had gone hiking spent the entire morning discussing Chen Lichuan's affair, their voices overlapping in disbelief. How did Chen Lichuan change so much? Isn't his family quite wealthy? I can hardly believe that Chen Lichuan would disregard his image and throw a fit in the street like a vendor. He values money too much. I agree. There are certainly more dignified ways to communicate. Exactly. He holds himself in high regard, having never earned money, believing that self-respect is paramount. Qi Siyao remained silent. She actually understood Chen Lichuan's actions. Some people simply could not be reasoned with, but she was astonished that Chen Lichuan could resort to such behavior. It was surprising, as he often carried a small pack of tissues, and if the edges of his shoes got dirty, he would insist on replacing them. Yet now, he seemed completely unconcerned about his image. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, engaged in cheerful conversation with the three, treating the earlier incident as nothing more than a joke. I remained standing there when that brat pushed me, and now he has scurried away in disgrace. Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed animatedly. Therefore, this is how it must be done. Who would dare to encroach upon our stall again? If it comes to blows, it shall be deemed our fault, and we would be mired in a multitude of troubles. Chen Lichuan remarked nonchalantly. Lichuan, in the end, that rascal tried to get up and leave, yet you clung to him stubbornly, shouting and rolling on the ground like a madman. Isn't that simply a spectacle for our classmates? Zhang Tao shook his head, furrowing his brow, believing Chen Lichuan's actions to be inappropriate. I am not mad. If I hadn't behaved that way, when I later have Xiao Chao's parents come to take over the stall, that person would still dare to bully us. Therefore, it is imperative to instill fear in him, to make him tremble and hesitate. Chen Lichuan unintentionally voiced his internal calculations, leaving Ma Xiaoqiao momentarily stunned. No wonder he had been instructed to learn how to make sauces and pancakes. It was all part of a plan for his family to take over. Zhang Tao discerned the implications as well, choosing to remain silent. Yet his admiration for Chen Lichuan deepened. He was undoubtedly a true friend, no doubt about it. Brother, Ma Xiaoqiao called out, his eyes glistening with emotion. Enough of this. We have company now. You will make this pancake and demonstrate your skills. Chen Lichuan rose, disliking the emotional theatrics. All right. Ma Xiaoqiao nodded earnestly, yet he still embraced Chen Lichuan from behind, saying seriously, from now on, I am yours. Chapter 48. Brotherhood. Since that incident, Ma Xiaoqiao seemed transformed, eagerly preparing pancakes and sauces, volunteering for any tasks. He often stood alone in the kitchen until the late hours, concerned that Chen Lichuan might tire. When it came time to hand the stall over to Ma Xiaoqiao's family, Zhang Tao felt no discontent. Recognizing that Chen Lichuan treated his friends with distinction, Ma Xiaoqiao had, from the outset, been diligent in the kitchen, and his family truly struggled, with parents lacking stable employment. Zhang Tao came to see that Lichuan genuinely cared for his brothers, embodying loyalty. After teaching Ma Xiaoqiao step by step for half a month, he was now capable of preparing the dishes himself, albeit at a slower pace, with flavors indistinguishable from Chen Lichuan's. However, in this small county town, 7 or 8 new stalls offering egg pancakes emerged within 2 months, though Chen Lichuan's stall remained the best, selling over 1,500 units daily. Yet, it required longer hours. Ingredients that used to sell out by 7 now lasted until 8 or 9, and sometimes even past 10. Nevertheless, even with the queues, some patrons willingly waited for Chen Lichuan's stall, traveling from afar just to savor his offerings. In mid-August, despite the onset of autumn, the small town remained sweltering. On this day, Chen Lichuan closed the stall before 6 and invited Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao to dine at a restaurant. Knowing that Chen Lichuan had earned a considerable sum recently, the three of them ordered 7 or 8 hearty dishes without reservation. Initially, Chen Lichuan intended to order baijiu, but the other two found it too strong, ultimately settling on beer. As they raised their glasses, they drank heartily. Xiaoqiao, when we set up the stall tomorrow, let your parents assist you. Putting down his glass, Chen Lichuan uttered these words, as the two of them held chopsticks, poised with their food. Their bodies stiffened momentarily, both abruptly lifting their heads in astonishment to gaze at him. Zhang Tao, you can take a good rest tomorrow. I still need to go help with the business at Fatty's place, so that customers can reacquaint themselves with him. Of course, any earnings from this stall in the future will belong to Fatty's family, Chen Lichuan slowly remarked while lighting a cigarette. Before his words could fully settle, a convulsive sound interrupted the moment. Ma Xiaoqiao wept, tears as large as beans cascading down his cheeks. He squatted down and embraced Chen Lichuan's thigh, wailing, Lichuan, you are too good to your brothers. How can I ever repay you? I truly do not know what to say. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chen Lichuan tugged at Ma Xiaoqiao's hair, urging him to stand once more, casting a glance at his pants, which were already smeared with the fool's snot. Chen Lichuan believed that being so good to Ma Fat was warranted. After his family's bankruptcy in his previous life, Fatty had offered him substantial help. Ultimately, what mattered most was their unwavering brotherly bond. Don't give me that nonsense. Chen Lichuan shot a disdainful glare at Ma Xiaoqiao and rubbed his foot on the boy's trousers. However, Ma Xiaoqiao, seated on the chair, could not contain himself, burying his head in his arms and crying bitterly. Brother, I am so moved. Is this really necessary? Fatty, I look down on you. Zhang Tao cast a sidelong glance at Ma Xiaoqiao. He's a fool. We need not concern ourselves with him. Taozi, I have something else to discuss with you. Chen Lichuan turned his attention back to Zhang Tao. Go ahead, Lichuan. Zhang Tao nodded. Chen Lichuan's previous words had stirred a twinge of melancholy within him, but the impending departure to university made separation inevitable. Today, we only made over 1,300. Let's split this money. Consider it your commission for these past 2 months. You take 700, and Xiaoqiao gets nothing. Chen Lichuan stated deliberately, concerned that Zhang Tao might feel slighted. Yet he still overestimated the boy's sensitivity. Brother Chuan, should I follow the procedure or just cling to your leg? Zhang Tao exclaimed excitedly, nearly ready to kneel. The earlier feelings of melancholy dissipating in an instant. Get up. Chen Lichuan maintained a stern expression, attempting to lift Zhang Tao, but a feigned wail echoed instead. Brother Chuan, thank you. From now on, I am yours. I will serve you like a loyal steed. For heaven's sake, if you keep this up, I will take my leave. Chen Lichuan sighed, exasperated. Neither of these two had any ambition. After several rounds of drinking together, they finally settled down. Fatty, what are your plans for the future? Chen Lichuan inquired once more. First, I will help my parents look after the stall, Ma Xiaoqiao replied earnestly, followed by an unrestrained grin. Then I will follow Uncle Chen. I will surely thrive in Ningxian. With my dad. You will go hungry 9 times in 3 days. Chen Lichuan frowned. Look at what you're saying. Uncle Chen is so capable, driving a luxurious Accord. How could he be lacking? Ma Xiaoqiao retorted immediately, his sycophantic demeanor as if Chen Lichuan were sitting right there. Then Chen Lichuan would surely smile and praise. Look at Xiaoqiao. What great insight. How about this? You first assist your parents in safeguarding the egg pancake stall. Once I have stabilized myself in the bustling metropolis, I will seek your assistance. Chen Lichuan concluded. At the entrance of your school, do they sell egg pancakes? Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed with wide eyes, filled with excitement. Chen Lichuan chose to ignore this naive inquiry. Such an industry, which cannot thrive through franchising, was not worth pursuing. However, should there be any matters to attend to, he would certainly call upon Fatty. Taozi, you're going to study at a vocational college in the provincial capital, right? Chen Lichuan inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhang Tao. Yes, at Jinyuan Vocational School. Then you should go ahead. Once I finalize some matters on my end, you can consider whether to join us, Chen Lichuan said earnestly. All right. Zhang Tao nodded in agreement. Yet he found Chen Lichuan's words somewhat ethereal, as if the success of the egg pancakes was merely a stroke of luck, and he must not let it inflate his ego. After a moment's thought, Zhang Tao cautioned, just be careful not to recklessly squander everything your family has. Chen Lichuan smiled lightly, not wishing to elaborate further. He then rose, raising his glass with fervor, proclaiming, Come, let us 3 brothers make a toast. Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao hurriedly filled their glasses and stood up. Clink. The glasses met with a crisp sound, marking the culmination of 2 months of hard work. Meanwhile, Qi Siyao was bidding farewell to a classmate. As they were departing for university the next day, which was quite far away, during their meal, she received an inexplicable phone call. Who called you? Su Wantong leaned in, whispering with curiosity upon noticing Qi Siyao's troubled expression. It was Yang Hong. What did she want? Su Wantong asked anxiously, recalling the scene of Yang Hong embracing Chen Lichuan. She's asking to borrow money. You mustn't lend her any, cried Cui Zibing, growing agitated. Yang Hong had borrowed from numerous people, even contacting me. I've heard she hasn't repaid anyone. I didn't agree immediately over the phone. I'll send her a message later, Qi Siyao replied, nodding seriously. Chapter 49. The Fading Silhouette. Yang Hong? What do you need from me? Chen Lichuan asked, puzzled to see the unfamiliar number belonged to Yang Hong, while Zhang Tao and Ma Xiaoqiao curiously leaned in closer. Lichuan, can you lend me 2,000 yuan? I'm in urgent need. Yang Hong implored with a frantic tone. 2,000. A waitress at Furalong Hotel toils for an entire month to earn 400. You're asking a barely acquainted friend for such a sum? Chen Lichuan questioned, displeased. Lichuan, I'm begging you. I'm truly out of options and can only turn to you. My family, I'm sorry, I really don't have the money. I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up, Chen Lichuan coldly replied, ending the call. At the very least, she should repay the previous debt before asking for more. Wow, she really has some nerve, asking for 2,000. Lichuan, she clearly sees you as an easy target. Zhang Tao remarked with exaggerated expression, finding humor in Yang Hong's audacity. Lichuan, you absolutely cannot lend her this money. Yang Hong has borrowed extensively from others and will certainly be unable to repay you, Ma Xiaoqiao added anxiously from the side. I understand. I made it very clear over the phone. Chen Lichuan nodded. Let us go. It's getting late. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the three individuals traversed the cool, narrow alleyway, stirred by the gentle breeze. Chen Lichuan glanced at Ma Xiaoqiao, who was still wearing a silly grin. Upon catching Chen Lichuan's gaze, he immediately looked back with a glimmer of affection, his mouth agape, as if to utter something. Chen Lichuan promptly turned his head away. Choosing not to engage, Ma Xiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude to have been given such a lucrative stall without any cost, and to receive assistance in managing it and attracting customers was beyond words. Indeed, Ma Xiaoqiao believed he had become Chen Lichuan's own. Every time he contemplated this, his eyes would well up with emotion, though Chen Lichuan remained indifferent to him. Chen Lichuan then cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tao, who wore a broad smile, clearly stifling his glee, visibly excited and overjoyed, yet attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance, as if accustomed to grand affairs. With the bonus Chen Lichuan had awarded him at the dining table, Zhang Tao had amassed over 5,000 in total during this period. 5,000. In 2 months. The combined earnings of his parents amounted to a mere 2,400. Zhang Tao glanced at his modest Nokia phone in hand and felt it unworthy of his newfound status. Surely, he would need a better phone for university. A Sony Ericsson K700C would suffice, priced around 1,900. Hey, fatso, I'll sell you this phone for 100 less. Zhang Tao teased as he draped an arm over Ma Xiaoqiao's shoulder. Are you kidding me? Didn't you find this phone? Give me a better deal, and I'll hook you up with some smokes. Ma Xiaoqiao replied with a grin, genuinely wanting the phone, as he had been borrowing his mother's small communicator. He hurriedly pulled out a pack of Hongmei cigarettes and slipped them into Zhang Tao's pocket. Is this how you conduct business? Hongmei? I've never smoked such low-grade cigarettes. You better buy me a pack of Zhonghua later. After some banter, the two successfully negotiated a price of 700 for the most basic model of Nokia. Eventually, the three parted ways at a crossroads, their silhouettes stretching into the night. Tomorrow, I can sleep in, Zhang Tao mused as he glanced back at the retreating figures of his friends, feeling an inexplicable void within. Realizing that the eagerly anticipated university life might not be as enchanting as he had once imagined. Are you not going to set up the stall tomorrow? As soon as her son returned, Jean Xiaoling approached with a bright smile, inquiring about his plans. Yes, I've entrusted the stall to Xiaoqiao. You know his situation. I want to lend a hand. There's no rush tomorrow. I can go around 8 or 9 and return early. Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly, changing his shoes. That's fine, but you're, just like your father, too generous. You give without asking for a transfer fee. Jean Xiaoling grasped her son's arm, following him to the bedroom door. How much have you earned in total during this time? This was the question that truly piqued Ling Ling's interest, and upon hearing it, old Chun, seated on the sofa, perked up his ears. Not much, really. The costs are substantial. The ingredients like dough, lettuce, and ham aren't cheap. I've only managed to earn enough for tuition, nothing compared to my father, who is a bona fide big boss. However, when I head to the magical city, I won't be asking for money from you. Chen Lichuan chuckled as he retreated into the room, unwilling to divulge the truth to his parents. Their lack of composure was palpable. If they were to discover the reality, they would undoubtedly parade it around with a loudspeaker. He could almost envision their expressions. With a profit margin of approximately 60%, after deducting all costs, he had earned a total of 64,800. Although this was slightly less than the previous month's net gain of 60,000, selling such a quantity in a small town was still commendable. However, with the proliferation of street vendors selling pancake wraps, profitability was bound to decline. In recent times, Chen Lichuan had acutely felt the strain of dwindling business. Exhausted, he lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Ahead of him lay the path to a metropolis brimming with infinite allure, yet starkly indifferent. After much contemplation, Qi Siyao finally sent a text message to Yang Hong. Yang Hong, I truly apologize. My parents are quite strict with me, and I genuinely have no money. When I brought up the issue of needing funds, they scolded me instead. I'm really sorry I cannot assist you. Just as Qi Siyao set her phone down, it rang. It was Yang Hong calling. Class monitor, please help me. I beg you. I'm truly out of options, which is why I'm reaching out to you. Yang Hong implored, her voice seemingly already drenched in tears. Qi Siyao hesitated, but recalling the admonitions from Cui Zhibing and Su Wantong, her heart grew cold. I'm sorry, I've already made myself clear in the message. It's quite late, and I need to sleep. Goodbye. With that, Qi Siyao abruptly ended the call. She didn't even inquire about Yang Hong's predicament. Yet, it felt unnecessary to ask, especially since she had no intention of offering help. That night, Qi Siyao tossed and turned, ultimately losing her ability to sleep. She felt discomfort at her indifference towards Yang Hong, fearing to inquire about her troubles, and it weighed heavily on her mind. Early the next morning, Chen Lichuan was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. It was Ma Xiaoqiao calling. Upon discovering that someone had taken over his original stall, he rushed outside. Alarmed by the news, "Brother Chuan, they are bullying my mother. I'm coming over." Chen Lichuan hastily dressed and ran out, simultaneously calling Qi Siyao to invite her to breakfast, seeking her assistance. After all, no longer managing the stall himself, he anticipated encountering some unscrupulous individuals. During this period, his relationship with Qi Siyao had notably improved. Upon sensing Chen Lichuan's urgent tone, Qi Siyao wasted no time and hurriedly left her home. In Chapter 50, titled How Interesting They Are, Chen Lichuan merely mentioned a meal and that he needed to discuss something with her before hanging up. Yet, Qi Siyao could detect the urgency in his voice. Something was amiss. Thus, she jogged towards him, her cheeks gradually flushing and her breath coming in heavy gasps. As Qi Siyao approached the alley of Kusiku, she witnessed Chen Lichuan embroiled in a confrontation with other vendors, standing nervously behind him, unsure of how to intervene. "What's the matter? It's no longer your stall. Why can't I set up here? Get lost. I'll deal with you, you little pest." The man's visage was grotesque, reminiscent of a predator poised to devour, as he forcefully pressed against Chen Lichuan's chest, producing a dull thud. "Come at me." Chen Lichuan retaliated, thrusting his head forward and striking the man squarely on the cheek. Yet neither party resorted to physical violence, merely engaging in a contest of obstinacy. "Let me make this clear. That woman is my mother," Chen Lichuan proclaimed vehemently, pointing at Ma Xiaoqiao's mother, Gao Xiaoping, unequivocally asserting that the vendor before them was indeed his mother. "You can bully me all you want, but if you dare to lay a finger on my mother, I will not rest until both our lives are forfeit." Chen Lichuan shook his head vigorously and charged forward. The man, visibly intimidated by the youthful vigor exuded by Chen Lichuan, retreating repeatedly. This tenacity of Chen Lichuan was forged in the crucible of the marketplace, a realm where Ma Xiaoqiao's family of three, being inherently decent folk, simply could not contend. Only Chen Lichuan, with his streetwise demeanor, could stand firm. "Enough, Lichuan. This is a child's family stall. What are you causing a ruckus for?" a bystander admonished. "Yes, depart quickly. Don't escalate matters. It won't benefit you in the least, especially considering the time." The onlooking vendors began to voice their disapproval, and after a while, they found themselves siding with Chen Lichuan. After casting a few fierce glares, the man begrudgingly retreated, pushing his cart away in defeat. "Lichuan," Ma Xiaoqiao called out, his eyes glistening with emotion as he gazed at him, fists clenched and body trembling. At that moment, he simply yearned to embrace his steadfast brother. Ma Pengtai was equally moved. Chen Lichuan glanced at Ma Xiaoqiao, noticing his typical despondence, and chose to ignore him, assisting Gao Xiaoping with her stall, oblivious to the presence of Qi Siyao standing behind him. "Lichuan, my dear boy, I hardly know how to express my gratitude," Gao Xiaoping exclaimed, her tears flowing freely as she clutched Chen Lichuan's arm. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Ma Xiaoqiao wrapped his arms tightly around Chen Lichuan from behind. "Lichuan, The three of them embraced tightly on the bustling street. "Auntie, let us focus on setting up the stall. It's getting late." Chen Lichuan gently disentangled himself from Gao Xiaoping's grasp, playfully elbowing Ma Xiaoqiao, who winced and retreated. "You, my child, have unwittingly handed us such a splendid opportunity. I cannot even begin to express my gratitude. Truly, thank you, Lichuan," Gao Xiaoping continued, wiping her tears away. "Auntie, my bond with Xiaoqiao is exceptionally strong. It's nothing out of the ordinary. As you've observed, the market is becoming saturated with vendors selling egg pancakes. So your business was given to you out of compassion. Besides, I must prepare for my university studies," Chen Lichuan replied, mildly as he arranged the ingredients beneath the cart. "Currently, we can sell over 1,000 each day, and you still assist in guarding the stall. Xiaoqiao has mentioned your kindness. Auntie will forever remember this," Gao Xiaoping said, her gratitude overwhelming her once more. Chen Lichuan nodded, choosing silence, as he found the display of emotions somewhat unbearable. "Chen Lichuan," a voice, tinged with uncertainty, emerged from behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Qi Siyao. He offered her a warm smile, which harmonized with the sunlight, evoking a sense of warmth and radiance. Perhaps if Chen Lichuan had always been this way, would she have consented to his pursuit? In that fleeting moment, Qi Siyao found herself grappling with such thoughts, only to shake her head vigorously, dismissing them, for she still had to stride towards a brighter tomorrow with Wei Wei. Yet, the blush on her cheeks, could it truly be attributed to her recent exertion? "Did you just arrive?" Chen Lichuan inquired with a smile. "Yes, More or less, Qi Siyao replied. Her lips pressed together lightly, suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort, prompting her to conceal her hands behind her back. Ma Peng, why don't you treat us to breakfast? Chen Lichuan suggested once more. Absolutely. Ma Xiaoqiao responded with a booming voice, his hands sweeping grandly. What would you like? A new KFC just opened. And their burgers are quite impressive, particularly high-end. A counterfeit KFC in a small county. Chen Lichuan squinted slightly, always perceiving a hint of Chen Shishuan's shadow in the rotund figure before him. You have no say in this. We shall choose the place. Let's go to the usual old shop that serves fried dough sticks and tofu. No more egg pancakes. I've grown weary of them, Chen Lichuan declared. No way. I want to buy an egg pancake. I'm still craving it, Qi Siyao replied playfully, her tone laced with a hint of coyness. As her camaraderie with Chen Lichuan had evolved to a level akin to that of close friends, just like the others in their small group. How could I let you pay? Chen Lichuan grasped Qi Siyao's arm, but suddenly recalled something, promptly releasing her. My apologies, that was unintentional. I really cannot accept your money, he stated with a serious expression. Qi Siyao chuckled at the boy's cautious demeanor. Weren't you collecting money from all your classmates before? Besides, it's not easy for you all. As Qi Siyao noticed a button had come loose from Chen Lichuan's shirt, he added, that's why I stopped collecting money. This venture isn't mine, and the money won't end up in my pocket. His words elicited a peal of laughter from Qi Siyao. She then turned and offered the money to Ma Xiaoqiao. Sis-in-law, I dare not accept, for I fear I might get beaten later. Ma Xiaoqiao shook his head vigorously, holding onto the egg pancake. How can you say that? Qi Siyao playfully thumped Ma Xiaoqiao's ample back, and soon all three were laughing together. 10 minutes later, seated at a breakfast stall where they enjoyed small bites, Chen Lichuan, with a serious expression, said, Xiao, I called you over because I need your help with something. What is it? Qi Siyao nodded, turning her attention to the two boys. It's about Xiaoqiao's mother's stall. We are in the right here, as I had already claimed that spot. However, there are too many unreasonable people. I recall someone in your family works at the Urban Management Bureau. Could you perhaps have them speak sternly to prevent others from bullying Xiaoqiao's parents? Chen Lichuan lowered his posture, looking at Qi Siyao with a hint of embarrassment. And Ma Xiaoqiao wore a similar expression. Of course, my uncle works at the Urban Management Bureau. I will go find him shortly, Qi Siyao replied without a moment's hesitation. Thank you so much, Xiao. If it were my stall, I certainly wouldn't trouble you, but I find myself in a bind and have caused you more trouble. Chen Lichuan said, his hands pressed together in gratitude. Even among the closest friends, one must never take assistance for granted. It is merely a matter of principle. It is crucial to convey to others that you are a person who understands gratitude, for that is what makes you worthy of their help. Alas, it is of no consequence. You are far too courteous, for we are merely classmates. Qi Siyao waved his hand dismissively. Sure, Yao, I sincerely thank you. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall do my utmost, Chen Lichuan declared with unwavering resolve. I feel the same. Ma Xiaoqiao finally interjected, adding a concluding remark. Yet his nonchalant gesture only elicited another chuckle from Qi Siyao. Ha ha ha, how amusing the two of them are. Chapter 51. Blossoms of Prosperity. After bidding farewell to Chen Lichuan and the others, Qi Siyao promptly sought out her uncle, persistently imploring him to acquiesce, reiterating her request several times before departing with a sense of satisfaction. Although she could have returned via a shortcut, Qi Siyao chose to meander towards Chaoshuikou, where she observed Chen Lichuan still diligently assisting with arrangements. The scorching sun beat down upon him, and this summer had rendered him considerably darker. Yet, Qi Siyao herself could not fathom why she opted for the longer route, merely wishing to catch another glimpse of Chen Lichuan. Once detesting his boisterousness and lack of decorum, she now recognized his genuine kindness towards his friends. In recent days, numerous classmates had taken their leave, embarking on distant journeys. Indeed, life begins anew at such moments, and one must grow accustomed to farewells, for September is fast approaching. The egg pancake stall had become quite manageable for Ma Xiaoqiao's household, as the couple adapted quickly, outpacing Xiaoqiao in no time. The hefty fellow flitted energetically between home and stall, showing no signs of fatigue. Conversely, Chen Lichuan found himself with more leisure time, no longer needing to attend the stall, often retreating to the internet cafe, seemingly reverting to his previous ways, neglecting the family business in favor of indulgence and merriment. In the realm of appliances, the prevailing trend leaned towards household electronics reaching rural areas, stimulating rural consumption and alleviating manufacturers' surplus issues. Consequently, Lanhua Electric City had essentially solidified its fate. It was unlikely to generate profits as it once had. Following the incident involving Li Limin, Chen Lichuan's parents had grown cautious, no longer willing to trust others indiscriminately. though their temperament remained somewhat unreliable and impulsive for Chen Lichuan. As long as his parents refrained from unnecessary turmoil, they could await their well-deserved comforts. In the newly opened bank account, a tranquil sum of 65,000 lay quietly. Acquired through the same means as his initial fortune, perhaps even Qi Hongji would not have anticipated Chen Lichuan's ability to amass such wealth. Merely 2 months had passed, yet the exhaustion was palpable. It took Chen Lichuan several days to recuperate. That night, he returned to the internet cafe, where Zhang Tao had already reserved a spot for him. As he settled in, Tao immediately remarked, "Dude, you're leaving tomorrow. Damn it, why does college start so early? We can't even wait until September 1st. Though he cursed, his expression radiated excitement and joy. "I'll see you off tomorrow," Chen Lichuan replied, opening a website to research some information, a feat he had not accomplished during his recent visits, as he had not played a single game. "Dude, I'm leaving tomorrow, and you want to even accompany me? What are you looking at?" Zhang Tao frowned in discontent. "All right, I'll keep you company tonight," Chen Lichuan responded, launching Warcraft 3 and teaming up with Zhang Tao for a local network game. 2 hours later, all right, go check your website. No need to see me off tomorrow." Zhang Tao was filled with indignation, reflecting on Chen Lichuan's skills, which he deemed commendable. Yet, he cursed under his breath, lamenting that despite his prowess, he only used his ultimate ability in the lower lane to steal towers, akin to the poor skills of Ma Peng. "Ha ha, aren't you coming?" Chen Lichuan, blushing, inquired with a smile. "I haven't played in a while, so I'm a bit rusty, but I can still handle AI battles." "No way." Zhang Tao vehemently shook his head, his frustration nearly overwhelming. However, after a brief moment of anger, he approached with a playful demeanor. "I've managed to retrieve your QQ password. How shall I be thanked?" Zhang Tao slyly pocketed the cigarettes next to Chen Lichuan, having eyed them for some time. "Really? Thanks." Chen Lichuan quickly logged into QQ. This account, long forgotten in a previous life, felt like a diary filled with stories, rediscovered after many years, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Ding ding ding. Cough cough cough. The little penguin icon in the lower left corner danced rapidly, overflowing with messages after 2 months of inactivity. "Oh my," Chen Lichuan exclaimed, overwhelmed, and clicked on his profile picture, contemplating a more eye-catching avatar. Ugh, only a few fixed options are available. To unlock more, I must reach the sun level. He grimaced at his username, the King of Yao, realizing why Qi Siyao might have found it distasteful. He hastily changed it, embarrassed by his past foolishness. Su Wantong. Upon opening the class group, noticed Chen Lichuan's avatar had illuminated, causing her heart to race. Hovering over his profile, she was astonished to find his username had changed. No longer associated with Yao Yao. Flower blooming in prosperity? What a quaint name. Su Wantong pondered, feeling it paled in comparison to her own persona. Who has the username Flower blooming in prosperity? Quite a clever choice. I might adopt something similar, Su Binjiang remarked from the room, preparing for his daughter's imminent departure. Why hasn't he accepted my friend request yet? Su Wantong mused, clicking on the profile of Flower blooming in prosperity to send another request, eagerly awaiting a response. Delete those space updates immediately. Chen Lichuan muttered, hurriedly erasing all posts from his social space, finding them utterly embarrassing, most of them related to Qi Siyao. "So, after starting university, you truly gave up on Qi Siyao? Didn't you pursue her all the way to the metropolis?" However, it was understandable, with wealth in hand. Young women from big cities were more appealing. Zhang Tao, observing with an air of understanding, took a deep drag from his cigarette, silently watching Chen Lichuan delete his updates with fervor. Who hasn't he experienced such a breakup? It was all your reckless gossip, Chen Lichuan retorted coldly, glaring at Zhang Tao. "Come on, it was for your sake. You have no idea of the pressure I bore when those rumors circulated in the class group." Zhang Tao scoffed, feigning innocence. Chen Lichuan shook his head in resignation, swiftly clicking through messages until he spotted Qi Siyao's friend request, to which he promptly responded. "Flower blooming in prosperity. Added you, classmate Qi Siyao. Lian Shui, you actually logged in? What a username you have. 34A, Huakai Fu Gue. By the way, I deleted my previous posts. It was indeed excessive. I apologize. Also, thank you for your help. Xiao Chao has always wanted to treat you to a meal. The Urban Management Bureau has passed, so no one will bully us anymore. Lian Shui, it's fine. We are friends." Qi Siyao instinctively opened Chen Lichuan's space. And sure enough, those posts that once irked him were all cleared. Yet, why did a sense of loss wash over him? I understand now. Qi Siyao glanced at his parents, who were tidying up his luggage. They were about to embark on a journey to the far-off metropolis, and while he felt anticipation, he also yearned for home. After their conversation ended, Chen Lichuan clicked on other messages. As time trickled by, feeling drowsy, he decided to wrap up his messages and log off. Added me. Su Wantang revealed a sweet smile, hurriedly opening the chat box, contemplating what to say. It shouldn't be too deliberate. After a moment of contemplation, she typed, "Crystal girl, hello there?" Moments passed without a reply. Su Wantang clicked on Chen Lichuan's avatar and noticed the gray icon. It would no longer pulsate. He had logged off. Su Wantang leaving? Zhang Tao seized Chen Lichuan's arm. "What time is it?" "One more round." I refused to back down. "All right, truth be told, I wasn't playing my best hero. My buddy S King of the Hill is truly exceptional." Chen Lichuan took a seat, not logging into QQ, and directly launched into Chunghai 3C. An hour later, roll, hurry up. Don't come to see me off tomorrow. Playing King of the Hill is just like that sword saint. All they do is sneak up on towers. In a moment of discontent, the two parted ways. Chapter 52. Regret in the heart my friend has left. Zhang Tao leaned against the window, waving his hand with an air of nonchalance, gazing at the increasingly distant figures of Ma Peng and Chen Lichuan. While his heart ached, returning to his seat, he could only play a song, Sad Pacific, to console himself. Is leaving truly cruel? Or is gentleness the real shame? Or perhaps the lonely feel indifferent? Beside him, a friend quietly turned away, muttering, "That singing is absolutely dreadful." They waited until the long-distance bus vanished from sight before Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaoqiao turned to leave. The early morning breeze carried a hint of chill. "Lichuan, when you leave the day after tomorrow, I will be all alone." On the way back, Ma Xiaoqiao lowered his head, speaking with melancholy, the impending farewell weighing heavily on his heart. Chen Lichuan wrapped his arm around his shoulder, softly comforting him. "Once I settle in the metropolis, you can come to find me." In a past life, Ma Xiaoqiao had intended to stick with his uncle Chen. But when the Lanhua Electric City faced a crisis, he had to take odd jobs. However, things were different now. He needed to safeguard the egg pancake stall first. "Thank you, Brother Chuan. Once I arrive in the metropolis, make sure to help me secure a good stall. Let us build the egg pancake business together." Ma Xiaoqiao casually flicked his side-swept bangs, instantly invigorated. Chen Lichuan took a deep drag of his cigarette, remaining silent. This guy truly had no vision. No need to see him off. Lichuan could manage on his own. I said not to send me off. Ha, but I have full confidence in that kid." As soon as Chen Lichuan arrived home, he heard Chen Shishuan's resounding voice on the phone from the sofa. After hanging up, he approached his son with a broad smile. Qi Hongji had just called, informing him of a recent job transfer that left him unable to assist. His spouse would also be heading to the countryside. Expressing concern over Siyao going to the bustling metropolis alone, and requesting that his son lend a hand. "All right," Chen Lichuan replied softly, maintaining a facade of indifference. "Why do you appear so listless? This is a wonderful opportunity. You must seize it and build a good rapport with Siyao," exclaimed Jin Xiaoling, who had become animated. "Son, your capabilities are lacking. In your father's youth, he never failed to win the heart of a girl," Chen Shishuan chimed in, simultaneously reprimanding and boasting about his own past. "Hurry and call Siyao, inquire about her situation and her departure time. It should be based on her schedule," Jin Xiaoling instructed. "Wait, Mom. Weren't you quite disdainful of Qi Siyao before? Why the sudden change?" Chen Lichuan waved his hand dismissively, feeling exasperated. This development disrupted his original plans. He had heard that accommodations near the train station were quite affordable, but now he would have to deal with a child, complicating matters significantly. "I shouldn't let my frustrations with a child get the better of me. Besides, Siyao merely lost her temper momentarily. Why should I dwell on past grievances?" Jin Xiaoling was adept at self-encouragement, hands on her hips, glaring at Chen Lichuan, who had reclined lazily. "I'll send a text," Chen Lichuan said, rising to return to his room. "A text won't convey everything clearly. No, you must call." Jin Xiaoling and Chen Shishuan followed him to the bedroom door, anxiously urging him when Qi Siyao's call came through. "Are you also departing the day after tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes, my parents just informed me about it," Chen Lichuan replied. "In that case, let us set off together with the six of us. It's better to have more people for support," Qi Siyao said cheerfully, evidently delighted by the prospect of traveling in company. 6. Chen Lichuan felt his irritation rise further. "Who else is going?" "It will be the two of us. Along with Su Wantong, Chui Zibing, Lu Weiwei, and Tian Hao." These names only served to heighten Chen Lichuan's frustration. He had encountered them on the street, where they had displayed an aloof demeanor, indifferent to his greetings, and now they would be traveling together. It was a mutual ordeal. "All right, Siyao. If you need any assistance while on the road, just let me know. Don't hesitate." Chen Lichuan's words, though seemingly courteous, carried an undertone of distance. Qi Siyao initially did not grasp the implication, but upon reflection, She recalled the hostility Lu Weiwei and Tian Hao harbored towards Chen Lichuan during that small gathering. When Chen Lichuan had approached them to say hello, they had all ignored him. Such behavior was indeed hurtful, and Qi Siyao understood the meaning behind Chen Lichuan's words. After a brief pause, she softly replied, "All right." After hanging up, Chen Lichuan finally found some peace, reclining in his bedroom to rest. As for the luggage for the journey, it was quite simple, just a backpack containing toiletries and a couple of pieces of clothing. He could always purchase bedding upon arrival in the metropolis. He was well acquainted with the city, even the narrow streets and hidden corners. "So, it will be the 6 of us?" As Qi Siyao hung up the phone, Su Wantong immediately inquired with joy, knowing that Chen Lichuan would be joining them. Her mood transformed into one of boundless anticipation. Indeed. But Chen Lichuan should only accompany us partway to the provincial capital. There's no need to purchase train tickets together, Qi Siyao remarked. Her brow furrowed tightly as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Why? Su Wantong queried instantly. "Do you remember last time when I went with Chen Lichuan to his home for dinner, and later we encountered you on the street?" Chen Lichuan went to greet Lu Weiwei and Tian Hao, yet none acknowledged him. Qi Siyao recounted, reflecting on her own previous indifference towards Chen Lichuan, feeling emboldened by his pursuit of her, and displaying her pride to the fullest extent. "I see," Su Wantong elongated her tone. This revelation serving as a reminder that Chen Lichuan's current aloofness towards her was not without cause. Perhaps she believed that time had healed their rift, and despite his efforts to rescue her, she yearned to rekindle their friendship. Yet, the wounds she inflicted, pushing him away and causing him pain, had left deep scars on his heart. She felt a profound sense of guilt towards Chen Lichuan. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Su Wantong pouted in silence for a long while, before suddenly breaking into a smile and exclaiming, "Then we should be on the same train to the magical city. I've been there before and am somewhat familiar. Let me treat you to a meal, and we'll invite Chen Lichuan as well." Achoo! Chen Lichuan turned over, returning to his slumber. In truth, he held little regard for Lu Weiwei and Su Wantong, knowing that life's journey would lead them along separate paths. Even if he faced derision from Lu Weiwei and Tian Hao, it mattered not. He had never truly cared for their opinions. As night fell, Chen Lichuan strolled through the streets, yet lacked the motivation to visit an internet cafe, especially with Taozi having departed and no intention of calling Ma Xiaoqiao, who was always busy and exhausted. Around 10 o'clock, as he prepared to return home, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face on the dimly lit street. It was Yang Hong. "Chen Lichuan," Yang Hong called out, her eyes glistening with tears. "I am at my wit's end, truly. I implore you to help me. You must help me." She appeared before Chen Lichuan, her pleas laced with desperation. Soon, tears streamed down her face, and unable to bear her pain, she sank slowly to the ground while still clutching his arm tightly. Such scenes often unfolded on this street of romance, where young souls either wept or wallowed in despair, their heart-wrenching cries commonplace to passers-by. "Please, stand up," Chen Lichuan urged, tugging at Yang Hong's wrist, but her grip was steadfast. The neighborhood was filled with onlookers, making the situation all the more awkward. "I won't stand until you agree to help me." Yang Hong seemed to have discovered Chen Lichuan's vulnerability, pleading in this manner. And in the next moment, she clung tightly to his leg. "Yang Hong," Chen Lichuan called out coldly, his tone unmistakably displeased. "If you have something to say, stand up and speak properly. If you intend to resort to theatrics, it would be best for you to leave. And as for borrowing money, return the 300 you owe me first." Yang Hong was momentarily taken aback, startled by Chen Lichuan's imposing presence. She gazed at his stern visage, and after a brief pause, she slowly rose to her feet, still clutching the hem of his garment, for it was the only semblance of security she could muster. "What is it?" Chen Lichuan inquired once more, his additional questions stemming from their tenuous bond as classmates. Had he been among the acquaintances from the outside world, he would have surely turned away without a second thought. For Chen Lichuan, 2,000 yuan was hardly a significant matter, yet it was contingent upon the worthiness of the cause. To him, refusing assistance was indicative of a lack of responsibility. With her head bowed, Yang Hong wrestled with her thoughts, remaining silent for an extended moment. Chen Lichuan, losing his patience, turned to leave. "Wait, Lichuan. I will tell you," Yang Hong implored, positioning herself in front of him, her demeanor reflecting a frantic, timid disposition that starkly contrasted with her usual prideful air. As a vocational student with striking beauty, Yang Hong typically exuded an air of superiority. None had witnessed her in such an unassuming state. As September approached, the winds had suddenly picked up, laden with sand and grit, particularly on the street by the river, where there was no shelter. The gusts seemed capable of toppling a person, howling like a monstrous maw intent on devouring all in its path. I just bought a new pillow. It's exceptionally cool. You should try it tonight. And we have a plethora of snacks to indulge in. Su Wantong chattered incessantly, insisting that Qi Siyao sleep over at her home. The impending departure only heightened their excitement, and the prospect of sharing whispered secrets throughout the night was enticing. We'll discuss it when we get back. The wind is too strong, Qi Siyao shouted, covering her head, fearful that Su Wantong might not hear her as they jogged along. Suddenly, Su Wantong halted, causing Qi Siyao to collide with her back, nearly losing her balance. Why did you stop? Qi Siyao inquired, rubbing her forehead. It's Chen Lichuan and Yang Hong, Su Wantong replied, staring ahead in a daze. Qi Siyao quickly turned her gaze in the same direction, observing Chen Lichuan as he briskly passed by, firmly grasping Yang Hong's arm. Chen Lichuan, is something the matter? Qi Siyao called out, reminded of the recent incident involving a loan, during which she had coldly rejected Yang Hong's plea. Nothing, Chen Lichuan shouted over his shoulder, not even glancing back as he continued to pull Yang Hong along, disappearing into the night. Qi Siyao exchanged a knowing look with Su Wantong before they silently resumed their walk home. Acutely aware that Chen Lichuan and Yang Hong were clearly entangled in some pressing matter. Is it any wonder you hesitate to share your troubles with others? What about your parents? Do they not care? Chen Lichuan queried as they walked. My mother is gone. During my middle school years, my father succumbed to alcoholism. If he were to learn of my sister's situation, he would likely lash out violently, Yang Hong replied in a hushed tone. I recall you are twins, correct? Chen Lichuan asked. Yes, my sister's name is Yangxia. We had managed to gather enough money, but instead of going to a reputable hospital, we settled for a small clinic in the afternoon, never anticipating such grave complications. Although her condition has stabilized, we must expedite the payment for her subsequent surgeries, Yang Hong explained, as she resumed her grip on Chen Lichuan's arm after he had released it, hastening to keep pace with him. Miscarriage, an inevitable issue in youth, often brings about unfair blame towards one party after the event. Thus, Yang Hong treads cautiously, fearful of letting her sister's situation become public knowledge. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the hospital. The corridor leading to the ward flickered with dim lights, amplifying Yang Hong's anxiety to its peak, causing her to grip Chen Lichuan's arm more tightly. Are you a family member of Yangxia? A nurse approached briskly. Have you gathered the funds? If the surgery is delayed, it could result in permanent harm to the patient. Enough. Where do I pay? Please arrange for the surgery promptly, Chen Lichuan urgently stated, producing his bank card. Follow me, and the family member needs to sign here. The nurse quickly organized everything, and soon a flurry of activity ensued. Yang Hong sat on a bench in the corridor, resembling a hedgehog, on high alert at the slightest sound. After a considerable time, Chen Lichuan sat beside her, holding a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a sausage. Have a bite, he offered. How much did it cost in total? I'll be starting my tour soon, and I can earn 300 per show. I'll gradually repay you, Yang Hong hastily declared. Yet as Chen Lichuan settled next to her, the overwhelming feelings of helplessness, fear, and trepidation began to dissipate. You keep the payment receipt. As for the money, there's no rush. We can discuss it once you stabilize your condition, he said, handing her the receipt before standing up. I need to step out for a smoke. Yang Hong glanced at the receipt, 3,765 yuan, then quickly rose to follow Chen Lichuan. In times of urgent need, Chen Lichuan was helping her, not with the expectation of repayment. Ideally, she would return the favor in the future. He wished to prevent this classmate from carrying the burden of such a debt, leaving her with a lasting scar during these difficult times. Do you want to smoke? Chen Lichuan offered a cigarette to Yang Hong. I want to smoke again. I promise to be good and work hard. Her expression was resolute. As these past few days had been both tormenting and transformative for her, there was no need to assure anyone else. What mattered was her own comfort. However, she must not find herself in a position of financial vulnerability, begging for help when difficulties arose. That would be truly unfortunate. Chen Lichuan, with a quiet demeanor, lit his cigarette and gazed out at the darkened window. Yet Yang Hong hesitated, suddenly realizing that the boy she once thought unworthy of her affection was, in fact, someone she could not aspire to reach. What did she possess? Nothing of significance. Will you stay here with me? She asked abruptly, her pleading gaze resembling that of a child who had erred. I spoke with the doctor earlier. Everything will be fine. Chen Lichuan extinguished his cigarette, preparing to leave. Okay then, Lichuan, I truly appreciate your help. If it weren't for you, my sister. Yang Hong's voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes. The once cool girl now appeared so fragile. Take this with you. Chen Lichuan handed her a newspaper-wrapped item before hastily departing. Previously, Yang Hong was unable to secure a loan and was likely seeking assistance from private lenders. Ultimately, it was best to address the situation. As Yang Hong opened the newspaper, To her astonishment, she discovered 3,000 yuan concealed within its pages. The patient's family received news of a successful surgery. Suddenly, the operating room door swung open, and a radiant light poured out, as if dawn had arrived. Chapter 54. Towards the rising sun, Chen Lichuan felt a profound sense of admiration. His home was merely a 10-minute walk from the station, and he carried nothing but a backpack, yet old Chen insisted on driving the elegant Accord to drop him off. The earliest bus departed at 6 in the morning, heading straight to the provincial capital. Due to a detour along a national highway, the journey would take approximately 6 hours. Upon arrival, he would have to rush to the train station to purchase tickets for the direct green train to the bustling metropolis. On the train alone, he would need almost an hour to navigate. Upon reaching the station, he found several students' parents already waiting. Chen Lichuan deliberately parked beside a Xiaoli vehicle. And as he opened the door, a resounding laugh greeted them as they approached Qi Hongji. "Old Qi just arrived? Just got here," replied Chen Lichuan, shaking hands with Qi Hongji, while old Chen smiled and nodded at his son's classmates. "Hello, Uncle Chen," greeted Qi Siyao, Su Wantong, and Cui Zibing, their faces illuminated with smiles. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei and Tian Hao lowered their heads, busily organizing several felt bags, failing to raise their eyes. The bags, bundled with bedding, stood in stark contrast to the new suitcases of Qi Siyao and the others, highlighting their modest situation, especially when heading to such a grand metropolis. After disembarking, Chen Lichuan observed their belongings. The 5 of them had amassed an impressive mountain of luggage. This rendered Chen Lichuan quite distinct, as he bore only a single backpack. Since Qi Siyao was traveling alone to the metropolis, they all agreed to journey together without parental accompaniment. Su Benjiang and his wife, Niu Li, fretted over their daughter, incessantly advising her to be cautious, as if she were a small child. Su Wantong, feeling embarrassed, frowned and waved her hands dismissively. "Lichuan, you're not just carrying one bag, are you?" Cui Zibing approached, smiling as he greeted Chen Lichuan. "Yes, just this one. If I need anything, I'll buy it in the metropolis," replied Chen Lichuan, engaging in light conversation with Cui Zibing. Cui Zibing had also been accepted into the field of international economic trade, though whether he was following Su Wantong was uncertain, as their scores did not afford them much choice. The recently popular business management major was in high demand. At least the name sounded quite impressive, attracting numerous applicants. "Wow, you're in the same class as Su Wantong." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cui Zibing was astonished to learn that Chen Lichuan shared a class with Su Wantong, whereas he, despite being in the same department of business management, was not in the same class. Upon hearing this, not only did Su Wantong widen her eyes in surprise, but even Chen Lichuan himself was taken aback. In his previous life, he had never encountered Su Wantong. It was due to Biaozi's incident that Su Wantong had not attended university. As Chen Lichuan contemplated this, he felt an immense sense of relief and let out a long sigh. "Are you in class 1002 as well, Chen Lichuan?" Su Wantong bounced over, her voice brimming with joy. "What a coincidence." Chen Lichuan gently nodded, his heart as tranquil as still water. Even though they were in the same class, he knew their interactions would be minimal. University life was largely about pursuing one's own ambitions, and his plans were particularly demanding. However, Su Wantong was already beside herself with excitement. "Are you really in 1002? Let me see your admission notice. I can't be mistaken, can I?" She chattered incessantly, her exuberance even inciting a twinge of jealousy in Cui Zibing. Yet, none of them noticed Su Wantong's infatuation with Chen Lichuan. In their minds, such a notion was utterly implausible. "Yes, I'm in business management, class 1002. There's no need for a diploma. I can't be mistaken," Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see." Su Wantong nodded in realization, suddenly aware of how overly dramatic her previous reaction had been. After a bashful smile, she lowered her head, though her lips remained curved in a grin. "Lichuan, I've never asked anything of you before, but this time, you must take good care of Wantong," Cui Zibing said earnestly as he put his arm around Chen Lichuan's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Su Wantong looked up in discontent, questioning, "Why would you say that? What if Chen Lichuan misunderstands? We're in the same department, and we'll all be in the same lecture hall for Mao Zedong's ideology class. It won't be any different from being in the same class. It won't hinder your care for her," Chen Lichuan hastily clarified, wishing to distance himself from their emotional entanglements. Su Wantong felt a pang in her heart. Had Chen Lichuan truly misunderstood? She shot a fierce glare at Cui Zibing. "Oh, I see." Cui Zibing chuckled sheepishly, but then quickly composed himself. "How do you know this?" "I called the admissions office to confirm. I know exactly where the dormitory for the business management department is," Chen Lichuan stated matter-of-factly. "That makes sense." Cui Zibing continued to smile. glancing at his father in the distance, feeling a swell of pride that they would soon be able to purchase an Audi. Chen Lichuan. Qi Siyao left her parents and hurried over to him, tugging at his arm with a serious expression. We need to talk over there. Chen Lichuan nodded and followed her, already guessing what she wanted to discuss. Did Yang Hong look for you the other night? You both seemed rather anxious, Qi Siyao reflected, feeling guilty about rejecting Yang Hong's phone call. It was nothing to worry about. We just had a meal together, Chen Lichuan replied without meeting Qi Siyao's gaze. Glancing elsewhere, after a brief response, he returned to Cui Zhibing's side. There was no way Chen Lichuan would divulge such matters to Yang Hong. Qi Siyao stared at Chen Lichuan's retreating figure, surprised by his answer. After pursing her lips, she ultimately chose not to press further. As everyone boarded the bus, Qi Hongji specifically reminded Chen Lichuan to look out for Qi Siyao, which made Lu Weiwei feel a pang of jealousy since he was also from the same school as Siyao. Lichuan, be sure to help Siyao along the way and ensure she arrives at school safely, Qi Shu said earnestly. Don't worry, Uncle Qi. I will be particularly cautious, Chen Lichuan assured him, exchanging a glance with Qi Siyao before stepping into the vehicle. Soon, the bus departed from the station and began its steady progress forward. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, the driver leaning out and exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your sight? My apologies, master. Someone has left behind something, and I must return it, he continued. This unexpected scene drew the discontented gazes of all passengers towards the door of the bus, pondering who had forgotten something and why it had not been addressed sooner. As the door swung open, a strikingly adorned woman stepped aboard, her fashionable attire accentuating her alluring figure, eliciting a reluctant admiration from onlookers. It was Yang Hong. She cradled a large bag of snacks in her arms and, upon spotting Chen Lichuan, offered a gentle smile as she approached him. I brought you some snacks for the journey, she said in a voice that was both soft and mature, pressing the bag into Chen Lichuan's hands. I appreciate it, but there's no need for this, he replied, reluctant to accept, yet Yang Hong waved him off and gracefully exited the bus. This moment captured the attention of all present, their hearts filled with envy. How fortunate Chen Lichuan was to have such a captivating woman pursuing him. Particularly, Qi Siyao and Su Wantong cast him peculiar glances, suggesting they were privy to some recent event. As for Cui Zhibing and Tian Hao, their jealousy was palpable. Thus, the bus resumed its journey toward Chaoyang. Chapter 55. A bumpy ride. Once they set off, Qi Siyao, Su Wantong, and the others brimmed with energy, chattering incessantly, reveling in their newfound independence from parental oversight and eagerly anticipating university life. The vehicle was filled with laughter and cheer. Chen Lichuan sat quietly in the back, several rows away from them, yet he could still hear their conversations. Just as he began to adjust to the noisy atmosphere and prepared to rest his eyes, the bus started playing an MV by SHE. Following the rhythm of the music, Qi Siyao and the others joined in singing, with Su Wantong's shrill voice piercing through the air, relentlessly belting out the lyrics. You are the electricity, you are the light, you are the one and only myth. I only love you, you are my superstar. As the journey continued, the bus gradually fell into a tranquil silence, replaced by the sound of soft snores. Qi Siyao, Su Wantong, and the others finally succumbed to fatigue, leaning back in their seats, each lost in their own thoughts. However, the trip was fraught with difficulties. With the onset of the school season, the roads were congested, and after a brief stint on the highway, they encountered a severe traffic accident that led to a significant jam. In those days, online ticket purchases were a rarity, and the real-name ticketing system, which mandated ID verification, was only beginning to be implemented by the Guangxi Railway Group and Chengdu Railway Bureau during the Spring Festival of the past decade. This delay escalated the anxiety among the passengers, the oppressive heat mirroring their restless spirits, akin to ants on a hot skillet. How long will this congestion last? Has the traffic cleared ahead? We need to hurry and buy train tickets, they lamented. The cacophony of voices only served to heighten the driver's irritation, who incessantly honked the horn. Beep, beep, beep. Surely we can make it, even if we arrive at 2 or 3 o'clock at the provincial city. The bus station isn't too far from the train station, Lu Weiwei remarked dismissively. However, he had never ventured beyond his small county, lacking even the most fundamental common knowledge. He was oblivious to the difficulty of purchasing a train ticket during peak times, mistakenly believing that acquiring a ticket was as simple as buying a movie ticket in a small town. Just hand over the money, and one would receive a ticket. At worst, they could take a taxi to make it on time. Cui Zhibing chimed in. Exactly. Tian Hao echoed his agreement repeatedly. Su Wantong pursed her lips and nibbled on some snacks. She was merely a bystander in the group, following along with whatever everyone else was doing, unconcerned about any matters at hand. Qi Siyao glanced back at Chen Lichuan, who remained fast asleep with his eyes shut, and chose not to solicit his opinion. Feeling a sense of ease, after a few bites of bread, the group resumed their chatter. Among them, some had never traveled far. Some had never even visited the provincial capital, while others, like Su Wantong, had been to the bustling metropolis but only remembered the towering skyscrapers. Oblivious to the inconveniences of travel in 2004. The low number of vehicles combined with a large population meant that tickets for long-distance trains were quite costly. For instance, the bus they were currently on charged 70 yuan per person, whereas by 2013, the same journey would cost merely over 30 yuan. As the bus traveled along the national highway, Chen Lichuan had already contacted Zhang Tao in the provincial capital, and given the circumstances, he sent another message instructing him to head to the train station and inquire about ticket availability. It took nearly an hour for the bus to leave the accident site, but the journey continued with frequent stops, making it impossible to increase speed. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they had finally reached the outer ring road of the provincial capital, yet they still needed at least another half hour to arrive at their destination. Taozi, what time are their tickets left? We must reach the train station by 4:30 at the latest. Chen Lichuan dialed Zhang Tao's number again, covering one ear and lowering his head to mitigate the surrounding noise. As he inquired, he learned that only one train remained at 4:45. Can we make it in time? Otherwise, we will have to wait until tomorrow afternoon, and it would be difficult to procure tickets then. Delaying further means we'll have to buy from scalpers, which won't be cheap. Zhang Tao replied urgently, cramped among the throngs of people in the waiting area. You should be able to make it. Just hold on a moment while I confirm the number of passengers, Zhang Tao said. Chen Lichuan quickly rose and walked over to Qi Siyao, keeping the call active. There was only one remaining green train to the metropolis at 4:45, and the express trains were no longer available. The slow train would take over 3 additional hours compared to the express. Does anyone want to book tickets? Note, the distinction between express and slow green trains lies in the number of stops. Their speeds are identical. Yet the ticket price for the same distance could differ by over 10 yuan. Had it not been for Qi Siyao and Qi Hongji's request, Chen Lichuan would undoubtedly have refrained from inquiring about tickets. Qi Siyao and the others turned to Chen Lichuan, momentarily taken aback, having just been laughing and joking moments before. Those who need tickets, hurry up, Chen Lichuan said, his expression turning serious. Taozi, please book 2 soft sleeper tickets for me. All right, Zhang Tao replied, and his voice soon mingled with that of the sales clerk. The price for a soft sleeper was 270 yuan. Acquiring it from scalpers would certainly cost over 300. Among the various tickets, one was intended for Qi Siyao. Subsequently, the Urban Management Bureau granted Ma Xiaoqiao significant privileges. Thus it is only fair to assist him, as it is a debt owed. The journey from Jinyuan City to the bustling metropolis takes an entire day and night. Enduring it without a soft sleeper is simply unbearable. And you all, hurry up, what type of seat do you prefer? Chen Lichuan urged hastily, while Zhang Tao, drenched in sweat, felt the pressure of the queue behind him, as the waiting passengers grew increasingly impatient. Such circumstances are intolerable, particularly when one is kept waiting. Then buy me a soft sleeper ticket as well. How much will it cost? Qi Siyao spoke first. Your soft sleeper has already been procured by Taozi for 270. The hard sleeper is 180, while a hard seat costs 90. Chen Lichuan replied swiftly, continuing to urge, hurry, hurry, you all need to be quick. Isn't that exorbitant? Surely there's a markup involved, Tian Hao exclaimed, which immediately tested Chen Lichuan's patience. Buy it if you wish. If it weren't for Qi Siyao, I wouldn't even be here with you, Chen Lichuan growled, his frustration evident. Earlier that morning, when old Chen had greeted them, they had ignored him, which had already ignited his irritation. Now, their sardonic remarks only fueled his temper further. However, Chen Lichuan's outburst conveyed an underlying sentiment to everyone present. If it were not for Qi Siyao, it seemed he had not yet given up on her, especially considering he had just shown her thoughtfulness by purchasing a soft sleeper. Lu Weiwei's expression darkened, and Tian Hao had intentionally provoked this reaction to vent his frustrations. Cui Zibing glanced at Lu Weiwei, realizing it was not the opportune moment to speak, as aligning with Chen Lichuan would surely offend their small group. Lichuan, please buy me a soft sleeper ticket as well. Su Wantong raised her hand, resembling a child. Taozi, 3 soft sleeper tickets, Chen Lichuan promptly instructed. Moments later, Zhao Tao's impatient voice echoed. 3 soft sleeper tickets have been secured. What about the rest? The people behind me are urging me. Cui Zibing, what about you? Chen Lichuan inquired, as they had maintained a decent rapport. Let me think it over, Cui Zibing replied dismissively, offering Chen Lichuan a smile. Chen Lichuan nodded slightly and returned to his seat. At this moment, Qi Siyao stood there in a daze. Just moments ago, Chen Lichuan had purchased a ticket for her in front of Lu Weiwei, which certainly warranted a response. Chapter 56. The high price of tickets. I will go find Chen Lichuan. With that, Qi Siyao approached Chen Lichuan, expressing her apologies. Thank you for your kindness, but I will purchase my own ticket. Please have Zhang Tao refund that one. In Qi Siyao's view, since she did not harbor any affection for him, she could not accept his goodwill. Moreover, Chen Lichuan's actions had embarrassed Lu Weiwei, making it imperative to decline. Stop it. Uncle Qi specifically instructed me to ensure your safe arrival. If we delay by a day, it could hinder your studies, Chen Lichuan replied in a calm tone, patiently explaining the situation. In that case, I will call Zhang Tao to book my ticket myself. Lichuan, truly, there is no need for your concern. Please just refund the ticket, Qi Siyao persisted. How about this? I will sell you that soft sleeper ticket. Surely, that would be acceptable? Chen Lichuan's tone resembled that of someone soothing a child. I will still book it myself, alongside Lu Weiwei. Qi Siyao deliberately mentioned Lu Weiwei's name, hoping that Chen Lichuan would comprehend the impossibility of their relationship. In light of this, you should promptly contact Zhang Tao to book the tickets. You need not concern yourself with my ticket. I can easily call out at the train station and sell it off, Chen Lichuan urged, anxious that Qi Siyao's hesitation might jeopardize their plans and leave him unable to account to Qi Hongji. A faint smile graced Qi Siyao's lips as he replied, Thank you for your kindness, Chen Lichuan, but I must decline. He turned to leave, a gesture that pleased Lu Weiwei greatly. Subsequently, Cui Zibing volunteered to call Zhang Tao, believing they shared a good rapport. At that moment, Tao had just exited the waiting hall. If he had to queue again, it would be ages before his turn arrived. Taozi, it's me. Could you help a buddy out and buy a few tickets? Cui Zibing said casually, considering it a simple task. Why didn't you buy them earlier? I just came out of the waiting hall, and I queued for over an hour. Zhang Tao's temper flared, his tone displeased, assuming they had no intention of booking and planned to leave the next day. Now, however, they were in a panic. Then hurry and buy them for your brother. I'll get you a nice box of cigarettes later, Cui Zibing smiled in response. I'll check if there are any tickets left. Zhang Tao replied, and quickly re-entered the waiting hall. Soon his voice echoed through the phone. Hey, miss, are there any tickets available? Please let me know. If not, I'll head back. Students coming from afar have it tough, Zhang Tao shouted, finally receiving a response from a lady. No, they're all sold out. Today's tickets to Magic City are gone. You might have to wait until tomorrow and spend the night at the guest house. I've seen plenty of people doing that. Zhang Tao exited the waiting hall, and upon hearing this, Cui Zibing and Lu Weiwei grew anxious. Delays could hinder new students from registering, and beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Taozi, you must think of a solution quickly, Cui Zibing exclaimed, his voice cracking with urgency. The only option is to buy from scalpers, but the prices are exorbitant. You'll have to decide for yourselves, Zhang Tao stated. Buy? Cui Zibing immediately agreed. Then turned to Lu Weiwei and the others. What kind of tickets do you all want? I'll take a hard seat, Tian Hao declared first. I want a hard seat too, Lu Weiwei quickly added. Qi Siyao hesitated slightly. Given the duration of the journey, he preferred a soft seat. But upon glancing at Lu Weiwei, he opted for a hard seat as well. Please get me a hard seat ticket, he requested. Cui Zibing nodded. Taozi. 3 hard seats and 1 soft sleeper. Let me first inquire about the prices. Zhang Tao acknowledged and dashed to the scalpers. Due to the lengthy journey, not only were the soft sleeper tickets sold out, but even the hard sleepers were gone. They were in high demand, leaving only hard seats available at 150 yuan each. Take it or leave it. As it was the start of the school season, these tickets were sure to sell out. Wait a moment. Zhang Tao quickly handed the phone over, instructing the person on the other end to listen closely and avoid unnecessary complications. Only hard seats left, at 150 yuan each. Soon, even those will be gone, the scalper scoffed. Zhang Tao ended the call, remarking that the hard seats were exorbitantly priced, nearly doubling in cost. He urged his companions to leave the following day, noting that many at the train station were holding signs for accommodations. No, we must leave today, otherwise it will cause delays, cried Cui Zibing, standing up and stamping his feet in urgency. Taozi, hurry and buy us hard seats, added Tian Hao, who leaned in. Earlier it was 90, now it's 150. We have no choice but to pay. Lu Weiwei glared anxiously from the side, as he certainly did not wish to be late on the first day of orientation for new students. With everyone in agreement, Zhang Tao proceeded to purchase the tickets, muttering, Once you all arrive, feel free to ask the scalpers about the prices, don't make snide remarks. Chen Lichuan straightened up, looking at the group, relieved to have secured the tickets. As long as Qi Siyao boarded that train, his mission would be accomplished, and he could report back to Qi Hongji. As for her seating, That was beyond his concern. He had done all he could. He then sent a text to Zhang Tao, requesting the sale of a soft sleeper ticket, which earned Taozi 100 yuan, marking his first taste of the joy of being a scalper. Each of you will pay me 150. I will later settle the total with Zhang Tao, Cui Zibing announced. However, the expressions on their faces during the payment process were quite amusing. Qi Siyao glanced at Chen Lichuan and thought to herself that both Lu Weiwei and herself had acted rather recklessly, lacking proper planning. Ironically, the person they had previously looked down upon, Chen Lichuan, was the one managing everything with remarkable organization. At that moment, Su Wantong rose and approached Chen Lichuan. But before she could speak, he waved his hand, saying, "Just give the money directly to Zhang Tao." "Oh," Su Wantong replied obediently, turning back to her seat. The bus arrived at the station just a few minutes before 4 o'clock, and since the train was scheduled to depart at 4:45, Qi Siyao and the others did not dare to linger, hauling their bags towards the station exit. From a distance, they could already see taxi drivers vying for customers. "Do you need help with your luggage?" Chen Lichuan asked, frowning as he followed behind Qi Siyao, irritated by the slow pace of the group. "No, I'll manage," Lu Weiwei asserted, demonstrating a rare display of masculinity as he clutched several velveteen bags and hung multiple backpacks from his neck, freeing one hand to assist Qi Siyao with a heavy suitcase. Chen Lichuan silently cursed him, choosing to ignore it, but Su Wantong pleaded, "Lichuan, could you help me with one piece?" Chen Lichuan turned to her, noticing her distressed expression as she struggled, since Cui Zibing was preoccupied. He took it upon himself to carry one of her larger bags, thinking to himself that it seemed as if she was moving her entire household. "Thank you," Su Wantong whispered, though Chen Lichuan did not catch her words. As they exited the station, a swarm of drivers descended upon them, surrounding Qi Siyao and her companions. "Where are you headed? Ride with me. My car is right here." A throng of people encircled them, some even tugging at their luggage. Lu Weiwei muttered, "Let us not deal with these illegal cabs. Let us take a taxi. Qi Siyao, I suggest that you hire a Wuling Dandan car directly. Otherwise, with so much luggage, other vehicles may prove inadequate. Moreover, if we hire a car, the driver will not take detours, as time is of the essence." Chen Lichuan grasped Qi Siyao's arm, hastily communicating with her. "All right, I'll follow your advice." Qi Siyao nodded vigorously, displaying newfound compliance. "We need a hired vehicle. Who has a van? I have a lot of luggage." Chen Lichuan called out, and seeing he was the one in charge, several van drivers quickly approached. "To the train station. Don't pick up anyone else. We'll pay you 60 for the trip." Chen Lichuan negotiated with the driver. This fare, when divided among them, was not excessive. Glancing at the time, Lu Weiwei and Tian Hao dared not protest, choosing instead to heed Chen Lichuan's arrangements. "This should surely be 80 with all this luggage." One of the drivers murmured. All right, no need to argue, 65 it is. We are all students and truly have limited funds. Otherwise, we would take the bus," Chen Lichuan said, pulling open the driver's door and lifting the luggage. The driver grumbled a few complaints, but soon added 5 yuan to the fare and swiftly assisted with loading the bags. However, their belongings were simply too numerous. It took 2 Wuling vans to accommodate them all before they hurried off to the train station. With each passing traffic light, anxiety mounted as they checked the time. Fortunately, the roads were relatively clear during this hour, and they finally arrived at the station by 4:30, with 15 minutes remaining for ticket inspection. "Should we book a hotel?" one young man inquired. "There are other attractions to see too. Come take a look," another suggested. The group, laden with luggage, hurried along, while some older ladies scampered to keep pace with Chen Lichuan. The vast train station buzzed with a myriad of activities, a chaotic blend of beggars, vendors, and those stranded without funds, resembling a potpourri of disorder. The current state of the train station was anything but ordinary. "Keep an eye on your wallets," Chen Lichuan advised, holding Su Wantong's parcel and leading the way, with Qi Siyao and the others quietly following, gradually becoming more obedient to Chen Lichuan's directives, adhering to his every word. At last, they reached the entrance, where Zhang Tao awaited anxiously, clutching the tickets. "Lichuan," Zhang Tao rushed over, quickly distributing the tickets to the group. "Hurry, we need to get in. Ticket inspection is imminent." "Thank you for your efforts today," Chen Lichuan acknowledged politely. "Come on, don't mention it," Zhang Tao replied with a roll of his eyes. At that moment, a panicked individual approached, and as luck would have it, Lu Weiwei stood nearest to the exit. The stranger grasped Lu Weiwei's arm. "Hey, do you want a phone? I just found it. Originally priced over 3,000. I'll let it go for 600. Interested?" The man whispered urgently, scanning the surroundings, capturing the attention of Chen Lichuan and his companions. "Only 600? Lu Weiwei exclaimed, eyes widening as he stared at the phone in the man's hand, identical to Qi Siyao's model, his eagerness unmistakable. Keep your voice down. I found it, so hurry up. Do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving, the man urged again. Yes. Lu Weiwei exhibited a prudent demeanor as he hastily rummaged through his wallet. He had long desired a mobile phone and was astonished to stumble upon such a significant bargain, 600 yuan. After a moment's hesitation, he decided he could manage the expense. Hurry up, urged the stranger, prompting Lu Weiwei to quickly produce the money. Once the 600 yuan exchanged hands, the individual swiftly shoved the phone into Lu Weiwei's pocket, cautioning him to be discreet, for there were others in the train station actively searching for stolen devices. Lu Weiwei nodded earnestly, obediently tucking the phone away deep within his bag. Chen Lichuan chuckled silently, recognizing that such scams had proliferated in recent years, undoubtedly orchestrated by a syndicate. The group wasted no time. Following the brief interlude, they hurriedly proceeded to board the train. Chen Lichuan first ensured that Qi Siyao was comfortably seated before exhaling a sigh of relief, subsequently distancing himself from the affair. However, within the cramped carriage, luggage was strewn across the aisles, permeating the air with a medley of peculiar odors, accompanied by the wails of children. The prospect of enduring an entire day and night in such conditions caused Qi Siyao's expression to twist into one of profound discomfort, particularly as a gentleman opposite her sat barefoot, exuding an unmistakable stench. Chen Lichuan, disinclined to inquire further, acknowledged that the man was merely indulging his own preferences. After offering a few more pieces of advice to Qi Siyao, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei remained entranced by the thrill of acquiring a phone at no cost. Having swapped seats with another passenger to sit next to Qi Siyao, as he had wished, Tian Hao appeared more adaptable to the environment, engaging in conversation to exchange seats, aiming to sit near Lu Weiwei, while Cui Zibing stood bewildered amidst the throng in the narrow aisle. Chen Lichuan moved briskly, glancing back to notice Su Wantong trailing closely behind, her expression one of exertion. Why are you following me? Hurry and find your seat. Chen Lichuan queried, perplexed. Please help me find my seat. I'm utterly disoriented. I'm begging you, Su Wantong replied, her voice tinged with near tears. Once aboard the train, Chen Lichuan had focused solely on Qi Siyao, neglecting to check in on Su Wantong after tossing her luggage her way. Let me see your ticket, Chen Lichuan said, casting an eye over Su Wantong's ticket, surprised to discover that their soft sleeper compartments were adjacent. However, this wasn't particularly surprising, as Zhang Tao had booked their tickets together. Stick with me. Our seats are next to each other, he declared, helping Su Wantong with a heavy piece of luggage as he led the way. We're sitting next to each other? Su Wantong exclaimed, her spirits lifting as the fatigue faded, eagerly following Chen Lichuan and chattering animatedly. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Perhaps you should double-check your ticket. I noticed you didn't appear to examine it closely, he teased. Are we truly beside one another? Su Wantong inquired, her excitement palpable. Chen Lichuan nodded affirmatively. They soon arrived at their soft sleeper compartment, a narrow cubicle housing 2 sets of bunk beds, with both Su Wantong and Chen Lichuan assigned to the lower bunks, allowing them to see each other with a mere turn. The proximity was striking, causing Su Wantong's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of her singular experience traveling to Shanghai by plane, which had not afforded her such an intimate setting. There are curtains, it's best not to undress. As visibility is an issue, Chen Lichuan suggested earnestly, mistakenly believing Su Wantong was concerned about such matters, glancing up at the upper bunk. As slumber enveloped her, Su Wantong in the upper bunk began to indulge in whimsical thoughts, akin to a newlywed bride, seated silently on her bed, occasionally glancing at Chen Lichuan. Chen Lichuan lay heavily on the bed, letting out a contented sigh, feeling utterly fatigued from the journey. Yet, he found solace in the fact that everything was well. After sending a message to Qi Hongji upon boarding, he drifted into a deep slumber. The distance to that bustling metropolis was diminishing, and the tales waiting there were countless. Chapter 58. The little tail Tian Hao settled into his new seat beside Lu Weiwei, while Qi Siyao occupied the window seat. The 3-person bench felt particularly cramped, making even a trip to the restroom a cumbersome endeavor, compounded by the throngs of people filling the aisle and luggage strewn about haphazardly. Weiwei, where's your phone? Hurry and take it out for a look, Tian Hao whispered excitedly into Lu Weiwei's ear. Keep your voice down, Lu Weiwei cautioned, then began rummaging through his bag. Since the moment he purchased the phone, it had occupied his thoughts, causing him to neglect any concern for Qi Siyao. After a brief search, Lu Weiwei retrieved his phone, holding it delicately as if it were a precious gem. It's so new, clearly just bought. Weiwei, how wonderful it would be if I could encounter such good fortune. Beside him, Tian Hao expressed his envy. Although his family circumstances were slightly better than Lu Weiwei's, affording a smartphone remained out of reach. Haha, Lu Weiwei grinned widely, turning to share his excitement with Qi Siyao, but she merely pressed her lips together, unengaged in the joy of having found a phone. Let us power it on. Tianhao urged impatiently. All right. Lu Weiwei pressed the power button, staring intently at the screen. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, yet the phone remained unresponsive. What is going on? Tianhao asked, puzzled. Siyao, is this the power button? Why isn't it responding? Lu Weiwei, flustered, held up the phone, seeking assistance from Qi Siyao, whose model was identical. That's the button, Qi Siyao replied, glancing at Lu Weiwei before directing her gaze outside the window. For the first time, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Lu Weiwei. Setting aside the ethical dilemma surrounding the phone, she had accompanied him on this arduous journey, prioritizing his emotional well-being. And yet he had not uttered a single word of concern, wholly absorbed in his new device. Moreover, she had defended him against Su Wantong's allegations. Choosing to believe in him, Lu Weiwei pressed the button repeatedly, anxiously watching the screen, but still, there was no response. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Could it be out of battery? Tianhao suggested. Perhaps, Lu Weiwei gasped. Siyao, may I borrow your battery? Qi Siyao shot Lu Weiwei a glare. Yet she refrained from voicing her grievances and retrieved a battery from her pocket. Lu Weiwei took the battery and attempted to disassemble his phone, only to discover that it was entirely made of plastic. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a model phone. Tianhao recognized the situation as well. His face flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless. Lu Weiwei stood there, dazed, as the realization hit him. 600 yuan down the drain. It was indeed his living expenses for 3 months, squandered on a mere plastic toy. It's a sham. I have been deceived. Lu Weiwei exclaimed in despair, his voice echoing throughout the carriage, provoking a chorus of laughter as curious onlookers turned their gazes to discover who the fool was that had fallen victim. Qi Siyao hastily took the model plane, and upon squeezing it, realized its falsity. He cast a reproachful glance at Lu Weiwei, perplexed at how he had been so easily duped. Given the circumstances, it was best not to dwell on it. Consider it a lesson learned at the cost of some money, Qi Siyao consoled. Lu Weiwei sat there, lost in despondency, nearly engulfed by despair. As he placed immense value on money, particularly this mobile phone. After settling his luggage, Cui Zibing hurriedly sought out Su Wantong, slinging his valuable bag around his neck. Though the journey was no small feat, upon arriving at the compartment, he peered inside, stunned into silence. Chen Lichuan and Su Wantong were together. No, it wasn't he that they were sleeping together, but how was it that Chen Lichuan was positioned so close to Su Wantong? Were the soft seats truly that luxurious? Witnessing the two of them was more agonizing than facing death for Cui Zibing. Wantong, have you settled your belongings? Cui Zibing managed to force a smile as he entered, attempting to sound casual. Yes, everything is fine. You needn't worry about me. Focus on helping Siyao, Su Wantong replied nonchalantly, reclining on the small bed. Gazing out the window at the scenery while snacking, her delicate feet basked in the golden hues of the sunset. One could hardly help but steal glances at her captivating toes. All right, as long as you're fine, I can rest easy, Cui Zibing feigned maturity. Naturally sitting on Chen Lichuan's bed and giving his back a friendly pat. Chen Lichuan merely rolled over, ignoring Cui Zibing, seeing right through his intentions. Knowing there was no chance of switching seats. Lichuan, come out for a moment. I need to discuss something with you, Cui Zibing said sweetly, nearly fanning Chen Lichuan with a feather. Whatever you have to say can be said here, Chen Lichuan replied, lying still on the bed, exhausted from a long day. Why not swap seats with a buddy? It would make it easier for me to look after Wantong, Cui Zibing chuckled shamelessly, his hand delving into his bag to retrieve some cash. I don't need your help. Su Wantong interjected, her voice rising in excitement before Chen Lichuan could respond. No swap. Chen Lichuan retorted coldly, pulling a thin blanket over his head. Lichuan, let us talk money. You bought this ticket for 270. I'll give you 400 if we swap seats, Cui Zibing said, already waving the cash in his hand. Keep your money safe, don't flaunt it here, or you might get robbed, Chen Lichuan advised kindly, sitting up. Besides, are you really going to make me endure a hard seat for an entire day and night for just 130? Chen Lichuan scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Cui Zibing before turning his gaze out the window. Su Wantong knelt on the bed, anxiously watching the two, fearing that Chen Lichuan might concede to Cui Zibing, despite having envisioned many positive outcomes just moments ago. Moreover, Chen Lichuan's kindness towards Siyao only served to affirm his deep affections, making him a worthy confidant. Let us talk numbers. What do you propose? Cui Zibing wore a smile that was almost sycophantic, calculating in his mind that an additional 1 or 200 would suffice. 1,000. Chen Lichuan stated earnestly. 1,000? Cui Zibing's eyes widened in disbelief. He carried only 2,000 on him, a sum that was quite substantial for the students in the county. The train just departed. This is the going rate. If you find it exorbitant, seek others to exchange with. Of course, if you wait until tomorrow, you may find someone willing to trade for a lower price, Chen Lichuan scoffed. In these times, who among the ordinary folk can afford to spend half a month's salary for a soft seat? Besides, some have purchased tickets at a premium from scalpers. No one would endure such hardship for a meager sum. Did you think you were still in your small county? The destination now is none other than the grand metropolis, where indulgence reigns supreme, a city of unparalleled scale, the highest per capita income, and the greatest economic output. Cui Zibing, perturbed, believed Chen Lichuan was intentionally making him uncomfortable and sought out the passengers in the upper berth, only to be met with disdainful glares. They had never encountered someone so impoverished seeking to trade seats. After much ado, Cui Zibing finally relented, returning to his original position in silence. He. Su Wantong chuckled cheerfully and asked Chen Lichuan if he desired any snacks. Chen Lichuan shook his head and rose to prepare instant noodles, with Su Wantong immediately following suit, trailing behind him like an eager little shadow. As the night deepened, the ordeal of sitting in hard seats had only just begun. Chapter 59 finally arrived in long-awaited Magic City Clang. Clang, accompanied by the sounds of the train's journey, people began to drift into slumber. Yet they had to endure the incessant chorus of snores, the occasional outburst of children, and the pervasive stench of feet. Qi Siyao remained awake well into the night. Her opposite companion sprawled, occupying the entire small table with his elbow and encroaching on her space with his shoeless foot, a torment indeed. Tian Hao was sound asleep, while Lu Weiwei, in a daze, would occasionally utter a few concerned words to Qi Siyao, yet his spirits remained low, consumed by thoughts of his phone, devoid of his usual tenderness, confidence, and sunshine. Unable to bear such an environment any longer, Qi Siyao stood and walked to the carriage door for some fresh air, only to witness a father in another compartment graciously offering his seat to his daughter while tenderly fanning her. This scene struck a chord in Qi Siyao's heart, unleashing a flood of emotions, and tears welled in her eyes. At that moment, she longed for her parents and the warmth of her cozy home in Ning County. With so many crowded into hard seats, what was the fuss? Was she merely being sentimental? After all, they had saved over 100 yuan for the family. It took a while for Qi Siyao to regain her composure, drying her tears before returning to her seat. However, upon her return, she found Lu Weiwei fast asleep on her spot, seemingly unconcerned about her absence. In that moment, she could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks as she fled to the confined restroom to call Qi Hongji. But it was already 1 in the morning. Xiao, don't cry. Tell Daddy what's wrong. What happened? Where is Chen Lichuan? Aren't you seated near him? Qi Hongji spoke with fervor, and upon mentioning Chen Lichuan's name, there was an unmistakable hint of reproach in his tone. After all, he had taken a keen interest in Li Limin's affairs and had even specifically advised that young man. Bai Ziyun quickly sat up, her anxiety dispelling any remnants of sleep. No, Dad, Chen Lichuan has been quite caring towards me. It's just that I miss home. I miss you and Mom. There's nothing else. Qi Siyao was in tears, feeling a deep sense of grievance that made her want to cry. I see. Qi Hongji sighed deeply, relieved that his dear friend was safe. As for missing home, it was a natural process everyone undergoes. It's all my fault for not being able to spend time with you this time, Yao Yao. You must be strong and not be afraid. Your parents will always be your steadfast support. Qi Hongji reassured her repeatedly, while Bai Ziyun took the phone, speaking to their daughter with heartfelt concern. The phone call lasted quite some time. Why hasn't our daughter called home? Surely, there must be nothing wrong. Niu Li tossed and turned in bed, pondering that given her daughter's nature, she would have called by now. I'm worried too. I can't sleep. Su Benjiang suddenly sat up in bed. Shall I call our daughter? Go ahead. Niu Li also sat up, turning on the light, disregarding how late it was, her anxiety overwhelming her. Woohoo, we won. Each gets a piece. Give me your money. Hurry up. Su Wantong exclaimed, her hands flailing joyfully. The passengers in the compartment, having dozed off initially, were now wide awake. They concluded that playing cards would be more entertaining, so the two from the upper bunk joined the other two, forming a quartet. Chen Lichuan thought to himself, can I not manage you all? Especially Su Wantong, with her face that seems to invite losing. You all are practically gifting me your money. However, to his surprise, the novice's hand was exceedingly strong, boasting pairs of kings and several twos, rendering it impossible to compete, leading to a continuous winning streak throughout the night. Back when I was still an innocent girl, encountering love without understanding it. The ringing of a mobile phone shattered the rhythm of the moment. Su Wantong, irked, answered the call. Why are you calling at this hour? She pouted, her displeasure evident. Is everything all right, dear? Do you miss your mother and me? Please be careful. Her father inquired. It's late. You and Mom should go to bed. There's no need to worry about me. I'm grown up now. After hastily ending the call, Su Wantong returned to the card game. Not long after, an older gentleman, weary from continuous losses, decided to retire for the night, but felt embarrassed to leave without saying anything. Thus, he shared some local delicacies with the trio before they too drew the curtains and drifted off to sleep. It turns out that traveling on a long-distance green train is quite enjoyable. Not only can one meet new friends, but the scenery along the way is also breathtaking. Su Wantong, losing her battle with sleep, stealthily pulled back the curtain, allowing her to catch a glimpse of Chen Lichuan's face through a narrow crevice. This sight brought her a sense of safety, even in such a foreign environment, leaving her worry-free. Gradually, light began to emerge from outside the window. As the morning sun peeked over the mountains, Su Wantong excitedly took out her phone to capture the moment, regrettably realizing that the low pixel quality could not do justice to the beauty before her. Cautiously glancing towards Chen Lichuan, who was still asleep, Su Wantong stealthily took a photograph of him. By 8 or 9 o'clock, Su Wantong lay on the small bed like a puddle of mud, utterly exhausted from an all-nighter. Chen Lichuan, with instant noodles in hand, was about to prepare them when a voice floated in from behind. Chen Lichuan, could you please make me a bowl too? I beg you. Why don't you make one yourself? Chen Lichuan turned around, but Su Wantong had her eyes tightly shut, leaving him somewhat speechless. This woman, so lazy and indulgent, always relies on others. Nevertheless, he prepared a bowl of noodles for her, and as soon as he placed it on the small table, she immediately sat up, drawn by the enticing aroma. Thank you. Su Wantong's hands rubbed together with an endearing eagerness, resembling a small subordinate receiving a reward from their superior, before she lowered her head and devoured the noodles. These noodles are so fragrant. They truly reflect your skill. Faced with such praise, Chen Lichuan could not be bothered to respond. At that moment, Qi Siyao, looking utterly fatigued, rushed in, pleading for a quick nap on Chen Lichuan's bed, which he granted. Chen Lichuan rose to chat with the person on the upper bunk, intending to sleep himself and would send him away shortly. As for Qi Siyao, there was no need to inquire further. Although he had received a thank you message from Qi Hongji that morning, his relationship with Qi Siyao was merely that of friends, not superior and subordinate, and his concern was sufficient. Su Wantong shot a disdainful glare at Qi Siyao and, feeling satiated, cautiously closed the window before drifting into a deep sleep, planning to rest for a moment before seeking out Yao Yao. Unexpectedly, at 3 in the afternoon, the train's incessant announcements about arriving in the magical city echoed throughout the carriage. Dear travelers, we are approaching the final destination, the magical city. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. The magical city, they had finally arrived. Su Wantong jolted awake, hastily packing her belongings, neglecting even to wipe the trace of drool from her mouth, and hurriedly followed Chen Lichuan, blending into the vast throng of people. Here, it was the magical city. Chapter 60. The observer. From the moment they disembarked, the largest railway hub in the nation was fervently showcasing its grandeur and significance. The modern facilities left Qi Siyao and her companions bewildered, as they were utterly unfamiliar with them. They wandered aimlessly, as if stepping into a new world. Yet to put it bluntly, they were like country bumpkins arriving in the city, filled with a sense of novelty and an inexplicable inferiority. It was not just Lu Weiwei and Tian Hao, burdened with their plush bags. Even Qi Siyao and Qi Siyao, clad in the most popular domestic brands from their small county, were indistinguishable in the eyes of the urban populace, just rural folk. Certainly, Chen Lichuan and Su Wantong were no different. At that time, e-commerce was not yet prevalent, and there were no channels to acquire fashionable clothing. The residents of small counties could hardly fathom the allure of foreign brands that cost hundreds. Our district is different. Let us part ways here, Chen Lichuan casually remarked to Qi Siyao as he prepared to leave. Qi Siyao hurried after Chen Lichuan, quickly inquiring, how do we get to the financial academy? I fear you might find the subway confusing, so I suggest you take a taxi after exiting the station. The general location is in Jiangpu District, near Chuanwu Road. Just explain it clearly to the driver. Once you settle in, you can take your time to familiarize yourselves with the city, Chen Lichuan explained as he quickened his pace. Yet Qi Siyao and Lu Weiwei continued to follow him. Lichuan, how did you know all this? Qi Siyao inquired. I checked the map before coming and also looked up your school, Chen Lichuan replied casually. Before long, they exited the station onto a vast square, significantly larger than Jinyuan Station, adjacent to a bustling main street filled with a constant stream of vehicles. Over there, you can queue for taxis. I'll be leaving now, Chen Lichuan said before striding away, leaving only Su Wantong and Cui Zibing following him. The two waved goodbye to Qi Siyao and the others, parting ways. Everything seemed to rush by. Even the farewells felt perfunctory. The rapid pace of the surroundings was momentarily overwhelming for them. I want to follow you. I want to find my way anywhere else. Chen Lichuan, let us share a cab, and I'll pay you back later. Please, Su Wantong pleaded. Gripping Chen Lichuan's arm with a sense of urgency, her voice tinged with distress, as everything around her felt so different from what she had imagined. Just moments ago, while exiting the station, she had been subjected to unkind remarks from those in line behind her. Chen Lichuan glanced at the almost tearful Su Wantong and eventually nodded in agreement. Following Chen Lichuan's instructions, Cui Zibing communicated with the taxi driver. And soon the three of them were seated in two taxis, vanishing at the intersection. Thus, the two groups hurriedly parted ways. We should take the subway. The new students must report by 7 at the latest, and it's not even 3:30 yet. We'll definitely make it, Lu Weiwei asserted, taking the lead with the luggage. However, Qi Siyao, who hadn't closed her eyes since yesterday, was utterly exhausted and unwilling to drag heavy bags through the labyrinthine search for the subway. I think Chen Lichuan has a point. We can take a taxi first, she suggested. He is just a selfish person, completely oblivious to others' financial situations. Not everyone has a father who can earn money like he does, Lu Weiwei suddenly shouted, rudely interrupting Qi Siyao amidst the bustling crowd, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Not wishing to engage in an argument, Qi Siyao paused and softly asked, "Do you know how to get to the subway? Why not just ask someone?" Lu Weiwei replied matter-of-factly, then approached a flamboyantly dressed woman, smiling as he asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, I'm a student from out of town. Could you please tell me how to take the subway to the financial institute?" "Oh, for goodness sake." The woman dismissed Lu Weiwei's hand with annoyance, her expression radiating disdain. "Speak louder. I can't hear you," she retorted, striding away and leaving Lu Weiwei and his companions awkwardly standing in place. At that moment, Qi Siyao truly wished to turn away and hail a taxi, but restrained herself. Considering Lu Weiwei's pride since Tian Hao was also present, Lu Weiwei persisted in asking others for directions, exerting considerable effort before finally grasping the general route. With that, the three of them hurriedly proceeded toward the School of Economics and Trade, their luggage in tow. After alighting from the taxi, Chen Lichuan gazed at the expansive entrance of the School of Economics and Trade and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Memories began to coalesce in his mind, forming vivid images. He realized he was merely an observer rather than a participant, yet he still found it all quite captivating. Those who come to study at the School of Economics and Trade often hail from families of considerable means. In 2004, being able to afford a third-tier institution is indicative of a family background that is far from ordinary, especially given that the tuition fees for economics and trade are notably higher than those of similar institutions in other provinces and cities. In contrast, someone like Chen Lichuan, whose family is relatively well off in a small county, finds himself at the bottom of the hierarchy here, where even the term financially strained might not be an exaggeration. As Chen Lichuan and his companions made their way to the campus, the admission letters in their hands served as their most significant privilege of the day. Upon entering the school gates, they were greeted by the warm assistance of senior students. However, it was evident that female students garnered more attention. "Which department are you from? Junior? Come, let me show you around. Business management, right? I'm familiar with that. I'm in the same department. Allow me to lead the way." The sudden enthusiasm bewildered Su Wantong for a moment. Several kind seniors took her luggage, and after a brief hesitation, she felt compelled to follow. Once the assistance was rendered, it was only natural for them to ask for contact information. "Wait a moment, I'm also in business management," Cui Zibing called out as he hurried to catch up, struggling with a pile of luggage. Watching others steal the spotlight made him anxious, especially since he had planned to pursue Su Wantong vigorously upon arriving at university. And now he found himself outpaced. Chen Lichuan, however, strolled leisurely towards the business management registration area, unburdened by more than a single backpack. And his relaxed demeanor suggested he was no first-year student, thus no one approached him. The luxury cars parked in the courtyard were quite conspicuous. One could hardly miss the abundance of Mercedes and BMWs, making Chen's modest accord seem rather lackluster in comparison. After a considerable time, Chen Lichuan arrived at the business management registration desk with an air of nonchalance, only to find that Su Wantong and Cui Zibing had likely already been directed to their dormitories. It was his former mentor, Li Chunqin, whom Chen Lichuan recognized immediately and approached briskly, unaware of the myriad challenges that awaited this young and enthusiastic class advisor. "Are you here for registration?" Li Chunxin adjusted his glasses, incredulously scrutinizing Chen Lichuan. "No parents accompanying you, and you carry only a single backpack? What a uniquely independent new student." "Yes, I'm here for registration," Chen Lichuan affirmed with a nod. "What is your name?" Li Chunxin inquired further. "Business Management, Class 1002, Chen Lichuan." Chapter 61. The curtain rises on university life. After completing the registration with his mentor, Chen Lichuan adeptly made his way to the campus convenience store, purchasing bedding, toiletries, and other essentials before heading toward the dormitory. Along the way, he couldn't help but glance around, acknowledging the high caliber of students at the School of Economics and Trade, particularly those from Shanghai, who seemed to prioritize brand names and presented themselves with remarkable finesse. At first glance, their polished appearances would be intimidating in his small county, where such standards felt unattainable, leading to a deep sense of self-doubt. In his previous life, this inferiority complex stemming from his rural roots created a significant psychological gap. The subsequent bankruptcy of his family and his parents' incarceration further devastated him, isolating him from that small community. In the classroom, Chen Lichuan gradually became transparent, relegated to the role of an observer, witnessing his classmates experience various events in which he had never participated. It seemed that Shui Zibing also endured considerable torment, yearning to integrate but always finding himself at a disadvantage. Of course, there was no overt exclusion. It was simply quite difficult to truly assimilate, to forge friendships and find a sense of belonging, as these were merely superficial endeavors. Now, Chen Lichuan pushed open the door to dormitory 607, where the other 5 roommates had already chosen their beds and were busily organizing their belongings. Upon noticing the arrival of their last roommate, they paused their tasks and greeted him warmly. At that moment, everyone displayed a certain reticence. Having left their familiar environments to arrive in this unfamiliar place, discomfort was inevitable. Personalities that once flourished were, at least for now, deliberately concealed. "So, I am the last to arrive. Have you all already acquainted yourselves? How is it that you all seem to get along so harmoniously, so courteously? It feels rather disconcerting. Might I be afforded the opportunity to get to know you?" Chen Lichuan jested, noting the somber atmosphere in the dormitory. He assumed that the lower bunk by the door was reserved for him and tossed his belongings onto it. The advisor had merely compiled a list of dormitory occupants without specifying bed assignments. So those who arrived first had the privilege of selecting the best spots, like the upper bunk by the balcony, an ideal vantage point for watching films. "Brothers, I am Chen Lichuan, hailing from Shanghai province. And you?" He continued amiably, not in a rush to arrange his bed, instead pulling out cigarettes to share with the others. "Oh, so you and Guyu are from the same place," Xin Yiming remarked with a smile, taking a cigarette. His tone revealed a Shanghai dialect. And while he was quite affable, he was also meticulous and calculating in his dealings. Xin Yiming then retreated to his own bed, discreetly sizing up Chen Lichuan's attire, noting the absence of any foreign brands, which suggested a modest family background. "Where in Shanghai are you from?" inquired Guyu, peering down from the upper bunk. Adjusting his glasses, he hesitated for a moment before accepting the cigarette from Chen Lichuan, who had previously not smoked but felt compelled to adopt a mature demeanor. Tucking it behind his ear, "I come from a small county in a second-tier city. I fear you might look down on it. It's Ning County, which has a rather poor reputation," Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly. His hometown was impoverished, leading many to seek work in the provincial capital, resulting in a fair share of theft and deceit, which tarnished the reputation of people from his small town in Jinyuan City. "Everywhere is about personal connections," he added. Guyu and Chen Lichuan exchanged a knowing smile before Guyu withdrew to fiddle with his laptop. Chen Lichuan was well aware of Guyu's family background, which was affluent due to their coal parts business, yet Guyu's personality was somewhat peculiar. "Hey, you didn't even bring a suitcase?" shouted Liang Jingshan from the opposite bed, wondering if this brother had awkwardly carried a plush bag, too embarrassed to bring it into the dormitory, opting instead to leave it behind and only bringing his bedding. Instantly, Liang Jingshan furrowed his brow, casting a sympathetic glance, thinking he should extend more care to this younger brother. "Actually, I only brought a backpack. I find it bothersome. I bought all my essentials at the school supermarket, and I can always purchase anything I may need later," Chen Lichuan explained. Chen Lichuan endeavored to suppress his laughter, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, nearly escaping in a chuckle. Liang Jingshan was indeed a comical individual, known for his humble background, yet he possessed an uncanny knack for ostentation. "Oh, what a relief it was." Liang Jingshan responded affirmatively, his expression clearly one of disbelief, then leaned down to cautiously extract a fur coat from his suitcase. One must not let such an exquisite garment be wasted. It costs several thousand. Liang Jingshan muttered, intentionally allowing his words to reach the ears of those around him. As he hung the fur coat in the wardrobe, giving it a few pats for good measure. Good heavens! I must have been more foolish than Jingshan in my past life. Chen Lichuan found it difficult to confront his past, and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, "Did you bring all your winter clothes?" "Indeed, it's quite a long journey." Liang Jingshan nodded in agreement. This cigarette is rather pleasant." Wu Ming, clad in flip-flops and a white tank top, exuded the essence of a middle-aged, somewhat disheveled man, standing beside Shen Yiming, whose polished appearance contrasted starkly with his own. Shen Yiming was impeccably dressed, his simple yet stylish ensemble composed of high-end brands. "This is a local cigarette, if you fancy it. I can bring you a few packs next time," Chen Lichuan casually suggested. "You're too kind, mate. Here, try one of my cigarettes," Wu Lang chimed in, offering Chen Lichuan a stick. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan tossed one to the upper bunk Zhou Kai, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. In his previous life, Chen Lichuan had clashed with Zhou Kai over trivial matters, but if he were to still hold on to those grievances, it would merely reflect his own pettiness. Squandering the miracle of rebirth. Engaging with others in a different manner would yield a different outcome. The true skill lies in navigating various interpersonal relationships. As the environment one inhabits speaks volumes about social etiquette. As the group engaged in conversation and familiarized themselves with one another, the atmosphere gradually became more vibrant. Yet, with their academic achievements lacking substance, the topics of discussion remained limited to polite exchanges about their origins. As the sole local, Shen Yiming provided deeper insights into the university, stating, "It's not quite what you might think. The positioning of the finance and trade program is rather unique. Those who genuinely possess wealth in this city would certainly not choose this institution. They all study abroad. It's primarily those from ordinary backgrounds who, reluctant to attend vocational schools, grit their teeth and enroll here. This is the prevalent situation, particularly among you out-of-towners." As he spoke, Shen Yiming cast a subtle glance at Chen Lichuan. "Of course, there are also a few exceptionally wealthy individuals who are quite renowned locally and study here," he added. The group listened intently, and as Chen Lichuan glanced at the time, he stood up from his chair, saying, "Let us go. It's getting late. And we should head to class." Right, let us move." Shen Yiming quickly rose, adjusting his hair at the mirror. "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you want to avoid being single for 4 years, you'd better make your move early." The others exchanged shy smiles, fully aware of the underlying message, and soon, they exited the dormitory, descending the stairs. Thus, the curtain rose on the unfolding drama of university life. Chapter 62. The lying duo. The first-year students at the School of International Economics and Trade faced a year of evening classes, a rather tedious prospect. However, the newcomers were still in the throes of excitement, eager to interact with their classmates, especially with the prospect of the inaugural lesson, which was undeniably exhilarating. Chen Lichuan blended into the crowd, casting a glance at Shen Yiming, noticing the pristine straightness of his trousers. No wonder this fellow needed to stand up and stretch after sitting for a short while in the dormitory. Wu Lang, who had previously appeared disheveled, now presented himself in a lively manner, radiating sunshine as he smiled warmly at Chen Lichuan upon receiving his gaze. Liang Jingshan strutted with an air of pretentiousness, maintaining a serious demeanor while occasionally stealing glances at the girls nearby. In classroom 1002 of business management, located on the west side of the 3rd floor, Cui Zibing stood at the entrance of the opposite classroom, eagerly awaiting his chance. After greeting Su Wantong with a loud hello, he finally slipped into his classroom, deliberately marking his territory. "That girl is quite something." Chen Lichuan left a talkative impression as Liang Jingshan, wrapping an arm around his younger brother, initiated a conversation. Both being of similar stature, this guy from Hejiang was rather straightforward in his manner. Chen Lichuan found himself at a loss for words. The girl Liang Jingshan referred to was none other than Su Wantong. In the brief time they were apart, she had changed into a striking outfit, sporting knee-high white socks paired with a black skirt, exuding an undeniable allure. Just then, Su Wantong happened to glance down the corridor, her eyes lighting up with a sweet smile directed at Chen Lichuan before she retreated into the classroom. Realizing they were in the same class brought her a sense of reassurance. "Hi." Liang Jingshan and Shen Yiming waved simultaneously, their smiles radiant. Shen Yiming, brimming with confidence, smirked, thinking that the girl had undoubtedly noticed him. After all, his ensemble of branded clothing was far superior to Liang Jingshan's. The joys of university life. Liang Jingshan couldn't contain his excitement, already daydreaming about sweet romance, convinced that the girl had cast her gaze upon him. It had to be true. Once inside the classroom, students settled according to their dormitory groups. Initially, Chen Lichuan and his friends aimed for the back row, but Shen Yiming, ever the opportunist, wedged himself beside a particularly attractive girl. This immediately drew the scorn of Chen Lichuan, Liang Jingshan, and others, who surmised that he was trying to gain an advantage. Wu Lang, observing the scene, clearly wished to emulate Shen Yiming. Spotting a beautiful girl nearby who was unaccompanied, he struggled with his shyness but ultimately decided to join Chen Lichuan in the back row. Before long, their instructor, Li Chunqin, arrived, first offering a brief self-introduction and outlining essential details regarding military training. The eagerly anticipated self-introduction segment commenced. The students who took the stage were modest, merely stating their names, origins, and hobbies without revealing any hidden intentions. When it was Chen Lichuan's turn, he knew he had to play the role of the astute strategist. Becoming class monitor was a step Chen Lichuan had meticulously planned. It would not only afford him a measure of time flexibility, but also provide opportunities to cultivate relationships with significant individuals. In high school, class monitors were primarily viewed as laborers for the teachers, collecting fees and managing tasks, often without receiving any benefits. University, however, presented an entirely different concept. After a routine self-introduction, Chen Lichuan cleared his throat and began to boast. Throughout my 3 years in high school, I held the position of class monitor, which cultivated my proactive character in serving my classmates and assisting teachers. Su Wantong widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking, is he really the class monitor? How shameless. In truth, Chen Lichuan's intention was too evident, annoying his peers, but the priority was to win over the instructor. He understood well the nature of Li Chunqin. As long as one adopts a humble demeanor and pleads for assistance, Li would find it difficult to refuse, showing a lack of assertiveness. Crucially, the students did not take the class monitor position seriously. In his previous life, it was Li Chunqin who encouraged everyone to enthusiastically volunteer, as no one from class 1002 had ever participated. As long as they contributed diligently during military training, the class monitor would essentially be a foregone conclusion. Chen Lichuan's expression was sincere, his words particularly uplifting, almost as if he were raising his hand to say, choose me as your class monitor, I will toil for you. The self-introduction continued, but Chen Lichuan's name was firmly etched in the minds of his classmates, signaling his desire for the class monitor position. Soon, it was Su Wantong's turn. As she stood on stage, she elicited considerable cheers from the boys in the back, who inquired about her relationship status. Although there were several attractive girls in the class, Su Wantong's demure appearance garnered her extra points. However, Chen Lichuan felt a pang of anxiety. As she descended from the stage, he made subtle signals towards her, hoping she would understand. My name is Su Wantong, and I hail from Ningxing County in the province of Shanha. Upon hearing Ningxing County, her classmates exchanged glances with Chen Lichuan, and someone shouted, do you know the earlier mentioned Chen Lichuan? Yes. Su Wantong nodded honestly. Was he a good class monitor in terms of service? Another boy chimed in, recalling Chen's earlier emphasis on serving classmates and teachers. Yes, he was very good at it. Su Wantong affirmed earnestly, though she was lying. She had to ensure her significance in Chen Lichuan's mind. Thus, she continued grandiloquently. Whenever there were troubles in class, it was always Chen Lichuan who took care of them, and he even covered for us during absences. At this revelation, the classmates erupted into applause. Realizing that this was the kind of class monitor they needed, someone who could help cover for them during truancy. However, Chen Lichuan could not voice such sentiments. He needed to speak from the instructor's perspective, making Su Wantong's comments particularly apartment, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Chen Lichuan clasped his hands together and cast a bashful glance at the instructor, feigning humility. This little incident enlivened the classroom atmosphere, and as the introductions progressed, everyone gradually relaxed. The apex of excitement came with Liang Ruru's appearance, later recognized as the department's belle. Standing at a statuesque height of 1.7 meters, her model-like figure was complemented by strikingly exotic features that exuded an air of aloof beauty, keeping others at bay. The difference between her and Su Wantong was stark. Where Su sparked a desire to pursue, Liang Ruru invoked a sense of awe and self-doubt, leaving onlookers thinking, such beauty is beyond my reach. Beyond her inherent grace, Liang Ruru's attire exuded an air of opulence, further accentuating her sense of nobility. Once all the students were introduced, Li Chunqin reiterated the details regarding tomorrow's military training before concluding the evening study session. The classmates, still in the process of becoming acquainted, exchanged contact information, and some even clamored to establish a group chat. In this joyous atmosphere, a figure surged onto the stage. Chen Lichuan, wearing a solicitous expression, inquired, Teacher Li, Is there anything I can assist you with tomorrow? Chapter 63. An unfathomable persona, is that person from your dorm? As Shen Yiming and Liang Jingshan exited the classroom, the boys from other dorms immediately expressed their disdain, regarding him as an arrogant individual. Seeing someone fawning over the instructor naturally incurred their contempt. Indeed, ha ha ha. Shen Yiming felt a sense of humiliation wash over him, awkwardly smiling as he noticed a group of girls behind him. He hastily raised his hand to check the time. Looking troubled, the quality of his Longines watch was somewhat lacking. It was indeed audacious to behave so in front of Teacher Li. The individual continued speaking, inciting laughter from the nearby girls. In classroom 607, silence enveloped the space as they walked quietly. Su Wantong, listening to the remarks, felt a pang of discomfort. Standing at the classroom entrance, she glanced at Chen Lichuan, who embodied the very image of sycophancy that her classmates had described. She could not comprehend why he felt the need to act in such a manner. Teacher Li, I shall take on the task of fetching water for the students. We are your first class, and you require time to acclimate. Allow me to handle these simple yet laborious tasks, Chen Lichuan volunteered. Trailing behind Li Shun as he turned off the lights and locked the door, both descending the stairs together. At such a young age, under 30, to become the head of the international trade class might lead other students to perceive the instructor as inexperienced and lacking authority, thus dismissing him. However, is it not the most formidable individuals who ascend at a young age? It is naive to believe that one can merely become a mentor in international trade without merit. Thus, Chen Lichuan deemed it essential to curry favor with Li Chunqin, recognizing him as a pivotal connection for his future endeavors, his university mentor. Some may not yet realize that throughout his life, the individuals of the highest social standing he might encounter closely could very well be his instructors. Hence the importance of humility. Chen Lichuan had encountered much in society. Remaining in the phase of mockery towards those who bow and scrape would be a profound failure. This world operates on such principles. Flattery is merely a means of survival, and it is not shameful. Failing to earn a living is what truly brings shame. Lichuan, might you not find this exhausting? Li Chunqin asked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for being overly considerate of others, genuinely concerned about Chen Lichuan's well-being. Though his expression revealed hesitation due to the considerable workload on his plate. There's nothing tiring about it. It's merely a short walk. Then, Teacher Li, it's settled. I shall return to the dorm, and feel free to call me any time should you need assistance. Chen Lichuan gestured affirmatively before hastening towards the dormitory. Li Chunqin watched his departing figure with a faint smile, reflecting on the earnest determination of this young individual from a small town. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Lichuan received a few glances from his peers, after which silence fell among them, their perception of him having diminished significantly. Gentlemen, consider the sacrifices I have made for you, Chen Lichuan proclaimed with a solemn demeanor, heavily settling into his chair. What do you mean? Liang Jingshan inquired, turning towards him. Since I became class monitor, who has had it easiest? It is undoubtedly you five. Chen Lichuan rose, his expression grave. Guyu extended her head from the upper bunk, her face serious. Wu Lang and Zhou Kai from the upper bunk also sat up, looking at Chen Lichuan. The trivial matters of tardiness and early departures need not be mentioned. I will certainly cover for you. I did plenty of this in high school. If my friends wish to join the student council, organizing a few activities would effortlessly earn you credits. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming's expression immediately changed. The significance of academic credits is self-evident. Without them, graduation is impossible. Just moments ago, Shen Yiming had criticized those from smaller towns, claiming they lacked experience in grand settings. Lichuan indeed thinks ahead. After he became class monitor, we five would undoubtedly have it the easiest, which is why I wholeheartedly support Lichuan's candidacy for class monitor. Shen Yiming patted Chen Lichuan's shoulder, locking eyes with him, then nodded emphatically. Yiming, I have noticed how focused you are. What was that you said about Lichuan earlier? Liang Jingshan's voice boomed, as he strode confidently towards Chen Lichuan, declaring his unwavering support from the beginning. Given the family's financial struggles, it is commendable to seek the position of class monitor and aim for a scholarship. There is no shame in that. In Liang Jingshan's eyes, Chen Lichuan must have discarded the velvet bag, coming from a poor family. Unity. Wu Lang climbed down from his bed, dressed in slippers and a tank top. We are destined to live together for 4 years. We must empathize with each other's hardships. Jingshan is absolutely right. Lichuan is striving for a scholarship in his own way, which is commendable. Lichuan, if you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to tell me. Guyu uttered a heartfelt statement before retreating back to her computer. Hee, Zhou Kai smiled at Chen Lichuan. A gesture of support, though he was indeed a challenging person to get along with. For a moment, Chen Lichuan felt embarrassed to pull out his phone, as aside from the money borrowed from Yang Hong, there quietly lay 60,000 yuan in his bank account. How did I inadvertently acquire such a reputation? As for the position of class monitor, I need everyone's support, and we must promote it well among the other dormitories. If I were to become class monitor, I would certainly work for our own interests. Chen Lichuan reiterated, and the group nodded in agreement, indicating their support. Suddenly, a sound emitted from Shun Yiming's computer, prompting him to sit up straight, filled with delight. Liang Ruru has added me as a friend. Did Su Wantang add me? Liang Jingshan, lacking a computer, had his QQ account open on Shun Yiming's device. Not yet. Shun Yiming glanced at the bottom right corner of the computer. There was no activity. He thought to himself, if there is no opportunity with Liang Ruru, perhaps I could pursue Su Wantang instead. Winning over a girl from a small county should not be too difficult. I am Shun Yiming, also a local from the Magic City. Do you still remember me? Shun Yiming excitedly typed on the keyboard. No. Liang Ruru coldly replied with a single word. Chen Lichuan stood behind, smiling silently. After all, Liang Ruju's family owned a hotel, albeit a 3-star establishment, which still represented an asset worth tens of millions. Her standards were undeniably elevated, leaving Shun Yiming with little hope. The boy seated in the third row, clad in an Adidas t-shirt, was earnestly introducing his attire, typing out a flurry of messages to send, all the while beaming as he awaited Liang Ruju's reply. Yet, to his dismay, the connection was suddenly severed. How could it be offline? Shun Yiming wore a crestfallen expression. After all, the internet was functioning perfectly fine. It seems she has set her online status to invisible, Chen Lichuan remarked sharply, causing Shun Yiming to visibly flinch, as if struck a heavy blow. The phone rang, Chen Lichuan's phone, with an incoming call from old Chen. Oh, you have a mobile? Liang Jingshan exclaimed in surprise. He didn't even possess a phone, so how could the financially struggling Chen Lichuan have one? I found it at the train station. Chen Lichuan replied, attempting to maintain his facade, before stepping out to take the call. This mundane yet intriguing university life continued. Upon returning to the dormitory after conversing with old Chun and Lingling, Chen Lichuan found his roommates animatedly discussing the female classmates, with the conversation centered around the likes of Liang Ruju and other attractive girls. From Shun Yiming's subtly disappointed and complex expression, it was evident that Liang Ruju had not replied to him. I instantly took a liking to Su Wantang. Those little white socks are simply adorable. Her face barely larger than my palm. Liang Jingshan exclaimed excitedly. Spotting Chen Lichuan entering, he strode over and asked, Lichuan, does Su Wantang have a boyfriend? A boyfriend? Chen Lichuan momentarily lost his train of thought as Ma Xiaochao's figure flashed through his mind. However, the two of them were not a plausible match. I'm not quite sure. There were quite a few who pursued her in the past. You're not in the same class, yet you don't know if she has a boyfriend? Liang Jingshan's face fell in disappointment. Well, you know my family situation. I've been too focused on my studies to be aware of such matters. Chen Lichuan accepted the persona his roommate attributed to him, in a context where only one person had a significantly poorer background than others. Pursuing something deliberately would not evoke disdain from others. Moreover, he understood the temperament of the students in Class 1002 well. They held no regard for class presidents or student councils, as their families would always have a safety net, and their aim was simply to secure a diploma. This marked a stark contrast between third-tier and second-tier institutions, although there were certainly a few aspiring to pursue further studies. However, they were indeed rare. All right then, Liang Jingshan scoffed, shaking his head. What is there to worry about? As long as one wields the hoe skillfully, there's no wall corner left unturned. Who cares if she has a boyfriend? She's from a small county. What's the concern? Interjected Zhou Kaikai from the upper bunk, his expression grotesque and seemingly lacking respect for others. I think there's another girl worth noticing. How long do you think it would take for me to take her to a hotel? Zhou Kaikai flicked a cigarette but onto the ground, wearing a lewd grin. Chen Lichuan inhaled deeply, resisting the urge to react as he had in his previous life, avoiding direct conflict. Yet, it was truly challenging to maintain a calm demeanor in the presence of Zhou Kaikai. After all, we are classmates, and to utter such disrespectful words is simply unbecoming. Currently, the others have fallen silent. Come on, you all lack spirit. Let us play a game, remarked Zhou Kaikai, feeling disinterested as he continued to engage with his laptop. I've heard that girls from the art department are particularly lovely. Don't hastily reveal yourselves. It's essential to establish good relations with your classmates first. Wu Lang attempted to lighten the mood. Yiming, has the class group been established? Chen Lichuan shifted the topic, approaching to distribute cigarettes to everyone. After a moment's thought, he tossed one towards Zhou Kaikai, deciding against treating anyone differently. Yes, it's set up. Tomorrow evening during self-study. Just let everyone know to join, Chen Yiming replied coolly, glancing at the scattered cigarette butts and kicking a few away from beneath his bed. Chen Lichuan chuckled softly. In a previous life, they had quarreled a few times over cleaning duties, all having been indulged as only children, likely avoiding household chores at home. However, for now, it was best to unite and focus on electing a class leader first. Chen Lichuan picked up a broom and silently began sweeping the floor. Observing someone take the initiative to clean, the others felt somewhat embarrassed. Chen Yiming remarked, "Look at that. Lichuan is quite diligent. Those from this small county are truly hardworking." Chen Yiming deliberately glanced at Zhou Kaikai, feeling discomfort from his earlier words. Coincidentally, after Chen Lichuan finished tidying the dormitory, the student council arrived for a room inspection and, upon seeing room 607 so immaculate, offered rare commendations. "You all are doing well. This is the cleanest room amongst the freshmen. Tomorrow, we will announce a commendation on the blackboard downstairs." Once the student council departed, Chen Lichuan closed the door, muttering, "If I get into the student council, will we still fear inspections? I will cover for you all if you stay out late." Such words were pleasing to hear, and everyone took them to heart. The truth was, Chen Lichuan's actions were primarily aimed at securing a scholarship, making him hard to dislike. "This necklace costs 18,000. Su Wantong stood beside Liang Ruzhu, her eyes wide with astonishment at the beauty of the jewelry. She casually inquired about the price, which exceeded her expectations. "Oh, that's nothing. I have a Bulgari one at home that costs over 40,000. Liang Ruzhu replied nonchalantly, grooming her long hair by the mirror. She glanced at Su Wantong, enviously stating, "I wish I had your beautiful black hair." I am nowhere near as lovely as you," Su Wantong said, lacking confidence as she cautiously placed the necklace down. She had never encountered such a graceful girl, finding her more attractive than any star. "Su Wantong, are you planning to buy a necklace like Ruzhu's?" Piped up a girl named Lin Shanshan nearby, her gaze less than friendly. "I know a showcase that can offer you a discount." "No, I just asked out of curiosity." Su Wantong shook her head, sitting on her bed. "What kind of socks are you planning to change into for tomorrow night's self-study?" Lin Shanshan teased, prompting a chorus of laughter from the other girls. "Ha ha ha, perhaps a pair of black stockings? The nude ones are also nice." "Oh, why not simply transform the military training uniforms into shorts?" "Ha ha ha, that utterly tickles me." Su Wantong fell silent, quietly lying on her bed, and at that moment, a wave of inferiority surged within her. After the lights were extinguished, the fervor of the freshmen gradually waned. Many tossed and turned, still in an exhilarated state. Chen Lichuan lay quietly on his bed, took out his phone, and changed Li Chuanxin's name to Beloved Mentor. He was well aware of his mentor's formidable background, and importantly, that the mentor was not miserly. As it stood, for someone emerging from a poverty-stricken county, the most direct connection he could cultivate was with Li Chuanxin. The student-teacher relationship, in a sense, signifies kinship. Therefore, one must resort to any means necessary and be deliberate in their efforts. The next day, "Hurry, hurry, don't be late, or it's 50 squats," Chen Lichuan shouted after awakening. Hastily dressing and noticing that Chen Yiming had already positioned himself before the mirror, applying hair gel. "You all need to get up, for heaven's sake, don't be late," Chen Yiming breezily remarked before slipping out of the dormitory. "Let us stick together. Do not engage in actions detrimental to dorm unity." Wu Lang, begrudgingly getting out of bed, called after Chen Yiming's retreating figure. Chen Lichuan at least washed his face, while the others barely had time for such niceties before rushing out the door. As dawn broke, the freshmen raced toward the playground. P.S. The development of this narrative will remain grounded in reality. Xiao Ban has consistently hinted that Chen Lichuan has ascended from the depths, primarily navigating through various financial realms. Patience is encouraged. I assure you, it will be captivating. Chapter 65. Stuck in an awkward position, Su Wantong realized that the military training uniform made her appear like a scruffy soldier, whereas Liang Ruzhu, wearing the same attire, resembled a custom-tailored outfit, exuding an unexpected elegance. Thus, when Liang Ruzhu appeared on the playground, she immediately sparked a considerable commotion, becoming the focal point of her classmates' attention. Chen Yiming, without a shred of shame, insisted on lining up between the two girls, despite being slightly over 170 centimeters tall, and squeezed his way to stand next to Liang Ruzhu. Beside him were the towering Chen Lichuan and Liang Jingshan. Chen Yiming cast a glance at them, a surge of confidence flooding in, as they appeared disheveled, one of his friends even sporting a rather unruly hairstyle. This was all thanks to the contrast of his companions. "Good morning, everyone," Chen Yiming greeted, his local dialect emphasized as he addressed Liang Ruzhu, but the smile that began to blossom was cut short, freezing before reaching its full brilliance. Hey, you the short boy. No need to look around. I'm talking about you. Why are you lingering at the back? Step forward. The instructor barked, and Chen Yiming, quite embarrassed, walked forward, met with a chorus of laughter. Move closer. The instructor shouted again. Chen Lichuan had no choice but to stand beside Liang Ruzhu, unable to resist casting a glance her way. Her fair skin appeared devoid of pores, and there were no signs of makeup. Her complexion was simply exquisite. Liang Ruzhu noticed his gaze but paid it no mind, having grown accustomed to such attention. The instructor then provided a brief introduction and outlined some matters before leading everyone in a morning run. In a span of 30 minutes, as the laps progressed, several students exited the ranks with expressions of agony, their physical condition raising concerns. Among them was Gu Yu, whose sincerity was questionable, especially after an all-nighter the previous evening. For Chen Lichuan, the intensity posed no challenge whatsoever. However, he was taken aback by Liang Ruzhu's impressive demeanor, her brow glistening with sweat and her breath steady, exuding a certain gallant charm. Upon concluding their morning jog, the freshmen were required to assemble on the playground for military training by 8:30 a.m. Consequently, the students, having exited the field, surged towards the dining hall. The first floor was predominantly occupied by military green attire, with upperclassmen notably absent, likely indulging in a more leisurely lifestyle. The hall was arranged with several six-person long tables, akin to the configuration of a dormitory. Some students claimed tables, while others formed queues, fostering a sense of camaraderie, albeit a fleeting one. Wu Lang, appearing rather feeble, sat on a bench, pleading with his peers to bring him food since he had secured a table and was open to anything. Chen Lichuan and Chen Yiming proceeded to fetch their meals, opting for simple tofu and fried dough sticks. As they approached the checkout, Liang Jingshan suddenly called out, "Lichuan, what are you doing? You don't have to pay for me. Your family is in such hardship. I'll cover your meals from now on." Instantly, surrounding students turned their gazes towards them, all from the business department. Chen Yiming noticed Liang Ruzhu standing behind them and promptly patted Chen Lichuan on the shoulder, adopting a demeanor of a gentle, caring companion. "Lichuan, don't feel embarrassed. We're all in the same dormitory, and it's only right that we assist one another." His tone, deliberately emphasized and slightly hoarse, continued. "Allow me to handle the breakfast expenses." With that, Chen Yiming hurriedly handed money to the cafeteria lady, who, visibly moved, steadied her hands and served them with extra portions. Chen Lichuan, clutching the few bills, found himself at a loss. He glared at the two and noted Liang Jingshan's occasional glances towards Su Wantong, while Chen Yiming smiled warmly at himself, as if considering them a backdrop to elevate his own persona. Nevertheless, Chen Lichuan tucked the money into his pocket, prioritizing the establishment of his reputation as class monitor. Consequently, the attitude of those who had previously mocked Chen Lichuan shifted dramatically. Perhaps he was genuinely earnest. After all, becoming a class monitor bore no substantial benefits, merely facilitating a more convenient application for financial aid. Su Wantong gazed at Chen Lichuan, perplexed as to why he behaved in such a manner. In high school, he had been keen to showcase his wealth. Now, his demeanor appeared rather embarrassing. As Chen Lichuan turned, he briefly locked eyes with Su Wantong, hastily signaling her before they brushed past one another. "Wantong, is it true that Chen Lichuan's family is particularly struggling?" After Chen Lichuan departed, a girl in the dormitory curiously inquired, with Liang Ruzhu and Lin Shanshan also casting glances at Su Wantong. "Yes, indeed," Su Wantong finally nodded emphatically. "It's quite difficult for him. He worked during the summer vacation selling egg pancakes on the street, constantly bullied by other vendors. He must have painstakingly saved enough for tuition." "Is that what egg pancakes are?" Chen Lichuan took a seat, placing his hands in his pockets while silently muting his phone, mindful that if it rang at such a moment, it would disrupt the atmosphere. "You two are quite adept at pretending, making me think you genuinely intend to treat me." Chen Lichuan cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yiming and Liang Jingshan, who grinned shamelessly in response. After dining, Liang Jingshan and Chen Yiming returned to their dormitory to freshen up, while Chen Lichuan first made a trip to the supermarket, ordering several bottles of water and securing a small cart before locating Li Chunxin. "Lichuan, isn't this a bit too laborious? You're using your rest time to haul water. Should I call a few classmates to assist?" Li Chunxin remarked, sensing Chen Lichuan's discomfort, who would willingly undertake such menial labor. After all, this was the School of Economics and Trade, where students were notoriously pampered, and given his personality, he wasn't one to delegate tasks easily. "Teacher, please don't worry. It's just a few bottles of water. I can manage," Chen Lichuan replied confidently. "Feel free to call me anytime, and we can move the water together," Li Chunxin said, adjusting his glasses, still feeling a bit embarrassed. "Really, it's no trouble at all. I've already placed the order with the supermarket and reserved the only small cart. So I'll bring it over shortly. Chen Lichuan beamed, sunlight illuminating his face, making him appear quite cheerful. The supermarket has small carts? Li Chunqing smiled, pleasantly surprised by this information. If that is the case, it makes things much easier. Lichuan, how much is the water? I'll cover it. There's no rush. We can discuss it after military training. Mr. Li, you go ahead and attend to your matters. Just call me if you need anything, Chen Lichuan said hastily before departing. It was best to focus on the task at hand. Excessive flattery would be counterproductive. That child seems quite promising. He gives off a solid impression. With someone like him assisting, it will be much easier, a nearby teacher suggested with a smile. Indeed, he seems quite genuine, another agreed. At that moment, Chen Lichuan had already secured a place in Li Chuanqing's esteem, now regarded as the class leader. Chapter 66. Everything falls into place. There is a reason why the School of Finance and Trade is esteemed. The campus facilities are far superior to those of other universities. The Western restaurant on the 6th floor is well known for its quality, and there is even a provision for supplying students with bottled water during military training. After several hours of standing in military posture and marching, the students were parched, and upon hearing the whistle for a break, they immediately sought a place to rest. Chen Lichuan sprinted out of the playground, heading straight for the small supermarket. While other instructors were still searching for students to carry water, he single-handedly pushed the cart, stacked with cases of mineral water, back to the business department as formation. Class 1002, come over for water. Chen Lichuan called out, and the students quickly surged towards him, showering him with praises. Chen, you've worked hard. Great job. Thank you, class leader Chen. Finally, Chen Lichuan felt his efforts were not in vain, as he heard Shen Yiming's voice rise above the crowd. Soon, other students began to follow suit. Thank you, class leader Chen. Hello, class leader Chen. Chen Lichuan feigned modesty, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with his arm, remaining silent and busy at work, leaving a very genuine and diligent impression on everyone. What has become of Chen Lichuan? I hardly recognize him with that expression, Cui Zibing inquired in astonishment before Su Wantong. I am at a loss as well. Perhaps he simply desires to become the class monitor, Su Wantong replied nonchalantly. The sycophantic behavior displayed before the mentor was too embarrassing to articulate. How could he muster the courage to utter such flattery? By the way, now that the military training is over, shall we explore the vibrant city of Shanghai? Let us invite Qi Siyao and the others for a proper gathering, Cui Zibing suggested. Indeed, let us include Lichuan. I feel that our relationship is quite amiable now, and I am certain he will join us, Su Wantong chuckled to himself. The thought filled him with secret delight, and a smile crept onto his lips, as Chen Lichuan had often been exchanging glances with him, a behavior that seemed to suggest familiarity. Let us invite Lichuan. I worry about Lu Weiwei and the rest. Don't mention Lu Weiwei. He can come or not. If Chen Lichuan doesn't attend, then neither will I, Su Wantong retorted, suddenly irate. Cui Zibing felt a pang of jealousy rise within him. Perhaps feelings had blossomed during their time in the soft seat carriage. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have booked a ticket, wasting not only money but also a precious opportunity. Very well, Cui Zibing could only grit his teeth in agreement, casting a long, contemplative glance at Chen Lichuan, trying to reassure himself. It's impossible. Just look at Chen Lichuan's obsequious demeanor. It's utterly humiliating. After all, everyone values their dignity. In the ensuing days, Chen Lichuan took on the daily responsibility of delivering water, and he became quite familiar with the mentors from other classes. Among the students, it was tacitly accepted that Chen Lichuan was the class monitor. Should anyone dare to contest him during the elections, they would undoubtedly face the ridicule of the entire class. Thus, everything unfolded naturally. The half-month military training swiftly drew to a close, and the business management department squad, once again, achieved a dismal second-to-last position. While their marching was atrocious, they managed to avoid being last. Whom they chose to spare from embarrassment remains a mystery. That evening, students gathered in a circle on the playground. As the sky appeared to be intoxicated, its cheeks flushed. The youthful collision was perfectly timed. The weather was splendid, just right. With a gentle breeze, and the mentors providing support, everything was simply perfect. Allow me to sing a song for my fellow classmates. Li Chunqing adjusted his glasses, cradling a guitar as he stood at the center. After a brief pause, his rich voice resonated. Let me take your heart and try to melt it slowly, to see if I remain flawless in your eyes. Chen Lichuan felt a flush of embarrassment. The scene before him mirrored that of his previous life. Teacher Li was an ardent fan of Wu Bai, and the only difference this time was that his gaze fell upon Su Wantong among the girls, who was laughing and chatting with others. Her face flushed from the heat, yet she continued to speak animatedly. This is truly wonderful, Chen Lichuan thought, his lips curling into a smile as he gazed in that direction. He felt it was a beautiful thing for a girl to enjoy the vibrant youth that rightfully belonged to her. Don't stare at Liang Ruzhu with such infatuation. Shen Yiming draped an arm around Chen Lichuan's shoulder. It's impossible. We exist in two different worlds. How is it that Liang Ruru has set her online status to visible? Chen Lichuan cast a sidelong glance at him, and in an instant, Shen Yiming deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling utterly dispirited. Indeed, ever since that night, Liang Ruru had not been seen online. Yet she had managed to join the class group. Once Li Chunxin finished singing, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, and then Liang Ruru gracefully rose to her feet, captivating the audience with a peacock dance at the center of the crowd. In that moment, the playground fell into an extraordinary hush. Students from other classes turned their gazes toward her, completely entranced by her poise, or perhaps more accurately, they were admiring a breathtakingly beautiful moving painting. As she concluded her performance, a fervent applause erupted, surpassing even the enthusiasm that followed the instructor's earlier act. It was at this moment that Shen Yiming resolved to pursue Liang Ruru relentlessly, even if it meant dedicating several years to the endeavor. However, after Liang Ruru's display, the other students felt increasingly reluctant to perform. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the group of girls. Let Su Wantong sing. She often hums tunes in the dormitory. Lin Shanshan suggested. The moment those words escaped her lips, the rest of the classmates echoed in unison. Su Wantong, come on, give us a song. In an instant, Su Wantong found herself at a loss, and amidst the chants of her peers, she reluctantly stepped into the spotlight. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Someone gestured, and the crowd gradually quieted down, eagerly anticipating a performance that could rival Liang Ruru's. Su Wantong, with her head lowered, stood there for a moment before finally speaking. When I was still an innocent girl. A chorus of laughter erupted. Ha ha, shoo, 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 don't laugh. Just being here is enough. Yet, no one was pressuring her. The laughter interrupted Su Wantong, who had already been feeling timid. Now she was even less inclined to sing. It's all right. Just continue singing, Li Chunxin encouraged her loudly. But Su Wantong couldn't muster the courage to open her mouth, her body trembling slightly. At that moment, Chen Lichuan perceived a tinge of pity for the girl. The disdain from her dormitory was all too apparent. Although he had not intended to draw attention to himself, he found himself rising to the occasion. Let me accompany Su Wantong for her song. I know it well, and we can perform as a duet. He approached the instructor to borrow a guitar, an instrument he had once taken to in solitude, using it to express the emotions that swirled within him, though he had never showcased it publicly. Chen Lichuan moved beside Su Wantong, bending down to whisper in her ear, just follow my lead when I sing. Lichuan, sing louder to cover my voice. I'm terrified, Su Wantong said, nearly on the verge of tears. All right, he nodded, adjusting the tone before launching into song. When I was still an innocent girl, encountering love, not understanding it, from the past to the present. His voice was magnetic, and with his tall frame cradling the guitar, he seemed to embody the ideal that girls in university harbored for young men. With utmost caution, Su Wantong mustered her courage, her elbow brushing against Chen Lichuan. As a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, her long, lustrous hair danced softly, and in that fleeting moment, the wind seemed to redefine her expectations of university life. She yearned to share the most beautiful 4 years of her life with someone significant. Su Wantong, possessing a cunning mind, deliberately inched closer to Chen Lichuan until she was snugly pressed against his arm, which led their classmates to perceive them as a couple deeply in love. Old Su, why are you squeezing so close? After finishing a song, Chen Lichuan whispered into Su Wantong's ear, yet the warmth of his breath sent her legs quaking. Su Wantong felt her ears flush with heat, inwardly chiding Chen Lichuan for whispering so close to her, her heart racing as she inadvertently leaned into his embrace. I'm so nervous, she thought, tightly closing her eyes, her brows furrowing as she nervously explained, yet her body surrendered all strength, allowing Chen Lichuan to support her. At this point, she thought, it was already done. She would let him hold her. Wow, no way. Bro, you're impressive. Someone exclaimed. Who is that? They succeeded so quickly? Admiration spread among the crowd. Witnessing the two in each other's arms, the entire business department erupted in a fervent cheer. Who was embracing whom? Cui Zibing from the opposite class stood up with a smile, ready to observe, only to be momentarily stunned. The cheers and claps from the classmates pierced his heart like a flurry of swords. Why are Chen Lichuan and Su Wantong embracing? Cui Zibing silently questioned, feeling helpless. True feelings are as vast as the prairie. No storm can impede their growth. There will always come a time when the clouds part and the sun shines brightly upon us. Just then, a friend's phone rang beside Cui Zibing. Hey babe. I'm at the playground. Haha, there's a couple from the next class hugging. Haha, Su Wantong is quite calculating. It's obvious she did it on purpose, Lin Shanshan remarked coldly. She was no stranger to cunningness, having grown up in the bustling metropolis, and could easily see through such schemes. Why concern yourself with them? Do you have feelings for class leader Chen? Liang Ruzhu teased as she leaned closer to Lin Shanshan. He isn't bad-looking, but coming from a small county? No thanks. I'd probably have to pay for our dates. I just can't stand Su Wantong's pretentiousness. It disgusts me. Lin Shanshan's expression darkened. On the first day in the dormitory, when Su Wantong arrived, she left her luggage scattered around instead of tidying up, running off to put on makeup and making the place a mess, which irritated her greatly. There's no need to be like that. Why add to your own frustration? Liang Ruzhu shook her head. She felt Su Wantong was not so bad. It was understandable to want to look presentable at the start of university. What's the big deal? Now that the singing is over, why are you still so anxious? Your reaction is rather slow. Chen Lichuan furrowed his brow, exerting considerable effort to steady Su Wantong, oblivious to her intentions of leaning into him. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Chen Lichuan had endured considerable ostracism from Su Wantong while following Brother Ma, particularly during the days spent searching for Qi Hongji, to the extent that he often felt the urge to retaliate against her. Thus, it was utterly inconceivable for him to entertain the notion that Su Wantong harbored even the slightest romantic feelings towards him. Her sudden tenderness after the incident with Biaozi could only be attributed to a sense of guilt. Lichuan, thank you. Had it not been for you, I surely would have fainted. The petite woman with dark hair gently bit her lip, feigning a demeanor of fragility, seeking protection as she timidly gazed at Chen Lichuan. Her large eyes shimmered, almost on the verge of tears. Su Wantong clearly aimed to provoke Chen Lichuan's instinct to protect her. It's just a trivial matter. You should return to your seat, Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly as he took his guitar to approach the instructor. Yet, the atmosphere remained charged with enthusiasm, as the crowd urged him to continue performing. Chen Lichuan, go for it. Chen Lichuan plays quite well. Let us hear another song. Even the instructor, Li Chunqin, chimed in. Reluctantly, Chen Lichuan embraced his guitar once more and stepped to the center. However, Su Wantong had already retreated to her seat, her head buried in her military training uniform. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she secretly smiled at him. What song should I perform now? Chen Lichuan pondered, glancing at Li Chunqin before exclaiming, Let us have Teacher Li join me for a duet. This proclamation was met with raucous cheers, compelling Li Chunqin to return to the crowd's center. Just as he intended to inquire about the song Chen Lichuan wished to sing, the familiar melody began to play. I heard you say, the sun rises and sets. The weather unpredictable, the road fraught with difficulties. I've grown accustomed to your sudden self. This song, of course, was one Li Chunqin could sing. It was a new release by Wu Bai from February of this year, not yet widely known. To his surprise, Chen Lichuan was also a fan of Wu Bai. Thus, under the twilight sky, the two men passionately sang in unison, with Chen Lichuan strumming his guitar while Li Chunqin rested a hand on his shoulder. True intimacy between individuals often blossoms from shared passions. Upon returning to his seat, Liang Jingshan immediately approached, saying, Lichuan, earlier when I asked whether Su Wantong had a partner, you were so evasive. Now that I know the situation, I shall refrain from any further pursuit. It's not what you think, Chen Lichuan hastily clarified. Having embraced each other, one must take responsibility, Wu Lang interjected, revealing that during military training, this rascal had obtained the contact information of a female student from the arts department and was preparing to pursue her. It is merely a platonic relationship. Chen Lichuan continued to explain, but his words were drowned out by the boys' cheers. After the event concluded, students from various classes made their way to the dormitory building, anticipating a tedious evening study session. Yet, the second year promised greater freedom, often consisting of just 1 or 2 classes a day. Wantong, wait for me. Cui Zibing called out, weaving through the crowd to reach Su Wantong's side. What's the matter? Su Wantong inquired nonchalantly, brushing her dark hair aside. This simple gesture left Cui Zibing tongue-tied. What is going on between you and Chen Lichuan? Cui Zibing asked, his expression contorted, spitting as he spoke. Oh, I really don't know. He just hugged me. Su Wantong lied, feeling too ashamed to admit it, claiming she intentionally fell into Chen Lichuan's arms. That scoundrel. Cui Zibing seethed with rage. How could he betray his close friend Ma Xiaoqiao? Mentioning this topic displeased Su Wantong, as she feared that Chen Lichuan might not pursue her due to Ma Xiaoqiao's past affections. You really meddle too much, she retorted before turning to leave. Wantong. Cui Zibing grasped her arm. What are you doing? There are so many classmates here. It could lead to misunderstandings. Su Wantong shrugged off his grip and hurried away. In that fleeting moment, Cui Zibing felt as if his heart had shattered, the familiar ringtone of his phone ringing in his ears. True affection is like an expansive prairie, undeterred by layers of storms, for there will always be a time when the clouds part and the sun shines brightly upon us. Hello, darling. Are you preparing to return to the dorm? What are you up to? Have you missed me? Damn it. Keep your distance when answering the call, Cui Zibing thought bitterly. Chapter 68. The social gathering that evening, the election for the 1002 class officers proceeded as scheduled, beginning with the class monitor's candidacy. When Chen Lichuan took the stage to speak, Li Chunxin promptly praised him for his hard work during military training, carrying water for classmates and handling various responsibilities for the class. The instructor's intentions were unmistakably clear. He desired Chen Lichuan to assume the role of class monitor. For the other students, who would dare to compete against him, Chen Lichuan had already been acknowledged by the 607 dormitory. Besides, the position of class monitor didn't seem particularly significant. Consequently, no one contested the position, and as Chen Lichuan descended from the stage, the applause from the boys in the back row was particularly fervent. Lichuan is genuinely down-to-earth, Xinyiaming commented from the third row. Yet his demeanor suggested he regarded Chen Lichuan as a subordinate, a notion easily discerned. Let's go out for dinner tonight, Liang Jingshan said cheerfully as soon as Chen Lichuan took his seat. But let us not make things difficult for Lichuan. Just a simple meal will suffice for our dorm. Wu Lang turned to add, clearly supporting Chen Lichuan, recognizing that his new role would require assistance in the future. It won't cost much, so Kai muttered, causing an awkward silence among the group. How about the barbecue place across from the school? I've heard their grilled squid is excellent. For our dorm's first gathering, we shouldn't be too shabby, Chen Lichuan suggested with a smile, attempting to smooth over the situation. Wu Lang nodded, remaining silent but certainly not allowing Chen Lichuan to bear the expenses alone. Following the election of class officers, the students' enthusiasm was surprisingly low, only mustering the motivation to take the stage when prompted by the instructor. However, Liang Ruzhu eagerly volunteered to take charge of organizing performances. Once the class officers were determined, the instructor dismissed the study session and the students formed their groups, ready to enjoy their first free night without military training. Most delightfully, tomorrow was still the weekend. Chen Lichuan and his companions arrived at the newly opened Lao Wang barbecue, a place that had garnered a reputation during their current academic year. Upon noticing the sign adorned with the word seafood, Shen Yiming's smile widened. He was genuinely intent on having Chen Lichuan treat them. After all, he had contributed significantly to his role as class monitor. This establishment appeared quite appealing. With a radiant smile, Shen Yiming pushed aside the door curtain and stepped inside. Although he had never visited this quaint venue before, it was indeed a gesture of goodwill from Lichuan. Chen Lichuan, perplexed, wondered why his companions suddenly seemed to disdain the place. Just moments ago, he had been grinning from ear to ear at the prospect of a meal. As he entered, he discovered that 6 girls from Liang Ruzhu's dormitory were also seated there. What a coincidence. You're here too, Chen Lichuan greeted, casting a stern glance at Shen Yiming, who was engaging in lively conversation beside Liang Ruzhu. Class monitor, is this a treat to celebrate your appointment? Liang Ruzhu inquired playfully, her figure accentuated by her form-fitting jeans, which made her allure evident even while seated. Let us all dine together. I must express my gratitude for the trust my classmates have placed in me, Chen Lichuan replied, somewhat surprised that they would accept his invitation, considering it merely a polite remark. To his astonishment, Lin Shanshan stood up and declared, since it's such a fortuitous encounter, we might as well have a social gathering. Her words ignited excitement among Liang Jingshan, Shen Yiming, Wu Lang, and the others, their expressions revealing a sense of triumph. Su Wantong straightened up, gazing at Chen Lichuan with a goofy smile, exclaiming, a social gathering. Indeed, except for Liang Ruzhu, whose expression remained somewhat indifferent. The other girls wore smiles of delight. It's such a coincidence. We must certainly dine together, Chen Lichuan said courteously as he and the other boys arranged the seating. However, unnoticed by most, Lin Shanshan shot a disdainful glance at Su Wantong and deliberately took a seat beside Chen Lichuan. This overt action did not go unnoticed by Shen Yiming and Liang Jingshan, who recognized the impropriety. After Chen Lichuan and Su Wantong settled together, their classmates implicitly acknowledged their budding romantic connection. Was there a need for interference? Liang Ruzhu, feeling somewhat irked, turned her head away, having previously advised Lin Shanshan against such antics. What? Is my sitting here inappropriate? Lin Shanshan asked Su Wantong pointedly, her gaze seemingly declaring her intent to claim what belonged to another. Feel free to sit. There's nothing inappropriate, Su Wantong mumbled, averting her eyes. too timid to ask Chen Lichuan to stand up for Chen Yiming. For Chen Lichuan, his relationship with Su Wantong was merely that of classmates, gradually evolving. But he was taken aback by Lin Shanshan's sudden assertiveness. In his past life, they had scarcely exchanged words. Now, her boldness perplexed him. Casting a glance at Su Wantong, he ultimately chose to remain silent. There was no need for explanations, he reasoned. He trusted that Su Wantong felt similarly, as her previous demeanor towards him was vividly etched in his memory. It was merely a misunderstanding, one that both he and Su Wantong comprehended well. After everyone ordered their meals, they engaged in lively conversation. Observing Lin Shanshan and Chen Lichuan deep in pleasant discourse, the group refrained from mentioning Su Wantong. Could he be a scoundrel, indulging in one while coveting another? Liang Ruju occasionally cast furtive glances at Su Wantong, feeling a twinge of pity for the girl who had misplaced her affections. Naturally, she held Chen Lichuan in contempt. Class leader Chen, you have a phone, right? Let us exchange contact information. If you can't sleep tonight, sing me to sleep, Lin Shanshan said with a radiant smile, her exquisite attire exuding an air of nobility. In her eyes, Chen Lichuan was easily manipulated. A sheltered boy from a small town, he was no match for her wiles. To her, Su Wantong, the object of his affection, was merely a sycophant in her presence. I can't sing, Chen Lichuan replied, shaking his head, yet he produced his phone. His number was still from the county, long distance and roaming charges looming. One song could leave me destitute, so I'll have to find someone else to sing. Regardless of her intentions, Chen Lichuan would not entertain Lin Shanshan's flirtations. However, not sharing his number seemed inappropriate given the surrounding classmates. His response left Lin Shanshan feeling ill at ease. She thought to herself, what are you pretending for? Have you never encountered a man you couldn't handle? Nevertheless, she maintained her cheerful demeanor and exchanged contact details with Chen Lichuan. Su Wantong stifled a laugh, thinking, Lichuan must be saying that for my sake. Liang Ruju sighed deeply, wishing to leave. In chapter 69, I just want to hit you, Chen Yiming persistently courted Liang Ruju, subtly showcasing his relatively decent family background. Yet, the disparity was stark. Liang Ruju's family owned a 3-star hotel. This chance gathering seemed to benefit only Liang Jingshan, who was engrossed in conversation with a girl named Qi Siyao. Although not particularly beautiful, she exuded a charming aura. Their exchange of contact information elicited a rather lewd smile from Liang Jingshan. Meanwhile, Lin Shanshan made a concerted effort to converse with Chen Lichuan. As time grew late, they seemed to recall that a dormitory inspection awaited them that night, prompting Liang Ruju to suggest they return to campus. Chen Lichuan, as class leader, intended to cover the meal, but Liang Ruju contributed half the bill, deeming it a treat for their dormitory gathering, as she was the one who proposed the outing. Initially, it appeared Chen Yiming was poised to settle the bill, standing beside the owner, but as Liang Ruju and the others exited the small establishment, he squatted to tie his shoelaces, rising only after Chen Lichuan completed the payment. The impromptu gathering came to a hasty conclusion. In the girls' dormitory, Liang Ruju summoned Lin Shanshan to the hallway window and confronted her. Did you find today amusing? Why did you feel the need to target Su Wantong? She hasn't wronged you, has she? Liang Ruju glared fiercely at Lin Shanshan, realizing her childhood friend had engaged in such underhanded behavior. I didn't target her, Lin Shanshan retorted. Didn't we just go out for dinner together? Sitting next to Chen Lichuan doesn't mean I'm against her. Besides, Chen Lichuan didn't even say a word. What is your reason for getting so worked up? Lin Shanshan dismissed the notion, believing that since Chen Lichuan had left his phone number, he would inevitably reach out to her in secret. A mere beckon from her would summon him. As for whether Chen Lichuan and Su Wantong will succeed, you ought not to meddle, lest it become awkward for you in the dormitory later, Liang Ruju remarked with displeasure. All right, I will heed your counsel. However, should Chen Lichuan take the initiative to pursue me, it would no longer be my concern, would it? Lin Shanshan chuckled softly before turning to return to her dormitory. Meanwhile, Su Wantong concealed herself in a corner of the building, her heart fluttering as she dialed Chen Lichuan's number. Prior to this, Cui Zhibing, with a woeful expression, sought out Chen Lichuan at the dormitory below. Lichuan, have you started seeing Su Wantong? What about Ma Xiaoqiao? Given your close relationship, don't you find it unsettling? Cui Zhibing exclaimed, dragging Chen Lichuan into the hallway with fervor. Do not speak nonsense. We merely sang a song together, Chen Lichuan retorted, scrutinizing Cui Zhibing's dismal countenance. Pray tell, do you harbor feelings for Su Wantong? Indeed, I have been pursuing her for quite some time, Cui Zhibing confessed. But how can you betray Xiaoqiao? Don't you find it disconcerting? Chen Lichuan pushed Cui Zhibing aside, intending to enter the dormitory. Brother, Lichuan. Cui Zhibing grasped Chen Lichuan's arm, pleading earnestly. I have spoken with Xiao Qiao. He does not mind. To deceive you would be a sin. I genuinely care for Su Wantong. You have no connection with her, correct? None whatsoever, Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly, wishing to proceed into the dormitory, yet Cui Zhibing clung to him resolutely. I beseech you for a favor. Cui Zhibing's expression turned serious. Is this how you plead for my assistance? Chen Lichuan's gaze was laced with disdain, prompting Cui Zhibing to hastily produce half a pack of cigarettes and stuff them into Chen Lichuan's pocket. Now that we are in the city, this is the least I can manage. The classmates in the city are gathering tomorrow. Su Wantong insists on inviting you. Please do not attend. Grant your brother an opportunity. Cui Zhibing implored with an obsequious demeanor. Tomorrow's gathering? I can only imagine it will be the same crowd. Not to mention, I must urgently conduct market research and truly cannot spare the time. Even if I could, I find little interest in attending, Chen Lichuan replied. His expression conflicted as he shook his head, seemingly inclined to decline. But I wish to mingle with my classmates too, to foster relationships, and perhaps enjoy a delightful meal. He added, although his reluctance was evident. Lichuan, you are like a brother to me, Cui Zhibing insisted, shaking his head fervently, painfully shoving an unopened pack of cigarettes into Chen Lichuan's pocket. Isn't there also a windproof lighter? Chen Lichuan's keen eye caught sight of it. Here, take it all, Cui Zhibing lamented, nearly in tears, even stuffing a tissue from his pocket into Chen Lichuan's. Very well, I shall not attend tomorrow. But remember that I am doing this for you. Reflect on how accommodating I have been, Chen Lichuan sighed, finally retreating to the dormitory. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Wantong called, broaching the subject of the gathering the next day, but Cui Zhibing had already dashed downstairs. My instructor has assigned me tasks, and I truly cannot leave. My apologies, Chen Lichuan fabricated an excuse. What about the day after tomorrow? Would you like me to take you to Lu Jezhui? I have been there before and know some enjoyable spots, Su Wantong inquired hastily, her nails nervously digging into the wall, a habit she exhibited when anxious, occasionally resorting to biting her nails. The day after tomorrow is also inconvenient. I have matters to attend to these 2 days. My apologies. Chen Lichuan once again declined. Very well, Su Wantong responded with a sigh, feeling a void in her heart, which was quite unsettling. Is there anything else? Chen Lichuan inquired, preparing to end the call. Wait a moment. Su Wantong pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a surge of anxiety. Why did you sit with Lin Shanshan today? Why didn't you sit with me? It's nothing, really. All right, get some rest. Chen Lichuan interrupted her, finding the question rather trivial after an evening filled with gossip in the dormitory. Moreover, Su Wantong was notoriously inquisitive and had previously mocked him regarding his relationship with Qi Siyao, her laughter sharp and piercing. Su Wantong chose not to pursue the matter further. She actually wanted to ask Chen Lichuan why he didn't sit with her. Instead, she began tapping her fingers rhythmically on the phone screen. What are you doing? Chen Lichuan asked, puzzled by the tapping sound. Hitting you, came a playful retort. Haha, I'll hang up now. Chen Lichuan, feeling bemused, ended the call. Yet, Su Wantong continued tapping on the screen. The call interface had exited, revealing that her screensaver had long been changed to Chen Lichuan's photo. In fact, her irritation and grievance were directed at him. Inside the soft-seated train compartment, as Su Wantong welcomed the dawn, she secretly snapped a photo of Chen Lichuan. And since that moment, her phone screen had been adorned with his image. If you don't behave, I'll hit you. Su Wantong's voice trembled slightly, tears cascading onto the screen. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry, a deep sense of injustice. Why didn't you sit with me? Not even a little consideration for me. I even helped you lie. I really want to hit you. Su Wantong continued her rhythmic tapping on the screen, lingering in her thoughts for quite a while before finally returning to the dormitory. Chapter 70. Entering the circle the first weekend after military training brought an anxious heart to the new students of the School of Economics and Trade. The cramped dormitory could hardly contain their restlessness. Even if no one invited them, they felt compelled to venture out, hoping for a serendipitous encounter. Ming, come here. Put some of that hair gel on my head to make my hair stand up, Liang Jingshan said, leaning over to Shen Yiming. Both of them standing in front of the mirror early in the morning to groom themselves. This is called hairspray, Shen Yiming replied with a look of disdain, applying a bit to Liang Jingshan's hair while chattering away. Oh, this is from Javel. I've spent a meal's worth on your hair. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow, Liang Jingshan offered. Oh, you need to apply more to the temples, otherwise, it won't have the right effect. Shen Yiming finally relented and added a bit more hair gel. By the way, last night, Liang Jingshan borrowed Chen Lichuan's phone and exchanged messages with Qin Yiding for the entire night. We're all dressed up now, Chen Lichuan said with a smile as he quickly finished his grooming and rushed out the door. Observing Chen Lichuan clad in domestic brands, Shen Yiming sighed deeply. muttering to himself, how could Lin Shanshan be interested in him? Could it be that she feels the disparity between us is too great to confess her feelings? Or perhaps she has sensed my interest in Liang Ruju and is willingly stepping back. Ouch, you got hair gel in my eye. Water, water. Sorry. I ponder that you are not oblivious to the ongoing dynamics surrounding school cafeterias and supermarket operations. During the military training period, Chen Lichuan has formed a rough assessment of these establishments. The fierce competition among cafeteria stalls clearly indicates a resurgence in the real economy. The abrupt wave of contagion pressed the pause button on the rapid development of the physical economy. However, the sector most severely affected was undoubtedly the restaurants situated near educational institutions. At least along the street in front of the finance and trade school, the eateries have undergone a complete transformation, with new faces like the recently opened Lao Wang Barbecue and Jisheng Restaurant. Currently, it is primarily the smaller establishments that are gradually becoming active, as uncertainty about the future has prompted a more cautious approach. In the vicinity of the finance and trade school, large restaurant investments are scarce, with only one Hunan cuisine establishment making its mark. Chen Lichuan recalls vividly his first experience with hot pot during his sophomore year, right across the street from the finance and trade school. This is no exaggeration. In the small town of Ning County, the first hot pot restaurant, Little Swan, only opened in 2005, following a family bankruptcy. That memorable hot pot meal was graciously treated by Ma Xiaoqiao. The popularity of that hot pot restaurant was phenomenal, always teeming with patrons. As Chen Lichuan exited the school, he paused beside a noodle shop displaying a rental notice and tore down the flyer. This was the very location of the former hot pot restaurant, which still remains unleased. Reflecting on its rebirth, Chen Lichuan has pondered the future development meticulously. The allure of internet advancement is undeniable. However, certain products must emerge at the most opportune moments to ensure future growth, as illustrated by the decline of Feixin and the rise of a particular messaging service. It is crucial to consider whether one belongs to that particular circle, as financing and technological expertise require a significant depth of understanding. Thus, Chen Lichuan lacks the confidence to venture forth with a mere 60,000 yuan in pursuit of speculative gains. Otherwise, he risks being left powerless. For while the technical challenges may not be insurmountable, innovative ideas are easily replicated. On the surface, the meteoric success of certain internet products may appear to generate astronomical wealth. Yet the complexities of market operations, financing strategies, and networking resources present formidable challenges. If one approaches this with naivety, the consequences could be dire. It is essential to first assess one's own identity and connections, be it Qi Hongji or Old Chun from the appliance city. Next year, Ali is poised to establish a stable trajectory, yet the C2C transaction model of the internet was met with skepticism at the time, as the credit system was still in its infancy. What Ma was attempting to achieve was a radically transformative concept. Few believed that Taobao would flourish. Some even speculated it to be a scam. However, the resolution of payment issues led to Taobao's rapid expansion, eventually giving rise to the B2C Tianyao Mall. Now, the challenges are evident, and Chen Lichuan harbors little confidence in being able to resolve payment issues, as they are far too intricate for a mere statement to address. Thus, the imperative is to first gain entry into the circle. In his previous life, Chen Lichuan managed to catch the tail end of the Taobao boom, creating several popular clothing lines that were then referred to as Taobao styles, akin to today's internet celebrity trends. Back then, the flow of information was not as overwhelming as it is now. When a hit product emerged, it generally yielded profits in the millions. The first wave of merchants who entered Taobao reaped substantial rewards. Thus, before the formation of internet trends, Chen Lichuan saw this as a means to rapidly accumulate capital. Perhaps this could also serve as a gateway into the circle with Ma Ge. However, his current objective was to amass wealth while awaiting the establishment of the Taobao marketplace. Lost in thought, Chen Lichuan was about to dial a rental inquiry when a bright voice interrupted him. Chen Lichuan, here? What are you looking at? In the car. A BMW. Lin Shanshan emerged from a BMW 5 Series, striding towards him while lightly shaking her car keys. Class leader Chen, what are you doing here? Come on. I'll take you for a spin. You haven't explored the Magic City yet, have you? I have some matters to attend to now, perhaps next time. Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly, not even glancing at the eye-catching BMW before walking away. What a show-off, Lin Shanshan muttered through clenched teeth, striding back to her car. Why did you call him out like that? Liang Ruju asked discontentedly from the passenger seat. Such an arrogant act, deliberately trying to appear aloof, Lin Shanshan retorted, pressing the accelerator as the BMW sped off like an arrow. Once in a quiet area, Chen Lichuan dialed the rental phone number. After explaining the situation, The voice on the other end instantly became enthusiastic. You're looking to rent? Where are you now? I can be at the store in 20 minutes. I'll head over right away. After experiencing a harsh winter, they were eager to lease out such a large shop quickly. I'm nearby, no rush, he replied succinctly. After a brief conversation, they ended the call, leaving Chen Lichuan staring vacantly at the Finance Institute for a moment. What about the first cup of milk tea in autumn? I wonder if Teacher Li can assist in renting the small space next to the supermarket. Would he be willing to help with such a request? Recommending someone from the business management department to join the student council isn't a daunting task. But could the student council's resources be utilized to promote his brand on campus? And then there's the question of hot pot ingredients. Would it be feasible to launch the 9-grid selection? So many questions loomed before Chen Lichuan. Chapter 71. Harmony brings wealth. Are you looking to rent? Wu Qinyang, in his early 40s, frowned at the sight of a boy around 19 seeking to rent from him. Yes, how many square meters does it total? Please let me see the layout, Chen Lichuan replied, his tone calm as he offered a cigarette to Wu Qinyang. Displaying no signs of impatience, only a hint of the conventional. Is this for your family? Wu Qinyang hesitated slightly before accepting the cigarette. It's for me to rent. Brother, you've come such a long way. Surely, you want tea, just have a cigarette and leave, Chen Lichuan teased with a smile. Wu Qinyang shook his head helplessly and unlocked the store door. Instantly, a chill wafted towards them, accompanied by a pungent smell of mildew. How long has this store been vacant? This mildew odor must be difficult to eradicate. Chen Lichuan immediately furrowed his brow, searching for faults. Is there no musty smell? Oh, after such a long interval, it's to be expected. Ever since the shop in Kyoto closed, it has not been rented out again. It has been just over half a year, but I have thoroughly tidied this place inside and out, Wu Qinyang quickly explained. Though it was evident he had recited this line to many others before. How many square meters altogether? Chen Lichuan glanced around, noting that the space was quite suitable for partitioning. Nearly 400 square meters, Wu Qinyang replied, leading Chen Lichuan to the kitchen. Young man, are you planning to start a restaurant? Yes, a restaurant. Chen Lichuan nodded and walked into the kitchen, carefully inspecting everything. The floor tiles are anti-slip and durable. The gas tanks should be centrally located, and there are water taps on the stoves, making water usage convenient. If it's to be transformed into a hot pot kitchen, all that is needed is a high-pressure stove. However, for the soup and large boiler, a dual-pipe high-pressure stove is essential. This back kitchen is ready for immediate use. Wu Qinyang smiled with pride, mentioning the washing sink, wall shelves, water basin, and floor drainage. I assure you, all of these are in excellent condition. Everything you mentioned, I will have to replace, Chen Lichuan responded with a look of disdain, tapping on the stove. I intend to run a hot pot restaurant. So the stove must be enlarged, and the drainage will need to be modified as well. It's a significant undertaking. Young man, if you are truly interested in renting, we can negotiate a fair price, Wu Qinyang quickly added, sensing that this young man was knowledgeable and genuinely interested in renting. In fact, ever since the previous tenant vacated, this shop has remained unrented for a year, and Wu Qinyang felt a sense of urgency. Uncle, I am well aware of the rental market in this area. Let us be straightforward. Just give me a reasonable price, and I can sign the contract and pay immediately, Chen Lichuan stated earnestly. Come, young man. Let us step outside to talk. Wu Qinyang led Chen Lichuan outside but did not rush to discuss the price, instead continuing to point out the items in the shop. Young man, look at these tables and chairs. They are practically new and perfect for your hot pot restaurant. Stop. Chen Lichuan interjected, his tone becoming slightly impatient. The restaurant industry is inherently a low-asset venture. My family has been in the restaurant business since 1990, and never have we factored in renovation costs when transferring a store. I have no use for what you were suggesting. If not, you might as well take it back. Ah, young man, this is just the current market situation. Ever since the previous tenant left, it's been tough for everyone. Let us consider each other as circumstances. Chen Lichuan offered Wu Qinyang a cigarette, softening his tone. As for the price, Wu Qinyang pondered for a moment before slowly extending a hand, his expression troubled. At the very least, it must be 50,000. Anything lower is absolutely out of the question. How much is the annual increase? Chen Lichuan immediately countered. In truth, the price Wu Qinyang requested was quite reasonable. The current overall property price in the area is around 4,000 per square meter. For such a large space in some suburban stores, it would likely be just over 30,000, especially since this location is near the financial institute. It is feared that by next year, even 80,000 a month may not suffice, and the pressing concern is indeed the issue of rental increases. The reason why Wu Kangyun did not inflate the price was due to the effective communication facilitated by Chen Lichuan. Both parties were well versed in the market dynamics, aware of the surrounding conditions that were evident. He did not regard Wu as a mere child. A proposed increase of 15% left Wu Kongyun visibly lacking confidence. The nearby restaurants were gradually gaining popularity, and the influx of patrons would only increase, ensuring a prosperous future for the business. Brother Wu, Chen Lichuan stood up, pausing briefly before earnestly stating, a 15% increase and a rent of 50,000 are entirely reasonable. However, my only request is to settle the rent in 2 installments. Of course, I can certainly pay half up front. Considering the rising foot traffic you mentioned, let us sign a 2-year contract, and in the 3rd year, we can adjust the price based on the circumstances. We must ensure you do not incur losses. Harmony fosters prosperity. Upon hearing this, Wu Kongyun appeared momentarily stunned, fixated on the notion that the young man would pay half of the rent up front. With a decisive gesture, Chen Lichuan placed his bank card on the table. Uncle Wu, I need to undertake significant renovations for the store, which entail considerable expenses. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. Every day of delay translates to more losses for you. I merely need to inspect the store in the back. I assure you that by the end of March, I will pay the remaining half of the rent, which can be included in the contract. Should I fail to meet this deadline, I will return the restaurant to you, and you can enjoy a complimentary renovation to eliminate any lingering odors. What do you think? With a gentle smile, Chen Lichuan emphasized the importance of amiable dealings, not wishing to quibble over a few thousand yuan, as time efficiency was paramount. Moreover, who could predict the landscape 2 years hence? Securing the current price was akin to seizing an opportunity. Well then, it's settled. Wu Kongyun, fixated on the bank card on the table, finally nodded in agreement. Come, Uncle Wu, it's mealtime. Allow me to treat you to dinner and finalize the contract. I will transfer the funds to you. Chen Lichuan was quite adept at the proceedings. All right, haha, what a capable young man. I believe your hot pot restaurant will undoubtedly thrive, Wu Kongyun exclaimed, patting Chen Lichuan on the shoulder, departing with joy. He had not anticipated such a swift and seamless rental agreement. In a previous life, this establishment had lingered on the market for quite some time, as no one dared to lease such a large space. However, by 2005, real estate prices in the metropolis surged dramatically, naturally causing rental fees to rise correspondingly. In a high-end restaurant, Lu Jiao remarked, "Is it truly this expensive?" Qi Siyao gasped, staring incredulously at Su Wantong and Cui Zibing, who were all shaking their heads. The group soon exited the restaurant, disheartened by the average cost of 100 yuan per person, which was beyond their means. On the first weekend following military training, old classmates from Ning County gathered here for leisure, but spent the entire morning on a budget. The situation became particularly awkward in the mall, where Su Wantong inquired about several clothing items, each priced in the thousands, and many exceeding 10,000. Ultimately, they dared not even touch the merchandise. Perhaps we should go to our school. The food is quite delightful and the prices are reasonable, suggested Qi Siyao. All right, let's visit your school and take a look. It must certainly be better than our financial trade institute, Cui Zibing replied with a smile. I shall escort you on a tour, Tian Hao volunteered. And as they chatted and laughed, the embarrassment of their hasty exit from the restaurant gradually faded away. However, Lu Weiwei's demeanor remained off. In truth, he was reluctant to join Qi Siyao today because a female classmate had invited him to the library. She was a local from Shanghai and quite affluent. Shall we proceed? Qi Siyao exclaimed cheerfully as he led the group toward the subway, but upon glancing at Lu Weiwei, he noticed his furrowed brow, sensing something was amiss since the very moment he had been called. What troubles you? Qi Siyao inquired, leaning closer with concern. Perhaps I should return to the dormitory once we reach the school. My stomach has been uneasy since morning, Lu Weiwei replied, his expression pained. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Why come out at all? I will go buy you some medicine. Qi Siyao stopped, scanning for a pharmacy. No need for that. Just a bit of warm water will suffice, and besides, it has been a while since I last saw Zibing and the others. I ought to join. Lu Weiwei quickly waved his hand and smiled at Cui Zibing. Then let us hurry along, Qi Siyao urged, leading the group briskly to the subway entrance. Upon arriving at the financial academy, Lu Weiwei bid a brief farewell and returned to the dormitory. By then, it was past mealtime, and the group searched for quite some time before settling down at a small restaurant off campus. Your university lacks the grandeur of the Financial Trade Institute, Cui Zibing remarked as they sat down. I heard at school that your lot consists of the wealthy. Qi Siyao inquired with keen interest, his eyes widening. Indeed, that is the case, Su Wantong nodded, reflecting on the fact that Liang Ruju owned a necklace worth several tens of thousands, a concept that was beyond her imagination. Most families are well off, though there are a few ordinary ones, albeit in the minority, Su Wantong added. Chen Lichuan is one of those ordinary ones, Cui Zibing scoffed. Intending to disparage Chen Lichuan in front of Su Wantong, puzzled as to why he pretended to be poor while attending the Financial Trade Institute. Him? Chen Lichuan pretending to be poor? Qi Siyao burst into laughter, his body shaking with mirth, unable to fathom such a delightful image. Observing Qi Siyao's reaction, Su Wantong remembered Yang Hong's words and shifted the topic. Siyao, how is your school? Actually, our school is quite good. We have students from all walks of life. And the atmosphere is superb. I truly envy you, Su Wantong said, a sincere sentiment, as the atmosphere in her dormitory was rather torturous. As the sun gradually lost its warmth, this group of old friends continued their revelry until nightfall. Chapter 72. Heroes always recognize each other's worth. Moonlight streamed into the establishment, casting a coolness over the nearly 400 square meter space. After thoroughly inspecting the water supply, Chen Lichuan emerged from the kitchen and took a seat on a stool. On the table, a lease agreement lay quietly, a rental contract signed with Wu Kongyun, marking the moment when this establishment officially became Chen Lichuan's. If one could establish a brand akin to Heideleo, then being acquired would yield a substantial income. Chen Lichuan contemplated this and subsequently dialed Ma Xiaoqiao's number. Brother Chuan, you finally have time to call me. How are things over there? Will you be back for the National Day? Let me treat you to a meal, Ma Xiaoqiao cheerfully responded. I can't return. I have other matters to attend to. How is the crepe business faring? Chen Lichuan inquired with a smile. We've opened quite a few stalls now. Every family set is selling for 2 yuan each. However, our stall is doing well, earning about 100 yuan daily, and the taste is pretty consistent. I've tried it all, Ma Xiaoqiao replied. This was anticipated by Chen Lichuan. With more stalls operating, prices would inevitably drop, and the sauce preparation was not particularly complex. Given this situation, you should consider venturing out soon, Chen Lichuan remarked, his intent clear. He had hinted at this to Ma Fat before he left for university. Hee. Ma Xiaoqiao chuckled bashfully. Isn't this just preparing to seek out Uncle Chen for a bit of guidance? Lichuan, remember to tell your father to teach me some skills. Chen Lichuan was momentarily speechless. It was amusing to see such a keen young man like Ma Xiaoqiao so enamored with old Chen. It was indeed a case of mutual admiration among heroes. Come to Shanghai. I told you before that once I settle in, you can come find me. Chen Lichuan stated directly. Brother Chuan, I appreciate that. Have you secured a good stall for me at school? I'm not boasting, but my speed in making crepes is on par with yours now. When the profits come, we can split them 50-50, Ma Xiaoqiao replied. Chen Lichuan mused to himself. This fellow is truly a slacker. I'm planning to open a shop and am in need of assistance, so you must come help out. Also, please don't mention this to old Chun and Lingling. Otherwise, they'll fuss endlessly and come to Shanghai, Chen Lichuan exclaimed. Need help? Then I must go. I'll pack my bags tonight. Ma Xiaoqiao replied immediately. All right, that settles it. Just make sure you hurry over. I have a lot on my plate and could use the support, Chen Lichuan advised before ending the call. He felt no need for formality with Ma Fat. And since the crepes were selling less daily, the elderly couple could manage just fine. After some contemplation, Chen Lichuan decided to call Zhang Tao. Whether he would come was his own choice, but it was essential to communicate this. It was a matter of interpersonal relations to avoid any lingering resentment later. One cannot assume he would decline without making the call. Taozi, I have something serious to discuss. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Lichuan's tone turned grave. Go ahead. Zhang Tao immediately set aside his smile. I'm planning to open a hot pot restaurant near the finance and trade area. Would you like to join me? Ma Fat will also be coming, so business should be promising. But my friend is still in school, Zhang Tao replied, his voice filled with concern. Yet he quickly provided an answer. Once I graduate from college, my options will be limited. We should seize the opportunity to build something together. Just as we did with the crepes. Chen Lichuan painted an optimistic picture, still hoping for Zhang Tao's participation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have expressed such heartfelt sentiments. Lichuan, if my mother finds out, she will surely scold me. I genuinely cannot join you, Zhang Tao firmly stated. All right, just remember this phone call from your brother. Let's leave it at that and keep in touch. Chen Lichuan chuckled softly before ending the call. In the afternoon, he paid Wakanjian a total of 27,000, 2,000 of which was a deposit, leaving him with just over 30,000 in his account. The pressure of finances weighed heavily on him, with expenses for decoration, ingredients, and labor mounting significantly. Nevertheless, Chen Lichuan was reluctant to burden his family, so he called old Chen. Dad, the school offers a CET for English training program and a computer proficiency certification. Could you cover the training fees? Why do you need these after entering university? Chen Lichuan inquired. Puzzled. It's a mandatory requirement for graduation. Without these 2 certificates, I cannot graduate, Chen Lichuan replied assertively. All right, how much do you need? 3,000. Have you lost your mind? How could it possibly cost that much? Chen Lichuan exclaimed, his temper flaring. Dating costs money, and just going out can easily rack up hundreds. I have to buy her clothes, don't I? Should I expect her to pay for meals too? Besides, you know how expensive it is in the metropolis. Chen Lichuan lamented. Ha ha ha, finally, you're coming to your senses. Treat her well, make sure she doesn't think we're stingy. Old Chen promptly agreed, preparing to send 4,000 instead. He and Lingling were always generous to their child, and genuinely liked Qi Siyao. All right then, I'll hang up. Chen Lichuan hastily ended the call, feeling inexplicably anxious at the mention of Qi Siyao's name. However, a little deception wouldn't hurt, otherwise. This couple would spend money extravagantly. So reckless. After checking the utilities, Chen Lichuan locked the door and left, walking towards the school under the moonlight. Lichuan. Upon seeing Chen Lichuan's figure, Su Wantong quickly left Cui Zhibing and hurried over, who followed behind with a furrowed brow. They had just returned from the finance university. What are you doing here? Huh, where have you been? You look like a mess. Su Wantong exclaimed as she reached Chen Lichuan, noticing he was covered in dirt, even having mud streaks on his face, as if he had just come from a construction site. Moreover, he emitted a musty odor, prompting Su Wantong to instinctively pinch her nose, only to release it once she realized. Where on earth did you go to do manual labor? Cui Zhibing asked. Astonished, yet secretly pleased, Chen Lichuan's disheveled appearance was hardly comparable to his own. Oh, I helped a friend with some work. Where did you two go to eat? Chen Lichuan inquired casually, catching a whiff of alcohol from them. To Qi Siyao's school, Su Wantong's voice grew quieter at the mention of her name. Well, you two can go for a stroll. I'm heading back to the dorm. I'm exhausted. After saying this, Chen Lichuan turned towards the dormitory. But this made Su Wantong anxious, quickly following him and chattering incessantly. We weren't planning to stroll. I'm heading back to the dorm too. I'm just classmates with Cui Zhibing. Don't think too much of it. Do you want to go out tomorrow? Su Wantong, really, I'm tired. Let us talk another time. Chen Lichuan waved his hand, smiling as he nodded before turning back to the dormitory. The words that Su Wantong had hidden deep within her heart remained unspoken. Shall I assist you with your laundry? I assure you it will be impeccably clean. I will await your arrival downstairs. Chapter 73. The welcome party. Why do you look so disheveled? Which construction site have you been laboring at? As Chen Lichuan walked into the dormitory, covered in grime, Liang Jingshan exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the others present. Shen Yiming glanced at Chen Lichuan, but said nothing, continuing to engage with his computer, while Wu Lang approached with a smile. Jingshan, lower your voice. You know the situation at Lichuan's home. He patted Chen Lichuan on the shoulder, disregarding the dirt covering him, and shot Liang Jingshan a disapproving look. It's nothing. I've found a place for work-study. Chen Lichuan replied to Liang Jingshan with a calm smile, showing no sign of concern. A restaurant is opening across from the school, and I'm helping out there. That's quite close. Liang Jingshan nodded with a smile, realizing his previous reaction had been overly dramatic. He added, if I have some free time, I'd like to join you. Don't forget to take me along. Chen, if you're in need, feel free to let me know. There's no need to hold back. Suddenly, Guyu chimed in, sincerely stating that since the military training until now, Chen Lichuan had always taken good care of him, offering leniency towards his minor flaws. All right, I will remember your words. Chen Lichuan nodded at Guyu, who smiled back and resumed playing his game with headphones on. While the group chatted, Shen Yiming sent a lewd message to Liang Ruju via QQ. Class leader Chen is back, looking quite dirty from work. I'll go over and have a word with him. Perhaps he can join my uncle's work-study program, making it easier for him. We can't let our classmate struggle. Okay, sounds good, Liang Ruju replied simply, having forgotten to go invisible, resulting in Shen Yiming sending a flurry of messages. As for Zhou Kaikai, after Chen Lichuan returned, he only glanced at him and remained silent, even tossing a few cigarette butts on the ground, revealing some undesirable traits over time. Where's your phone? Bro, send a text to Qin Yiding. Liang Jingshan grinned as he reached out to Chen Lichuan. Knowing it was inappropriate to discuss it with the others in the dormitory, he had previously mentioned it to Shen Yiming, but was turned down. All right. Just as Chen Lichuan took out his phone, it rang, displaying the name of his mentor. One moment, it's a call from my advisor. Chen Lichuan promptly exited the dormitory. Lichuan, you're not asleep, are you? Li Chengke inquired politely, as he was always courteous to others. No, it's still early, on rest days. The lights don't go out until quite late. Very well, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Li Chengke asked again. None at all, teacher Li. Do you need something? I have the whole day free, Chen Lichuan quickly replied. Actually, I will send you Liang Ruju's phone number shortly. Please discuss the welcome party arrangements with her, Li Chengke stated. The welcome party for the new students in finance and trade is typically scheduled before the National Day holiday, with each department preparing 2 weeks in advance. Liang Ruzhu, as the cultural committee member, is responsible for coordinating the program with the class leader. Got it. I'll primarily collaborate with Liang Ruzhu, as she is the expert in performance. Chen Lichuan possesses a remarkable ability to read the room. His relationship with his mentor can no longer be as it was at the beginning, where he was solely focused on standing out. Instead, he must adopt the perspective of the class leader and harmonize the class's endeavors. This approach will undoubtedly garner greater recognition from his mentor. Lichuan, your singing is quite commendable. I strongly encourage you to release 1 or 2 solo pieces, Li Chuanxiu casually remarked. In truth, he intended to prompt the class leader to collaborate with Liang Ruzhu. Who would take the lead? Chen Lichuan's initiative in expressing this thought only reinforced Li's belief in the boy's reliability. To be honest, I only know a few songs by Wu Bai. I am an ardent fan of his, he continued. If you have time, I believe we could sing a duet together. Chen Lichuan joined the conversation with ease. Primarily, the performance should showcase you students. If we genuinely cannot come up with a program, we could create one together. Li Chunxin chuckled, recalling their previous duet fondly. How could we merely create something, teacher? Your voice is so magnetic. You must be the grand finale. Ever since you sang a Wu Bai song, everyone in the dorm has started to follow suit, Chen Lichuan flattered, adeptly navigating the social dynamics. A skill acquired from his ascent from humble beginnings. Li Chunxin laughed heartily, and the two engaged in conversation for over half an hour before ending the call. It was a rare occurrence for Li Chunxin to converse with a man for such an extended period. He found it rather curious. During this time, Liang Jingshan peeked through the door, anxious to send a message to Qin Yiding. Noticing Chen Lichuan's cheerful demeanor, even singing a few lines, he wondered if he was serenading Lin Shanshan. That rascal Chen Lichuan. Too shy to sing in front of us, but bold enough to do so in the hallway for Lin Shanshan, Liang Jingshan exclaimed as he entered. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming promptly sent a message to Liang Ruzhu, finding various topics to discuss. It seems Chen Lichuan is pursuing Lin Shanshan. He just called her to sing. Liang Ruzhu caught a glimpse of this message and immediately felt a strong aversion towards Chen Lichuan. It appeared her suspicions about him were confirmed. He was quite the pretender. Yet, she had no desire to call Lin Shanshan, disapproving of her friend's style of conduct and feeling rather disgusted and annoyed by it. Actually, Lichuan is rather handsome. He would look perfect in some stylish outfits, Wu Lang casually complimented, genuinely believing it. However, Shen Yiming wore a puzzled expression, unable to fathom why Lin Shanshan would be drawn to Chen Lichuan. Did he possess such charm? Wasn't he himself more attractive? Hey, are any of you interested in making an appearance at the welcome party? Chen Lichuan asked as he entered the room, simultaneously calling Liang Ruzhu. Yiming, Jingshan, Wu Lang. Do you have any thoughts? He did not inquire about Gu Yu and Zhou Kai, as their personalities did not align with the group. The three shook their heads, with Shen Yiming muttering, "Oh, who has the time? We're swamped." Chen Lichuan nodded in understanding, just as Liang Ruzhu's voice came through. "Ruzhu, it's me, Chen Lichuan. I wanted to discuss the welcome party with you." With that, Chen Lichuan stepped out, closing the door behind him. "Cough, I'll step outside for a smoke." Gu Yu doesn't smoke, yet no one seems to consider his feelings. Shen Yiming followed closely behind. "Well, I've started learning. You can smoke in the dormitory." Gu Yu hurriedly remarked, but Shen Yiming left without looking back. He then lit a cigarette and leaned toward Chen Lichuan, offering him one as well. "Teacher Li and I have a duet. Could you gather the statistics on your end? It mainly depends on your coordination," Chen Lichuan said politely. "All right, I'm preparing a dance piece, and the selection of the girls is nearly finalized. Everyone from my dorm will participate. You should rally the boys. 6 will suffice," Liang Ruzhu suggested. Her environment seemed quite tranquil, clearly indicating she was not in the dormitory, likely having returned home for the weekend, as inspections were not conducted. 6. Is it? Understood, Chen Lichuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Once you finalize your side, let me know. I'll be at the dance studio on the 6th floor tomorrow afternoon for rehearsal. It would be preferable if you could join as well." Liang Ruzhu's voice floated gently through the line. At that moment, Shen Yiming was struck with excitement. A joint rehearsal could greatly enhance their rapport. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat emphatically, but Chen Lichuan paid him no mind. "All right, I'll inform you once I finalize the numbers," Chen Lichuan replied before ending the call, casting a glance at Shen Yiming without uttering a word as he headed toward another dormitory. "Hey, Lichuan, do you need more hands?" Shen Yiming quickly stepped forward, grasping Chen Lichuan's arm. "Not really. Where did you hear that?" Chen Lichuan replied, perplexed. "Weren't you just saying on the phone that you need 6 boys for the dance?" Shen Yiming pressed, growing anxious. "Only 6 boys. Who wouldn't he want to join if it means dancing with Liang Ruzhu? Her dorm is filled with beauties, and it also earns extra credits. If I shout, others will be clamoring to join, Chen Lichuan retorted disdainfully, shaking off Shen Yiming's grip and striding toward the other dormitory. Brother Chen, count me in. Look at me. Count me in. Shen Yiming interjected, positioning himself in front of Chen Lichuan and pointing at himself. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't go? Chen Lichuan replied with evident disdain. Of course I'll go. Shen Yiming insisted with a pleading expression, desperately tugging Chen Lichuan back toward the dormitory. Lichuan, as a distinguished member of our dormitory, I must actively participate in all class activities. You must count me in. I want to help alleviate your burden. Who is on duty today? Chen Lichuan kicked at a discarded cigarette, but, bemused by the lack of responsibility. That would be me. It's my turn. I'll get to it right away, Shen Yiming declared as he grabbed a broom and began to sweep diligently, fully engrossed in his task. TCH, Liang Jingshan scoffed. His expression one of disdain. Who is Qin Yiding's dance partner? Chen Lichuan wore a contemplative look, turning to open the door, prepared to step out. Let us ask Gu Hong. He seems to have a bit of interest in Xiao Qin. Wait. Liang Jingshan hurriedly followed him outside. A few moments later, Brother Chuan. Please let me help you share the burden. Liang Jingshan exclaimed, his excitement causing his face to quiver. You see, this situation is quite the uproar. I must be able to participate. I should actively engage in class activities. Otherwise, how could I possibly live up to the esteemed title of Honored Dormitory? By the way, I will buy you breakfast tomorrow morning. If you don't let me go, I'll be quite upset. Chen Lichuan disdainfully nodded, as if to agree. And the latter hurried back to the dormitory, soon filling the air with cheerful melodies. After several individuals from other dormitories confirmed their attendance, the dancing boys gathered together. Along the way, he received a text from Ma Xiaoqiao. Brother Chuan, I'm on my way. Just boarded the bus. Taozi booked my train ticket for me. It's at 11 o'clock. Wait for me. Brother, I'm coming. Upon reading the message, a smile crept onto Chen Lichuan's lips. Chapter 74. There are too many heartbroken souls. The next day, before dawn, Chen Lichuan exited the dormitory building and hurried to the building materials market. Eager to expedite the restaurant's renovations, as he planned to travel out of town during the National Day holiday to finalize the foundational materials. He aimed to open the establishment by the end of October. After 9 o'clock, people began to trickle into the market, yet seeing Chen Lichuan strolling from his family's shop, they were too indifferent to engage him. When inquiring about prices, the vendors quoted inflated rates. Assuming that a 19 or 20-year-old could hardly discern the truth. Master, how do you handle the plumbing and electrical work? What's south the cost per square meter? Chen Lichuan approached a laborer standing by a sign and inquired, offering him a cigarette. Are you looking to get work done? Master chuckled as he accepted the cigarette. Yes, for a shop of approximately 400 square meters. There's no need for complex wiring. In the shop, straight walls will suffice. It's for a hot pot restaurant, so the project is fairly simple. Master took a deep drag from the cigarette, pondering momentarily. Let us calculate it by the day. For that area, it can be completed in 3 days. Just give me 150 yuan. Master, are you from Hushi? Chen Lichuan inquired with a smile. Indeed, are you as well? Master replied, his expression transforming into an honest, hearty smile. My sister married into Hushi. I visit there quite often, Chen Lichuan casually fabricated, pulling the master aside. Master, since we can be considered half fellow townsmen. Let me be frank. This work can indeed be wrapped up in a couple of days. Hey, hold on, young man. Master grew anxious, wanting to elaborate. But Chen Lichuan immediately tugged at his arm. Let me finish my thought. Chen Lichuan's smile was gentle. Once you see the place, you'll understand I'm not exaggerating. The workload is minimal. My family is in the decoration business. However, the 150 yuan I offer you, you would earn regardless. So why not give it to a fellow townsman? Ha ha ha, Master chuckled, not pressing further, finding the young man's words quite agreeable. But I've asked around for the soft furnishings, and the prices seem a bit steep. If you can find me a better deal for the upholstery, carpentry, and painting, I'll also have those done by you. Deal. Master's eyes immediately brightened. Regarding the labor costs, the prices are fairly similar. The primary concern lies in the prices of other soft furnishings, where finding the right source could save several hundred yuan. Of course, Chen Lichuan was aware that the master aimed to earn a commission, but that was simply the nature of the market. No one provides service without a motive, as long as it isn't excessively harsh. Afterward, Master led the way as they visited several shops. Chen Lichuan made comparisons and left his contact information, and then the two headed to the financial trade area by subway. Upon arrival, the situation was indeed as Chen Lichuan had described. The work could certainly be completed within 2 days. However, the reason Chen Lichuan was willing to pay this amount was for the sake of quality. It was essential to ensure that the project was executed well, as some expenses could not be spared. Make sure you have the blueprints, Chen Lichuan said, handing Master in the electrical and plumbing diagrams before guiding him to the kitchen. Since an integrated stove was to be installed, special attention needed to be paid to the electrical layout. Chen Lichuan meticulously explained his plans to Masterin, and after a few hours, Masterin was genuinely convinced of the young man's expertise, as he hailed from a background in renovations. Once everything was confirmed, Masterin promptly got to work. Chen Lichuan's actions were anything but those of a novice, and soon they were both immersed in their tasks with enthusiasm. If it weren't for Liang Ruju's call, Chen Lichuan might have forgotten about the welcome party. Class leader Chen, could you also participate in the dance? Considering Cui Zibing's height, I will ask another girl. Liang Jingshan can partner with me, but Lin Shanshan's height means that you're the only one from the business department who can partner with her, Liang Ruju said softly. Lin Shanshan, standing at 1.75 meters, indeed could only be paired with Chen Lichuan. However, it felt inappropriate to have Cui Zibing not participate, which meant it would turn into a dance for 14 people, given that there were only 2 classes in this year's business management program. I see, all right then. Chen Lichuan thought for a moment before agreeing. Considering that the instructor placed great importance on this performance, and since he had just become class leader, achieving some accomplishments would better facilitate his entry into the student council. Can you come over now? I'll reserve the positions, Liang Ruju added. Now, Chen Lichuan glanced over at Masterin, who was focused on his work. Since they had clarified the tasks, he replied, all right, I'll head over now. He hurriedly left, not even bothering to change clothes in the dormitory, and went straight to the dance studio on the 6th floor. As soon as he opened the door, Cui Zibing greeted him with a broad smile. However, it was only after receiving 2 packs of cigarettes that Chen Lichuan had agreed to arrange this for him. Lichuan, please tell Liang Ruju from your class to partner me with Su Wantong, Cui Zibing whispered eagerly. I'm just following Liang Ruju's arrangements. I can't decide that. Besides, we're all here to dance together, so you should be able to handle it, Chen Lichuan replied as he strode confidently into the room. At this moment, Shen Yiming, Liang Jingshan, and Wu Lang had styled their hair with gel, standing upright, while the girls, including Su Wantong and Qin Yiding, were dressed in vibrant attire. The arrival of someone from the construction site felt somewhat out of place. How should we stand? Chen Lichuan asked Liang Ruju, but she looked surprised and was momentarily speechless. The other classmates wore similarly astonished expressions. Oh, haha, Chen Lichuan chuckled. I'm working part-time across the school, doing renovation work, hence my appearance. No worries, Lichuan. I've spoken to my uncle about you, and you will be arranged for something soon. Shen Yiming approached and clasped Chen Lichuan's shoulder, exhibiting a facade of genuine concern, as if he truly bore the weight of the world. Damn it, Chen Lichuan mouthed, knowing all too well that this fellow was leveraging him to elevate his own lofty moral standing. Brother Chuan, how about a pack of cigarettes? Shen Yiming signed, patting Chen Lichuan's chest, which quelled further protest from the latter. Why does he have to take a job? Su Wantong pouted, unable to fathom the reasoning. Let us get started quickly. They want me to come over tonight, Chen Lichuan remarked, casting a glance at Liang Ruju. All right, you stand with Lin Shanshan first. Liang Ruju instructed. Wait a moment, what's going on? Su Wantong questioned, her brow furrowed. You just paused the dance to add someone. Are you assigning Chen Lichuan to Lin Shanshan? She gazed at Chen Lichuan with a melancholic stare, fantasizing about him bellowing, no, I want to be with Su Wantong, while steadfastly gazing at herself. Yet, Chen Lichuan simply walked over to Lin Shanshan, not sparing her a glance. Cui Zibing, you should stand with Su Wantong. Liang Ruju pondered before making her decision. Sure thing, Cui Zibing responded, his spirits lifted, thinking how considerate Chen Lichuan was, recalling all the times he had been there for him. Huh. Su Wantong frowned, lowering her head as she tugged at her hair in frustration. Suddenly, Shen Yiming cleared his throat loudly, glancing at Liang Ruju with a sweet smile, as if to say, choose me, choose me. Liang Jingshan, stand with me. Liang Ruju declared with a serious expression, meticulously arranging positions, entirely devoid of ulterior motives. In this moment, too many hearts lay shattered. Chapter 75. So far away one can't help but think that the sprawling metropolis of Magic City possesses a unique romance of its own. With layers of delicate mist rising, mingled with light, drifting rain that weaves an endless tapestry of tenderness. Couples entwined in the Financial Institute revel in this sudden romantic atmosphere. Immersed in the night, under the moonlight, reminiscent of the poetic essence of the cold rain flows into the river, sending off guests under the solitary mountains of Chu. However, within the confines of the 6th floor dance studio in the West Building, this beauty was isolated, as a song played on a loop from the afternoon into the night. Let us practice one more time, and then we can wrap up. Afterward, I'll treat everyone to dinner, Liang Ruju announced, waving her arms and smiling at the group. Cui Zibing was eager to comply, delighted at the prospect of holding Su Wantong's hand with each repetition, but Chen Lichuan felt an urgency. Masterin had already called once, needing him to handle some matters promptly. Nonetheless, prioritizing the collective, they practiced once more. As they danced, the camaraderie among the group flourished rapidly, filled with laughter and ease. "All right, that's enough for today," Liang Ruzhu said, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, revealing her unadorned skin, luminous in its fairness. "You all can skip self-study tomorrow evening. I'll arrange it for everyone," she added, prompting cheers from her peers. Yet, this left Chen Lichuan in a quandary, regretting his decision to participate in the dance, realizing he could only comply now. "I'll take my leave then, classmates. See you tomorrow." Chen Lichuan smiled and waved, preparing to depart. "Are you still going to work? Is it possible not to? I'll treat you all to dinner." Liang Ruzhu quickly inquired. "It is unacceptable. An agreement has been made, or else half of the wages will be deducted." After Chen Lichuan uttered another remark, he hastily departed, and the sound of hurried footsteps soon echoed in the corridor. Watching him leave, Su Wantong felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. While dancing, Su Wantong held her water cup, contemplating offering it to Chen Lichuan, thinking that if he took a sip, she would follow suit at the very spot his lips had touched, thus conveying her feelings. Yet, Chen Lichuan completely disregarded her gesture of goodwill. He sensed Su Wantong's awkwardness. However, regardless of her intentions or his own self-absorption, he had no interest in her. The series of past events made it clear that affection was unlikely. Consequently, ignoring her kindness and deliberately creating distance was the most mature form of rejection. Nonetheless, as friends, their normal interactions posed no issue. Therefore, after Chen Lichuan's intentional dismissal, Su Wantong chose not to follow him out, even though she deeply desired to. "Shall we go?" Liang Ruru cheerfully addressed the others, indifferent to whether Chen Lichuan would join, as her previous words had merely been polite exchanges. "Let us head out." "Ha ha. Was my earlier move correct? Let us eat first." Thus, the group laughed and chatted as they made their way downstairs, reveling in the vibrant clash of their youth. When Chen Lichuan arrived at the shop, he was already drenched. He hurriedly sought out Masterin, who was still occupied in the kitchen. "Masterin, how will you manage to sleep tonight?" Chen Lichuan inquired. "Don't worry about me, Xiao Chen. My co-workers have brought me bedding. I can make do. I'll just check the wiring for the integrated stove and see where to install it," Masterin replied with a smile, glancing at the bedding in the corner. He would have to sleep in the kitchen that night, where it was warmer, albeit a bit musty. "All right, you've worked hard. Let us grab a bite together later," Chen Lichuan said as he approached the integrated stove, earnestly discussing his ideas with Master and Old Wang's barbecue. "Come on, everyone, let us raise a glass." Liang Ruru was the first to lift her cup, followed by others who joined in the cheer. Beneath their feet lay numerous empty bottles. Before dancing, Liang Ruru had given the impression of an aloof beauty, difficult to approach. However, after spending time together, she had undergone a complete transformation. She was slow to warm up, but possessed a strong sense of responsibility and remarkable patience, as evidenced by her repeated practice of the dance. "Ruru, I toast to you," Cui Zibing said, respectfully raising his cup to Liang Ruru, who had grown familiar with him. "You and Wantong are from the same place, right?" Liang Ruru asked with a smile. "Yes, we are from the same place." Cui Zibing nodded vigorously, though his demeanor remained somewhat reserved. "Ha ha ha, Wantong. I believe Cui Zibing is quite a good person," Liang Ruru suddenly remarked, playfully touching Su Wantong's dark hair. Liang Ruru could see that Cui Zibing had an interest in Su Wantong, but upon learning from Shun Yiming that Chen Lichuan had sung to Lin Shanshan the previous night, she felt a wave of revulsion. This afternoon, Chen Lichuan disregarded Su Wantong's goodwill, demonstrating a swift change of heart. Therefore, in an effort to prevent Su Wantong from wasting her emotions on that scoundrel, Cui Zibing is undoubtedly a far superior choice. As for the distasteful matters, Liang Ruzhu was too weary to inquire with Lin Shanshan, who had engaged in such sordid affairs far too often. The crux of the matter is that Liang Ruzhu genuinely admires Su Wantong. After spending some time together, she discovered numerous virtues in her, the most notable being her penchant for dressing up. Su Wantong, puzzled, glanced at Liang Ruzhu, who was already lost in her drink. "Hee, come, I'll keep you company." Cui Zibing beamed, raising a glass with Liang Ruzhu, feeling an exhilarating rush within. Lin Shanshan cast a sidelong glance at Liang Ruzhu, but said nothing. As for Su Wantong, it was of no concern to her. In fact, after their interactions that day, she had grown indifferent towards Chen Lichuan, who now exuded an unpleasant aura. For quite some time, the group indulged in feasting and merriment, which epitomized the essence of youth. As the clock approached 11, Chen Lichuan finally completed the wiring of the integrated stove with master and masterin. You've truly worked hard. Come, let us have a bite. Chen Lichuan cheerfully said as he pulled masterin out of the shop, relieved that the rain had ceased. Let us just have a quick bite, masterin replied modestly, acknowledging that the price he was given certainly did not cover a meal. Yes, just a quick bite, Chen Lichuan nodded, hastening his steps. However, after taking a lengthy detour, they found all the other shops closed, leaving only Lao Wang's barbecue brightly lit, making it their only option. Boss, fry up 2 plates of instant noodles. No, make it 4. Upon entering the small eatery, Chen Lichuan exclaimed, determined to treat the workers. One cannot merely provide a single dish, lest they appear stingy during future meals. He and masterin subsequently settled at a table by the entrance. Chen Lichuan, Liang Ruzhu, and her group were still present. Upon seeing Chen Lichuan enter, they gazed at him in surprise. Oh, you're here too? I'm just grabbing a bite with my uncle. Chen Lichuan waved his hand amicably. Join us. Liang Ruzhu cordially invited. No, thank you. Chen Lichuan shook his head, signaling with his eyes that it was inappropriate given the presence of others. Acknowledging the situation, Liang Ruzhu refrained from pressing further. Yet, amidst the scene of drinking and dining, while consuming 4 plates of instant noodles, a flurry of thoughts emerged. It seemed that everyone had placed Chen Lichuan in a rather lowly position. Even Su Wantong and Cui Zibing were left speculating if something unfortunate had occurred in his family. The two quickly finished the 4 plates of noodles, after which Chen Lichuan exchanged a few words with his classmates before departing with masterin. In that moment, Su Wantong felt a profound distance between herself and Chen Lichuan, subsequently raising her glass of beer and downing it in one go. A wave of discomfort washed over her. Chapter 76. You Lack a Backbone Monday. Following a routine in the freshman coursework, everything grew hectic. Fortunately, the finance and trade curriculum leaned towards formalized presentations, allowing students participating in the welcome party to evade the tedium of intricate classes. The students were well aware of their average academic standings, so achieving accolades in significant performances became an opportunity for mentors or department heads to shine. During a 90-minute lecture, when the first segment broke for 10 minutes, Chen Lichuan approached the front row to speak with Liang Ruzhu. Has the program schedule been finalized? I can act as a runner and deliver the list to Teacher Li. Chen Lichuan smiled warmly. Though his words were polite, they carried a strong intent that was evident to those around him. Lin Shanshan scoffed disdainfully, now too uninterested to engage with Chen Lichuan, feeling it pointless. After all, he and Su Wantong seemed to be of a different world. She leaned against Lin Ruzhu and observed, noting how this individual sought to ingratiate himself with the instructor, an endeavor he had perfectly demonstrated during military training with his incessant flattery. Did a teacher truly require such behavior? When faced with someone of greater stature, would he not simply kneel? This was a sentiment shared by many who held Chen Lichuan in contempt. Not just Lin Ruzhu, but even other classmates found it beneath them to curry favor with an instructor. Yet, how could someone emerging from a small county, who displayed such an off-putting demeanor and an egotistical attitude, expect to ascend from the bottom? The harsh realities of society were unforgiving. Could you hand it to me? Chen Lichuan prompted once more. Lin Ruzhu nodded, slowly retrieving the prepared performance list and handing it to him. Indifferent to whom, she pleased as long as she was able to secure an award for herself. All right, I shall deliver it to Teacher Li. Chen Lichuan took the list and exited the classroom with quick strides. The moment he stepped out, the classmates who had been stifling their laughter erupted into a chorus of amusement. The determination of class leader Chen is rather pronounced, isn't it? A sycophant indeed. People from small towns are often like this, having little exposure to broader horizons. You've all witnessed his demeanor during military training. You should be accustomed to it by now. Yet, he did make a valid point during his campaign for class leader. Serving the instructor is indeed what he accomplished. In the midst of the laughter, Su Wantong hastily exited the classroom and made her way downstairs, finally catching up to Chen Lichuan in the lobby. Lichuan, I need to speak with you, she panted, her demeanor now stripped of the previous pretense of mere friendship. The neglect she had felt from him the day before had left her with a sense of loss. What is it? Chen Lichuan inquired casually. Has something happened in your family? Su Wantong asked quietly. Why the sudden question? Just curious, she replied, biting her lip and fixing her gaze on him. Why do you feel the need to flatter the instructor? Do you have any idea how your classmates talk about you behind your back? Suddenly, her emotions surged. Moreover, I believe you have no need to act this way. It's just a teacher who can merely assist you in applying for financial aid. You lack backbone. The term backbone was a disrespectful choice of words. Yet for her, hearing others mock Chen Lichuan felt more painful than being the subject of ridicule herself. She only wished for him to find confidence and not to allow his peers to look down upon him any longer. Chen Lichuan chuckled lightly. You jest. Do you understand what it means to take on the role of an instructor right after being appointed in finance and trade? Do you comprehend the future trajectory of Li Chunxin, a path you may never encounter? For many, the most socially esteemed individual they can connect with is indeed the instructor. So, why adopt a false sense of superiority? Wan Tang, I believe there is no significance in this matter, Chen Lichuan remarked nonchalantly. However, the class is about to commence. We should hurry back. I understand your intentions, and I am indifferent to it. What concerns you? Of course, I appreciate the goodwill of an old classmate, but I must take my leave now. Chen Lichuan interrupted Su Wantang's words, exchanged a polite remark, and then swiftly exited the classroom building. Sighing deeply, Su Wantang felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Various rumors began to circulate around the campus regarding the student council, which was set to select new members after the National Day holiday to fill the vacancies left by the graduating seniors. As Chen Lichuan passed by the information board, he tore off the page containing the student council announcements, rolled it into a circle, and then hurried towards the administrative building on the south side. Meanwhile, in the faculty office, a conversation was underway. Oh dear, I am utterly overwhelmed. I need to pick up my child from kindergarten and then take him to a tutoring class. I have a lecture this afternoon, and there's simply not enough time. My husband has commitments as well. Is there anyone willing to swap classes with me? A teacher lamented, casting a glance around the office. But no one responded to her request. Teacher Li, could we possibly switch our classes? With no other options, she had to be forthright with Li Chunxin, her gaze pleading. I'm truly sorry, but I can't today, Li Chunxin replied, shaking her head apologetically. Zhang, who had been quite helpful in her work, rarely asked for favors, and it was only reasonable to assist her, yet she too had to pick up her child, as her partner was also unavailable. Alas, it seemed that the most accommodating individuals in the office were all indisposed, making it impossible to rearrange the afternoon class. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the conversation, and Chen Lichuan, who had been waiting by the door for some time, entered with a bright smile. Teacher Li, the order of the performances has been arranged. Please take a look and let me know if there are any discrepancies. I can discuss it further with Liang Ruru. Bending slightly, Chen Lichuan leaned in beside Li Chunxin, presenting her with the list. You may decide on your own. I am merely here to assist. Glancing at the list, Li Chunxin exclaimed, Oh my, why have I been assigned to the first performance? This is the unanimous opinion of the students. They want you to ignite the enthusiasm at the welcome party, Chen Lichuan quickly affirmed. Yet, Li Chunxin furrowed her brow, clearly lacking confidence. Flattery requires preparation. The direct approach of simply nodding and bowing is too base. Chen Lichuan promptly produced the lyrics for the choral piece he had written the previous night in his dormitory and handed them to her. Teacher, we will sing Sudden Self. I've separated our lyrics. You must sing the first line, as your voice possesses greater magnetism, Chen Lichuan enthusiastically declared, causing Li Chunxin to become quite excited. She recited the lyrics softly, ultimately placing the sheet of lyrics carefully in her pocket to practice later at home. Lichuan, I truly appreciate your efforts, Li Chunxin said earnestly. Teacher Li, this is my responsibility. Your dedication has provided me with immense motivation, Chen Lichuan replied sincerely. At that moment, seemingly casually, he placed the promotional flyer for the academic conference on the teacher's desk while pretending to scratch an itch. Lichuan, are you interested in joining the student council? Li Chunxin noticed the words above and inquired, casually picking up the promotional leaflet to peruse it. Oh, the announcement for the academic conference has just been released, yet I have already prepared my speech, Chen Lichuan remarked nonchalantly, refraining from eagerly expressing his desire to attend. Instead, he conveyed the effort he had invested in this matter, which made him appear more pragmatic. Lichuan, there will surely be spots available for our business management department in the student council, so do not be overly anxious, Li Chunxin reassured him, handing the promotional leaflet back to Chen Lichuan. This brief statement clearly indicated that he would undoubtedly secure a position in the student council. All right, Chen Lichuan responded with a brief nod. At this moment, it was not suitable to express excessive gratitude, if thanks were to be given. It needed to be done with consideration regarding the context and manner. Others might overlook such nuances, but one must uphold these standards. Currently, Li Chunxin picked up his pen and continued writing, while Chen Lichuan was about to leave, yet he lingered. Lichuan, is there anything else? Li Chunxin inquired with a smile, glancing at him and setting down his pen. Teacher, I do not have classes this afternoon, Chen Lichuan softly replied, bending slightly. Huh, what do you mean? Li Chunxin asked, his expression one of confusion. If you have any tasks, feel free to assign them to me. I am quite familiar with this area. Having worked in the metropolis before entering university, Chen Lichuan candidly stated, signaling his desire for Li Chunxin to rely on him, ideally becoming accustomed to his assistance. Understanding the nature of his mentor, Chen Lichuan was aware that the earlier discomfort indicated there must be pressing matters at hand. After a moment's pause, Li Chunxin pondered. Realizing this could indeed be a solution, having Lichuan escort his son to the training class. Lichuan, would this be too much trouble for you? Li Chunxin finally relented. Not at all. Just let me know what you need. Chen Lichuan responded with a demeanor of eager willingness, leaning in attentively. My son is at the South City Kindergarten. And after school, he needs to go to Zhuling for piano practice. Can you find the place? Li Chunxin inquired. Absolutely. Chen Lichuan confidently nodded. Take bus 308 and get off at the North Station of South City. From there, it's a 500-meter walk along Beikong Road to reach Zhuling. It's just a 10-minute ride on a public bicycle. Of course, having navigated the metropolis for so many years, how could I not know the routes? He added, revealing that he had even driven a night taxi for extra income. Yes, 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 Li Chunxin exclaimed, excitedly patting Chen Lichuan on the shoulder. He was pleasantly surprised by the reliability of this young man. Teacher, please tell me your child's name, and remember to inform the teachers there about the dismissal time. I need to arrive early to ensure my child is not left waiting, Chen Lichuan suggested. All right, Lichuan, please hold on a moment while I draft a message. Li Chunxin replied, his smile widening, filled with trust in Chen Lichuan. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Lichuan departed from the office. Teacher Zhang, let us switch our classes, Li Chunxin promptly proposed. Excellent, that sounds wonderful. Teacher Zhang clapped in approval. That young man, ever since I first laid eyes on him, I sensed his reliability. Truly, children from smaller places tend to be more understanding. Indeed, Li Chunke cannot help but commend the exceptional young man, Lichuan. Chapter 77 reveals a peculiar temperament. During a brief interaction with Xiaodou, Chen Lichuan managed to amuse the child, who became obedient after receiving a few pieces of chocolate. After safely delivering him to the tutoring class, he called the instructor, where Li Chung's gratitude was palpable. It seems that this incident will further strengthen the bond between Chen Lichuan and him. At around 5 or 6 in the evening, Cui Zhibing arrived at dormitory 607, cheerfully sharing cigarettes and preparing to head to the rehearsal room. His rapport with Shun Yiming, Liang Jingshan, and Wu Lang appeared to be more familiar than that with Chen Lichuan. Let us go to the 6th floor to practice our dance. It's time, said Cui Zhibing, casually opening the balcony window, feeling quite at home. Why on earth did you open the window? It's so cold, and the smell is overpowering. Suddenly, Zhou Kaikai from the upper bunk shouted at Cui Zhibing, slamming the window shut with a resounding thud. Mind your language. Cui Zhibing retorted angrily, pointing at Zhou Kaikai. I'll take you down. Zhou Kaikai sprang up from his bed, and Cui Zhibing stood his ground, challenging him. Come on, if you dare, step down here. Liang Jingshan and Wu Lang quickly pulled Cui Zhibing back, while Shun Yiming retreated to the side, attempting to calm the situation. Everyone, chill out. Be careful not to get reprimanded. Zhou Kaikai's expression twisted with rage, and in the next moment, he leapt off his bed. Seeing this, Chen Lichuan swiftly embraced him. You all go to the 6th floor. I'll follow shortly, Chen Lichuan shouted. Liang Jingshan and Wu Lang hurriedly dragged Cui Zhibing away, but his temper flared, baring his teeth and charging forward. Come on, if you dare, face me and see who comes out on top. Stop being foolish, just leave. Chen Lichuan gritted his teeth, holding Zhou Kaikai tighter, who was visibly agitated. If a fight broke out, it would certainly be Cui Zhibing who would end up at a disadvantage. The commotion attracted others from neighboring dormitories, and soon, the crowd managed to pull Cui Zhibing away, fortunately preventing any physical altercation. However, Zhou Kaikai indeed had many flaws, littering cigarette butts, neglecting to clean the dormitory, and possessing an irritable disposition. The others in the dorm had long been tolerating him, harboring a great deal of resentment. Have I lost all my face? Zhou Kaikai attempted to lunge forward, brandishing a stool, but Chen Lichuan firmly restrained him against Shun Yiming's bed. Breathing heavily, Zhou Kaikai clenched his fists in silence. Here, take a cigarette. After that, I'll have a few words with you. Chen Lichuan offered a cigarette to Zhou Kaikai and helped him light it, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. Guyu had been watching them intently. Chen Lichuan smiled and said, Xiaoyu, it's fine. You go on with your business. All right, Brother Chuan, Guyu nodded, putting on his headphones once more. What do you want to say to me? Zhou Kaikai asked with a frown. Kaikai, there's no need to dwell on what happened earlier. Even if you had fought, I would have ensured that the matter was kept under wraps and that you wouldn't receive any punishment, Chen Lichuan communicated, making sure Zhou Kaikai understood his significance. Zhou Kaikai paused momentarily, then smiled and gave Chen Lichuan a nod. Seizing the opportunity to converse, he remarked, "Since you are not gaming, let us discuss the matter of dormitory cleanliness." Chen Lichuan accepted the cigarette offered by Zhou Kaikai, lit it, and continued in a subdued tone, "We take turns cleaning. Yet you have never properly tidied up. Is it any wonder I had to proactively switch duty ranks with Xin Yiming, trailing behind you merely to clean up your mess?" The windows remain shut, and a foul odor permeates the room. Who can tolerate such conditions? If you're cold, feel free to sleep on my bed for a while. But the stench must be aired out daily. Moreover, is the weather in Shanghai truly that frigid? With your antics, who could possibly harbor no grievances against you? Ultimately, it falls upon me to bear the burden. Don't make it difficult for your comrades. As his words settled, Zhou Kaikai's expression turned serious. After exchanging glances with Chen Lichuan, he finally nodded. When dealing with an eccentric individual, it is best to appeal to camaraderie rather than reason. This is the essence of effective communication. You can play on my bed for a while, provided you don't mind my odor. Others say I carry a musty scent. Chen Lichuan jested as he stood up, approached the window, and flung it open. A refreshing breeze rushed in, breaking the gloom that had lingered since yesterday. Zhou Kaikai chuckled. Taking his computer to Chen Lichuan's bed, he set aside his earlier concerns. Had it been his former self, he would have clashed with Cui Zibing. His family wasn't he one to be trifled with. All right, you two enjoy yourselves, but remember to attend evening study, Chen Lichuan added before stepping out of the dormitory. The window remained open until Zhou Kaikai closed it after their study session. At that moment, after Liang Jingshan and Wu Lang had dragged Cui Zibing away, the group held a palpable animosity towards Zhou Kaikai. Don't engage with that fool. He is a nuisance, always causing trouble and doing nothing but sulking on his bed. If he weren't my dorm mate, I would have slapped him already. Liang Jingshan fumed, speaking his mind. Who in the dorm can tolerate him? Only Chen Lichuan converses with him. He has nothing but trash. Zibing. Ignore him, Xin Yiming replied coldly. Having grown weary of Zhou Kaikai's habit of discarding cigarette butts, especially as he prided himself on cleanliness. He is simply an odd character. If you can't get along, just steer clear. I intend to avoid him as much as possible, Wu Lang chimed in. Brothers, let us head to the supermarket. I'll treat everyone to some snacks and get a few items for Liang Ruzhu and her friends, Cui Zibing declared, feeling grateful for friends he could truly connect with, far superior to those in his class. He generously led the group to the supermarket, where he bought a plethora of drinks and snacks, covering the costs. When Chen Lichuan arrived at the rehearsal room, everyone was chatting and dining, filled with laughter. Lichuan, if you hadn't intervened, I would have surely dealt with that scoundrel Zhou Kaikai, Cui Zibing swaggered over, tossing Chen Lichuan a bread roll and a bottle of cola. Don't spout nonsense. Chen Lichuan retorted angrily, adding, behave yourself, or you'll find yourself in trouble. Be cautious, or you might jeopardize your academic standing. Furthermore, when you return to the dormitory, it would be wise to steer clear of Zhou Kaikai. His temperament is rather peculiar, and given that we come from a modest background, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. After all, who can truly stand up to anyone? This sentiment, however, left Cui Zibing feeling rather humiliated, prompting him to bellow defiantly, am I afraid of him? As if anyone has the upper hand. Alas, Chen Lichuan sighed deeply and muttered softly to himself that there was no need to invite unnecessary trouble. Was there? Subsequently, he chose to ignore him. After a brief respite, the group commenced their rigorous dance rehearsals. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Chen Lichuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the unpleasant odor had dissipated. Zhou Kaikai remained ensconced on the upper bunk, engrossed in his game, and the earlier conflict was not mentioned again, allowing everyone to continue with their respective activities. Guyu, did you skip lunch again this afternoon? Chen Lichuan inquired, tapping on Guyu's computer from the edge of the bed. I'm grinding through a dungeon. Didn't he have time to eat? Guyu replied with a smile as he removed his headphones. Here. Chen Lichuan handed Guyu a bag containing steaming buns and 8 treasure porridge. Chuan Gu. Guyu beamed. Enjoy your meal. Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly before heading off to freshen up. After the evening head count, he discreetly slipped out of the school. Ma Xiaoqiao arrived at the station at 10:45, while Chen Lichuan reached the train station around 10:30. The sight of Ma, burdened with a plush bag, filled his heart with an indescribable warmth. One phrase encapsulated it all. Over 1,000 kilometers traveled without a hint of hesitation, and he came without pause. Chuan Gu, Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Chen Lichuan tightly. His voice, filled with joy, echoed in Chen Lichuan's ear. I brought the spatula we use for making egg pancakes, the one I find the most handy. Just toss it. By the time the two returned to the shop, it was well past midnight. Master An had long since retired, as the plumbing and electrical work was nearing completion. The kitchen was occupied by Master In, prompting Ma Xiaoqiao to spread out his bedding in the hall, unbothered, and with a carefree grin remarked, "This place is truly spacious. Fatty, why don't I take you to a hotel? Tomorrow I'll promptly inquire about the dormitory situation," Chen Lichuan suggested, patting Ma Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. Feeling a pang in his heart. "It's nothing, really," Ma Xiaoqiao insisted, shaking his head vigorously. "Chuangu, what do you need me to do? Just let me know. As for the soft furnishings for the shop, you will accompany Master into the building materials market tomorrow to learn how to engage with these suppliers. This will greatly enhance your skills. Purchase according to this list, and be sure to compare prices thoroughly," Chen Lichuan instructed, handing Ma Xiaoqiao a piece of paper. "I understand." Ma Xiaoqiao nodded earnestly. He then added with sincerity, "Chuangu, during my time making egg pancakes, I've learned a great deal about dealing with vendors. I don't mind the effort. I'll visit several places to compare prices, ensuring quality at the very least." Chen Lichuan finally observed a semblance of maturity and steadiness in Ma Xiaoqiao, a testament to the profound influence of their environment. The difference between society and university was stark. Compared to Cui Zibing, Ma Xiaoqiao demonstrated considerable growth. "With your assistance, brother, I feel truly reassured." Chen Lichuan expressed his gratitude. "Oh, please don't be so formal. You've worked hard to establish such a significant business. I'm determined to help you make it thrive." With unwavering determination in his gaze, Ma Xiaoqiao expressed his heartfelt sentiments, placing them above his own concerns. The sappy words remained unspoken by Chen Lichuan, who sat beside Ma Xiaoqiao. The two engaged in conversation for a considerable time, reminiscing about amusing high school anecdotes and envisioning their futures together. Eventually, fatigue set in. "You can squeeze over. I need to sleep here since I can't enter the dormitory." Chen Lichuan intentionally delayed returning, unwilling to let Xiaoqiao endure this discomfort alone. "Do not fear the cold, Brother Chuan. I'll hold you through the night. Don't touch me. Are you disdainful of me? You weren't like this before. Can you refrain from being so coy when you speak to me?" Chapter 78. How poor we are. Busyness and pressure arrive unannounced, presenting daily challenges for Ma Xiaoqiao, with an overwhelming amount of knowledge to acquire. Even when Master and conversed with him, the contrast to Chen Lichuan was stark. Chen Lichuan faced his own trials, while enduring hardship was manageable. The greatest obstacle was the pressure of finances. The custom soft packaging alone had cost over 20,000, and with nearly 400 square meters of store space, they had already pinched every penny. After deducting the 4,000 that had burdened old Chen, less than 20,000 remained in the account, insufficient for employee housing and the procurement of hot pot ingredients. Meanwhile, old Chen was discussing financial matters with Lingling. "Our son has spent all his money on his fiancée. This investment is worthwhile." Lingling laughed joyously. "I really like that girl, Yao." In truth, Qi Siyao had seen not a single cent of it. However, the store was gradually taking shape, along with the establishment of the catering company, Dajiang Lao Catering Management Company, Limited. In the context of Shanghai, Dajiang Lao Hot Pot seemed to resonate more closely with everyday life. Over the course of the year, Haidi Lao expanded to 6 locations in Jinyang, Xiqing, and Zhongbin, while the founder had just begun to entertain the notion of venturing into Kyoto, rallying other shareholders for urgent discussions. Chen Lichuan lacked the confidence to compete nationally with the already capitalized Haidi Lao, but at least in Shanghai, he had secured the advantage. On the night of September 28th, Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaoqiao sat in the store, having purchased some peanuts, a plate of cold dishes, and stacked 2 boxes of beer. Moonlight streamed into the store, casting a clean and tidy ambience, while the kitchen had long since shed its musty odor. "Brother Chuan, tomorrow night is your school's welcome party. Can I come watch?" Ma Xiaoqiao casually inquired after downing a beer. "Of course, you can even see Cui Zibing dancing with Su Wantong," Chen Lichuan chuckled, recalling how this rascal had urged him to muster courage, a memory of embarrassment still vivid. Sighing deeply, Ma Xiaoqiao adopted his characteristic, somewhat pitiful expression, tossing his iconic bangs. "Honestly, I felt nothing for a long time, but deep down, I refuse to accept it. I want to rise above and stand before everyone, making Su Wantong regret not choosing me." As he uttered these words, Ma Xiaoqiao spoke with fervor, even gritting his teeth, lamenting the stark contrast of others' glamorous academic lives, especially in a grand metropolis like Shanghai, which tormented the impoverished youth. "Yes, we must rise above and walk proudly before them all, making them regret," Chen Lichuan called out loudly, intentionally encouraging the plump man beside him. At that moment, their eyes met, and with an unspoken understanding, they clinked their glasses, bursting into laughter. However, the matter of finances loomed over them. "How do we resolve the issue of money? The hole we're in is quite substantial," Ma Xiaoqiao inquired anxiously. Chen Lichuan took a sip from his glass and fell silent. While it was indeed possible to apply for a loan under the conditions of corporate eligibility, age restrictions posed a significant hurdle. Even if the application were approved, the amount would be minimal. Lenders were only willing to offer assistance in times of plenty, not in dire need. In this intricate web of social connections, the only person to turn to was Li Chuqin. Over the course of this period, he had grown familiar with both Xiao and his partner, having shared several meals at their mentor's residence. Yet, he felt that his status as a student rendered him unworthy of such a request, and he was reluctant to bring it up. Had he already graduated, their camaraderie would surely prompt Li Chuqin to assist him. However, given his current status, there was an undeniable air of distrust. Could a mere child handle such matters? If he pressed further, he risked losing any goodwill. It seemed that the only option left was to take a gamble on informal lending. Though the interest rates were notoriously high, a trend that had surged in recent years. "Let us borrow money from everywhere we can," Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed. Chen Lichuan remained silent, ultimately deciding against approaching his mentor for help. Instead, he resolved to explore the realm of private loans and slowly turned his gaze toward the round-faced man. "By the way, hasn't Tianghong borrowed money from you? Who else owes you? Hurry and collect. Every little bit counts toward the total," Ma Xiaoqiao urged, eager to find a solution. Chen Lichuan suddenly recalled her. Despite the slim chances of recovering that life-saving sum, he believed that given their current predicament, Yang Hong would surely offer some monetary assistance upon his request. Such is the essence of trust. "Just wait, the funds will arrive soon," Chen Lichuan asserted with a confident tone, promptly retrieving his phone and dialing Yang Hong's number. "Hello, the number you have dialed has been disconnected. The number you have dialed has been disconnected. Damn, she's out of service. How unfortunate," Chen Lichuan muttered, exasperated by the state of his social connections. "What's wrong? Did you call Yang Hong?" Ma Xiaoqiao, resembling the older Chen in his keen observation, noticed the contact name on his phone screen. "Did Yang Hong's phone get cut off?" Ma Xiaoqiao scoffed, feeling that it was foolish for Lichuan to lend money to her, which only added to his annoyance. "Yes," Chen Lichuan admitted, his embarrassment palpable. "Why don't I buy a phone card for her, and then you can ask for your money back? Make sure to be firm. Instill a sense of urgency and fear in her." Ma Xiaoqiao straightened up, his expression turning menacing. "Are you out of your mind? Yang Hong is in dire straits. There's no oil to be squeezed from a dry bone," Chen Lichuan said, leaning against the wall and patting Ma Xiaoqiao's sturdy back. "You need not worry about the money. I have my own methods. Brother Chuan, I trust you." Ma Xiaoqiao nodded, then suddenly grinned as a crucial thought struck him. "By the way, someone previously inquired about applying for a credit card. If you could provide me with a work certificate using the company seal, it should work." "Sure. Just let me know when you're ready, and I'll be the legal entity for it. The limit might even be higher," Chen Lichuan replied. In the next moment, the two inadvertently locked eyes and shared a resigned smile. The situation was frustratingly dire. They were simply too impoverished. "Enough of the singing. What time is it? You're making it impossible for the children to sleep," complained Cheng Yuan as she entered the study where Li Chunning was passionately singing. "Hey, I have to perform tomorrow night. I'm feeling quite uncertain about it, so I need to practice a bit more," Li Chunning replied with a smile as he stood up. "Let us rehearse again at school tomorrow. By the way, my father is being transferred back to the metropolis. You must seize the opportunity when it arises," Cheng Yuan said cheerfully. "When will that happen? Has the approval come through?" Li Chunning immediately stood up, his expression filled with excitement. "There were already signs of it. But you know my father. He never speaks of uncertain matters. He only called to inform me after the official approval was issued, and he's even getting a promotion." Cheng Yuan's slow, deliberate tone held great significance for Li Chunning. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Li Chunning exclaimed thrice, clenching his fists with enthusiasm. Suddenly, the lights in the room blazed brightly. The frequent fluctuations in voltage often led to such occurrences. Perhaps it was an omen of a promising future. Chapter 79. Be grateful. The welcoming party commenced at 7 in the evening, with performers from various departments rehearsing on stage since 9 in the morning. Rehearsing in the dance studio was an entirely different experience from performing on stage. The vast elevated platform could induce a sense of anxiety, especially for those lacking performance experience. Now, let us run through everything as a group, primarily focusing on timing. Do not get bogged down by the correctness of the movements. Afterward, each department will have an hour to rehearse on stage, announced Rome, the head of the Student Council's organizing department, a second-year student from the Arts Performance Department. She was reputed for her numerous international performances and accolades, making her quite a celebrated figure within the school. The banners hanging above the stage were all sponsored by her. For instance, Old Wang's Barbecue, warmly celebrating the enrollment of the class of 04. For delicious barbecue, come to Old Wong. PLL grill it just right. Such promotional phrases were common, while the sponsorship fees contributed to the student council's income. Local businesses, particularly those along the financial street, primarily catered to the student population, making the banner advertisements remarkably targeted. Chen Lichuan stood at the back of the crowd, gazing up at the banners. At that moment, his desire to join the academic committee intensified. Ideally, he wished to become the head of the organizing department. Chen Lichuan, go to the backstage, shouted Shen Yiming. Since early this morning, he had been bustling about, urging others, eager to make a good impression. This was particularly important as Liang Ruzhu, with her serious demeanor, was responsible for organizing the entire performance of the business management department. The pressure was palpable. Soon, the group arrived backstage, anxiously waiting for the next performance, which would feature the business management department, yet Li Chuning was still nowhere to be seen. Class leader Chen, could you please call the instructor and urge him? We're about to go on stage, Liang Ruzhu said anxiously to Chen Lichuan. I've already sent a message. Li must have pressing matters. Perhaps we should refrain from pushing him too hard. However, Chen Lichuan shook his head in refusal. He was reluctant to continually press his mentor, clearly favoring Li Chunqin, which incited discontent among others. They were on the verge of taking the stage. At this moment, anxiety enveloped everyone. And Chen Lichuan's remarks not only irked Liang Ruzhu, but also drew disapproval from the rest. How could one be so timid as to hesitate over a mere phone call? Lin Shanshan, in front of the crowd, shouted at Chen Lichuan, unwilling to let Liang Ruzhu endure such humiliation. Previously, there had been whispers about the class leader's attempts to curry favor with the mentor, but those were mere jests shared behind closed doors. Now, Lin Shanshan audaciously confronted Chen Lichuan, accusing him of lacking backbone. The entire business department had heard her words, turning their attention toward Chen Lichuan. Enough, enough. I will make the call. Liang Ruzhu pulled Lin Shanshan behind her, knowing that at such a critical moment, any quarrel must be avoided. Chen Lichuan cast a fleeting glance at Lin Shanshan. The words he wished to express ultimately remained unvoiced, for they bore no weight. Even if he was in the right, he could not alter how others perceived him. Even Su Wantong lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Chen Lichuan, aligning her thoughts with Liang Ruzhu's perspective. After all, they had all prepared for so long. Was it not reasonable to urge the mentor? Shanshan, perhaps you should refrain from speaking, as Chen Lichuan is facing difficulties. Indeed. Let Ruzhu handle the call. She is already doing the work, while Chen Lichuan hastily scurries to report to Teacher Li. Did you not see how eager he was when delivering the performance list? Now, when it comes to making a call, he suddenly withdraws. How clever. And he insists on putting the mentor's program first. I have never encountered such a sycophant. In an instant, the other students began to criticize Chen Lichuan, their words growing increasingly harsh. All right, enough of this, Liang Ruzhu called out, finally bringing a semblance of calm to the business department, and then dialed Li Chunqin's number. Teacher Li, we are about to take the stage. Where are you now? Liang Ruzhu's tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of reproach. Hurry up. Our turn is next. We are about to go on stage. The other students chimed in, their tone far from respectful. In truth, within the hearts of Class 1002 of the business department, Li Chunqin held little esteem. Being the youngest mentor, he was not much older than they were, and he was easy to approach, lacking a temper. This gradually fostered a culture of familiarity, rendering Chen Lichuan's demeanor rather jarring. Apologies. I am tied up with a matter here, and I fear I won't be able to make it until the afternoon. As for Lichuan, let him take the call. Li Chunqin replied, his tone filled with regret, unconcerned by the student's brusque manner, for his aspirations soared far beyond the need to exert authority over children. To express anger, it was both unnecessary and futile. Hearing this, Chen Lichuan maneuvered through the crowd and swiftly grasped the phone. Teacher Li, please go ahead. He donned once again that ingratiating smile. I have some matters at home. My father-in-law is coming to Shanghai, and I truly cannot leave in the morning. As for you, Teacher Li, there isn't much of a problem on your end. We will perform a duet, and I will lead the way regarding the staging and the musical cues. You should focus on your own affairs and not worry about this. When we rehearse in the afternoon, I will elaborate further. Chen Lichuan interrupted Li Chunqin, fully aware of what the mentor was about to say next. However, unpleasant truths that may offend should be articulated by oneself, right? Surely one possesses such discernment. It is inappropriate for a leader to lose face publicly while one remains an indifferent onlooker. In some company matters, one must take on the role of the villain, inevitably offending certain individuals. Upon hearing this, Li Chunqin felt a sense of relief. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call, finally feeling at ease with the concerns that had been weighing on him. Meanwhile, at the airport, Chen Lichuan glanced at Li Chunxin and remarked with a smile. It seems these 3 years of grassroots work have been quite challenging for you. However, students of this age are typically astute. They know how to gauge others. Perhaps they perceive your youth and amiability, which is why they are treating you so casually. Reflecting on our university days, we would never have dared to act so. With 3 years of grassroots experience, Li Chunxin would be eligible for higher positions when applying elsewhere. Everything is meticulously planned, but it also hinges on one's own excellence. Graduates from prestigious institutions like 985 are expected to excel. No job is easy. I have no right to complain, Li Chunxin stated earnestly, demonstrating a high level of self-awareness. By the way, that young man's name is Chen Lichuan, right? He truly is commendable, though his academic qualifications are somewhat lacking, Chen Lichuan casually remarked. Thinking of the path Li Chunxin was on, after several interactions, she had developed an affinity for Chen Lichuan, stemming from their teacher-student relationship, which created a sense of closeness. After all, isn't he akin to family? Indeed, Chen Lichuan was keen to underscore this point during his interactions with Chen Lichuan. Lichuan is exceptionally capable, with strong social skills, and most importantly, he possesses a grateful heart. Li Chunxin's words served as the highest praise for Chen Lichuan. In many companies, leaders may be willing to impart knowledge. They might not prioritize your potential or outstanding abilities. Yet they will certainly value one crucial aspect: whether you possess a heart of gratitude. I assist you. You must remember and reciprocate in the future. That is paramount. Chen Lichuan chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, a throng of people surged from the exit. She had never witnessed her partner so fond of someone. It seems that Chen Lichuan truly embodies such admirable qualities. I will communicate with Chen Lichuan about how we will take the stage together. It will not disrupt the overall performance. After ending the call, Chen Lichuan wore a serious expression. He chose not to clarify the remarks made by his classmates earlier. It would be best if they reached Li Chunxin's ears. You are from the business department, aren't you? At that moment, the minister of the organization department, Yi Rong, approached. Standing beside Liang Ruzhu, their tall figures exhibited a remarkable similarity in demeanor. Yes, Senior Yi, Liang Ruzhu nodded, appearing to hold Yi Rong in high esteem. Your turn is next, be prepared. With that brief statement, Yi Rong turned and departed. The earlier unpleasantness lingered in the air. Yet no one dared to utter a word as the program proceeded. However, during the finale dance, Lin Shanshan persistently made a show of her disdain towards Chen Lichuan. Once the proceedings concluded, the business department dispersed, their dance practice scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, allowing them to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Previously, Lin Shanshan had always looked down upon Su Wantong, yet now she unusually clasped her arm, engaging her in conversation. Su Wantong, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not harbor any feelings for Chen Lichuan. His character is questionable, Lin Shanshan said earnestly. I am well aware of that, Su Wantong replied, quickening her pace to walk ahead alone. Cui Zhibing emerged from the supermarket, water in hand, hastily pursuing Su Wantong. Wantong, do drink some water, is your throat dry? This scene was clearly observed by Liang Ruzhu and her companions, who exchanged glances and began to form their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan exited the school briskly, knowing a certain portly figure awaited him. He had just received a message from the portly friend, Brother Chuan. Let me know when you set off. I'll prepare a meal so it's ready when you return. Chen Lichuan had never realized how considerate Ma Pang could be, feeling as if he had a devoted partner awaiting him. Upon arriving at the store, he found Ma Xiaoqiao beaming as he served up the dishes, his eyes brimming with anticipation. They sat down to eat and converse. You'll be able to attend your welcome party tonight, right? Ma Xiaoqiao inquired, his heart sometimes yearning for the university experience. Of course, but remember what? Make sure to wash the dishes before leaving. Don't leave it for tomorrow. Ha ha ha, understood. Chapter 80. So why the rush? During the afternoon stage rehearsal for the business department, 2 men sang their hearts out on stage, locking eyes during the chorus. Their camaraderie palpable. Fill my heart with joy, for even sorrow comes with tears of a smile. Countless encounters await, and endless waiting persists. If this life is all we have, what need is there to start anew? The rehearsal for the other performances in the business department went smoothly, with the grand group dance particularly shining, capturing the vibrant essence of youth, nearly rivaling the artistry of the performing arts department. It was indeed a routine choreographed with assistance from Yi Rong. Once all segments were rehearsed, Liang Ruzhu and others began their makeup routines in the audience seats. Lacking professional makeup artists, the male students relied on their female counterparts for assistance with applying powder to their faces. Shen Yiming approached Liang Ruzhu, and as her hand brushed against his face, his breath quickened. The air felt so sweet. Ah, it was merely the fragrance of his beloved Ruju. Qin Yiding was busy applying makeup on Liang Jingshan, grinning foolishly, as the two had confirmed their romantic relationship, making them the fastest couple to emerge from dorm 607. The collision of youth transformed even the simplest interactions into moments charged with ambiguity. Su Wantong clutched her makeup kit tightly, her heart in turmoil as she recalled Chen Lichuan's previous attempts to distance himself. Yet upon noticing another girl approaching Chen Lichuan, she dashed over. This left Cui Zhibing, who had been reveling in joy, with a gradually stiffening expression. "Let me do your makeup." Su Wantong spoke softly, gently pulling Chen Lichuan's arm to have him sit down. At that moment, the joy in her tone had faded. "All right, thank you," Chen Lichuan replied with a smile and a nod. Their conversation was merely that of ordinary friends. Yet, when Chen Lichuan closed his eyes, Su Wantong's hand, gripping the contouring stick, trembled with anxiety before resting against his face. It was their first time being this close. The breath she exhaled brushed against her skin. Su Wantong's gaze softened, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance. Could the past not be overlooked? Why reject me? However, it seemed he had never held a grudge. Otherwise, he would not have fought so fiercely to save her. It was simply a matter of disinterest. But you like Yao Yao, don't you? Isn't it exhausting to harbor unreciprocated feelings? It must be tiring, right? You have no idea how much I long to ride the soft sleeper on a green train once more. Your breath is so warm. All done, Su Wantong said with a bright, playful tone as she playfully tapped Chen Lichuan's shoulder. Good. Chen Lichuan nodded and rose from his chair. Wantong, you should do my makeup too. Cui Zhibing quickly came over. Su Wantong responded, continuing to apply makeup on Cui Zhibing, everything appearing perfectly normal. Around 5 o'clock, Ma Xiaoqiao, while asking for directions, finally found the stage. He had deliberately changed into what he considered a presentable outfit, having spent over 100 on it. Yet, the yellowed white shirt only highlighted his modesty. Brother Chuan, Ma Xiaoqiao approached the front row and found Chen Lichuan. However, the dazzling crowd surrounding him made him feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority, causing his voice to tremble. You're here, you can sit here to watch. Chen Lichuan stood and guided Ma Xiaoqiao to his previous seat. Lichuan, who is this? Wu Lang inquired, smiling as he greeted Ma Xiaoqiao, followed by Shen Yiming and Liang Jingqiao approaching. Although Chen Lichuan's reputation was not stellar, it did not affect the camaraderie among their dormitory group. They simply pretended not to hear the whispers behind their backs. He's a high school classmate, a childhood buddy, Chen Lichuan introduced with a smile. Then let us drink a bit tonight, Liang Jingshan said amiably, patting Ma Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. Lichuan's friends are all good people, Wu Lang added, noticing Ma Xiaoqiao's discomfort. Shen Yiming remained mostly silent, yet at least he had come over. The three of them were all respectful towards Chen Lichuan. After a few pleasantries, the three returned to their seats. However, when Ma Xiaoqiao, filled with joy, called out to Cui Zhibing, he merely nodded indifferently, failing to approach and continued chatting with the person next to him. Feeling embarrassed by his rustic attire, Cui Zhibing did not wish to engage with Ma Xiaoqiao, especially after being called out in front of so many people, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Su Wantong stood up, but, considering the awkwardness with Ma Xiaoqiao, hesitated to greet him. She had previously worried that perhaps Chen Lichuan's refusal to reciprocate her feelings was due to Ma Xiaoqiao's pursuit of her. Damn it! Ma Xiaoqiao inwardly cursed, his face twitching with frustration. He's just a fool. Pay him no mind, Chen Lichuan remarked coldly, his attitude towards Cui Zhibing shifting dramatically. Initially, he had treated him as a fellow townsman, offering what care he could, but now he felt a surge of disdain. Brother Chuan, I feel terrible, Ma Xiaoqiao said, his expression pained, gritting his teeth as he continued. I just want to work, to tidy up the store inside and out, even if it exhausts me. I can't bear this shivering anymore. Cui Zhibing's failure to greet him, paired with that loathsome gaze, deeply wounded Ma Xiaoqiao's pride. In class, he had believed they were all equals, devoid of any disparity. Yet now, the stark contrast mocked his youthful understanding, like a frigid iron chain, striking painfully against him. His heart burned with resentment. Chen Lichuan's expression turned grave. He refrained from comforting Ma Xiaoqiao, recognizing that no empty words of consolation could convey the depth of the moment. Why strive for success? Why seek to stand apart? It was to prevent others from looking down upon him. This realization struck Chen Lichuan with even greater intensity. In the hospital corridor, he had spent the entire night seated on an old wooden bench. After his mother was released from prison, her health had deteriorated, and they couldn't even scrape together the 70,000 yuan needed for her surgery. All he could do was watch as Jean Xiaoling lay in bed, moaning in agony, while he felt utterly powerless. He had dialed every number in his phone book, yet no one could lend him that money. Thus, he resolved to push forward. No matter how much suffering he endured, or how many disdainful glances he received, or how he was perceived as a sycophant without a backbone, it mattered not. He would charge ahead. He would fight with all his might. As the announcer's voice echoed through the venue, Chen Lichuan rose with the crowd, preparing to take the stage. The large auditorium was packed with students. Even the aisles were overflowing with people. Gradually, the lights dimmed, and the welcome party officially commenced. At that moment, however, Ma Xiaoqiao stood up and left, suddenly recalling the numerous tasks awaiting him at the store. The opening performance for the business management department featured a new song by Wu Bai, with two performers singing passionately, displaying a camaraderie that suggested they had been friends for years. It was clear that their relationship was exceptionally strong. Chapter 81. Recommendation: The welcome party for the class of 2004 was particularly splendid, receiving accolades from the school leadership after viewing the entire performance. As the lights gradually dimmed, students in the auditorium exited in an orderly fashion, while those who participated in the performance backstage cheered with joy. Academic credits were certainly at stake, and notably, the department leaders had attended. The students' performances were commendable, especially those from the business management department, whose final dance was on par with that of the arts department. Everyone eagerly anticipated their performance at the New Year's Eve gala. Director Pang Longzhong, however, singled out the business management department for special praise. Led by Liang Ruzhu, the students celebrated with raised arms, but none were more delighted than Liang Ruzhu herself, who bounced around like a child craving candy, casting a heartfelt glance towards her senior, Yirong, who smiled and nodded in return. Ultimately, it was primarily due to Yirong's remarkable organizational skills that they had achieved such success, and the hope was that they would continue to excel in future endeavors. Director Pang Longzhong also commended individual efforts. Yirong was clearly taken aback, hastily approaching Pang Longzhong and nodding humbly in acknowledgement. The students then began to exit in an orderly fashion as Pang Longzhong waved his hand with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the students backstage departed in small groups. Chen Lichuan mingled with Shun Yiming and Liang Jingshan, but suddenly, the mentor called out to him. "Lichuan, why don't you stay a moment and help me tidy up the stage?" Li Chunzi suggested. Upon hearing this arduous task, the other business students hastily made their exit, eager to avoid the teacher's request, and some could be heard chuckling in relief. "Sure, no problem," Chen Lichuan replied, showing no sign of reluctance as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to assist on stage, when Li Chunzi grasped his arm and led him towards Pang Longzhong. Everyone harbors a degree of self-interest, even those one might consider entirely fair-minded. Li Chunzi simply had a fondness for this young man. "Springqin, this is the student you performed with, isn't? Pang Longzhong inquired with a friendly demeanor, patting Chen Lichuan's shoulder warmly. His tone now devoid of the formality from before. Yirong remained by the director's side, her hands clenched in front of her, appearing particularly restrained. "Yes," Li Chunzi replied with a gentle smile, patting Chen Lichuan on the back. "He is the class monitor, Chen Lichuan. This young man possesses remarkable abilities and exceptional organizational skills. I reviewed his application to join the student council and believe that the organizational department would suit him perfectly." At that moment, Li Chunzi boldly recommended Chen Lichuan to Pang Longzhong. Before Pang Longzhong could respond, Yirong interjected, "Just in time, our business department is in need of talent. And someone like Junior Lichuan is exactly what we require. I must thank you, teacher." Yirong smiled subtly, glancing at Li Chunzi. Although she did not know him well, she sensed his significance. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak to the director in such a manner. Receiving the teacher's affirmation left her astonished. Yet she recognized her own shortcomings and believed that following senior Yirong would help her quickly rectify these deficiencies. Chen Lichuan also expressed his thoughts, finding the polite exchanges somewhat insincere, but they came to him effortlessly. Both of these students are quite impressive. They should communicate more and learn from each other. "Springqin, your capabilities are truly outstanding." Pang Longzhong enthusiastically engaged Li Chunzi in conversation. It was clear that it was no longer appropriate for Chen Lichuan and Yirong to linger. So after exchanging a few farewell words, they hurriedly departed. As they exited the stage together, Yirong appeared particularly enthusiastic. "Lichuan, the student council applications will be after National Day. You have a mobile phone, right? Please give me your number, and I will notify you separately," Yirong offered. "Sure, let us exchange numbers," Chen Lichuan replied, nodding as he took out his phone, and they shared their contact information. Under the clear moonlight, Yirong, adorned with striking makeup, radiated beauty akin to a vivid crimson rose. Dazzling amidst the night, passers-by glanced at the pair, and while Yirong was a prominent figure within the school, such attention was unsurprising. However, the young man beside her seemed somewhat out of place, and no one dared to speculate about their relationship. After all, many had pursued Yirong, including a particularly affluent gentleman who had just graduated but was utterly rejected. In his previous life, Chen Lichuan merely knew of Yirong's existence, without any deeper understanding. Are you heading outside the school as well? Yirong inquired. Yes, I'm meeting a friend for dinner. Shall we go together? I'm dining with a friend too. Yirong unexpectedly extended an invitation. Are you in the student council? Chen Lichuan, intrigued, nodded. No, but you definitely know them. Suddenly, Yirong waved her hand towards the front, and Chen Lichuan looked over to see Liang Ruru standing not far away. Liang Ruru also noticed Chen Lichuan, though surprised at seeing him with Yirong. She approached with a beaming smile. Senior, I finally found you. Liang Ruru linked arms with Yirong and, glancing at Chen Lichuan, couldn't help but ask, how did you end up with the senior? I was moving some things on stage and happened to walk out together. Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly. Yes, Lichuan is your class monitor. I just saw him working hard on stage. Quite practical. Yirong echoed Chen Lichuan's sentiment. It was inappropriate to mention the mentor's favoritism. Yirong was astute, and Liang Ruru had expressed her desire to join the student council's organizational department long ago. However, she had never spoken of this to anyone, including Li Chunqin, as the selection process for the student council did not involve the mentor. I see. Liang Ruru elongated her tone. Having heard about the mentor assigning tasks to Chen Lichuan, she stole a glance at him, feeling awkward, and stammered, yes, it's indeed quite practical. At that moment, Liang Ruru felt a bit embarrassed by the flattery. During the performance, Liang Ruru, initially nervous, had snapped at Chen Lichuan, which led to others mocking him. The spark of this situation lay with her. However, the afternoon rehearsal did not affect the program's outcome. Upon reflection, it was indeed inappropriate to pressure the mentor. Chen Lichuan's silence at that moment revealed a degree of grace. Otherwise, the conflict would have escalated indefinitely. Lichuan, let us eat together. After all, we know each other. Yirong invited again. Chen Lichuan hesitated, finding it difficult to refuse, and thus relinquished his friendship, stating, all right, but under the condition that I treat. Ha ha ha, another free meal. Let us go. Yirong waved her hand like a playful child. By the way, what about your friend? Yirong recalled and asked. He suddenly texted saying he couldn't make it. Chen Lichuan replied, feeling it was inappropriate to bring along Ma Pang, as they were from different schools, and sent a flurry of messages. At that moment, Ma Xiaoqiao had already prepared dinner, waiting for Lichuan's return, and upon checking his phone, received a message. Busy. Eat by yourself. Sigh so busy, Ma Xiaoqiao sighed. Chapter 82. Such immaturity. Yirong led Chen Lichuan and Liang Ruru to Lao Wang's barbecue, only to discover that the once quiet little shop was now bustling with customers, undoubtedly due to the promotional banner displayed on stage. Lao Wang. Make sure to grill them well. The seated classmates teased loudly. All right. Old Wang responded boisterously, raising his head to survey the full room. How could one not be happy? He reminisced about how, during the student council's fundraising efforts, he had felt reluctant, yet now he marveled at the turnout. Just then, Yirong entered, and Old Wang hurried over to greet her. Ah, you've arrived. Come, let me arrange a seat for you. Old Wang exhibited exceptional warmth, lifting a small table. But after a brief pause, he found himself in a quandary. There simply wasn't enough room inside. Why not eat outside? Chen Lichuan suggested. Sure, dining outside sounds delightful. And it'll be cooler, Yirong replied with a smile. Old Wang nodded, setting the small table outside without inquiring about their preferences, and dove back inside to continue grilling. It was Yirong who called out, Uncle, please don't make too much. There are just 3 of us. It seemed that Old Wang would insist on not charging for this meal, and the subsequent skewers arrived at an impressive pace. He whispered to his wife about hastily hiring more staff during the National Day holiday, noting that business was flourishing, remarkably reminiscent of his previous life. Lichuan, where are you from? Yirong initiated a conversation. I'm from Ning County, a small place in Shanna Province. You must be a local, senior sister? Chen Lichuan replied. One could say so. But my ancestral roots lie not in the Magic City, but rather across the Jianglu region. No wonder. Chen Lichuan seemed to have an epiphany, shaking his head. No wonder about what? Yirong inquired with curiosity. They say girls from Jianglu are gentle. It's apparent that your affability has a reason. And your rapport with the bosses is commendable. Becoming the head of the Student Council's organizational department is certainly not without merit. Chen Lichuan praised. Internally, he thought, damn, this is truly cheesy. Ha ha. Yirong chuckled while playfully patting Chen Lichuan on the shoulder. Don't speak like that. Be more normal. I'm impressed, but please, don't call me senior sister. It makes me feel old. We're friends now. Just call me by my name. With that, Chen Lichuan nodded, recognizing her keen intellect. Her natural charm made their budding friendship seamless, as if they had known each other for years. He returned to the room, bringing back a case of beer, and the three of them toasted. Afterward, Yi Rong and Chen Lichuan engaged in numerous topics, discovering an unexpected rapport, leaving Liang Ruju feeling somewhat awkward. By the way, Liang Ruju, this morning behind the stage, did you have a quarrel with Chen Lichuan? Yi Rong suddenly asked. Yes, Liang Ruju nodded, feeling inexplicably guilty and not wanting to appear unfavorable in front of Yi Rong. She glanced at Chen Lichuan, who was busy eating. Then he set down his chopsticks and remarked nonchalantly, "It wasn't really a quarrel. I'm not a professional in performances. It was merely a difference of opinion." "Yes, that is how it was," Liang Ruju responded, gripping her hands tightly. "Actually, I was present at that moment." Yi Rong's expression turned serious, as she intentionally revisited the past, aiming to ensure that Chen Lichuan remembered her goodwill, especially considering that their mentor was quite extraordinary. The mentor's participation in the performances, in essence, the utmost support for those organizing the event. Without your mentor, I doubt Director Pang would have specifically praised your business management department, would he? Yi Rong glanced at Liang Ruju. Indeed, Liang Ruju nodded obediently, her compliance surprising Chen Lichuan. He had not anticipated such a side to her. Then, when your mentor was unable to attend, you persistently called, which seems to take advantage of their youth and amiability, or perhaps reflects your own lack of understanding. One must remember their own position. Yi Rong shook her head in disappointment. I admit I was under considerable pressure at the time, preoccupied with the imminent rehearsal, and I acted hastily, which was indeed inappropriate, Liang Ruju murmured softly. Since we are responsible for the program, our duty is to resolve issues rather than create them. Calling the mentor in front of everyone only puts them in an awkward position and exacerbates conflicts. If it weren't for Chen Lichuan mediating, imagine how much greater the discord could have been, Yi Rong continued, dissecting the problem thoroughly. In fact, when Li Chunxin arrived at the stage that afternoon, he understood the situation and learned that Chen Lichuan had been blamed by others due to his involvement, which led to his feelings of guilt and ultimately resulted in the recommendation. Directly taking the students to Pang Longzhong, rather than merely mentioning it casually, signifies strong endorsement. At the very least, it paves the way for a future as a department head in the student council. The impression Li Chunxin received was profound. While other students exhibited selfishness and a lack of awareness, Chen Lichuan remained pragmatic and self-reflective. The absence of a confrontation at that moment highlighted his ability to consider the larger picture and resolve issues effectively. Maintaining composure is no small feat, especially at such an impulsive age. This woman is quite extraordinary. Is she truly only 20? Chen Lichuan found himself astonished by her articulate expression. Liang Ruju sat there, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, as Yi Rong articulated, whether Chen Lichuan was intentionally trying to please the mentor or not, had he not exhibited restraint at that moment, a greater conflict would surely have ensued, complicating matters further for the mentor. Yi Rong, it's not as severe as you suggest. We must consider Liang Ruju's pressure. She choreographed all the performances, and many lacked stage experience. I can empathize with her overreaction. It reflects a sense of responsibility. Chen Lichuan interjected. As for not responding at the time, I tend to be tongue-tied during tense moments, and by the time I felt like expressing my frustration, the gathering had already dispersed. He sought to alleviate the tension for Liang Ruju, suggesting it was unnecessary to linger on such matters. Ha ha ha, you tongue-tied. I can't see it. Yi Rong laughed, her earlier solemnity dissipating in an instant. They continued to chat and drink, not revisiting the morning's dispute. Though it was primarily Chen Lichuan and Yi Rong sharing drinks, occasionally clinking glasses with Liang Ruju. As the gathering drew to a close, Liang Ruju raised her glass and earnestly addressed Chen Lichuan. Class leader Chen, I toast to you. I apologize for this morning's incident. It's nothing, no need to apologize. Chen Lichuan replied casually, clinking glasses before downing his drink in one go. Subsequently, the three individuals departed, but this seemingly trivial gathering left Liang Ruju with a profound sentiment. In the presence of Chen Lichuan and Yi Rong, she felt an overwhelming sense of immaturity. Chapter 83. Customizing the foregrid. The following day marked the National Day holiday. Thus today's classes were merely a formality for students in finance and trade. Those residing closer to the bustling metropolis had already taken leave to return home. Yet, inexplicably, Shun Yiming appeared in the dormitory and ventured to the classroom quite early, which was utterly baffling. Chen Lichuan had requested leave from his mentor, claiming he was returning to his hometown, and had left the campus early. Meanwhile, in the store, Ma Xiaoqiao was attending to a distributor, his hands trembling as he handled the merchandise, eagerly awaiting the return of the one who resided in his heart. At that moment, The classroom was sparsely populated. Liang Ruzhu scanned the room, and, upon noticing Chen Yiming sitting gravely behind her, turned around to inquire, "Where is class leader Chen? Is he not attending class?" He requested leave to return home. Chen Yiming responded with graceful composure, secretly contemplating that if Lin Shanshan did not show up, he would occupy the seat beside Liang Ruzhu. "Oh," Liang Ruzhu nodded, then shouldered her bag and exited the classroom. She had initially intended to sincerely apologize to Chen Lichuan today. However, if he was absent, she would wait until after the holiday. Chen Yiming did not immediately grasp the situation, mistakenly believing Liang Ruzhu had gone to the restroom. Yet, even when the teacher arrived, her presence remained elusive. Sitting in the front row made it difficult to slip away unnoticed, and during the class, Chen Yiming was called upon, which only deepened his impression of the lesson. He remained seated for the entire morning. "He's here, he's back." Upon seeing Chen Lichuan enter the room, Ma Xiaoqiao exhaled in relief and promptly greeted him, causing the individual who had been seated to rise immediately. "Mr. Chen, you look so youthful," exclaimed a man named Yang Jun, extending his hand in surprise. "Indeed, my family has been in this line of work for generations. I'm merely here to hone my skills," Chen Lichuan replied with a smile, inviting Yang Jun to take a seat. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to the matter at hand. "Brother, the price for the induction cookers we discussed over the phone is quite reasonable. Additionally, we can source slicers, refrigerators, and sterilizers through your channels. I understand you can also customize the base for the pots, correct?" "Absolutely. The dual pot is currently in high demand. We can create larger sizes, and they will be shipped within a week at the latest." Yang Jun presented his company materials, flipping to the page showcasing finished products, laying it before Chen Lichuan. However, Chen Lichuan did not even glance at it. He simply closed the materials and stated, "I'm not interested in the dual pot. I require a bulk order of the 4-grid pots and additionally wish to customize several 9-grid pots." I have indeed crafted numerous 9-grid pots, but I must admit, I have never encountered a 4-grid pot base. Yang Jun chuckled awkwardly, perceiving Chen Lichuan's request as whimsical. The 4-grid pot differs from the 9-grid in that its base maintains uniform heat distribution. It accommodates multiple flavors simultaneously, rather than being divided like the dual pot. Chen Lichuan articulated with expertise, producing his meticulously prepared blueprints to hand to Yang Jun. He added, "The dimensions are clearly marked. Should this pot be feasible, I will procure all my supplies from you." Yang Jun meticulously examined the options available. It seemed that any pot could be custom-made, with the only variable being the price. However, he found it perplexing that such a popular dual-purpose pot was not being produced, questioning the rationale behind this risk. Upholding the integrity of the industry, Yang Jun felt compelled to advise, "If the price is acceptable to you, I can certainly make it happen. But let me speak frankly. The dual-purpose pot is the way to go. It is currently in vogue." "Brother, I appreciate your sentiment. Let's discuss the pricing," Chen Lichuan stated with clear intent. In Shanghai, where people often cherish aesthetics, trends that become overly popular are perceived as mundane. Moreover, as the seafood industry evolved, the most sought-after pots were of the 4-compartment variety, square and highly favored. After a morning of negotiations, they settled on a final price of 25,000, leaving Chen Lichuan with less than 20,000 in his account. Still short by 5,000. "Yang, I will transfer the funds to you tomorrow. Let us finalize the contract first," Chen Lichuan said in a calm tone, revealing no signs of his financial shortfall. "All right, let us proceed with the contract," Yang Jun responded courteously. Once the contract was finalized, he took his leave, awaiting the payment the following day. "Have you found a dormitory yet?" After the shop was left with just the two of them, Chen Lichuan glanced at the hefty man beside him. He produced a pack of Deqianmin cigarettes, which were the cheapest available in the vicinity at 2 yuan per pack. "They are from the Tengda community, 2 kilometers from the shop. You won't find anything cheaper. The 2 apartments combined will cost 8,000 a year." Ma Xiaoqiao wore a distressed expression as he stared at Chen Lichuan. "Don't look at me for cigarettes. You won't find anything cheaper nearby. We are not in our small county town." Chen Lichuan took a deep breath of smoke and slowly replied, "Communicate with the landlord and prepare to rent a place. It doesn't matter if it takes a month or so. Sleeping in the shop indefinitely isn't practical, especially with the weather turning colder. Don't worry about me. It's truly not a problem. You still need to go to Sichuan and Chongqing. We can arrange for the dormitory next month." Ma Xiaoqiao shook his head. "That trip to Sichuan and Chongqing is merely to finalize the flavor of the base ingredients. Expenses will come later. In any case, don't fret too much about finances. I will find a way," Chen Lichuan reassured him, patting Ma Xiaoqiao on the back. He then made a phone call to a private lending service, a number found plastered on street corners. After briefly explaining his situation, Within an hour, a BMW pulled up in front of the shop, and 4 men stepped out, striding confidently inside. Upon seeing Chen Lichuan, the leader, a bald man, expressed surprise. "Are you the legal representative?" "Yes, here is the registration from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, along with the relevant documentation." "My ID is here as well," Chen Lichuan replied, having prepared the necessary materials in advance. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that this shop indeed belonged to Chen Lichuan. The bald man then inspected the premises, which had just been renovated and was still bare, noting that the space was rented. "Do you own any property? You could secure a higher loan through property collateral, and the interest could be lower," the man inquired. "I don't own any. How much can someone in my position borrow?" Chen Lichuan questioned, pulling out a pack of Daqian men, which the man disdainfully eyed but did not accept. 5,000. 5,000. Chen Lichuan's expression was vividly animated. "Since when have private lenders become so cautious? You possess nothing, lacking even a local residence permit. Were it not for your status as a legal entity, 5,000 would not have been granted to you. You received the money in the morning, yet by afternoon, you vanished without a trace. Where am I to find you?" The bald man exclaimed indignantly, and his words held a semblance of truth. "What is the interest?" Chen Lichuan inquired further. 1.5. The bald man promptly replied. This rate was entirely acceptable, prompting Chen Lichuan to smile and say, "Come, Brother Guang, let us sit and converse. When can I expect the funds?" 5,000 is a trivial amount. I have it on me. I will hand it over to you immediately upon signing a promissory note. The bald man took a seat, glaring at Chen Lichuan. "What do you mean by that, Brother Guang? Are you mocking me?" "No, truly not. It was a slip of the tongue, my friend. I meant no offense," Chen Lichuan replied, donning a beseeching demeanor. Given his circumstances, securing a loan would prove challenging, especially as the shop had yet to generate any revenue. After some negotiations, the 5,000 was finally acquired, yet it remained merely a drop in the bucket, sufficient only for the equipment costs due tomorrow, with the rent still unaccounted for. "Has the credit card arrived?" Chen Lichuan asked once more. "Not yet. It will be at least after the National Day. Whether it will be approved is another matter," Ma Xiaoqiao replied, furrowing his brow. "Oh." Chen Lichuan gazed at Ma Xiaoqiao with profound intensity, his expression shifting from indifference to fervor. "What do you mean?" Ma Xiaoqiao queried, puzzled. Instead of replying, Chen Lichuan dialed old Chen's number, his tone urgent as he said, "Father, please send me money quickly. Xiaoqiao is in trouble." "What? Has Xiaoqiao gone to the Magic City?" Chen Lichuan asked in a panic, with Lingling also leaning in to hear. "Xiaoqiao, are you feeling any better?" Chen Lichuan called out loudly. "Much better now." Ma Xiaoqiao's voice was weak, revealing that the two brothers were indeed collaborating to secure funds. Upon hearing Ma Xiaoqiao's voice, old Chen and Lingling were certain the boy was indeed in the Magic City. "Father, Xiaoqiao has developed appendicitis and requires surgery. The doctor insists on removal. Please send money quickly," Chen Lichuan shouted, his voice filled with helplessness and emotion. "Poor child, appendicitis can be excruciating," Lingling remarked anxiously, having suffered from the ailment herself. "How much is needed?" Old Chen asked immediately, aware of Xiaoqiao's family's financial struggles. "Father, Xiaoqiao assures me that he will repay this money. You know his family situation." Chen Lichuan replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Tell Xiaoqiao not to worry. How much do we need?" Old Chen inquired hastily. "Everything is expensive in the Magic City, and Xiaoqiao has also been swindled. Father, please send over 5,000 to help him out," Chen Lichuan urged. "Very well, I shall transfer it to your card right away." Old Chen responded without delay, hanging up to rush to the bank. In less than half an hour, 6,000 had been transferred to Chen Lichuan's account. As old Chen always worried about Xiaoqiao's financial constraints and sent an extra 1,000. "Oh dear, if Uncle Chen knew the truth, how would he perceive me?" Ma Xiaoqiao lamented as he approached, tears in his eyes. "Do not fret. Once he find out, old Chen will have forgotten this matter by morning," Chen Lichuan reassured, brushing aside the concern. However, the 8,000 rent still required an additional 2,000. "Xiaoqiao, is it possible to pay for 6 months' rent?" Chen Lichuan asked again. "It is possible, but the price for 6 months is higher. In total, it would amount to an additional 1,000 compared to the yearly rate," Ma Xiaoqiao replied, his voice still laced with tears. "Let us proceed with a 6-month lease. This way, I will still have over 3,000 left. Once the hot pot restaurant is up and running, financial concerns will ease, and everything will fall into place." Chen Lichuan nodded, fully aware of the considerable financial pressure he faced. Both visible and hidden expenses demanded funds. Fortunately, the hardware and equipment had been finalized. "Remember to transfer the funds. I must head to the train station for a 5 o'clock train." Chen Lichuan packed a rucksack filled with instant noodles, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. as these would be his sustenance for the next few days. Be safe, Ma Xiaoqiao said as he accompanied him to the entrance. Leaning against the doorframe and gazing longingly at Chen Lichuan's departing figure, Chen Lichuan glanced back momentarily before quickly turning away, pondering why this stout fellow had become so overly expressive lately. Lichuan, are you returning to your hometown? At the bus stop, Su Wantong spotted Chen Lichuan. Yes. Is there anything you need me to bring? Chen Lichuan inquired casually. Well, just some snacks from Ning County would be great, Su Wantong replied with a nod. All right. My train is about to depart, so I must take my leave. Chen Lichuan's bus arrived first, and he boarded it promptly. He had previously arranged for old Chen to send some local specialties to Li Chunqin, using his return home as an excuse to take a leave of absence. This way, he could conveniently deliver the local delicacies to his mentor. As for the treats for Su Wantong, he had ensured there was a sufficient quantity. Chapter 84. Securing supplies after enduring a long bus ride. Chen Lichuan arrived in the Sichuan-Chongqing region the following day. He was aware only of the general location of the hot pot base ingredient suppliers, relying entirely on verbal directions, as GPS was not available in those days. The challenge lay in the fact that Mandarin was not widely spoken, making communication quite difficult. After much effort, he finally reached his destination by noon on the second day. As long as he recognized the sign, he could choose from a variety of base ingredients for the hot pot, confident that the flavors would be exceptional. The key consideration was the taste preferences of the residents of the Magic City, who typically favored milder spice levels. After noting the ordering phone number for a classic brand and completing the necessary brand registration, Chen Lichuan hurriedly departed to find a manufacturer known for its excellent tomato-flavored broth. Keeping in mind that his hot pot restaurant would feature a 4-compartment pot, necessitating at least 4 flavor options. Mushroom soup bases were also quite popular in the Magic City, and this was something Chen Lichuan could easily concoct himself. Northerners often enjoyed fermented bean curd soup, which must be savored before indulging in the hot pot for its delightful aroma, and he considered promoting it as well. Beef tallow, rich in cholesterol and boasting a robust fragrance, could be marketed as a health-conscious option. A clear broth must also be available, as there will always be health-conscious women who prefer to avoid oil and opt for a lighter soup. Moreover, plain water could be poured into the 4-compartment pot, allowing for a diverse array of ingredient combinations. This approach not only enhances the dining experience, but also adds a touch of elegance. When it comes to seasonings, Chen Lichuan felt quite adept. In the Magic City, hot pot enthusiasts typically paired soy sauce, fragrant vinegar, and sesame, while Northerners favored sesame paste. And those from Sichuan-Chongqing regions often desired additional heat in the form of small chili peppers. Once the restaurant opened, Chen Lichuan envisioned himself standing at the seasoning station, assisting customers in crafting their ideal flavor profiles, as the essence of hot pot hinges significantly on the seasonings used. To be frank, many people today are still unaware of how to properly season for optimal flavor. The service philosophy at Dejiang Lao is to ensure that customers experience the most delectable hot pot, accompanied by meticulous service. This journey to secure supplies took Chen Lichuan a full 3 days, and upon returning to the Magic City, it was already the 5th. Upon returning to the shop in the afternoon, I fortuitously encountered the distributor, Yang Jun, who was measuring the dimensions of the kitchen to customize the preparation station. The complete set of facilities for the establishment would be ready by the end of the month. A fortunate outcome attributed to the fact that this location had previously functioned as a restaurant, requiring only minor renovations, such as adjustments to the plumbing and electrical systems. Alongside simple decor updates, how is the 4-compartment pot coming along? Chen Lichuan inquired. The craftsmen have already commenced work on it. It will be ready for mass production in no more than 2 weeks. Do not worry, it will undoubtedly not delay your opening, Yang Jun reassured him, patting his chest. Since the young fellow has invested additional funds, the pot will certainly be delivered on time. All right, Yang Gu, your word brings me peace of mind, Chen Lichuan nodded. Noticing Yang's intention to depart, he quickly grasped his arm, urging, stay for a meal. Let us enjoy a few drinks tonight. Not now, I must attend to other shops. I will reach out later. Yang Jun waved his hand and hurried away. Those in sales often moved with such urgency. Brother Chuan, how is the base material? Ma Xiaoqiao then eagerly asked. Almost ready. Once the shop's facilities are complete, I will place the order over the phone. Chen Lichuan replied as he wearily sank into a chair. Ma Xiaoqiao, ever considerate, promptly offered him a glass of cool boiled water. Everything else is manageable. But the key issue lies in personnel management, particularly in the kitchen, Chen Lichuan remarked gravely, looking at Ma Xiaoqiao. Fatty, I will hire a professional manager to oversee operations. Your role will be to assist him, not to manage him. Do you understand my intention? Given Ma Xiaoqiao's current level of understanding, He was not equipped to oversee such a large establishment. Thus, Chen Lichuan felt it necessary to clarify certain matters in advance, once he was absent from the shop. It would not be up to Ma Xiaoqiao to make decisions. A shop managed by two heads would inevitably descend into chaos. Lichuan, I grasp your meaning. Ma Xiaoqiao nodded earnestly. During his time in the metropolis, he had encountered many individuals and recognized the deficiencies in his communication and operational skills. He acknowledged his lack of logical reasoning in handling matters. Fatty, you must cultivate your relationship with the manager gradually. You need to shadow him in procurement. There are many intricacies involved. In short, there is an abundance of knowledge to be gained, and you must absorb it slowly, for each day will be filled with busyness. Chen Lichuan continued, emphasizing the challenges inherent in the culinary industry, which are not easily borne by the unprepared. Yes, I am currently committed to embracing the hardships ahead. Ma Xiaoqiao affirmed with a nod. Enduring difficulties is one aspect. You must also consistently contemplate how to enhance your work, refining your character to avoid becoming excessively rigid, like a stone, and instead becoming more adaptable and polished. Chen Lichuan's words flowed abundantly, as Ma Xiaoqiao listened patiently, knowing that in due time, he would encounter individuals from all walks of life. At around 6 in the evening, Chen Lichuan arrived at his mentor's residence, carrying a substantial velvet bag filled with local specialties. As relationships deepened, familiarity naturally followed. Lichuan, why have you brought so much? My household cannot consume it all. You are too generous, my child. Please, come inside. You've worked up quite a sweat. Chen Yuan promptly welcomed Chen Lichuan in, calling out to the inner room, Chunqin. Lichuan is here. Come see how much he has brought. Madam, these are all local specialties from Ning County. I've brought a variety. Please try them and let me know what you like, and I will have my father send more. Chen Lichuan replied, his demeanor humble as he lowered his gaze. In Tachikawa, how much is this? You must keep it, or else do not take it. Chen Yuan spoke with a serious tone. Brother Tachikawa. At that moment, Xiaodou ran out, and Chen Tachikawa immediately pulled a chocolate from his pocket to give to the child. Shortly after, Li Chunqin emerged, seeing the large bag of items, insisting that Chen Tachikawa take it back. Teacher, after such a long journey from Ning County, over 1,000 kilometers, it would be exhausting to return it. Chen Tachikawa smiled shyly. A single difficult remark left Li Chunqin with no choice but to accept the local specialties. And the arduous journey of over 1,000 kilometers further highlighted the child's heartfelt gesture. You, my dear child, are truly sincere. Stay for a meal. I'll prepare a feast for you. Chen Yuan invited Chen Tachikawa to sit down, fetching him a drink. Previously, the child had always called her teacher's wife, and at first, Chen Yuan found it awkward, yet now she had adopted that term herself. Chen Yuan then entered the kitchen, ready to showcase her culinary skills, followed closely by Chen Tachikawa. Teacher's wife, I must say, your cooking cannot compare to mine. Today, I shall demonstrate my skills. Chen Tachikawa spoke amicably, the initial awkwardness of their interaction having dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence. Having grown up on egg pancakes and having spent some time in the food industry, he could only say he was familiar with the process of enjoying a meal prepared by Chen Yuan. Tachikawa, you can cook? Chen Yuan asked incredulously. Teacher's wife, haha. Just wait and see. Alas, poor little dough. Chen Tachikawa washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and began to cook, his deft knife skills leaving both Chen Yuan and Li Chunqin in awe. The scene resembled that of a seasoned chef. Half an hour later, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. The braised fish alone was visually enticing. Dough, your favorite ribs, come taste your brother's culinary skills. Chen Tachikawa served the stewed ribs to Xiaodou, who took a big bite and immediately pointed at Chen Yuan, exclaiming, "It's so delicious. Mom, I will never eat your cooking again." Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Despite her efforts in the kitchen, she could never quite achieve the same results, leaving the two men in a bit of a bind. Tachikawa, how did you season these ribs? Chen Yuan asked excitedly after tasting a bite, her eyes lighting up. Teacher's wife, I'll write down the ingredients for you later, detailing how to control the heat. It's quite simple to follow, replied Chen Tachikawa. All right, haha. Chen Yuan responded with a smile. That meal left Xiaodou so full he could hardly move. Chapter 85. Loan renewal on the 6th of the month. Radiant sunlight bathed the entire street as an Audi sped towards them, coming to a halt sideways right at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. 3 men, dressed in a manner that exuded a strong societal vibe, stepped out. Brother Chuan, are these people definitely not acquainted with that Guang brother? Ma Xiaoqiao leaned into Chen Tachikawa, asking nervously, momentarily intimidated by the imposing presence of the men. Rest assured, they are unfamiliar. These are individuals seeking small loans from other districts, Chen Tachikawa replied quietly. A small lending company could hardly resolve financial issues. So Chen Tachikawa sought other lending firms in different areas. This method did not affect credit records, ensuring that there was no risk of loan information leaks. Indeed, this approach is akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. In this era, many small business owners have fallen victim to such lending practices, unable to repay exorbitant interest rates. The facade may appear resplendent, yet underneath lies a realm of disarray. Do you seek a loan? How old are you? The individual spoke with a tone reminiscent of Brother Guang, his disdainful gaze scrutinizing Chen Lichuan from head to toe. Judging by his demeanor, he lacked Brother Guang's amiable disposition. Yes, I do require a loan, and I possess the qualifications of a legal entity. Let us converse in the store, Chen Lichuan replied. His tone measured as he led the group inside. The man, nicknamed Gongzi, after a brief inquiry and investigation, pointed a finger, declaring he could extend a loan of 10,000, albeit at an interest rate of 3%, double that of Brother Guang's. For instance, on a loan of 100,000, the monthly interest alone would amount to 3,000. Boss Chen, other lending companies wouldn't provide you with such a substantial sum, thus 3% interest is quite reasonable. 6% is commonplace for renewals, Gongzi asserted while tapping the table with an unfriendly expression, attempting to intimidate the evidently youthful Chen Lichuan. Fatty, go purchase some cigarettes for the brothers. Having traveled such a distance, we cannot let them leave empty-handed. Chen Lichuan remained calm, casting a glance at Ma Xiaoqiao, who blinked frantically in response. All right then, Ma Xiaoqiao nodded and stepped outside, heading towards a stall selling counterfeit cigarettes, acquiring a pack of Huazi at a price above market value. In this area, the two brothers had grown quite familiar. Upon returning, Ma Xiaoqiao presented the cigarettes to Chen Lichuan, who promptly pushed them towards Gongzi. Brother gang, I am well aware of the current market conditions. To be forthright, I opened this shop to keep my family unaware, funded by my pocket money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your loan. You may also inquire, my family is not lacking in funds. Thus, you need not worry about repayment. Moreover, I am a student of finance and trade. Here is my student ID, along with the admission notice. Surely, I wouldn't abscond for a mere 10,000, would I? Therefore, I cannot accept your proposed 3% interest. The maximum I can agree to is 1.5%. If you can accommodate this, let us draft a formal contract. If not, you may take the cigarettes and consider it a friendly gesture. We cannot allow the brothers to make the trip in vain. Chen Lichuan's demeanor appeared generous and magnanimous. In such lending circumstances, the interest rates are typically self-imposed. If deemed high risk, the corresponding interest must be elevated. Conversely, a finance student typically comes from a well-off background. Gongzi hesitated, contemplating, his gaze fixated on the pack of Huazi on the table. The interest rate he initially proposed was far too inflated for Chen Lichuan to accept. The purchase of this counterfeit cigarette was inconsequential. If he could agree to the terms, Gongzi would immediately offer a genuine one in exchange. However, should he choose to leave with the cigarettes, the loss incurred would be minimal. Are you truly a finance student? Gongzi inquired. If so, he would be willing to extend the loan at 1.5% interest. How about accompanying me for a stroll around the campus? Chen Lichuan suggested casually. All right, let us take a walk. If you are genuine, I will lend you 20,000 at 1.5% interest, Gongzi responded with utmost caution. Chen Lichuan nodded in agreement immediately. However, after this interaction, it became evident that Guang Gu was quite genuine, while this Gongzi gave off a vibe of being overly cunning. Consequently, Chen Lichuan led Gongzi towards the Finance Institute. Along the way, they encountered no classmates, yet Gongzi's brows were furrowed the entire time. Upon reaching the base of the dormitory, Su Wantong fortuitously passed by. Lichuan, you're back, Su Wantong exclaimed, bouncing over, her flowing hair obscuring her petite face. Yeah, I arrived yesterday, Chen Lichuan replied with a smile, casting a sideways glance at Gongzi, who still wore a skeptical expression. What about the things you promised to bring me? Have you forgotten? Su Wantong inquired, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head to gaze up at Chen Lichuan. The weather was slightly better today, prompting her to don a short skirt complemented by knee-high white socks. It's in the dorm. I'll go get it for you, Chen Lichuan responded, leading Gongzi towards the dormitory. Upon making eye contact with Gongzi, Su Wantong felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that his gaze was rather unsettling and that he might not be a person of good character. Soon enough, Chen Lichuan brought Gongzi into the dormitory, where a small bag of local delicacies remained in the cupboard, perfect for Su Wantong at that moment. Inside the dorm, the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of a keyboard, as Liang Jingshan played on Shun Yiming's computer, glancing at Chen Lichuan and offering a grin. Gu Yu and Zhou Kaikai were both engrossed in their laptops on their respective beds, while the rest were absent, resulting in an unusually tranquil atmosphere. Brother Chuan, you're back, Guyu exclaimed, removing his headphones and leaning forward with a smile. Zhou Kaikai also greeted Chen Lichuan, which was a rarity, as his demeanor typically did not extend such courtesies to others in the dorm. I'm just stepping out. You all continue with your games, Chen Lichuan said, bag in hand, just as the three boys who needed attention called out in unison. Lichuan, bring me a bottle of drink. Give me a pack of cigarettes. Buy something random from the supermarket. Chen Lichuan chuckled softly at their requests, calling back, I can't bring you anything today. I want to be staying in the dorm tonight. As he stepped into the hallway, those passing by greeted Chen Lichuan amicably. Through this interaction, the suspicious Gongzi finally began to trust him, even placing a friendly hand on Chen Lichuan's shoulder. All right, you're quite the leader, aren't you? Business Management Department. Class 1002. I can share all the basic information with you. Don't mention just 10,000. Even 30,000 can be transferred to my account by this afternoon if I ask my father. I really don't want them to know about my restaurant business. Otherwise, I'll be scolded endlessly. When the topic of home arose, Chen Lichuan deliberately adopted a vexed expression. Indeed, family can be bothersome. Nothing seems to go right. I understand, Gongzi replied, his tone suddenly becoming more reasonable. At the base of the building, Su Wantong, with her head bowed, seemed lost in thought. Chen Lichuan quickly approached her, placing the items in her arms, startling her slightly. What are you thinking? Let us go, he said, turning to walk away. Wait. Su Wantong hurriedly followed, grasping Chen Lichuan's arm and cautiously glancing at Gongzi before asking, Lichuan, who is he? A friend. Why do you ask? Is he from our area? Su Wantong pressed her lips together, appearing quite anxious. It's nothing to worry about. It's just my father's business, Chen Lichuan remarked, discerning Su Wantong's thoughts while casually elevating his family background. Oh, I see. Only then did Su Wantong reveal her pearly smile, happily releasing Chen Lichuan's arm and politely nodding at Gongzi, realizing he was a business associate of her Uncle Chen. Hello, brother. Su Wantong, harboring a subtle intention, deliberately chose to present herself as well-mannered, believing it would enhance her appeal, especially since Chen Lichuan was unattached. Ha ha, hello. Gongzi laughed heartily, amused by the young girl's cautious demeanor. Well, I'll take my leave. See you later, Chen Lichuan added, striding away with Gongzi. The two hastily exited the school gates, crossed the street, and entered a store undergoing renovations, oblivious to the conspicuous sports car parked outside the school. Yet its occupants had taken note of Chen Lichuan. Is that him? Yi Rong lowered the car window, observing Chen Lichuan enter the long-awaited store, hesitating slightly before starting the engine and driving over. Gongzi, do you now believe what I said? An interest rate of 1.5 is already quite generous. Anything beyond that is truly not worth my consideration, Chen Lichuan stated as he and Gongzi resumed their seats at the dining table. Gongzi elongated his tone, gazing around the restaurant. This place is indeed substantial. After some contemplation, he declared, Boss Chen, here's the deal. I can offer you 30,000. But the interest must be 2%. An interest rate of 1.5 is simply too low for me to entertain. Gongzi's capacity to propose such terms stemmed entirely from his status as a finance and trade student. Prior to this, Chen Lichuan had adequately prepared himself, and his previous engagement with Guanggu had merely been a trial to gauge interest rates, concluding he could accept the terms and proceed with the loan. While Chen Lichuan was amenable to a 2% interest rate, he leaned back in his chair, adopting a contemplative posture. Boss Chen, running such a large establishment requires substantial funds for various needs. It's wise to have ample reserves for unforeseen circumstances. Gongzi began to advocate for Chen Lichuan, encouraging him to take out a larger loan, emphasizing that as a student, particularly in finance, he had little to fear regarding defaults. If it's 2% interest, Gongzi, why not lend me 50,000 for a round number? Chen Lichuan extended a hand. All right. Gongzi readily agreed without hesitation. After some negotiation, Gongzi proceeded to a nearby bank to withdraw funds, and they promptly signed the loan agreement, black and white, along with fingerprints, while the 50,000 lay stacked on the table. As they were about to depart, Chen Lichuan hastily exchanged cigarettes. Gongzi, you're quite generous. You must try this Huazi brand. The production line is distinct, and I've heard it's specially sourced, making it more aromatic. I got it from my father. Little brother, you are genuine. I'm determined to befriend someone like you, Gongzi declared, giving Chen Lichuan's shoulder a hearty pat before leading a few others out of the store. The two brothers glanced at the money on the table. Chen Lichuan wore a relaxed smile, while Ma Xiaoqiao felt anxious, realizing the sum was burgeoning. Chapter 86. Simple Thoughts. Yi Rong watched the Audi drive away, presuming the business inside had concluded, before stepping out of her car and entering the hot pot restaurant. Boss Chen, Yi Rong called out, and upon seeing the stack of money on the table, she deduced the connection between Chen Lichuan and that group of individuals. Just moments ago, the Audi parked outside had displayed a personal loan contact. Ma Xiaoqiao hastily tucked the money away and stepped inside. Chen Lichuan, taken aback, gazed at Yirong, never expecting her sudden entrance, especially with the renovation signs posted at the door. After a brief pause, he smiled and beckoned. Yirong, please take a seat. Don't mind the mess. Fatty, brew a pot of tea. He shifted his chair slightly. There's no need for that. I won't be having anything, Yirong quickly replied, opting not to sit down, but instead wandering around the shop with keen interest. Chen Lichuan followed her. What is the area of your shop? Yirong inquired as she walked. Approximately 400 square meters. I'm helping a friend, Chen Lichuan casually remarked. Boss Chen, you're rather modest. I noticed the loan advertisement. You must be the legal representative, correct? Yirong turned to Chen Lichuan, her eyes wide with reproach, pouting as she added, trying to deceive me? If not, why not show me the business license? Chen Lichuan chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that this woman was not easily fooled. He nodded slightly, tacitly affirming her assumption. Ultimately, once the business flourished, he would need to report to his mentor. However, this was a process. Achieving results before discussing them with others conveyed a sense of humility, composure, and capability. If one were to boast prematurely, seeking attention from the start, it would lead to disdain, and even if business improved later, people's impressions would remain unfavorable. Chen Lichuan diligently managed his relationship with Li Chunqin, ensuring that no missteps occurred at any stage. Are you planning to serve home-style dishes? Yirong asked again, as she reached the entrance where Chen Lichuan had pulled out a chair for her. We're preparing to serve hot pot, Chen Lichuan replied, sitting beside her with a teapot, pouring her a cup of tea. Hot pot. The dual-flavor pot is quite popular these days. How many tables can you accommodate? Yirong pressed further, her curiosity evident. 25 in total, with 5 large tables for 10 people each, and the remainder are smaller tables for 6 and 4. However, we won't be using the dual-flavor pot. We've customized a square grid to offer 4 different flavors simultaneously, Chen Lichuan explained. A square grid? Huh. Yirong burst into laughter, having never heard of such a concept in a hot pot restaurant. Did you come up with that idea yourself? Is the broth also customized? Indeed, Chen Lichuan nodded. Yirong's laughter grew even louder, and after a while, she inquired, have you considered adding a few more tables? Otherwise, you might waste a lot of space. Our focus is primarily on service, Chen Lichuan replied with a serious demeanor. Service is the main focus for a hot pot restaurant. A hint of concern flickered across Yirong's beautiful face. She thought to herself that this place was bound to fail, especially with that square grid concept, which seemed like a reckless idea from the young. At that moment, Haijiao had yet to establish a reputation, having only garnered local acclaim. Traditionally, it appeared that dining establishments were not necessarily associated with good service. Rather, the emphasis should be on delivering exquisite flavors. I believe you could expand to 30 tables. That way, you could increase the turnover rate during peak hours. Yirong offered her suggestions with a hint of professionalism. Yet she refrained from mentioning the matter of the 4-grid design again, as Chen Lichuan had already made his decision. Such immutable circumstances warranted no further discussion. Is your family involved in the catering industry as well? Chen Lichuan casually inquired. Not in catering. My family is engaged in investments. My father had contemplated entering the food service sector, but due to various factors, that plan was shelved for the time being, pending a better assessment of market conditions. Yirong replied lightly. However, the term investment is intrinsically linked to capital. You must be quite wealthy, a true affluent lady, Chen Lichuan exclaimed with a heavy sigh, his loud praise eliciting a melodic laughter from Yirong. I suggest you consider my earlier advice. Focusing on service may not be the best fit for the culinary world. What truly matters is the flavor, Yirong remarked as she rose, preparing to take her leave. All right, Chen Lichuan nodded, also standing. If pursuing the service path proves unviable, I shall simply increase my offerings. Yirong chuckled softly and said no more. As she reached the door, she added, let me take you to the hottest spot in the metropolis. The red Porsche lit up, and Yirong approached, opening the door and gesturing to Chen Lichuan. Come on. Let us enjoy a night out at a bar. There are still many tasks to attend to at the establishment. Perhaps we can postpone this until after the renovations are complete, at which point you are welcome to come and savor our offerings, Chen Lichuan responded, shaking his head in refusal. Social interactions, to a certain extent, require a balance. One must reciprocate the enthusiasm of others. Yirong's current invitation to such a high-end venue, established in 2004, implied that should he attend this time, he would feel compelled to return, while he would certainly dine near the school. The timing felt inappropriate given their recent acquaintance. Very well then, Yirong conceded without pressing further. Once inside the car, they sped away amidst the envious gazes of their classmates. As Chen Lichuan stood at the entrance, preparing to return indoors, he turned around only to be startled by the sight of a plump classmate's bangs. "What on earth are you doing standing there?" Chen Lichuan exclaimed, rubbing his eyes, which were now glistening with tears. "That girl is stunning." For reasons unknown. Ma Xiaoqiao was particularly animated at this moment, grabbing Chen Lichuan and exclaiming, "So elegant, even more beautiful than Qi Siyao. And she drives a sports car. Brother Chuan, if you pursue her, you'll have everything you desire for the rest of your life." Enough, the sun hasn't even set yet, and you're already daydreaming. Women like that are astute. They know what they want and wouldn't look twice at someone driving an Accord. Chen Lichuan remarked as he nudged Ma Xiaoqiao into the building to spare them both embarrassment. Nevertheless, his statement held truth. Yirong certainly had discerning taste. "By the way, what should we do with these counterfeit cigarettes? We borrowed 50,000 at once. Surely we don't need to continue borrowing in the short term?" Ma Xiaoqiao queried. "Let us keep them for ourselves," Chen Lichuan replied. "Counterfeit cigarettes?" Ma Xiaoqiao exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. "Precisely why we should keep them. It would be wasteful to discard them. Quick, let us open them and give them a try." Chen Lichuan, unperturbed, hastily extracted one and lit it, only to erupt into a fit of violent coughing, his face turning crimson as he nearly choked. "Good heavens, these are incredibly fake." After taking a deep breath, the rotund classmate beside him began to cough as well, his bangs shaking with the force of his wheezing. Driving along, Yirong suddenly pursed her lips and shook her head, muttering to herself, "Such a simple-minded notion. Even the Foursquare grid idea is utterly fanciful. I overestimated him that day. To open such a large store in this market and even seek a loan, what a reckless endeavor." Chapter 87. Application for financial aid after the National Day holiday. Students in the finance and trade department appeared listless, as if they could muster no enthusiasm for anything, their lethargy pervasive. The atmosphere in class 1002 was particularly exaggerated. During the first lesson, even with the instructor teaching, many students lay sprawled across their desks. Only Chen Lichuan, seated at the back, sat upright, eagerly raising his hand to answer questions. This behavior is somewhat understandable, given Li Chuanxin's easygoing nature, which has led to a noticeable decline in student decorum. For instance, backstage during the orientation gala, the urgency was palpable. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Li Chuanxin began organizing the teaching materials and slowly announced, "Students in need of financial aid should prepare their application materials and submit them to the class representative." Originally, there were no funds allocated for business management, but I managed to secure one for you all, with an approximate assistance of 500 yuan per semester. Due to the unique nature of the business management program, there are hardly any students from impoverished backgrounds. However, Class 1002 does have one or two students with special circumstances, such as Chen Lichuan, which is why Li Chuanxin made an effort to obtain this opportunity. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the classroom turned to Chen Lichuan, tacitly accepting that the allocation was intended for him. After Li Chuanxin departed, the classroom erupted into chatter about vacation plans and attractions in the bustling metropolis, seemingly disregarding the financial aid application. For those with special circumstances, please remember to submit your applications to me as soon as possible, so that the instructor can process them in advance, Chen Lichuan called out, fulfilling his duty, but was met with a chorus of derisive remarks. "What's with the act? It's not even your own, right?" "Well, Chen, the class representative, is quite exhausted every day. Indeed. Besides, he really is in a difficult situation currently." Following the incident at the gala, classmates have been openly discussing Chen Lichuan, a development attributed to the gossip circulating from Liang Ruzhu and her dormitory. Chen Lichuan smiled wryly, sitting down quietly. The situation may have arisen from his overly accommodating demeanor, which irked his proud and aloof classmates, yet every loss bears a gain. Since that incident, his relationship with Li Chuanxin has grown increasingly close. Lin Shanshan glanced toward the back row, intending to say something provocative. Observing this, Liang Ruzhu quickly tugged at her, frowning and warning, "All right, say less. This is all coming from our dormitory. And so what if it is? The truth is as it stands. Chen Lichuan is indeed a sycophant. Why should he fear being spoken of?" Lin Shanshan retorted defiantly, her voice rising. "You're really pushing it," Liang Ruzhu exclaimed in exasperation, even slipping into the local dialect. "Stop talking, or I'll genuinely be upset." With that, Liang Ruzhu rose in frustration and headed toward the back row. Su Wantong pursed her lips and shot Lin Shanshan a glare before also looking back, where she spotted Liang Ruzhu sitting beside Chen Lichuan. "Class Representative Chen," Liang Ruru called out softly, her demeanor reflecting a blend of hesitation and shyness. After a brief pause, she murmured, "I sincerely apologize for what transpired behind the stage. I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault that things escalated to this point. There was no need for such an apology. I never cared much about it." Chen Lichuan replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. "Really?" Liang Ruru gazed at Chen Lichuan in bewilderment, taken aback by his reaction. She had anticipated he might express his grievances or lament the situation, perhaps asserting that he acted for the greater good. What does it mean to say he does not care? In my view, the friendship among classmates is not so fragile. After this phase passes, no one will remember the incident, Chen Lichuan continued, his gaze fixed solely on Liang Ruru, nodding in silence. Liang Ruru pondered the implications of his words and contemplated his thoughts. "Class monitor, here is my application for financial assistance," suddenly interrupted Song Yanhua as she approached, placing a sheet of letter paper on Chen Lichuan's desk. "Have you completed it so quickly?" Chen Lichuan asked, astonished as he looked at Song Yanhua. "Yes, I wrote it a while ago," she replied softly before turning to return to her seat. At that moment, none of the classmates noticed Song Yanhua's application. Had Liang Ruru not been seated beside Chen Lichuan, it would have gone unnoticed. Chen Lichuan spoke little, carefully setting the letter aside. Liang Ruru cast a curious glance at Song Yanhua, contemplating the significance of financial aid. Given Chen Lichuan's close relationship with their advisor, how could he possibly allocate that opportunity to her? 500 each semester is no trivial amount. As the class bell rang, Liang Ruru returned to her seat, resigning herself to the notion that the incident behind the stage was now behind them. Upon returning to the dormitory at noon, Chen Lichuan made a point to remind Liang Jingshan, "Jingshan, you should also submit an application. Regardless of the outcome, at least put it in. Who knows if the advisor has a way to secure an additional slot. 500 a month is quite significant." During their time together, the dorm mates had come to understand Liang Jingshan's challenging family circumstances. Indeed, that fur coat was a counterfeit. "All right," Liang Jingshan replied with a smile, feeling encouraged by Chen Lichuan's words, and he dutifully sat down to write the application. In the meantime, Wu Lang teased, "Look at Jingshan, working hard during nap time. This must be for the graduate entrance exam." Laughter erupted among the dorm mates. Chen Lichuan reclined on his bed, smoking a cigarette, waiting for Liang Jingshan to finish his application before heading to work at the store. Xin Yiming glanced at Chen Lichuan, surprised to see him smoking. He then picked up a broom, feigning to clean, and slowly approached. "With just the two of us on duty, the dorm might actually be tidy." Sitting on the bed, Xin Yiming sighed, then naturally extended his hand to ask for a cigarette. "You rascal, I've never seen you share your smokes. Give me your Su Yan. I can't stand the taste of these harsh ones." Chen Lichuan shot him a glare. "All right, bro, just wait. I'll get it," Xin Yiming replied with a grin, promptly standing up to retrieve an unopened pack of Su Yan from his bunk. "Wow, this is quite the deal, trading Su Yan for soft Huazi. Jingshan, are you still working on your essay?" Chen Lichuan appeared impatient as he stood up. "All right, ha. Liang Jingshan handed something to Chen Lichuan, not forgetting to lament that he had spent a considerable amount of money with Qin Yiding, leaving him financially strained. "Chuan Gu, here, for Su Yan." Shen Yiming passed a cigarette to Chen Lichuan, then snatched the soft Huazi from his hand, feeling delighted upon inspection, having only taken one puff. "I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave." Chen Lichuan then briskly exited the dormitory. "Yiming, come take a puff of this Huazi. I was too shy to ask Lichuan for one earlier, just smoked his." Liang Jingshan jested. "I'll have one too." Wu Lang approached as well. Shen Yiming, with a forlorn expression, thought the cigarettes were meant for show, but given the circumstances, he reluctantly shared two. After the three lit up and took a deep drag, they coughed in unison. No wonder Lichuan can't get used to it. This Huazi is incredibly strong. "I feel dizzy," Liang Jingshan exclaimed, his face contorted in discomfort. Shen Yiming continued to cough vigorously, eventually shouting, "This can't be fake, right? This is some serious counterfeit." Wu Lang frowned in dismay, tossing away his cigarette, but, "Damn it, Chen Lichuan." Shen Yiming rushed out in pursuit. Chapter 88. All for oneself. By the following day, upon confirming that no students had applied for financial assistance, Chen Lichuan visited his tutor's office after morning classes to report the matter. "Teacher, here is the application draft. Our class has a total of 2 applicants. I privately inquired about Song Yanhua's family situation in her dormitory, and it is indeed quite challenging. As for Liang Jingshan, the conditions of his family can be attested by those in our dorm. Despite his flamboyant personality, his family circumstances are genuinely poor," Chen Lichuan stated earnestly. Li Chunqin nodded gently, reviewing the 2 application drafts. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Chen Lichuan, paused for a moment, and gestured for him to sit down. Thus, Chen Lichuan moved to a long bench beside his tutor. Why didn't you apply? Li Chunqing's voice was barely above a whisper. Originally, there were no slots available in the business management department. Compared to other departments, we are rather unique. I requested this slot primarily because of you. The implication was clear. Chen Lichuan lowered his head in contemplation. His heart stirred in that moment. In interpersonal relationships, your willingness to accommodate and flatter others is worthwhile when you encounter someone who genuinely acts in your interest. Teacher, your kindness has always been etched in my heart, including your recommendation for me to join the student council. I know you have been considering my welfare. Chen Lichuan spoke sincerely, his gaze filled with gratitude toward Li Chunqing. But my family's situation is not as impoverished as some classmates suggest. We are relatively well off in our small town, running an electronics store. Is that so? Li Chunqing responded with surprise, shifting his chair forward. Previously, he had perceived Chen Lichuan as a child of hardship, and he was taken aback to discover that his family was quite comfortable. Perhaps growing up in a business environment has made you more industrious, leading to misunderstandings among your peers. Chen Lichuan felt embarrassed. Praising oneself should naturally be done with a touch of modesty. Tachikawa, you are undoubtedly the most pragmatic individual I have ever encountered, a testament to the profound influence of your parents, whose steady and responsible natures have significantly shaped and assisted you. Li Chunqing remarked slowly, genuinely intrigued by Tachikawa's familial background. Indeed, my parents possess an excellent reputation locally. They are kind-hearted, unpretentious, and remarkably composed, Tachikawa affirmed with a nod, his expression one of utmost certainty. This unexpected topic sparked a lively conversation between them, leading to an extensive exchange that lasted for quite some time. Eager to segue into the subject of the hot pot restaurant, Tachikawa embellished his summer entrepreneurial experience, recounting the tale of selling egg-filled pancakes. You earned about 60,000 yuan in just over 2 months? In such a small county? Li Chunqing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. The ingredients I used perfectly matched the local palate, and I was the only one selling them at that time. However, now, egg-filled pancakes are everywhere in that little town, Tachikawa continued. Tachikawa, I have noticed your remarkable culinary talent. You seem to learn everything with astonishing speed. Li Chunqing praised with a smile. By the way, what happened to your original stall after you came to school? Did you sell it? I did not sell it. Tachikawa shook his head. At that time, I had a high school classmate working for me. His family was struggling, as his parents had been unemployed for many years. So I handed the stall over to him. Tachikawa, you are truly commendable. Li Chunqing chuckled lightly, glancing at the time. It was already mealtime. Teacher, shall we head to the cafeteria? I will treat you with my meal card, as I have a favor to ask, Tachikawa said with an eager expression. What is it? Li Chunqing inquired immediately. Teacher, let us discuss it while we walk, Tachikawa suggested, pulling Li Chunqing's arm as they exited the office and strolled towards the cafeteria. Engaged in conversation. Teacher, could I request 2 funding spots? Song Yanhua and Liang Jingshan have a good relationship with me, and their family situations are indeed difficult. It would not be appropriate to exclude either of them. Tachikawa's expression conveyed his dilemma, yet this small favor was deliberately sought. Maintaining relationships and seeking assistance in minor matters is a commendable way to foster closeness. The more interactions, the more familiarity grows. This might be something Li Chunqing could resolve with a simple statement, yet Tachikawa appeared particularly troubled. This created yet another reason for closer contact. Every relationship is built gradually. One cannot simply begin with grand requests, lest others perceive one as foolish. Tachikawa, as class leader, it is commendable to have such thoughts. Liang Jingshan and Song Yanhua's situations are quite similar. It would be inappropriate to remove either one. Li Chunqing nodded, his expression serious. After a moment, Li Chunqing spoke with conviction. I will apply for this matter. It should be nearly certain. However, until it is confirmed, there is always a possibility of unforeseen circumstances. So please do not mention the 2 spots to them just yet. I will inform you once it is finalized. Thank you. Teacher, you have truly been a tremendous help. Otherwise, I would be in quite a quandary. Tachikawa expressed his gratitude, tightening his grip on Li Chunqing's arm. Tachikawa, this is an issue that the teacher must consider. You have merely reminded me of it, Li Chunqing replied with a smile, speaking from the heart. Chen Lichuan's tendency to shoulder all burdens reflects his awareness of the nuances of his situation, particularly as a newly appointed mentor with limited experience, fostering a comfortable rapport. If it comes to a worst-case scenario, perhaps the opportunity should be granted to Liang Jingshan, as his family circumstances are more intricate, he remarked, adding that it is only natural to favor those with whom one shares a bond. Indeed, Li Chunqing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two shared a meal in the dining hall, engaging in jovial banter and displaying an intimate camaraderie. Look at Chen Lichuan and his mentor. Their smiles nearly reaching their ears. Yanhua, I doubt your funding application stands a chance. It was merely a formality in class. A female student grumbled to Song Yanhua as the management students congregated post-lecture. What are you complaining about? There is only one spot available. And Chen's circumstances are challenging as well. Besides, he has a good rapport with the mentor. Is that not reasonable? What's the matter? Can't handle the sour grapes? Liang Jingshan retorted, his logic sound, yet provoking discontent among the previous speaker. It's not unreasonable. But what did Chen Lichuan say when he ran for class president? To serve his classmates, huh? I suspect he is merely seeking personal gain, cloaked in false nobility. Much like you, Buchuan. The girl exclaimed, hands on her hips, directing her ire at Liang Jingshan and his companions. Why don't you run for class president if you're so capable? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Kai interjected, his expression darkening, as jealousy simmered in response to Chen's perceived advantages. At that moment, Cui Zibing from the neighboring class glared at Zhou Kai, their long-standing rivalry palpable. Zhou Kai, mind your manners when speaking to me. Who do you think you are? The girl shot back, her temper flaring. Damn it, she added, only for Wu Lang to hastily pull Zhou Kai down, whispering urgently, keep your mouth shut. Right now, Chen has the upper hand. So let us not draw unnecessary attention, or we might find ourselves in hot water. Had it not been for her gender, I might have slapped her. Zhou Kai growled, though he restrained himself. Meanwhile, the residents of Song Yanhua's dormitory were equally incensed, their remarks laced with sarcasm. Humph. Last night, Chen Lichuan sought information about Song Yanhua's family. How hypocritical can one be? Really? I've never encountered someone so insincere. They continued, their criticisms of Chen Lichuan growing harsher, accusing him of selfishness and ulterior motives. Su Wantang, having heard enough, departed, while Lin Shanshan continued to stoke the flames of discontent. In contrast, Liang Ru remained silent, contemplating the hypocrisy of it all. Who among them was not self-serving? Upon returning to the dormitory at noon, Chen Lichuan was met by Wu Lang, who recounted the events, emphasizing their collective defense of their own. It is human nature. When one cannot reap the rewards, they begrudge others. If I were the mentor, I would undoubtedly choose you, given the circumstances. Wu Lang asserted in support of Chen Lichuan. I was so furious I nearly slapped that insufferable person. Zhou Kai was engrossed in a game on the upper bunk, occasionally cursing, a matter concerning Chen Lichuan. He had no interest in the affairs of others. It was merely envy. Liang Jingshan was still fuming, his face flushed with anger, his impulsive nature evident as he ranted all the way back. Shen Yiming wore a pained expression, holding a pack of cigarettes, unable to interject, clearly troubled by the fact that Chen Lichuan had yet again spent the night away, leaving no time to discuss the counterfeit cigarettes. Chen Lichuan, Shen Yiming called out. Come here, Yiming, step aside. Chen Lichuan, aware of Shen's intentions, deliberately ignored him, moving alongside Liang Jingshan and patting his back. Jingshan, I cannot confirm the quota for Song Yanhua, but yours is assured, I guarantee it. Really? Liang Jingshan's eyes widened, astonished. That means our class has 2 quotas for a semester worth 500. The exact number is irrelevant. What matters is that yours is secure. You think I sought out the advisor for no reason? Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly. At that moment Liang Jingshan cast aside his pride. Brother Chuan, thank you, Liang Jingshan exclaimed, clinging to Chen Lichuan's arm and shaking it vigorously. Get off, you pathetic fool. I'm certain I'm the one arranging the group dance for you all. Chen Lichuan shrugged off Liang Jingshan, casting him an exasperated glance as he prepared to leave for the store. Lichuan, this cigarette seems off? Shen Yiming interjected urgently, pulling Chen Lichuan aside. What do you mean off? Chen Lichuan feigned ignorance, bewildered. It's counterfeit, Shen Yiming exclaimed. The previous night's victims, Wu Lang and Liang Jingshan, felt too embarrassed to speak up, not wanting to undermine Brother Chuan. That shouldn't be. It was given to me. I just can't get used to it. Chen Lichuan shook his head, then produced half a pack of cigarettes. Here, take this half. It's worth a full box of Su Yan. And we'll consider the matter settled. Shen Yiming eagerly accepted the cigarettes, his face lighting up with joy, hoping they wouldn't be counterfeit again. Lichuan, take care, he said, seeing him off warmly. Wu Lang and Liang Jingshan approached for cigarettes, but this time Shen Yiming was unwilling to part with them, keeping the half box for himself and smoking alone by the bed. Coughing violently, Shen Yiming tossed away the cigarette, covering his eyes, remaining silent for quite some time. Could Chen Lichuan truly be considered a person of substance? Chapter 89. A common occurrence in the afternoon. The dealer Yang Jun arrived at the store with a custom 4-compartment hot pot base, its square design a testament to the quality of investment. The price exceeded that of a dual-flavor pot by more than double. What do you think, Boss Chen? The craftsmanship is impeccable, right? It's all done by skilled artisans. If it meets your approval, we can begin mass production. Yang Jun spoke confidently, taking a Su Yin cigarette offered by Chen Lichuan. Casting a glance at the pack of Huazi on the table, wondering why Chen seemed so stingy, treating people differently. Who was that cigarette intended for? No issues at all. It has achieved the desired effect. Let us proceed with mass production, Chen Lichuan replied, quite satisfied and noticing Yang Jun's subtle discontent. He then stuffed a whole pack of Huazi into Yang Jun's pocket. Brother Yang, I suspect you are overthinking things. We've known each other for so long, and our relationship is genuine. You'll understand in due time, Chen Lichuan added. Ha ha ha, Boss Chen is indeed quite generous. Yang Jun patted his pocket, reflecting that he had been somewhat petty earlier. Although Lichuan is younger, his approach to handling affairs is commendable and very thoughtful. Let's dine together this evening. Chen Lichuan sat in his chair, engaging in conversation with Yang Jun. Yes, that works. I happen to have time tonight, Yang Jun thought with a sense of satisfaction. First reaching for Boss Chen's Su Yin, hesitating to open the pack of Huazi. By the way, Brother Yang, what about the employees? Chen Lichuan inquired. The salary and benefits I offer here are undoubtedly advantageous compared to our peers. Besides the basic salary, anyone who works for 6 months will receive corresponding profit-sharing bonuses. He elaborated on the matter at hand. Having been in the restaurant industry for over a decade, Yang Jun had established connections in this field, thus saving Chen Lichuan the trouble of recruiting from the job market. Moreover, through referrals, he was assured that the individuals coming from the restaurant sector would possess reliable character. You can rest assured, this will not delay your opening. However, I do have one request. The wages must be handled properly. You know how these referrals worry about such matters, Yang Jun said, waving his hand, his expression troubled. He continued, it would be a shame to work hard for a month only to have wages delayed. People will certainly come back to me, and I cannot be caught in the middle. Brother, you need not worry. I can assure you with all my heart that even if my hot pot restaurant were to collapse, I would sell everything to ensure that not a single penny owed to my hard-working brothers and sisters goes unpaid, Chen Lichuan declared emphatically, slapping the table. With Ma Xiaoqiao nodding vigorously in agreement. We haven't even opened yet. Let us refrain from speaking ill omens. Although our acquaintance is brief, I trust your character. Yang Jun quickly interjected. The three of them continued their lively conversation, discussing various topics. At around 6 o'clock, as Chen Lichuan and the others prepared to lock the door and head out for dinner, Guangge suddenly arrived. Such occurrences were common. Zhangzi had visited 2 days prior. In businesses with debts, it was prudent to occasionally check on the situation. Guangge, care for a drink? Chen Lichuan casually inquired. Yes, I actually have something to discuss with you, Guangge replied, his expression indicating some pent-up frustration. Having become somewhat familiar with Chen Lichuan during his visits, he discreetly took a pack of cigarettes from the table. Boss Chen, I'll take a pack of cigarettes, Guangge announced. Go ahead, Chen Lichuan nodded, recognizing that Guangge had matters to address. In the restaurant business, encountering various characters was an everyday occurrence, and it was quite normal to experience minor inconveniences. The four of them then proceeded to Lao Wang Barbecue, ordering 2 cases of beer and starting to eat and drink. However, while Chen Lichuan, Yang Jun, and Ma Xiaoqiao engaged in lively conversation, Guangge remained silent at the side, refraining from discussing business matters in front of the distributor, which was quite respectful of him. Chen Lichuan. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out from behind. Chen Lichuan turned around to find Qi Siyao approaching. She had come to the finance department, followed by Cui Zibing and Su Wantang. Liang Jingshan and Qini Ding were also present, as it was not surprising for Qini Ding, who shared a close relationship with Su Wantang, to join them for dinner. However, Lu Weiwei and Tian Hao were notably absent. What brings you here? Chen Lichuan asked with a smile. Siyao, what do you want to eat? It's on me. Ma Xiaoqiao promptly stood up, exuding warmth, as was to be expected, given that his family's crepe stall had received considerable assistance from the relatives of Qi Siyao. Qi Siyao chuckled, genuinely wishing to sit down and dine with Chen Lichuan and the others, as it had been quite a while since their last meeting. However, the presence of 2 unfamiliar individuals beside him rendered the situation somewhat inappropriate. Lichuan, an old friend from my hometown, Liang Jingshan remarked, playfully patting Chen Lichuan on the shoulder. When he offered a cigarette, the bald man declined with a dismissive wave of his hand, visibly irritated. Liang Jingshan hesitated, choosing not to pursue the matter further, as the bald man clearly exuded an aura of intimidation. Xiao, do call ahead next time you visit the Finance Institute. Fatty, and I will treat you well, Chen Lichuan suggested. All right, no problem, Qi Siyao nodded in understanding of Chen Lichuan's intent, and the group proceeded deeper into the establishment, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Cui Zibing smiled at Chen Lichuan, attempting to greet him, but Chen Lichuan showed no inclination to respond. Once seated, Qi Siyao quietly inquired, "What brings Xiao Qiao to the Magic City? Why is he also at the Finance and Trade Institute?" Su Wantong shook her head, still uncertain. She had seen him just before National Day and had not expected him to still be in the Magic City, especially since their encounter had been rather awkward. "Who knows?" Cui Zibing replied with a hint of annoyance, his frustration stemming from Chen Lichuan's lack of acknowledgement toward him. "Xiao Qiao is here to engage in a bit of business." Liang Jingshan answered Qi Siyao's question. "Ah, I see." Qi Siyao nodded, deducing that Ma Xiaoqiao was likely selling his crepes at the Finance and Trade Institute, which would surely yield good business. Subsequently, the two groups settled into their respective conversations, engaging in light chatter without much interaction. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yang Jun received a phone call and had to leave, causing the bald man's demeanor to darken instantly. "Brother Guang, let's talk outside. It's not suitable here," Chen Lichuan urged as he stood up, preparing to depart. "Are you afraid of causing a scene?" The bald man erupted, pent-up emotions surging forth as he kicked over a small table, sending wine bottles crashing to the floor with a cacophony. The sudden commotion captured the attention of everyone in the small establishment, including old Wang, who looked over in alarm. "I initially overlooked your youth, not wanting you to get too deeply involved, which is why I offered you a loan at a mere 15% interest. Yet you audaciously claimed it was just this one loan, only to turn around and request 50,000 at 20%. The bald man stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Lichuan and roaring, though the matter was not particularly grave. Borrowing and lending were commonplace. Nonetheless, it was imperative to instill fear, as the world of finance could harbor many unpleasant surprises. "Brother Guang, let us take this conversation outside," Chen Lichuan said coolly, leading the bald man through the terrified gazes of the finance and trade students, leaving chaos in their wake. Ma Xiaoqiao hurriedly settled his bill with old Wang and quickly followed them out. "Brother Guang, I believe our recent interactions need not be conducted in such a manner. If you feel insecure, I can give you 5,000 right now," Chen Lichuan said, his displeasure evident. "Of course, my brother, I remember your kindness. In your line of work, it is indeed rare to find a mere 5% interest. However, we conduct our affairs openly. You often visit, and I shall certainly extend my hospitality, but do refrain from meddling in my business, as it could lead to complications for us both." Chen Lichuan continued. "What do you mean by that?" The bald man understood clearly. "I have not mentioned the matter with Gongzi, so you need not worry. Once the borrowing spirals out of control, I fear I might not see you tomorrow, and how then could you repay me?" The bald man coldly remarked, simultaneously reminding Chen Lichuan not to engage in any tricks before him. "Rest assured, I will certainly pay you the monthly interest first," Chen Lichuan promptly assured him. He then returned to the store with the bald man, explaining the current developments and the expectations for the business. "My goodness, what a predicament Chen Lichuan has gotten himself into. Did you just hear that? How much? That is courting disaster. The compounding interest is terrifying," Cui Zibing exclaimed loudly. Su Wantong's expression grew grave, her heart sinking as she recalled the man who had accompanied Chen Lichuan to school. He was certainly not a business associate of Uncle Chen, but rather someone come to collect a debt. Qi Siyao and Liang Jingshan remained silent. Yet both recognized that Chen Lichuan had landed himself in serious trouble, and this was no trivial matter. Qin Yiding, timid by nature, was trembling with anxiety. The bald man was truly intimidating, and although class leader Chen appeared pragmatic, one must consider the caliber of individuals he was dealing with. "Brother Guang, take a look at this rental agreement for the staff dormitory. The distributor has already found a kitchen and waitstaff for me. Once we open at the end of the month or the beginning of the next, the money will start flowing." Chen Lichuan spoke slowly. The bald man's demeanor softened considerably. His visit was not meant to instigate trouble with Chen Lichuan, but rather to intimidate him, to instill fear and embarrassment. This was a method of debt collection, and his purpose had been achieved. "Well then, I wish you prosperous business. I shall take my leave," the bald man remarked before departing, driving away. This left Chen Lichuan and Ma Xiaoqiao standing in the dimly lit store, a chill breeze swirling around them. After exchanging a knowing glance, they both laughed helplessly. "Brother Chuan, do not underestimate this small restaurant. We have encountered quite a few challenges during this time. That master may seem honest, but he is quite cunning behind the scenes." Ma Xiaoqiao reflected. "We are not so different. We must remain open-minded and carefree," Chen Lichuan reassured him. Meanwhile, in a Zhonghua sedan, Yang Jun rolled down the window and tossed out a pack of fake cigarettes, furrowing his brow in frustration. So that's what Chen Lichuan meant. You'll find out soon enough that they are indeed counterfeit. The irony is that these fakes are so outrageous that they are utterly unsmokable. Yet that fatty ma continues to smoke them. Does he not feel the irritation in his throat? At the same time, with Brother Guang, damn it, Chen Lichuan. That rascal must be showing off in front of someone, smoking counterfeit cigarettes that could choke me to death. The bald man cursed as he discarded the cigarette. Chapter 90. In serious trouble after completing some chores at the restaurant, Chen Lichuan arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building, and it was already 10:15. The night was chilly, and the dimly lit street was nearly deserted. Chen Lichuan and Su Wantong had been standing there for quite some time. Her nose was reddened from the cold, and she was shivering. "Why is your phone off? I thought something happened to you. You scare me to death," she exclaimed. "My phone just died," Chen Lichuan replied. "Su Wantong, I know what you're about to say, but do not worry. I have my own plans. As a classmate, I truly appreciate your concern for me." With that, he removed his outer coat and draped it over Su Wantong. "How much do you owe in total?" she inquired, burying her head in Chen Lichuan's coat, suddenly feeling an extraordinary warmth. "A little over 50,000, he answered. "Well, that's manageable," Su Wantong pouted, contemplating the amount. She believed her father could cover it, and was already considering a way to help Chen Lichuan. And by the way, has Uncle Chen really not encountered any issues in business? Since entering university, Chen Lichuan's behavior had been quite unusual. "You should head back. The weather is getting colder. Don't be foolish and wear so little. If you keep this up for another semester, you'll probably be too lazy to even put on makeup when you come to class," Chen Lichuan teased, eliciting a carefree laugh from Su Wantong, whose sense of humor was rather simplistic. As Chen Lichuan nodded and prepared to enter the dormitory building, Su Wantong grabbed his arm again. "You must promise me, don't borrow any more money. Otherwise, the interest will accumulate, and you won't be able to fill the hole," she insisted earnestly. "Stop worrying unnecessarily. We can talk later," Chen Lichuan replied hastily, hearing the commotion inside the dormitory, indicating that the doors were about to close. He turned to leave, but Su Wantong still held on to him. "Are you unaware of how terrifying compound interest can be? Our largest hotel, the Furong Hotel, went bankrupt because of it," Su Wantong exclaimed urgently, her concern evident as she feared that his debts would continue to grow. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them as the lights went out and the doors were locked. "If your family is truly in trouble, I'll help you deceive my father for some money to settle your debts, but you must promise not to borrow again," Su Wantong added. Without such heartfelt words, Chen Lichuan would have been genuinely angry, muttering, "I never realized you could be so considerate." He then walked toward the window of the dormitory supervisor, with Su Wantong trailing behind him. "You saved my life. My father said that's a great favor, so if you need help, I will assist you," Su Wantong said sweetly, attempting to be charming. "But how will you deceive your father for 50,000? Chen Lichuan teased lightly, gently tapping on the supervisor's glass. "I'll just say I was hit by a car," Su Wantong replied seriously. "My father must fork out 50,000. It's to repay your life-saving kindness." Chen Lichuan chuckled at Su Wantong's words. Her thought process resembled that of a child. After knocking a few more times on the glass, the dormitory supervisor scolded. "Who is deliberately coming back late? I've emphasized this countless times. This time, there will be a report for criticism." Upon hearing this, Chen Lichuan turned and ran. Su Wantong, momentarily stunned, quickly followed him like a tail, her coat billowing behind her. The two individuals paused on a narrow path, with Su Wantong lowering her head, her cheeks flushing increasingly crimson. Despite an inner thrill coursing through her, she feigned fear and a sense of grievance, lamenting, "What should I do? I can't return to the dormitory now, it's so cold." Chen Lichuan furrowed his brow and inquired about the girls' dormitory, realizing that if she could not enter, it would complicate matters for both of them. "Once the lights go out, entry is prohibited," Su Wantong mumbled, her head bowed. Spinning a tale that was far from the truth, a simple shout would have granted her access, a stark contrast to the boys' dormitory. Her cunning nature was also the reason she was disliked in the dormitory. "Then, come with me," Chen Lichuan stated decisively, leading the way. Thinking that the staff dormitory had ample rooms for her to stay the night. "Sigh, it seems I have no choice," Su Wantong sighed deeply, hastily trailing behind him, biting her lip to suppress a laugh. Once they reached the hotel, she would express her fear, secure a room, and subsequently, their relationship would deepen. Perhaps, she mused, if it were to be Chen Lichuan as her first experience, she would have no regrets. Meanwhile, the girl behind them was lost in wild fantasies, her heart racing, and her mouth parched. Upon exiting the school gates and passing a hotel, Su Wantong seized Chen Lichuan's arm, lowering her gaze, and handed him her ID card. "Here's my ID. Shall we not just book a room?" "No need. I'll take you somewhere else," Chen Lichuan replied, shaking his head and continuing forward. Where could that be? I'll pay for the hotel. I have money. It wouldn't be at Ma Xiaochao's place, would it? Su Wantong exclaimed, hastening to keep pace with him, her plans unraveling. Pouting in discontent, she protested, it's inappropriate for me, a girl, to share a room with you boys. I can't accept that. It's not what you think. You'll understand once we get there, Chen Lichuan explained, urging her to quicken her pace as he shivered from the cold. Oh, Su Wantong nodded in acquiescence, though her discontent lingered as she wrapped herself in Chen Lichuan's coat, briskly heading towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Liang Jingshan paced anxiously in the dormitory, fretting, what if Lichuan doesn't come back? His phone is off. There's no way anything has happened, right? Don't panic too much. If we don't see him by tomorrow, we should inform the teacher, Wu Lang suggested, sitting on the edge of his bed, equally worried. This was no trivial matter. Those involved in lending could resort to anything. What puzzled them was how Lichuan could have borrowed so much without having purchased anything valuable. Shen Yiming pondered the situation, while Gu Yu remained silent, contemplating before sending a message to Chen Lichuan. Brother Chuan, if anything's wrong, just let me know. Don't act recklessly. I have plenty of money in my account. Zhou Kaikai attempted to reach Chen Lichuan by phone for quite some time, but when the calls went unanswered, he called his father in a panic, explaining the situation. He's my best friend in college. Please, just let my second uncle know, he pleaded. You kids are causing a ruckus. Wait until morning, it's too late now. If he still doesn't return by then, I will speak with your second uncle, his father replied in a more serious tone, offering a few admonishments before hanging up. Zhou Kaikai then returned to playing on the computer, his concerns lingering. Unexpectedly, Chen Lichuan has encountered some trouble, and the few individuals in the dormitory displayed such unity. Such a considerable sum of money. What exactly has Chen Lichuan done? Liang Ruju was taken aback upon hearing Qin Yiding mention Chen Lichuan's affairs. I have no idea. I was terrified at that moment when that bald man smashed the wine bottle. Qin Yiding recounted with lingering fear. Among the 5 girls in the dormitory, they had long been speculating about Chen Lichuan's situation. The unanimous conclusion they reached was that Chen Lichuan was in serious trouble. Chapter 91. The woman with cats. 2 figures traversed the streetlights, entering the Tengda community, where darkness enveloped them. Fortunately, Chen Lichuan was well acquainted with the surroundings. Guided by the faint glow seeping from the windows, he walked briskly. A persistent presence trailed behind. In such an environment, Su Wantong's thoughts spiraled, her breaths growing increasingly rapid, and a flush crept across her cheeks, her heart racing palpably. On that romantic street in the small county, scenes of couples kissing seemed to mirror the current atmosphere, a sight Su Wantong had witnessed countless times before, igniting a mere impulse. Meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry echoed ahead, causing Su Wantong to freeze for a few seconds before emitting a shriek, desperately burrowing into Chen Lichuan's embrace. Oh dear, what is that? What is making that sound? I'm so scared, what on earth is it? She buried her head against his chest, clutching him tightly as a small cat darted past her feet. With a startled yelp, she instinctively lifted her legs, wrapping them around Chen Lichuan's waist like roots clinging to a tree. Moreover, Su Wantong had 3 cats at home. Old Su. Chen Lichuan furrowed his brow, raising his hands, unsure of where to place them. It was merely a kitten, yet the woman's reaction was excessively theatrical. He could hardly fathom her feelings, especially since he had already made his intentions clear. You should come down. I believe it's best we clarify a few matters. His expression was solemn, the dim light casting a stark glow on his austere features, which Su Wantong observed clearly. Initially, Chen Lichuan didn't believe Su Wantong could harbor such feelings for him. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of security born from experiencing some peril, transforming into a fleeting fondness? How frightening. Su Wantong jumped down, patting her chest, still shaken, attempting to feign nonchalance. Let us hurry. I'm freezing, and it's so eerie here. She pretended to survey the surroundings, avoiding Chen Lichuan's serious gaze. As they walked, Chen Lichuan nodded, ready to speak when Su Wantong interjected. Last time in the rehearsal room on the 6th floor, you overthought things. I offered you my water because I noticed you were thirsty, not for the reasons you imagined. You shouldn't be so narcissistic. You know how many people pursue me. Additionally, she added, I was just scared. You simply don't understand me. Su Wantong was being rather theatrical and stubborn, fully aware of Chen Lichuan's intentions yet opting to deny her feelings for him, inadvertently casting him as the one with delusions. Regardless, he is still single, and Su Wantong is confident that with her beauty, charm, and delicate demeanor, Chen Lichuan will undoubtedly be unable to resist her allure. At that point, she mused to herself, I will keep you in suspense for a few days, giving you the chance to woo me. Only when you shed tears for me will I consider your affections, especially since you have been rather harsh towards me lately. In a mere moment, Su Wantong's imagination ran wild with various scenarios. That's precisely my sentiment, she stated. Hearing this, Chen Lichuan felt reassured, nodding vigorously and declaring, we are merely old classmates. So let us avoid any unnecessary discord. We are just friends, and to be honest, if we were to develop feelings for each other, it would be rather uncomfortable for both of us. Such pettiness, Su Wantong muttered under her breath. Right? Chen Lichuan turned to glance at her, seeking a response. Indeed. Su Wantong obediently nodded, but then, gritting her teeth, she glared at Chen Lichuan's back. Damn you. Shortly after, they arrived at Building 17. Entering through a dilapidated corridor cluttered with debris, the white walls plastered with advertisements, and cobwebs nestled in the corners. Quickly, to the 6th floor, Chen Lichuan urged. Swiftly traversing the hallway, while Su Wantong followed closely behind, feeling a knot of frustration in her chest. The 5th floor staff dormitory had yet to be furnished, leaving only the 6th floor available for habitation. Before long, they reached the 6th floor. Chen Lichuan stood at the door, knocking with purpose, while Su Wantong leaned against the wall, contemplating the earlier conversation. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from within. Ma Xiaoqiao, having just finished washing up, clad only in a tank top and underwear, rushed to the door, expecting it to be Chen Lichuan returning to the dorm. The moment the door swung open, Ma Xiaoqiao froze, stunned to find Su Wantong before him, unable to process the situation. Ah, he exclaimed, quickly retreating back to the washroom. Yikes, Su Wantong gasped, swiftly turning away to glare at Chen Lichuan, pouting in reproach. This is all your fault. How annoying. Enough, enough, it's just how people dress at the swimming pool. What is the big deal? Chen Lichuan remarked nonchalantly, stepping into the room, with Su Wantong following closely behind. Upon entering the new environment, Su Wantong curiously surveyed the space, only to discover that the apartment boasted 3 bedrooms and a living room, spanning an impressive 120 square meters, larger than her own home. How can it be so big? Why would anyone rent such a large place? She inquired as she settled into the living room, where the television was playing Shook and Beta, Ma Xiaoqiao's favorite show. Chen Lichuan handed Su Wantong a cup of hot water, pondering how to respond when Ma Xiaoqiao emerged from the washroom, his tone brimming with pride as he proclaimed. This is nothing. The apartment downstairs is also rented by Chen, having faced rejection and feeling profoundly insecure. Even the slightest possession ignited Ma Xiaoqiao's desire to prove his worth, declaring, look how great I am. You'll regret not choosing me. Su Wantong widened her eyes, gazing curiously at Chen Lichuan. What could he possibly need with such large accommodations? For employee dormitories, Chen Lichuan replied. It won't be long before everyone knows about the store. Employee dormitories? What are you planning to invest in? No wonder you're seeking loans, Su Wantong realized. The largest hot pot restaurant. Ma Xiaoqiao interjected, pulling out a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Why are you smoking that? There are still 2 suyen left. You should smoke those. Chen Lichuan tossed the cigarette box over, only to have Ma Xiaoqiao disdainfully toss it aside. Taking a deep drag from the fake cigarette, Ma Xiaoqiao remained composed, the smoke rings swirling around his face, before he remarked, Suyin, I don't smoke such cheap cigarettes. From now on, it's only Huazi, otherwise. It doesn't suit our status as brothers. Ignoring the chubby man's pretentiousness, Chen Lichuan replaced his phone battery and instantly received multiple text messages from Guyu, Zhou Kaikai, and Qi Siyao. Chen Lichuan, your phone has been unreachable. Is it out of battery? Please call me back as soon as you see this message. Chen Lichuan first replied to Qi Siyao. Just ran out of battery. Don't worry, everything is fine. He then dialed Zhou Kaikai. These guys typically stayed up late. Lichuan, are you alright? Where are you now? Zhou Kaikai exclaimed upon answering, causing the others in the dormitory to sit up, concerned. I'm fine, my phone just died. Tell the others not to worry about me. Chen Lichuan reassured him, feeling a warmth in his heart. It is indeed a rare blessing in this cold society to have someone concerned for you. What on earth happened? Why did you take out such a large loan? Zhou Kaikai pressed. Let us talk about it at school. It's hard to explain over the phone. All right, stay safe and call anytime. Zhou Kaikai said before they ended the call. Su Wantong, you can sleep in that room. The sheets and bedding are all new, Chen Lichuan said, setting down his phone and looking at her. Okay, Su Wantong nodded obediently. However, just as she stood up, Chen Lichuan's phone rang again. He glanced at the screen and saw Qi Siyao's name, then quietly sat back down on the sofa, mumbling softly, not too sleepy yet. I'll sit for a while longer. Hello, Siyao. Sorry to worry you. My phone just died, Chen Lichuan said politely. I'm just relieved you're okay. Who are those bald men? Please, do not engage in loans. The interest can be terrifying. You should always communicate with your family about any issues, Qi Siyao cautioned. It's just a misunderstanding. The others in the dorm are in debt, and took their frustrations out on me. There's no need to worry, Chen Lichuan replied lightly, not wanting Qi Siyao to know too much since Qi Hongji was now quite close to old Chen. Is that truly the case? Qi Siyao asked again. Indeed. All right then. As long as you're safe. Get some rest, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Qi Siyao felt a weight lift from his chest. Yet as he lay down, sleep continued to elude him. It has been quite some time since I last heard from Lu Weiwei. Why is he so busy? Lao Su. Please do not mention my affairs to my family, remember? Chen Lichuan turned to Su Wantong and reminded her. I understand, Su Wantong replied obediently, her demeanor gentle, sensible, and nurturing, traits she deliberately chose to display. You should go back to your room and sleep. We shall do the same, Chen Lichuan added, stifling a yawn in his fatigue. All right, she responded softly, and then she rose to return to her room, yet her thoughts lingered on the recent phone call, particularly the reprimand from Yang Hong. What nonsense are you discussing with Qi Siyao's partner? As soon as she closed the door, Ma Xiaoqiao hastily discarded his cigarette, wildly gesturing towards the door, visibly agitated. How could Su Wantong be here? It was a coincidence. The dormitory was locked, so I brought her here, Chen Lichuan explained, retreating to his room, while Ma Xiaoqiao hurried in behind him, chattering incessantly. The night, it seemed, was not as cold as one might expect. Chapter 92. This person is finished mourning. When Chen Lichuan arrived at the classroom, he could distinctly sense the peculiar gazes directed at him from his classmates, as if his presence was an unexpected anomaly, indicating that something serious must have transpired. Amidst their whispered conversations, he returned to his seat, where Liang Jingshan immediately leaned closer, anxiously inquiring, Nothing serious happened yesterday, right? How much do you owe out there? When all is tallied, it's roughly 60,000, Chen Lichuan replied quietly, maintaining a casual demeanor, yet this revelation astonished the surrounding boys. For a university student, such an amount is staggering. Even in the economically thriving metropolis of Shanghai, the average annual income is barely 30,000. The other students from different dormitories, including Guahong, who had danced with him, cast incredulous glances. Oh my, Wu Lang murmured in astonishment. Zhou Kaikai remained silent, continuing to doze off, while Guyu turned to Chen Lichuan with a worried expression. He smiled and shook his head, indicating that all was well. Is it really that much? Goodness. Class representative, you are too extravagant. Where on earth did all that money go? Upon receiving Chen Lichuan's confirmation, the boys in the back erupted into a flurry of questions. Well, class has begun. Let us quiet down, Chen Lichuan said with resignation, for upon entering the classroom, he had already overheard the girls in the front row discussing loans, exaggerating the figures to hundreds of thousands. Seeing that Chen Lichuan was unwilling to elaborate, the boys continued to murmur among themselves, occasionally glancing back at him, exclaiming how impressive the class representative was. In terms of finance, as Xin Yiming had mentioned at the beginning of the semester, those who are truly wealthy would not be studying in these three institutions. They would typically be sent abroad for gilded education. Currently, it is a trend that most students come from families slightly better off than average. Of course, exceptions exist, such as Rome. A few tiers lower would be Liang Ruju, but such cases are rare. Thus, 60,000 remains a significant shock to the students. Oh, this is the quintessential inferiority complex of a country bumpkin in the metropolis, Lin Shanshan remarked with a sardonic expression, looking all practical in class. Who knows what extravagant antics are being played outside? All right, enough talk. Class has already begun. Liang Ruju reminded everyone. Though she did not display a mocking expression at Chen Lichuan's expense, in her heart, she had already categorized him, perhaps believing his life was irrevocably doomed, making expulsion a distinct possibility. It was quite absurd. How could he be so foolish as to engage in high-interest borrowing of 60,000 yuan? Liang Ruju found it utterly amusing that one could be so naively reckless. At noon, a rare gathering occurred in dormitory 607 for lunch. On the fourth floor of the dining hall, compared to the other stalls, this area had private rooms, offering a more upscale dining experience. It turned out that these individuals were each lazier than the last, often uttering the same phrase. Could you please bring some food for the brothers? I'm begging you. It was indeed quite a challenge to assemble everyone. Before arriving, Liang Jingshan had intended to invite his girlfriend, but was met with a barrage of criticism from the others. Damn it, we're eating together. Why would you invite an outsider? You're the only one with a partner. Chuan, is there something troubling you at home? Are you in need of money for medical expenses? Wu Lang urgently inquired as soon as they were seated. You must speak up. We can brainstorm solutions together. We can even organize a fundraiser in class for you. You mustn't act recklessly. One mistake leads to another. As the words settled, Chen Lichuan took a deep breath and poured himself a glass of beer. After what happened yesterday, Your concern for me has truly moved me, but I find it hard to express such tender sentiments. Let us save it for our future interactions, all conveyed through our shared drinks. With that, he downed the entire glass of beer. What is it? You're driving me crazy, Liang Jingshan urged, a furrow forming on his brow. Chen Lichuan set down his glass, chuckled softly, and began to reveal, I have opened a hot pot restaurant across from the school. A hot pot restaurant? The five exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. Yes, the one that's been under renovation next to Old Wang's barbecue. That's mine, and it's about to open. By the end of this month at the latest, Chen Lichuan confirmed. For a moment, they exchanged glances, struggling to process the information, until they erupted in astonishment. No way. That's yours? Chuan, you've kept it under wraps. How low-key. Impressive. Liang Jingshan, Zhou Kaikai, and Wu Lang were the most animated, while Xin Yiming appeared surprised but remained silent. Did you invest in it all by yourself? Wu Lang asked again. Yes, just me. Chen Lichuan nodded affirmatively. But 60,000 isn't enough, is it? The rent alone must be substantial, not to mention equipment and other necessities. It surely costs at least 100,000, right? Wu Lang continued, all eyes fixated on Chen Lichuan, intrigued by the hot pot venture. I've paid the rent for the first 6 months up front, and the staff quarters are included as well. Fortunately, this place was previously a restaurant, so we only made minimal renovations, avoiding unnecessary expenses. It all came to just over 100,000, Chen Lichuan explained. That's still a significant amount, Chuan. Where did you manage to acquire such funds? Liang Jingshan inquired, genuinely curious, as he believed Chen Lichuan's family situation was less fortunate than his own. Before entering university, I engaged in some small business ventures during the summer, earning over 60,000 yuan, and my family also provided some support. As soon as Chen Lichuan finished speaking, he was met with scornful remarks. It turned out that he had been pretending to be poor all this time. I believed it. Who isn't? It seems that Chen Lichuan's family is quite well off. What about the student aid application? This matter suddenly surfaced in the minds of several individuals, especially given the recent uproar surrounding Song Yanhua's struggles and accusations of selfishness towards someone. However, the few people in the dormitory refrained from mentioning it, as they were not closely acquainted with Song Yanhua, so why bother? Furthermore, Chen Lichuan had previously stated in the dormitory that he would certainly receive the financial aid from Liang Jingshan, which sufficed. It demonstrated that old Chen was a reasonable person. Besides, who would refuse extra money? Thus, everyone was able to comprehend his situation. The conversation then shifted back to the hot pot restaurant, and after a moment of contemplation, Xin Yiming poured cold water on the idea. Chen Lichuan, unless your family can provide a safety net, the monthly interest could very well crush you. I'm not trying to be harsh, but this venture of yours is impulsive, especially after the pandemic. The restaurant industry has become quite challenging. Although Xin Yiming voiced these concerns, Wu Lang and others were also skeptical about the hot pot restaurant, deeming it too rash, warning against getting in too deep. Such worries were reasonable, yet this was merely a temporary buffer in the real economy. With soaring housing prices and rising per capita income, the diversity in the restaurant industry would swiftly evolve. Chen Lichuan did not exhibit any brashness in retorting Xin Yiming. Instead, he nodded in agreement with his perspective. It made sense, but there was no turning back now. He could only plunge headfirst into this endeavor, inviting them to enjoy complimentary meals. Upon hearing this, Liang Jingshan broke into a grin, exclaiming, I didn't expect to feast on hot pot every meal. Coming from a humble background himself, he had never experienced it before. Hot pot was indeed a rarity. Jingshan, I think you may have misunderstood. I meant the staff meals. You can eat freely when you come. Chen Lichuan playfully placed his hand on Liang Jingshan's shoulder, teasing him. Get lost, laughed old Liang, taking it seriously. The group erupted into laughter, enjoying their meal and conversation. Meanwhile, Liang Ruru and Lin Shanshan were dining on the first floor of the restaurant, still discussing Chen Lichuan's loan. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on Liang Ruru's shoulder. Turning around, she was surprised to see Yirong. Senior. Liang Ruru quickly stood up, greeting her with a joyful smile. What are you chatting about? Yirong casually inquired, having overheard Chen Lichuan's name while passing by, deliberately approaching them. Oh, nothing much, just discussing Chen Lichuan's situation, Liang Ruru replied nonchalantly, refraining from immediately discussing his controversies. However, Lin Shanshan exaggeratedly interjected, Hey, we have a remarkable person in our class who took out a high-interest loan of 60,000 yuan. The collectors are even coming after him in the finance department. Yirong nodded in realization, understanding that Chen Lichuan had borrowed such a substantial amount that afternoon, and it was particularly foolish of him to devise some foursquare scheme. Truly, he was digging his own grave, and there was no stopping him now. One truly understands nothing, and undoubtedly acts impulsively, lacking both intellect and foresight. It is likely that he is oblivious to the intricacies of the culinary industry, indulging in whimsical pursuits. Hee. As Yirong listened to the discussions among the girls regarding Chen Lichuan, a disdainful smile crept across her face. Were it not for the recommendation of Director Pang Longzheng, she likely would not have crossed paths with someone like him. Ruju, let us dine together. I need to discuss a few matters with you regarding the student council selection this afternoon, Yirong stated, having little interest in delving into the affairs of Chen Lichuan. Sure. Liang Ruju replied with a cheerful nod, and subsequently followed Yirong and several other student council members to the fourth-floor dining hall. The street adjacent to the finance and trade department hosts only a couple of moderately upscale restaurants, with the rest being small establishments. Lao Wang Barbecue is, in fact, quite modest. Therefore, when students from finance and trade gather for meals, unless venturing further afield, they often settle for the school cafeteria, which offers food that is acceptable in both taste and quality. Shall we take a look at Lichuan's hot pot restaurant? Liang Jingshan suggested with a smile, indicating the need to identify a reliable long-term dining option. Certainly, let us go, Chen Lichuan replied, and the group, moving decisively, rose and prepared to leave. However, upon reaching the staircase, they encountered an acquaintance. Ruju, you're dining on this floor as well? Shen Yiming called out with a smile, squeezing in front of a few people from the dormitory. Yes, have you all finished eating? Liang Ruju inquired politely. Just finished. I'm treating the dormitory to better food. Shen Yiming boasted, while the others behind him wore sour expressions, clearly displeased, as this meal was on Chen Lichuan. Chen Lichuan, regarding the student council selection this afternoon. I was about to call you, but it seems I've run into you here, Yirong reminded. Given that Director Pang had instructed that the publicity department must reserve a spot for him. All right, thank you. We shall see you this afternoon. Chen Lichuan waved amicably to the group, who appeared to be from the student council, and he received polite nods in return. However, no sooner had Chen Lichuan departed than a sophomore named Wang Yuxiong scoffed. The person who just left is the one looking for high-interest loans, right? Just look at his demeanor, truly impressive. Not a single branded item on him. What could he possibly have done with all that money? Another male student, equally perplexed, asked as he glanced down the stairs. He invested in a hot pot restaurant right across from the school, next to Lao Wang Barbecue, Yirong replied. A hot pot restaurant? Upon hearing that Chen Lichuan had secured a loan for a legitimate venture, the expressions of the boys shifted dramatically, as it is always preferable to feel superior to others. The sudden emergence of someone exceptional inevitably stirs discomfort. Liang Ruju widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Yirong. How old is Chen Lichuan? Yet he dares to pursue this. I have been there before, but... Yirong shrugged, shaking her head, her expression revealing her skepticism. But what? Wang Yuxiong quickly pressed, eager for unfavorable news. A sentiment echoed by the other boys. This Chen Lichuan is simply reckless, understanding nothing yet daring to take high-interest loans, and, haha, he is impervious to advice. As Yirong walked and spoke, a group of people entered the private room, and she began discussing Chen Lichuan, seemingly igniting everyone's interest, as he was an unprecedented figure in the field of finance and trade. Just in his first year of university, he had already secured a high-interest loan of 60,000. My father had considered investing in the restaurant industry, but given the current market conditions and the recent downturn, it seemed wiser to proceed with caution, especially as the culinary sector was diversifying. Certain regions had begun to embrace hot pot cuisine, predominantly featuring the dual-flavor pot, combining spicy and non-spicy options. Yirong continued, and Wang Yuxiong interjected, I know about that. I've had my share when I visited Sichuan and Chongqing, but it was too spicy. Yirong chuckled and added, do you know how Chen Lichuan plans to open his restaurant? He could easily fit more tables, but insists on providing a unique dining experience. Moreover, he doesn't intend to use the popular dual-flavor pot. Instead, he wants to utilize his own developed four-compartment design. Developed by himself? Liang Ruju exclaimed in disbelief. Is he being overly presumptuous? I've never even heard of a four-compartment pot. How can he disregard market trends? He seems utterly clueless. She looked at Yirong for confirmation. Yes, he really did say he developed it himself. I was stunned when I heard that, Yirong remarked, laughing as if she had heard the grandest joke. I have some knowledge of the restaurant industry, and given the current situation, with Chen Lichuan's high-interest loan, I'll state it plainly, his hot pot restaurant won't last more than 2 months. Yirong asserted with conviction. Yirong, you might be too optimistic. I reckon it will close within a month for sure. I stand by my word. How about we make a bet? Wang Yuxiong chimed in with amusement. This could ruin his entire life, but it's all of his own making, Liang Ruju commented. Laughter erupted in the private room, all centered around the topic of Chen Lichuan. A simple yet repetitive university life where that guy served as the spice. Upon encountering Qin Yiding downstairs, he insisted on following Liang Jingshan, the new couple's affection too cloying. Su Wantong remained mostly silent, quietly trailing behind the group, her head bowed in silence, while the others found it difficult to speak. Thus, the 8 of them made their way to the hot pot restaurant. As they entered, the nearly 400 square meter space took everyone by surprise. What a vast area! Liang Jingshan expressed his excitement, while Su Wantong wore a pleased expression, for reasons unknown, as she stared at Chen Lichuan with a silly grin. Brothers, you've arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, Ma Xiaoqiao, busy in the kitchen, rushed out with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Spotting Su Wantong, he quickly produced some cigarettes to share. Here, smoke up. Don't be shy. The others hesitated momentarily, feeling awkward, then glanced at Chen Lichuan, recognizing the familiar scent of the cigarettes, which were all the same. There were still 2 packs lying on Shen Yiming's bed. Yiming, have a de Qianmin, 2 yuan a pack. Don't complain about the price. Chen Lichuan draped an arm around Shen Yiming's shoulders, placing the cigarette in his mouth, and even thoughtfully lighting it for him. Isn't this from someone else? Are you trying to swindle me with your suyen? This is your purchase. Shen Yiming remarked, his expression darkening. Look at what you said, brother. Who is this person? He gave me one, and I haven't finished it yet. Chen Lichuan said with a casual demeanor, and after a brief chuckle among the group, they fell silent and resumed smoking their cigarettes. All right, my friend, return the fake cigarettes. With old Su around, you're quite the pretender, Chen Lichuan remarked, directing a comment toward Ma Peng. Why do you bring me into this? Su Wantong pouted in discontent. Even though Chen Lichuan no longer held any affection for her, she could accept it. What she could not tolerate was any connection with Ma Xiaoqiao. After all, being the ex-girlfriend of a good brother made things even more impossible. Oh, so many people? At that moment, Ciudao Yangjun approached, smiling as he waved at the crowd. Boss Chen, just a few words and I'll be on my way. Have you found the staff? Chen Lichuan inquired as he walked over. Yes, in 3 days they will all be here, and then you can conduct a unified training. I may not understand the service philosophy, but I can assure you, their character is impeccable. Also, remember to prepare the staff accommodations, Yangjun replied. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Additionally, the hardware facilities are already in place. You've been a tremendous help. You must come over tonight. Let us have a drink together. Chen Lichuan expressed, grasping Yangjun's hand in gratitude. This meal is on me. I've put in quite an effort, Yangjun replied, showing no reluctance, as he had become quite accustomed to Chen Lichuan's requests. Ha ha ha, I truly appreciate it, brother. In that moment, the group observed Chen Lichuan engaged in a familiar conversation with Yangjun, creating an inexplicable sense of distance, as if he possessed a maturity far beyond their own. Su Wantong, in particular, couldn't he stop smiling foolishly. Soon after, a large group of suppliers arrived at the hot pot restaurant, and the hot pot ingredients began to trickle in. Chen Lichuan became exceedingly busy, neglecting to attend to Liang Jingshan and others, as he immersed himself in work. Consequently, the group decided to leave first, and on the way back, discuss matters regarding the hot pot restaurant. Did you hear that? Why did Chen Lichuan design a 4-compartment hot pot without using a dual-flavor pot? That is absurd. We need to have a serious talk with him tonight. There's still time for changes. Wu Lang, usually the most easygoing, expressed his agitation, as he had refrained from speaking openly earlier due to the crowd. Indeed, I noticed that issue as well. Moreover, there's clearly space for additional tables in the restaurant. Why not set up more? He should consider how much debt he carries. This lack of planning is unacceptable, Shen Yiming added, furrowing his brow in concern. Just moments ago, Su Wantong had felt a strange sense of smugness. But upon hearing these remarks, her worry immediately surfaced. Qin Yiding, listening to the conversation, formed his own judgment. Chen Lichuan was indeed making reckless decisions, seemingly leaping off a cliff. What is the issue? Is there a problem? Not everything can be the same, Liang Jingshan frowned, finding little fault in Chen Lichuan's approach. Meanwhile, within the student council, Wang Yuxiong spread word of Chen Lichuan's endeavors. This guy is incredible, truly exceptional. He even created a 4-compartment hot pot. Absolutely remarkable. Chapter 94. Unlike her usual self at 4 in the afternoon, on the 4th floor of the Academic Affairs Building, during the selection process for student council members, Chen Lichuan encountered Liang Ruru, which came as no surprise to him. He had sensed her interest in this area during a previous meal with Yirong. However, what struck Chen Lichuan more profoundly was Liang Ruru's deliberate attempts to ingratiate herself with Yirong. Upon reflection, this behavior seemed rather reasonable, given that her family managed a 3-star hotel and was in dire need of capital infusion for further development. A considerable number of freshmen had indeed gathered for the selection process, blocking the corridor almost entirely. Nevertheless, Chen Lichuan remained unperturbed, especially since Director Pang Long had personally assured him of support. It is noteworthy that the students from the business management department appeared particularly lethargic, looking around. Only Chen Lichuan and Liang Ruru were participating. Both were vying for positions in the organization department, and after a brief encounter, Yirong promptly escorted them to her own department. "Come on, let us get registered," Yirong said with a warm smile. Her demeanor, now devoid of the earlier disdain she had shown Chen Lichuan. This perplexed Liang Ruru. Why was Chen Lichuan able to enter the student council so effortlessly? It must be due to a mentor's recommendation, the only plausible explanation. This suggested that his flattery had yielded some form of reward. Soon, they arrived at the publicity department, which occupied an office on the 6th floor. Given its ability to secure sponsorships and generate funding, the publicity department held a prestigious position within the student council, particularly in the realm of finance and trade. The president and vice president of the student council typically hail from our department, Yirong elaborated. Additional freshmen would join later. But considering the impressive performance of the two at the welcoming gala, Yirong had taken the initiative to recruit them, much to the chagrin of other departments. Her eloquence and amiable demeanor made her approachable and likable. After a brief introduction to the department's basics, Wang Yuxiong approached Chen Lichuan with a grin. "Buddy, you're quite the character. When your hot pot restaurant opens, let us all go and support you." His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Yet Chen Lichuan was acutely aware of the underlying mockery directed at him, perceiving himself as the subject of their jest. "I hear it's a 4-compartment pot. Is that your own creation? What kind of broth is that? I've never seen anything like it. When the restaurant opens, I must witness this for myself." Du Ping, the vice minister of the publicity department, exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Upon hearing the term 4-compartment pot, Chen Lichuan understood the basis for their ridicule. He glanced at Yirong, who was engaged in conversation with others, and paid no heed to the unfolding situation. "All right, do go. I'll remember your words. Once the restaurant opens, you must come to support me. Anyone you bring will receive a uniform 20% discount." Chen Lichuan replied casually, embodying the spirit of a businessman who preferred not to reveal his vulnerabilities. Du Ping paused, taken aback by Chen Lichuan's lack of anger, and pressed on. "What inspired you to customize a 4-compartment pot? Come on, share the details of your brilliant idea with everyone." At this point, Du Ping's tone had turned decidedly less pleasant. University life is a microcosm of society, and the other members of the publicity department understood Du Ping's hostility. In contrast, Wang Yuxiong and others merely perceived the situation as a joke, harboring no ill intentions toward Chen Lichuan. It was precisely due to Chen Lichuan's entry, recommended by Pang Longzheng, that Du Ping developed such a mindset. After the welcome party, Yirong had already spoken with the department members about this, and what does it signify? Yirong, once an ordinary member, ascended directly to the position of minister within 6 months, while Du Ping had been serving as deputy minister for over a year. Subsequently, Yirong's performance was exceptionally commendable, and she was bound to become the president of the student council, especially as she had brought honor to the school with her achievements. Thus, the position of minister of the publicity department would inevitably be left vacant. Who would assume it? Would it be someone recommended by Pang Longzheng, as before? This was Du Ping's final opportunity. He was already in his 3rd year. This also elucidated why Yirong intentionally mentioned Chen Lichuan to the members, using it as a pretext to intensify her conflict with Du Ping. For Yirong, having one person recommend her was sufficient. For instance, she aimed to highlight her own capabilities while belittling another, thereby concentrating the preferential treatment upon herself. Consequently, Yirong preferred Du Ping to take her place, igniting discord between Chen Lichuan and others, which would ultimately undermine Chen Lichuan's standing and weaken his relationship with the mentor. Initially, Yirong had been particularly amiable towards Chen Lichuan, unaware of his background, but upon discovering his origins from a small town, her demeanor shifted immediately. Yirong was acutely aware of her ambitions. Perhaps it was merely a trivial matter, yet as more individuals sought to vie for the same position, it became convoluted. Such dynamics mirrored the competition found in various companies within society. Whenever one desires to attain something, complexity ensues, as is human nature. After all, who is to say it rightfully belongs to you? Do go. If you wish to understand the 4-square grid, that is certainly possible, but the venue is unsuitable. Chen Lichuan, leveraging his imposing stature, firmly clasped Du Ping's shoulder, giving the impression of a close relationship. "Bring your dorm mates to visit my hot pot restaurant. I shall provide a detailed introduction to the 4-square grid." Chen Lichuan repeatedly referenced the hot pot restaurant. "If you present me with a challenge, very well, I shall reciprocate. It all hinges on whether you come to dine at my establishment. Should you wish to patronize my business, I will gladly elaborate. Do go, let us agree on this. I will reserve a spot for you on the opening day, but you must come. Chen Lichuan continued, eliciting laughter from the others. We shall discuss it later. Du Ping, feeling irritated, walked away, as it was not an opportune moment for him to mention the hot pot restaurant. Chen Lichuan had a general understanding of the situation in the publicity department, yet Yirong was indeed a formidable figure. His gaze fell once more upon her, just as Liang Ruzhu approached. Yirong Jia, allow me to treat everyone to dinner tonight. As I will rely on your guidance moving forward, Liang Ruzhu said with a smile, exuding an air of humility. Her delicate features captured the attention of all the boys in the room. However, Chen Lichuan knew Liang Ruzhu's true nature. She was typically reserved and rather proud. Yet now, standing beside Yirong, she acted overly eager, devoid of any pretense. There exists a certain facade when it comes to pleasing her mentor, yet it is far from genuine. The disparity is palpable, as it is evident that the behavior is contrived, stemming from an unwillingness to act in such a manner. This is not the true Liang Ruzhu. What is troubling her? Not at the moment. Yirong shook her head in refusal, suggesting that once the members of the publicity department had confirmed their plans, the group could reconvene. All right, I shall remember that, Liang Ruzhu replied with a dutiful nod, her forced smile rendering her unfamiliar to Chen Lichuan. Chapter 95. Labels affixed. After the publicity department's gathering dispersed, Chen Lichuan hurried downstairs to catch up with Wang Yuxiong, handing him 2 large front gate passes. Such a promissory note does not align with your stature, Boss Wang. Wang Yuxiong teased, yet he accepted the cigarette. Isn't it your duty to look after the business? Chen Lichuan remarked, and after exchanging knowing glances, both men chuckled, proceeding to walk together. You'll be on duty for the dorm checks tonight, right? Bring your friends along to impress the new students. Once the hot pot restaurant opens, you can come by for a complimentary meal. Chen Lichuan initiated the conversation. In a new environment, it is essential to find familiar faces to gradually build connections. Are all freshmen so arrogant? Just look at my physique. Do you believe I can manage? Wang Yuxiong, a man fond of jest, patted his belly, which was not much less than that of a hefty individual. Ahem. I just cleared my throat. I was about to say, the staff meal is fair game, Chen Lichuan casually added. Ha. Wang Yuxiong could hardly contain his laughter. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and upon reaching the school gate, Chen Lichuan led him to a Hunan restaurant where Yang Jun and Ma Xiaoqiao were already present. As the four settled at a table, Chen Lichuan introduced them, prompting Yang Jun to immediately raise a toast. Ah, the esteemed leader of the student council. The exaggerated tone made Wang Yuxiong feel slightly embarrassed. However, they were all easygoing individuals, particularly Yang Jun, who thrived in sales solely through his eloquence, capable of engaging in conversations across diverse topics. As for Wang Yuxiong, he was accustomed to discussing sponsorships with business owners. Brother Xiong, are you from Jinyuan City? Upon hearing Wang Yuxiong's introduction, Chen Lichuan raised his glass. What? Don't tell me you're also from Jinyuan City, Wang Yuxiong responded, lifting his glass in turn. Not too far off, just over 200 kilometers. I hail from Ning County, Chen Lichuan replied, clinking glasses with Wang Yuxiong. Wow, my mother is from Ning County, Wang Yuxiong exclaimed, setting down his glass. If you put it that way, your attitude towards me this afternoon might warrant reconsideration. Chen Lichuan feigned reproach, but poured more wine for him nonetheless. Ha. Yet that 4-compartment hot pot of yours is indeed. Wang Yuxiong paused to choose his words carefully. Somewhat unreliable. Why not use the Yinyang pot base? It's too risky, especially given the substantial loans you carry. Upon hearing this, the 3 others turned their attention to Chen Lichuan, with Yang Jun particularly perplexed. Having dealt with Chen Lichuan often, he understood the industry well. Yet he could not fathom why he would adhere so stubbornly to the concept of the 4-compartment pot. Not a Yinyang pot. Chen Lichuan's self-created 4-compartment hot pot? How utterly ridiculous. Lin Shanshan seemed to find the situation uproariously amusing, laughing uncontrollably on her dormitory bed. There remains a loan of 60,000. Pointing at the self-created 4-square grid for earning money, laughter erupted. However, the diligent pursuit of financial aid applications had begun as soon as they enrolled, as remarked by a girl from the adjacent dormitory. Indeed, the matter of financial aid applications is significant. Chen Lichuan's petty demeanor is truly irksome. He always seeks to claim the good fortune for himself. Let us see how he falters this time. I estimate he will be finished within a month. Lin Shanshan scoffed loudly. Liang Ruzhu remained silent, as she typically only responded when others initiated conversation with her, perpetually appearing fatigued. After casting a glance at the visibly distressed Su Wantong, she gently pulled her out of the dormitory. At that moment, The self-created Foursquare grid and the monopolization of financial aid applications had become the hot topic among the girls in the dormitory, firmly affixing a label onto Chen Lichuan. By the window in the corridor, Liang Ruzhu tenderly caressed Su Wantong's long black hair, marveling at its smoothness without a single tangle. "Wantong, do you perhaps harbor feelings for Chen Lichuan?" she suddenly inquired. Su Wantong widened her eyes, lifting her small face hidden within her dark hair, and nodded vigorously. Liang Ruzhu pondered for a moment and then began to speak slowly. "Your affection for Chen Lichuan may stem from a particular incident, something that moved you. Perhaps even a simple act of him shooting a basketball that you happen to admire. However, in university, love cannot be based merely on a fleeting moment of infatuation. It should be a gradual attraction that develops over time. At least, that is my perspective on love. Wantong, Chen Lichuan is a perilous individual. Setting aside the issue of student loans, merely those debts and the so-called Foursquare hot pot will only deepen the financial pit. If you continue to associate with him, a person like that could ensnare you like a devil, pulling you into the abyss. Thus, you must exercise caution regarding your affections." Liang Ruzhu's expression was sincere. She genuinely hoped Su Wantong would not be led astray by Chen Lichuan. "Does he not like me?" Su Wantong murmured, an inexplicable sorrow washing over her. During military training, weren't you two already together?" Liang Ruzhu asked in astonishment. "No," Su Wantong shook her head. "You never had a good time together? I thought the rift between you was due to Chen Lichuan singing to Lin Shanshan at night." Liang Ruzhu inquired further. "Is that so?" Su Wantong exclaimed, jealousy surging within her. If that were the case, she would cease all communication with Chen Lichuan. Why should he sing to someone like Lin Shanshan? "It seems you were unaware. Xin Yiming mentioned it to me." Liang Ruzhu gently touched Su Wantong's face, feeling that her affection was too undervalued. That soft remark left Su Wantong's mind blank, rendering her breathless as she dashed down the stairs, wandering alone in the cold campus, resembling a homeless child adrift. That night, when Lin Shanshan requested Chen Lichuan to sing, he obediently complied. What, then, did her efforts amount to? Was it my own foolishness? To what extent can one's affection for another go? As Su Wantong sat in the soft sleeper compartment, gazing at the sunrise with Chen Lichuan sleeping beside her, she contemplated that perhaps his presence was the sole thing she longed to wait for. How ironically poignant. No wonder Lin Shanshan holds Chen Lichuan in such disdain. It all makes sense now. With just a casual flick of her finger, he scurries over, tail wagging. Su Wantong is acutely aware that Lin Shanshan's flirtation with Chen Lichuan that night was merely a performance, a manifestation of her disdain for Su. But what song did Chen Lichuan sing to Lin Shanshan? A love ballad, perhaps? Su Wantong retrieved her phone, finally mustering the courage to change Chen Lichuan's picture. This time, she did not tap the screen lightly with her finger as she usually did. It felt as though a piece of her heart was missing. With a long sigh, Su Wantong struggled to catch her breath, tilting her head to the sky, where it seemed a shooting star streaked across the darkness, much like her tear-filled eyes. Achoo! Xin Yiming closed the window, muttering about the increasingly chilly weather. Chapter 96. The faces of flattery. The hot pot industry differs significantly from traditional dining. It hinges on the chef's prowess. As long as a restaurant offers delectable flavors, customers will flock to it. Simply boiling ingredients in a pot and serving them up results in similar tastes across different establishments, with variations only in the ingredients. Chen Lichuan set down his glass and spoke slowly. The key to a hot pot brand standing out and being remembered by consumers is service. The reason I have fewer tables in the restaurant is to create more space for the condiment stations, making it more convenient for customers to swap ingredients. Additionally, this allows for other activities, facilitating better movement for the staff to provide superior service. The four-compartment layout is a manifestation of enhanced service, catering to a wider array of tastes, and is one of the distinctive features of Dajiang Lao. When others promote it, they must highlight one or two unique aspects. After finishing his remarks, Chen Lichuan raised his glass and drank alone. Before hearing about Chen Lichuan's endeavors, Wang Yuxiong regarded him as a fool, a person entirely devoid of sense. Yet, his opinion had completely transformed. He found Chen Lichuan's discourse both pleasant and mature. It was evident that everything, opening the restaurant, securing loans, was meticulously planned, contrary to the notion that he was reckless and impulsive. Could he truly be unaware of the crises that others readily perceived? One must admit, his audacity is commendable, and Chen Lichuan's character is undeniably amiable. Lichuan, as a fellow townsman, let us share a toast. Wang Yuxiong raised his glass in salute to Chen Lichuan. The four continued to drink heartily. However, once a mindset becomes rigid, altering one's perspective with just a few words proves challenging. Thus, actions speak volumes. It is only when Chen Lichuan successfully establishes his hot pot restaurant that others will acknowledge his vision. Brother Yang, where are my staff? You can't keep me hanging again. We're set to open at the end of the month. Chen Lichuan feigned reproach while joking with Yang Jun at the opportune moment. Rest assured, the day after tomorrow, I will ensure your team is complete. The student council leaders are already on board. We keep our promises. Yang Jun immediately assured him. Brother Yang, why are you teasing me? Lichuan's hot pot restaurant isn't even open yet. Wang Yuxiong chuckled as he clinked glasses with Yang Jun. After drinking for a while longer, Wang Yuxiong finally recalled the matter of the room check and hurriedly pulled Chen Lichuan towards the financial trade area. Brother Wang, what about the night spent away from dorm 607? Chen Lichuan inquired, recalling his promise to 5 young lads when he assumed the role of class leader. Wang Yuxiong furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Do not fret about the staff meals. Regardless of how late it gets, provisions will surely be made for you. Chen Lichuan jested. Ha ha ha, you rascal. As for the dorm inspections, just ensure that no disturbances arise among the residents, and all will be well, replied Wang Yuxiong. As they quickened their pace, upon reaching the base of the dormitory, Chen Lichuan spotted Su Wantong walking with her head down. And after greeting her with a hasty old Su, he rushed into the dormitory. However, this time, Su Wantong did not even turn around. Perhaps, from now on, they could only be friends. Yes, merely friends. I remember your kindness, but just friends. My heart feels heavy, truly heavy. The inspection is here, Liang Jingshan muttered, kicking a cigarette but under the bed. Today, it was Zhou Kaikai's turn for duty, and the cleanliness was beyond reproach. Leaving Liang Jingshan to rely on Chen Lichuan to clean up the mess tomorrow. Upon hearing of the inspection, Zhou Kaikai immediately laid down on the bed, feigning death. While Wu Lang was still searching for someone to take his place, eager to escape from his hometown visitors. Inspection of dorm 607. In the next moment, Wang Yuxiong pushed the door open. Liang Jingshan and Shun Yiming immediately pretended to be busy, glancing towards the entrance. What the hell? Who's that behind you? It was Chen Lichuan, but he must have just returned, right? You guys' cleanliness. Wang Yuxiong's serious demeanor made it difficult for him to compliment them. He had intended to commend their progress since his last visit, but the words simply would not come out. There's a notable improvement compared to my last visit. Well done. Keep it up. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and Zhou Kaikai sat up, bewildered. What is going on? Lichuan, from now on, you shall be responsible for the inspections on this floor. I will head upstairs to expedite the process, Wang Yuxiong announced. All right, we're all from the same department. Who isn't here, let whoever is available substitute. I can spot any discrepancies at a glance. There will be no errors. Chen Lichuan's expression was resolute, spitting as he spoke. But Shun Yiming remained unfazed, wiping his face and nodding in agreement. Yes, such determination is essential. As an exemplary dormitory, 607 must set a standard and actively maintain cleanliness. Lichuan, with your attitude, I can rest easy. I shall head upstairs for the inspections now, Wang Yuxiong said before striding away. Liang Jingshan stealthily followed him, leaning at the door, and once he saw him ascend the stairs, he immediately shut the door and shouted, Damn it, Brother Chuan, you are like a brother to me. Did you see that? Our cleanliness has even received praise. This is the prowess of Lichuan. Remarkably, Shin Yiming also donned a flattering expression towards Chen Lichuan. Lichuan, my family is visiting, and I truly must go out tonight. Wu Lang hurriedly interjected. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up, Chen Lichuan urged repeatedly. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal, brother. Wu Lang's furrowed brow vanished in an instant, and he bolted out of the dormitory. Good days are upon us. Liang Jingshan exclaimed excitedly, already fantasizing about a blissful life with Qin Yeating outside of campus. All right, the lights will be turned off soon. Hurry and freshen up. Chen Lichuan stretched lazily, preparing to wash up when Shun Yiming called out to him. Lichuan, I feel it necessary to remind you about the Foursquare matter. There are too many issues involved. But Yiming, I understand what you wish to convey, yet do not fret too much. I am not without plans, rest assured. Chen Lichuan interrupted Shun Yiming's words, smiled at him, and then exited the dormitory. At that moment, the other residents of the dormitory, upon witnessing Chen Lichuan's reaction, stifled their laughter. However, this was quite normal given their age. Wasn't it reasonable to laugh at such thoughtless antics? What Chen Lichuan did not expect was that upon arriving at the classroom the next day, the girls would respond vehemently, even insisting on binding the financial aid applications together, chastising him for his perceived selfishness. The creation of the Foursquare design and the monopolization of the financial aid applications led to a cacophony of sarcastic remarks, with some even suggesting that Chen Lichuan had incurred substantial debt and was preparing to flee. Fortunately, 2 days later, Yang Jun's promises were upheld. The front and back kitchen staff were all in place, and the hot pot restaurant was on the verge of opening. Chapter 97. The method to steady the manager. Hello, welcome. In the expansive 400 square meter establishment, nearly 30 staff members at the front and back kitchens eagerly watched the young owner standing in the center, bowing at a 90-degree angle to demonstrate the welcoming gesture. Accompanied by a few hushed snickers, Chen Lichuan's performance resembled that of a comical jester. It was a jest. For working as a waiter was already deemed somewhat embarrassing. What little money was to be earned, and yet one must behave in such a manner, as if they were to heed every word of his. Let me demonstrate once more. When a guest enters, it should be like this. Chen Lichuan's expression was grave. He understood the complexities of restaurant management, especially with high staff turnover. A single discontented employee could lead to abrupt resignations by afternoon. Hello, welcome. Chen Lichuan bowed once more, vocally greeting without a hint of hesitation, projecting his voice boldly. Yet, laughter still emerged from the crowd, neither too loud nor too soft. Everyone was earnestly learning. The manager, Lichuan, furrowed his brow to offer a reminder, yet he too stifled a chuckle, having been in the restaurant business for over a decade. He had never encountered a boss with such high expectations. He mused that if one could endure, they would stay. If uncomfortable, they would promptly leave. After briefly discussing several key service details, Chen Lichuan concluded the training session as lunchtime approached. Navigating the service industry proved challenging. Chen Lichuan recognized that he could not overwhelm the staff all at once, for that would yield counterproductive results. Furthermore, he understood that he could not micromanage every situation. For instance, during staff mealtime, several waiters were chattering and darting about in the dining area, disrupting other employees. As the owner, the most prudent approach was to observe and then communicate directly with the manager. Chen Lichuan needed to manage only the manager, and perhaps offer some suggestions to the kitchen staff. Chen Lichuan, Li Quan, the head chef, and Ma Xiaoqiao were seated around a small table, each with a bowl of rice. In the center of the table, an iron basin held a large serving of mixed vegetables. This was the standard employee meal. Manager Li, has Yang Jun clearly explained the salary and benefits to you? Chen Lichuan inquired as he ate. Yes, Boss Chen, he has clarified everything. A basic salary plus a full attendance bonus, with 4 days of rotation each month, Li Quan replied with a nod. The basic salary is 900, plus 200 for full attendance, totaling 1,100 yuan per month. Chen Lichuan continued, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Indeed, many hot pot restaurants offer similar compensation. Li Quan remarked, his tone subdued. To be honest, I am not satisfied with this wage. Before coming here, Yang Jun painted a picture of promising prospects. But it seems I may have made a mistake in leaving my previous position. After all, I did come here with a team. However, there are rewards in the second phase, Chen Lichuan elaborated. There are tiered salaries, bonuses, seniority pay, and profit sharing, all of which will surpass the compensation of other hot pot establishments. Upon hearing this, Li Quan hastily picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating, dismissing it as mere empty promises. Regardless of age, it felt as though everyone was molded from the same mold, merely sketching out illusions for him. Nevertheless, Manager Li, I intend to streamline these cumbersome procedures to better motivate our employees. Our primary focus is on service, which will undoubtedly require more effort than other hot pot restaurants. So profit sharing will be settled based on the daily revenue. Chen Lichuan's words set him apart from other owners. Li Quan paused, widening his eyes in disbelief, struggling to grasp the meaning of what he had just heard. In this establishment, I can offer you a 3% share of the profits. At this stage, we won't discuss overall profits. For instance, if we make 5,000 today, you can take home 150 yuan directly from me, settled on the same day. Settled on the same day? Li Quan echoed incredulously. After years in the restaurant industry, he had never encountered a scenario where an owner promised immediate profit sharing, much less a direct cut from the earnings. Yes, settled on the same day, Chen Lichuan confirmed with a nod. It was crucial to retain Li Quan, the manager. If he entertained thoughts of departure, the path of service would surely falter. Moreover, every waiter, provided they adhere to the standard of service, would receive a daily bonus of 10 yuan for overtime, also settled on the same day. Upon hearing this, the frontline staff turned their attention toward Boss Chen. The dining hall fell silent, leaving only Chen Lichuan's voice to resonate. Of course, Manager Li, your rewards do not end here. If you can cultivate exceptional apprentices from among the staff to take on managerial roles in future establishments, you will also receive a 3% share of the profits from those apprentice-run stores. Should you manage to guide a team of your own, it would be a commendable feat. Furthermore, those apprentices serving as managers will be entitled to 5% of their store's final profit share. Chen Lichuan's gaze swept over the entire staff before he paused momentarily, producing a new employment contract and placing it before Lichuan. This contract pertains to the equity split and dividend rights signed with the store manager. Naturally, any employee who has worked at Dajianglo Catering for over a year can enjoy the tiered rewards. Lichuan promptly picked up the equity split contract and began to scrutinize it, with the first clause standing out prominently. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan enthusiastically interjected, both elucidating the details for Li and informing the other staff. The store manager is entitled to 5% of the profits from their managed store, while their apprentice store can claim 3%. Moreover, the grandchildren's stores, managed by the apprentices, grant the manager an additional 1.5% of the profits. Manager Li. The rights of the store manager are clearly outlined in the contract and protected by law. You will receive every cent of the profits owed to you. Chen Lichuan articulated with deliberate clarity. However, it must be noted that the terms in the contract are mere abstractions. The store could potentially close its doors tomorrow. To safeguard your personal interests, the rewards promised earlier will commence disbursement from the day of the grand opening. Immediate disbursement. 10 yuan a day translates to an additional 300 yuan a month. That is indeed a substantial sum. Yes, 3% of the turnover. If daily sales reach 10,000, one could earn 300 yuan in cash in a single day. That amounts to over 10,000 a month. Such a considerable figure. Following Chen Lichuan's guarantees of immediate payment, the hall buzzed with excitement, filled with spirited discussions and envious glances directed at Lichuan. Chen Lichuan's intent was to emphasize the rights of the store manager. If this could develop into a long-term venture, who wouldn't aspire to be a manager? This would galvanize the employees' enthusiasm, and crucially, it would bind Lichuan firmly to the position, making it difficult for him to leave. Similarly, if capable managers are nurtured, the equity split will ensure that more apprentices and their offshoots remain within the fold. At this moment, Lichuan's gaze towards Chen Lichuan had evidently shifted. He was no longer dismissive, but rather cautious and discerning. Chapter 98. Our endeavor: if a customer wearing glasses dines on hot pot, the lenses are sure to fog up. In such instances, we need to provide a small cloth for the customer. Service is all about attention to detail. Perhaps it may seem trivial, yet it contributes to a comforting experience for the client. During the afternoon training, when Chen Lichuan once again articulated the service philosophy, the overall attitude of the staff underwent a significant transformation. At the very least, Lichuan appeared vigilant, his expression serious, even taking notes. By evening, the staff relaxed, wandering in small groups to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Except for the distance, they were largely content with the accommodation in the Tengda community. Originally, there was another class scheduled for the evening, but Chen Lichuan, citing a student council obligation, opted not to attend. He invited Chef Lu Xingping and Lichuan to dine at a nearby Hunan restaurant. After a few drinks, they gradually became more acquainted. However, the conversation inevitably circled back to the hot pot restaurant. After clinking glasses with Manager Li, Chen Lichuan made a remark that left him rather embarrassed. Manager Li, if I hadn't introduced the cash reward system, were you contemplating leaving? Lichuan was momentarily taken aback, clutching his wine glass in uncertainty. To speak candidly, had Chen Lichuan not introduced the cash reward system, he would have undoubtedly taken his team elsewhere. It was a litany of trivial matters, rendering the service philosophy utterly futile. If I were in his shoes, I would certainly leave. Why should I toil away for the same pay while grappling with a myriad of issues? Chen Lichuan slammed his palm on the table in indignation, articulating Lichuan's sentiments. Their eyes met, and they both erupted into laughter. This interaction prompted Lichuan to open up further. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with gravity. Pursuing a service-oriented approach significantly escalates operational costs. How then are we to seek profit? Shall we elevate our menu prices? Initially, patrons may be drawn in by novelty to experience our service, but over time, they will gravitate toward where prices are most favorable. Chef Lu Xingping nodded in tacit agreement with Lichuan's perspective. In that moment, the two of them assumed the role of seasoned veterans, imparting wisdom to Chen Lichuan. In truth, these two seasoned individuals were also testing the mettle of this young entrepreneur. Did he truly possess the expertise he claimed, having been entrenched in this industry for years? If he faltered in articulating a clear vision, these two sly veterans could easily outmaneuver him. Brother Chong from Jingdong, prior to establishing his shopping website, had also ventured into the restaurant business, which ultimately failed due to his inability to manage the kitchen staff, leading to bankruptcy. Human nature can be quite treacherous. Who says we must rely solely on the profit from this one establishment? Chen Lichuan countered with a dismissive smile, undeterred by their concerns. Moments later, he continued with fervor, I aim to cultivate a dining brand, not merely a hot pot restaurant. Dajianglo is a singular entity renowned for its service philosophy. This is merely our first location, and by early next year, we shall unveil 2 to 3 more in the bustling metropolis. If the intent is to cater to the C-level consumer market, merely maintaining one outlet, regardless of cost-cutting measures or savings from staff, will yield limited patronage. One can easily foresee the ceiling of potential earnings. My ambition lies within the B-level market. We provide a service philosophy, ensuring that the mere mention of the dodgy Anglo brand evokes thoughts of unparalleled service. This is the essence of our brand strength. The dining landscape is evolving. Established brands like Little Swan and Chen Ma are advancing into the B-level market, enhancing brand recognition, yet they lack distinctiveness and are overly interchangeable. Ultimately, the competition in hot pot will hinge upon service excellence. I envision a scenario where dining at Dodgy Anglo becomes a point of pride worthy of sharing on social media. His well-articulated vision, supported by logical reasoning and a steadfast direction for growth, resonated profoundly with the 2 listeners. Thus, I propose drafting a contract for equity division. The rapid advancement of our dining brand hinges on our collective efforts. It is imperative that you all witness tangible benefits, ensuring you are well-fed and well-compensated. As he spoke, Chen Lichuan grasped Lichuan's arm and inquired, Manager Li, should the 2 new establishments in the metropolis be led by your apprentices? We shall settle at a net profit of 1 million. You would earn 30,000 from each, totaling 60,000 for both. And what if we expand to 50 locations? You could comfortably assume a managerial role, with your share alone yielding an annual salary of 150,000. What significance lies in confining oneself to a single establishment? Hence, despite the challenges, one must strive. In the next moment, Chen Lichuan released Lichuan's hand. His words were imbued with profound resonance, and in that fleeting instant, not only Lichuan but even Lu Shengping began to ponder the potential profitability of multiple establishments. Come, let us raise a glass. Chen Lichuan lifted his cup. To you, Boss Chen. Lichuan stood up, cradling his cup with both hands, and Lu Shengping mirrored his enthusiasm. In his previous life, Chen Lichuan secured his first round of funding solely through his eloquence. It was evident that with a compelling vision, even those of higher standing would likely be swayed by his fervor. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the business of our establishment is undeniably promising and perfectly aligns with our service philosophy. Chen Lichuan spoke with unwavering assurance. Setting aside his past life, the prosperity of this hot pot restaurant was apparent. This locale was a hub of commerce, and the students had ample financial means. Pursuing a high-service model was particularly well-suited for the sophisticated youth. Moreover, Chen Lichuan had personally curated the flavors, instilling him with absolute confidence. I have thoroughly assessed the market environment in this commercial sector. I am quite assured of its potential. Or else I would not have chosen to establish my first outlet here. My only concern lies with the adherence to our service philosophy. This is your responsibility, Manager Li. As their conversation unfolded, Chen Lichuan gradually exerted pressure on Lichuan. Rest assured, Boss Chen, I have meticulously noted all the service details you shared today, and I will conduct training sessions for the staff in the coming days. Furthermore, some employees may feel inhibited and embarrassed to fully engage, but on the opening day, I will lead by example as a server to demonstrate the proper approach. Once they feel at ease, everything will fall into place. Lichuan promptly replied, confident in his management methods. Indeed, it is essential to lead by example. I have great trust in the individuals introduced by Brother Yang. Your words resonate deeply with me. Chen Lichuan was visibly pleased, exhibiting an air of maturity. He then turned to Lu Shengping, who, without waiting for Chen Lichuan to speak, promptly affirmed, the kitchen will ensure that the speed of service is aligned with customer expectations. We will not keep them waiting. I will keep track of which dishes are in high demand and prepare them in advance during peak hours. Excellent. Chen Lichuan nodded emphatically, raising his glass. Let us drink to our endeavor. May our enterprise flourish. The 4 of them raised their glasses high, downing their drinks, their spirits gradually lifting. May our business continue to expand. Throughout the banquet, Ma Xiaoqiao remained reticent, appearing quite restrained. He could not fathom how his once jovial companions had transformed into such astute individuals, seemingly knowledgeable about everything. However, contemplating Uncle Chen's steadiness and competence, he found solace. If Brother Chuan was in good hands, then surely, he too was destined for greatness. The banquet instilled a profound sense of confidence in Lu Shengping and Lichuan. Yet at 9 o'clock, Chen Lichuan received an unsettling phone call from his mentor, whose tone was far from amiable. Chapter 99. Praise for Cheng Yuan. The faculty office remained illuminated, shadows flitting across the walls, culminating in a state of agitation that compelled one to rise abruptly. Tachikawa, I am still at the office. You must come here immediately. I shall await your arrival. Li Chunxin said with a furrowed brow, then hung up the phone. Her expression laden with concern as she turned to Liang Ruzhu and Su Wantong. The various rumors surrounding Chun Tachikawa had inevitably reached Li Chunxin, and the gravity of the situation, especially concerning her favorite student, weighed heavily on her. Wantong, you are from the same place. What kind of person was Tachikawa before? Why does he dare to act so recklessly? Furthermore, what is his family situation? Can they bear the burden of such a substantial loan exceeding 60,000? Li Chunxin asked urgently, unwilling to watch Chun Tachikawa descend further into despair. Predatory lending would only ensnare him deeper and ultimately ruin his life. The egg pancake stall and the hot pot restaurant are entirely different matters. The former might incur losses of only a few thousand. But this is not the case now. This involves investing in a 400 square meter hot pot restaurant, and should it collapse, the repercussions would be insurmountable. Tachikawa has always been a class monitor, characterized by his steadiness, and his family background is quite favorable, as they are engaged in the electrical business. For them, a loan of 60,000 is not a significant issue. Therefore, teacher Li, please do not be overly anxious. Su Wantong fabricated a falsehood for Chun Tachikawa. Intimidated by Li Chunxin's urgency, fearing any repercussions for him, she still harbored the mindset of a high school girl. Upon hearing that Tachikawa's family was well off, Liang Ruzhu felt a surge of disdain. It was previously understandable to discuss the scholarship matter within the class, as everyone is inherently selfish. Yet now, upon learning of Chun Tachikawa's affluent background, she questioned why he would still seek the scholarship intended for Song Yanhua. Such character transcends mere selfishness. It is pure malevolence. Sheer wickedness. Liang Ruzhu, did Chun Tachikawa go to the publicity department last night? Li Chunxin inquired again, directing her gaze at Liang Ruzhu. I did not see him. Everyone else was in a meeting, and he was the only one absent, Liang Ruzhu replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Wantong hastily clasped her hands behind her back and tugged at Liang Ruzhu's clothing with urgency, clearly indicating her desire for her to fabricate a lie for Chun Tachikawa. However, Liang Ruzhu bore a resolute expression, harboring an inexplicable loathing for Chun Tachikawa. His selfishness and malevolence made her wish to hoard all advantages for herself. Then this is indeed truancy, Li Chunxin stated emphatically, her countenance darkening. Having left the Hunan restaurant, Chun Tachikawa exchanged flirtatious glances with the owner as they were both engaged in business on the same street and had quickly become familiar. He hurried towards the school while simultaneously dialing Wang Yuxiong's number. Hey, Xionggu, I've secured the sponsorship from the Hunan restaurant. You really had to assign me such a challenging task, bullying the freshman. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxiong immediately grasped the situation, as they had previously conspired together. All right, stop pretending. Just let me know when you want me to call you, he replied. 15 minutes later, Chun Tachikawa replied with a grin. All right, then treat me to a meal later. Wang Yuxiong chuckled in agreement. We are in the catering business. How could we possibly miss out on your meal? After ending the call, Chun Tachikawa quickened his pace, meticulously deleting their conversation history, having honed his attention to detail in his endeavors. 10 minutes later, Chen Lichuan arrived at his mentor's office, breathless, as an irate voice immediately resonated. Who allowed you to drink during class? This university is not as liberating as you may think. Li Chunxin rapped his fingers on the desk, glaring at Chen Lichuan. Professor Li, I sincerely apologize. The publicity department assigned me a task at the last minute. Nonsense. The publicity department is in a meeting, and you were the only one absent. Were you busy organizing your hot pot restaurant instead? Are you neglecting your responsibilities at the university? Li Chunxin interrupted Chen Lichuan, deeming him utterly irresponsible. What you do in your spare time is irrelevant, but you cannot use your role in the student council as an excuse for skipping classes. That is impossible. Did Senior Wang Yuxiong not inform you? Chen Lichuan turned to Liang Ruzhu, inquiring, as the two had clearly conspired beforehand. I don't know. Liang Ruzhu didn't even glance at Chen Lichuan, her tone icy. At that moment, a call came from Wang Yuxiong. Professor, it's a call from the senior. Chen Lichuan waved his phone before answering, switching to speaker mode. Lichuan, how are negotiations with the Hunan restaurant going? Can we secure sponsorship for New Year's? Wang Yuxiong's voice was urgent on the other end. It's settled, they've agreed, but the meal expenses need reimbursement, and I had to drink a few rounds with the owner. Chen Lichuan replied. Ha ha ha, if we can secure the deal, reimbursement is a trivial matter. This Hunan restaurant has been elusive, it's all thanks to you. All right then. I'll hang up. Wang Yuxiong concluded the call abruptly. Chen Lichuan cast a meaningful glance at Liang Ruzhu before turning to his mentor. Professor Li, it might be a matter of miscommunication between us. Indeed. Li Chunxin nodded, his anger gradually dissipating after the conversation. indicating that Chen Lichuan had not acted too far out of line and could account for himself to his peers. It's getting late, Ruju Wantong. You both should head back to the dormitory, Li Chunqin added. The two nodded and exited the classroom, not sparing Chen Lichuan a single glance. Liang Ruju held disdain for associating with someone like him, while Su Wantong deliberately restrained her feelings and chose to abandon her affections. Lichuan, take a seat. Let us discuss the situation with your hot pot restaurant. Please don't take my anger personally. As class monitor and a member of the student council, whom I wholeheartedly endorsed, your actions reflect on me. If you misbehave, it is tantamount to slapping my face. Li Chunqin softened his tone. Yet his anger was partly for Liang Ruju and the others to witness. He harbored a fondness for this student, but could not show favoritism too overtly. Professor, I understand. Your reprimands actually make me feel as though I have a support system. Your concern for me is evident. What I fear is your silence. Chen Lichuan sat down, his flattery sincere and heartfelt. Have you considered the repercussions of a failing hot pot business? It is not child's play. If your family is financially stable and you wish to start a venture, why not communicate with them for funds instead of resorting to high-interest loans? Li Chunqin inquired, his concern palpable. Professor, do you know why I am so familiar with the streets of the Magic City? Chen Lichuan retorted, his gaze directed at Li Chunqin, filled with defiance, confidence, and resilience. Before I embarked on the journey of opening this hot pot restaurant, I conducted thorough research at various universities, meticulously gauging foot traffic and even engaging in street surveys to discern the preferred flavors among students. I would stand for hours, tirelessly asking one question after another, dedicating entire afternoons to this endeavor. Thus, the establishment of this hot pot restaurant was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, it was the culmination of extensive preparation, enabling me to shoulder potential losses with confidence. As for high-interest loans, they merely represent one avenue of financing. They are not inherently daunting. What is truly concerning is the absence of a well-structured plan for the business, including considerations for personnel salaries, utilities, and ingredient costs, all of which I have meticulously calculated and deemed manageable within my capacity. Teacher Li, your heartfelt counsel has genuinely touched me, revealing that there are still individuals in this bustling city, Shanghai, who care for my well-being. Therefore, I am determined not to disappoint your esteemed recommendation and will strive to set a positive example. Chen Lichuan's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped Li Chunqin's arm, articulating his rationale through a blend of market research and strategic planning, ultimately expressing his gratitude towards his mentor. Indeed, Li Chunqin nodded slowly, sensing that this young man, Lichuan, harbored a fervent desire to achieve something significant and had invested considerable effort, evidenced by his meticulous planning and research. The indomitable spirit and ambition emanating from him were qualities Li Chunqin had never observed in anyone else. Yet he could palpably sense it from the young man who was now holding onto his arm. An inexplicable intuition surged within him, suggesting that Lichuan was destined for something extraordinary. Lichuan, rest assured, I am your mentor, and you may also refer to Chung Yuan as Shermo. Should you encounter challenges in your business endeavors, do not hesitate to reach out to her. We will assist you to the best of our abilities. Li Chunqin gently patted Chen Lichuan's back, offering words of comfort. In that moment, the young man was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. Teacher Li, I will forever remember your kindness. As the tears cascaded down his face, he reflected on the year 2004, when regulations were not as stringent. If he could leverage Shermu's connections, inspections from the relevant authorities would likely pose no significant obstacles. Gradually, he could cultivate relationships with those conducting the inquiries, potentially paving the way for his Hunan restaurant's success. With such a strategy in place, he would not need to worry about securing sponsorship. 10 minutes later, the two figures walked through the campus. Now, tell me about the specifics of your hot pot establishment. I understand it features a 4-compartment design. Why not opt for the traditional dual-flavor pot? Li Chunqin inquired. Chen Lichuan responded with professionalism. However, deviating from market norms was a risky endeavor that raised numerous doubts in Li Chunqin's mind, leaving him less than optimistic. Upon returning home, Li Chunqin shared his thoughts on Chen Lichuan with Chung Yuan, who responded with overwhelming praise and affirmation. When Lichuan visited our home, he was aware of my industry in capital financing. Even though he might seek high-interest loans, he did not broach the subject with me, which demonstrates his discernment. He understands that bringing up such matters could create challenges for both parties, inevitably affecting our relationship. After all, this is something I would certainly not assist with. It is far too outrageous. Impressive indeed. He is only 19, yet he navigates situations with such finesse. I have high hopes for Chen Lichuan's 4-compartment hot pot restaurant. Hearing this, Li Chunqin smiled and nodded, proud of his student. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Chen Lichuan's family was well off. Yet he still sought to usurp Song Yanhua's scholarship opportunity. Such a person embodies malice, inherently wicked at heart. It was Liang Ruru who vocally rebuked Chen Lichuan this time. Until now, she had always steered clear of such discussions, remaining an outsider. Instantly, the girls' dormitory erupted in outrage. So it was true, Chen Lichuan was indeed despicable. The following day in class, Chen Lichuan could distinctly sense the animosity directed at him from the girls in the front row. Yes, it was animosity, unconcealed. A deep-seated disdain for one individual. Song Yanhua bore a similar expression. It must pertain to the scholarship loan, he surmised. Yet did it really warrant a public declaration from the podium to assert his innocence? In truth, he had never submitted an application and had actively sought 2 opportunities. But what if only one was granted to Liang Jingshan? Such a scenario was plausible, as the advisor had hinted at it beforehand. Choosing silence, he allowed the outcome to speak for itself. Chen Lichuan had always approached matters this way. As long as Li Chunxin understood him, it was sufficient. Sometimes, a little misunderstanding could lead to greater rewards, as demonstrated by Li Chunxin's perception of him. Thus, he paid no heed to the whispers, diligently attending to his class. Goodness, he thought, I must not fail calculus. I truly have forgotten everything. At noon, upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Chen Lichuan encountered a surprise. Health and fire safety inspections had just arrived. The manager, Li Quan, greeted the inspectors with a constant smile, managing the situation with great finesse. Here comes our young boss, he exclaimed upon seeing Chen Lichuan. So youthful, Officer Zhou remarked, casting a glance at Chen Lichuan before returning to his inspection. Manager Li, please have Chef Lu prepare a few extra dishes for lunch. Time is of the essence. Also, grab some takeout from the Hunan restaurant, Chen Lichuan urged enthusiastically. Turning to Officer Zhou with a smile. Brother, it's lunchtime, you must stay and dine here. Your work is quite arduous, lacking a proper schedule. Despite the hard work, one must not be careless. However, regarding the meal, it was unnecessary. There were a few areas needing improvement, and he handed over a feedback form. Please review this. I will return in a few days for a follow-up. As Zhou turned to leave, Chen Lichuan swiftly caught his arm. If there are any aspects of this little establishment that require critique, please address them openly. It is lunchtime, and the staff also need to eat. Sit down for a moment and offer guidance, so they may learn. Chen Lichuan continued to encourage, while Ma Xiaoqiao pulled the other 2 staff members to sit down, emphasizing the importance of understanding. Very well, Officer Zhou conceded reluctantly. Let us communicate more to prevent minor issues from escalating. I share that sentiment. Please, have a seat. Chen Lichuan replied, nodding in agreement, appearing surprisingly mature for his youthful countenance. Thus, during this meal, Chen Lichuan, along with Li Quan, Lu Xingping, and Ma Xiaoqiao, attentively listened to the necessary points of consideration, quickly establishing a rapport with Officer Zhou Jinyuan. Chen Lichuan's hospitality was quite generous, leaving a positive impression on Zhou Jinyuan. However, for these matters, it would be prudent to seek assistance from the manager's wife, which would further enhance the rapport with Team Zhou. We are not ordinary individuals, are we? During the afternoon staff training, Chen Lichuan was entirely absent, delegating full responsibility to Li Quan, whose effectiveness far surpassed that of the first day. It was evident that the staff were more inclined to heed the manager's guidance. Among them was a young lady named Lingling, who had just celebrated her 19th birthday. The youngest of the group, yet she exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. With a warm smile, she demonstrated her service skills, exuding a charming demeanor. Hello, may I pour you some water? Would warm water be acceptable, or shall I fetch you hot water instead? Lingling slightly bent forward, demonstrating her service, prompting Chen Lichuan to applaud and vocally commend Li Quan. Excellent. We should aim for our customers to feel our warmth, perhaps even making them shy enough to say, "Oh, I'll do it myself. I'm sorry to trouble you." Chen Lichuan expressed his satisfaction, pausing momentarily before adding, "This apprentice deserves focused training. With the opening of the second store, we will need capable individuals. Manager Li, you must swiftly assist me in nurturing a talent pool." With that remark, Chen Lichuan exited the restaurant, the door closing behind him as whispers began to circulate within. The store manager could also enter into a contract for equity division. And regardless of whether the second store could open, such a statement would undoubtedly stir excitement among the simpler-minded youth. Li Quan glanced at the envious expressions of the staff, reflecting on Chen Lichuan's impressive connections, which undoubtedly contributed to his exceptional capabilities and seasoned approach. The student council's publicity department meeting was scheduled for 5 in the afternoon, and by this time, the 6 new members had gathered. Besides business management students, Chen Lichuan and Liang Ruru, 3 others hailed from the arts department, with Bai Yirong present, certainly leaning towards her allies. To avoid any awkwardness, they had also recruited a male student from the sports department, whose dark complexion stood out as distinctive. Lichuan, come sit over here, Wang Yuxiong called in a hushed tone as Chen Lichuan entered, saving a seat for him. Once settled, he whispered Lichuan, is there any certainty regarding the Hunan restaurant? Previously, Yirong faced rejection while seeking sponsorship. There's a good chance. Chen Lichuan leaned in. Whichever group secures the most sponsorship will manage the promotional banners, right? Indeed, that has always been the rule. It cannot be altered. Are you hoping to surpass Yirong? She is quite familiar with this area, and many businesses recognize her, Wang Yuxiong replied. The two exchanged glances at the speaker's podium, where Yirong, with her short hair gently tousled, radiated a unique charm akin to a refined young lady amidst the bustling city. Yet, whenever she dressed up, she resembled a vibrant rose. Since I am also involved in the restaurant business, here's the deal, Xionggu. You can take the commission for securing sponsorship. I shall take none. But I will take charge of the promotional banners, ensuring no conflicts arise among the businesses, Chen Lichuan continued. At this, Wang Yuxiong's smile widened at an observable pace. Boss Chen truly embodies magnanimity. Henceforth, I shall lend my utmost cooperation to your work arrangements. Although I appear to be the team leader, in reality, I am but your subordinate. Wang Yuxiong immediately sought to ingratiate himself, placing his hand on Chen Lichuan's thigh. The greatest advantage of the publicity department does not merely stem from the meager commissions of the merchants, which are the most tangible benefits. Otherwise, they would not be so fervently engaged in securing sponsorships. Presently, Boss Chen has outright dismissed that notion, and with such an imposing presence, he aims to surpass Yirong. Wang Yuxiong instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. As Yirong commenced her speech from the stage, the audience fell silent, captivated by her gentle voice. Recently, a plethora of restaurants have opened, including Lao Wang Barbecue, Qingqing Cake Shop, and others. Larger establishments comprise a Hunan restaurant, Ping Shun Fruit Shop, and Hot Pot venues, among others. At this juncture, Yirong intentionally glanced at Chen Lichuan, offering a simple smile, which was clearly an implicit request for sponsorship funds. The rules remain unchanged. Sponsorship fees are one aspect, but the emphasis is now on newly sponsored merchants, categorized into 3 groups, with points calculated accordingly. The top group will oversee the management of promotional banners within the school. The personnel distribution will have me, Du Ping, and Wang Yuxiong leading our respective teams, each comprising 2 newcomers. When Liang Ruzhu realized she would be in the same group as Chen Lichuan, her expression soured, especially since she was unfamiliar with Wang Yuxiong. Consequently, after the meeting, Liang Ruzhu approached Yirong with a smile, pleading, Senior Yirong, may I join your group? I yearn to learn from you. Yirong, however, retorted, and who would you like to exchange with? Other juniors from our department also wish to learn from me. Yirong shot a displeased glance at Liang Ruzhu, seemingly devoid of any patience for her. Liang Ruzhu elongated her tone, her embarrassment palpable as all eyes were upon her. You are assigned to work with Chen Lichuan. Considering that both of you are studying business management and possess a keener understanding of the market, which could significantly assist Senior Wang Yuxiong. If you continue to lag behind this time, it would render this major utterly meaningless, Yirong said lightly, lowering her gaze and disregarding Liang Ruzhu. Her words imposing substantial pressure, insinuating that if Wang Yuxiong were to once again finish last, it would be a reflection on her and Chen Lichuan. What a masterful oration that woman delivers. It seems she is intent on stifling my performance. Chen Lichuan cast a glance at Yirong before withdrawing his gaze, contemplating the depths of her calculations at such a young age. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Liang Ruzhu managed to muster a smile, exclaiming, all right, I will give it my all, before moving to join Wang Yuxiong's group, which comprised entirely of males, and her relationship with Chen Lichuan remained strained. The disparagement directed at Chen Lichuan within the class was orchestrated by none other than herself. Both she and Chen Lichuan were acutely aware of this. Yet he had never directly addressed the issue with her, undoubtedly out of his own insecurities. Brother Chuan, what are the arrangements? Shall we first assess the situation at the store? Wang Yuxiong inquired, lacking the demeanor of a team leader, instead deferring to Chen Lichuan. Meanwhile, Du Ping and Yirong had begun allocating tasks and reminding everyone of pertinent details. Not to worry, let them lay the groundwork for us first. If we all rush to inquire, the merchants will surely be vexed. Therefore, my suggestion is to return to the dormitory and rest for now. As Chen Lichuan uttered those words, everyone except Liang Ruzhu burst into frivolous laughter. What a splendid suggestion. Boss Chen is truly remarkable. This strategy is exceedingly clever. reminiscent of the famed tale of borrowing arrows with straw boats. The others raised their thumbs in admiration. However, Liang Ruzhu furrowed her brow and could not suppress her inquiry. While other groups are deliberating on methods, are we merely going to retreat and sleep? You wanted to join Yirong's group, so why return? Wang Yuxiong retorted sharply, displaying no kindness towards Liang Ruzhu. Liang Ruzhu widened her eyes, staring blankly at Wang Yuxiong, who was slightly shorter than her. What's the matter? You arrive and start giving orders? Go tell your senior, Yirong, that you shall lead this group. Wang Yuxiong continued, still unsatisfied, muttering clumsy giant under his breath. Liang Ruzhu, unaccustomed to such disrespect, felt an urge to walk away, but upon glancing at Yirong, she restrained herself. Hee. Chen Lichuan chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate. These children, amusing themselves to curry favor with their mentor, are not so different from one another. Such remarks are rather unpalatable. Aren't they? Let us head to the hot pot restaurant for a staff meal, Chen Lichuan suggested. Subsequently, the members of Wang Yuxiong's group followed him out with playful smiles, while Liang Ruzhu felt too embarrassed to join them, remaining frozen in place. Chapter 101. The aroma of hot pot. The other two groups were engaged in lively discussions, making Liang Ruzhu's presence feel particularly jarring. Moreover, the earlier quarrel with Wang Yuxiong was clearly overheard by everyone. How could a newcomer to the student council create such discord? Yirong cast a deliberate glance at Liang Ruzhu but chose to ignore her further. Her gaze conveyed a clear message. The conflict was of her own making and thus should be resolved by her alone. With a deep sigh, Liang Ruzhu quickly exited the classroom and raced downstairs, managing to catch up with Wang Yuxiong and his group just as they were nearing the school entrance. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered a faint smile and jogged alongside Wang Yuxiong. Group leader, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was overly anxious and my approach was misguided. Whatever work arrangements there are, I will cooperate wholeheartedly, Liang Ruzhu remarked cheerfully, striving to match the pace of the boys. No need for that. I still have to take orders from you, Wang Yuxiong scoffed, still displaying a lack of warmth. Requesting a group change with Yirong. Isn't that akin to slapping oneself in the face? Naturally, he felt displeased. Hee. Liang Ruzhu chuckled lightly, trying to mask her embarrassment. Chen Lichuan observed Liang Ruzhu. Her submissive demeanor perplexed him. The Liang Ruzhu he remembered was of a rather aloof nature, and her family was well off. Was such humility truly necessary? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Chen Lichuan and Wang Yuxiong's group entered directly, leaving Liang Ruzhu behind. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood at the entrance, refraining from entering. After all, this was Chen Lichuan's establishment. What would it signify if she entered? The dry branches trembled in the cold wind. The weather in the bustling city had turned chilly. Just as Liang Ruzhu prepared to leave, Shen Yiming, Liang Jingshan, Qin Yiding, Su Wantong, and others approached her. 3 days hence, the hot pot restaurant is set to officially open its doors. Thus, Chen Lichuan summoned a group of friends to sample the culinary delights, as it would be remiss not to treat them to a meal first. Due to Ma Xiaochao's influence, he did not invite Cui Zhibing. However, upon seeing Su Wantong arrive, he brazenly followed suit. Although he had previously scoffed at Chen Lichuan's venture, his astonishment was palpable upon entering such an expansive establishment. How daring of Chen Lichuan! Cui Zhibing gazed up at the vibrant sign of the restaurant. Dajiang Lao. Ruru, what brings you here? Come in and join us. Upon spotting Liang Ruzhu, Shen Yiming's face lit up with joy. After much effort to arrange a meeting, the opportunity had finally arrived. No, I have other matters to attend to. I must be on my way, Liang Ruzhu replied with a gentle shake of her head. There's no need for concern. That rascal Chen Lichuan wouldn't dare say anything in my presence. No need to overthink. Shen Yiming hastily belittled Chen Lichuan, adopting the demeanor of a dormitory leader, a tactic he often employed in front of his goddess. Really, it's fine. You all enjoy your meal, Liang Ruzhu reiterated, waving her hand in refusal. She exchanged pleasantries with Qin Yiding, Su Wantong, and Cui Zhibing before preparing to leave. Yet, as the others pushed through the door into the hot pot restaurant, a wave of warmth enveloped her, instantly comforting. All the guys are here. Come in and take a seat. Ma Xiaochao, now donned in a suit with a freshly cut hairstyle, hurriedly welcomed them, exuding an air of newfound gravitas. Ma Gu, looking so serious. Liang Jingshan playfully slapped Ma Xiaochao on the back, with Wu Lang and Shen Yiming chuckling and greeting him, their camaraderie evident. Meanwhile, Cui Zhibing stood aside, feeling somewhat out of place. What are everyone's preferences? I shall prepare the dipping sauces for you, Chen Lichuan inquired cheerfully as he approached the condiment station. Must we have the illustrious Chen supervising our sauces? I'm quite indifferent, Liang Jingshan said, pulling Qin Yiding along. Drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of chili oil that wafted through the air, his mouth watering at the prospect of tasting this rare delicacy. Old Liang will undoubtedly opt for sesame sauce with fragrant oil. How about you, Yiding? Chen Lichuan handed the prepared bowl of sauce to Liang Jingshan before turning to Qin Yiding. I'm easygoing, but no sesame sauce for me, Qin Yiding responded. Very well. I shall prepare it for you. Ensuring it is delectable, Chen Lichuan quickly mixed the sauce for Qin Yiding, then proceeded to cater to each friend in turn, with Su Wantong being the last in line, while Cui Zhibing awkwardly lingered nearby. Old Su, why the lack of enthusiasm today? Chen Lichuan chuckled, bypassing any inquiry about Su Wantong's preferences and directly preparing her a bowl of sesame sauce, assuming a common taste. Nothing much, Su Wantong replied nonchalantly, her gaze devoid of its usual sparkle as she regarded Chen Lichuan, striving to adapt to her new identity, viewing him merely as an ordinary friend. All done. Have you never tried hot pot before? Chen Lichuan quipped as he handed Su Wantong her sauce, teasing her gently. However, it was not surprising, in their small town. The first Little Swan had only opened in the winter of 2005. Don't underestimate me. I've lost count of how many times I've dined on it. You should try franchising a renowned brand. Your establishment likely lacks flavor, she retorted. Su Wantong curled her lips and shot a glance at Chen Lichuan, unwilling to be underestimated. She turned and approached Qin Yiding, though she had not actually tasted the dish. At that moment, everyone had already taken their seats, leaving Cui Zhibing awkwardly standing alone. Lichuan, give me some sesame sauce too. It smells delightful, Cui Zhibing said with a grin as he leaned closer. Do it yourself, Chen Lichuan replied, not wanting to put Cui Zhibing in a difficult position. After uttering that, he walked away with Ma Xiaoqiao, leaving Cui Zhibing to eagerly prepare the condiments before squeezing in beside Su Wantong. Initially, Su Wantong was reluctant to sit next to Cui Zhibing, but after glancing at Chen Lichuan, she lowered her head in tacit acceptance. However, Chen Lichuan remained unaware of Su Wantong's emotions, mistakenly believing she was experiencing her menstrual cycle. The publicity department and the dormitory crowd were seated at 2 tables for 6, each adorned with a square grid featuring 4 distinct flavors, with the broth bubbling continuously. Lingling, bring out the dishes, Chen Lichuan called out, and Lingling immediately wheeled over a cart brimming with the restaurant's specialties. You all start with the meat, Chen Lichuan said, standing aside as he poured several large platters of lamb into the square grid, assisting Ma Xiaoqiao in serving their friends. Boss Chen, why don't you sit down and eat? Are you too stingy to enjoy your own food? Wang Yuxiong jested. Yang Jun and his group will be coming over shortly. I need to discuss some matters with them. Chen Lichuan explained with a smile, his focus intently on the hot pot. Timing it perfectly, once the lamb was ready, Chen Lichuan called out, everyone, dig in. The meat is at its most tender right now. The guests wasted no time in grabbing their chopsticks to seize the lamb. Su Wantong, who relished spicy food, picked a piece of lamb from the spicy pot, dipped it into the sauce, and took a generous bite. An unprecedented burst of flavor engulfed her palate, causing her to swallow with gusto. The others mirrored her expression after tasting their first piece of lamb. Every element, from the broth to the condiments, was meticulously selected by Chen Lichuan, ensuring an exquisite taste. Moreover, the novelty of hot pot still lingered among the group, a stark contrast to the weariness felt in 2022. How does it taste? Is the square grid acceptable? Chen Lichuan inquired nonchalantly, continuing to serve the dishes. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. I've never had anything quite like it. It's simply divine, Liang Jingshan exclaimed, breaking the stunned silence and prompting a chorus of praise. This flavor is exceptional, Lichuan. Your hot pot restaurant is bound for success. It seems my worries were unfounded. It surpasses any place I've ever dined at. Wu Lang gave a thumbs up, his compliment entirely sincere. You didn't create this square grid, did you? Shen Yiming began to question whether such a delectable broth could truly be the brainchild of a mere 19-year-old. It's genuinely delicious. The others echoed enthusiastically, affirming the extraordinary taste. Chen Lichuan glanced at Su Wantong, noticing that she had already devoured several large pieces of lamb, too engrossed in her meal to engage in conversation. Old Su, how does it taste? Chen Lichuan asked. It's good, Su Wantong replied, the sound of her swallowing evident as she wolfed down her food, eliciting laughter from the others. All right, let's eat. Chen Lichuan nodded and then addressed the crowd. Feel free to indulge tonight. Order whatever dishes you desire and drink as you please. Once we officially open, that privilege will be no more. At that time, it will only be employee meals, as I will be entertaining other friends. After calling out to everyone, Chen Lichuan made his way to the entrance. At this moment, Yang Jun and Guanggu had also arrived, having borrowed 50,000, although Guang Gu kept silent, merely showing up to lend support and enjoy a meal. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan and his companions created a lively atmosphere at another table, separated by a reasonable distance, as they were friends from different circles, a deliberate arrangement by Chen Lichuan. Meanwhile, on the side of Liang Jingshan and Wang Yuxiong, the group was entirely focused on eating, hardly pausing to converse. They devoured dishes such as squid balls, crab sticks, and duck intestines in a matter of moments, offering no opportunity for a second helping. As their hunger began to dissipate, they gradually engaged in conversation. One of the students from the association, with an exaggerated expression, whispered praises. How could this business possibly falter? It's genuinely delicious, and this square grid is quite practical. I believe it surpasses the dual flavor pot in utility. Having his first interaction with Chen Lichuan, he perceived the latter as remarkably mature and adept at managing social dynamics, effortlessly balancing his relationships with various acquaintances. Another new friend from the student association glanced over at Chen Lichuan's table and quietly remarked. Wang Yuxiong set down his chopsticks, coughed lightly, and spoke with palpable excitement. In all honesty, even if this establishment were handed to us, we wouldn't be able to manage it. My family has experience in the restaurant business, and I understand the intricacies involved. Lichuan is truly exceptional. Who would dare to take out a loan for such a venture? In retrospect, we have no right to mock him. Lichuan is indeed remarkable. Wu Lang echoed the sentiment from the depths of his heart, while Gu Yu and Zhou Kaikai, though few in words, nodded in agreement, already holding deep respect for Brother Chuan. If this restaurant were entrusted to me, I wouldn't know how to manage it. Truly impressive. The conversation naturally gravitated towards Chen Lichuan, while Su Wantong remained silent, her gaze lowered. She rubbed her distended belly and furtively glanced at Chen Lichuan, her heart plagued by waves of discomfort. It was not until late into the night that the gathering finally dispersed. The chill of the night air was hardly felt as the evening was filled with the aroma of hot pot. Chapter 102. He had never submitted a funding application from the very beginning. Regarding the matter of merchant sponsorship, Wang Yuxiong's group did not even attend the meeting the following day. Only Liang Ruzhu made an appearance, resulting in an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Yi Rong believed that her unresolved conflicts were the cause, but she did not foresee that Chen Lichuan's quip about it being better to go home and sleep would lead their group to abandon all responsibility. Thus, the next morning, as Liang Ruzhu entered the classroom, she rushed to the back row and seated herself next to Chen Lichuan, loudly confronting him. Chen Lichuan, are you retaliating against me by encouraging Wang Yuxiong and the others to distance themselves from me? Why was I not informed about the meeting yesterday? Her outburst attracted the attention of the entire class. Chen Lichuan cast a fleeting glance at Liang Ruru, who was currently engaged in a phone call with a supplier. With the official opening set for tomorrow, he needed to discuss supply issues, leaving little room for her distractions. Irritated, he waved her off, prioritizing his conversation. Yes, they would certainly need more lettuce, as well as an increased supply of shiitake mushrooms and potatoes. Chen Lichuan covered his ears with his clothing and continued speaking. Chen Lichuan, Liang Ruru is trying to speak with you. Who are you on the phone with for so long? Just say a few words and hang up already. Shen Yiming interjected, adopting a mock Shanghai accent and nudging Chen Lichuan, urging him with a frown. Wait a moment. Chen Lichuan snapped, his displeasure evident. But he maintained the call until Li Chunxin arrived, at which point he ended the conversation, while Shen Yiming and Liang Ruru remained seated on either side of him. Chen Lichuan, since there was no meeting in our group yesterday, shouldn't you be discussing matters with Wang Yuxiong? Why are you shouting at me? Liang Ruru pressed. But Chen Lichuan, with extreme impatience, interrupted. It was your own choice to switch groups, and you offended Wang Yuxiong and his team. Now you blame me for it. Is there something wrong with your reasoning? Initially, Chen Lichuan had no intention of discussing matters with Liang Ruru and the others, but he felt compelled to respond. Your tone is excessive, Shen Yiming interjected, clearly displeased. Fine, I understand. From now on, we need not communicate about group matters. We'll only consult Wang Yuxiong. Liang Ruru retorted sarcastically. However, Chen Lichuan ignored her, focusing intently on his textbook. After a brief silence, just as Liang Ruru was about to inquire further, Chen Lichuan abruptly stood up. Teacher Li, I can answer this question. Your previous remarks left a profound impression on me, he said, adopting a flattering demeanor as he actively engaged with the instructor. Liang Ruru glared at him, and upon sitting down, she immediately remarked, are you aware of the progress Du Ping and Yi Rong have made in their group? They already have several interested vendors, yet we lack even a plan. Shouldn't we be taking action instead of suggesting to go back to the dormitory to sleep? What do you want me to do? Chen Lichuan finally turned his attention to Liang Ruru, responding to her for the first time. We need to act swiftly, Liang Ruru asserted confidently. Huh, Chen Lichuan scoffed, showing no intention to engage further, and thereafter disregarded any of her remarks, leaving Shen Yiming increasingly anxious. Lichuan, that's enough. Didn't you hear Ruru speaking to you? What kind of attitude is that? Shen Yiming continued to echo his discontent. As the class neared its end, the noise level began to rise. Li Chunxin rapped on the desk a few times to restore order, and after a moment, spoke in a low tone. This afternoon, Song Yanhua and Liang Jingshan are to come to my office. Remember to bring your ID and bank card for the registration of the student aid subsidy. As the mentor's words echoed through the classroom, a moment of stunned silence ensued, quickly followed by a cacophony of astonishment. Every gaze in the room turned towards Chen Lichuan. What was the meaning of this? Was it true that he had not applied for the student loan? Furthermore, how could there be 2 allocations instead of 1? Was it possible that the school had discerned the true financial situation of Chen Lichuan's family and thus denied the application? Yet, that seemed implausible. Surely they would not investigate so thoroughly. Especially for Liang Ruju, the shock was palpable. How could Chen Lichuan be absent from the list? Previously, she had spread rumors about him being selfish, possessing a well-off family, yet seizing Song Yanhua's funding opportunity. Liang Ruju's wide eyes brimmed with confusion and trepidation as she stared blankly at Chen Lichuan's profile. Li Chunxin, aware of the circulating gossip, gently tapped the desk before continuing. Initially, there was only 1 allocation for business management. However, upon realizing that 2 of our classmates genuinely require financial assistance, Lichuan approached me to discuss the situation and advocated fervently with the school. After considerable effort, we managed to secure 2 slots. As for Chen Lichuan, he never submitted an application for assistance from the outset. Understanding the weight of the rumors surrounding Chen Lichuan, Li Chunxin, as a mentor, felt compelled to offer a fair account, mindful of the reassurances he had previously given Chen. The class fell into a hushed silence, each expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, Liang Jingshan rose, deeply touched. He finally comprehended why Chen Lichuan had said to him, "You need not worry, surely there will be something for you." If only 1 slot was available, it was evident that Chen must have recommended him to the mentor, hence his certainty. "Lichuan, you are my brother," Liang Jingshan thought, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Song Yanhua, Liang Jingshan, remember to handle the matters I entrusted to you by 5 o'clock this afternoon," Li Chunxin instructed as the class bell rang. With that, he exited the classroom, leaving an unusual quietude in a space typically filled with chatter. "Liang Ruju," Chen Lichuan called softly, glancing in her direction. Instinctively, she shifted away, a reflexive gesture. How others perceived and acted was not selfishness. Rather, selfishness lay in demanding others to conform to one's own interests. "Our sponsorship plan will remain inactive for now. If you have your own ideas, pursue them as you see fit. There is no need to direct my actions, correct?" Chen Lichuan replied quietly to Liang Ruju's insistence on how the group should operate. He then stood up, and at that moment, Liang Jingshan moved to the back row, his gaze fixed on him with an almost obsessive intensity. "Jingshan, I need to step out for a moment. If the teacher calls the roll in the next class, please respond for me." "I'm leaving now," Chen Lichuan said, hastily departing under the scrutiny of his classmates. Chapter 103. What issue cannot be resolved over a hot pot? The class leader had never submitted an application for assistance. At last, someone has shattered the silence. After Chen Lichuan hastily departed, a person, with an expression of shock, exclaimed, prompting the collective gaze of the crowd to turn towards the back row, fixating on Liang Ruju. Matters within the university have always been prone to swift gossip. The earlier condemnation of Chen Lichuan has now escalated into personal attacks, accusing him of lacking integrity, as he, hailing from a privileged family, supposedly seeks to usurp another's scholarship. The gravity of these personal assaults can be traced back to Liang Ruju's own accusations. She, the usually reticent class beauty, had conveyed a sense of moral authority and maturity, thus rendering her words highly credible. Yet, what is the reality? Chen Lichuan had never intended to claim that scholarship. So why did Liang Ruju so vehemently and angrily confront the class monitor? What motives lay behind her actions? The girls in Song Yanhua's dormitory had previously raised their voices in reproach towards the class monitor, but now they were all bowed in silence, engulfed in profound remorse. They had labeled others as selfish, yet were they not the truly selfish ones? The mentor explicitly stated that it was Chen Lichuan who proactively communicated with the institution, transforming 1 scholarship into 2. Yet during this process, he endured nothing but severe injuries and venomous remarks aimed at ostracizing him. I recall the class monitor coming to find me at the building's entrance, inquiring about Yanhua's family circumstances. I had spoken thoughtlessly, questioning his intentions. And now I realize how egregious my behavior was. Sun Qin murmured, Her eyes slightly reddened. She had a close relationship with Song Yanhua and had previously defended her timid roommate. Yet what had she done? The class monitor had never held her actions against her. It's all my fault, Song Yanhua lamented softly, her feelings of guilt overwhelming. She had once joined the ranks that marginalized Chen Lichuan. While he had consistently focused on his own affairs, Lin Shanshan fell silent, pretending to read, but guilt towards Chen Lichuan swelled within her. Upon reflection, her disdain for the so-called country bumpkin seemed unwarranted. He had never mistreated her. Su Wantong, however, felt a sense of joy for Chen Lichuan. She had consistently defended him, though her voice had been too faint, subjecting her to exclusion. Now, no one dares to criticize Lichuan any longer. Yet, this new reality meant that her relationship with him could only remain platonic. The moment she glanced at Lin Shanshan, a pang of heartache struck her. She could hardly bear to imagine Chen Lichuan singing love songs. How demeaning her own affection felt, as Lin Shanshan's mere flirtation had ensnared him. Meanwhile, the classmates continued to gaze at Liang Ruzhu, perplexed as to why she would deliberately inflict harm upon Chen Lichuan. What else can you do besides spewing filth? Suddenly, Zhou Kaikai turned around and began to berate Liang Ruzhu. If you were in my hometown, I would have smashed your mouth by now. How dare you speak such vile words? Zhou Kaikai had never shown respect to anyone but could not tolerate any mistreatment of his friends. Kaikai, that's enough. Mind your language. Shen Yiming stood up, placing himself in front of Liang Ruzhu, his face flushed, pointing at Zhou Kaikai, deeming his remarks utterly excessive. Shen Yiming, one ought to consider the depths of their actions. What pretense is this, daily feigning innocence before this wretched individual? That day in class, I was tempted to strike her. It is none of your concern, flaunting your youth as if it were a virtue. Zhou Kaikai, in a sudden outburst, pointed furiously at Shen Yiming and Liang Ruzhu, unleashing a torrent of invective. I have tolerated you for far too long, consistently finding your presence insufferable. How dare you behave so shamelessly? Shen Yiming's face contorted with rage. Her hair, glued in place by gel, quivered with each tremor of her fury. In an instant, Zhou Kaikai swung a fist, landing a heavy blow upon Shen Yiming's left cheek, and they both tumbled to the ground in a violent embrace. In university, conflicts often erupt among those residing in the same dormitory. In a previous lifetime, aside from Gu Yu and Wu Lang, Zhou Kaikai had engaged in altercations with nearly everyone, particularly with Chen Lichuan. Presently, had it not been for Chen Lichuan's steady demeanor, the dormitory would have descended into chaos long ago. Stop fighting, Liang Jingshan bellowed, rushing in to intervene. At this moment, the class had just ended, and the director and others were traversing the hall. Should they catch wind of this fracas, disciplinary action would surely follow. Meanwhile, Gu Yu, Guahong, and other boys from the back row hurried to separate the combatants, while Wu Lang swiftly dialed Chen Lichuan, knowing that Zhou Kaikai respected him and would heed his words. Just then, Chen Lichuan descended the stairs, hearing Wu Lang's urgent call about the scuffle between Yiming and Kaikai, and he hurriedly ascended back. Today, I shall not let you go unpunished. Zhou Kaikai, in a frenzy, swung his fists wildly, even attempting to lift a bench. Had Liang Jingshan not restrained him, the consequences would have been dire. Though Shen Yiming retaliated, her retreating posture betrayed her fear. Kaikai, enough. Must you escalate this situation? Liang Jingshan shouted in anger. If expulsion is to be the consequence, then let Shen Yiming share in the blame. Zhou Kaikai screamed in madness. Yiming, get up quickly. You know well the temperament of this scoundrel. Chen Lichuan approached, his voice booming as he pulled Shen Yiming away, then firmly grasped Zhou Kaikai's shoulder, along with Liang Jingshan and others, pressing him into a seat until he gradually calmed down. In truth, neither had suffered injury. They had merely exchanged a few blows, the uproar creating a formidable spectacle. Close the door, Chen Lichuan commanded, and Su Wantong hastily shut the front door while Wu Lang secured the back. What transpired? Chen Lichuan inquired of Wu Lang, who recounted the events leading to the altercation. At this moment, Liang Ruzhu stood at the back, at a loss, her lips tightly pressed together, maintaining a distance from Chen Lichuan and the others. Kaikai, Yiming, both of you will accompany me shortly, Chen Lichuan stated firmly before moving to the podium. After a brief pause, he addressed the class loudly. Concerning the matter of financial aid, allow me to clarify. Our business management program is rather unique. Previous cohorts did not have any allocation for assistance. The solitary opportunity we managed to secure was the result of immense effort from our mentors. Thus, to apply for 2 spots from the same class is exceptionally challenging, and the uncertainty surrounding this matter makes it difficult to provide clear answers to all students, for no one wishes to be left behind in the end. As for the misunderstandings that occurred during this period, They stemmed from my communication issues. However, the outcome is positive, as 2 classmates from our class are involved. There is no need for us to continue discussing this matter. Upon learning that Liang Ruzhu had been subjected to insults, Chen Lichuan deliberately chose to explain the situation, demonstrating great magnanimity. One party engaged in slander, while the other acted with the collective interest in mind, a stark contrast indeed. This approach is most effective in winning hearts. As the class leader, Chen Lichuan descended the aisle, and Song Yanhua rose, her demeanor suggesting she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Her eyes were filled with remorse. It's all right, we are all classmates. If you need assistance in the future, feel free to communicate anytime, Chen Lichuan remarked with a smile. Then proceeded to the back row. At that moment, the girls in the front row noticed his sunny disposition. However, Su Wantong kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. Let us go. I need your help with something. Don't say you're unwilling to assist with such a trivial task. Chen Lichuan called out as he reached the back row, pulling Xin Yiming and Zhou Kaikai out of the classroom. Xin Yiming, being observant, turned to say to someone, remember to respond when they call my name. I'm going out too. Make sure to respond for me. Liang Jingshan followed suit. Guyu, I must leave as well. Remember that. Wu Lang also followed, seemingly aware that exiting together under the gaze of their classmates lent them an air of significance. Wahong, thanks. With the dormitory crowd having left, Guyu, not wishing to linger, hurriedly followed suit. In an instant, the back row was deserted, leaving only Liang Ruzhu, who stood alone for quite some time. It was not until the teacher arrived that she took a seat at the back, seeking to evade attention and avoiding the front row. Chen Lichuan's previous remarks had deeply affected her. Since urging her mentor, she recognized her own selfishness, questioning why she had transformed into someone so contrary to her true nature. Why is the classroom so empty today? The substitute teacher glanced toward the back row, frowning slightly. Even if her class was not crucial, it should not be this way. Everyone is here, someone from the back row muttered, causing the girls in the front to stifle their laughter. Oh, everyone is here? The teacher, amused, repeated the question. Yes, everyone is here. This time, the entire class responded in unison, an unexpected show of solidarity. Very well, the teacher nodded, then began to take attendance. Regardless of the names called, someone responded for each. And she thought to herself, well, it is what it is. Reflecting on my own university days, who hasn't experienced this? Alone in the back row, Liang Ruzhu pondered over many grievances, consciously avoiding proximity to Yirong, as this was not the university life she had envisioned. An hour later. Why are you all following me? Are you thinking about the hot pot here? De Jiang exclaimed. At the Dajiang hot pot, a table for 6 was surrounded by their dormitory group, each with a bowl of dipping sauce, their eyes fixed hungrily on the bubbling pot. Haha, it's not that I'm afraid they'll start fighting again. And you can't handle it alone. But honestly, Lichuan, this 4-compartment pot is truly delightful. I dreamed about it last night, Liang Jingshan said, swallowing hard. Unbothered by appearances since Qin Yiding was absent, eager to grab meat even before it was cooked. Opening tomorrow? Wu Lang inquired, to which Chen Lichuan nodded in response. This business is undoubtedly thriving. Wu Lang remarked once more, setting aside the service for a moment. The flavor chosen by Chen Lichuan is truly exceptional. Xin Yiming and Zhou Kaikai remained silent as they sat, and after a brief pause, Chen Lichuan began to speak. Now that we are gathered for a meal, let us not dwell on past grievances. There is no need to entangle ourselves in right or wrong. No one has suffered, except for the fact that I have incurred the cost of a hot pot. As he stirred the broth, he muttered, besides, what issue cannot be resolved over a hot pot? This sentiment elicited laughter from the group, and soon after, as the meat cooked, the younger ones, who had not eaten, eagerly scrambled to devour it. Zhou Kaikai and Shun Yiming's chopsticks intertwined, and after exchanging glances, they both broke into smiles. Chapter 104. An elevated place in the heart. The night scene outside the finance and trade building was bustling, especially on Friday nights when even the most reclusive students ventured out to stroll. Buses weaved through the crowd, their horns blaring, while vendors called out incessantly. Forget those matters. No one will care, Lin Shanshan remarked casually, glancing at Liang Ruzhu in the passenger seat, noticing her neck was bare of jewelry. I haven't seen you wear any accessories lately. If you're tired of your current styles, let me wear them, Lin Shanshan asked with a smile. Oh dear. Liang Ruzhu sighed softly, seemingly vexed, her gaze drifting aimlessly to the window where the sign of the restaurant de Zhang Lao came into view, revealing the busy staff inside. Do you think Chen Lichuan's hot pot restaurant will succeed? Lin Shanshan casually inquired, as the road was crowded with students, causing the car to move slowly. How would I know? Liang Ruzhu shook her head, withdrawing her gaze. I've suddenly realized that Chen Lichuan is quite remarkable. I had underestimated him before. Lin Shanshan's lips curved into a smile as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her large hoop earrings. Liang Ruzhu shot a glance at her friend, reluctant to continue the topic, feeling quite uncomfortable about her friend's apparent interest in Su Wantong, especially after the public display of affection. However, the fact that Chen Lichuan had called Lin Shanshan to serenade her truly wounded Su Wantong's heart, even if he did not harbor feelings for her. As they passed the entrance of the Hunan restaurant, Liang Ruzhu suddenly exclaimed, "Stop, quick, I want to get out." Lin Shanshan promptly hit the brakes, and before the car came to a complete stop, Liang Ruzhu flung open the door and stepped out, leaving behind the words, "Don't wait for me. You go ahead." Before vanishing into the crowd. Mysterious lately, always cooped up at school, Lin Shanshan mumbled as she drove away. "Yirong," Liang Ruzhu joyfully called out, jogging to Yirong's side, affectionately linking her arm with hers, as if they were the best of friends. "What brings you here?" Yirong asked with a gentle smile. "Just wandering about. Have you eaten? Let us dine together." "It's on me," Liang Ruzhu generously offered, smiling at the other members of Yirong's group. "We were just on our way to eat. Let us go to the Hunan restaurant." Yirong nodded, and together, they all entered the establishment. "Boss Xiao, I have come once more. But this time my intention is not to disturb you. I am here to dine." Yirong's voice was warm and inviting as she approached the checkout counter, her face aglow with a radiant smile directed at Zhao Maoshu. "Welcome, welcome. I was quite overwhelmed previously and could not attend to such matters. Let us retreat to the private room." Zhao Maoshu responded with a welcoming grin, leading everyone into the private space. Yirong, unfazed by the rush, placed her order before broaching the topic of sponsorship with the owner of the Hunan restaurant. "Boss Zhao, you are aware of Lao Wang's barbecue, correct? Ever since he sponsored the freshman welcome party, his establishment has been perpetually bustling. For this upcoming New Year's gala, he is eager to sponsor once more. Our Hunan restaurant possesses such delectable flavors. With just a hint of advertising, our business is bound to flourish." "Ah, well," Zhao Maoshu chuckled awkwardly, pondering for a moment before responding with a tone of reluctance. "It is still early. We shall see when the time comes." "Very well," Yirong nodded earnestly, not pressing further. After Zhao Maoshu exited the private room, he shook his head in contemplation. To be frank, it seemed like a frivolous expenditure. As long as the food was exceptional, that was all that mattered. After all, this was merely home-style cuisine, and there were no competitors in the vicinity. "Liang Ruzhu, how is your group progressing? Have you identified any potential clients?" Yirong inquired, turning her attention to Liang Ruzhu. Not very smoothly," Liang Ruzhu replied awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable admitting that her group had yet to take any action. "However, with you and Chen Lichuan involved, my expectations are high. After all, this is business management, and Director Pang places great importance on securing sponsorships. You must not let everyone down," Yirong emphasized gravely, her expression serious. The division intended to pair Chen Lichuan with Wang Yuxiong deliberately to suppress Chen Lichuan's potential. Ideally, once she ascended, Du Ping would take up the role of minister of the organization department. Chen Lichuan had previously been highly recommended by Pang Longzheng, and she did not wish for Chen Lichuan's performance to overshadow her own connections, as she could not accept even a fraction of the preferential treatment she believed was rightfully hers going to Chen Lichuan. "I will certainly put forth my utmost effort," Liang Ruzhu murmured softly, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure due to Yirong's high expectations. "Let us rally together. This event is crucial for our public relations department. Whether I can be elected as the vice president of the student council hinges upon our collective efforts," Yirong said with a cheerful smile, subtly emphasizing the significance of the event while hoping that Chen Lichuan's group would falter. Yet, Liang Ruzhu remained oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Her desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yirong drove her to strive diligently in her endeavors, particularly regarding the matter Yirong had just mentioned. She was eager to exert herself fully, for Yirong had indicated the importance of this occasion to her. When it came time to settle the bill, a male student attempted to rise to take care of the payment, as it was a shared expense agreed upon beforehand. Liang Ruzhu felt hesitant to let him cover the cost, given that they were all from the same group. Moreover, the public relations department was not lacking in funds. However, Yirong playfully halted the young man, raising an eyebrow and asserting, "Liang Ruzhu wishes to treat. Do not steal her thunder. Indeed, one must not interfere." Liang Ruzhu quickly stood, smiling at the young man, before hastily exiting the private room. The impression others had of this exquisitely featured young lady was that of someone who was always amiable and approachable. In the boys' dormitory, a leisurely voice echoed, "Brother Xiong, are you truly just lying here? Why not go ask at the store?" The situation could become quite unfavorable if we don't. Besides, how long have you been in the student council? Don't you aspire to rise a bit higher? Wang Yuxiong smiled confidently, biting on a cigarette as he continued playing his game. Speaking of Boss Chen, he is indeed remarkable. Although I am a year older than him, I often find him far more mature in comparison. By the way, the 4-grid hot pot opens tomorrow. Let us go and show our support. The flavor is truly delightful, and I've been thinking about it for several days. It's a way to back Boss Chen. A guy from the upper bunk peeked down. Absolutely, we must support him. Chen Lichuan is someone worth befriending. Wang Yuxiong nodded, his gaze never leaving the screen. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, a girl suggested, I heard Chen Lichuan's hot pot restaurant opens tomorrow. Let us go show our support to prevent his business from being too slow. The class monitor still has over 60,000 in high-interest loans. Sure, let us go support him, several girls responded with laughter, for Chen Lichuan holds an esteemed place in their hearts. In the hallway, Su Wantong was on the phone with Qi Siyao. Siyao, come over early tomorrow. Invite anyone you want. I'll treat you to hot pot. And I'll prepare the special dipping sauces. They're absolutely delicious. Su Wantong said, saliva already pooling in her mouth. All right, let me ask Lu Weiwei and the others. Qi Siyao cheerfully ended the call, thinking that Lu Weiwei had never experienced hot pot before, and quickly dialed the boys' dormitory. Soon, the dormitory manager answered the phone and informed Lu Weiwei. However, after speaking with Qi Siyao, she was left disappointed. Siyao, I'm truly sorry. I really have no time lately. My studies are overwhelming. Lu Weiwei declined. Not even on Saturday. It's been ages since we last met. Qi Siyao's tone grew more insistent. Siyao, you know my situation. I must devote myself entirely to my studies. We had an agreement to strive for a bright future together. Lu Weiwei explained. Well, all right then. Qi Siyao's smile faded, and after exchanging a few words of concern, she hung up. On Lu Weiwei's end. Just after he set down the phone, it rang again, this time from a girl. His tone was gentle as he spoke. What? You want me to come over? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Do I need to bring anything? You must bring something. It's a matter of courtesy. No, I can't take your phone. I want to accept anything you offer. All right then, take care to keep warm. The weather has turned chilly. After conversing for nearly half an hour, Lu Weiwei finally hung up, clenched his fists in excitement, and dashed upstairs, even letting out a shout of exhilaration. At 9 o'clock that night, in the Dajang hot pot restaurant, laughter filled the air as steam wafted from the bubbling 4-grid pot at a table towards the rear. Before the grand opening, Chen Lichuan was diligently introducing the various broths to treat his mentor's family. After sampling the dishes, Chen Yuan was astonished, stating without exaggeration that this was the most delectable hot pot she had ever tasted. In Tachikawa, I can't help but suspect that your family is in the culinary business rather than the electrical appliances sector, as the aroma is truly delightful. Chen Yuan praised, devouring the fragrant mushrooms from the buttery hot pot, her favorite dish. Master, you've tasted my culinary skills before. I personally selected all the ingredients, and even conducted a survey to ensure the flavors are universally appealing, Chen Tachikawa replied, serving a bowl of soup from the tofu pot to Xiaodou, who had already savored several bowls. Tachikawa, you are remarkably resourceful. It seems you can do anything, Chen Yuan exclaimed once more, unable to contain her admiration. Throughout the evening, Chen Tachikawa had been attending to Xiaodou, leaving her unable to assist, and the fact that the child was eating heartily brought her great relief. Master, I can even pick locks. I'll teach you sometime. Ha ha ha, picking locks? That caught me off guard. You're kidding, right? No, I'm serious. Chen Tachikawa nodded earnestly. Chen Yuan laughed heartily, having lost count of how many times she had chuckled that evening, now appreciating Chen Tachikawa even more than Li Chunqin. After a while, when Li Chunqin and his family were ready to leave, Chen Tachikawa quickly retrieved several small boxes from the kitchen, containing soybean milk soup. Master, please take these for Xiaodou. He enjoys drinking them. Just heat them up a bit, and when he finishes, I'll bring over more to ensure freshness. Chen Tachikawa affectionately ruffled Xiaodou's hair. Thank you, brother Tachikawa. Xiaodou eagerly took the tofu soup, clearly delighted by it. Tachikawa, you're far too polite. Cheng Rong remarked with emphasis, wanting to assist such a considerate person, and added, Tachikawa, running such a large establishment must entail numerous responsibilities. If there are any inspections, don't hesitate to call Master. With that, the matter was laid bare. Master, I understand, Chen Tachikawa acknowledged with a smile, his demeanor calm, though his heart was racing with excitement as he escorted Li Chunqin and his family out of the restaurant. The grand opening of Dajiang Lao is set for tomorrow. Chapter 105. A prosperous opening on October 30th, 2004, a Saturday. The entrance of Dajiang Lao Hot Pot Restaurant was adorned with vibrant banners, creating an extraordinarily grand atmosphere. The wide archway erected was even larger than that at Chun Tachikawa's graduation celebration, especially the golden characters prominently displayed, which were highly eye-catching. Warm congratulations on the grand opening of Dajiang Lao. Enjoy hot pot on us today. We'll cover your order. People were taken aback at first, thinking, is this free? The waitstaff, donned in bright red attire, stood neatly in a row at the entrance, while the manager, Lichuan, and Ma Xiao, dressed in black suits, stood at the forefront. As the first wave of curious customers approached to inquire, Lichuan and Ma Xiao immediately bowed in welcome. Please, step inside. We offer free hot pot base and complimentary hot pot base for your next visit. Our unique 4-compartment pot features 4 distinct bases, and today, not only are all 4 bases complimentary, but we're also giving out discount coupons for your next base. Lichuan spoke enthusiastically, as he was aware that he would receive a cash commission on the day's sales, energizing him. The promise of complimentary hot pot base for future visits was a strategy to ensure customer loyalty. Customers smirked, realizing that the idea was indeed to offer free hot pot base. Today, all dishes at our establishment are being offered at a delightful 20% discount. With a radiant smile, Ma Xiao warmly welcomed the first group of customers. As a family of 3 approached the entrance, all the staff simultaneously exclaimed, "Welcome." They bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, particularly elongating the word welcome with great flair. The family chuckled, feeling a bit shy, and casually chose a seat inside. Lingling promptly brought over a glasses cloth, gently saying, "Let me clean your glasses, they seem foggy." "Oh, thank you. But I can manage," replied the middle-aged man, feeling somewhat awkward as he took the cloth and began to wipe his glasses himself. Meanwhile, Lingling continued her attentive service, pouring water and taking orders. "Shall I prepare some condiments for you? What flavors do you prefer? Do you have any dietary restrictions?" she inquired. Just then, the welcoming shouts rang out again from outside, causing the family to smile and glance toward the entrance. "We'll manage ourselves," they replied, standing to approach the condiment station. Chen Lichuan, dressed in a server's uniform, quickly came forward to ask, "What flavors do you enjoy? Allow me to assist you in your selection." The condiments were crucial, and at that moment, Chen Lichuan was no longer the owner, but merely a server. After a meticulous inquiry, he prepared the condiments for the family. Once they were seated, Lingling approached again, ladling out 3 bowls of the flavorful tofu sauce. "You simply must try this broth, it's quite delightful. Enjoy it while I fetch more. Please feel free to call for anything you need." She handed the bowls to them before hurriedly departing. "The service here is exceptional," the middle-aged woman remarked. And after exchanging glances, the family erupted in laughter, having never experienced such hospitality before. It was both unfamiliar and enjoyable. Once in work mode, the staff became quite relaxed, free of any awkwardness, especially since the manager and owner behaved similarly, and these services were rewarded with cash bonuses. "Would you like a little teddy bear for your child? Do you need me to hold him? That way, you can eat in peace." "What? It's your birthday today? Allow me to prepare longevity noodles for you." Upon hearing that it was someone's birthday, Chen Lichuan noted it, and, once the noodles were ready, personally delivered the dish, with Lingling and several other servers following closely behind. The birthday girl, still bewildered, could not comprehend why so many staff members accompanied a single bowl of noodles. Just as she managed to utter a thank you, they began to sing in unison. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear friend, happy birthday to you." Their jubilant voices immediately captured the attention of other patrons in the restaurant, as well as those outside, who turned to share amused glances. Chen Lichuan and the others passionately applauded. The girl stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, her face flushing with embarrassment as she thought, "I truly appreciate this. But please, finish singing." "What? You want to sing it in English again? Help." Such a display was equally enticing to prospective customers outside, especially as the weather grew cooler. Who wouldn't crave a hot pot meal? The 8% discount is undeniably substantial, and the allure of this establishment is sufficient to draw people in for a glimpse, only to be warmly welcomed inside by the enthusiastic staff. By 11:30, the restaurant's 20-plus tables were completely occupied, including several larger ones. Moreover, the restaurant's popularity only seems to burgeon with the increasing number of patrons. The more crowded it becomes, the more enticing it appears to potential customers, who are lured by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealing the vibrant atmosphere within. The offer of complimentary broth, with the 4 compartments pre-prepared with ingredients, ensures swift service, as any additional preparation would be too time-consuming. Consequently, a family of 3 that entered at 11 was finished and departed before noon. As they stepped outside, others were quick to inquire about the restaurant's flavors. "How does it taste? Is it good?" "Extremely delicious. The service is exceptional," I wholeheartedly recommend it," praised a middle-aged man. Thus, more and more people began to queue outside. Fortunately, a numbering system had been established to prevent patrons from waiting idly. To keep customers entertained while they waited, Lichuan distributed small snacks and set up a game of checkers. Meanwhile, in a corner by the entrance, I was taken aback as a large group sang a birthday song for me and presented me with a teddy bear. The girl celebrating her birthday exited the restaurant, smiling and sharing amusing anecdotes about the place with her classmates in line. She even offered to clean my glasses, which felt rather awkward. Even more astonishing, they were assisting the table next door with their child. The group of girls chattered excitedly. "Is it really that exaggerated? No way, I must dine here today," exclaimed a student in line, her enthusiasm palpable. As word spread, by noon, the entrance to Dejong Lao was teeming with people. The four-compartment broth and the warm service were particularly appealing to students from the finance and trade disciplines. Had it not been for the local residents arriving earlier, they might not have secured a table. Chen Lichuan swiftly prepared ingredients for customers while Ma Xiao, on the other side, was grateful for his experience with selling stuffed pancakes. Otherwise, his speed would not have kept up. The two brothers worked with remarkable efficiency. "This business is far superior to stuffed pancakes," Ma Xiao mused, casting an admiring glance at Chen Lichuan, who truly lived up to being Chen Shu's son. Exceptional indeed. For Chen Lichuan, such scenes were entirely expected. The success of Hai Di Lao stemmed from its initial appeal to the youth, followed by widespread promotion on forums and social media. Besides, how could Chen Lichuan be unaware of the hot pot flavors beloved by the residents of Shanghai? "Let us hurry, it's almost 12:30, urged Song Yanhua. Though it was common for girls to linger on weekends, reluctant to leave their beds and take the time to apply makeup. "They're coming," Sun Qin exclaimed, feeling guilty about Chen Lichuan, as the 6 girls from their dorm quickly gathered their things and rushed out. "I hope class leader Chen's business improves. He has so much debt to repay," Song Yanhua fretted along the way. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Dejong Lao, they were taken aback by the magnificent scene before them, crowds upon crowds, with a long queue forming outside and others engaged in checkers. It appeared that they might not even have a chance to dine today. Liang Jingshan arrived promptly at 12 o'clock, but his patience waned, leading him to seek sustenance at a nearby rice bowl eatery. He had initially intended to support his brother's business, yet upon arrival, his brother was too preoccupied to attend to them. Thus, the 5 of them each partook of a bowl of rice, eating hastily. "Goodness, with business thriving like this, how much profit can one possibly make?" exclaimed Shen Yiming. "Lichuan is truly remarkable. These 4 square dishes and the ingredients in the shop must have been meticulously planned for quite some time. It's truly impressive." Wu Lang added in awe. The 5 exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a palpable rift between them. How could their circumstances differ so vastly? To be frank, this rice bowl was hardly worth the effort. Perhaps they should have simply endured and enjoyed a complimentary staff meal at Lichuan's establishment. Liang Jingshan candidly expressed his thoughts, and as the others pondered, a deeper sense of discomfort settled within them. Su Wantong had arrived early to wait for Qi Siyao, and after meeting at 10, they strolled leisurely until mealtime, when they finally made their way to the financial district. Upon mentioning Chen Lichuan's hot pot venture, Qi Siyao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? He opened a hot pot restaurant. It seems that hefty loan must be his. He deceived me into believing it belonged to a classmate. This is serious. We must inform Uncle Chen immediately." Qi, with a sense of responsibility, countered, "No, we cannot tell Uncle Chen. Otherwise, Chen Lichuan will certainly disregard me. Besides, the debt isn't insurmountable, and it's too late to discuss it now. We should focus on supporting his business." Su Wantong hastily interjected, grasping Qi Siyao's hand firmly. "You really ought to reconsider. Partnering with Chen Lichuan in such a substantial enterprise is risky. Not only our age, but even my father might struggle with it. If the hot pot restaurant fails, the losses will only escalate." Qi Siyao spoke with trepidation, her lips pressed tightly together, before adding anxiously, "Chen Lichuan lacks discretion. Running a hot pot restaurant is far more complex than making a crepe. How could he be so reckless? Regardless, you cannot disclose this," Su Wantong insisted, unwavering in her belief. "If the hot pot restaurant collapses, I can always ask my father for assistance. 6,000 is a manageable sum for Su Benjiang, especially considering the immense favor we owe Chen Lichuan." A heavy sigh escaped Qi Siyao. Her temperament was far more composed than Su Wantong's. After disembarking the bus, they hurried towards the hot pot restaurant, only to be astonished upon arrival at the sight of an extensive queue. "Is this real? Business is booming," Su Wantong exclaimed, grasping Qi Siyao's arm as they rushed to the entrance. Inside, they were met with a bustling crowd, with Chen Lichuan diligently preparing ingredients and warmly engaging with customers. This scene evoked memories of Chen Lichuan during his crepe-selling days, fervently arguing with vendors beneath the scorching sun while patiently crafting his dishes. They fell silent, captivated by his earnest dedication to his work. "No cutting in line. Please maintain some decorum," a disgruntled voice erupted, causing Su Wantong and Qi Siyao to be jostled to the back of the line. Chapter 106. A gathering of acquaintances. Have you not noticed the throngs of people in line? How could one have the audacity to push forward? Indeed. Let us stand in line quietly. Su Wantong and Qi Siyao exchanged a glance at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, only to be met with a wave of pushing from the crowd. To their dismay, they found themselves retreating to the back, feeling utterly at a loss. "There are so many people," Qi Siyao remarked softly, gazing at the long queue. "If we start waiting now, how long will it take? Yet, so many are willing to stand here and wait. Why?" She pondered how Chen Lichuan managed to attract such a crowd, her mind drifting back to summer when she witnessed him playfully interacting with vendors on the street, spending an entire day under the sun with white sweat stains on his short sleeves. This boy was no longer the person she found distasteful. He possessed a charm that made sense to her father's admiration for him. At that moment, Qi Siyao felt a strong urge to delve deeper into Chen Lichuan's life. How could he be so extraordinary, daring to take high-interest loans and independently manage such a flourishing hot pot restaurant? His courage and foresight were evident. Otherwise, his success would be inexplicable. It was akin to the deliciousness of a crepe filled with egg, which Chen Lichuan modestly claimed to have learned online. Yet it was clear he had invested considerable effort behind the scenes. Uncle Chen mentioned that he would stay up until dawn every night just to prepare the sauces. How much hardship had he endured this time? "Lichuan must be incredibly busy and unable to tend to us." Su Wantong gently pulled on Qi Siyao's arm, interrupting her thoughts. "Shall we eat somewhere else and then go shopping, returning for hot pot in the evening?" Su Wantong suggested. "It seems we have no other option." Qi Siyao nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Song Yanhua approached them, waving her hand in greeting. "You are also in line?" Su Wantong asked with a smile, noticing several girls from their class besides Song Yanhua. "Yes, I intended to support the class leader's business, but it's too crowded to even get in," Song Yanhua replied, a hint of joy escaping her lips despite her predicament. "The class leader is quite remarkable, Su Wantong. What is your relationship with Chen Lichuan? If you are merely friends, I might just pursue him myself," a girl named Lu Huiyue suddenly inquired, prompting laughter from her classmates. "You're quite eager, aren't you?" Another chimed in. "Seeing the class leader's restaurant thriving makes you want to chase after him." Lu Huiyue chuckled nonchalantly, glancing at Su Wantong with renewed curiosity. "So, does he have a girlfriend?" The audacity of some girls was startling. They directly questioned her in front of so many classmates. During military training, many believed Su Wantong and Chen Lichuan were a couple. But over time, it seemed they were merely ordinary friends from the same hometown. Nothing more than that. At noon, the sun shone warmly, casting dappled shadows through the maple trees, and one could imagine that such weather would lift people's spirits. A piercing honk resonated as a white BMW came to a halt by the roadside, catching the attention of Song Yanhua, Su Wantong, and their fellow classmates. As they turned to look, the window rolled down to reveal Lin Shanshan. It was well known that her family was quite affluent, but none expected her to be driving such an extravagant vehicle, a BMW, no less. At that time, the influence of such a luxury car was immense, regarded as a pinnacle of opulence in the eyes of the common folk. "What brings you all here?" Lin Shanshan inquired with a smile. She had come to the school to find Liang Ruju, but since her friend was unwilling to join her for an outing, she decided to greet her classmates upon noticing them, fueled by a sense of vanity as she drove her lavish car. "I wanted to dine at the class monitor's restaurant, but with so many people in line, I fear I might not get a chance," Lu Huiyue remarked, glancing at Su Wantong and asking, "Is it true? Why aren't you speaking to me?" "No," Su Wantong replied nonchalantly, shaking her head with an air of indifference. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Shanshan, any lingering resolve dissipated. "Are they all heading to Chen Lichuan's restaurant? Is that for real?" Lin Shanshan exclaimed, hastily exiting the car and disregarding Su Wantong entirely as she peered into the hot pot restaurant, where indeed, the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a bustling crowd within. For a moment, Lin Shanshan was rendered speechless by the overwhelming scene, finding it utterly unbelievable. The mocking remarks she had previously made about Chen Lichuan now felt like a resounding slap to her face. "It's bound to fail. It won tea last a month. What does someone from a small town know about this?" These derisive words echoed in her mind, while it seemed Chen Lichuan had never bothered to respond to such taunts. Was it disdain? Just as Lin Shanshan had attempted to flirt with him, his indifference was not an act. It was genuine disregard. "Welcome," a voice announced from the front. Further astounding Lin Shanshan. How had Chen Lichuan managed to secure such extravagant service? Let us just grab a bite, Sun Qin suggested, unwilling to wait any longer. Her gaze fell upon a nearby rice bowl shop, just as 5 familiar faces emerged, all wearing expressions of distress. How revolting! I found hair in my food. Shen Yiming exclaimed, his face contorted with discomfort. I'm never going back there again, Wu Lang added with a shake of his head. Hey, aren't those girls from our class? What's with all these people? Liang Jingshan strode over, grinning broadly as he called out. What's going on? A gathering of class 1002. Wantong, where's Qin Yiding? Liang Jingshan inquired further. I don't know, Su Wantong replied, shaking her head while playfully twirling her dark hair, her gaze inadvertently drifting back to the BMW. Everyone's waiting to savor Boss Chun's hot pot. Haha. Come in the evening, you definitely want to get a spot for lunch, Liang Jingshan informed the others. By the way, Liang Jingshan, does Chen Lichuan have a girlfriend? Lu Huiwa pressed for confirmation. Not that I know of, Liang Jingshan replied, shaking his head but casting a glance at Su Wantong, which Lu Huiwa noticed as well. Wantong. A familiar voice rang out from behind, signaling another reunion, as Cui Zibing strode over. His smile widened upon spotting Qi Siyao. Siyao, you're here too. Yes. Let us eat together, Qi Siyao replied with a smile. All right, it's on me, Cui Zibing declared. Cui Zibing nodded, pondering the reason behind the long queue. Upon raising his gaze, he realized that the throngs were eagerly awaiting a meal at the renowned Dajiang Lao hot pot. Goodness, Chen Lichuan's business is thriving. Cui Zibing couldn't help but exclaim, and upon recognizing familiar faces around him, he swiftly altered his tone, remarking, my good brother has truly made a name for himself. At that moment, a sleek sports car glided to a stop nearby. Suddenly, chaos erupted at the restaurant entrance as a commotion ensued. A fight broke out. Chapter 107. An exciting event bestowed. Is no one going to intervene? I've been waiting in line for ages, and why should those behind me be allowed to enter first? Are they blind? Can't they see the queue ticket? A young man bellowed at the entrance, forcefully banging on the glass door, creating considerable disruption. I demand an explanation. Who is in charge here? As his agitation escalated, he blocked the exit, preventing diners from leaving. The ruckus drew the attention of those waiting in line. While patrons inside the restaurant turned to observe the unfolding scene, classmates such as Liang Jingshan and Su Wantong hurried closer, their expressions tinged with concern. Yirong exited the sports car and briskly approached, intrigued to see how Chen Lichuan would navigate this unexpected situation. Soon after, Chen Lichuan emerged, gently patting the young man on the shoulder, smiling as he said, there's a table becoming available shortly. The staff is preparing for you, and you may enter now. It's not about whether we can enter now. Why didn't you manage the queue when someone cut in? The young man, still seething, shouted at Chen Lichuan, furiously pointing to a table of diners inside. I apologize for our oversight. There was a mismanagement that caused you discomfort. As a gesture of goodwill, we would like to offer you a complimentary plate of lamb, along with additional promotional activities. Chen Lichuan maintained his smile, even bowing slightly in apology, showing great respect to the young man. At this age, such outbursts were not surprising. Maintaining one's dignity can often be more valuable than anything else. With a queue of this length, primarily consisting of finance and commerce students, handling the situation adeptly was crucial to uphold the service ethos, which would ultimately enhance the establishment's reputation. Any inability to control emotions could magnify the issue in the eyes of the students. The young man, panting heavily, recognized Chen Lichuan's sincere offer and felt it inappropriate to remain enraged, especially as he sought to save face. After a brief pause, he coldly inquired, what other promotional activities do you have? Please, take a step back, Chen Lichuan instructed, and the group complied, creating a space at the entrance where a crowd had gathered, all eager to witness what kind of promotional activities would unfold. Lingling, come out and showcase your talents, Chen Lichuan called into the restaurant. They had practiced a song during training, making slight lyrical adjustments, and with the current bustle, it was the perfect opportunity to promote the establishment's quality service. Before long, Lingling and the other staff stepped out, surrounding the previously agitated young man. Yes, they encircled him. The young man furrowed his brow, astonished, and thought to himself, what on earth are they planning? Chen Lichuan cleared his throat with vigor and, alongside the staff, began to sing and dance. Bid farewell to all troubles. Greet all joys with a smile. Witness the blossoms of happiness bloom for you, and hear the melodious music cheer for you. Repeating these lines, Chen Lichuan and his companions expressed sheer delight through their lively performance. The young man surrounded by them was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an exuberant display. While onlookers burst into laughter, some even capturing the moment with photographs. How amusing these antics were. The young man felt a wave of embarrassment, truly mortified, as his friends laughed heartily beside him. Was this the gift of the event? It was undeniably hilarious. The atmosphere at the store's entrance transformed into one of merriment, and after being ushered inside, the previously irate young man could barely lift his head in shame. This display undoubtedly earned Dajiang Lao a plethora of accolades. The most effective remedy for conflict is often humor. As Chen Lichuan prepared to enter the store, he noticed Song Yanhua and others, prompting him to approach and greet them. With so many people present, he smiled and cast a glance at his classmates, tossing a large front door toward Liang Jingshan and the others. Class monitor. What should we do? I suddenly realized how handsome you are. I heard you're still single. Lu Huiwei exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Gazing up at the tall Chen Lichuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The manner in which Chen Lichuan had resolved the earlier situation had a profound impact on the girls, exuding a sense of composure and security. Even Lin Shanshan regarded him with newfound respect, shedding her previous disdain. In the distance, Yirong's expression mirrored a complex array of emotions. Thank you all for supporting our little shop. As long as you are our classmates, there's always a 20% discount. And the pot base is complimentary, Chen Lichuan said with an awkward smile, politely diverting his attention from Lu Huiwei to Su Wantong. See how you've come too. I apologize for being so busy right now. If you have time tonight, please come to the shop. Ma Pang has been eager to treat you to a meal. Chen Lichuan added with a grin. Sure. Qi Siyao nodded vigorously, her heart longing to join, perhaps sensing the subtle tension between Su Wantong and Chen Lichuan. Lu Huiwei mischievously remarked, Wantong, isn't that classmate from class 1 your boyfriend? I saw you both hugging earlier. In an instant, Su Wantong's eyes widened, while the unabashed Cui Zibing laughed, seemingly confirming her words. At that moment, Chen Lichuan hastily distanced himself, moving toward an Audi parked nearby. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Wantong shouted in exasperation, but Chen Lichuan did not glance her way. Oh, why are you so worked up? I was just asking, Lu Huiwei retorted thoughtlessly, retreating into the crowd to evade Su Wantong's fiery gaze. Wantong, Qi Siyao gently called, puzzled by her sudden agitation, especially since Cui Zibing had been pursuing her for some time without any confirmed relationship. Brother Guang, you've come to investigate the situation, haven't you? Are you satisfied? Is business not good, so you've come to press me for repayment? Chen Lichuan joked as he approached. Dear brother, what are you saying? I was the one who supported your entrepreneurial venture back then. I'm here to see if you need any assistance. Brother Guang replied with a smile, before falling silent. Just then, Gongzi arrived with a group of rather unruly individuals, eagerly extending his hand to shake Chen Lichuan's. Congratulations, brother. Wishing you a prosperous opening. Gongzi beamed, intending to help with the business today, though it seemed he might miss out on a meal. You two are very thoughtful, but the shop is quite busy. I won't hold you up. Please, go ahead. Chen Lichuan waved his hand, preparing to enter. Yes, hurry along with your tasks. If you need any help, just call out. Brother Guang said politely, his demeanor towards Chen Lichuan exceedingly gentle, almost brotherly. This scene did not escape the notice of Qi Siyao and his companions. Wasn't this the same person who had previously pressed Chen Lichuan for debts, now appearing so amiable? I'll head inside to get busy. Thank you, classmates, for your thoughtfulness. Chen Lichuan said formally before jogging into the shop, too preoccupied to notice any discussion surrounding Su Wantong's affairs. Whom one dates is their personal choice. Wow. The class monitor is quite impressive. Everyone in society treats him with such respect. A girl gazed at Chen Lichuan's tall figure, dazedly exclaiming. Chapter 108. A flourishing business. The hot pot restaurant only closed at 4 in the afternoon, having extended its hours by nearly an hour during lunch. Chen Lichuan had intended to reopen at 6 to allow the staff a proper rest. However, around 5 o'clock, voices could be heard at the door. Lichuan glanced outside and was astonished to see a long queue already formed. Wow, this is unbelievable, he exclaimed, rushing back inside. After years in the food industry, he had never witnessed such a booming scene. Even before opening, people were lining up outside, shattering his previous notions. Yet, the popularity had its reasons. The midday altercation had made Dajiang Hot Pot particularly renowned, and now all the students were discussing the incident of being surrounded while singing. In this age of information explosion, a single event can suddenly gain immense traction, attracting a flood of attention. The topic of Dajiang Hot Pot was now a phenomenon at the Financial Academy. The song I Advise You Not to Be Angry, also known as the Special Event Gift Song, was generating more and more discussion within the academy. I was there too, and I felt so embarrassed for that boy. It was absolutely cringeworthy. One girl dramatically described. It was utterly hilarious, especially the expressions of the staff applauding. What were the lyrics again? Something like, say bye-bye to all worries and hi-hi to all joys, right? Oh, I want to experience it. As a result, more and more students flocked to Dajiang Hot Pot to check in. Missing out on a visit seemed unacceptable. Everyone was energized, and there were already customers queuing outside, eagerly awaiting the opening. In the hall, the resounding voice of Lichuan echoed, clapping his hands to rouse the employees who were resting on the tables. In the food and beverage industry, the hardships endured are known only to oneself. Let us commence operations, Lichuan proclaimed, casting a deep glance at Chen Lichuan. Each of you shall receive a cash bonus of 5 yuan, deducted from my commission. Upon hearing this, the employees erupted in cheers. Their previously furrowed brows replaced by renewed vigor. It was evident that the staff were fatigued. Resolving such challenges is the responsibility of a manager, who must inspire the enthusiasm of his team. This is his duty. Typically, these individuals would heed a reprimand from him, having followed him for so long. However, what drove Lichuan was the opportunity he perceived in Chen Lichuan's business model, a chance to alter the trajectory of their lives. The prospects were undeniably promising. The service philosophy was a viable path. Therefore, Lichuan could not merely focus on the immediate profits or the cash rewards promised by Chen Lichuan. He aspired to demonstrate the capabilities of a store manager, just as a mentor must be willing to share their knowledge. This was what he wished to convey to Chen Lichuan. Lichuan was eager to showcase his potential. Moreover, the direct commission from profits was unprecedented in the restaurant industry. Lichuan understood that this incentive would not last long. It was merely a strategy employed by Chen Lichuan to secure his loyalty. If he valued future growth, he needed to adopt a managerial perspective, contemplating how to expand the business rather than clinging to immediate cash rewards. If this continued, once Dajiang Lao achieved a significant scale, he would be the first to be ousted. Lichuan was not naive enough to believe that Chen Lichuan had benevolent intentions. He could not underestimate him. He was truly formidable. Chen Lichuan remained silent, weary yet resolute at the ingredient station, ready to begin work. He did not utter a word regarding the management of the store, yet he observed everything keenly. Lichuan's earlier actions left Chen Lichuan quite satisfied. The cash bonus felt less burdensome. He was an astute individual, and who wouldn't he prefer to engage with someone intelligent? Soon, with a resounding welcome, Dajiang Lao resumed operations. Before long, over 20 tables filled up quickly, and while providing enthusiastic service, the flavors of the four-square dishes were equally exquisite. Boss Chen, could you please adjust the dipping sauce? Just use sesame oil, and add plenty of cilantro and minced garlic. Suddenly, Yirong appeared beside Chen Lichuan, dressed simply in jeans, a black sweater, and knee-high boots. Her tilted head and smile exuded a strong sense of approachability. Of course, Chen Lichuan replied with a smile, promptly preparing the dipping sauce for Yirong. I intended to come support your business at noon, but I ended up waiting in line all afternoon without getting a turn. So, as soon as you opened this afternoon, I rushed over with my colleagues. Quite generous, wouldn't you say? Yirong continued, her smile radiating simplicity and beauty. I am truly touched. I had hoped everyone at the department would support my business, but I never expected them to actually come. This is all thanks to Senior Yirong for rallying the members in advance. Chen Lichuan nodded appreciatively, handing the seasoning to Yirong. His words were intentionally provocative, aimed at sowing discord between him and Du Ping. However, the other party's expression remained unchanged. No need for thanks, but to be candid, I was genuinely concerned when you deviated from the norm, especially with high-interest loans. I feared the situation might spiral out of control. But now, it appears your business is undoubtedly thriving. As he expressed his concern, Yirong's brows furrowed slightly, as if she truly felt anxious. After exchanging a glance with Chen Lichuan, she took her seat. With a shrewd demeanor, Chen Lichuan continued to prepare condiments for the customers, yet he felt a profound sense of reflection within. Meanwhile, Yirong sat at the dining table, heartily enjoying the four-compartment pot with her team, engaging in cheerful banter, yet internally, she was utterly astonished, concealing her emotions. The flavors were exquisite, and the unique combination of the four-compartment pot was indeed charming, far more romantic than the traditional yin-yang pot. Perfectly suited for the students of the finance and trade school. The key question lingered: how did Chen Lichuan manage the staff, particularly the manager, who seemed perpetually invigorated, as if fueled by some unseen energy? Was there a profit-sharing scheme in place? Yet, could that truly account for such enthusiasm? Yirong pondered these thoughts, her gaze frequently drifting towards Chen Lichuan. As Liang Ruju passed by the four-compartment pot area, she noticed a long queue at the entrance, and her astonishment deepened. The finance and trade students were abuzz with discussions about the four-compartment pot, Chen Lichuan was undeniably impressive. Ironically, she had once looked down upon him, mocking his supposed naivety. Convinced he had no understanding of the business and that his hot pot restaurant would soon fail. Yet, perhaps Chen Lichuan deemed her too juvenile to warrant an explanation. Indeed, it was a matter of sheer immaturity. After a brief pause, Liang Ruzhu hurried away and entered another restaurant. However, before she could utter a word, the proprietor impatiently waved her off, exclaiming, "Why are you back again? I told you it's not needed. Stop bothering me, especially during the busy hours." I'm sorry. I'll leave right now." Liang Ruzhu stammered, flustered, and quickly exited. She had been running around all day seeking sponsorships, motivated solely by the desire to assist Yirong. There was no choice. Her father's business still relied on the support of Yirong's family. Meanwhile, three friends strolled down the dimly lit street of the finance and trade school. Suddenly, Cui Zibing grasped Su Wantong's arm and earnestly declared, "Wantong, I genuinely like you a lot. Will you be my girlfriend?" Qi Siyao, standing nearby, was taken aback, having not anticipated Cui Zibing's sudden confession. Students passing by emitted gasps of astonishment. Chapter 109. Sweet girl. The gentle evening breeze carried a palpable air of romance as the finance and trade students meandered down the street, filled with passionate sentiments. Unashamedly singing love songs and reveling in the moment, they boldly proclaimed their affections, undeterred by gossip, becoming valiant seekers of love. Just recently, as Su Wantong had passed a corner, she witnessed a classmate confessing, "How romantic." Though the boy was tone-deaf, he sang earnestly, prompting her to smile widely and laugh for quite some time. "Xiao, isn't our finance and trade school wonderfully romantic?" Su Wantong skipped playfully, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Qi Siyao, for this was the only skill she could boast. The atmosphere feels delightful." Qi Siyao nodded vigorously, as cheers erupted from behind them. She turned to see a couple embracing and sharing kisses before their classmates. Coming from a small town, she mused that such matters were better kept discreet. After exchanging a knowing glance with Su Wantong, both erupted into mischievous laughter. "Xiao, have you ever kissed Lu Weiwei?" Though she held no affection for him, Su Wantong inquired with a smile, her heart racing as she clutched Qi Siyao's arm and buried her head against her shoulder. Not even holding hands, Qi Siyao replied, her cheeks flushed. She paused, whispering into Su Wantong's ear, as if the gentle breeze had stirred ripples across a tranquil river, signaling the onset of a thrilling heartbeat. "When New Year arrives, I plan to greet 2005 with Weiwei, embarking on a brighter tomorrow together. If it weren't for him, my grades wouldn't be so stellar. Therefore, at precisely midnight, I shall kiss him." Su Wantong let out a teasing sound, which earned her a few playful punches from Qi Siyao, as the two friends frolicked together. Yet, a sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloped Su Wantong. The one she cherished most seemed an unattainable dream, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Despite the smile gracing her lips, her heart twisted in pain. At their age, emotions were so pure that they believed loss was an everlasting affair. If only she could accept the budding romance between Chen Lichuan and Lin Shanshan. But to have someone serenade her upon their first meeting felt too much to bear. Su Wantong's demeanor before Chen Lichuan, though lacking dignity, reflected her unwavering devotion to love, a principle she held sacred. Yet, her feelings had been trampled, with Lin Shanshan emerging as the victor. "And what of you? Do you have someone you fancy?" Qi Siyao asked. Su Wantong's situation was well known. Many had pursued her, yet she had never truly liked anyone, always deemed a little eccentric, sharp-tongued, and self-centered, making it difficult for her to develop feelings for someone. In truth, Qi Siyao did not fully grasp the depth of Su Wantong's capacity for affection. She adored someone fervently, using his image as her screensaver, seeking every opportunity to draw near, feigning coyness, and presenting a fragile facade to mask her spirited nature. This was purely due to her profound affection. "Do you really not?" Qi Siyao tugged at Su Wantong's arm, eager for a response. "Of course not," Su Wantong replied nonchalantly, shaking her head. Yet at that moment, she seemed to forget how to breathe, overwhelmed by the urge to cry. What excuse could she conjure? A stubbed toe? Or a clumsy fall? Nothing felt genuine. Nearby, Cui Zibing grinned widely, watching the two girls playfully bicker, his gaze lingering on Su Wantong. Sensing the perfect moment, as they neared the school gate, he resolved to confess. "Wantong, I truly like you a lot. Will you be my girlfriend?" Cui Zibing suddenly rushed forward, grasping Su Wantong's delicate arm with fervor, passionately declaring his feelings for her in a loud voice. It was Saturday, and the streets were teeming with students. His unexpected confession immediately incited cheers, drawing a crowd that encircled the trio, incessantly chanting, "Agree to him! Agree to him! Agree to him!" A fellow from the business management department quickly joined the spectacle, being in the same class as Qi Siyao, and upon recognizing the situation, he became even more animated in his encouragement. Qi Siyao was taken aback for a moment, then hastily released Su Wantong's arm and retreated into the crowd. At that moment, regardless of the outcome, the stage belonged to the two of them. The next instant, Su Wantong could no longer contain her sense of disappointment and burst into tears, her body trembling violently. This scene moved her classmates deeply, and they unanimously believed that the girl was touched to the point of tears. Even Qi Siyao thought so. Had Su Wantong been moved by Qi Siyao? They had spent a considerable amount of time together at the Finance Institute, which seemed plausible. Moreover, hadn't they danced together previously? Wantong, did you agree? I truly, truly love you, Qi Siyao exclaimed, believing that Su Wantong was indeed touched by his confession, stepping closer, eager to embrace her tightly. Ugh, agree to your nonsense. Get lost, and don't bother me again. Yet, amidst her tears and shudders, Su Wantong found a moment to curse at Qi Siyao without an ounce of mercy. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone present was left stunned. What was happening? Wasn't she supposed to be moved to tears? Why was she cursing instead? Su Wantong had always been known for her sharp tongue and biting remarks, a fact well understood by Chen Lichuan, so it was no surprise that Qi Siyao would not fare well. The gentle, demure persona she projected was merely a facade. Beneath her petite exterior and flowing hair lay a face that exuded an endearing vulnerability. She was undoubtedly the quintessential sweet girl. But Su Wantong's true self was starkly different. Qi Siyao, are you out of your mind? How many times have I told you I don't like you? I prefer taller guys, much taller. What else with this confession? You're forcing me to curse at you. You deserve it. Su Wantong continued to shout at Qi Siyao, then shoved him aside and swiftly navigated through the crowd, hastening away. Qi Siyao's mind short-circuited for a few seconds. Then, filled with remorse, he shot a glance at Qi Siyao before rushing after Su Wantong. All right, disperse. Let us go to the internet cafe. The onlookers stifled their laughter, reluctant to say anything in front of Qi Siyao. After clustering together in small groups, they retreated to a corner to chuckle about the situation. Ha, that guy is in for it. If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face at the Finance Institute again. But that sweet girl looked genuinely gentle. Turns out, her temper is quite fierce. This year's newcomers at the Finance Institute are truly remarkable. Qi Siyao stood there, frozen in place, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette only to find that his pack had been snatched away by someone. A classmate approached him, attempting to offer some comfort. As the conversation continued, the young man offered encouragement, noting that although their class was lacking in quality, Class 2 had much more to admire. He suggested that since she had a good relationship with Liang Ruju, perhaps she could ask for an introduction to help her find a partner sooner rather than later. Just then, the phone rang, interrupting their exchange. Hello, darling. I'm out shopping, and there's a new hot pot restaurant that just opened at the school entrance, which is said to be delicious. When you arrive, I'll take you there, all right? The friend wrapped his arm around Qi Siyao's shoulder, affectionately calling him darling. Get lost. Don't make calls in front of me, Qi Siyao shouted in frustration. In Chapter 110, Speak Less After Taking Advantage, Qi Siyao quietly followed Su Wantong, aimlessly walking beside her. After a long while, when her trembling subsided, he anxiously inquired, Wantong, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Let us go eat hot pot at Chen Lichuan's, Su Wantong replied cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. They arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, and the next moment, she pulled Qi Siyao inside. By 9 o'clock, although the long queue outside the hot pot restaurant had dissipated, the interior remained bustling with patrons. Upon entering, Su Wantong and Qi Siyao spotted Liang Jiangshan bent over, tidying up the tables. Watch what's underneath the table. Shen Yiming, munching on the complimentary sunflower seeds, directed the chaos nearby. Don't make a fuss. Liang Jiangshan grimaced when he saw Su Wantong at the entrance, his expression instantly brightening. Oh, it's old Su. Things are well now. Everyone in dorm 607 has started calling me that, he added with a grin. I warn you, don't call me that, or I might say something bad about you in front of Yiding. Su Wantong pouted, glancing around to see several members of Chen Lichuan's dorm assisting in the restaurant. I warn you, don't even think about hot pot. We've run out of ingredients, and you can only have the staff meal, which is just a bit of spicy broth, Chen Lichuan shouted, aware of their intention to sneak a free meal. Welcome. We sincerely apologize, but our menu is currently limited. Thank you for your support. Here's a complimentary coupon for the broth base. You can still enjoy our opening promotion on your next visit. Ling Ling promptly greeted them, bowing at a 90-degree angle, making Su Wantong and Qi Siyao feel somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing them, Chen Lichuan quickly approached from the condiment station. Siyao, are you not returning tonight? Chen Lichuan asked with a smile. It's Sunday tomorrow. I'll be sleeping in Wantong's dorm. You've sold out of your dishes. So Wantong and I will go out to eat, Qi Siyao politely replied, feeling awkward after the server's previous remarks. If there's food available, please sit, Chen Lichuan whispered, aware that not treating them to a meal would surely irritate Ma Xiaocha. Ma Xiaocha chuckled nearby, expressing gratitude for Qi Siyao's family assistance. Xiaocha, with your suit and tie, I barely recognize you. You've practically ascended to the ranks of urban professionals. Qi Siyao complimented Ma Xiaocha with a smile. Haha. It's all right, just barely making it, Ma Xiaocha responded shamelessly, nodding vigorously. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan escorted the two of them to a four-person table nestled within the establishment. Without allowing them to peruse the menu, Lichuan soon approached with a divided platter, accompanied by a waiter pushing a cart laden with a variety of dishes. Chen Lichuan prepared 2 bowls of sesame sauce, placing them before the pair, and settled beside them, engaging in conversation with Qi Siyao. How is everything at school? Are you adapting well? He inquired. At first, I found it somewhat challenging, but it has improved significantly. Every weekend, I go out shopping with my classmates. Qi Siyao replied softly, her gaze lingering on Chen Lichuan's gaunt and somewhat fatigued visage. After a brief pause, she remarked, Lichuan, you are truly remarkable for daring to open such a large establishment and managing it so successfully. I have never encountered a restaurant as bustling as this. It must have taken considerable effort. I am also astonished by your resilience. Initially, I saved some money selling egg-filled pancakes, and on a whim, I decided to invest in a hot pot restaurant. I can only attribute my success to luck. I never anticipated it would be so well received. However, the true measure of this venture's success will only reveal itself in the future, Chen Lichuan responded modestly. You are far too humble. Managing so many people is no easy feat, and you must have poured your heart and soul into this 4-part hot pot concept. You seem like an entirely different person now, so transformed from your former self, Qi Siyao said earnestly, recognizing the challenges inherent in the restaurant industry. Sitting beside her, Chen Lichuan exuded a sense of profound stability. Hey, you must regret not choosing Brother Chuan, suddenly interjected Ma Xiaochao, taking a seat and shaking off his bangs, displaying the same immature demeanor from high school. Come on, let us not dwell on those high school shenanigans, Chen Lichuan replied with a hint of exasperation, sharing a knowing glance with Qi Siyao, and both erupted into laughter. They had grown comfortable enough to reflect on their past. What's up with old Su? Why is he so quiet, just staring at the hot pot, waiting to eat? Chen Lichuan teased, observing the bubbling broth before adding the ingredients. That is not true. Chen Lichuan, don't make baseless accusations, Su Wantong hastily defended herself, though she betrayed her hunger with an audible gulp. Don't worry, old Su. Just hang in there. It won't be long before you can eat, Chen Lichuan reassured her, causing Su Wantong to bury her head in embarrassment beneath the table. Once the ingredients were cooked, Qi Siyao dipped them in sesame sauce, taking a generous bite and letting out an exclamation of delight. This is absolutely delicious. No wonder so many people are willing to queue for it, she exclaimed incredulously after swallowing. Initially, she believed the establishment primarily emphasized service, but she was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite taste. Try the other 3 broth options and share your thoughts, Chen Lichuan suggested. Of course. Qi Siyao eagerly reached for the lamb from the other broth, nodding in satisfaction as she continued to devour the food. I have no criticisms. It is simply extraordinarily delicious. Lichuan, I'm not exaggerating at all. This is the best hot pot I have ever tasted, she praised. As long as it pleases your palate, do indulge, quickly now. Look at old Su, engrossed in his meal, not uttering a word, fearing he might lose out. Chen Lichuan's words elicited a peal of laughter from Qi Siyao. Chen Lichuan. You. Su Wantong raised her head defiantly. At that moment, an exclamation came from the adjacent table. Oh. Isn't that the girl from the street who was scolded while crying after a confession? Yes, with long hair. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Wantong shouted in that direction, but they immediately turned away, ignoring her. Old Su, what trouble is brewing now? Chen Lichuan casually inquired. Yet, Su Wantong felt an inexplicable wave of grievance surge within her. She ignored Chen Lichuan, picked up her bowl, and focused on devouring her food. Only in this way could she feel somewhat better, though tears still brimmed in her eyes. What's wrong? Ma Xiaochao inadvertently asked. However, Su Wantong remained silent, disregarding the question, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere, characterized by the exaggerated and theatrical emotions of youth. Chen Lichuan, feeling bored, broke the silence with a jest. Xiaochao. Can't you see? How about the four-grid hot pot? Su's response was, so delicious it brings tears. Haha. Just a moment ago, Qi Siyao was concerned about Su Wantong, but the next second, she was laughing heartily at Chen Lichuan's quip. In her recollection, Qi Siyao had never laughed so unabashedly. The witty retort from a netizen after 22 years had struck her funny bone perfectly. Chen Lichuan, you're infuriating. Su Wantong wanted to be angry but found herself amused instead. The two girls had never realized how humorous Chen Lichuan could be. All right, take your time eating. Feel free to call out if you want anything. I must attend to some matters, Chen Lichuan announced before departing to tend to the shop. Ma Xiaoqiao also entered the kitchen to have her staff meal, as they were no longer serving customers. Shen Yiming and Wu Lang's plans fell through. It wasn't that Chuan Gu was reluctant to part with a hot pot, but rather that there were no ingredients left. Subsequently, the group adeptly filled their bowls with rice, savoring it with the broth and vegetables. The 6 students sat together, chatting and laughing. Lichuan, we had some dreadful rice bowl dishes for lunch today, far inferior to our staff meal. You must take me in next time. I'll be your loyal servant. Liang Jingshan lamented. Lichuan, given the current situation at the hot pot restaurant, I'll compile some suggestions for improvement to better manage the small team, Shen Yiming pompously stated. Recalling his business management background, yet he didn't skip a single bite. Are you staying in the dormitory tonight? Gu Yu inquired. Not today. I have a meeting shortly, and will likely be late, Chen Lichuan replied. By the way, it seems Lu Huiyue from our class has taken a liking to you. She specifically asked me about you today. Suddenly, Liang Jingshan chimed in. Ahem, that girl is quite ordinary. Shen Yiming awkwardly offered his opinion, feeling uncomfortable, as he believed himself to be the most eligible and attractive among their group. Yet he had received no affection from any girl thus far. Just eat your food. Chen Lichuan spoke softly, reflecting on the nature of romantic relationships, perhaps shaped by experiences from a past life. He had become pragmatic and exhibited greater self-control. If he did not have feelings for someone in class, he resolutely refused to entangle himself, for otherwise, it would only lead to unnecessary complications. Presently, Lichuan had garnered quite a following of admirers. Wu Lang chuckled and remarked, then pondered aloud. Lichuan, when the girls in class said those things about you, why didn't you take a moment to clarify? Upon hearing this, the others turned their curious gazes toward Chen Lichuan, including Su Wantong, who paused her meal. You all are foolish, Chen Lichuan sighed, shaking his head before elaborating. There is only one spot available. And I have emphasized to the mentor that it should be reserved for Jiang Jingshan. If it truly comes down to just one spot, wouldn't it be rather unseemly to be the one chosen? It would create contradictions were Jiang Jingshan to be overlooked. Therefore, having already benefited, we ought to refrain from complaining. At this revelation, the 5 in the dormitory felt a wave of emotion. Chen Lichuan was undoubtedly a brother of great integrity. Enduring scorn for the sake of Liang Jingshan, Su Wantong redirected her gaze, pondering her own feelings, which only deepened her discomfort. Qi Siyao also admired Chen Lichuan more. Recognizing his sense of justice and his measured approach to matters, reminiscent of the time he sought help from his father. Lichuan, my brother, I weep. Suddenly, Liang Jingshan exclaimed dramatically, gazing adoringly at Chen Lichuan. Scram you lot. Eat quickly and return soon. I'm about to close up. Chen Lichuan replied with an air of disdain, then turned to Lichuan with a smile, noting that today's revenue was poised to soar. Chapter 111. Revenue. As Qi Siyao and Su Wantong finished their meal and prepared to leave, they insisted on paying, but Chen Lichuan playfully pushed them out, making a jest. Back then, when we were only a few coins away from a pancake, you were eager to pay. Now, the esteemed boss Chen is so generous, treating a whole table of dishes without charge. Qi Siyao laughed. Huh, if I dared to take your money this time, Ma Pang would definitely have a word with me. It's late. Be careful on your way home, Chen Lichuan responded, glancing at Ma Xiaoqiao, who would certainly bear the brunt of any such kindness. All right, off we go. You both should rest early. Look at how exhausted you are. Qi Siyao waved her hand, casting one last lingering glance at his gaunt face before heading toward the finance school. At this moment, the streets were nearly deserted, the scattered calls fading into the darkness. The distant lights of the finance and trade buildings gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing as night fell and the lights were extinguished. This fulfilling day alleviated Chen Lichuan's previous anxieties. Prior to the opening of the hot pot restaurant, he had often been troubled, unable to find rest despite knowing the path ahead. Yet now all was well. Chen Lichuan gazed into the encroaching darkness, filled with anticipation. In his previous life, those exalted individuals loomed like mythical figures, entirely beyond reach. In this life, he vowed not to leave any regrets behind. Perhaps he would even share a camaraderie with them, a thought that filled him with excitement. Then, a smile crept across his lips. Stop staring. There's no one left. Ma Xiaoqiao said inexplicably, draping an arm over Chen Lichuan's shoulder. Brother Chuan, tell me honestly, do you still hold feelings for Qi Siyao? Enough with the nonsense. We are merely friends. Focus on your own endeavors. And I'll help you arrange a marriage with a big star in the future. Chen Lichuan retracted his thoughts and closed the door. Qi Siyao, with a touch of adornment, looked truly exquisite. Ma Xiaoqiao chattered incessantly, trailing closely behind Chen Lichuan. By the way, are you aware that Chen Lichuan's father is resigning? The director is stepping down to pursue opportunities in the provincial city, and the county is abuzz with gossip. When did this happen? Chen Lichuan quickly inquired, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Resigning? Doesn't that deviate from the trajectory of his previous life? At that time, it was rumored that Qi Hongji had ascended to a very high rank. But why the change? Indeed, why? Could it possibly be due to his connections with me? Surely not. The news spread shortly after you left. It seems he is currently engaged in some handover work, though I admit I don't understand much of it. Didn't Uncle Chen inform you? That makes sense. Someone of Uncle Chen's stature rarely indulges in idle gossip. After Ma's subsequent remarks, Chen Lichuan ceased to absorb any more of the conversation, continuing to ponder this matter, though it eluded his understanding. In truth, the alteration in Qi Hongji's trajectory stemmed from the apprehension of Li Limin and Zhao Zhong, who were imprisoned for forging company seals, which consequently led to Chu Hua's elevation within the Fenggu developers. This was pivotal. During this interval, while Qi Hongji was in the provincial city with his materials, a conversation with the two men, juxtaposed against the stark difference between two cars at the building's base, further shifted his perspective. Xiao Hui, do inform us of the total revenue for today, our esteemed Chun boss. The hall resonated with Li Quan's excited voice, and all the staff awaited eagerly, anticipating the imminent cash rewards. Business commenced at 11 a.m., achieving a turnover rate thrice, and in the afternoon through evening, it soared to 4 times. The average spending per table reached an impressive 150 yuan. However, considering the complimentary hot pot base, the actual expenditure per table was approximately 130 yuan. Li Quan approached Chen Lichuan, fervently adding. Chen Lichuan nodded, roughly calculating that the per capita consumption stood around 26 yuan, significantly surpassing that of an ordinary hot pot restaurant. Yet, once linked with elevated service, it was imperative to pursue a high-end path. Only those with spending power would demand superior service. Otherwise, patrons would gravitate towards more affordable options, indifferent to the level of service. This per capita consumption aligns perfectly with the financial trade here in the metropolis, exhibiting an exceptionally high turnover rate. Chen Lichuan nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Xiao Hui, her fingers dancing over the mouse, could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Heavens! Today's total revenue is 35,777. 35,777. Upon hearing this figure, all personnel gasped in astonishment. Li Quan could not help but shudder. In a 400-square-meter establishment, having been in the catering business for years, he had never witnessed such thriving trade. It was baffling why, by afternoon, students from the financial trade were seemingly enchanted, insistent on experiencing the venue. Let us expedite the cash reward so the staff can return home to rest. Chen Lichuan merely offered a faint smile, not overtly displaying his joy, and urged Li Quan to act promptly. All right. Li Quan nodded emphatically amidst the crowd. Bursts of laughter erupted. Managerly, please collect your cash reward first. Chen Lichuan further remarked on the necessity of highlighting the preferential treatment afforded to the store managers, as it serves to invigorate the enthusiasm of others. Naturally, the cash reward of a 3% profit sharing will be supplanted by a 5% annual profit distribution once the store stabilizes. This is merely a transitional phase. As for the cash incentives for the staff, these will eventually be replaced by a reward system based on levels and titles. At Xiaoyi's station, the cash counting machine whirred audibly as it processed a total of 1,075 yuan, which was handed directly to Li Quan. To be candid, as he accepted the money, his hands trembled slightly. Wow! Exclaimed Ling Ling uncontrollably, her eyes fixated on the cash in Li Quan's hands, her envy unmistakable, mirrored by the expressions of the other service staff. There was no pretense here. Such a service philosophy necessitates this form of motivation to keep the employees perpetually invigorated. Hurry and distribute the cash rewards to the others. Chen Lichuan urged once again. Certainly, replied Xiao Wei from the finance department, who promptly distributed 10 yuan to each staff member. Initially, they had been quite eager, but upon witnessing the over 1,000 yuan in the manager's hands, their enthusiasm diminished. I still have rewards for everyone. Considering how hard you all worked today, each of you will receive 10 yuan. Li Quan had initially planned to allocate 5 yuan, but felt compelled to increase it to 10, distributing a total of 300 yuan. With 20 yuan in hand, the staff couldn't help but grin. If this continued for a month, they could earn an additional 600 yuan. In truth, Chen Lichuan could have easily increased salaries prior to hiring, given the intensity of the work. However, this method of cash rewards is far more direct. Enthusiastic service is akin to overtime, yielding immediate returns. It is undoubtedly worthwhile. One can anticipate that the fervor of the staff the following day will not wane compared to their first day. Let us hasten back to rest, Chen Lichuan exclaimed, prompting the group to tidy up and return to their dormitory. Afterward, Lichuan walked beside Chen Lichuan, his demeanor markedly transformed, almost as if he were a different person. The sight of the trembling cash in the manager's hands instilled in him a sense of urgency to achieve results. Boss Chen, there's no need for you to toil in the store tomorrow. It's far too taxing. Rest assured, I can manage the store well. Lichuan's attitude had become one of deference, as if the establishment were his own, ready to reside there indefinitely. Managerly, these matters are trivial. The key is to cultivate talent swiftly. I am eager to open a second store, which would allow you to partake in a 3% profit share from the apprentice's establishment, Chen Lichuan emphasized, always aiming for a higher strategic perspective. Lichuan nodded earnestly, his expression grave. At this moment, night had deepened significantly, a typical state for those in the hospitality industry. Chapter 112. Expanding connections early in the morning. Lichuan was the first to rise, eager to head to the store to inspect the water and electricity systems. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Lichuan called out, and after a brief pause, he set off to the hot pot restaurant alongside Ma Xiaoqiao. Manager Li, Ma and I are heading to the market. You need not burden yourself with additional stress. A balance of work and rest is the most prudent approach, Chen Lichuan remarked as he accepted the cigarette Lichuan offered. Speaking slowly, indeed, you are correct, Boss Chen. However, I am concerned about the electricity and water issues, especially since we operated beyond capacity yesterday with such a high turnover rate. If we do not conduct a thorough inspection beforehand, encountering problems during business hours would be quite troublesome. Lichuan immediately responded, yet his demeanor was markedly unnatural, lacking the ease he had displayed when they first met. Revealing a more distinct personality, Chen Lichuan gently nodded, refraining from further comments. Upon exiting the neighborhood, however, Lichuan hesitated momentarily before eagerly inquiring about the reasons behind the sudden surge in business, his eagerness to learn evident. Boss Chen, the midday rush was understandable, given the allure of our promotional efforts at the archway, but the fact that people began queuing so early in the afternoon is rather astonishing, he mused, struggling to comprehend the underlying cause. Well, there is an element of luck involved. Chen Lichuan chuckled lightly, pausing to pat Lichuan on the shoulder as he elaborated. Our unique service philosophy plays a part, but the main catalyst for the frenzy was indeed the confrontation at noon. We surrounded that young man singing "Don't Be Angry," and word spread throughout the financial and trade circles by the afternoon. It seemed the entire school was discussing the incident. Thus, while service is crucial, we must also create intriguing topics of conversation, as our primary consumer demographic consists of the youth, who place greater value on such matters. Understanding dawned on Lichuan as he nodded vigorously, a smile illuminating his face. Boss Chen, I see now. Li, this is not solely your responsibility. We are all in a phase of exploration together. Open communication is essential, Chen Lichuan reassured him. Before Lichuan waved his hand and swiftly made his way towards the financial district. It's all reliant on the financial sector, Chen Lichuan reflected, noting that their subsequent business strategies would revolve around it, as the students here were not lacking in funds. While waiting at the bus stop, Ma Xiaoqiao inquired, Brother Chuan, will I be solely responsible for procurement in the future? Ah, if only you could carry the weight of such responsibilities, Chen Lichuan replied, his gaze filled with concern for Ma Xiaoqiao. My situation differs. As the boss, my authority commands respect, and I focus on instilling the standards of our service philosophy. But your role is different. His tone grew somber. You must learn to manage a store, or even aim for a higher position, observing how Lichuan operates, rather than merely running about like that diligent girl Lingling, who only knows to keep her head down and work hard. If we open a new store, I would never appoint Lingling as the manager. She still needs to gain experience and travel further down her path. You must consider the implications, and you cannot afford to falter. Do you think I brought you out to procure in front of Lichuan merely to showcase your uniqueness? I wanted him to recognize your distinct potential, so he wouldn't have a firm grip on you. This conversation instilled a sense of urgency in Ma Xiaoqiao. During his time in the metropolis, he had faced numerous challenges, yet his youth rendered him somewhat lacking in the discernment necessary for sound judgment. Chen Lichuan observed all of this keenly. Brother Chuan, I will strive to learn, Ma Xiaoqiao declared, gritting his teeth and nodding resolutely. Chen Lichuan cast a glance at the quivering flesh on the hefty man's face, reluctant to dampen his spirits too harshly, though he felt a tinge of disdain. Softening his tone, he remarked, "Take your time. I am referring to the entire Dajianglo Catering Company, not just a single outlet. I will allocate some shares to you. But you must prove your worth and strive for more." "Brother Chuan," Ma Xiaoqiao called out, his gaze turning gentle. "Don't pull any tricks on me. Just act normally." Chen Lichuan retorted coldly, turning away to light a cigarette. At that moment, a bus sped past the platform without stopping, and in an instant, Ma Xiaoqiao crouched down, tightly clutching Chen Lichuan's thigh. "Brother Chuan, I will work tirelessly for you. Whatever you ask, I shall do." His heart-wrenching cries immediately drew the attention of those around them. "Useless, get away from me." Chen Lichuan expressed his disdain. As noon approached, the Dajianglo remained bustling, with a long queue at the entrance. Chen Lichuan, dressed in his usual attire, entered the establishment without the frenetic activity he exhibited the previous day. If a boss was still needed at the seasoning station, that would be Lichuan's issue. After all, he had received a substantial sum yesterday and should know how to manage it. Ma Xiaoqiao, as before, was diligently working, but his interactions with the waitstaff were gradually evolving. For instance, he began offering suggestions on which tables should be attended by whom, demonstrating a growing awareness of these matters. "Boss Chun, you really shouldn't get involved today." Lichuan approached him urgently, speaking seriously. "Li, reserve one of the large round tables for me." Chen Lichuan glanced at the time, noting it was just past 11:30. "All right, no problem." Lichuan immediately went to make the arrangements. Once everything was settled, he returned to Chen Lichuan and inquired, "Boss Chun, will there be guests to entertain shortly?" Chen Lichuan chuckled wryly. "It seems the inspectors are due on the second day of opening." Upon hearing this, Lichuan shook his head with a light laugh, acknowledging that indeed inspections were to be expected. Their absence on the opening day had been a courtesy extended due to Chen Lichuan's adept handling of interpersonal relations. As anticipated, during the busiest time in the restaurant, just after noon, Zhou Jinyuan arrived with his team for an inspection. "Team leader Zhou, thank you for your hard work." Chen Lichuan promptly greeted them, distributing cigarettes. "Boss Chun, business is thriving." "Congratulations," Zhou Jinyuan remarked, surveying the bustling establishment, his expression gradually turning serious as he added, "However, the better the business, the more attention must be paid to other important matters." "Indeed, you are absolutely right." Chen Lichuan nodded maturely in agreement, opting not to elaborate further as he led Zhou Jinyuan toward the large round table. "Since I am younger, I appreciate you taking the trouble to come over at midday. Others do not receive such treatment. Brother, you truly work hard. Let us sit and discuss. I've put considerable effort into addressing the areas you mentioned for improvement and have gained immensely from it." Chen Lichuan seated Zhou Jinyuan at the round table, and with their initial meeting now established, the latter seemed less hesitant, as his midday visit was clearly intended as an opportunity to share a meal. Although there exists a connection through Cheng Yuan, and the teacher's wife made her intentions clear that day, it is imperative to handle the situation with elegance. One should leverage this relationship with Cheng Yuan to broaden one's own network, rather than adopting an attitude of indifference. Ultimately, while Team Zhou may treat you with civility, this will not translate into meaningful connections. The essence lies in transforming acquaintances into genuine relationships through strategic networking. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan and Zhou Jinyuan continued their conversation over a meal. Meanwhile, Liang Ruzhu faced another setback as she was once again expelled from a restaurant while seeking sponsorship. "However, when I came this morning, you were not present." Standing at the entrance, Liang Ruzhu resolutely retorted in the face of the proprietor's harsh words. "You are merely a university student, lacking any discernment. I've told you it's unnecessary, yet you persistently return, forcing me to expel you." The owner pointed angrily at Liang Ruzhu, his voice resounding like thunder. Instantly, customers in the establishment turned their attention, curiously scrutinizing the girl at the door, whispering amongst themselves, which only intensified Liang Ruzhu's humiliation. As she turned to flee, her eyes glistened with tears, never before having endured such indignity. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Wu Zhong, the proprietor of the Wujing grilled fish restaurant, for his irascibility. Having recently invested a substantial sum to acquire such a large establishment, he faced immense financial pressure, compounded by her incessant requests for funds. The crux of the matter is the futility of advertising. Students in the business and trade field will naturally notice their own establishment if they desire grilled fish. Extravagant banners are merely a waste of money, especially when there are no competing restaurants in the vicinity. What a senseless endeavor, Wu Zhong muttered in frustration after she departed. After hastily exiting the grilled fish restaurant, Liang Ruzhu sought refuge in a secluded spot, lingering for an extended period before finding the courage to rejoin the world. As she walked with her head down, she worried about encountering classmates who had been present in the restaurant. From that moment onward, Liang Ruzhu lacked the courage to approach other establishments for sponsorship, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue and a desire to retreat to her dormitory for a restful slumber. Yet, Yirong's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Ruzhu, you are in business management. You cannot allow your group to fall to the bottom again. It all hinges on you. If the publicity department can achieve some success, I can run for student council president. These words tormented Liang Ruzhu repeatedly until she finally halted, summoning her courage to enter a nearby small shop. Go away. We don't need you. A group just came in this morning, and now another? I have never encountered such an annoying presence. Do not return. As Liang Ruzhu opened her mouth to speak, the owner impatiently waved his hand to dismiss her, even going so far as to push her away. Liang Ruzhu stumbled onto the street, nearly losing her balance, as passing classmates cast her peculiar glances. What happened? I don't know. That girl seems to be a freshman from the business management department. Do you know her? I heard she's the department's beauty, the one who danced during military training. Haven't you heard? But why would they push her? That is excessive. The murmurs began to swell as Liang Ruzhu lowered her head and hurried away, a profound sense of defeat and injustice swelling within her. Standing before the storefronts, she found herself devoid of the courage to speak. Senior, negotiating with new merchants is quite challenging now, remarked a young woman from the art department, frowning as she walked towards the academic building with a group. Her name was Qin Pei, tall and slender, as if a gust of wind could easily topple her. That is to be expected. It hasn't been long since the peak season, and those business owners are feeling the pressure. Many have taken out loans to open their shops, making financial discussions particularly arduous. Responded Yirong, her tone calm and unhurried. The most promising new merchants are the Hunan restaurants, the grilled fish establishments, and the cake shops. We are unlikely to secure partnerships with the larger enterprises, so we need not squander time on them. Our focus should be on maintaining our existing clients. As long as we do, our team will undoubtedly remain at the forefront. A subtle smile graced Yirong's lips, her attention firmly directed towards established partnerships, which were easier to negotiate given their prior collaborations. As for the new merchants, Yirong had little faith in Du Ping and Wang Yuxiong's capabilities, especially since the only standout in Wang's group, Chen Lichuan, appeared wholly absorbed in his hot pot restaurant, seemingly indifferent to sponsorship matters, as if he were merely coasting along since day one. The upcoming New Year's Gala was of great significance to Peng Long. Thus Yirong felt compelled to excel and distinguish herself, hence her early efforts to secure sponsorships. Senior, how did you manage to negotiate with Old Wang's barbecue? That was impressive. I find it so difficult to expand to new merchants. Qin Pei inquired, her gaze filled with admiration for Yirong. Well, it was much like my previous negotiations with other merchants. Old Wang was interested, and in the end, it all boils down to probabilities. We must shift our focus to existing clients and distribute tasks effectively, Yirong modestly explained, prompting her teammates to shower her with praise, their laughter echoing in the corridor. Brother, no need to see me off. Go attend to your business. Everything at the shop is running smoothly. Just maintain the status quo. Zhou Jinyuan waved dismissively. Yet Chen Lichuan insisted on accompanying him, their handshake firm, reminiscent of longtime friends. Brother, do come by often. Our establishment is all about dining. It's best to enjoy a meal in the comfort of home. Chen Lichuan exclaimed excitedly, their terms of endearment having transformed into brother and younger brother. Your words bring me joy, brother. Zhou Jinyuan replied, clasping Chen Lichuan's hand tightly as they conversed at the street's edge. Old Wang's barbecue was located next to Dejianglao. At that moment, Old Wang emerged from the shop to dispose of garbage, noticing Zhou and his companions, promptly retreating with the refuse. Once his hands were free, Old Wang approached Zhou Jinyuan to greet him. Captain Zhou, you've come. Old Wang rubbed his hands together, nodding with a hearty smile, his demeanor exceedingly polite. Just catching up with my younger brother, Zhou Jinyuan remarked, noticeably inebriated, having indulged freely since it was Sunday, an opportunity that Chen Lichuan was happy to embrace. Oh, huh. Old Wang chuckled, and as he glanced at Chen Lichuan, a new understanding dawned upon him, realizing this young man had connections he had not previously perceived. Brother, you should head back and rest. We shall gather again another day. Chen Lichuan patted Zhou Jinyuan affectionately on the back. Indeed. Until next time. Zhou Jinyuan raised his hand high, and with the assistance of those around him, he settled into the car and departed from the scene. Not busy. Chen Lichuan glanced at Old Wang, casually inquiring as he produced a cigarette and offered it. Oh, you might as well smoke mine. Old Wang retrieved a hongmei from his left pocket, only to stow it back, and then extracted a su yin from his right pocket, presenting it to Chen Lichuan and lighting it for him. It's fine for now. If I were to be busy, it would be in the evening, Old Wang remarked. Engaging in conversation with Chen Lichuan. Old Wang, as neighbors, let us lend a hand whenever needed, just give a shout. Chen Lichuan shook his head and gestured toward the direction the car had just taken, his tone slightly audacious, clearly alluding to Zhou Jinyuan and his entourage. All right then. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as helpful as a close neighbor. Lichuan, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your elder brother. I am always at your service. Old Wang promptly replied. The two continued their conversation on the street for quite some time before parting ways to attend to their respective matters. At that moment, Chen Lichuan took out his mobile phone and strolled towards a secluded area. To be honest, he could manage Zhou Jinyuan's affairs, but only on a superficial level. To deepen their relationship, it was essential for Zhou to recognize that Chen possessed a trump card. Currently, Zhou's impression of him was that of a magnanimous individual who could handle matters with grace, allowing for the potential of a gradual friendship. However, if Zhou were to discover that Chen had a hidden advantage while maintaining such cordiality, the dynamics would surely shift. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan dialed his mentor's number. Auntie, may I bring some soybean milk to little Do Ding this evening? Has the little one finished drinking the previous batch? Chen Lichuan inquired cheerfully. Certainly not foolish enough to directly mention Zhou Jinyuan to Cheng Yuan. Lichuan, the shop is quite busy. You must not make a special trip, there is plenty left. Cheng Yuan promptly declined, pausing before chuckling. I've heard that the hot pot restaurant is exceptionally bustling. You're quite impressive. Perhaps it's just a bit more crowded during these opening days. The quality of business will be determined in the future, Chen Lichuan modestly replied. It's not just a bit more crowded. There are long lines. I've heard the service is particularly excellent. And the song Don't Be Angry has gone viral at the finance and trade school, Cheng Yuan remarked with keen interest. Yesterday, I specifically went to Dajiang to have a look, and was surprised by how well the business was doing. It was so packed we couldn't get in. Noticing how busy you were, I refrained from saying hello. Yet, to be honest, while Cheng Yuan was very fond of the flavors at the four-grid restaurant, she did not quite endorse Chen Lichuan's service philosophy, viewing it as mere embellishment. Little did she know, it had effectively opened up the market. From an investment perspective, Cheng Yuan might have just overlooked a dark horse, more severely, a black swan. However, it was merely a single restaurant, and Cheng Yuan only used this as a hypothetical example. I have put in some thought, Chen Lichuan replied. I cannot be overly modest, lest it appears pretentious. Are all those songs your creation? Cheng Yuan quickly followed up. Yes, primarily targeting the student demographic at the finance and trade school, I aim to cultivate conversation and create a buzz, which naturally generates hype. Being a university student myself, I understand their preferences. Nevertheless, it remains crucial to uphold the service philosophy. The previous methods were merely supplementary embellishments. Chen Lichuan replied in a calm and unhurried tone, his thoughts articulated with remarkable coherence. Cheng Yuan paused momentarily, her mind brimming with inquiries, increasingly convinced of Chen Lichuan's exceptional nature. In truth, Chen Lichuan had been subtly showcasing his capabilities, for it is universally acknowledged that individuals are drawn to those of competence. Any form of relational exchange can be perceived as an investment. Chen Lichuan grasped this principle and held it in high regard. For instance, friends with whom he shares a close rapport expect mutual reciprocity for their contributions. Should one fail to comprehend this rule, the path ahead will only grow narrower. Lichuan, be honest with me. Did you call your mentor out of some predicament? Cheng Yuan inquired, her question stemming from a desire to aid Chen Lichuan, whom she deemed worthy of investment due to his previous character. Indeed, there are some challenges, but they are not insurmountable, merely somewhat cumbersome. Moreover, they always arise during the busiest times at the store. I understand their workload, yet Lichuan, your mentor is aware of your intentions. I can make a call to clarify things, simply stating that you are my younger brother. I want to elaborate further, especially regarding your concerns. I wouldn't want to place you in a difficult position, particularly when you still need to manage your business. Cheng Yuan interrupted Chen Lichuan, her words delivered with an impressive clarity that suggested she frequently navigated such situations. You are truly too kind to me, akin to a biological sister, Chen Lichuan exclaimed, his flattery spilling forth, eliciting an embarrassed laugh from Cheng Yuan. After an extensive conversation, Chen Lichuan finally ended the call, recognizing the necessity of visiting his mentor that evening. He understood that he could not take for granted the gratitude expressed over the phone. He must personally address the matter. Upon arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, he spotted several familiar figures loitering by the roadside, Wang Yuxiong and his companions. You fellows arrived just in time. The staff meal is about to be served, Chen Lichuan jested. Ha ha, I intended to support your business yesterday, but I couldn't get in. Today is no different. It seems I am destined for the staff meal. Wang Yuxiong chuckled. He and Chen Lichuan had developed a comfortable rapport, allowing for casual banter. However, the others appeared somewhat hesitant, recalling that their previous comments had not been particularly flattering. They dared not underestimate him now, given his status as a boss. Once this busy period is over, I will treat you all to a feast. Li, the store manager, know that if you tire of external meals, you are always welcome to join the staff dining. Chen Lichuan said as he accepted a cigarette from Wang Yuxiong, maintaining an approachable demeanor and ensuring that he spoke in a manner that preserved others' dignity. In truth, Wang Yuxiong and his companions came from modest backgrounds, which fueled their ambition to join the publicity department. That is generous of you, Wang Yuxiong said, resting a hand on Chen Lichuan's shoulder. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly, this year's New Year's Gala is pivotal. It coincides with the school anniversary. So the expectations for the publicity department are quite high. Damn it, I just received the information this morning that Du Ping and Yi Rong have gone to solicit sponsorship. Are you truly confident? Chen Lichuan slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating how to respond. However, upon seeing his expression, Wang Yuxiong hastily added, do not feel pressured. At least you have your shop, so we are not starting from scratch. There is some promise here. I am quite familiar with this area. So do not worry too much. As per our original agreement, the sponsorship commission will be divided among you, and I will handle the promotional banners. Chen Lichuan shrugged off Wang Yuxiong's hand, casting him a disdainful glance, while the others chuckled, relishing the idea of an effortless victory. Senior. Suddenly, someone called out from a distance. It was Liang Ruzhu, hurrying over. Wang Yuxiong's group glanced at her with mild acknowledgement, maintaining a rather indifferent demeanor. What are you all planning to do? Are you seeking sponsorship? Liang Ruzhu asked awkwardly, exhaling lightly, her discomfort palpable. I began reaching out yesterday and have identified 2 interested businesses. She then produced a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Yuxiong, which listed the names and contact details of the establishments. Good luck. You can keep the information you've gathered, Wang Yuxiong replied coldly, refusing to take the paper from Liang Ruzhu, yet acknowledging the considerable effort she had expended for those 2 contacts. Are you all going to pursue sponsorship together? Let us join forces, Liang Ruzhu timidly inquired once more. Let's act separately. After all, you have little regard for my group. I lack the ability to manage you. You are quite capable. You can handle it alone. I will apply to switch groups with Yirong. Wang Yuxiong continued to show his disdain. Senior, I truly did not mean it that way. I apologize, Liang Ruzhu said, her head bowed in a hurry to express her contrition. Had this scene not unfolded before Chen Lichuan, he would never have believed that the typically aloof Liang Ruzhu could display such humility. It was quite pitiful. It is I who should apologize to you for my inadequacies that have burdened you. Did we not secure 2 potential deals? Wang Yuxiong remained acerbic. These are merely interested businesses that are easier to negotiate with. Perhaps they could be finalized with some effort. It does not mean anything is confirmed. Other businesses may prove far more challenging, Liang Ruzhu replied with a smile. Let us go, Lichuan. We should discuss matters at the shop. We have online commitments this afternoon. Wang Yuxiong declared loudly, clearly intending to inconvenience Liang Ruzhu, before turning to head inside the shop. Chen Lichuan exchanged a glance with Liang Ruzhu, uttering no further words. Ultimately, it was her choice. He would not add to her distress with harsh words, nor was there any necessity for comfort. The antagonistic dynamic was of her own making, and thus she must find a resolution. The others clustered around Wang Yuxiong, chiding him for his lack of empathy and teasing him lightly, while Chen Lichuan refrained from engaging in the conversation. After watching them enter the shop, Liang Ruzhu left dejectedly. Chapter 115, Yirong's schemes on Monday afternoon. Director Pang was to hold a separate meeting for our publicity department, a rare occurrence that underscored the significance of the upcoming New Year's Gala, with the ability to secure sponsorship being a critical measure of success. At the dining table, Wang Yuxiong spoke solemnly about matters concerning the publicity department. When Lu Xingping approached to serve some large bones to the group, he immediately adopted a playful demeanor. Lichuan, today's employee meal is quite lavish, remarked a fellow named Ma Xiaojun, his tone eager to curry favor with Chen Lichuan. The large bones are running low in the kitchen. Chen Lichuan chuckled in response. Glancing at Wang Yuxiong before continuing, Du Ping and Yi Rong's 2 groups laid the groundwork during the welcome party, putting in a great deal of effort. The key issue now is that, aside from the more than 10 established shops, the newly opened establishments this year, including Lao Wang Barbecue, which previously sponsored us, will also be counted as new merchants, earning 2 points. Are previously sponsored merchants also considered new businesses? Chen Lichuan inquired, puzzled. Haha. Before Wang Yuxiong could explain, Ma Xiaojun from the sophomore computer science department sneered and interjected, Isn't it all because of Erome? Erome? Chen Lichuan furrowed his brow slightly. Yes. Ma Xiaojun affirmed with a vigorous nod. During the welcome party, she successfully brought in 3 new merchants. It's difficult to negotiate with new businesses now since everyone is short on cash, and Erome resorted to such tactics. It's truly unseemly. If it comes to a head, I will voice my concerns to Director Pang during the meeting on Monday. Those 3 businesses should not be counted as new merchants, particularly Lao Wang Barbecue, which performed so well at the welcome party. It is undoubtedly still Erome's resource. There's no escaping that. Wang Yuxiong frowned as he articulated his thoughts, aware that this matter directly affected his own interests. Regardless of how amiable they might usually appear, he would not relinquish what was rightfully his at this juncture. Lao Wang Barbecue. Chen Lichuan murmured, recalling how Lao Wang had shared cigarettes with him at noon, placing the good quality ones in his pocket. If he could leverage his connection with Zhou Jinyuan, it would actually work to his advantage regarding the newly opened and sponsored merchants. While the others were seasoned players who might not be easily swayed, there's no need to worry. During the meeting on Monday, we need not speak. We will simply follow Erome's lead. Chen Lichuan promptly dismissed Wang Yuxiong's idea. Wang Yuxiong appeared hesitant, pausing before offering a faint smile as he patiently explained. Lao Wang Barbecue is different from the Hunan restaurant. It won't be easy to wrest it from Erome's grasp. Those 3 merchants account for 6 points. And maintaining the old merchants will likely still favor Erome. However, if those 3 are not considered new merchants, that would only yield 3 points. Adding the hot pot restaurant and the Hunan restaurant, we would then have 4 points. I will reach out to the old merchants, and perhaps we can surpass Erome. Wang Yuxiong's enthusiasm grew, his voice rising a few notches. Let me handle the representative speech on Monday, Yuxiong. Your emotions are not quite right. Don't worry, just trust me. Chen Lichuan emphasized earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yuxiong and the others nodded in agreement. Following this, Wang Yuxiong and his companions engaged in casual conversation while Chen Lichuan sat quietly, pondering the sponsorship situation. If someone with a temperament like Wang Yuxiong was this agitated, it was reasonable to assume that Du Ping was experiencing similar, if not greater, frustration. With only 3 new customers at the start of the new semester, Erome was counting them all as new clients. Erome was indeed shrewd, but still too young. Let her understand what true cunning entails. Chen Lichuan felt a flush of embarrassment, grinning as he suddenly realized how shameless he was to engage in such schemes with these youngsters. It was utterly distasteful. Wang Gu, your attitude towards the enchanting Liang Ruru seems rather excessive. Suddenly, Ma Xiaojun broached the subject of Liang Ruru. What does her beauty have to do with me? She wouldn't be my girlfriend, so why should I indulge her? If she causes me embarrassment in front of Erome, then I shall ensure she feels discomfort in return. Wang Yuxiong's face was filled with resentment. Everyone has their own temperament. Chen Lichuan understood this and thus refrained from making any one-sided judgments about Wang Yuxiong. However, wishing to avoid discussing any derogatory remarks about Liang Ruru, he deftly shifted the conversation. Yuxiong, does your aunt often return to Ning County? If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Lichuan, I shall remember your words. Wang Yuxiong said as he draped an arm around Chen Lichuan's shoulder, feeling not only flattered but also convinced of Chen Lichuan's loyalty and integrity. Shortly thereafter, Liang Jingshan, Qin Yiding, and Shen Yiming also arrived, evidently to partake in a meal. However, old Liang had been displaying a beggar's demeanor from the very beginning, willingly taking on the task of cleaning in the dormitory for his brother Chuan, and even shamelessly doing his laundry, resembling a devoted wife. As for Shen Yiming, Gu Yu, Zhou Kaikai, and Wu Lang were too lazy to make the trip, daily acting like subordinates in need of a meal, yet they wouldn't let you bear the cost. Shen Yiming feigned disdain, but he came every day, hoping to seize a small advantage. Chuan Gu, he. Qin Yiding chuckled shyly, mimicking Liang Jingshan's way of addressing him. I was just about to call you. We have some hearty dishes for lunch today, come sit down. Are Kai Kai and the others not joining us? Chen Lichuan inquired, his words always considerate of others. Those lazy ones asked me to bring them food, Shen Yiming scoffed. When you head back, make sure to bring them some large bones, Chen Lichuan replied. Those in the catering business don't mind such trifles. An hour later, the 3 slackers in the dormitory were pleasantly surprised to receive the large bones from Chen Lichuan's shop. Delicious, Wu Lang exclaimed, standing and devouring his meal. Grinning as he mentioned, he was meeting a girl from the art department that afternoon. Shen Yiming, with a look of longing, checked his phone, noting that Liang Ruru had yet to respond to the text he sent the previous day. So tasty, Gu Yu remarked. Jingshan. From now on when you eat at Chuan Guo's shop, remember to bring me a portion, Zhou Kaikai shouted to Liang Jingshan, his tone akin to that of a commander. You're truly lazy, Liang Jingshan retorted, but did not refuse to bring food. How shameless. Doing nothing yet expecting to feast on what others provide. Shen Yiming sarcastically interjected. Am I eating your food? Shut your mouth. Zhou Kaikai shouted back. Rising angrily from his bed, his face flushed. Keep it down. I'll bring you something back. Liang Jingshan called out, prompting Shen Yiming to hastily exit the dormitory, which helped quell Zhou Kaikai's fury. Just then, on the staircase, Cui Zhibing encountered Shen Yiming. Yiming, let us go to the internet cafe for a bit. It's my treat. Cui Zhibing chuckled, viewing Shen Yiming as an influential local from the city, a relationship worth nurturing. All right, let's play for a while. Shen Yiming nodded. Of course. One should attend when invited. The two then hurried downstairs. For some, university life is exceedingly hectic, while for many others, it is a tedious and prolonged period, carelessly squandered. Chen Lichuan's establishment is bustling during both lunch and dinner, becoming a popular gathering spot with patrons coming for complimentary food and drink. However, such trivialities are part of the business. One must not be overly concerned with the small matters. In the evening, around 7 o'clock, Chen Lichuan was taken aback when Zhou Jinyuan traveled a considerable distance to seek him out. Earlier that day, Zhou had indulged quite a bit, and upon arrival, he enthusiastically draped his arm around Chen Lichuan's shoulder, thumping his chest. Oh, Lichuan, why didn't you mention sooner that you were Cheng Yuan's younger brother? My second uncle was a war comrade of her father. Zhou Jinyuan was probing for connections, though in reality, his second uncle had no substantial ties to Cheng Yuan's father. Their interactions were merely professional. How did you know Cheng Yuan is my sister? Chen Lichuan feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. Having grown up under Cheng Yuan's watchful eye, he added a remark to imply the uniqueness of their relationship. You should have mentioned it earlier. We are practically family. Have you not eaten yet? Come, let us go out and chat. Zhou Jinyuan insisted on treating him, steering Chen Lichuan outside, as they could not dine at the hot pot restaurant. Brother Zhou, let us eat here. I'll have Li prepare a table, Chen Lichuan suggested politely. Though our home-cooked meals are exquisite, we cannot have hot pot twice a day. Come, let me take you somewhere different, Zhou Jinyuan insisted, leading Chen Lichuan out of the hot pot restaurant. How about we visit the Hunan restaurant? Their cuisine is truly delightful, Chen Lichuan proposed. Ah, old Zhao's establishment. I've told him countless times that the kitchen is subpar. It's always the same every visit, Zhou Jinyuan replied, his expression darkening with discontent. An hour earlier. Boss Zhao, are you free now? I'd like to discuss sponsorship, Yirong said with a radiant smile as she returned to the Hunan restaurant to find the owner. Zhao Maoshu. Well, all right. Zhao Maoshu finally acquiesced, willing to listen to the students before him, feeling too apologetic to refuse them. I'll start with an example. You know Old Wang's barbecue, right? His business was struggling until we promoted him during the welcome party, and now it's thriving. The restaurant is often packed, Yirong began, speaking at a measured pace. We will also assist the restaurant with advertising slogans tailored to the preferences of finance and trade students to create the most effective promotion. Zhao Maoshu listened to Yirong's elaborations for half an hour, gradually warming to the idea, though the cost was indeed steep. For a small establishment, it would be 500 yuan, but for his larger venue, it would be 1,000. He had expected a fee of only a couple of hundred, but now he found himself contemplating the student's proposal. Let me think this over. The new year is still quite a while away, Zhao Maoshu said, his demeanor wavering. However, his attitude had significantly shifted from initial resistance. All right, I will tentatively reserve a slogan for our Hunan restaurant, and I will prepare additional promotional banners. Yirong remarked with an intention to exert pressure on Zhao Maoshu, suggesting that when it comes time to pursue sponsorship funds, she could reference their earlier conversation, playfully mentioning the promotional banners they had prepared. Zhao Maoshu chuckled awkwardly, refraining from outright refusal, his expression one of discomfort. Uncle Zhao, we won't disturb you any longer. We shall take our leave now. Yirong waved her hand charmingly as she and her companions exited the Hunan restaurant. Yirong, you were amazing. It was evident that Boss Zhao was quite taken aback. Qin Peipei commented as they walked, her slender figure turning heads, with boys glancing back after passing her. We must keep a close eye on the Hunan restaurant. We cannot allow other teams to snatch it away, Yirong stated emphatically, leading her group towards Lawang Barbecue, intending to dine there. As they passed by the hot pot restaurant, they happened to see Chen Lichuan strolling out with a man in his 30s. Their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Boss Chen, are you coming to Lawang Barbecue for a meal? Yirong approached with a smile. Ah, Yirong, perhaps next time. I have family visiting and must accompany my brother for a bit, Chen Lichuan replied casually, his breath reeking of alcohol, prompting Yirong to pinch her nose. All right, I shall be awaiting your treat, Yirong reiterated, her demeanor exuding warmth. After waving goodbye to Chen Lichuan, she and Qin Pei proceeded towards Lao Wang's quaint establishment. Ah, Yirong, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Old Wang displayed remarkable enthusiasm upon their entrance, hastily preparing the table. Uncle, with the New Year's gala approaching, this event will be significantly larger than the welcoming party, and all students must participate. Thus, the sponsorship fee needs to be increased to 500 yuan. Accompanied by a formal contract, Yirong stated directly, contrasting sharply with her previous interaction with Zhao Maoshu. All right, that sounds good. Old Wang replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement, though he noted that the gala was still some time away and suggested that the payment could be postponed. This contract will be signed by Director Pang, and the sponsorship fees will be collected collectively, so there's no rush. Yirong assured him, confident that no one would usurp this merchant from her grasp. Very well. I shall follow your lead, Old Wang acquiesced, and after they placed their orders, he went to prepare the skewers. Qin Pei, beaming with delight, began discussing the sponsorship. Du Ping's group surely won't be able to expand with a new merchant. Counting the Hunan restaurant, we already have 4 new merchants. At that moment, their tone implied that they considered the 3 newly opened stores supported during the welcoming party as new merchants. Yirong smiled gently, nodding as she listened to her teammates, though her heart remained troubled. She was uncertain about the level of opposition from Du Ping and Wang Yuxiong during the meeting on Monday. This sponsorship assessment was of utmost importance. Du Ping's group had been focused on maintaining old clients, while Wang Yuxiong's group seemed to be completely inactive, spending days gaming in their dorms, seemingly oblivious to the sponsorship matter. A boy remarked this, eliciting laughter from the other group members, which in turn made Yirong chuckle as well. The sight of Chen Lichuan inebriated hardly suggested he was a key player in securing sponsorships. As long as we keep a close watch on Li Ping's group, we should be fine, Yirong mused inwardly. Lao Zhao, prepare a private room. Is your sister-in-law not here? As Chen Lichuan entered the Hunan restaurant, he called out loudly while embracing Zhou Jinyuan. Ah, a rare guest. The little boss Chen has such thriving business that it incites envy. Zhao Maoshu greeted him with a smile, but upon catching sight of Zhou Jinyuan's face, his demeanor instantly turned grave. Team Zhou, you have arrived. Please have a seat. I will check on the kitchen. Zhao Maoshu, feeling anxious as if the garbage can had been left uncovered, sought to slip away, but Chen Lichuan grasped his arm firmly. This is my brother, a relative. It's nothing serious, just a simple meal. Chen Lichuan chuckled lightly, amused by Zhao Maoshu's expression. Yet other vendors displayed a similar reaction upon seeing Zhou Jinyuan. Your brother? A relative? Zhao Maoshu exclaimed, evidently taken aback. This is my younger brother. Closer than a biological brother. Zhou Jinyuan announced loudly, his voice resonating with the lingering effects of alcohol from lunchtime. Lao Zhao, arrange a private room. I will find you later. Chen Lichuan winked, and Zhao Maoshu immediately understood, his gaze towards the young boss softening. That way, room 888. Zhao Maoshu strode ahead, warmly opening the door for the two. Chapter 117. The sage. After exchanging a few polite words, Zhao Maoshu excused himself, leaving Chen Lichuan and Zhou Jinyuan alone. Oh dear, I truly had no idea before. Lichuan, this has led to quite a misunderstanding. Zhou Jinyuan grasped Chen Lichuan's hand, speaking earnestly, his tone tinged with caution, as the sudden phone call had raised questions. Brother Zhou, my sister happened to visit the shop at noon, so I inquired a bit more. There's nothing else. We are accustomed to each other, and this is unfounded. Chen Lichuan understood Zhou Jinyuan's concerns and directly addressed them, suddenly seizing his arm with a serious expression. Brother Zhou, your relationship with my sister is yours alone, but the bond between us is ours. After this pronouncement, a brief silence enveloped the private room, the sounds of conversation and footsteps outside becoming unusually pronounced, creating a sense of disquiet. Zhou Jinyuan furrowed his brows, shadows cast upon his face by the light. And after a moment, he broke into a smile, grasping the meaning behind the words. He affectionately draped an arm over Chen Lichuan's shoulder, laughing heartily. Having consumed alcohol, he intended to engage in affectionate gestures, interpreting them as candid revelations born of inebriation. Zhou Jinyuan secretly admired the young man's adeptness in handling interpersonal relations, which was not surprising, given that he was related to Cheng Yuan. Such matters surely came with experience. How astute. To convey that your relationship with my sister is distinct from ours, yet the implication of our bond is unmistakable. Chen Lichuan's statement seemed to elevate Zhou Jinyuan's status, but the subsequent remark underscored his own significance. Establishing a solid connection with him would surely facilitate future assistance from his sister. This is our bond. Ha ha ha, come on. These dishes are hardly sufficient. It's understood that this meal is on me. Zhou Jinyuan warmly invited. After 9 o'clock, Zhou Jinyuan finally settled his bill and departed. Zhao Maoshu was reluctant to accept the money, but Chen Lichuan firmly pressed it into his hands. Once Zhou Jinyuan had left, Chen Lichuan re-entered the shop, accepted the cigarette Zhao Maoshu offered, and leaned his elbow on the cash register as he spoke. Old Zhao, there's no need for this. We are both new to this business this year, and it's not easy for either of us. When my brother comes by and needs anything, just let me know. Also, we must ensure our own safety and hygiene. Everyone has moments of carelessness, which is understandable, but we cannot afford to neglect improvement each time. In short, let's communicate more about these matters moving forward. Xiaochen, thank you, Zhao Maoshu exclaimed, his expression brightening as he stepped around the cash register to pat Chen Lichuan on the shoulder. Distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. We will certainly lend a hand wherever we can. It's a simple matter. Let's arrange a meal with those other new shops this year and discuss this further. Chen Lichuan nodded in agreement, though a furrow formed on his brow, his face adopting a serious demeanor, as if contemplating how to serve everyone well. What a disposition. He was honest and sincere, a good-natured fellow from a small town. Xiao Chun, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your good nature. You are a genuine person. Yang Maoshu, not one to lavish praise easily, gave a thumbs up and smirked. Remember to gather everyone for a get-together. Chen Lichuan reiterated this before heading toward the door, cheekily adding, whenever your wife is around, I'll come over for a chat. Ha ha, you rascal. Yang Maoshu laughed heartily. The two stood at the entrance chatting for quite some time before Chen Lichuan finally made his way back inside. As for the matter concerning Cheng Yuan, it would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. He had not anticipated Zhou Jinyuan's hurried visit today. Dajiang Lao's daily revenue had surpassed 40,000, and upon returning to the shop, Chen Lichuan found the staff distributing cash rewards, each face beaming with joy, the weariness of the day evaporating in that moment. Li Dian, get on with the matters concerning the second store. Chen Lichuan would often casually mention this, instantly igniting excitement among the service staff. Ma Peng, let us head out first. Chen Lichuan whispered, and he and Ma Xiaoqiao exited the hot pot restaurant. They paused at the entrance of an internet cafe. Shall we play a couple of rounds? What do you want to play? Ma Xiaoqiao asked eagerly, his exhaustion forgotten at the sight of the cafe, ready to game all night without hesitation. Play? Not really. I just need to use one machine for a bit and discuss something with you. Chen Lichuan replied, shaking his head in resignation as he walked into the cafe. For Ma Xiaoqiao, having transitioned from a day spent in the cafe to having no time for games, the craving lingered in his heart. Once settled at a machine, Chen Lichuan opened the forum while Ma Xiaoqiao sat beside him, watching. After locating a thread about the financial and trade sector in the magical city, Chen Lichuan took the initiative to create a post, crafting an eye-catching title. Hey, financial and trade folks, you haven't actually dined at Dajiang Lao, have you? Surely not. In the subsequent exchanges, Chen Lichuan exuberantly recounted the exaggerated services he encountered while dining at the restaurant, assisting with children, providing cloths for glasses, serenading with birthday songs, and so forth. He intended to rally a group of internet influencers to elevate the visibility of the post, acknowledging the unfathomable nature of information dissemination on the internet. Fatty, he said, glancing at Ma Xiaoqiao, I am planning to rent 2 small storefronts both on and off campus, each not exceeding 15 square meters. In the blink of an eye, Ma Xiaoqiao, who had moments ago been drowsy, perked up at the mention of such a familiar space, realizing the impossibility of abandoning the lucrative egg pancake venture. You handle the store on campus then. Fortunately, the spatula I'm most accustomed to hasn't gone missing. Haha, can't we sell a few hundred in a day? At that moment, Ma Xiaoqiao's expression was exceedingly audacious. Brother Chuan, rest assured, my skills have not dulled. I often dream of making pancakes even in my sleep. With a mischievous glint, Ma Xiaoqiao leaned in closer, leaving Chen Lichuan momentarily stunned by the unexpected verbosity of this unrefined individual. Get lost, Chen Lichuan retorted, shoving aside that plump face, casting a disdainful glare at him. I intend to establish a milk tea brand. Do you think my discussions with Wang Yuxiong and others about sponsorships are for naught? It's all for the upcoming Financial Trade New Year's Gala, where we'll plaster the milk tea slogan in every prominent location. Has the first cup of milk tea in the new year been bought for you by someone who loves you? The first cup of milk tea in winter. I've already devised such slogans. Targeting university students, it must resonate with themes of love and romance. Ma Xiaoqiao chuckled awkwardly, mumbling, I was just joking with you earlier. You should start by managing these small stores. Currently, Your position at the hot pot restaurant is too humble. As for procurement, we'll have to leave that to Li. Chen Lichuan shook his head, realizing that his eagerness for Ma Xiaoqiao to rise was perhaps premature. This remark left Ma Xiaoqiao feeling disheartened. Aware that Brother Chuan's goodwill stemmed from his own inadequacies, casting a glance at the games on other screens, he suddenly found them utterly unappealing. Chapter 118. Intense pursuit on Monday. As Chen Lichuan entered the classroom, he overheard whispers of admiration. Here he comes. Our class leader is so low-key. The gazes of his classmates were filled with awe and disbelief. The topic of Dejiang Lao had ignited fervent discussions in the finance department over the past few days, and students were abuzz with the revelation that their class leader was the owner of this popular hot pot restaurant. It was simply incredible that someone so close to them could be so accomplished. Immediately, the classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on Chen Lichuan. He felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and hastily made his way to the back row. Yet Shen Yiming suddenly wrapped an arm around him. Lichuan, this pertains to the adjustments for your store. You mentioned this matter to me the other day. I've taken care of it for you. Take a good look. Shen Yiming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor serious, embodying the stance of a leader imparting wisdom to a subordinate. Chen Lichuan, I truly wish to confront that scoundrel in person. Shen Yiming frowned, hastily communicating in sign language. 1 pack of cigarettes. Su Yan, Brother Chuan, I implore you. Do not be deceived. This compelled Chen Lichuan to remain silent and stride towards the back row. Shen Yiming's theatrics could likely fool the unaware female classmates. Lin Shanshan curled her lip in disdain, casting a disapproving glance at Shen Yiming, having already discerned his true nature. Meanwhile, Liang Ruzhu had been cautiously observing Chen Lichuan since his arrival. As for old Su, he kept his head bowed, lost in his own thoughts. In the final few minutes before class commenced, the girls in the front row suddenly erupted into laughter. Amidst the shoving, Lu Huiyue stood up and confidently walked to the back row, positioning herself beside Chen Lichuan. Class monitor, this is for you. Make sure to read it. Lu Huiyue's voice rang out as she placed the love letter before Chen Lichuan, completely disregarding the cheers resonating throughout the classroom. After patting the broad shoulder of the class monitor, she turned and returned to her seat. Chen Lichuan wore an expression of turmoil, having unexpectedly received his very first love letter. Nay, it could be considered his first in 2 lifetimes. Yet, he had no recollection of Lu Huiyue. Their prior existence had not intersected, and she was merely a classmate to him. Wow, Lu Huiyue, you are so bold, openly pursuing the class monitor. Truly impressive. One cannot help but admire you. The classroom buzzed with excitement, and Lu Huiyue, with her fists clasped, called out to the girls in the front row, I beseech all my sisters, kindly allow the class monitor to be with me. This declaration ignited an even greater fervor within the classroom. It was only then that Su Wantong anxiously lifted her head to glance towards the back row. Fortunately, Chen Lichuan remained unperturbed, showing no signs of acknowledgement. However, when he straightened his back and shifted his chair slightly, her heart raced, fearing he might glance at Lu Huiyue. Brother Chuan, are you about to find a partner? Liang Jingshan leaned in, playfully teasing, accompanied by a chorus of whistles from Wu Lang. Keep it down. There's no possibility between Lu Huiyue and me. I'll clarify things with her later, Chen Lichuan whispered, reluctant to refuse her outright in front of the class, lest he appear rude. After the first major class, Chen Lichuan hastily exited the classroom, eager to visit the store next to the supermarket. Lu Huiyue intended to follow, but was unable to catch up with the class monitor's swift pace. Wantan, shall we head to the class monitor's store for lunch? They have delicious meat dishes, far superior to the rice bowls, Qin Yiding whispered, resting her chin on Su Wantong's arm. The two had later become desk mates, engaging in hushed conversation right after class. To Chen Lichuan's place? Su Wantong pouted, torn in her decision. If you all are going to the class monitor's store, then I shall join. Lu Huiyue suddenly chimed in, determined to accompany them. Qin Yiding paused for a moment, then shyly asked, aren't you going to inform the class monitor? We had already made arrangements. I have matters to discuss with him. It's nothing, Lu Huiyue promptly replied. All right then. Qin Yiding nodded gently and glanced back at Liang Jingshan, surprised by Lu Huiyue's audacity in claiming her close relationship with Chen Lichuan to Su Wantong, despite having never exchanged a word with him previously. Remember to call me later in the dormitory, Lu Huiyue reiterated before exiting the classroom. I shall go as well. Su Wantong affirmed vigorously, eager to sample the employee meals at Chen Lichuan's establishment. Old Su even concocted a rather grand excuse for his absence. As for Liang Jingshan, he had already ventured to the hot pot restaurant to assist his brother, which was hardly shameful, far better than toiling in a restaurant. 15 minutes later, in a corner of the kitchen, old Liang was seated washing dishes. Wantong, Yiding, I will wait for you at the bottom of your dormitory building. Let us head to Chen Lichuan's place together. We can keep in touch via phone, Shen Yiming from the back row remarked, casting a particularly gentle glance at Su Wantong. In truth, he had been inclined to pursue Su Wantong since their first encounter in class, but upon seeing Liang Ruzhu, he swiftly shifted his focus. However, with Liang Ruzhu now ignoring him and failing to respond to his messages, he pondered the possibility of cultivating a favorable impression with Su Wantong to avoid the single life in college. He had heard that Shui Zibing had already been rejected and must be seeking someone local to Modu. Moreover, Su was known to be sweet. Cultivating a relationship with her could lead to delightful romantic experiences. Perhaps even having her assist with laundry. Such thoughts brought a smile to Shen Yiming's lips as he intentionally displayed his Longyan's watch. Well then, see you later. The two girls remained oblivious to Shen Yiming's ostentatious gesture and responded affirmatively before departing. Ah, what a lack of confidence, Shen Yiming murmured, assuming Su Wantong's hasty exit was due to shyness and insecurity in his presence. The reality was quite different. I am about to transition into a female magic class and will be slaying some monsters at noon, after lunch. I can take you to clear a dungeon. Su Wantong linked arms with Qin Yiding, and the two avid gamers hurried along, engrossed in their daily pursuits. All right, I will recharge your account later, Qin Yiding generously offered. No need for such formality. The two figures sped away. While Qin Yiding's motivation for dining at Chen Lichuan's establishment stemmed from a desire to return quickly to gaming without needing to rely on anyone for meals or squeezing into the restaurant, Chen Lichuan paused in front of a small shop at the supermarket, recalling that it had been rented out during their sophomore year as a fruit stall, where the proprietor sliced watermelons into chunks and packaged them in plastic containers, a thriving business indeed. Although there were no rental advertisements currently displayed, the school was likely focused on the leasing situation within the cafeteria. Nonetheless, securing a lease was a matter of negotiation, especially when money was involved. If approached correctly, it could yield favorable results. Additionally, discussing leasing with a mentor at this juncture was quite opportune, given the successful example of the hot pot restaurant. Approaching the matter too abruptly from the outset would have been inappropriate, as the sequence of events was essential. After conducting a relevant investigation, Chen Lichuan sought out his mentor for a meal. Chapter 119. Are the youth of today so audacious? In the languid afternoon, beneath the girls' dormitory, the sun blazed down, illuminating couples who unabashedly embraced and kissed. Shen Yiming stood in a corner, ostentatiously glancing at his Longyan's watch, attempting to convey that he was single, attributing it to his high standards. Do you understand? On the floor of the business administration department, Lu Huiwei arrived early at Su Wantong's dormitory, incessantly urging, "Let us go. We must hurry, it's getting late." The staff meal was already expected to be quite late. Qin Yiding replied nonchalantly, then leisurely gathered his belongings, lingering with Su Wantong for a while before finally exiting the dormitory. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted Shen Yiming standing not far away, gently waving his hand. After checking his watch, he spoke slowly, his voice raspy as if he were clearing his throat. "Let us go, we'll arrive just in time." The four then proceeded together, and upon reaching the hot pot restaurant, they found the staff meal already in progress. Liang Jingshan sat by the entrance, eating while waiting for his partner. Upon seeing them, he quickly stood up to greet them. "But why is Lu Huiwei here too? Wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen to get your meals." Liang Jingshan raised his eyebrows, and just as he turned, a young man from the kitchen called out, "Jingshan, you sit tight, I'll handle it," before disappearing into the kitchen. "Hee, Jingshan, I didn't expect you to look so snug in that apron," Qin Yiding teased, tugging at the red apron Liang Jingshan wore. "Darling, if you don't want to run off anymore, I'll pack you up to take home," Liang Jingshan replied earnestly, losing his playful mood. As for old Su and the rest from his dormitory, there was nothing to discuss. Lichuan had already informed the kitchen, so it didn't matter if there were a few extra meals. But what was Lu Huiwei doing here? Could the entire class come? Would they still be able to conduct business? It couldn't be that Yiding brought them all, could it? Liang Jingshan pondered over this and resolved to have a serious talk with Yiding later. He had arrived early to wash dishes, believing it inappropriate for his partner to be eating here, which is why he had rushed to take on the work. "Is the class monitor not here?" Lu Huiwei asked Liang Jingshan loudly, showing no signs of embarrassment as she casually found an empty table to sit at. "Not here. He usually doesn't come." Liang Jingshan replied curtly, his expression not looking favorable, and he sat down to eat heartily. "Haha, old Liang's tone is just like that, it's all good," Shen Yiming interjected, showcasing his understanding of decorum, and then called out to the hall, Lingling, "Bring us a few bottles of drinks." Upon hearing this, Liang Jingshan nearly choked on his rice, glaring at Shen Yiming. incredulous that he would have the audacity to request drinks. As if coming to eat for free wasn't he enough, he was asking for several bottles, as if he were treating them. Soon, the young man from the kitchen emerged with the dishes. Besides a meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, there was also a large bone. No nearby restaurant could rival the meals provided by Chen Lichuan. Ling Ling cheerfully brought drinks to the group. Wow, this is so sumptuous. No wonder you guys come here so often, Lu Huiwe praised, picking up her chopsticks to indulge heartily. However, this remark deepened Liang Jingshan's frown. What is happening? Is this to become a regular occurrence? Today's meal is indeed delightful. After taking a bite, Xin Yiming offered his assessment and subsequently produced a pack of cigarettes, extending one to Liang Jingshan. I don't smoke. Liang Jingshan retorted irritably. You don't even smoke cigarettes? Xin Yiming, undeterred, lit one up and with a swift motion, placed the pack on the table, having specifically purchased it moments ago. Su Wantong, experiencing the employee meal for the first time, found it entirely different from her expectations. Far surpassing the typical rice bowl. She spoke little during the meal, focusing on her food, occasionally sharing a smile with Qin Yiding. Among the group, only Xin Yiming and Lu Huiwe engaged in lively conversation. Before long, Chen Lichuan returned, appearing rather hurried. After exchanging a brief wave and smile with Liang Jingshan and the others, he headed straight to the back to converse with Li Quan and the finance staff member. Xiaohui. It was a good 20 minutes before Chen Lichuan approached Liang Jingshan's table, noticing Su Wantong's presence and playfully teasing, Old Su, what brings you here for the employee meal today? Su Wantong pouted, contemplating how to respond in a manner that seemed modest yet endearing. However, after Chen Lichuan instructed Liang Jingshan to take some food back for Kai Kai and Guyu, he made to leave. Of course, Chen Lichuan casually pocketed the pack of cigarettes from Xin Yiming's table, causing Xin Yiming to widen his eyes and hurriedly look up. Their exchanged glances conveyed everything. Had he forgotten about the matter in class? That was genuine tobacco, and Xin Yiming felt a pang of regret. Class monitor, wait a moment. Suddenly, Lu Huiwe stood up and rushed to Chen Lichuan's side, shyly laughing before boldly asking, what do you think of me? As a potential girlfriend? Perhaps it was the cold wind that swept in as Chen Lichuan opened the door that made Su Wantong shiver, prompting her to lower her head and busily push her rice around. Let us step outside to talk, Chen Lichuan murmured, exiting the restaurant. Aware that it would be inappropriate to decline in front of so many people, Lu Huiwe quickly followed him out, and not far from the entrance. Chen Lichuan turned to her, shaking his head apologetically before stating earnestly, Lu Huiwe, it's truly not feasible. We have never spoken before, and we don't know each other well. Understanding can come with time, just like Liang Jingshan and Qin Yiding. Lu Huiwe's emotions surged, gripping Chen Lichuan's arm. Oh, why are you getting so familiar? Inside, Liang Jingshan shouted teasingly, while Xin Yiming and Qin Yiding leaned at the window observing. With Su Wantong still focused on her meal, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Yet, internally, she felt a wave of discomfort. Su Wantong thought to herself, damn it. Lu Huiwe, why are you being so insistent? Please don't do this. Chen Lichuan shrugged off Lu Huiwe's grip, his expression tinged with displeasure. You are not my type. What is your type? I can change. Lu Huiwe proclaimed fervently. Wow. Liang Jingshan called out from inside, amused by the turn of events. Lu Huiwe's reaction startled Chen Lichuan. Was she truly this fervent? Are those born in the 1980s truly this reckless? Chen Lichuan now felt a sense of trepidation, consumed by thoughts of how to dissuade Lu Huiyu. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, I'm truly sorry, but I have someone I like. The revelation of his affection for another left Lu Huijun in despair, her grip loosening as she stared vacantly at Chen Lichuan. Indeed, there is someone, a girl from my hometown. Please, do not waste your time on me. I have matters to attend to. Chen Lichuan hastily uttered these words before fleeing as if in escape. After standing in a daze for a while, Lu Huiyu returned to the store, lamenting. I was rejected by the class monitor. Su Wantang chuckled. Ha ha ha. How infuriating for you. Lu Huiyu continued. He said he has someone he likes back home. Su Wantang. Who could she be? Su Wantang looked perplexedly towards the open door. Chapter 120. The competition commences in the afternoon. Within the student union's publicity department, all members sat upright, their breaths held as they focused intently on Pang Longzhang at the podium, whose fervent tone underscored the significance of the upcoming sponsorship event. The aim was to establish a bridge of trust with businesses through this year's gala, ensuring they recognize our school's promotional efforts. We aspire to cultivate a scenario where businesses eagerly vie to sponsor any of our future events. As he reached a pivotal point, Pang Longzhang solemnly scanned the faces of every student present, punctuating his words with firm knocks on the podium. Thus, your efforts are particularly vital. You are the pioneers in developing this sponsorship model, and rest assured, you will receive due rewards for your hard work. He continued. The funds required for securing sponsorship will ultimately be distributed among you. 500 for first place, 300 for second, and 100 for third. Upon hearing this, Chen Lichuan grasped the significance of the New Year's Gala. It was all about sponsorship. Money, indeed, but who would handle this aspect in the future remained uncertain. The decision to formalize partnerships with businesses through contracts indicated a shift towards commercialization. Some freshmen, particularly those from the art department, could not help but smile at the mention of rewards, feeling a sense of pride. However, if rewards were distributed collectively by group or department, the overall impact on one's personal journey would be negligible, whereas individual recognition would undoubtedly offer considerable advantage. Chen Lichuan cast his gaze toward the three group leaders. Aside from Yi Rong, whose expression remained unchanged, Du Ping and Wang Yuxiong appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, especially Du Ping, whose hands were clenched tightly on his thighs. After a brief pause, Peng Longzheng continued. This New Year's Gala will be a grand affair, with each department and class presenting their respective programs, a splendid promotional opportunity. You can use this as leverage when negotiating with businesses. With that, Peng Longzheng erupted into laughter, his tone lighthearted, yet Liang Ru listened with discomfort. Who among those business owners would care to hear such words? Many wouldn't even bother to engage, with some resorting to harsh retorts. Due to Peng Longzheng's remarks, the students began to share their own experiences regarding challenges faced while engaging with merchants, expressing their agreement. With a few taps on the table, Peng Longzheng solemnly reminded them, it is imperative to actively develop new merchant partnerships. After all, how many stores have changed outside? We cannot continue to rely solely on the same few old establishments. He deliberately focused his gaze on Yi Rong, Du Ping, and Wang Yuxiong. His tone tinged with displeasure. To be candid, the primary sponsoring merchants are still the old clients developed by the previous cohort, which implies that you have not expanded your clientele and are merely surviving on their past contributions. This is indeed a significant issue. However, Qin Peipei hesitated, wanting to defend Yi Rong, as their team had successfully engaged 3 new clients, but a glance from Yi Rong silenced her. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yi Rong's face. It was truly thoughtless. If she mentioned the 3 stores of Lao Wang Barbecue now, they certainly could not be counted as new merchants. This is a serious matter. Only by involving more merchants can we establish a substantial sponsorship scale. If we persist with just a handful of sporadic partners, how does that reflect on us? We cannot expect to contribute minimally while continually benefiting from the established contributions of Gao Fei and his team, while still receiving high rewards, can we? Peng Longzheng's tone was heavy, and upon finishing, the classroom fell into silence for a good half a minute. Nevertheless, I still have faith in everyone's abilities. He chuckled before continuing. Yi Rong's capabilities are beyond doubt. She managed the welcome party exceptionally well. Du Ping has been a deputy minister for several years, and Wang Yuxiong is also a seasoned member. I am sure they will not let me down. With a smile, he inadvertently placed significant pressure on the 3 young individuals. Now, regarding the rules of the sponsorship activity, Peng Longzheng's smile faded as he spoke earnestly. New merchant partnerships will count as 2 points, while existing sponsors will only count as 1 point. Based on the size of the merchant's establishment, there will be 2 tiers, 500 and 1,000. Of course, for larger establishments, I can negotiate directly with the owners for 3 points. Ultimately, if points are equal, we will compare sponsorship amounts. Moreover, the internal promotion rules will remain consistent with previous practices. All store promotions will be coordinated by the winning group, with the only difference being that contracts must be signed through me. That is all I wish to convey. Does anyone have anything to add for mutual discussion? After a brief silence in the classroom, Du Ping stood up and spoke out. Director Peng, any competition must be based on fairness and justice. What if someone wishes to personally fund promotional activities for a merchant? This would severely undermine the enthusiasm of other groups. Additionally, it could plunge the sponsorship initiative into a vicious cycle from the outset. It would greatly tarnish other merchants' perceptions of our school. Would those merchants receiving personal funding not have an ulterior motive, potentially harming their interests? Consequently, this could render your earlier emphasis on developing the sponsorship model particularly challenging, and might even ruin its reputation in our hands. Du Ping, filled with fervor, directed his words at a clear target. It was evident to all that Yi Rong hailed from a remarkably affluent family. Should she be compelled to finance the event herself, others would have no opportunity to participate. At that moment, numerous classmates turned their gaze toward Yi Rong. It is indeed a valid point, Peng Longzheng exclaimed as he slammed his palm on the table. rising in solemnity. He would not permit such a situation to unfold, for rumors could incite dissatisfaction among other merchants, jeopardizing future endeavors. This could severely compromise their own interests. Should any such occurrences arise, report them to me immediately. Upon verification, expulsion from the student council will ensue. Pang Longjing's presence was commanding, and the gravity of this punishment was unmistakable. Support echoed in the room. In the following moment, Yi Rong stood, smiling as she acknowledged Du Ping with a nod, and declared with righteous indignation, Du Ping speaks with great insight, and your disciplinary measures, Director Pang, are commendable. We must eradicate such misconduct, as it gravely undermines the institution's interests. Amidst the crowd, Chen Lichuan flashed a broad grin, relishing the verbal sparring between Du Ping and Yi Rong. However, after Yi Rong's eloquent pronouncement, she cast a penetrating glance in his direction, her eyes ablaze with indignation, a detail not lost on Pang Longjing. In the eyes of the onlookers, wealth was not solely attributed to Yi Rong. Chen Lichuan, owner of Dejiang Lao, was also perceived as affluent, albeit feigning modesty. This woman is exceptionally calculating, Chen Lichuan mused, furrowing his brow, aware that he must not leave a negative impression on Pang Longjing. He promptly nudged Wang Yuxiong seated in front of him. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. We must mutually supervise against such malevolent deeds. Wang Yuxiong finally sat up. Having previously been engrossed in his thoughts, seemingly drowsy from the exchange between Yi Rong and Du Ping. After Yi Rong and Wang Yuxiong took their seats, Du Ping remained standing. Du Ping, do you have any further inquiries? Pang Longjing inquired. Yes. Du Ping replied with fervent resolve, prepared to assert his position. Chapter 121. A clash of wits and words. Du Ping, do you have any additional concerns? Pang Longjing asked with a smile, gradually settling into his chair. Indeed. Du Ping replied emphatically, his passion igniting the air. If we are to uphold fairness and justice, then Lao Wang Barbecue, the cake shop, and the fruit store cannot be categorized as new merchants, as these three have already sponsored the orientation gala. He fixed a deep stare at Yi Rong, whose expression had soured considerably, her teeth clenched in indignation. These three establishments are absent from the list of old merchants. Why is that the case? Is this equitable? Moreover, these businesses are all clients of Yi Rong. Is this not the epitome of unfairness? The classroom fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping discernible, as no one anticipated that Du Ping would publicly confront Yi Rong in front of Director Pang. For Du Ping, the stakes were high but clear. With just a year remaining before graduation, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity, for it may be his last. Moreover, within the student council, he had already garnered the accolades due to him. As an exemplary class leader and a member of the student council, I hold these esteemed titles. Thus, even if I were to falter and withdraw from the student council, it would be of little consequence. It is better to take a bold leap. However, Pang Longjing's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Rong. After a brief pause, he inquired, Yi Rong, what exactly is going on? Did you not assert that the three establishments of Lao Wang Barbecue had never contributed sponsorship fees? No, they did not. Yi Rong immediately rose to her feet, shaking her head in denial. She began to elucidate. After the flight of certain enterprises, the new proprietors found their finances to be quite strained, harboring a particular aversion to sponsorship matters. The work at that time was exceedingly challenging, prompting us to consider an approach that did not require financial contributions from the owners, instead opting to promote them voluntarily. Subsequently, Lao Wang Barbecue achieved remarkable success, and such cases serve as beneficial examples for other team members during negotiations. It is advantageous for everyone, not solely for my group. Hence, how could this be regarded as an old client? Yi Rong's explanation was remarkably persuasive, successfully redirecting the conflict towards a topic that benefited all. This was indeed a matter that a leader should contemplate. If the merchants did not incur any costs, then anyone could engage in discussions. It was not exclusive to my group. Pang Longjing nodded approvingly, evidently satisfied with Yi Rong's clarification. However, just as he was about to smooth over the situation, Du Ping abruptly erupted with anger, exclaiming, You mean to say that Lao Wang Barbecue did not pay you? Excellent. I will report that Yi Rong substituted funds for the merchants, that during the welcome party, she paid for the promotional costs of Lao Wang Barbecue and the other two establishments in order to secure first place. Du Ping pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Rong, panting heavily as he awaited her response. Meanwhile, on stage, Pang Longjing furrowed his brow. Having just underscored this issue, he now faced a dilemma in how to address it. The classroom fell silent once more, placing Pang Longjing in an awkward position. Naturally, he wished to turn a blind eye. Yet Du Ping had already positioned himself in direct opposition to Yi Rong. I did not. If you do not believe me, we can inquire right now. Yi Rong asserted firmly after a brief moment. Huh. You must have colluded in advance. What is the point of inquiry now? The publicity department has never operated under a policy of free promotion. Does that mean this time we can also advertise for free? Which merchants would then be willing to pay sponsorship fees? Everyone desires to be that fortunate one. Moreover, even if it were indeed free promotion, have you convened a meeting with everyone? Is that fair? Are these not your intended clients? Is this the example set by the head of the publicity department? Du Ping countered loudly. This confrontation left Yi Rong at an absolute disadvantage, and she had not anticipated that Du Ping would so publicly sever ties. Such matters could have been easily resolved in private. Pang Longjing's face flushed crimson. If Lao Wang Barbecue were deemed an old client, it would indicate that Yi Rong had violated regulations, and it would be unacceptable to expel her from the student council. Yet, if he classified them as new clients, the logic would falter, especially since Yi Rong had never convened a meeting regarding free sponsorship. If he were to outright deny Du Ping's claims now, how would the event proceed? Fearing that others might be disheartened, only Yi Rong's group remained in contention. Moreover, it would not reflect well if word got out. At that moment, Pang Longjing's face contorted in distress. Suddenly, Chen Lichuan broke the solemn atmosphere with an inappropriate laugh. Instantly discerning how to navigate the situation, he would transform it into an internal conflict, one that he could resolve himself. In simpler terms, he sought a scapegoat. With a decisive nudge of his knee against Wang Yuxiong, the latter rose with a grin and declared, "Allow me to say a few words regarding this matter." "Oh, go ahead." Pang Longjing, seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, turned to Chen Lichuan and eagerly inquired. "As for the sponsorship, Yi Rong had previously mentioned it to me. She asked me to relay this to Du Ping, but I neglected to do so. And I apologize for the discord this has caused between you two." After speaking, Wang Yuxiong bowed deeply in apology to both of them. "What?" In the next moment, Du Ping let out a howl, his incredulous gaze fixed upon Wang Yuxiong. "You didn't inform Du Ping?" Following this, Yi Rong, filled with fury, stood up and glared at Wang Yuxiong. Although she was merely playing a role, she could not comprehend why he would assist her in a matter that was disadvantageous to his own group. "I'm truly sorry." Wang Yuxiong repeatedly nodded in contrition. "I am aware of certain details." Chen Lichuan raised a hand and slowly stood up. "After the welcome party concluded, I went to the fruit shop with Senior Yi Rong. And coincidentally, our group leader was there as well. It was he who negotiated the free sponsorship with that merchant. This fruit store, however, is not on the inspection list by Team Zhou. We require Yi Rong to extend a favor in this regard." "Indeed," Wang Yuxiong affirmed with a nod. "Why didn't you communicate what was entrusted to you to Du Ping?" Yi Rong, rarely angry, shouted at Wang Yuxiong. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. It's all my fault." Wang Yuxiong shrank back, playing the role of the contrite subordinate convincingly. "Well, since this is a communication issue among you, it shall be resolved internally. Furthermore, if no sponsorship fee is provided, they will all be considered new clients." Pang Longjing finally found an exit strategy and remarked as he took a few steps toward the door, preparing to leave. "If there are no further issues, this meeting will conclude here." He posed the question primarily to Du Ping. Du Ping stood there, bewildered and silent, unable to grasp the situation. Had he misjudged the investigation? Yet, Wang Yuxiong had no reason to assist Yi Rong. "Dismissed," Pang Longjing called out before striding out of the classroom. The classroom soon buzzed with activity. Yet the atmosphere remained peculiar. Chen Lichuan sidled up to Yi Rong and whispered, "This is quite the predicament. I assent it. We must ensure that the fruit shop's allocation is granted to our group. Sister, our ambitions are modest. This is a mere client with a sponsorship fee of 500. We can hardly secure a new client ourselves, especially when Wang Fatty dozed off during the meeting." Finally, Chen Lichuan's expression bore a look of considerable grievance, while Yi Rong chuckled softly and nodded discreetly. Chapter 122. Three simpletons. An hour later, at the Dajiang Hot Pot restaurant, at the innermost six-person table, Yi Rong, Wang Yuxiong, Chen Lichuan, and Ma Xiaojun were engaged in conversation. "Yi Rong, let me make it clear. This meal should be on you, the little affluent lady, right? Both of us have fallen out with duping." Chen Lichuan inquired while holding the menu, casting a rather unseemly pleading glance at Wang Yuxiong. "Ha ha." Yi Rong was amused and gently nodded. "What's the matter? Order whatever you like. Li Jian, let us go for the expensive dishes and also open a bottle of Wulianya." Chen Lichuan, showing no restraint, promptly handed the menu to Li Quan, adding, "What else is there to order? It's unnecessary." Once Li Quan departed, Chen Lichuan began attending to Yi Rong, pouring her water while asserting, "We aren't asking for much, just a fruit shop. Is that too much to ask? If we can't even develop a new merchant, Director Pang will surely scold our team." "Indeed, Wang Yuxiong nodded gravely in agreement. Lichuan is busy every day at the hot pot restaurant. He hasn't given this matter any thought. You know my capabilities, Irong. I can only maintain our old clients. Director Pang has emphasized this so much. It's simply unacceptable not to have new merchants. All right, you can have the fruit shop as a client, Irong replied languidly. Glancing around the bustling hot pot restaurant, she turned to Chen Lichuan and smirked. With such a thriving business, you're reluctant to spend on sponsorship? It's not feasible. Chen Lichuan vehemently shook his head, adopting a pitiful expression. 1,000 yuan for a banner is meaningless. It's primarily to promote the milk tea shop. The other merchants are merely participating. Irong, we can't shortchange our own people, especially in the financial trade. Who doesn't know about Dajiang fishing? The buzz is already overwhelming. Further promotion seems redundant, Chen Lichuan added. That's true, Irong nodded thoughtfully, her brow slightly furrowed. The previous physical stores faced immense challenges. This year has only just begun to show signs of recovery. It's tough for anyone in business, particularly in the restaurant industry, where owners are short on funds. Expanding the client base is significantly harder than before. However, Chen Lichuan, Wang Yuxiong, and Ma Xiaojun evidently had little interest in this topic. As they continued to murmur among themselves, aren't there still 3 old clients? Chen Lichuan inquired. Yes, plus the fruit shop. That makes 4, which is acceptable. Wang Yuxiong confirmed. Team leader, aren't you being a bit too lenient with your nap? Ma Xiaojun quipped. The trio chuckled in unison. Irong shook her head with a light laugh, no longer considering them as competitors. Moreover, since the grouping began, they hadn't genuinely pursued any clients. Chen Lichuan, you are quite impressive. The service model of Dajiang Fishing might evolve into a unique dining brand. Irong shifted the conversation, propping her chin on her palm. Gazing at Chen Lichuan with genuine interest, her large, expressive eyes seemingly capable of speaking. Dining centered around service is not yet embraced by the market. Look at Qin Ma and Little Fat Sheep. They don't operate under such a model, and their operational costs are quite high, Chen Lichuan casually remarked. I've heard of a hot pot brand that resembles your model, though it lacks the extravagance of your service. My father has been contemplating investing in a dining brand, but he hasn't made a decision yet. It would have been great to invest in your establishment, Irong said, slightly raising an eyebrow, intentionally broaching the subject of investment to gauge Chen Lichuan's reaction. Senior, your remarkable abilities are truly commendable. You possess an extraordinary talent for discerning value. Here I am. This hidden gem buried so deeply, yet you have unearthed it. At that moment, Chen Lichuan, brimming with excitement, stood up and approached the small ingredient station to assist Irong. Just then, Lichuan arrived with some dishes. Subsequently, he placed the small ingredients in front of Irong, and Chen Lichuan, with a serious demeanor, began to boast. If your father invests in me, with our model, it's not just about opening 10 or 20 branches in the bustling metropolis. We must aim for a national scale. He chuckled. No wonder I feel such a connection with you. We're practically family. As the lamb cooked to perfection, Chen Lichuan hurriedly served Irong, displaying an exaggerated eagerness. Come, indulge in the lamb. It's at its most tender now. His demeanor was overtly sycophantic. Irong, feeling awkward, offered a brief smile. But she had no intention of prolonging the conversation. She was acutely aware of Chen Lichuan's unreliability, had he exhibited a modicum of restraint in his reactions. She might have been inclined to learn more. However, her desire to even hear about his plans had dissipated. It was merely the success of a single restaurant, nothing more. After enjoying her meal, Irong decided to settle the bill and depart. Lacking a common topic of conversation, she inwardly criticized the 3 men for their audacity. They ordered a bottle of Wulianya, but ended up with a bill for 3. Chen Lichuan shamelessly remarked, let us save it for later. They had reached such a level of entitlement, Irong mused as she categorized Chen Lichuan. After settling the bill of over 400, she left promptly while Chen Lichuan, Wang Yuxiong, and Ma Xiaojun continued to dine. Noticing her exit, Chen Lichuan hurriedly followed her outside. Irong, you must take the investment seriously. We can negotiate the shares later, but we need to act swiftly. The competition is fierce. He clung to Irong's arm, reeking of alcohol, as he spoke. Of course, I'll have a thorough discussion with my father when I return. Also, regarding the fruit shop, have Wang Yuxiong contact me tomorrow. I'll take him to the meeting. Irong shook off Chen Lichuan's arm and hurriedly said a few words before departing briskly. Pressing the car key, a Porsche shimmered in the darkness, and she elegantly took her seat. Irong, drive safely. Chen Lichuan foolishly chased after the car for a few steps. As the sleek vehicle vanished into the night, Irong muttered angrily within the confines of her car, what a delusion. Who does he think he is? Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan's expression darkened with resentment. What was he thinking? Just because business is thriving, he believes he can partake? Dream on. Prior to the establishment of a substantial scale for Dajiang Restaurant Company, any investment would be exceedingly trivial, and Chen Lichuan would certainly not entertain such notions. Moreover, once cash flow was established, ample avenues for loans would become available. Upon returning to the restaurant, the three continued their conversation. Suddenly, Chen Lichuan produced 400 yuan, distributing 200 to both Wang Yuxiong and Ma Xiaojun. Aren't you both in computer science? Stop playing games every day? This afternoon, I discussed the forum with you. I need you both to hire more online commentators to elevate the post's visibility. Chen Lichuan spoke with a grave expression. Of course, this is merely a preliminary expense. You know my character. As long as it drives traffic, money is negotiable. For new openings, I can offer you equity, provided we can boost the post's popularity. Two individuals clutched their money tightly, their eyes ablaze with fervor, and in unison exclaimed, "All right, Brother Chuan." Half an hour later, Ma Xiaojun and Wang Yuxiong arrived at dormitory 607 to inspect the cleanliness. They were acquainted with Liang Jingshan and the others, all of whom were amiable. However, today it was Zhou Kaikai's turn for duty, and the sanitation issues were simply unacceptable. The trash bin at the entrance overflowed with refuse. "Hee, let me take a look," Liang Jingshan said, somewhat embarrassed, volunteering to take on Brother Chuan's cleaning duties in the future. It was his turn to sweep, and just as he picked up the broom, Chen Lichuan happened to walk in. "Could you lend a hand and dispose of the trash at the entrance?" Chen Lichuan casually remarked, glancing at the bag of rubbish. "Is this really a problem?" Wang Yuxiong exclaimed dramatically, grabbing the trash bag and promptly exiting, leaving Liang Jingshan and Shun Yiming in a state of astonishment. Chapter 123. The two who perform a duet from Monday to Friday. The daily revenue of Dajianglo consistently hovers just above 10,000, with the lowest at 7,000. On weekends, it can surge past 20,000. Initially, the novelty, such as the song "Please Don't Be Angry," captivated audiences, but as the excitement waned, the charm faded. Returning to a state of normalcy, particularly as Dajianglo's positioning is not particularly economical. Lichuan has indeed demonstrated commendable capability, successfully instilling the service ethos among all the staff. Regarding the forum activities, Wang Yuxiong and Ma Xiaojun persistently employed internet trolls to promote their posts, yet the efficacy was negligible. The internet was not widely accessible, with most netizens engrossed in games like Lao Tzu. Furthermore, Dajianglo had yet to establish a substantial presence. Even if it gained online traction, it would not possess the fervor characteristic of a viral sensation in 2022. Nonetheless, this strategy must be sustained, as gradual responses will accumulate. It represents a cost-free advertisement. At this juncture, hiring internet trolls was relatively inexpensive, with each receiving around 200 yuan, keeping Wang Yuxiong and Ma Xiaojun perpetually occupied. In 2005, Renren began its ascent, gaining immense popularity across various universities, making it a viable platform for advertisements. However, by then, the rapid growth of Taobao had also commenced, embarking on a high-speed journey destined to create extraordinary wealth. The location of the milk tea shop had always posed a dilemma, primarily targeting students from the Financial Trade Institute. Thus, proximity to the institute's entrance was paramount. After a period of assessment, only the rice bowl shop directly across from Dajianglo proved suitable. Yet, negotiations with the female owner of the rice bowl shop extended until mid-November, when Yang Cuifang reluctantly extended 2 fingers. "There are still over 6 months of rent to pay, plus the transfer fee. We cannot discuss anything below 20,000. Yang Cuifang cast a sidelong glance at Chen Lichuan before turning away, vigorously scooping the stir-fried vegetables from the iron basin as lunchtime approached, grumbling, "This price is still negotiable with you. For others, it would be at least 25,000. Hee, Sister Yang, that's too high," Chen Lichuan chuckled. Even if he favored this shop, he couldn't play the fool for a mere 25 square meter establishment with a poor layout. Even 15,000 would be considered exorbitant. "Too high? You should consider how close my shop is to the Financial Trade Institute," Yang Cuifang retorted sharply. However, to speak truthfully, she harbored her own desire to sell. The workload was exhausting, and the business was not as prosperous as anticipated. It merely reflects Chen Lichuan's eagerness to capitalize on every opportunity to extract additional funds, regardless of the declining business, which he must still portray as thriving. However, the reputation of this rice bowl dish is indeed dismal within the financial academy. "Sister Yang, you cannot assert that. The stall of that restaurant is closer to the school, and the prices vary. Your establishment is truly ill-suited for the culinary trade." Chen Lichuan approached Yang Cuifang, assisting her with menial tasks, his chatter incessant, You would be better off working at the school cafeteria. As neighbors, we ought to lend a helping hand. I have connections at the school. And if you are considering renting a stall, I can inquire on your behalf. Moreover, your reputation is not particularly stellar. It would be wiser to relocate and start anew. Yang Cuifeng's eyes sparkled with interest. Renting a stall at the cafeteria was indeed a commendable idea. But could Chen Lichuan truly have connections? It was possible, after all. Figures like Captain Zhou were his relatives. Yet, even with this thought stirring within her, Yang Cuifeng remained reluctant, pouting, I am quite fond of my business. It's flourishing before my eyes. Business people are all the same. No matter how honest they appear, few are genuinely sincere. The buyer is often less shrewd than the seller. As students gradually trickled into the restaurant, Chen Lichuan mentioned again, 15,000. Sister, I am genuinely sincere. This price is quite reasonable. He then fell silent, assisting Yang Cuifeng with the work. Given that it was Saturday, the lunch business for the rice bowl dish was relatively good. And soon several small tables were filled with patrons. Yang Cuifeng cast a meaningful glance at Chen Lichuan, her exaggerated expression suggesting, look how well my business is doing. However, Chen Lichuan remained silent, his gaze lowered. Among the patrons were familiar faces. Old Su and Qin Yiding occupied one table, while Wang Yuxiong and Ma Xiaojun were at another. Zhou Kaikai sat alone at yet another table. Initially, everything seemed normal, the students engrossed in their meals. Yang Cuifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. Thinking it fortuitous that Chen Lichuan was present, the turnout was greater than usual. Suddenly, a voice of discontent rang out. Oh dear, why is there hair in the rice? That is absolutely disgusting. Su Wantong stood up, her expression exaggerated, loudly questioning Yang Cuifeng. What? That shouldn't be. Yang Cuifeng, perplexed, walked over to inspect the rice bowl. And indeed, there was hair. Such occurrences are inevitable. I will get you a fresh serving, Auntie said apologetically. I'm not eating this. It's revolting. Su Wantong shouted, leaving the small restaurant without settling her bill. I'm not eating either, Qin Yiding echoed, placing their money on the table before exiting. Before Yang Cuifeng could react, others at the adjacent table began to rise in protest. Is this excessive? There was hair in one bowl, which could be a coincidence. But why is there hair in my meal too? Ma Xiaojun exclaimed, his expression one of disgust. He threw the money onto the table and exited rudely, muttering, this is truly revolting. I will never return. Wang Yuxiong, sharing the table, also set down his chopsticks and followed suit. At this moment, Yang Cuifeng's expression had darkened considerably. Come, give me an explanation. Suddenly, Zhou Kaikai sprang to his feet, his face contorted with anger, and strode towards Yang Cuifeng, brandishing the rice dish as if to confront her. What on earth is this? Running a small business isn't easy. Have some understanding, I truly apologize. Chen Lichuan hurriedly intervened, pulling Zhou Kaikai aside. There's a significant hygiene issue. Prepare for a report. Zhou Kaikai threatened, brandishing his phone before departing. Though he couldn't deny the poor quality of the meal, such commotion deterred the students waiting at the entrance, who hesitated and ultimately decided against entering. Sister Yang, do not worry. I'll speak to Team Zhou on your behalf, and it shouldn't lead to a shutdown, Chen Lichuan offered, appearing to comfort her. Yet his words bore a resemblance to a threat, as he assisted in tidying up the dishes. Following this, Yang Cuifeng fell silent, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Meanwhile, within the finance and trade department, Su Wantong lamented, oh, that poor auntie looks so miserable. Chen Lichuan is truly wicked. I wish I could strike him. She felt a pang of guilt. Yet you still assist Chen Lichuan. How many lies have you spun for him? Back when you both started school, you performed a duet every day. Qin Yiding scoffed, pulling Su Wantong's arm, her demeanor shifting to one of intrigue. By the way, during that last visit to the class monitor's hot pot restaurant, you mentioned that Chen Lichuan has someone he fancies. Surely that wasn't merely a performance, was it? Su Wantong's mouth fell open, her long hair blown into her face by the wind, and she quickly bowed her head to spit it out. It couldn't possibly be Qi Siyao, could it? Qin Yiding speculated. Yes, Su Wantong nodded, her hair swaying, partially concealing her delicate features. Indeed, Chen Lichuan has liked Qi Siyao for quite a long time. Xiao Chun, 15,000 is acceptable, but you must assist me in resolving the matter with the finance and trade restaurant stall. Otherwise, where do you expect me to work? Yang Cuifeng finally relented, acknowledging that this price was indeed reasonable. All right, that's settled, but let me be clear, Sister Yang, the stalls currently in the restaurant do not come cheap. Chen Lichuan replied earnestly. Of course, when renting someone else's premises, one ought to mention it. I understand. Haha, Xiao Chun, thank you in advance. She laughed. For what? We're like family. I'll promote you at the New Year's Gala at an internal rate of 500. This business will thrive. Really? Haha, Xiao Chen. I knew you were a genuine person, she exclaimed, her joy evident. The people in my place are all sincere. Subsequently, Yang Cuifeng affectionately linked her arm with Chen Lichuan's, and they conversed merrily, finalizing the price of 15,000. They even expanded to include a new vendor, a task that seemed daunting to others, yet was remarkably straightforward for Chen Lichuan. Around 6:30 in the evening, having purchased groceries and brought some fermented tofu sauce, Chen Lichuan arrived at his mentor's home. Their relationship had grown quite close, akin to family. Upon entering, he headed straight for the kitchen, effortlessly placing the sauce in the refrigerator. The most delighted was little Doe, who finally had the chance to escape his mother's cooking, joyfully bouncing around the house until he eventually settled down, much to Cheng Yuan's irritation. 40 minutes later, a table laden with exquisite dishes was ready, particularly a fish that resembled a work of art, crafted by Chef Liu, knowing that Cheng Yuan had a penchant for fish. From the outset, Chen Lichuan had invested considerable effort into his relationship with Li Chunqin. Come, Lichuan, let us share a drink. Li Chunqin produced a glass. Having grown accustomed to enjoying a drink with Chen Lichuan, their bond had deepened significantly. Indeed, let's. Chen Lichuan seized the moutai and promptly poured the wine, refusing to let Li Chunqin serve. After a glass was consumed, they chatted amiably while dining, when Li Chunqin broached the topic of the small storefront at the supermarket entrance. Lichuan, I inquired on your behalf. That space is available for rent, but the price is rather steep, akin to that of a restaurant stall. Furthermore, since the utilities are connected to the supermarket, your operating hours must align with theirs, and you cannot sell the same items as the supermarket. Otherwise, it would be unfair to those paying such high rent. Thank you, teacher. I assure you, I will not sell the same items as the supermarket. Chen Lichuan promptly vowed. And after half a month, the matter was finally settled. Teacher, allow me to toast to you once more. Chen Lichuan rose to pour another glass, respectfully presenting it with both hands before drinking it all in one go. Previously, other classmates had mocked Chen Lichuan for seemingly lacking dignity in his efforts to please his mentor, yet the benefits he reaped remained unseen by them. Chapter 124. Appearing to follow the natural course. Lichuan, what do you intend to do with that storefront? Cheng Yuan casually inquired, yet she was genuinely intrigued by the topic, as the innovative approach of Dajiang Seafood had left a profound impression on her. Teacher's wife, I plan to open a milk tea shop, Chen Lichuan replied earnestly, setting down his chopsticks. A milk tea shop? Is it pearl milk tea? Cheng Yuan chuckled lightly. Coconut jelly pearl milk tea is quite popular in the Magic City. I shall not make pearl milk tea. Chen Lichuan resolutely shook his head. The incident in 2008 regarding plasticizers and pearls had led to a significant backlash. And while the subsequent pearls produced were undoubtedly of high quality, the market had since prioritized profit. Chen Lichuan, possessing a conscience, could not profit from such means. The restaurant industry relies on the accumulation of long-term reputation. Once tarnished, one is bound to be eliminated from the market, which explains the frequent turnover of brands in the milk tea sector. Thus, adding pearls to the ingredients would have to wait until a later time, as it was currently inappropriate. Moreover, without innovation, the offerings would be too monotonous. Not making pearl milk tea? Cheng Yuan, hearing Chen Lichuan's response, became increasingly curious about his unique ideas, akin to the intricacies of a four-square grid. Then what do you plan to include? Only coconut jelly? Wouldn't that be too simplistic? Cheng Yuan quickly inquired. Similar to tea shops, the additional ingredients can be quite complex, primarily including pudding, grass jelly, crushed peanuts, coconut jelly, raisins, red beans, and so forth. For the pricier options, one might add cheese cream or whipped cream, Chen Lichuan elaborated. In his previous life, Chen Lichuan had primarily engaged in the franchise model within the milk tea industry, having earned his first substantial profit from a hot-selling item on Taobao, subsequently transitioning into this field to achieve a certain degree of financial independence. That sounds quite complex. Can you ensure the flavor? Cheng Yuan, filled with curiosity, continued to inquire. It should be feasible. The evolution of flavors will likely head towards diversification, with the current aim being the horizontal expansion of various niche categories. Chen Lichuan nodded in agreement. I am quite eager to know, will there be a taro flavor? Cheng Yuan asked, her appetite momentarily forgotten. If you enjoy taro, I can specially concoct a taro milk flavor just for you. Chen Lichuan flattered, his charming words eliciting a smile from Cheng Yuan. After spending considerable time together, Cheng Yuan had grown closer to Chen Lichuan than Li Chunin. What will the store be called? Li Chunin inquired with a smile. Mad City Auntie. Mad City Auntie. The couple echoed in unison, pondering the uniqueness of the name, which set it apart from the trendy milk tea shops of the moment, distinctive and unconventional. Chen Lichuan chuckled as he explained. Then I shall eagerly await your milk tea. Cheng Yuan concluded the discussion, picking up her chopsticks to eat, her mind wandering to the prospect of milk tea, perhaps a new investment direction. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. In Chen Yuan's eyes, Chen Lichuan's endeavors appeared minuscule. Aligning with Yi Rong's perspective, Chen Lichuan continued to share a drink with his mentor, transitioning from strangers to acquaintances, and then to offering small assistance. Everything seemed to flow naturally. There are always murmurs of admiration. If it weren't for a benefactor supporting him, would he have risen? Unbeknownst to them, the benefactor's assistance is selective. Why should they lend their support to him? Teacher, a relative of mine wishes to rent a stall in the restaurant to sell rice dishes. Could you assist in inquiring? Chen Lichuan seized the moment to ask. Of course. No hesitation at all, Li Chunin readily agreed. Recalling that Pang Longzhong had previously inquired about whether any relatives or friends were interested in such opportunities. For Li Chunin, such benefits were unnecessary. He preferred to assist this young man, Lichuan. Is your relative currently in Mad City? Have them come to the school tomorrow to meet me. We can sign the contract directly. There are only a few stalls left, so if they wish to proceed, they must act quickly. Li Chunin proactively inquired. Yes, Teacher Li. I will have her come to see you tomorrow, Chen Lichuan responded, taken aback by the favor. Lichuan, it's nothing, just a simple request, Li Chunin remarked casually. Considering the preferential treatment he extended to Chen Lichuan. Thus, Li Chunin dialed Pang Longzheng's number in front of Chen Lichuan, reserving a stall on the second floor. The subsequent conversation among the group was quite casual. After enjoying their meal, Chen Lichuan ventured to the kitchen, insisting on washing the dishes. Lichuan, it's getting late. You should head back. I'll take care of it. Chen Yuan hurriedly approached the kitchen to pull him away. I'll do it. I've always washed the dishes at home. Teacher. You go accompany Xiao Dou. Chen Lichuan, tall and robust, playfully pushed Chen Yuan out. He then proceeded to wash the dishes thoroughly, leaving the cabinets gleaming, and even mopped the floors inside and out. Ah, Lichuan, you rascal, truly unnecessary. Chen Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's all right, mother, Chen Lichuan replied earnestly. The couple could not dissuade him, and suddenly, the sound of a door shutting interrupted the moment. Chen Yuan and Li Chunqin assumed he had left without a word. However, 20 minutes later, Chen Lichuan returned, carrying a basin. It turned out he had gone downstairs to assist in cleaning Li Chunqin's car. By the time he departed, it was already past 10 o'clock. Strolling through the dazzling nightscape of the metropolis, he marveled at the city's rapid evolution. His gaze eventually drifted into the vibrant nightlife, stirring memories of emotional entanglements from his previous life. As he walked further away, the feeling of love seemed to fade. Only wealth brought a sense of security, and choices and partners became increasingly transactional. What can you offer me? What value can you create? He felt utterly numb. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone broke his reverie. It was a call from Ma Xiaoqiao, who had been on a business trip in Wan City for nearly half a month. Brother Chuan, we've largely finalized discussions with the food suppliers. They will provide the raw materials and will do their utmost to cooperate. But the ingredients you mentioned need your presence to finalize, Ma Xiaoqiao said urgently, with the sound of machinery clattering in the background, indicating he was still at the food factory. All right, I'll request some time off and come over as soon as possible. You've worked hard during this time, Chen Lichuan replied with a smile. No worries. Just remember to inform me ahead of time once you set a date, so I can schedule a meeting with their manager, Ma Xiaoqiao reminded him. Gradually becoming more reliable in his dealings, Chen's influence on him was profound. Understood. Let us proceed with that, Chen Lichuan concluded, hastily ending the call. Chapter 125. A few words to say. Had it not been for Li Chunqin's phone call to Pang Longzhong, the restaurant stalls would have been entirely leased out. Yang Suifang had been reminded of this throughout the contract signing process. Once she emerged, a broad smile graced her face, her heart secretly jubilant. The business of rice bowls was notoriously difficult, and she felt she had stumbled upon a tremendous bargain. Walking briskly, this was her first time entering the realm of finance and trade. Old Su. As Chen Lichuan descended from the dormitory, he encountered Su Wantong, who had purchased an oversized top that draped down to her knees, accentuating her petite stature, despite her height of 1.60 meters. Where are you headed? Chen Lichuan inquired casually, walking alongside her. Old Su, you've called me that so often that the whole class has adopted it. It's quite annoying. Su Wantong shot him a disapproving glance, clearly displeased. Come now, it's just a term of endearment, Chen Lichuan replied lightly. His rapport with Su Wantong had evolved into a camaraderie akin to that of close friends. Especially that night when they encountered the cat, after clarifying a few matters. He could distinctly sense that Su Wantong's feelings for him had gradually diminished. They both understood the unspoken change, yet neither had the courage to address it directly. The transformation in Su Wantong's attitude toward Chen Lichuan was glaringly evident. The true reason that Su Wantong chose to withdraw was not merely the words of Chen Lichuan at that moment. I took a leave on Monday. Remember to inform the minter, as I am going to find Qi Siyao, Su Wantong stated. What? You didn't notify the minter in advance? Chen Lichuan asked, furrowing his brow in concern. It's just for one day. A simple heads up would suffice. Other students do the same, Su Wantong replied defiantly. Given Li Chuanqin's youth and amiable temperament, the increasingly audacious behavior of some classmates was entirely disrespectful. As Chen Lichuan was about to respond, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Xiao Chen, Lichuan. It was Yang Cuifeng, approaching with a beaming smile. Oh, Cuifeng, has the contract been finalized? Chen Lichuan affectionately wrapped his arm around Yang Cuifeng's shoulder, addressing her with warmth. However, upon seeing her, Su Wantong hurriedly lowered her head, concealing her face with her long hair. She had just made a scene in her shop the previous day, deliberately sabotaging the business. What if she was recognized? Her primary concern was jeopardizing Lichuan's affairs. That was crucial. It's signed. Oh, Xiao Chen, I'm so grateful. The person handling it kept saying I was lucky. And that was the last one available. But I know it wasn't just luck. You must have pleaded with quite a few people for my sake, Yang Cuifeng exclaimed excitedly. Sister, as neighbors, if I can help, I will. We should finalize the transfer contract for your shop shortly, Chen Lichuan said, as he and Yang Cuifeng moved swiftly together. While Su Wantong lagged behind, her head bowed. Yes. We'll sign it soon. Yang Cuifeng nodded emphatically. Old Su, I'm heading off now. You know, give the minter a call and properly request your leave. Remember what I said? Chen Lichuan suddenly turned around, startling Su Wantong, who quickly turned to respond before he and Cuifeng departed with purpose. How foolish, Su Wantong muttered to herself, watching Chen Lichuan's retreating figure, pouting in annoyance. Thankfully, she was clever enough. If recognized, it would have caused trouble. Suddenly, she smiled again, finding Chen Lichuan amusing for embracing that Andy. After a while of walking slowly, Su Wantong obediently took out her phone and called her minter to request leave. Just after finishing the call, she noticed Qi Siyao watching her from a distance. He appeared despondent, his eyes bloodshot. Ever since that night he was rejected, he had succumbed to a downward spiral, engrossed in gaming. Can we have a proper conversation? Qi Siyao asked, his gaze pleading as he looked at Su Wantong, resembling a lost child searching for home. All right, Su Wantong nodded, her heart softening in that moment. After all, they had known each other for so long, and she felt a twinge of compassion. The two then walked slowly, their elongated shadows intertwining, much like other couples on campus. Wantong, even if you are unwilling to accept me, can we at least remain friends? You don't speak to me when we meet, and you deliberately avoid me. We've known each other for so long, haven't we? Qi Siyao spoke, his tone so humble it evoked pity. Of course we are friends. Xu Wantong nodded in affirmation. No matter how acerbic she had been in the past, an aversion remained an aversion, and at that moment, she could not utter any biting remarks. Is this enough? We can still dine together like before and dance at the New Year's gala, right? Rest assured, Wantong. I will certainly adjust my attitude and play the role of a good friend, Qi Siyao declared with a voice brimming with joy, akin to that of a child. Simply because Su Wantong had just nodded. Please, Qi Siyao, refrain from speaking to me in that manner. It's quite awkward. Just be normal, as we were before. Su Wantong replied earnestly, feeling discomfort by his humble demeanor, which was difficult for her to accept. All right, I understand. How about we have lunch together at noon, Wantong? Qi Siyao hastily inquired again. Fine, Su Wantong nodded in agreement, remembering she still needed to pack a meal for Qin Yiding. Qi Siyao finally smiled broadly, contemplating the pursuit of Su Wantong further. Who knows, he might succeed after all. 15,000, which is roughly the equivalent of a year's rent plus transfer fees. Truly a bargain. Sister, you are quite the straightforward person. You have greatly assisted me, and I will surely part with my hard-earned money. Yang Cuifeng exclaimed as she patted Chen Lichuan's shoulder, her tone filled with heartfelt sincerity. Sister Yang, please, you have no idea how many people I had to plead with. This matter is no easy task. Do you know who your stall was originally intended for? The director's relative. Chen Lichuan exaggerated, his eyebrows raised, conveying his grievances. After signing the contract, the burden in his heart was finally lifted. Chen Lichuan added, Sister, there's a dinner gathering tonight. You must come. Old Wang and Yang Maoshu will be there. We need to ensure they sing your praises for helping with this matter. The evening gathering was indeed intended to secure sponsorship from new merchants. Of course, I shall attend. Rest assured, I know what to say. Regarding the sponsorship, I can give you the 500 yuan right now, Yang Cuifeng declared, reaching for her wallet. Wait, sister, this requires a unified contract signing. It's all for your benefit. Please, sit down and allow me to explain a few things, Chen Lichuan urged, guiding Yang Cuifang to sit on a stool. In the afternoon, the two conversed for a full hour. Chapter 126. Quite unremarkable, the gathering at the Hunan restaurant had been orchestrated by Zhao Maoshu well in advance. By 6 o'clock, he had begun calling each of the shop owners, his tone exceedingly enthusiastic. Naturally, this gathering consisted solely of new shop owners. Old Wang, come on over quickly. Didn't you hire a child for the shop? Hurry up, we are waiting for you. Boss Wu, when you come, bring a grilled fish from your shop. Don't worry, the liquor is prepared. Wolyangya, is the cake shop still in business tonight? All the dishes are ready, move quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Maoshu darted into the kitchen to discuss matters with the head chef, ensuring that ample food was prepared. After all, it was essential that the owners were well fed and satisfied, especially since they were to be persuaded to part with their money. Currently, Zhao's relationship with Xiao Chun was exceptionally cordial, and the team leader's attitude towards him was commendable. Everything was negotiable. What was the reason behind this? There was no need for further elaboration. As the clock approached 7, the largest private room in the Hunan restaurant was filled with guests, with an extra stool added to the arrangement. Zhao Maoshu found it perplexing that Xiao Chun had brought Yang Huifang along. This woman had a notorious reputation on the street, known for finance and trade. She was known to be miserly, always seeking to benefit at others' expense, while mercilessly berating those who dared to take advantage of her. Her sharp tongue and profit-driven demeanor had left a lasting impression on her neighbors. Particularly affected was Shi Lili from the Ni cake shop, who found the garbage from Yang Cuifang's family frequently piled in front of her store. Despite repeated complaints, the situation remained unchanged, leading to several heated arguments. Shi Lili bore the brunt of the insults, and Yang Cuifang only became more emboldened, leaving her feeling aggrieved. With no way to win the quarrel, she could only hope that this troublesome woman would soon depart. Everyone knew Sister Yang from the rice bowl shop. There was no need for introductions. They had just encountered her and decided to come together. Let us get acquainted, Chen Lichuan said with a beaming smile, rising to uncork a bottle of wine. Zhao Maoshu quickly echoed this sentiment, calling for additional sets of utensils, while the others nodded along, acknowledging the connections that Chen Lichuan had. However, Shi Lili wore a displeased expression, not bothering to lift her gaze. Truth be told, had she known Yang Cuifang would be present, she would have certainly concocted an excuse to stay away. This scene did not go unnoticed by the others, who exchanged a few awkward smiles. Come, everyone. Let us see if Boss Wu's grilled fish is more delectable than our sweet fish, Zhao Maoshu said, attempting to lighten the mood as he picked up his chopsticks and pointed at the fish. Soon, others followed suit. After a few bites and some light conversation, it was time for the first toast, and Zhao Maoshu, having previously worked in the system before venturing into business, was well versed in such customs. I organized this gathering to foster familiarity with our neighbors, to strengthen our bonds for future mutual support. Moreover, I wish to express my gratitude to Xiao Chun. As he spoke, Zhao Maoshu turned to Chen Lichuan, his expression serious, and raised his glass to drink. Chen Lichuan promptly reciprocated, filling each glass to the brim. Since the new store opened, there have been countless matters to oversee, especially in terms of inspections, and Xiao Chun has been an immense help, Zhao Maoshu continued. Indeed. Here's to you, Xiao Chun. He raised his glass again. I also raise a toast to you. In that moment, everyone lifted their glasses in tribute to Chen Lichuan. But we cannot do it this way. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Now we share the closest of relationships, and I am always willing to lend a hand. So let us drink together, Chen Lichuan said, laying the groundwork for a request he would soon make, ensuring they would feel reluctant to refuse. As everyone downed their drinks and set their glasses down, the atmosphere grew more familiar. Although they often saw each other, they had never shared a meal at the same table, having exchanged only a few casual remarks in passing. After savoring a few bites of the dish, Chen Lichuan furrowed his brow slightly and, with a serious expression, addressed Zhao Maoshu, saying, Brother Zhao, I must correct you on something. It is not merely your arrangement of this gathering that warrants appreciation, but rather the fact that everyone has carved out time from their busy schedules to join this occasion, which reflects our friendship towards you. To be frank, the hot pot restaurant is bustling at the moment. With a single statement, Chen Lichuan alleviated the discomfort that had been swelling within the group. Zhao Maoshu's tone earlier had carried an air of authority, as if orchestrating this gathering was a notable achievement deserving of gratitude from all. Chen Lichuan articulated what was on everyone's minds with remarkable perceptiveness. Indeed, Zhao, if it weren't for Xiao Chen's presence, who would care for your meal during the peak hours of the grilled fish restaurant? The owner, Wu Zhong, jestingly scolded. I'm in a rush to grill skewers. Old Wang chimed in immediately. Who says cake shops have no business at night? Coming here is truly for your sake. Old Zhao. Sure, Lily feigned reproach. The group collectively expressed their grievances towards Yang Maoshu, compelling him to apologize repeatedly. After several rounds of drinks, their anger subsided, and the atmosphere genuinely brightened. As they continued to eat and drink, the conversation flowed freely, touching on the challenges of business, financial pressures, and briefly mentioning sponsorship from the school. There's this woman, stunningly beautiful, like a celebrity, yet utterly lacking in awareness, constantly asking me for sponsorship. What use is that? Wu Zhong's tone turned sharp, clearly directing his ire towards Liang Ruru. It might hold some value for old Wang and the others, as many are engaged in street barbecue. But what significance does it have for us large establishments? Another owner interjected, frowning. However, business is becoming increasingly manageable. The dining market is reviving. Wu Go. Your grilled fish is truly commendable. Chen Lichuan shifted the topic, clinking glasses with Wu Zhong, after which the group began discussing the market trends. Yang Cuifang, unable to contain her delight, was heartily eating when, in a moment of enthusiasm, she suddenly stood up, declaring, "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. I must raise a toast to Xiao Chun." The crowd paused to look at the two, wondering if it was still about the inspection, secretly thinking it unnecessary to make such a formal gesture. A simple clink of glasses would suffice. Why go to such lengths? It felt almost as if she were belittling herself. Sister Yang, there's no need for that. Please, sit down, Chen Lichuan urged, tugging at Yang Cuifang's arm. But she shook off his hand, her emotions escalating. This is no trivial matter, Yang Cuifang asserted emphatically, and after a brief pause, she continued. The business of rice bowls has been persistently poor, and I've been quite troubled by it. Recently, I learned of a stall in the financial trade restaurant that also sells rice bowls, and though their flavor doesn't surpass mine, they're raking in 3,000 to 4,000 in pure profit each month. So, I've been contemplating renting a stall there. Alas, I've been inquiring for over a month, and still haven't secured a spot. I'm not exaggerating. There isn't a single stall left in the financial trade restaurant. At this point, Yang Cuifang clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. As she cast another deep glance at Xiao Chun. Yesterday, I casually inquired of Xiao Chun whether he could assist me with a matter. To my surprise, with a mere phone call, he resolved the issue, and this morning, we signed the contract at school. Xiao Chun, Yang Cuifang exclaimed, clutching Chen Lichuan's arm tightly. This is not a trivial matter for my sister. It is a lifeline for my family. Upon finishing her words, Yang Cuifang raised her glass high and downed 3 shots in quick succession. Had Chen Lichuan not intervened to restrain her, she would likely have continued drinking. Sister Yang, I truly cannot accept such generosity. Our neighbors need not go to such lengths, Chen Lichuan urged, pulling Yang Cuifang back into her seat. To me, it was merely a simple matter. If I did not secure the spot for you, it would merely benefit others. Please, do not feel this way. Such light-hearted remarks, however, resonated differently in the ears of others. Who exactly was Chen Lichuan? The connections he possessed were evidently formidable. To accomplish such a significant task with a few words was indeed remarkable. Yet, it was not surprising that a 400-square-meter hotpot restaurant could be established so effortlessly. Given its excellent service philosophy and thriving business, surely aided by familial support. Meanwhile, at a restaurant in Ning County, business had been particularly challenging lately. Oh, business has been tough, Su Binjiang lamented as he and his wife dined with the Lichuan family. Ever since the incident involving Biaozi, the two families had grown quite close. Since Qi Hongji's resignation and departure from Ning County, Su Wanbin's path had become increasingly arduous. My business is difficult to manage. I barely earn enough from installations, and my son spends money extravagantly, racking up thousands in just a few months. Lichuan also wore a troubled expression. By the year's end, how can I afford a new car? Just maintaining the stall is a challenge. However, the trend of home appliance subsidies is undeniable, with overproduction. The appliance industry has become quite challenging, especially for traditional small shops in county towns. My daughter, too, spends recklessly, alas. She only knows how to play games and purchase game credits, Su Binjiang continued to lament, revealing his daughter's shortcomings under the influence of alcohol. His main concern was the workers' wages, as repayments were continually delayed, causing immense worry. If it remained unresolved by year-end, he might have to sell his car to pay salaries. Nioli expressed her concerns, stating that Qi Hongji's departure had a significant impact on the Su family's business, far too great indeed. Yet, once a person leaves, especially after resigning rather than transferring, who remembers who you are? Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Su Wantong felt inexplicably unsettled, pouting in silent frustration. She had previously instructed her parents to speak highly of her in front of Uncle Chun, highlighting her domestic skills, understanding nature, and good character, even mentioning her cooking. What was going on? She felt quite uncomfortable. No, I should call Dad in a bit, she thought, feeling her mood souring. Qin Yiding urged her to quickly prepare for battle, forming a team, prompting Su Wantong to refocus her thoughts as the two resumed their playful antics at the computer. In the private room of the Hunan restaurant, everyone continued to eat, drink, and chat, yet the attitude of all present, including Zhao Maoshu, towards Chen Lichuan had subtly shifted. It was essential to cultivate good relations, as one never knows when one might need assistance. The financial and trade restaurant stall had become highly sought after. Xiao Chun was indeed exceptional. Chapter 127. The Conspiracy of the Group. Xiao Li, she began, previously, I often presented you with challenges. I admit my fault. And I sincerely apologize. Let me raise a toast to you. Afterwards, Yang Cuifeng took the initiative to apologize, which caught Shi Lili by surprise. However, when a sharp-tongued individual humbles themselves to admit their faults, it often leads kind-hearted people to forgive more readily. Sister, it's nothing. I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it. I wish you prosperous business at your stall, Shi Lili said generously, raising her glass to clink with Yang Cuifeng's, allowing their grievances to dissipate like smoke. They continued their conversation when Wu Zhong suddenly stood up, placing a tender piece of fish into Chen Lichuan's dish. Smiling as he said, Lichuan, the grilled fish tastes quite good, doesn't he? You should come by the grill more often. I'll personally cook for you. Wu Zhong's flattering gesture was unmistakable to everyone present. Certainly, my brother. You are too kind. We are all in this together. Chen Lichuan emphasized the words together with great weight before raising his glass for a toast with everyone. Once he set his glass down, his demeanor turned solemn as he declared loudly, seizing this opportunity, I have an important matter to discuss with you all. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on Chen Lichuan. The topic was once again the sponsorship of the Financial and Trade New Year Gala, but this time, it was markedly different. Chen Lichuan paused briefly before continuing. Initially, the sponsorship lacked clear guidelines, and funds were mismanaged, with the school not placing much emphasis on it. However, this time, the school administration will oversee the collection of fees and sign a secure contract. What does this secure contract ensure? He continued. It will raise awareness of our establishment among more students of the Financial and Trade Department, serving as a form of advertisement. Do you know why we need to formalize this? Let me share something that others may not know. Every one of us present here operates a business that cannot incur losses. We will all profit. There was a brief pause, yet Chen Lichuan's final statement stirred excitement even in Zhao Maoshu, who was closest to him, as he eagerly sought to understand how all businesses could thrive. Why? Wu Zhong questioned eagerly, prompting others to nod in agreement. Chen Lichuan leaned forward, lowering his voice slightly. Have you all noticed that since the beginning of our freshman year in September, business has been flourishing? The reason is the expansion of student enrollment in the Financial and Trade Department. Moreover, next year, they plan to increase enrollment by 30% compared to this year. What does that imply? The additional students will provide us with ample opportunities to earn. Why did my family want me to open a hot pot restaurant in the Financial and Trade Department? It's precisely because they are aware of the enrollment plans. Chen Lichuan spoke with exaggerated enthusiasm, causing many to swallow hard at this revelation. Sister Yang, you have truly struck gold this time. I assure you, in the future, the transfer fee for stalls in the school cafeteria will not be less than 20,000, Chen Lichuan stated emphatically. Little Chen, thank you, dear sister. Yang Cuifeng grinned, nodding in appreciation, while others looked at her enviously. Meanwhile, Chen Lichuan continued to elaborate on the new commercial street that would be constructed at the north gate of the Financial and Trade Department, capturing the audience's rapt attention. As the time approaches, competition will inevitably become more intense. Wouldn't others be envious of your Hunan restaurant? Is it not possible to open another? In this context, sponsorship within the realm of finance and trade becomes particularly significant. To speak bluntly, are we not reliant on the support of finance and trade students? Hence, the school leadership is inclined towards the commercialization of sponsorship. This decision aligns with Pang Longjing's strategy. After all, the previous venture of the commercial street at the North Gate was not executed well and ended inconclusively. Is there still a plan to construct a commercial street at the North Gate? Zhao Maoshu inquired loudly, a question that echoed the curiosity of others, as it pertains to their businesses. Indeed, Chen Lichuan nodded fervently. I have reviewed the documentation. Construction is set to commence in March of next year. If I recall correctly, it will be around that time, roughly the second half of the first year. Therefore, sponsorship opportunities now come with privileges. Allow me to illustrate. If I hang a promotional banner in the restaurant, which do you think would garner more business? Sister Yang's, or that of the other rice bowl establishment. This represents a distinct advantage. It is essential to understand that this form of sponsorship directly conveys information to the clientele, achieving precise targeting. We must rely on finance and trade students for sustenance. Chen Lichuan's tone grew increasingly fervent. In the previous life, during the investment discussions, the sentiments expressed were even more vivid. The matter of promotional banners and their promotion is at my discretion, thus the opportunities for sponsorship must not be overlooked. Later, should you wish to sponsor, it may well cost you 500 or 1,000. After a brief pause, Chen Lichuan's gaze swept across the crowd. I propose that we all participate in sponsorship, so I can coordinate the banner arrangements. What are your thoughts? The proposition of sponsorship created a tense atmosphere, inadvertently turning it into a means for them to leverage Chen Lichuan's connections for their own benefit. I must certainly contribute to the sponsorship. Yang Cuifeng eagerly raised her hand, for her propensity to see small advantages made her wary that Chen Lichuan might accept funds from the other stall and neglect her promotion. For me, this is genuinely beneficial. I'm a sponsor. Old Wang quickly expressed his agreement. I feel the same. Sure, Lily echoed. Given the continuous increase in finance and trade enrollment plans, what does 1,000 yuan amount to? Zhao Maoshu looked towards Wu Zhong and several other large shop owners, realizing they couldn't afford to be frugal with what should not be saved. Otherwise, they would find themselves unable to assist one another. This sentiment was clear. After all, young boss Chen is genuinely kind-hearted, and one should not be overly fixated on monetary gain. It is indeed wise to follow young Chen's lead. Wu Zhong also smiled in agreement, and soon everyone in the private room expressed their consent to contribute to the sponsorship. 13 owners, representing 13 new businesses. Well, since everyone is in agreement, I will ensure that the campus promotion is guaranteed. However, there is one favor I need from all of you. Chen Lichuan pressed his lips together, adopting a more humble demeanor. What favor? Speak freely. Wu Zhong immediately inquired, displaying an air of camaraderie. Yes, Lichuan, what is the favor? We will surely assist. Young Chen, no need for pleasantries, just tell us. The others chimed in eagerly. It is imperative to select a sponsor, specifically Wang Yuxiong. When the time comes to sign the contract, I will introduce this individual to everyone later. A crucial point to note is that a person named Yi Rong is competing with my family relative, and I require everyone to assist me in orchestrating a performance. Of course, Yi Rong will undoubtedly fabricate stories, claiming she is responsible for the promotional banners. This is merely a ruse, as the authority lies with me. At this juncture, Chen Lichuan fixed his gaze upon Shi Lily and Old Wang, who had previously collaborated with Yi Rong. No problem, Xiao Chun, I shall heed your advice. Old Wang immediately declared, without a hint of hesitation. Even those lacking discernment could perceive the formidable connections that Chen Lichuan possessed. After all, the matters concerning Yang Cuifeng were not trifles. Genuine assistance was at hand. I feel the same, Lichuan. We are neighbors. After all, our bond is significant. Shi Lily added with a smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Lichuan. Excellent. Chen Lichuan nodded earnestly and continued. If she approaches you regarding sponsorship, initially hesitate and delay, ultimately feigning agreement. This will allow her to expend more resources with you, and you'll manage the timing accordingly. When it comes to signing the contract, you can then withdraw. He elaborated on the particulars of the sponsorship. He had no faith that Yi Rong, in a position of despair, would willingly finance any sponsorship. Once financial interests were involved, these business owners would prove unreliable. After all, Yi Rong had already resorted to dubious tactics, such as converting Old Wang and his associates into new clients. What of the sponsorship funds? In any case, Yi Rong was a woman who would resort to any means necessary to secure victory. Thus, it was essential to create a facade of prosperity for her. Meanwhile, Yi Rong, at home, received a call from Qin Peipei. Senior, it appears that Du Ping and his group have successfully negotiated with another establishment while I was there for a meal, Qin Peipei expressed with concern. Don't worry. There is still ample time before the New Year's gala. You all need to work diligently, fostering relationships with the merchants, Yi Rong replied in a gentle tone, seemingly devoid of anger. However, once she hung up the phone, her brand new Motorola was hurled to the floor, shattering the silence of the spacious room. Du Ping, how despicable you are, Yi Rong exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. She was exceedingly fixated on winning or losing. Since childhood, her goals had been remarkably clear. Why should she lose to someone who was essentially nothing? Thus, Yi Rong rose, changed her attire, and hurriedly exited, the roar of her sports car echoing through the night. Inside the private room of a Hunan restaurant, laughter resonated. Lichuan, rest assured, there is no need for such detailed instructions. Having been in business for so many years, Communicating with a young girl is hardly a challenge. Zhao Maoshu concluded with a beaming smile as the gathering came to a close, all in high spirits. Upon returning to the grilled fish restaurant, Wu Zhong found himself pondering Chen Lichuan, occasionally smacking his lips in admiration, realizing that this young man had an extraordinary background. Around 9 o'clock, Yi Rong returned, carrying a basket of fruit, and cheerfully inquired, "Boss Wu, are you still busy? I would like to discuss the sponsorship matter with you." With a deep sigh, Wu Zhong furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before nodding irritably, seemingly swayed by Yi Rong after such a lengthy period. The two then broached the subject of sponsorship, where Wu Zhong, seasoned and shrewd, asserted that while he was open to sponsorship, the price must be favorable. Ultimately, Yi Rong found herself compelled to engage in a covert violation. "Very well, I shall gift you a few bottles of wine," she proposed, effectively reducing the sponsorship cost to 500 yuan, akin to that of smaller establishments. All right. Wu Zhong quickly nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that he had just profited from a few bottles of Wuliangya. Chapter 128. The petty man on a night gripped by the biting cold wind. Yi Rong's spirits remained remarkably high. This subtle breach of protocol proved to be an excellent strategy for securing sponsorship. The once reticent proprietors had noticeably altered their demeanor. Such gestures were trivial for her, and how could this be deemed a violation of rules? It was merely a means to foster goodwill with the merchants. Restaurants specializing in Hunan cuisine and grilled fish, among others, had all accepted Yi Rong's offerings, leaving only De Jiang Lao on Financial Trade Street without a qualifying sponsorship of 1,000, including Lao Wang Barbecue and NINI Cake Shop. There were now 8 newly expanded businesses. It wasn't until 10:30 that Yi Rong concluded her homage, humming a soft tune. Yet she paused at the entrance of one establishment, where she spotted Liang Ruzhu engaged in discussions about sponsorship with the shop owner. However, the latter's furrowed brow and exclamations indicated a lack of cordiality towards Liang Ruzhu. Yi Rong felt indifferent towards Liang Ruzhu. Whatever transpired was of no concern to her. Given Chen Lichuan's laid-back attitude, she had no intention of complicating matters regarding sponsorship. Initially, she had planned to place Chen Lichuan in Wang Yuxiong's group alongside Liang Ruzhu, fearing his performance. Yet, Chen Lichuan turned out to be even more complacent than Wang Fatty's crew, entirely preoccupied with the hot pot restaurant. Thus, it seemed more prudent to allow Liang Ruzhu to manage the business administration department's performance, as Yi Rong remained the overall director of the stage performance. Consequently, Yi Rong halted at the entrance, waiting for Liang Ruzhu, and upon witnessing her emerge, head bowed and hastily departing, she promptly approached her. "Yi Rong!" Liang Ruzhu exclaimed in surprise, her heart swelling with joy at the unexpected encounter, grateful that her efforts were recognized by Yi Rong. "Ruzhu, come with me." Yi Rong insisted resolutely, casting a fierce glare at the merchants behind them, seemingly advocating for Liang Ruzhu. In that moment, Liang Ruzhu felt that all her previous struggles and the grievances she had endured were justified. "Ruzhu, you need not solicit sponsorship any longer. Focus on executing the business administration department's performance." Yi Rong spoke softly, but then she expressed her disdain. "Chen Lichuan and Wang Yuxiong have gone too far. They refuse to seek sponsorship and instead heap all responsibilities onto you. This cannot stand. I must report this to Director Pang." "Yi Rong, our group primarily focuses on maintaining new clients," came the response. Liang Ruzhu now refrains from speaking ill of Wang Yuxiong and his associates. Turning to Yi Rong, she earnestly remarked, "I pursue new clients primarily to assist you, not out of their insistence." "Yi Rong, during our dinner, you mentioned how crucial sponsorship is for you, which is why I have been diligently working on this." "Yi Rong, my father has been trying to schedule time with uncle. Could you possibly lend me a hand? The hotel situation is quite tense." Liang Ruzhu's demeanor shifted to one of pleading. "Let us wait until after the New Year's gala. I shall help you arrange a meeting," Yi Rong replied gently, compassionately patting Liang Ruzhu on the shoulder. Yet, inwardly, Yi Rong mused, to assist your family? Such a naive notion. When the time comes, I shall simply brush it off with a polite excuse. "I am terribly sorry. I simply have no time. Thank you ever so much." "Yi Rong, our hotel has been thriving, with a multitude of loyal clients. Therefore, investing in this venture will surely yield substantial returns," Liang Ruzhu exclaimed, gripping Yi Rong's arm tightly. "Let us focus on the New Year's gala for now. Director Pang will be holding a meeting that day, and every department, even each class, must present a performance. The pressure is immense, Ruzhu. We must ensure that the business management department's program is well prepared." Yi Rong gently shook her head, massaging her temples, portraying signs of a headache. "Rest assured, I will make it happen." Liang Ruzhu nodded earnestly, a smile breaking across her face. As Yirong's car came to a stop at Dajianglao, she happened to see Chen Lichuan standing at the entrance while retrieving her vehicle. They exchanged smiles. "Oh, Yirong, here to tend to business?" Chen Lichuan grinned. "Those 2 bottles of Wulianya I stored really did put the girl in a difficult position. But such opportunities are rare." "Huh, quite unaffordable," Yirong retorted with a cold laugh, disinterested in conversing further. As she prepared to enter her car, Chen Lichuan hurried over. "Yirong, I've noticed you frequently heading to the small supermarket, emerging with Wulianya. Who are you buying all that for?" Chen Lichuan inquired in a teasing manner. "Huh, what do you mean? I merely helped an old client retrieve some items. They are quite busy and unable to manage everything themselves. It's just to maintain our rapport," Yirong replied, her expression nonchalant and innocent, though anxiety stirred within her. If this reached Du Ping's ears, given their current strained relationship, it would undoubtedly become a point of contention. "Yirong, I saw nothing. Just like that meeting when I happened to see Wang Yuxiong discussing sponsorship for a fruit store. It wasn't you who mentioned it, correct? So, might you enhance the relationship with the hot pot restaurant?" Chen Lichuan's words were vague, yet his intent was clear. He was suggesting a compromise, a little hush money, as he was indifferent to such matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken up for her in the first place. "You certainly can. What is our relationship?" Yirong managed to smile. Though she hadn't anticipated that Chen Lichuan would be so short-sighted, focused solely on petty gains and exploiting others for trivial benefits. Such a character is to be expected. Thank you. Thank you. Just a moment." Chen Lichuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Noticing Yirong heading towards the small shop, he quickly grasped her arm. "Just buy it in the store. I'll give you the same price as the small supermarket. We have a relationship, so I'll certainly offer you a discount." He insisted. How shameless, Yirong smiled. "All right then." Thus, Chen Lichuan guided Yirong back to the store, proceeding to the cashier to settle the bill, and ultimately, he graciously escorted her to her car. "Do visit us often." With this warm farewell, the Porsche sped away. Inside the vehicle, Yirong erupted in a torrent of curses, lamenting that in all her years, she had never encountered such a shameless and petty man. Meanwhile, in the store, Chen Lichuan approached Li Quan and the finance officer, Xiao Hui, to discuss important matters. "After accounting for the store's regular expenses, how much can you transfer to me?" Chen Lichuan inquired. "Approximately 150,000. Xiao Hui responded after conferring with Li. "Very well, I will withdraw 150,000 from the corporate account tomorrow. I need to inspect new projects in the next couple of days." Chen Lichuan replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Li Quan, who had been receiving several thousand in cash rewards daily. "Li, we are a catering company, not just a single restaurant. We require numerous talents for our other culinary ventures. You must expedite the recruitment process." Such sentiments needed to be reiterated. Although everyone despises empty promises, they must be made nonetheless. "Understood," Li Quan replied emphatically. Subsequently, Chen Lichuan returned to his dormitory. On weekends, the dormitory building remained unlocked. Given his status, it was inappropriate for him to reside in the employee quarters, as he needed to maintain a sense of distance, even though Ma Xiaoqiao's bed lay vacant. In the girls' dormitory, Su Wantong reluctantly tore herself away from her computer to make a phone call to her father. "Dad, for some reason, I'm feeling particularly down today. Your father feels the same. I just went out for drinks with Uncle Chen." "Oh, what did you discuss?" "Oh, just lamenting how you kids are such a handful and fail to appreciate how difficult it is for adults to earn a living." "What? Did you embarrass me in front of Uncle Chen? Why would you do that? Why tarnish my gentle and family-oriented image?" Chapter 129. Supply Channels. After a long and arduous journey, upon arriving in Guangshi, Chen Lichuan headed straight to the Shifurong food factory in Hojia town. Not pausing for even a moment, he held a high regard for this raw material supplier, both for the quality of their products and their professional dedication. Therefore, in his previous life, when managing his milk tea business, he did not opt to collaborate with major brands like Naixue, Hushang, or Cha Baidao, choosing instead to partner with T&I Company from Hubei. Arriving around noon, Chen Lichuan reached the factory premises, where a bustling crowd thronged the entrance, and street vendors were vociferously hawking their wares. This quintessential scene was hard not to evoke memories. At that time in Guangshi, the most striking aspect remained the factory girls, whose looks were certainly striking. Earning a monthly salary of 700, they would invariably secure a 2G network card from China Mobile, regardless of whether they owned a mobile phone. Once the crowd dispersed, he finally spotted Ma Xiaoqiao. The moment their eyes met, Ma let out a long sigh, the tension in his body easing at that instant. For Ma Xiaoqiao, venturing so far for the first time to negotiate with such a large factory brought immense pressure. He had contemplated his words meticulously before knocking on the responsible party's door, fearing he might say something amiss. "Brother Chuan, You have finally arrived. Ma Xiaoqiao hurriedly approached, grasping Chen Lichuan's arm and leading him towards a nearby restaurant. At this moment, all responsible personnel had gone for lunch, and since work resumed at 2 in the afternoon, we could simply head over then. All right, how did the negotiations go? I trust the price differences are not significant? Chen Lichuan inquired as they walked. The pricing is transparent, though there are special offers available. However, those are certainly not extended to smaller companies like ours, as they cater exclusively to larger enterprises. The key factor here is flavor. Not only are other flavors unavailable, but even the beloved mango sago cannot be fully supplied, Ma Xiaoqiao replied anxiously. Indeed, Chen Lichuan nodded placidly. When I explained the flavors like thick taro, cheese grape milk cap, and blood glutinous rice with red beans to the person in charge, they showed no interest whatsoever. It is exceedingly difficult to set up a production line for such items, let alone to negotiate a supply protection agreement. They are simply unwilling to collaborate. Xiaoqiao. This is quite normal. After all, we lack scale and are not a well-known brand. It is entirely reasonable for them to refuse to set up a production line for us, especially when our sales and orders cannot be guaranteed. Chen Lichuan responded with a subtle smile, gently patting Ma Xiaoqiao's shoulder. In truth, Chen Lichuan had anticipated this outcome long before. With a cash reserve of 150,000, the flavors that Schifferong could barely supply would likely consist of only a handful of viable ingredients. However, he refrained from sharing this with Ma Xiaoqiao, believing that he must experience the rejections, neglect, and even desperation inherent in the milk tea industry to cultivate his own insights. What should we do now? Ma Xiaoqiao asked, urgency in his voice. What are your thoughts? Chen Lichuan countered with a smile as they entered a restaurant together. Should we explore several food manufacturers? Ma Xiaoqiao suggested tentatively after a moment's pause. Every food manufacturer is driven by profit. Given our circumstances, the 150,000 I currently possess represents the entirety of our usable funds. Thus, the outcome is more or less as expected. Moreover, the quality of smaller food manufacturers is not guaranteed. Should any issues arise, the brand painstakingly built would be irreparably damaged, Chen Lichuan stated, emphasizing the importance of choosing to collaborate with Schifferong. How is the milk tea machinery performing? Chen Lichuan inquired further. We have procurement information from 4 manufacturers, and the prices are quite similar, allowing for direct phone orders. After all, we only have one store. Once we establish a chain, we can then utilize exclusive equipment. Ma Xiaoqiao responded, finally exhibiting a degree of professional insight. The machinery must come with a warranty. That is the most fundamental requirement. You may place direct orders for the machines, but what about the milk tea cups? Chen Lichuan continued his questioning. They will be customized according to your specifications. I have already brought the designs to the factory. However, the prices are quite steep. The standard cup design is twice as expensive as the popular types available on the market, and the most unique one is of a certain grade, PP5, Chen Lichuan remarked. Yes, PP5. The cost of one of our cups is equivalent to 5 times that of a regular cup on the market. Ma Xiaoqiao lamented as the mention of price brought a frown to his face. As he began to gradually comprehend this industry, he was developing his own logical framework. Currently, the popular bubble tea on the market is priced similarly to other beverages, positioning itself as an ordinary drink. For instance, the fragrant bubble tea, with sales figures that could encircle the globe 3 times, is merely priced at 3 yuan 50. Our brand in Shanghai aims for a high-end positioning. Therefore, the cups must exude sophistication. If they resemble the commonplace, soft, and unremarkable designs found in the market, how can we assert our uniqueness? Chen Lichuan elucidated. In the realm of premium bubble tea, there exists a current market void, devoid of competitors. Rather than vying for space among low-end brands, it is more prudent to take a bold leap. Should we successfully market our brand, the potential market could be exceedingly enticing. I understand, Brother Chuan. Rest assured, everything will be produced according to your specifications. The finished products should be ready in a few days, and if they do not meet your expectations, we can communicate with the factory at any time, Ma Xiaoqiao asserted earnestly, ensuring that every aspect of material supply adhered strictly to Chen Lichuan's demands. Very well, then. As long as we confirm the ingredient supply with Schifferong, the channels will essentially be settled, Chen Lichuan remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Xiaoqiao added, regarding the cup manufacturer, since we are ordering a custom cup shape, a minimum production quantity of 10,000 is required, and this payment must be made to their account in advance. Understood, Chen Lichuan replied, exchanging a smile with Ma Xiaoqiao. It was only then that they remembered to place their order, having occupied a table while the proprietress had been casting disapproving glances, nearly urging them to leave. They ordered a simple duck leg rice, and Chen Lichuan, ravenous, devoured the meal, having subsisted solely on instant noodles throughout the day. Glancing at Ma Xiaoqiao, he noted that his hair had grown longer at the temples. You should take some time to get a haircut. Your hair has grown quite a bit. Chen Lichuan casually remarked. Yes, there's a barbershop at the base of the hotel, but the prices are questionable. I need to investigate further, Ma Xiaoqiao replied while eating. What could be questionable about a haircut? How much can it possibly cost? Chen Lichuan inquired in confusion. A wash and cut is merely 4 yuan, but a wash, cut, and blow-dry costs 100. Is it really worth that much just for a blow-dry? If they intentionally give me a quick blow-dry after the cut, isn't that a scam? Ma Xiaoqiao frowned. Chen Lichuan was momentarily speechless, but eventually said, money should be spent wisely. You should try it out tonight.